Chapter 1. Phoenix Village. The morning sun bathed the landscape in a gentle light. While tumultuous waves crashed against the rocks, the young girl, her face cherubic and skin as smooth as white jade, gazed at a boy with eyes brimming with anticipation. Big brother, today I turn 6 and can partake in the soul awakening ceremony. Once my soul manifests, I shall return to share the news with you. Her rosy cheeks bore a hint of pride, and upon finishing her words, a smile graced her face. This was a memory of Liu Mo from a year prior, when he had just turned 7. However, after that day, the girl never returned. Liu Mo was an individual not originally belonging to this realm. His obsession with video games had led to a gradual decline in his once robust physique, a fact he remained oblivious to until after his 10th consecutive all-nighter. Exhausted beyond measure, his consciousness began to blur, and suddenly, darkness enveloped him. When he next beheld the light, he found himself reborn as an infant, arriving in this world in a state of utter nudity. This was the Douluo Continent. Yet in his past life, he had been so engrossed in games that he possessed little knowledge of this realm, having merely heard of its name. However, this was no world that revered masterful gameplay. It was a domain that esteemed formidable martial spirits and terrifying soul power. For Liu Mo, it was a journey of starting afresh in cultivation. Upon arriving, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he been an avid reader of novels, perhaps his experience here would have been markedly different, like traveling from the future to the present, armed with knowledge of future lottery numbers, which would have proven immensely advantageous. Yet, although his name lacked elegance, it bore significance, for it was bestowed upon him by his foster mother due to the black mud that covered him upon being discovered. Thus, she named him Mo, a tribute to her nurturing. Upon arriving, Liu Mo realized that aside from the robust physique and handsome countenance he had prior to his obsession with online games, he had little else to show for himself. Even the so-called system he had yearned for over the years exhibited no sign of response. This was Phoenix Village, a quaint settlement by the sea, home to merely a handful of families. Legend spoke of a phoenix that once traversed this land, laying a blue golden egg that eventually hatched into a beautiful maiden. Such a tale sounds enchanting, yet the women here. Xiao Mo, it's time for dinner. Well then, it seems his meal is ready. Without further ado, he dashed back towards the village, anxious not to keep his mother waiting. Here lay a white stone by the seaside, its age unknown, its surface polished smooth as if sculpted from fine white jade. Liu Mo often found solace sitting upon it, sharing his innermost thoughts with the S.I. In truth, he harbored another purpose for coming here. A young girl, who had once frequented this place, had become Liu Mo's soul friend. This girl was a year his junior, and each day he waited here for her return. Alas, it had been a year since he last laid eyes on her. He remained oblivious to her family's whereabouts, and knew neither her surname nor her given name. Thus, she had vanished in a thin air, and despite his prolonged vigil, she never reappeared. "Is Sister Liu at home?" came a resonant voice from outside. Sister Liu referred to Liu Mo's mother, Liu Feifeng, who was of ordinary appearance and dressed plainly, a quintessential woman. Having lived alone for many years, she had bestowed her surname upon Liu Mo when she found him by the sea. "Yes, I'm home." Though unremarkable in looks, her voice was sweet, and gentle one might mistake it for that of a young woman in her 20s if they did not behold her visage. Creak. The man outside pushed open the weathered wooden door and entered the dwelling. Liu Mo and his mother resided in a modest abode comprising 3 earthen rooms, situated at the easternmost edge of Phoenix Village and closest to the shore. It was indeed the most dilapidated house in the village, for there was no man to manage affairs, and it was arduous for a woman to raise a child alone. The central room served as a hall, featuring a simple wooden table, a tidy stove, and 2 chairs, nothing more, devoid of any superfluous furnishings. Flanking the hall were 2 bedrooms, one for Liu Mo and the other for his mother. As the door swung open, a man of medium height and robust build entered, appearing to be in his 30s, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, wearing a warm smile as he regarded the mother and son seated at the table. "Have you just eaten?" Qin Mu observed the steaming dishes on the table, his smile unwavering. "Village Chief Qin, what brings you here?" Liu Feifeng immediately rose to greet him. The man was named Qin Mu, whom Liu Mo recognized but did not know well. Rather than a mere village chief, he was more aptly described as a joint village chief. Phoenix Village, Grass Chicken Village, Qin Family Village, and Flowerwood Village each boasted a small population and were in close proximity to one another. To minimize redundancy, the empire had amalgamated these 4 villages under a single chief, thus establishing the position of joint village chief. Qin Mu had only recently assumed this role, having been in office for just over a year, and he approached all matters with great enthusiasm, taking a Hanson approach. Among these 4 villages, Only Qin family village possessed a somewhat stronger economic standing, which is why the joint village office was situated there. "Greetings, Uncle Qin," Liu Mo said politely as he rose from his chair. "Ah, young Mo, you are growing ever more handsome," Qin Mu exclaimed, having last seen Liu Mo perhaps a year prior. The transformation of children is swift, and after such a long interval, he nearly failed to recognize him. He reached out to ruffle Liu Mo's hair and said, "Village Chief Qin, please have a seat." Liu Feifeng has always been a person of great warmth, and with Qin Mu having traveled from Qin village, she felt it necessary to treat him as a guest. After speaking, she moved toward the chair. "I want to sit down, Liu Jia. You needn't trouble yourself. I merely wish to discuss a matter with you. Once I finish, I shall be on my way to the next village." Qin village chief seized Liu Feifeng's arm, halting her eagerness, for he was responsible for 4 villages and had to hurry to Tsaiji village, where a 6-year-old child awaited him. With a look of urgency, he inquired, "What matter concerns you, village chief Qin?" Observing Qin Mu's anxious demeanor, Liu Feifeng felt a tinge of confusion, uncertain as to what could pertain to this solitary mother. "Liu Jia, do not fret, it is not a bad matter. Xiao Mo is already 8 years old, is he not?" As the village chief, Qin Mu was adept at reading emotions, and noticing Liu Feifeng's apprehension, he sought to reassure her. Upon hearing the mention of Liu Mo, Liu Feifeng's tension did not ease. She had always been particularly protective of him. Since it concerned Liu Mo, her brow furrowed even more tightly. She nodded slightly and uttered a soft, "Isn't it time for the annual martial soul awakening ceremony? I've heard that in previous years, Xiao Mo did not successfully awaken. This year, since there are no other children of suitable age in Phoenix Village, let him give it another try." Qin Mu spoke with a smile, his tone slow and gentle. Such matters are typically joyous for parents, and thus Qin Mu shared his sentiments with a beaming face, eager to celebrate together. However, upon hearing about the martial soul awakening, Liu Feifeng's expression darkened further. "Liu Jia, I understand your elder brother perished while hunting soul beasts, but you cannot allow this to deter Xiao Mo from entering the world of soul masters. What kind of world is this? A world that reveres soul masters. How can we obstruct a child's future? Why not ask Xiao Mo if he wishes to participate? Do not make a decision alone that could hinder his entire life. What do you think, Xiao Mo? Do you wish to become a soul master?" Despite Qin Mu's lengthy discourse, Liu Feifeng's countenance remained unchanged, and she appeared unwilling to inquire about Liu Mo's wishes. He had no choice but to turn to Liu Mo himself. This was the first Liu Mo had heard of his late adoptive father dying while hunting soul beasts, a topic his mother had never broached. In that moment, he began to grasp his mother's underlying concerns. Yet he believed Qin Mu was correct. This was a world that esteemed soul masters, and if he wished to grow stronger, he must join their ranks. "Uncle Qin, I wish to participate," Liu Mo declared, immediately sealing his lips tight and stealing a glance at his mother's expression. With a resigned shake of her head, Liu Feifeng slowly closed her eyes. The silence in the room was punctuated by her deep breaths. "Very well. Let him go." Her words coincided with the opening of her eyes, and with gritted teeth, her hands clenched tightly, revealing her reluctance to make such a decision. That's more like it. 3 days hence, I shall come for Xiao and Mo. You two should eat. I must hurry to the next village." After Qin Mu finished speaking, he hurriedly exited the room. At this moment, no one had the heart to eat. Liu Mo's rash decision left him feeling anxious, while Liu Feifeng was deeply disheartened as her objectives remained unfulfilled. Despite having just acquiesced, Liu Mo understood that Liu Feifeng's agreement was largely due to the pressure exerted by the village chief's words. "Mother, you need not worry. I will be cautious. Once I become a soul master and successfully register at the Spear Hall, I will receive a monthly stipend of a gold soul coin, and our lives will undoubtedly improve," he declared, clutching Liu Feifeng's thigh with a gaze filled with hope. Chapter 2. Meeting Ma Hongjun. She slowly crouched down, gazing at Liu Mo with a faint smile gracing her lips. "Little Mo, do you truly wish to become a soul master? It is not a trivial pursuit. It demands immense effort and entails considerable risks. Indeed, how can a man of virtue abandon his aspirations due to danger? The world is fraught with peril. Does that mean no one should venture forth? If we were to heed such fears, the world would cease to function normally. Thus, I aspire to become a strong individual, one capable of protecting those around me. Moreover, this is my passion," Liu Mo replied earnestly, taking a deep breath and looking at his mother with affection. His words left Liu Feifeng in disbelief, unable to fathom that such wisdom could emanate from an 80-year-old. She felt a mixture of amusement and sorrow, realizing her own resolve paled in comparison to that of her child. "Very well. Mother supports you. Pursue what you desire. Engage in what you love, but do exercise caution in all things, she responded. Yes, yes. I will be careful. Now let us eat. Liu Mo nodded enthusiastically, a smile illuminating his face at tea that moment. Liu Feifeng felt the burdens on her heart begin to lift. The boundless ocean rolled with undulating waves, crashing against the rocks with a resounding clap. Once again, Liu Mo found himself alone, seated upon the smooth white stone that had been worn down by time. His gaze was fixated on his right wrist, which bore 36 dragon scales, arranged in 6 layers of 6 scales each. The uppermost layer, however, was missing a scale, replaced instead by a scar. The scales shimmered with a resplendent brilliance, each one shaped like a diamond, with intersecting lines at their centers forming 4 sharp edges, solid, robust, and exuding an aura of sharpness. Over the years, he had perused numerous texts regarding these dragon scales. Theoretically, they should be classified as an external spirit bone, as they did not belong to any of the 6 designated areas: the skull, torso, left arm, left leg, or right leg. However, whether dragon scales could truly be considered bones remained uncertain for now. He could only accept this classification as a possibility. He was acutely aware that those possessing external spirit bones were often subjected to relentless pursuit, as the number of individuals with spirit bones was limited, and those with external spirit bones were exceedingly rare. The most crucial aspect was that once killed, their spirit bones would explode forth. In his daily life, he habitually donned long sleeves, deliberately concealing his wrists, driven by a fear of being labeled a monster and the dread of being hunted by unknown assailants. Even his mother, who was well acquainted with him, would find her gaze averted from the shimmering scales on his arms. For each time she beheld them, her eyes would betray a glimmer of terror. However, these dragon scales possessed additional functions. They served as a soul guide, with each scale boasting a storage capacity of 100 cubic meters, collectively amounting to 3,600 cubic meters. Even in the absence of one scale, he still retained 3,500 cubic meters of space that, in contrast, artificially crafted soul guides typically offered only a few to a dozen cubic meters of space, with the finest reaching merely 20 to 30 cubic meters. Thus, these dragon scales could be regarded as the pinnacle of soul guides in existence. Their other remarkable quality was their ability to counteract toxins, rendering Liu Mo virtually immune to all poisons. The scales were extraordinarily tough, surpassing all known materials, and their edges were remarkably sharp. They could serve as a formidable barrier against blades and weapons, or unfurl to become lethal razors. Yet, these defensive and offensive capabilities were somewhat limited. The defensive area was too small, and even when the scales were extended, they could inflict only superficial wounds. As their protrusion was merely slight, he recognized that all of this had accompanied him to this place, and given their extraordinary nature, he was certain he would achieve a remarkable feat here. The one missing scale was the very one he had plucked from himself, an act that had been profoundly painful. For Liu Mo, it was merely a painful memory, yet his eyes reflected a sweetness in that recollection. He had given this scale as a gift to a little sister, a token of affection. Now, after 2 years of separation, he could only gaze at the scars of longing. Tomorrow, he would once again partake in the martial spirit awakening ceremony, allowing him to train while searching for his little sister. No matter where she might be, he vowed to find her. In the blink of an eye, the day of the martial spirit awakening ceremony arrived. Liu Feifeng rose early to prepare breakfast for Liu Mo. Today's meal was considerably more lavish than usual. For a family with modest means, their daily breakfast typically consisted of thin porridge. This was a frugal measure. However, on this day, the table was adorned with a bowl of thick porridge filled with rice grains and 2 eggs. The porridge's richness was not due to an excess of rice, but rather because Liu Feifeng had generously served nearly all the rice from the pot to Liu Mo. The 2 eggs had been borrowed from a neighbor's household, and she was already contemplating how to repay this small debt in the future. Liu Mo approached the table, gazing at the thick porridge and 2 eggs beside him, but a frown creased his brow as he looked towards his mother. He was acutely aware of his family's financial situation, which made it difficult for him to swallow. After consuming only half a bowl of porridge, he forced a smile and said, "Mom, I'm quite full." "Liu Mo, you must eat more today. Marks the awakening of your martial soul. Please finish those 2 eggs, Liu Feifeng urged, her heart aching at the sight of her child eating so little. "Mom, I truly am full." "Liu Mo, are you ready?" Suddenly, a deep voice called out from outside, beckoning Liu Mo. "Mother, I must take my leave now. Please do not forget to finish your meal." Upon hearing the voice, Liu Mo recognized it as the village chief Qin Mu come to fetch him. He immediately dashed outside, exclaiming, "Take the eggs along. Enjoy them on the way." Liu Feifeng rushed out the door, only to find that Liu Mo had already darted to the side of village chief Qin Mo. "You rascal," said village chief Qin with a smile, addressing Liu Mo after hearing the complaints from Liu Feifeng. Liu Mo, in turn, made a playful face at his mother, who could only shake her head and chuckle in exasperation. At that moment, Liu Mo noticed a small boy standing beside village chief Qin, clad in a striking red outfit, his hair matching the hue. The boy appeared slightly chubby and bore a shy expression, as though it were his first venture away from home. "This is Ma Hongjun from Tsaogai village, and this is Liu Mo from Phoenix village." Qin Mu introduced them while leading the way. "Hello, Ma Hongjun." Liu Mo regarded the plump boy with a hint of reticence and took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, Mo Gu. You can simply call me Fatty. That is what everyone refers to me as." Ma Hongjun reached up to pat his own head, offering a hearty, goofy grin. "Fatty, you certainly stand out. Your entire outfit is crimson, even your hair is red." Liu Mo appeared to be amusing the chubby child. Chapter 3. The Reawakening of the Martial Soul. The plump little boy, somewhat shy, remained silent, merely offering a silly smile. "As my family was aware of my fondness for the color red, they adorned me in garments of that hue. How splendid they are." Perhaps having gradually let go of his reservations, Ma Hongjun concluded his statement with a grin, revealing a sense of pride. Phoenix Village lies approximately half an hour's journey from Qin Family Village. Qin Mu led the way ahead, while Liu Mo and Ma Hongjun engaged in conversation behind him, gradually fostering familiarity between the two children. They began to play. And although Liu Mo possessed the memories of an adult, having lived here for 8 years without companions, save for a little sister who had vanished, the presence of someone to share and play was already a considerable joy, regardless of age. Before they knew it, they had entered Qin Family Village. The tallest building in the village was the Martial Soul Hall. In truth, it was merely a structure taller than the average dwelling, typically unoccupied, only visited once a year during the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony, when a steward from the hall would come to activate the children's martial souls. The hierarchy established by the Martial Soul Hall was extensive, but within the village, it served merely as a nominal entity. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Martial Soul Hall, for children of similar age were already waiting there. They formed a line, with a young man in his 20s standing at the forefront, possessing striking features with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Clad in a white fitted outfit, he wore a black cape, and emblazoned on the center of his chest was a soul character, roughly the size of a fist, signifying the exclusive attire of the Martial Soul Hall. Liu Mo and Ma Hongjun also joined the ranks. "Yin Tao, I must trouble you this time." Upon noticing the enforcer from the spirit hall ahead, Qin Mu swiftly approached and grasped his hand, a radiant smile adorning his face. The man was Su Yin Tao, responsible for the awakening of the spirit abilities in the children of several villages, and he shared a relatively amicable relationship with Qin Mu's elder brother, Qin Zhe, thus rendering him somewhat familiar with Su Yin Tao. "Brother Qin, you are too modest. It is only fitting for a younger brother to assist, especially for the sake of Brother Zhe. We cannot stand on ceremony," Su Yin Tao remarked, observing the genuine gratitude reflected in Qin Mu's expression. Feeling a twinge of guilt within himself, Qin Mu, witnessing Su Yin Tao's respect towards him, felt a swell of pride. During the assembly of village heads from the same region, several had harbored unflattering opinions of Su Yin Tao, labeling him as young and arrogant. However, he was not the person they had painted him to be in front of Qin Mu, as they were indeed acquainted. Su Yin Tao began to scrutinize the children before him. "Yin Tao, how has the spirit awakening been for the children this year?" Qin Mu inquired, noticing the furrowed brows of Su Yin Tao as he gazed at the children, eager to learn the outcomes from the other villages. "Alas, I have visited 4 villages, and all have yielded spirits of no value. As for soul power, it is simply non-existent," Su Yin Tao replied, disappointment evident in his voice as he turned to address Qin Mu, his eyes reflecting his disheartenment. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu nodded, feeling a sense of understanding. Even if the 4 villages under his jurisdiction had failed to present any children capable of cultivation, there was no shame in that. After concluding his response, Su Yin Tao resumed his examination of the remaining children. Liu Mo stood at the edge, and as Su Yin Tao's gaze swept over him, he did not avert his eyes, but rather paused for a moment. Though merely a child, he possessed an extraordinary aura. His skin was perfectly balanced, neither too pale nor too dark, exuding a remarkable charm, unparalleled in the world. Upon seeing him, Su Yin Tao felt a glimmer of hope, convinced that even without the awakening of his martial soul, his journey was not in vain. Qin Mu observed Su Yin Tao's gaze fixated on Liu Mo and promptly spoke. "His name is Liu Mo, a child from Phoenix Village. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao nodded with a smile and then addressed the children. Come in, all of you. Children, once inside, cooperate well with Uncle Deacon. Qin Mu called out to the eager youngsters. The 6 children nodded silently in agreement. Creak. The wooden door swung open, a door that opened only once a year. Covered in dust, yet inside, it remained bright and clean. After the 6 children entered, they stood in a line before Su Yuntao, with Liu Mo positioned at the far left. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 soul master, and your guide. I shall awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, do not fear, no matter what happens, Su Yuntao said with a gentle smile. Having spoken, he opened his satchel on a nearby table and retrieved 2 items, 6 dark, round stones and a shimmering blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 dark stones into a hexagon on the ground and gestured for the first child on the right to step inside. Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and feel. Su Yuntao reassured the child standing nervously within the hexagon, his smile calming. Wolf spirit, manifest. His eyes suddenly gleamed, and with a commanding voice, a faint azure light emanated from his forehead, flowing upwards into his hair. Su Yuntao's originally black hair transformed into a striking gray with the infusion of the azure glow. Simultaneously, hair sprouted on his exposed arms, and his physique swelled with muscle. His eyes morphed into a deep emerald green, and sharp claws began to protrude from his fingertips, glinting with a subtle cold light. 2 rings of light ignited beneath his feet, oscillating from the ground to the apex of his head, one white and the other yellow, both eerily captivating. The boy standing within the dark stones gazed at Su Yuntao's transformation, gasping in astonishment. There is no need to fear. This is my martial soul, the lone wolf. If any of you become soul masters in the future, you too will possess such abilities, Su Yuntao promptly clarified, showcasing his lone wolf martial soul to the onlooking children. Liu Mo observed the lone wolf merging almost seamlessly with Su Yuntao, and he felt an exhilarating sense of intrigue as he sensed the formidable power emanating from him, far surpassing that of the previous guide during the awakening of the martial soul. Su Yuntao swiftly projected 6 faint green beams into 6 ebony stones embedded in the ground. Instantly, a layer of golden luminescence radiated from the stones, forming a delicate golden barrier that enveloped the child within. The child, who had been somewhat anxious moments before, immediately calmed as the golden light surrounded him, standing in a state of dazed tranquility. Golden speckles began to drift from the dark stones, permeating the boy's body, causing him to tremble slightly as an immense strength surged within him. Extend your right hand. As no soul beast had manifested, Su Yuntao's gaze was now wholly fixated on the boy's right hand. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's instruction, the child gradually opened his right hand, revealing a scythe. Shaking his head with a soft sigh, Su Yuntao remarked, a weapon spirit, though it may be somewhat inadequate as a weapon. Let us see if you possess soul power. If you do, you may cultivate it and perhaps one day transform it into an extraordinary scythe. Reabsorb it with your mind. And when you wish to use it in the future, simply summon it forth again. The child seemed to exert considerable effort to retract the scythe. He then took a blue crystal orb and, facing the child, instructed, place your hand upon the crystal. Su Yuntao's wolf claw met the child's small hand in opposition, and he gazed intently at the crystal orb for a considerable time, yet there was no discernible change. Alas, you lack soul power. You may step aside. His earlier enthusiasm had dissipated instantly. Even the faintest hint of soul power would have caused the crystal to emit a dim glow, offering a glimmer of hope for cultivation. Unfortunately, it was not to be. One by one, the evaluations continued, revealing only harmless souls like those of the common grass, sparrows, and magpies, devoid of any offensive capabilities. Little fatty, it's your turn. Su Yuntao called out to Ma Hongjun, dressed entirely in red. Ma Hongjun, already familiar with Liu Mo, offered a slight smile at him, exuding an air of confidence as he approached the 6 ebony stones. Is this a wild chicken? Su Yuntao exclaimed, his emerald eyes widening as he regarded the martial soul manifested on Ma Hongjun's body. Shaking his head, he declared, all rather lackluster. You may leave. At Su Yuntao's words, Ma Hongjun dejectedly exited the circle of stones. Now, only one child remained, the strikingly handsome Liu Mo. With a smile, he looked over and gently said, now, little friend, it is your turn. Liu Mo is a child highly regarded by Su Yuntao, who is confident that he will not be disappointed. As Liu Mo stepped into the circle of 6 dark stones, a delicate layer of golden light began to emerge, enveloping him. The golden sparkles gradually entered his body. For reasons unknown, He felt no sensation, unlike the other children who had trembled earlier. Only the scales on his right wrist appeared slightly swollen. If not for the fabric covering it, one could discern a faint golden glow. "You may open your right hand now," Su Yuntao said with an expression of eager anticipation. A slight smile gracing his lips. Liu Mo, still devoid of any sensation, slowly opened his right hand. The smile on Su Yuntao's face abruptly faltered, his eyes widening. The dark green irises taking on an even more chilling aspect. How could this be? He thought, unable to believe what lay before him. Liu Mo's gaze fixated upon his right hand, which was devoid of anything. The shimmering aura enveloping his body vanished in an instant, as if shattered in midair. He stood frozen in place, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Before him, Su Yuntao's dark green eyes appeared vacant, reflecting the gravity of the moment. This was the first occasion he had encountered a child devoid of a martial soul, an anomaly that should not exist in this world. The concepts of dual martial souls and mutated martial souls suddenly surged through his mind, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. Perhaps he too belonged to a category of mutation, albeit one that had resulted in absence. Under the current circumstances, this was the only conclusion he could draw. "Uncle, may I also test my soul power?" Liu Mo gazed imploringly at Su Yuntao, whose expression of disappointment lingered. What significance did the test of soul power hold without a martial soul? It would not take much time, so perhaps he might as well conduct the test. Su Yuntao found himself moved by Liu Mo's pleading, glistening eyes, as well as by the remarkable aura that this child exuded. Chapter 4. Yuntao has a meal. Before departing, Su Yuntao retrieved the crystal ball, shaking his head slightly in disappointment as he regarded Liu Mo suddenly. The crystal ball erupted with a dazzling blue light, illuminating the entire room. This unexpected brilliance jolted Su Yuntao from his earlier despondency. Could it be that he possessed innate full soul power? At that moment, he could scarcely believe his own eyes. How could there be innate full soul power without a martial soul? In an instant, the image of a recently awakened martial soul flashed through his mind. Although it was indeed innate full soul power, it ultimately proved to be futile, a true pity. What exactly is innate full soul power? Liu Mo, taken aback by Su Yuntao's words, responded with astonishment. Indeed, our soul power encounters a bottleneck every 10 levels. Akin to a bowl filled with water that has reached its limit, to pour in more, one must procure a larger vessel. To transcend this bottleneck, we must absorb soul rings, thereby enlarging the bowl, which enables us to continue elevating our soul power. Innate full soul power signifies that at the moment of martial soul awakening, the soul power has already attained level 10, necessitating the absorption of soul rings for further advancement. Su Yuntao seemed reluctant to answer each question individually and thus expressed everything in one breath. Liu Mo pondered for a moment, as if he had grasped the concept. But what, then, is a soul ring? Liu Mo did not cease his inquiries. Despite possessing some understanding, he yearned for clarity in the presence of a knowledgeable instructor. Soul rings are acquired through the slaying of soul beasts and are categorized by their age. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years, each represented by the colors white, yellow, purple, black, and red. However, the act of vanquishing a soul beast is fraught with peril. In due time, you might peruse the master's treatise on the 10 core competencies of the soul realm. Although his cultivation may be lacking, his literary prowess is commendable. Su Yuntao, albeit somewhat impatient, patiently elucidated each point for Liu Mo while organizing his belongings, his expression betraying a sense of bewilderment as he exited the soul hall. "Yuntao, how did it go?" Upon the door swinging open, Qin Mu promptly approached with an inquiry. Yet, the countenance of Su Yuntao did not exude optimism. He regarded Qin Mu with a sigh, saying, "There is an innate full soul power, but he lacks a martial soul." After uttering this, Su Yuntao lowered his gaze. Gently shaking his head, Qin Mu did not exhibit excessive surprise, for he was aware that Liu Mo had also not awakened a martial soul. Yet he was astonished to learn that the lad possessed innate full soul power. "Brother Qin, I must take my leave," Yuntao declared. "Let us have a meal together at my home." Qin Mu extended his hand, attempting to grasp Su Yuntao as he moved away, yet the distance had already widened, rendering his reach futile. "No, Brother Qin, I must proceed to the next village. Should the opportunity arise, I'll invite Zhe Gu to join us for a drink." Su Yuntao replied while departing, a faint smile gracing his face, though the disappointment Liu Mo had imparted lingered in his heart. "Uncle Qin, we..." Liu Mo gazed at Qin Mu, whose eyes were filled with a tinge of regret, while Qin Mu turned his attention to the fading figure of Su Yuntao. Upon hearing Liu Mo's voice, Qin Mu instantly donned a smile and, lowering his gaze, replied, "Little Mo, it's quite all right. Look at Uncle. He hasn't cultivated either. Yet he lives life to the fullest." Despite his outward reassurance, Qin Mu's heart yearned to enter the realm of soul masters, lamenting the absence of soul power within himself. "Yet, I still lack a martial soul." Liu Mo felt a tinge of disappointment, despite the fact that his martial soul was merely a trident. He was determined to cultivate it into the formidable might of a trident. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that such things were preferable but not essential. And life must continue day by day. Qin Mu reached out, gently ruffling Liu Mo's hair, and offered a comforting smile as he gazed at him. Liu Mo slightly lowered his head. Although he comprehended the rationale behind Qin Mu's words, he still felt a sense of gloom. "What about you, fatty?" Qin Mu turned his head, smiling as he addressed Ma Hongjun. Having just conversed with Su Yuntao, he was aware that none among them possessed the ability to cultivate. Yet he felt compelled to express concern in front of the children. The other 4 kids had already returned home, having distanced themselves from the area. "My martial soul is a wild chicken." Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat self-conscious about his martial soul, gradually lowered his gaze. In their village, where everyone possessed the martial soul of a common chicken, he had never had companions, and upon returning home, he feared he would be even more isolated. "Oh, wild chickens are great. They are worth more than common chickens. In your village, you must be the most valuable." Qin Mu jested cheerfully, aiming to lift the spirits of the despondent boy. Unlike Liu Mo, Ma Hongjun did not possess the soul of an adult. He pondered Qin Mu's words seriously, and in an instant, a smile illuminated his face. He took Qin Mu's remarks as truth, and now, rather than feeling inferior, he exuded a sense of pride. "Hiki." Qin Mu chuckled at Ma Hongjun's transformation, reaching out to gently ruffle his hair. This little chubby boy was quite amusing. A few casual words had drawn him out of his pessimism. Meanwhile, Liu Mo remained furrowed in thought, still with his head bowed. "All right, let me escort you both home," Qin Mu said with a gentle smile, regarding the 2 children before him. "Uncle Qin, please take Fatty back. I can find my own way home." Liu Mo lifted his gaze and fixed it upon Qin Mu. The journey from Qin Family Village to Grass Chicken Village was relatively short. For the 3 villages, Qin Family, Grass Chicken, and Phoenix, formed a triangular configuration. The route between Qin Family Village and Grass Chicken Village represented the shortest side of this triangle. "How can that be? You are still just a child," Qin Mu replied with a somber expression. As he spoke, Liu Mo had already dashed away. "Oh dear, that child," he lamented, observing Liu Mo sprinting into the distance, his brow furrowing in discontent. Subsequently, he accompanied Ma Hongjun directly to Grass Chicken Village. Within a mere 2/4 of an hour, he returned Ma Hongjun home. However, he felt an unsettling worry about Liu Mo returning alone. Thus, instead of heading back to Qin Family Village, he set forth from Grass Chicken Village towards Phoenix Village. The distance from Grass Chicken Village to Phoenix Village was considerably shorter than that from Qin Family Village to Phoenix Village. After walking for a brief moment, he arrived at Phoenix Village. "Is Sister Liu at home?" Qin Mu called out at the door, as it was somewhat inappropriate for a man to enter uninvited in the presence of a widow and her child. Creak. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden door swung open. It was Liu Feifeng who greeted him, her face adorned with a faint smile as she looked at Qin Mu. "Village Chief Qin, come in." She beckoned. "Has little Mo returned?" Qin Mu inquired anxiously. Liu Feifeng nodded gently, remaining silent. From her eyes, it was evident that Liu Mo was in a rather dismal mood. "It's good that he's back. You should comfort him. It's not a significant matter, after all," Qin Mu said anxiously as he gazed at Liu Feifeng. "Village Chief," he returned without uttering a single word, and simply went inside without coming out. "I have no idea what is happening." Liu Feifeng, her face etched with concern, inquired. "Hey, isn't this the awakening of martial souls?" "This child has yet to awaken their martial soul, though they do possess innate full soul power." Qin Mu, with a hint of regret, shook his head and replied. Upon hearing that Liu Mo lacked a martial soul, she did not exhibit disappointment. Instead, a glimmer of joy shone through her expression. "A child's sorrow is fleeting. Qin Village Chief, please come in and sit for a moment." At that moment, Liu Feifeng finally smiled, inviting him inside. Chapter 5. Beware of deceivers. Upon hearing her invitation, Qin Mu hastily waved his hand, saying, No. I merely came to check if this child has returned home. I worry about a child traveling such a long distance. Now that they have arrived, I must take my leave. I truly appreciate your kindness, Village Chief Qin." Liu Feifeng lowered her head slightly, expressing profound apologies intertwined with a hint of gratitude. It is merely what ought to be done. Why the formality? Very well. Do take the time to counsel that young one properly. Having said this, Qin Mu turned and departed. Lu Feifeng's smile had not faded. Yet her vacant gaze lingered on Qin Mu's retreating figure. After a moment, she finally stepped inside. On the table lay a half bowl of thick porridge and 2 eggs. Untouched, reserved for Liu Mo. As a mother, she understood Liu Mo well. Knowing he was upset, she allowed him his solitude. Confident that he would eventually find his way back to joy, he was not like other children who required coaxing. Days later, Liu Mo's spirits had somewhat lifted, though a lingering sense of regret remained. Resuming his daily routine, he ventured alone to the seaside. This time, he did not sit upon the white stone, but instead strolled leisurely along the shoreline, listening to the rhythmic crashing of the waves and inhaling the damp, salty air. He was unaware of how long he had walked until suddenly, the sound of a child's wailing reached his ears. He lifted his gaze and saw, a few dozen meters ahead, a child sitting on the shore, hugging their knees, their body trembling in distress. Although he too was but a child, he could not turn a blind eye to such sorrow. Quickening his pace, he approached the crying child. As he drew near, he recognized the figure clad in red garments with matching red hair. It was Ma Hongjun. Chubby, why are you here crying all alone? Liu Mo furrowed his brows and inquired with a hint of confusion. Ma Hongjun was utterly oblivious to anyone approaching him. Had Liu Mo not spoken, he might have believed he was alone in this place. Upon hearing a voice, the sounds of weeping immediately ceased. He slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of swollen eyes that could hardly open fully. Imogu? What brings you here? I wasn't crying. The flicker of surprise in his eyes betrayed his earlier sorrow, yet the tears that lingered on his cheeks were a telling testament to his recent anguish. Liu Mo's face revealed a faint smile as he sat beside Ma Hongjun, his gaze fixed upon the boundless expanse of the sea. In a soft voice, he inquired, Fatty, are we not friends? Ma Hongjun merely pursed his lips and responded with a slight hum of agreement. Since we are friends, you should express anything that troubles you. I assure you, confiding your woes to the ocean will allow it to carry away your burdens, leaving you in a state of joy. Liu Mo gazed upon the undulating waves of the vast sea, his eyes cast wide. Brother Mo, is what you say truly the case? Ma Hongjun inquired. Stealing a glance at Liu Mo's profile, a hint of innocence lingering in his expression, Liu Mo turned his head, casting a gentle smile at the profile of Ma Hongjun, while simultaneously nodding slightly. At that moment, the burdens that weighed heavily on Ma Hongjun appeared to dissipate, and a hint of a smile graced his countenance. With a vacant gaze, he fixated on the horizon where the sea met the sky, and in a hushed tone, he murmured, the ocean. Ever since I awakened my martial soul, everyone claimed my bloodline was impure. They all belong to the ordinary chickens, while I am but a wild fowl. And this has even affected my mother, with them saying things about her. They insist that I do not belong to the village of ordinary chickens. As he spoke, his voice grew choked with emotion. Liu Mo sat quietly by, listening to his heartfelt confessions directed towards the sea. Yet, a tinge of resentment stirred within him. After all, it was merely a martial spirit, and yet it could inflict such hurtful words. Through years of diligent research, he had come to understand the existence of mutated martial spirits. Could they truly be unaware of such matters? In truth, they were indeed ignorant. The common folk who had never entered the realm of soul masters rarely encountered these concepts, as they yielded no tangible benefits. They toiled to provide for their families, leaving little time for further exploration of such topics. After all, the lives of ordinary citizens were far less comfortable than those of soul masters. Did a common hen hatch a wild fowl? Was it a mutation? Suddenly, a voice, resonant and slightly raspy, echoed behind them. Liu Mo and Ma Hongjun immediately turned their gazes. Before them stood a man who appeared to be in his 50s. Despite his age, he possessed a robust physique. His elongated face bore distinctive features, with a slightly protruding chin, wide cheekbones, and a somewhat flat visage complemented by a hooked nose, a quintessential example of a square-jawed individual. His eyes glinted with a hint of cunning. Adorning his face were a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, the rigid square frames lending an oddly peculiar impression. Liu Mo rose immediately, a slight furrow adorning his brow as he confronted the man before him and inquired, Who are you? At that moment, Ma Hongjun also stood up, leaning against Liu Mo. The previously alleviated mood swiftly transformed into one of panic. Chubby fellow, you just mentioned that the martial spirits of your village are all mere chickens. Yet you appear to be a wild fowl. Might I have a glimpse? The man bent down, aligning his face with that of Ma Hongjun. raising his eyebrows to accentuate his sinister gaze. The cool sea breeze fluttered his trench coat back and forth, mirroring the rhythm of Ma Hongjuan's slightly trembling legs. Liu Mo gently patted the hand that clutched his clothing tightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he encouraged Ma Hongjun, saying it would be harmless for the chubby boy to show his abilities. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, trusting Liu Mo's words, pursed his lips and took a tentative step aside. Wild chicken, manifest, though he had trembled with fear just moments before. He now summoned his martial spirit with a sense of flair. A radiant red light enveloped him, and a splendid wild chicken materialized, attaching itself to his form. The man before him adjusted his glasses and scrutinized Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit intently. After a slight nod, he stood tall, his trench coat billowing, his keen eyes fixed in a particular direction as he gently stroked his slightly protruding chin. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded again, seemingly satisfied with Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit. "Little chubby boy, would you be willing to take me as your master?" The man inquired, leaning down to meet Ma Hongjuan's gaze directly. "Take a master? But this is a wild chicken, a worthless martial spirit," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face as he looked at the man. "That matters not. I wish to see what this wild chicken can truly achieve," the man replied nonchalantly. "I come from a poor family and have no money," Ma Hongjun said, sensing a hint of insincerity in the man's gentle smile. Moreover, he was aware that many self-proclaimed soul masters were taking on apprentices indiscriminately, caring little for the worthiness of their martial spirits, primarily for the purpose of extracting exorbitant fees, essentially a swindle. Though young, Ma Hongjun was astute enough to recognize this, leaving him with reservations. "I require no payment, and I can even visit your village to prove that you possess a mutated martial spirit, contrary to their misconceptions. This has nothing to do with the lineage of a wild chicken. What do you think?" The man, observing the hesitation in Ma Hongjuan's eyes, intensified his allure, a slight smile breaking through his rigid expression as he raised an eyebrow. Chapter 6. Flander takes apprentices. Upon uttering these words, the two children before him seemed even more skeptical. How could they possibly believe you?" Ma Hongjun thought as he listened to the man's increasingly absurd assertions. Only powerful soul masters commanded respect among the common folk, and this elderly man did not seem to fit that mold. As if in response to this thought, the man declared, and a sound echoed through the air, a bird's cry. No, it was the cry of an eagle. An eagle emerged beside him, resembling an owl, as radiant rings of light spiraled around his feet, hovering between the ground and his head. Liu Mo extended his hand and counted. The man possessed a total of 7 soul rings, comprised of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. "Are you a soul sage?" Liu Mo counted the vibrant soul rings adorning the man and exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun stood transfixed, captivated by the luminous colors of his soul rings. "Are you truly willing to take me on as your disciple without charge?" His cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. He had just poured out his troubles to the sea and was now met with unexpected fortune. "I, Flander, am a man of my word." This venerable figure, known as Flander, was a celebrated member of the illustrious Golden Iron Triangle, renowned as the Wing of Flight. His martial spirit was that of the four-eyed cat eagle, marking him as a distinguished soul sage. Should he vouch for Ma Hongjun in the humble grass chicken village, none would doubt his credibility. Thud. "Master." I bow 3 times in reverence. Ma Hongjun, brimming with excitement, swiftly cast aside any lingering doubts. Such a fortuitous opportunity must be seized without delay, leaving no room for Flander to retract his offer. Thud, thud, thud. The lad displayed commendable wisdom, recognizing the sandy beach beneath him and fervently bowing his head. By the time he completed his 3 bows, a deep impression had formed in the ground. Flander promptly lifted Ma Hongjun, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. He had unexpectedly gained a cherished disciple, and witnessing the boy's earnest dedication in his bows, he softly remarked, "What a truly fine child." Liu Mo stood foolishly to the side, feeling that the scene before him was utterly surreal. "Fatty, what is your soul power?" Flander, supporting Ma Hongjun, gazed at him with hopeful eyes and inquired. I haven't measured it yet." Ma Hongjun stammered. "What? You don't even know whether you possess soul power, yet you claim you want to cultivate?" Flander responded with a mix of anger and astonishment. If Ma Hongjun lacked soul power, he would be incapable of cultivation. Flander had taken this disciple rather hastily, yet now that the boy had already bowed in submission, it would be unreasonable for him to retract his acceptance at his advanced age. "Who conducted your soul awakening, to the extent that they didn't even measure your soul power?" Flander remarked, his brow furrowed, laced with complaints. Due to their all being rejected by martial souls, Su Yuntao had not measured their soul powers that day. And it was only at Liu Mo's insistence that a measurement was performed. If these unreliable attendants have led me astray this time, I shall certainly hold you accountable. Flander muttered under his breath, simultaneously retrieving a fist-sized, lustrous blue crystal ball from his soul guide. Though it was not as large as Su Yuntao's, its appearance was identical. He gestured for Ma Hongjun to place his hand upon the crystal ball he held. Once again, a cry of an eagle echoed in the air. And the four-eyed cat eagle immediately attached itself to his body. Ma Hongjun's chubby little hand slowly approached the crystal ball. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that his hand trembled slightly. His hand fit perfectly atop the ball. Had it been any larger, it would have brushed against Flander's rough hands. As Ma Hongjun placed his pudgy little hand completely on the blue crystal ball, the small orb emitted a dazzling radiance, illuminating Flander's eyes to the point of discomfort. Could it be innate full soul power? Flander could hardly believe his eyes, yet the blinding light felt strikingly real. And the sudden shock had skewed his square black glasses. He could no longer suppress his excitement, a smile blossoming on his face as his previous worries and fears evaporated. He had unexpectedly acquired a disciple with an innate full soul power and a mutated martial soul. Thud! Just as Flander reveled in his elation, a sound interrupted him. He adjusted his glasses and looked down. It was Liu Mo kneeling, gazing at this formidable soul sage, wishing to seize the opportunity to become his disciple and seeking his guidance. Lord Flander, please take me in as well. I too possess innate full soul power. At this moment, Liu Mo wore a pleading expression, seemingly seeking sympathy. Young man, rise and speak at your own pace. Flander carefully stowed away the crystal ball and assisted him to stand. However, upon hearing that Liu Mo possessed innate full soul power, a tremor coursed through his heart. Then, what is your martial spirit? Flander inquired, still bent over as he helped Liu Mo to his feet. I have yet to awaken my martial spirit. Liu Mo lowered his head slightly, a hint of shame evident in his demeanor. Upon hearing this, Flander widened his eyes in disbelief, followed by a deep furrow of his brow. The notion that someone could lack a martial soul was, to him, a rather audacious jest. As a soul sage, how could he accept the possibility of someone not awakening their martial spirit? Teacher, does Mo really not possess a martial soul? Ma Hongjun pressed his lips tightly together, his innocent eyes fixed on Flander. Observing the youthful glimmer in Ma Hongjun's gaze, Flander began to entertain the notion, yet he felt the need for further confirmation. Allow me to take a look, he said calmly. Flander produced 3 red, spherical stones. While they lacked the potency to awaken a martial soul like Su Yuntao, these stones could still evoke its form for observation. He tossed the 3 red stones towards Liu Mo, who instinctively reacted to evade them. Do not be afraid. I merely wish to examine the form of your martial soul, he assured, still harboring skepticism towards the notion of a soulless individual. The stones did not fall to the ground. Instead, each emitted a radiant red light, encircling Liu Mo's body in an even formation, slowly revolving around his waist. As Flander spoke, Liu Mo's heart gradually settled, and a faint red glow began to envelop his body. Flander's gaze remained fixed on him, searching for any signs of change, but none appeared. This was indicative of the absence of a beast martial soul. Open your hands, Flander urged, his brow slightly knitted, his tone low as he addressed Liu Mo. At this moment, Liu Mo's body felt eerily similar to the sensation he experienced during his previous awakening, an absence of sensation altogether. Slowly, he extended his hands. Apart from the distinct lines of his palms, there was nothing else to behold. Flander observed the patterns on Liu Mo's hands and nodded slightly, now convinced that he truly possessed no martial soul. With a flick of his right hand, 3 red stones that had been encircling Liu Mo gracefully descended into his grasp. Simultaneously, the faint crimson glow enveloping Liu Mo's form vanished without a trace. Chapter 7. Little Mo, there is still hope. Flander's brow furrowed in contemplation. He was taken aback by the realization that there existed individuals devoid of a martial soul. My young friend, each person's life is unique, and one need not be a soul master to achieve greatness, he gently advised, noting Liu Mo's despondent demeanor and the disappointment reflected in his eyes. Liu Mo merely smiled faintly. He was not an ordinary 8-year-old child. His recent actions were merely a response to a fleeting glimmer of hope, which has now been extinguished, leaving him with a sense of calm acceptance. If you encounter difficulties in your life, feel free to seek me out. You may do some tasks for me, and I shall ensure you are never left hungry. Flander presented a green card, placing it gently into Liu Mo's hand. I am Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy. Liu Mo took the card, read the prominent characters inscribed upon it, and then cast a puzzled glance at the peculiar man before him. Fatty, let us go. Take the teacher to your village. Flander puffed out his chest and held his head high, striding confidently away with Ma Hongjun. Before departing, Ma Hongjun turned to Liu Mo and said, Mo Gu, thank you so much. Speaking to the sea truly works wonders. At that moment, Liu Mo found himself alone. Standing by the shore, he turned around and gazed at the distant horizon, murmuring softly, See, I have confided my innermost thoughts to you for so long. Yet you have offered me no assistance. How is it that Fatty only had to speak once, and you resolved his issues? A hint of grievance lingered in his tone. Yet he felt a sense of joy for Ma Hongjun. What astonished him further was the revelation that he too possessed innate soul power, even a wild chicken could cultivate. Contemplating this, Liu Mo could not help but reveal a tinge of jealousy and envy. In his previous life, he had honed remarkable skills, only to find himself in a realm where such abilities were unnecessary. Could it truly be that fate is envious of exceptional talent? Liu Mo let out a soft sigh, murmuring to himself. As he spoke of the events that lay ahead, he slightly raised his head, furrowing his brows deeply, and gazed at the heavens, his expression imbued with a sense of resentment. The following morning, a robust voice resonated from outside. Sister Liu, are you home? Upon hearing it, Liu Feifeng immediately recognized it was Qin Mu. Recently, he had made frequent visits due to matters concerning Liu Mo, and she had grown accustomed to the sound of his voice. Village head Qin, you've arrived. Please, come inside. Liu Feifeng opened the door with a beaming smile. Is Xiao Mo not at home? Qin Mu's gaze swept across the room, discovering that only Liu Feifeng was present. He returned yesterday, but for some reason, he has been in low spirits again. As a result, he has yet to rise at this hour. Liu Feifeng's delicate brows furrowed as she gazed at Qin Mu, expressing her discontent. Uncle Qin, greetings to you. As soon as Liu Feifeng finished speaking, Liu Mo emerged from the inner room. Although somewhat dazed, he still politely greeted Qin Mu. Young Mo, I have been entrusted to seek you out. I hear you have recently reached a full innate soul power. He wishes to discuss matters pertaining to your cultivation with you. Qin Mu spoke softly to Liu Mo, and as his words continued, Liu Mo's expression gradually blossomed into a smile, which soon transformed into excitement. Liu Feifeng gazed at the child, witnessing a swift return to his former self, which alleviated much of her anxiety. As for her desire regarding his aspiration to become a soul master, that thought had long since vanished into the ether. Really? Uncle Qin, let us depart swiftly. Liu Mo, feeling a sense of impatience, promptly grasped Qin Mu's hand, eager to venture outside. He chuckled softly, observing Liu Feifeng with a smile. Liu Feifeng, with a beaming smile, gazed at the two of them, nodding slightly as she watched Qin Mu hastily depart with Liu Mo. Just yesterday, Ma Hongjun had taken Flander as his mentor, and she too was eager to have someone esteemed to guide her. It seems that the legend about confiding one's innermost thoughts to the sea and having them fulfilled is indeed true. As Liu Mo followed Qin Mu, he couldn't help but ponder, his countenance perpetually adorned with a smile. Unbeknownst to him, they had already arrived at Qin family village. Qin Mu ushered Liu Mo into a courtyard. This was a 5-room abode, its architectural style innovative yet not ostentatious. The courtyard was replete with lotus flowers, shaded by luxuriant willows, and adorned with a profusion of blossoms, interspersed with pavilions and terraces. A gentle breeze caressed the pond, causing the willow branches to sway lightly and the surface of the water to ripple softly. It appeared that the owner possessed a refined taste. Qin Mu led Liu Mo into a side hall. Although the hall was not particularly spacious, it was considerably more ample than Liu Mo's own home. One wall was adorned with an array of plush toys, seemingly all belonging to a girl. Liu Mo approached gently, observing the various plush toys adorning the wall, which exuded a pleasant fragrance as he drew nearer. These were the toys belonging to his daughter. Noticing Liu Mo's curiosity, Qin Mu took the initiative to explain. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse voice resonated from the doorway, accompanied by hurried footsteps, as a man, seemingly a few years senior to Qin Mu, entered. He was of medium stature, his features possessing a certain three-dimensional quality. Though not particularly robust, his gait revealed a lithe physique. Xiao Mo, this is your uncle Qin Zhe. Qin Mu introduced the man to Liu Mo without delay. Qin Zhe was Qin Mu's elder brother, not by blood, but their bond was nonetheless strong. After all, Qin family village was not particularly large, and most individuals sharing the same surname could trace some familial connection. Brother Zhe, I have brought the person you requested. I shall take my leave now, Qin Mu said, performing a respectful fist salute towards Qin Zhe, indicative of his esteem. Liu Mo, once you are finished, come find me. And I shall escort you home, he added, glancing back at Liu Mo with a faint smile before departing. Uncle Qin, please attend to your matters. I can return home by myself shortly, Liu Mo replied. Liu Mo glanced at Qin Mu, his demeanor exuding confidence. Heh, you rascal. Following Liu Mo's recent escapade of returning home alone, Qin Mu had come to realize that Liu Mo possessed abilities far surpassing those of his peers. Thus, he refrained from further comment, merely smiling before departing. Liu Mo, I have heard that during your martial spirit awakening, you exhibited innate full soul power, yet lacked a martial spirit? A faint smile graced Qin Zhe's face as he gazed at Liu Mo, inquiring softly. Liu Mo appeared somewhat anxious, gently nodding with his lips pressed together, remaining silent. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Zhe, a skilled battle spirit master of the sensitive ability system, holding the rank of soul master, with the martial spirit of the blue magic dolphin. My profound passion for the realm of spirit masters has led me to extensive research in this field. Noticing Liu Mo's hesitance, Qin Zhe initiated a self-introduction, hoping to ease the tension and help him relax. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo was momentarily taken aback. The man before him was, in fact, a soul master, a figure of considerable cultivation within the surrounding villages, especially given that a significant portion of the populace lacked the ability to cultivate. Uncle Zhe, do you believe I still have the capacity to cultivate? To distinguish him from Qin Mu, Liu Mo addressed this man as Uncle Zhe. Listening to Qin Zhe's self-introduction, he felt a notable sense of relaxation. Chapter 8. The fiery phoenix line stimulates Liu Mo. Qin Zhe furrowed his brow slightly, slowly turning to gaze out the window with an empty expression. I cannot guarantee anything, for your circumstances have never been encountered before. I can only offer a bold conjecture. Ultimately, it is for you to ponder whether you will pursue this path. He conveyed the reality of the situation to Liu Mo. After pondering for a moment, Liu Mo decided that regardless of the nature of Qin Zhe's methods, there could be no hope without an attempt. I am willing to give it a try. Liu Mo narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she had made a firm decision. Do not rush to a conclusion. Allow me to speak first. In the past, the master proposed the 10 core competencies of the soul master realm, yet due to a lack of practical validation, these notions remained mere rhetoric. I have conducted some fundamental research based on his teachings regarding your situation. Given that you possess innate full soul power, it is evident that there exists an exceptionally formidable martial soul. However, the absence of a martial soul at this moment suggests that conventional methods may not awaken it. After finishing his statement, Qin Zhe turned around, a slight smile gracing his lips as he looked down at Liu Mo. He continued, I have a bold hypothesis. Let's set aside the matter of the martial soul for now. Since you possess innate full soul power, let us allow you to absorb a soul ring and observe what effects may arise. Absorb a soul ring? Liu Mo listened intently, feeling as though every word spoken by Qin Zhe resonated with profound truth. However, he was not yet prepared for the process of absorbing the soul ring. After extensive research, I have discovered that there are 3 potential outcomes when one attempts to absorb a soul ring. The first and most favorable result is the awakening of your martial spirit through the absorption. The second possibility is the complete inability to absorb the soul ring, which would merely result in a wasted effort. The third and gravest outcome is that the absorption could lead to one's demise. Therefore, it is imperative that you contemplate this decision carefully. Qin Zhe pressed his lips together, entrusting the weighty choice of life and death to a child. Thud. Upon hearing Qin Zhe's articulate analysis, Liu Mo was immensely impressed and, kneeling before him, earnestly declared, Uncle Zhe, I wish to take you as my mentor. Were it solely my decision, I would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. However, I must return home to discuss this with my mother, who awaits me. Child, please rise. Qin Zhe responded, taken aback by Liu Mo's gesture. There is no need for such formality in becoming a disciple. I am not one for rigid customs. Has Uncle Zhe truly consented to my request? Liu Mo inquired. Liu Mo rose, his face illuminating with a radiant smile as he gazed at Qin Zhe and inquired. Qin Zhe remained silent, merely letting out a soft hum, observing the extraordinary aura of the child before him. It was evident that he would achieve great success in the future. Teacher, Liu Mo, filled with excitement, promptly altered his response. Well, please take your time to contemplate this matter at home. It is of great significance, and you must make a well-informed decision. Qin Zhe patted Liu Mo on the shoulder, gazing intently at him, a hint of concern shimmering in his eyes. Yes, teacher, I will return to seek your guidance once I have made my decision. Liu Mo pressed his lips together and nodded, turning to leave. 2 days passed, and upon returning home, Liu Mo found himself at a loss for words on how to broach the subject with his mother. Deep down, he understood that if he spoke the truth, she would undoubtedly disapprove. Yet, the thought of deceiving her weighed heavily on his conscience. Thus, he found himself once again at the seaside, unknowingly returning to the very spot where he had encountered Ma Hongjun. The little girl on one side had vanished, and on the other side, the chubby boy had begun his training. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Suddenly, a voice shouted from behind Liu Mo. He instantly turned around, only to see a crimson flame surging towards him. Without hesitation, he executed a swift 360-degree roll. Just as he completed half of the maneuver, a whoosh sounded beside him, and the searing flame passed by him. Once he regained his footing, he realized that it was Ma Hongjun behind him. At that moment, the residual fire on the ground had not yet extinguished, and the earth was scorched and cracked in an instant. Liu Mo was not angered by Ma Hongjun's sudden attack. Rather, he was astounded by his remarkable skill. In the distance, Ma Hongjun stood with his hands on his hips, wearing a proud expression as he gazed at Liu Mo. He nonchalantly rubbed his thumb against the tip of his nose, further emphasizing his arrogance, and declared, "Brother Mo, what do you think of my skill? This is my first soul skill, the Phoenix Fire Line. Is it not a wild chicken? How has it transformed into a phoenix? Have you absorbed a soul ring?" Liu Mo, initially perplexed, inquired about his name, only to suddenly notice a radiant yellow halo hovering between his feet and the crown of his head. Haha. My teacher informed me that I am no common fowl, but a phoenix. Moreover, with the assistance of my mentor in vanquishing spirit beasts, I have already become a spirit master. A common fowl transforming into a phoenix? As long as it brings you joy. Observing Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, it appeared anything but a phoenix. Yet, being a naive child, it was best to indulge his delight. However, as Liu Mo gazed upon the transformation of Ma Hongjun, feelings of envy and admiration surged within him. The once chubby boy had now far surpassed him. This realization only strengthened his resolve to experiment using Qinzhe's methods. Liu Feifeng has already placed the dishes on the table. The two women sit facing each other, with Liu Mo consistently appearing pensive. "Xiao Mo, what troubles you?" As Liu Feifeng was serving food, she noticed that Liu Mo's expression was somewhat unusual. "Mother, I have already become an apprentice," he declared. "I am now a soul master, and tomorrow I wish to hunt a soul beast." Liu Mo hesitated for a considerable time, his gaze tinged with a hint of trepidation. They dared not meet Liu Feifeng's eyes, instead lowering their heads as they spoke. Liu Feifeng, upon hearing Liu Mo's words, immediately froze, causing the vegetables she was holding with her chopsticks to fall onto the table. After a moment's pause, she regained her composure and transferred the food from the table to her bowl, letting out a soft hum. "You must prioritize safety," she stated coldly, her hand trembling slightly as she held the bowl, her expression darkening instantly. Liu Mo was taken aback by his mother's words, surprised that this time she did not dissuade him. "Xiao Mo, although you are still a child, I know that your heart has already matured. From now on, you should take charge of your own affairs, for entering the world of soul masters is your dream. I support you, but do exercise caution." Liu Feifeng placed her trembling hand upon the table, managing to force a faint smile as she gazed at Liu Mo. This was indeed her heartfelt sentiment. After all, raising a boy who has always been sheltered is a challenging endeavor. It is best to allow him to make his own decisions. "Mother, rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution." Liu Mo listened to her words, and he should have felt joy. However, observing her worried expression, he found it difficult to share in her happiness. Nevertheless, he had already made a resolute decision regarding the absorption of the soul ring, one that he would not alter. "Yes, eat more vegetables. They will aid in dealing with the soul beasts." Liu Feifeng added a generous portion of dishes for Liu Mo, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she gazed at him and spoke. Liu Mo let out a soft hum, and the two exchanged smiles. Chapter 9. Shopping at the entrance of the soul hunting forest. In the early morning, the seaside village was bathed in gentle sunlight. Liu Mo had already risen early and prepared everything needed for the journey. "Mother, I am leaving now." Liu Mo's farewell this time may indeed be a permanent departure. He widened his eyes, gazing intently at Liu Feifeng for a moment. "Please take care and ensure your safety," Liu Feifeng repeatedly urged him, finally mustering a smile for Liu Mo, hoping he would depart with a sense of peace. This time, he walked alone on the path to Qin family village. Moments later, the melancholy of parting from Liu Feifeng was cast aside. At this moment, His heart was filled solely with exhilaration and excitement. After all, this could very well mark a pivotal turning point in his life. He felt as though the birds' melodies surrounding him were jubilantly celebrating his journey, and the fragrant breeze carried the scent of blossoms that seemed to bloom exclusively for him. The rustling of leaves appeared to bid him farewell. In less than half an hour, he arrived once more at Qin family village, at the doorstep of Qin Zhe's home. Master. Upon hearing the call, Qin Zhe immediately deduced that it was Liu Mo, for he had but one disciple. Little Mo, come in quickly. Qin Zhe emerged from the hall to greet Liu Mo. Master, I have made a decision. I wish to attempt your method. Liu Mo did not rush inside. Rather, he paused to convey his intentions to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, with his lips pressed together, nodded slightly, revealing a flicker of excitement in his eyes. After all, should this endeavor succeed, his theory would transcend that of the masters. Shall we set off now? He inquired. Although Qin Zhe appeared somewhat flustered, his mind was already well versed in the items that might be required. In a brief moment, he had gathered everything and led Liu Mo onto the carriage, departing from Qin family village. Master, are we heading to the soul-hunting forest? Liu Mo had perused various texts and had also heard about the suitable soul rings that could be obtained within the soul-hunting forest. Indeed. Our first destination shall be the soul-hunting forest. This sanctuary, where soul beasts are nurtured by the Empire, is inaccessible without a special decree, thereby rendering it a domain exclusive to the elite. Ordinary citizens, on the other hand, must brave the wilderness in search of soul rings that suit their needs. However, there are individuals with connections who engage in the trade of such decrees. Let us first ascertain if we might encounter one of them. Should that prove elusive, we shall have no choice but to venture into peril. A glimmer of disdain for power flickered in Qin Zhe's eyes, perhaps a reflection of past grievances born from his own social standing. Fear not, dear teacher, he reassured, for the wild forest offers us a greater variety of choices. Though I am uncertain about the availability of soul beasts below the age of 423. Liu Mo wished to console Qin Zhe. Yet he felt a pang of melancholy upon recalling the contents of certain books he had perused. After all, the soul beasts inhabiting the wild forest typically possess considerable cultivation. Xiaomo, he began, the wild forest is replete with a diverse array of species, each representing various ages of soul beasts. However, fortune plays a crucial role. For these soul beasts are ownerless, and one may inevitably encounter others vying for them. As for your assertion regarding the limits of soul ring absorption, I must respectfully disagree. Those notions stem solely from the theoretical musings of masters. In truth, many individuals have absorbed soul rings that exceed the limits they propose. These theories are best regarded as mere fiction. Do not take them too earnestly. Every individual's capacity for endurance is inherently different, rendering the establishment of a so-called limit impossible. If these theories hold any merit, it is only in suggesting a safe age for the absorption of soul rings, rather than an actual upper limit. This framework is tailored for those of noble lineage and affluent status, allowing them to absorb the highest age rings while ensuring their absolute safety. However, it is imperative to remember that this does not represent the upper limit of what humanity can endure in soul ring absorption. Qin Zhe, upon hearing this, seemed to touch upon a painful scar, his gaze filled with a mixture of anger and resentment. Teacher, then how shall we determine the appropriate age for absorption? Liu Mo's understanding of knowledge was subverted by Qin Zhe, leaving a hint of perplexity in his gaze as he pondered his next course of action. While I do not entirely dismiss the master's theories, I have made slight adjustments based on my own physical condition rather than outright rejecting them. Observing the confusion in Liu Mo's eyes, Qin Zhe forced a smile and remarked that although he disagreed with the master's imposed limits on age, he possessed no fixed values and therefore relied solely on his self-assessment. Adhering strictly to the master's theories could potentially shorten the lifespan of his soul ring to mere decades or even a century. If one aspires to transcend mediocrity, it is imperative to challenge one's limits. For prominent families and high-ranking officials adhere to this theoretical framework when absorbing soul rings, creating a significant disparity based solely on the awakening of their martial souls, which has led to the current state of familial development. To break this cycle, one must embrace risks, pushing the boundaries of the age at which they can absorb soul rings, thereby compensating for the differences in martial souls through the attributes gained from the soul rings. Liu Mo, with a vacant gaze, nodded slightly, as if he comprehended the teacher's words. Uncertain of how long he had been seated in the carriage, he found himself in the bustling city of Nottingham. This city is the closest to Qin family village, and since the carriages from Qin family village do not travel directly to the soul hunting forest, a transfer here is necessary. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Liu Mo spotted a union bank. "Teacher, please wait for me a moment." Liu Mo offered a faint smile and spoke. Although a hint of perplexity lingered in Qin Zhe's gaze, he nodded gently. Liu Mo, having obtained the teacher's approval, promptly dashed towards the bank. "Excuse me, I would like to open an account." Liu Mo tiptoed, leaning over the counter, gazing at the enchanting woman with a graceful figure, and called out, "What type of account would you like to open, dear child?" A gentle voice emanated from her lips, her face adorned with a radiant smile, exuding an expression of sincerity and trustworthiness. "Let us open an account for a mother and child card." Liu Mo gazed at the promotional flyer that nearly aligned with his chin, ultimately arriving at a decision. However, this would require a fee of 5 silver coins. The woman, though still wearing a smile, displayed a hint of condescension. 5 silver coins were equivalent to the living expenses of an ordinary family for half a year. Liu Mo's tattered attire indicated that he could hardly afford such a sum. A metallic sound resonated from the counter, lingering in the air for quite some time. A gleaming golden coin finally came to rest upon the hard surface of the table. "Deduct the fee from here, and let the remainder be given to this child." Liu Mo heard a pause in the voice behind him. It was Qin Zhe. "Teacher," he called. Just as Liu Mo was about to decline, he was halted by Qin Zhe's outstretched hand. "I am your teacher now. This is of little consequence," Qin Zhe stated before turning to leave. For Qin Zhe, a golden soul coin was hardly significant. Although he could not be deemed a wealthy man, his family's circumstances were certainly comfortable. Liu Mo gazed after Qin Zhe's departure, while the woman promptly stowed away the golden soul coin and began to operate with remarkable proficiency. In a short span of time, she presented Liu Mo with 2 cards and 5 silver soul coins. One was a black card, adorned with a gilded edge, while the other was a gray card, similarly embellished with gold. The black card served as the primary card, enabling cash deposits and direct transactions. The gray card functioned as a supplementary card, allowing only cash withdrawals or direct transactions. Furthermore, both cards were universally accepted across the continent. Liu Mo gazed at the 2 cards in his hand, a radiant smile illuminating his face. As he exited the bank, Qin Zhe awaited him at the entrance. Upon seeing Liu Mo emerge, he offered a subtle smile and remarked, "All right, let us continue our journey." The master and disciple then boarded a carriage, setting off towards the outskirts of Nodding City. Perhaps due to the fatigue of travel, Liu Mo fell asleep shortly after getting on the carriage. When he awoke once more, the carriage had come to a halt, and they had arrived at a location resembling a bustling marketplace, with a formidable iron gate ahead, heavily guarded. This was the soul hunting forest, a place typically inaccessible to the general public for reasons of safety, and because the soul beasts here are considered private property, unlike those in the wild forests, which are ownerless. Group hunts for powerful soul beasts necessitate a position, accompanied by a hand order. The team allows only one additional member, and that position is reserved for those bearing a hand order. The hand order is priced at 10 gold soul coins. The sides of the road were filled with individuals calling out, as if this were a vibrant marketplace. "Brother, do you require a hand order?" approached a shifty-eyed middle-aged man, dressed in garments that appeared relatively luxurious, who discreetly inquired of Qin Zhe in a hushed tone. "How much?" 15 gold soul coins. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, seemingly satisfied that his price was not exorbitant. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo's body stiffened. He understood why it was so arduous for humble origins to produce masters. The cost was exorbitantly high, beyond his imagination. 10 gold soul coins. Qin Zhe, with his head held high, paid no heed to the man. "Brother, do you see that vendor of the retrieval order? He is asking for 10 gold soul coins. If I had 10 gold soul coins, I would have returned home to rest long ago." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, his tone icy as he prepared to depart. 12 gold soul coins. Qin Zhe, unwavering, raised the price once more without casting a glance in his direction. The middle-aged man hesitated. The offer was lower than he had anticipated, yet it seemed he was pressed for time. "Very well, 12 gold soul coins it is. Consider it a gesture of friendship," he declared. As if the decision weighed heavily upon him, Liu Mo gazed at Qin Zhe as he prepared to make a payment, tugging gently at the hem of Qin Zhe's garment. "Teacher, with such a substantial amount, I fear I lack the means to repay it," he thought, a wave of unease washing over him. Qin Zhe glanced down at him, offering a faint smile, and without allowing him to speak, proceeded to settle the bill and receive the order. "Brother, take me with you." "Good sir, include me as well." A throng of others surged forward, Yet Qinzhe paid them no mind, leading Liu Mo towards the soul-hunting forest. Upon entering the soul-hunting forest, a refreshing woodland aura enveloped them. The crisp air, in stark contrast to that of the seaside, not only uplifted the spirit but also invigorated the mind. Qinzhe slowed his pace, his gaze scanning the surroundings with quiet vigilance. Here, the soul beasts were predominantly of the century and millennium variety, yet caution was imperative. Qinzhe lowered his voice, wary of attracting any unwelcome soul beasts nearby. Liu Mo listened to his teacher's words, giving a slight nod without daring to speak. His gaze, tinged with youthful innocence, began to wander around the surroundings. Chapter 10. How could such a thing exist in the soul-hunting forest? Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Teacher, this. Liu Mo's gaze was filled with astonishment as he addressed Qinzhe. Do not be afraid. This could merely be an earthquake. We are in a controlled forest, where the presence of truly terrifying soul beasts is unlikely. A hint of tension flickered in Qinzhe's eyes. However, he knew he must soothe the child's anxiety. The tremors of the ground intensified, and a growing sense of dread began to surface in Qinzhe's expression, for he understood that the duration of such seismic activity should not extend this long. In the distance, trees began to topple in conjunction with the quaking earth, and an icy frost swiftly enveloped the surroundings. An ominous sensation crept over him. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, revealing a colossal soul beast before him. Towering several dozen meters high, its body was sheathed in a layer of frost, resembling a titan ape. With a thunderous roar, it could easily topple the stout trees in its path, and wherever it tread, the chilling winds encased the ground in ice. Teacher, what is this? Liu Mo gazed at the colossal beast before him, trembling slightly, while Qinzhe's eyes were filled with panic. This was a soul beast that existed like a deity in the realm of soul beasts. Its terrifying power and astonishing speed surpassed that of the Titan Great Ape by several multiples, embodying the Titan Snow Demon Ape. Although it appeared to be merely a few hundred years old, such a pinnacle-level soul beast possessed an offensive capability that could rival tens of thousands, or even more, of ordinary soul beasts. Damn it, who would dare to raise such a creature here? Qinzhe furrowed his brow tighter, his voice beginning to tremble. Xiaomo, there is an old saying, when there are many rings, there are many bones. When there are few rings, there are few bones. When there are none, run for your life. Remember this, and flee. Before Qinzhe could finish his words, he had already dashed several meters away, prompting Liu Mo to quickly follow suit. Faced with such a terrifying soul beast, Qinzhe felt utterly incapable of resistance. Even a single blow would be unbearable. Suddenly, a towering ice mountain over 100 meters high crashed down before them. Thank goodness this skill of mine does not have a target locking feature. Otherwise, we would both be crushed to death. Qinzhe thought, his heart racing wildly in fear. Yet this ice mountain had blocked their path. To think that his first experience of taking a disciple to hunt soul beasts for soul rings would end in such a dire predicament. Master, what should we do now? Liu Mo was on the verge of tears, originally intending to test his teacher's hypothesis, but he never anticipated such a dire fate. He hurriedly contemplated his last words, for this might be his final opportunity. Qinzhe's lips trembled as he spoke, his sincerity unmistakable. Confronted by the terrifying soul beast, their demise was inevitable. The Titan Snow Demon Ape loomed before them, making no move, merely gazing down at the two individuals who were no larger than newly hatched chicks. Since death was unavoidable, it was imperative that they met their end with purpose. Teacher, you must flee. I will hold it off. Liu Mo, having spoken, took a few steps forward to stand beside the Titan Snow Demon Ape. Though fear coursed through him, evident in the dampness of his trousers, he resolved to embrace a semblance of grandeur in the face of impending doom. You foolish boy, where can you run to? Come here and face death together. It would be far lonelier to face it alone. At this moment, Qinzhe's voice had grown hoarse, a testament to his overwhelming anxiety. The Titan Snow Demon Ape crouched down, its gaze fixed upon Liu Mo. Its immense, cerulean eyes, larger than his own, were undeniably terrifying. Yet Liu Mo wondered if perhaps it was captivated by his appearance and demeanor, desiring a closer look. Boom. As Liu Mo contemplated this, the colossal hand of the Titan Snow Demon Ape descended upon him with alarming swiftness. The immense palm, plummeting from the heavens, compressed the air with dread intensity, unleashing a tempest that stirred a whirlwind of dust. In that instant, Qinzhe could see nothing but a vast ocean of debris, followed by a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. Tears welled at the corners of his eyes as he mourned for Liu Mo. Was Xiao Mo truly gone? Qinzhe stood frozen in place, his lips parting slightly as he wept. As the dust settled, Shinzei beheld the scene before him. The enormous hand had yet to make contact with the ground. Within the palm's embrace, Liu Mo, with arms raised, was valiantly propping up the massive hand. His form was enveloped in a faint golden radiance. Was this Xiao Mo truly human? Shinzei remained in a state of shock, overwhelmed by the unexpected sight. Devoid of any elation at Liu Mo's apparent existence. At that moment, Liu Mo resembled a mere matchstick, wedged between the palm and the earth. Suddenly, Liu Mo emitted a heart-wrenching scream, a sound so piercing it sent all distant soul beasts into a frenzy, fleeing in terror. It seemed as though even those beyond the boundaries of the soul-hunting forest could hear his resounding cry. Shinzei, instinctively covering his ears, buried his head in his arms. With the conclusion of Liu Mo's anguished shout came a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air. The golden radiance emanating from Liu Mo's body pierced through the form of the crouching titan snow demon ape like a myriad of sharp swords. As Shinzei heard this resounding force, he gradually lifted his head, opened his eyes, and gazed at Liu Mo. At this moment, the faint golden glow surrounding Liu Mo had already vanished. The titan snow demon ape, still crouching, began to topple slowly backwards. With a thunderous crash, the colossal creature struck the ground, causing a tremendous noise that reverberated throughout the soul-hunting forest. Dust began to settle, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Was this truly the end? Shinzei felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had thought Liu Mo's roar alone had vanquished the titan snow demon ape. Xiao Mo, you have not disappointed me. Had I known of your extraordinary prowess, I would have taken you to the wilderness long ago, thus saving these 12 golden soul coins. Shinzei mused, a hint of regret flickering in his gaze as he regarded Liu Mo's frail silhouette, silently praising him within. Moments later, tranquility returned to the scene, and the dust in the air gently settled to the ground. Suddenly, an aged and feeble voice echoed in his mind. Young one, I can assist you no further. Originally, I bestowed upon you the power of a level 20 soul, but this strike has consumed 5 levels. From henceforth, you must rely on your own strength. Who are you? Liu Mo searched his mind for the source of the voice, yet no echo responded to his calls. Who could he possibly be? Could it be that he had just aided me? Regardless of your identity, I owe you my gratitude for helping me escape the jaws of death. At this moment, Shinzei's expression was resolute as he approached Liu Mo. This was a soul beast of 8 or 9 centuries. One must tread carefully in such matters. From the look in Liu Mo's eyes, he discerned a desire to absorb the soul ring of the titan snow demon ape, but the risk exceeded the safe theoretical limits, leaving Shinzei with lingering apprehension. Teacher, I wish to give it a try? Liu Mo's resolute gaze fixed upon Shinzei, as if she had already made up her mind. Shinzei remained silent, yet a hint of concern lingered in his eyes. Liu Mo, emulating the methods recorded in ancient texts, summoned his soul force to guide the soul ring of the now lifeless titan, snow demon ape before him. Chapter 11, Awakening of the Martial Soul. Liu Mo gradually settled into a meditative position as a radiant yellow glow emanated from the body of the titan snow demon ape. This luminescence slowly intensified, resembling a swirling mist of golden light that drifted towards Liu Mo. Shinzei stood nearby, feeling utterly helpless, relying solely on Liu Mo to navigate this challenge. Within Liu Mo's consciousness, he was engaged in a fierce struggle against the titan snow demon ape, which had existed for nearly 8 or 9 centuries. The ape fought back with fervor, its heart brimming with resentment, making it unlikely that it would yield easily, especially considering its status as a top-tier soul beast. Liu Mo's body began to tremble uncontrollably, beads of sweat rapidly forming on his brow, painting a picture of profound agony. Observing Liu Mo, Shinzei felt a pang of unease in his heart. Moments later, the veins on Liu Mo's face became pronounced, as if he had reached the limits of his physical endurance, his body beginning to twitch. Just when Liu Mo seemed on the verge of collapse, a yellow halo emanated from him, dazzling in its brilliance. The halo constricted around his form as if to bind him tightly, only to then rapidly expand, threatening to burst forth. Had he succeeded? It was truly astonishing. Shinzei felt a sense of relief at the appearance of the soul ring, even though it remained unstable. It symbolized a significant achievement. Yet, Liu Mo's expression showed no signs of improvement. The intense sensation of expansion, coupled with the relentless assault of the titan snow demon ape within, inflicted indescribable torment upon him. Within his consciousness, the frenzied titan snow demon ape also manifested a resplendent yellow halo, encircling its massive form and continuously constricting. After a while, A thought struck Qinze. If the soul ring had been absorbed, why was Liu Mo still in such agony? He furrowed his brow, gazing at Liu Mo's body in confusion. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from Liu Mo, causing Qinze to instinctively take a few steps back, his heart racing with unease. The sound bore an uncanny resemblance to an explosion. As the yellow soul ring in Liu Mo's consciousness tightened, the Titan snow demon ape ceased its struggles, becoming eerily tranquil, while the halo glided steadily around its body. It was at this moment that the colossal sound erupted from Liu Mo's form. Following this was a tremendous roar. His body began to swell rapidly. Although devoid of exaggerated musculature, it exuded an undeniable strength. An ethereal Titan snow demon ape seemed to merge with him, towering and formidable, imbued with incredible power and alarming speed. In an instant, the Titan snow demon ape vanished. Could it be that Liu Mo had absorbed not only the soul ring, but also the Titan snow demon ape as his martial soul? Qinze was taken aback, yet the spectacle before him brought a smile to his face. He resolved to document this event meticulously upon his return. It marked a groundbreaking new chapter in the realm of soul masters. At this moment, the veins on Liu Mo's cheeks gradually receded, and the expression of anguish faded away. He slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, a smile gracing his lips, his spirit rejuvenated, his face aglow. Teacher, I have awakened my martial soul. Titan snow demon ape, manifest. Rising to his feet, Liu Mo beamed with joy as he called out to Qinze. Suddenly, his eyes transformed into a frosty blue, and his body began to swell rapidly, revealing a colossal Titan snow demon ape enveloping him. Simultaneously, a radiant yellow soul ring ascended from beneath his feet. Qinze beamed with satisfaction, nodding as he remarked, "It appears that the record for the most formidable beast martial soul will need to be revised. Xiaomo, what is your first skill?" "Teacher, it is the Ice Mountain Hammer, capable of locking onto a target and possessing freezing effects." Liu Mo was exceedingly pleased with his skills, and at this moment, he spoke with unwavering confidence. "How splendid! A powerhouse attack soul master endowed with ranged combat capabilities. Truly a formidable combination." Qinze, upon hearing this, was filled with exhilaration. Within less than a day, Liu Mo had bestowed upon him an abundance of delightful surprises. At that moment, Liu Mo also noticed a transformation in the dragon scales on his right wrist. What was once a resplendent golden hue had now shifted to a frosty azure, as if it had fused seamlessly with his martial soul. Gazing at the dragon scales adorning his arm, he was reminded of the young girl he had made a promise to. He could vividly recall the moment he placed one of those scales into her hand. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the surrounding grass. "This is not good." Qinze sensed an ominous force drawing near. It was the mandala snake, renowned for its potent venom, capable not only of inducing paralysis, but also wreaking havoc upon the nervous system. It stood as one of the most terrifying entities among poisonous soul beasts. Its body was remarkably resilient, with its mouth and eyes being its only vulnerabilities. "Xiaomo, run. Its venom is far too potent." Qinze's expression turned tense. Yet, how could a mere child possibly outrun the swift mandala snake? With a sudden leap, the mandala snake lunged at Liu Mo, its fangs sinking into his arm in an instant. Qinze, witnessing this harrowing scene, stood frozen, as if turned to stone. "Titan snow demon ape, manifest." Liu Mo's body rapidly expanded, instantly propelling the mandala serpent away. First soul skill, Ice Mountain Hammer. Liu Mo, having endured so much, now faced the small serpent with a newfound composure. Earlier, Qinze had mentioned that the mandrake snake's vulnerabilities lay in its eyes and mouth, prompting the Ice Mountain Hammer to target its head. A colossal block of ice, shaped like a hammer, materialized above the mandrake snake's head. Regardless of how swift its movements were, this icy hammer loomed overhead, plummeting with great velocity. With a resounding crash, the ice hammer struck its head, generating a tremendous noise and sending clouds of dust into the air. Moments later, as the dust settled, the mandrake snake's head was rendered unrecognizable, its entire body encased in a frozen state. With a sudden shatter, the ice melted away, revealing the mandrake snake lying motionless on the ground. "Xiaomo, are you all right?" Qinze rushed forward to assess his condition. "Were you bitten?" Suddenly, he noticed bite marks on Liu Mo's right arm, yet it appeared that the venom had not spread. Qinze gazed at the two puncture wounds, a look of confusion clouding his eyes. "Teacher, I am immune to all poisons. Its venom cannot harm me." Liu Mo displayed the scales on his right wrist to Qinze, elucidating their significance. In response, Qinze's eyes sparkled with layers of azure luminescence. and a smile graced his lips. He was astonished to discover such an extraordinary feature within Liu Mo's physique. Liu Mo gazed at Qinze, whose eyes were filled with an enchanting fascination, and a sense of pride emanated from his own gaze. Such emotions must not be carelessly displayed before outsiders. Suddenly, Qinze emerged from his reverie, his brows slightly furrowed as he looked at Liu Mo and spoke in a hushed tone. Liu Mo had long been aware of this. Had it not been for his profound trust in this teacher, he likely would not have divulged such a secret. Chapter 12. The subsidy is finally within reach. Liu Mo not only acquired his first soul ring, but also possessed the unparalleled beast martial soul, which filled both him and Qinze with exhilaration. This experiment could elevate Qinze beyond the master, granting him new achievements. Meanwhile, Liu Mo, through this trial, could advance towards his aspirations. Although the soul-hunting forest is home to domesticated soul beasts, recent events have revealed the existence of unknown soul creatures within. Thus, making a swift exit from this place is the wisest decision. Qinze and Liu Mo departed the soul-hunting forest, boarding a carriage that sped towards Nanning City. Upon their arrival, the master and disciple did not hastily switch to a carriage heading for Qin family village. Qinze surveyed the bustling crowd within the city, a faint smile gracing his lips. He glanced down at Liu Mo and said, "Come, let us register as soul masters at the Spirit Hall, ensuring you will have a monthly income from now on." Upon hearing of a guaranteed income, a flicker of joy illuminated Liu Mo's countenance, though he endeavored to conceal it. His emotions betrayed him. This subsidy was akin to a timely blessing for families entrenched in poverty like theirs. Arriving at the Spirit Hall in Nottingham, they were greeted by a grand domed structure, flanked by 2 guards at the entrance. Qinze strode ahead, with Liu Mo trailing closely behind. "Halt! This is the Spirit Hall. How dare you trespass?" The guards obstructed their passage, their expressions tinged with disdain. "I have brought this child here to assess his spirit level." While Qinze was familiar with Su Yutao, he refrained from mentioning him, understanding that merely stating the purpose of their visit would suffice for entry, rendering any further connections unnecessary. The guards cast a quizzical glance at Liu Mo. Although Liu Mo is but a child, he has discerned the disdain emanating from the 2 individuals, and he did not deign to offer them a pleasant countenance. "May we enter?" Qinze inquired, observing that they were merely fixated on Liu Mo without uttering a word. With a dismissive wave of his hand, one of the guards replied, "Go on in." Yet, Qinze appeared undeterred by their attitude, for the delight Liu Mo had brought him was still overwhelming. He then led Liu Mo into the grand hall. Upon entering the Hall of Martial Spirits, Liu Mo was struck by its opulence, which completely overturned his previous impressions of the hall, as he had only encountered the most rudimentary of settings before. Yin Tao. Upon entering the main chamber, Qinze spotted a young man with his head bowed, who he recognized as his old friend Su Yutao. Hearing his name called, Su Yutao immediately lifted his gaze, and as his eyes met Qinze's, a smile gradually spread across his face, growing brighter with recognition and excitement. "Zege, what brings you here?" The previously sullen Su Yutao, as if liberated from some burden, rushed towards Qinze with a beaming smile. "I brought my disciple to undergo the martial spirit level assessment," Qinze said, gesturing proudly towards Liu Mo's disciple. Su Yutao inquired, puzzled by the news of Qinze's newly acquired apprentice. His gaze shifted downward, and he was taken aback to discover that the child before him was the very same dignified boy he had previously encountered. This left a deep impression on him, and he had lamented Liu Mo's absence for several days upon his return, although he had not remembered the boy's name. "But doesn't he lack a martial spirit?" Su Yutao questioned, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. "That was in the past. I have thoroughly researched all available materials and ultimately succeeded in awakening his martial spirit," Qinze replied, pride evident in his expression. Su Yutao paused, astonished, his gaze flitting back and forth between the 2 individuals before him. As he regarded Qinze, admiration shone through his eyes. "Zege, please have a seat while I fetch Brother Mateus," he said, swiftly turning towards Mateus's quarters. Qinze entered the modestly sized room with Liu Mo, furnished with 4 leather sofas arranged in pairs, seemingly designed for receiving guests and discussing affairs. Moments later, Su Yutao hurriedly opened the door, signaling that Liu Mo could proceed with the assessment, while he remained inside to catch up with Qinze. Outside stood an elderly gentleman, Mateus. "Greetings, Grandpa Mateus." Liu Mo greeted politely. Upon seeing Liu Mo, Matthew's expression first revealed surprise, followed by a warm smile. The initial astonishment stemmed from the unexpected striking appearance of Liu Mo. leaving him curious about the lineage that could produce such a remarkable child. "Come, let us assess your level," Matthew said. His demeanor not only kind but also imbued with a magnetic charm. He led Liu Mo to the low-grade crystal ball, preparing for the evaluation. "Child, please reveal your martial soul," Matthew continued, still wearing a broad smile. In an instant, Liu Mo's eyes glimmered with a soft blue light, and his body began to swell rapidly. With a resounding explosion, he merged with the colossal Titan Snow Demon Ape. As the sound echoed, Matthew stepped back a few paces, his gaze filled with trepidation. He slowly lifted his head to behold the apex of the Titan Snow Demon Ape, which now nearly touched the heavens. Gradually regaining his composure, Matthew's stiff countenance softened into a faint smile as he redirected his attention to Liu Mo, a look of satisfaction dawning upon his face. At that moment, a brilliant yellow soul ring circled around Liu Mo's form, ascending and descending in a mesmerizing dance. Under the guidance of Grandpa Mathino, Liu Mo placed his hand upon the azure crystal orb. The orb emanated a dazzling blue light, and as Mathino gazed at the brilliance, he nodded slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. "Well, your martial soul assessment has concluded. Child, what is your name?" At that moment, Mathino's gaze remained fixated on the child's face, aside from smiling. He found himself at a loss for further action, certainly not daring to approach and kiss the child. "Grandpa Mathino, my name is Liu Mo." Liu Mo responded succinctly to each of his inquiries. "Little Mo, I never expected that at such a tender age, you have already reached level 17, Matthew exclaimed, astonished. He was taken aback by the fact that this young boy had attained such a formidable level. Among his peers, only one possessed soul power. Not only had he advanced to the rank of soul master, but he was also on the cusp of becoming a great soul master. Truly, the youth is formidable. You have not only redefined the rankings of beast martial souls, but have also surpassed the minimum age for registered soul masters in our vicinity. Little Mo, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall do my utmost to aid you." At that moment, Matthew appeared genuinely heartfelt, his amiable countenance imbued with sincerity, perhaps feeling a deep affinity for this child before him. "Master Ma, how are things progressing?" Su Yu now approached alongside Qinze, a smile adorning his face as he inquired of Matthew. He reached out, affectionately ruffling Liu Mo's hair. "The assessment has been completed. From now on, you will be eligible to receive benefits each month." The smile on Matthew's face had never wavered. "Very well, Brother Matthew, Brother Yuntao, we shall not intrude any longer, and we will take our leave now." Qinze bid farewell to the two with a smile, then exchanged a knowing glance with Su Yutao, as if they had reached a silent agreement. "Goodbye, Grandpa Matthew. Goodbye, Brother Yuntao." Their titles reflected an ambiguous hierarchy, and after their parting words, Qinze departed with Liu Mo from the Spirit Hall. Chapter 13. The Academy of Two. Qinze and Liu Mo boarded the carriage bound for Qin family village, the rhythmic sound of hoofbeats echoing from outside. "Little Mo, I have asked Yutao to find you an academy for further studies, allowing you to receive systematic guidance just like the other children," Qinze remarked, glancing at Liu Mo with a hint of concern and aspiration in his eyes. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, as if recalling an unpleasant thought, and he looked at Liu Mo solemnly, stating, "However, under no circumstances must you join the Spirit Hall." Although Liu Mo's gaze was filled with confusion, he perceived hatred and animosity in Qinze's eyes. Thus, he chose not to pursue the matter further, merely responding with a soft hum. Internally, he grappled with a profound contradiction, for Qinze and Su Yuntao had always shared a close bond. Yet Qinze seemed to harbor an intense vendetta against the Spirit Hall. It was possible that Qinze's relationship with Su Yuntao was purely personal, while he himself was entangled in irreconcilable conflicts with the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall. Liu Mo ceased to speak, while Qinze closed his eyes, appearing as if he were in a feigned slumber. Within the swaying carriage, it was difficult to discern how long this profound silence lingered, until suddenly, a neighing sound from outside pierced the stillness, causing the carriage to come to an abrupt halt. They had arrived at Qin family village. With the cessation of movement, the shouts of the driver resonated from outside. Qinze immediately opened his eyes, his gaze revealing a heightened alertness, dispelling any notion that he had truly been asleep throughout the journey. The master and disciple descended from the carriage, bidding farewell to Liu Mo. In that moment, an overwhelming excitement surged within him, as if he longed to share the fruits of his journey with Liu Feifeng without delay. The two agreed to reconvene in 3 days, at which point they would escort Liu Mo to seek out Su Yuntao, with all subsequent matters to be determined by Su Yuntao's guidance. This arrangement was a result of Liu Mo's discussions with Su Yuntao during his soul master level assessment. At this moment, Liu Mo traversed the path leading from Qingjia village to Phoenix village, and the burdensome feelings that had once weighed upon him had vanished entirely. His heart, yearning for home, found the road to be unexpectedly lengthy. Despite hastening his pace, he felt as though he had been walking for an eternity. "Mother, I have returned." Liu Mo, with a swift stride, pushed open the ancient wooden door, not allowing it a moment to emit a sound as it met the frame. With a beaming smile, he crossed the threshold and made his way into the room, startling Liu Feifeng, who was seated inside. Once she regained her composure, she recognized that the intruder was Liu Mo, and the look of hesitation on her face was instantly replaced by a radiant smile. She immediately rose and hurried towards him, crouching down to grasp his arms with her wrinkled hands filled with emotion. With tears glistening in her eyes and a smile illuminating her face, she examined Liu Mo from head to toe, her voice trembling as she asked, "My child, are you unhurt?" "I am fine." Liu Mo was also moved by the expression on Liu Feifeng's face. His voice tinged with emotion, and he refrained from saying much more. Subsequently, Liu Mo shared all the insights he had gained from his recent experiences with her. Although Liu Feifeng's countenance radiated joy, a hint of concern lingered in her heart. Yet she chose not to reveal it. "Please wait here. I shall procure a few eggs. This journey is bound to be perilous, and I wish to treat your palate." Liu Feifeng stilled her excited heart, slowly rising to her feet as she made her way towards the door, saying, "Mother, we shall no longer need to borrow. I am now a soul master." Liu Mo promptly rose to his feet, calling out to the hurriedly departing Liu Feifeng, and then produced a golden soul coin along with 5 silver soul coins. Liu Feifeng heard Liu Mo's call, hesitatingly came to a halt, and slowly turned around to gaze at the few intricately designed soul coins in the tender grasp of Liu Mo's small hand. The radiant glow emitted by these coins illuminated the entire room, a brilliance they had never witnessed before. As the light danced into Liu Feifeng's eyes, an overwhelming joy surged within her, despite a twinge of guilt for relying on this child, Liu Mo. Yet, the prospect of an improved life for both of them was undeniable. In Liu Mo's other hand, he clutched a gray card, which he handed over to Liu Feifeng. This supplementary card, obtained from the bank in Notting City, was intended for her to manage all their future living expenses, assuring her that he would take care of her well-being while he ventured out. Liu Feifeng extended her calloused hands, trembling as she accepted the gray auxiliary card. Her eyes glistened with tears, and a faint smile graced her lips as she gazed at Liu Mo, softly saying, "Wait for me. I will prepare something delicious for you." Thus, the mother and daughter spent a joyous and fulfilling day together. 2 days later, Liu Mo arrived alone at the seaside, casting a glance at the white stone, which stood desolate and unoccupied. He then walked towards the opposite shore, the very coastline where he had once frolicked with Ma Hongjun. Soon, he would venture into the city to seek Su Yuntao, and he wondered if he might encounter Ma Hongjun there to bid him farewell. Here, apart from the swift, rushing sea breeze, only the rhythmic crashing of the waves could be heard. The incessant sound of the waves suddenly filled him with an overwhelming sense of solitude. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind him, along with words he recognized all too well. Liu Mo's lips curled into a smirk. Even before he turned around, he knew that it was that rascal, Ma Hongjun, who had arrived. With a graceful somersault followed by a swift turn, he landed smoothly, only to witness a searing flame rushing past him. Titan Frost Demon Ape, manifest. Liu Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes shimmering with a faint azure glow as his body began to swell rapidly. With a resounding thud, he merged with the colossal Titan Snow Magic Ape. Ma Hongjun gazed at Liu Mo before him, his face reflecting a look of sheer horror. Even the venerable elder Ma Xunoa was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Liu Mo's martial spirit, let alone the young Ma Hongjun. "Brother Mo, what is this?" he stammered, trembling with fear as he tilted his head upwards to behold the immense head of the Titan Snow Magic Ape, which now dwarfed him, making him appear as diminutive as a piglet beneath its towering form. "This is my martial spirit, the Titan Snow Magic Ape. What do you think? Isn't it cool?" Liu Mo gazed at Ma Hongjun's horrified expression with a tinge of envy, a hint of pride manifesting on his own visage. The resplendent yellow soul ring that encircled him seemed to obscure the brilliance of Ma Hongjun's yellow soul ring. He then raised an eyebrow at Ma Hongjun, whose face bore a look of confusion, still lost in terror and unable to comprehend Liu Mo's intention. "First soul skill, Ice Mountain Hammer." Liu Mo raised his voice considerably, calling out to Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing this sound, Ma Hongjun trembled, his gaze fixed vacantly on Liu Mo, utterly oblivious to the peril that loomed above him, a hammer-shaped iceberg. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, it descended upon Ma Hongjun. In an instant, he vanished into the icy depths, and as the impact reverberated, he found himself ensnared in a frozen embrace. With a wave of Liu Mo's hand, the ice enveloping Ma Hongjun vanished in an instant. As the frost dissipated, Ma Hongjun immediately shuddered, returning to his senses. Brother Mo, your skill is simply astounding. But how is it that you possess a martial soul as well? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in admiration, yet a hint of curiosity lingered in his thoughts regarding the martial soul. Liu Mo recounted his entire experience to Ma Hongjun, prompting a flurry of conjectures about Liu Mo's mentor to swirl in Ma Hongjun's mind. Yet within the shifting gaze, there resided a sense of admiration. My dear friend, why did you not accompany your teacher to Shrek Academy? At this moment, Liu Mo suddenly realized that Ma Hongjun was not supposed to be apart from his teacher. Ma Hongjun let out a soft sigh, a hint of uncertainty glimmering in his eyes, and murmured, currently, the academy counts only 2 students, excluding me. The teacher said to grant me a period of freedom, and once the student quota is filled, I will need to go for training. An academy with merely 2 students? Is this a case of one-on-one tutoring? At this moment, a hint of confusion flickered in Liu Mo's gaze. However, upon observing the despondent expression on Ma Hongjun's face, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Fatty, I will be departing from here tomorrow to pursue further studies at an academy more suited to my aspirations. Should anything arise, do write to me, he stated, subsequently imparting the address of the Wuhuan Hall in Notting City to Ma Hongjun, uncertain of which academy Su Yuntao would assign him. He recognized that he certainly would not be leaving Notting City, as the Wuhuan Hall there would not extend its influence into the domains of other Wuhuan Halls. Thus, the opportunities for us to meet will become increasingly scarce, Ma Hongjun lamented, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Although this was not a matter of life and death, having just found a companion to share in his adventures, the impending separation weighed heavily on him. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Liu Mo and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. Despite being a head shorter, his broader frame allowed him to easily encircle Liu Mo, burying his face into Liu Mo's chest. Liu Mo extended her hand and gently caressed his back, soothing this lonely little chubby boy. All right, you must diligently cultivate your skills from now on. Do not fall too far behind. Liu Mo appeared to be jesting with him, while Ma Hongjun, upon hearing these words, immediately detached himself from his former demeanor. With tears still glistening on his cheeks, he adopted a haughty air, raised a thumb to brush against the tip of his nose, and, tilting his head, proclaimed, I shall not be left behind. In due time, I will triumph over you. Liu Mo gazed at the chubby child before him and chuckled softly. A child is indeed a child, their emotions vividly expressed upon their countenance. Liu Mo gently patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, offering a faint smile before turning to depart. As Ma Hongjun gazed at his retreating figure, a wave of despondency washed over him, and his suppressed emotions resurfaced. With a voice tinged with sorrow, he called out, Emogu, do come and visit me when you have the time. Certainly, I will make it a point to see you when I can. Liu Mo did not turn back. Instead, he strode forward, raising his voice in a loud call. At that moment, had it not been for Qin Zhe's meticulous arrangements for his next steps, he might have sought out Flanders, imploring him to accept him, so he could pursue his studies alongside Ma Hongjun at Shrek Academy. However, he could not betray the intentions of his mentor. Thus, he must journey to Notting City to find Su Yuntao. Moreover, the academy he had arranged for himself would surely accommodate more than just 2 students. Reflecting on this, the sorrow that had recently enveloped him abruptly vanished, replaced by a sense of pride. In contrast to Ma Hongjun's institution, his own would be a realm apart. Chapter 14. The Little Girl in the Black Robe. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Liu Mo arrived at Qin Zhe's residence, prepared to embark on a journey to Notting City in search of Su Yuntao, as previously agreed upon. Suddenly, Qin Mu rushed into the house, breathless and visibly anxious. Why the haste? What has happened? Qin Zhe inquired, puzzled by Qin Mu's urgency. Your mother's condition has worsened. You must go see her at once, Qin Mu exclaimed, barely acknowledging Liu Mo's presence. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhe's body tensed, and a look of panic crossed his face as he glanced at Liu Mo master. I can go on my own. Please, you should accompany Uncle Qin. Liu Mo offered a faint smile, perceiving that Qin Zhe was unable to depart at that moment. Yet she expressed a hint of regret towards him. Be cautious on your journey, and do write to me upon your arrival. Qin Zhe replied succinctly before hastily departing with Qin Mu. Liu Mo gently nodded and uttered a soft sound of acknowledgement, watching the 2 brothers depart. He then made his way towards the carriage. Although he was seated alone within the vehicle, there was not a trace of trepidation in his demeanor. After all, within this youthful form resided the soul of an adult. Liu Mo had been seated in the jolting carriage for a considerable duration, and the solitary journey felt significantly longer than his previous one. Suddenly, the sound of a horse's whinny echoed from outside. Instantly, the carriage began to sway violently. "Have you no eyes?" The driver's voice resonated with indignation. "Help me, help me," came the voice of a young girl from outside the carriage. Her tone was gentle, yet tinged with a hint of fear. Liu Mo rose immediately and exited the carriage. A young girl clad in a black cloak stood before the vehicle, her deep hood obscuring her visage entirely. However, glimpses of her fair hands peeking from beneath the robe indicated that she was indeed a delicate-skinned child, though her expression remained concealed. Her occasional glances toward the adjacent thicket revealed her anxiety, suggesting that someone or something she feared was pursuing her from that direction. "Master, allow her to board the carriage." Liu Mo observed that she was a petite young girl, barely reaching his ear, and he presumed she posed no threat. The coachman furrowed his brow, fixating on the small figure before the horse. With a flick of her head and a gentle crack of the whip, he gestured for the girl to board the carriage. Though he seemed reluctant to utter a word, the young girl, perceiving his expression and gesture, quickly nodded in appreciation, expressing her gratitude. Although her nod was not visible, the subtle movement of her deep-set hat bobbing up and down revealed her understanding of the situation. Liu Mo assisted her into the carriage, which then commenced its journey, gradually accelerating. Just as the carriage had traveled a few dozen meters, two burly men emerged from the very thicket that the girl had been vigilantly eyeing. They glanced about, seemingly in search of something. Liu Mo caught sight of the scene through the carriage window. The young girl sat opposite him, enveloped snugly in a black cloak, and it was evident from beneath her hood that her head was bowed in trepidation. The legs concealed by the cloak trembled slightly. "My dear," he reassured, "there is no need to fear. Those men have been left far behind." Liu Mo, with a smile gracing her lips, spoke softly to the young lady across from her. After listening to Liu Mo's words, the girl attempted to turn her head towards the window to peer outside. However, at that moment, the enormous black had obstructed her view. "My dear, we are in a carriage. There is nothing to see outside. You need not shield yourself with this grand black cloak." Liu Mo gazed at the young girl before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. However, upon hearing Liu Mo's words, she froze momentarily, as if she harbored a deep-seated fear of shedding the black robe that concealed her form. "I might frighten you." Her soft voice trembled slightly with a hint of trepidation. "Just from your voice, it is evident that you are an enchanting and delightful young lady. How could you possibly frighten me?" Liu Mo squinted his eyes and spoke, then raised his head and puffed out his chest, projecting an air of fearlessness. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as the swiftly moving carriage struck a stone. The little girl, wrapped in a billowing black cloak, leaned toward Liu Mo, but due to the cloak's excessive size, she slipped out of it, leaving the garment behind on the seat. "Ah!" With a sharp cry, she tumbled onto Liu Mo, who was leaning against the opposite side of the carriage, instinctively wrapping his arms around her. The tilted carriage traveled for a dozen meters before finally settling back onto the ground with a steadiness. "Is everyone all right in there?" the driver shouted as he reined in the horse. "Master, we are fine," Liu Mo casually replied as the carriage resumed its steady journey. At that moment, he became acutely aware that he and the young lady were leaning against each other, and the dark cloak had been removed. The girl before him boasted short, delicate lavender hair, exuding an enchanting charm. Her skin was so fair that the veins beneath were distinctly visible, and her face possessed a refined beauty that could oscillate between adorable and fierce. Those captivating eyes, each a different hue, held Liu Mo's gaze captive. Her soft, pink cat ears and pristine white tail complemented her alluring figure, rendering her perfection utterly indisputable. As the carriage glided along, the young lady swiftly rose, her mismatched eyes locked onto Liu Mo's. However, he appeared somewhat dazed, his expression illuminated by a radiant smile, clearly lost in a reverie. Liu Mo slowly extended his hand, gently brushing against her delicate, rosy ear. The young girl immediately shuddered, recoiling from his touch. Was this tender ear truly as soft and warm as it appeared? Liu Mo assessed the ear that his fingers had just brushed against. The little girl gazed at his motionless figure, her innocent face revealing a hint of confusion. She wondered why this older boy before her displayed no signs of fear. Could it be that he was stunned into silence? "Did I frighten you?" she inquired. immediately reaching out towards the figure cloaked in black across from her. No, not at all. You are so adorable and lovely. How could you possibly scare me? Liu Mo. Upon hearing the young girl's words, swiftly regained his composure and replied, acknowledging the truth in her statement. How could such a vibrant and beautiful girl harbor any fear? This young lady, once a lively and charming child, experienced a mutation during her martial soul awakening, resulting in a profound transformation that fused her body with her martial soul. Consequently, the children and adults in her vicinity regarded her as a monster, and even her own family eventually turned their backs on her. Ultimately, she chose to leave. However, the words of the young man before her left her in a state of confusion. She reached out to touch the parts of her body that differed from those of ordinary people, and found they remained unchanged. Did the people in the city not fear monsters like herself? Or were there many others in the city who resembled her? These questions loomed large in the young girl's mind, igniting a sense of longing for the city within her. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Mo was not a native of the city either. Although he perceived her appearance as peculiar, her skin tone, stature, and facial features harmonized beautifully, rendering her undeniably enchanting. Chapter 15. The Moonshadow Spirit Cat. At this moment, the young girl had slowly moved to the opposite side, her hand grasping the black cloak before her. Though her expression bore a hint of anxiety, it was significantly more relaxed than before. This time, she refrained from donning the cloak herself. Perhaps sensing Liu Mo's admiration for her, a feeling she had not experienced in a long while. Young lady, is all of this truly you? Liu Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. His countenance tinged with surprise, yet his gaze was imbued with curiosity. The young girl appeared somewhat embarrassed, her eyes lowering as she slightly bowed her head, letting out a soft hum. I am not a monster. This is merely how I appeared during the awakening of my martial soul. Suddenly, fearing that Liu Mo might misconstrue her intentions, she quickly lifted her gaze, her mismatched eyes meeting his as she sought to clarify. Liu Mo observed her with a hint of anxiety. In an effort to ease her tension, he allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips and softly inquired, how could there possibly be such an adorable creature as you? May I ask your name? Upon the mention of her name, her expression immediately darkened, as if her past was a secret she wished to keep from the world. I have no name. My martial spirit is the Moonshadow Spirit Cat, so you may call me Moonshadow. Within the depths of her vacant gaze, a flicker of fear emerged, suggesting that this name was entwined with profound memories, albeit ones tinged with sorrow. Subsequently, her scarlet lips quivered slightly as she uttered in a hushed tone. Although Liu Mo is still quite young, he possesses a remarkable ability to read the nuances of others. Observing the girl's expression, he refrains from inquiring further about her family background. Earlier, they had attempted to capture her due to her peculiar circumstances. Yet he understands the importance of being cautious and gathering some information about the plight of this young girl to avoid potential repercussions. Yes, it is precisely because my martial soul has fused with my body that they sought to apprehend me. They are from an auction house, intending to sell me as a pet. The young girl let out a soft huff, her eyes revealing a deep-seated hatred, yet her body trembled with fear. These people are nothing short of beasts. How can they dare to treat a human as a mere pet? Upon hearing this, Liu Mo gasped for breath. His hands clenched into tight fists, his brows furrowed, and his face expressed an unmistakable disdain. Indeed, one must not reduce me to the status of a mere pet based on my appearance. The little girl appeared to relent, pouting her small lips and knitting her delicate brows as she complained. From now on, you shall accompany me. I shall ensure your protection. Liu Mo gazed at the adorable and innocent little girl across from him, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. Indeed, there exists an innate desire to protect such a child. Though they are merely children themselves, that sentiment is undeniably present. Will you follow me? You wouldn't find me bothersome, would you? The young girl, upon hearing Liu Mo's words, slowed her speech and lowered her head, seemingly lacking confidence in herself. Of course I wouldn't find you bothersome. In fact, a girl as delightful as you is someone I cherish immensely. How could I possibly feel otherwise? Liu Mo may have spoken casually, perhaps revealing a fragment of his innermost feelings. However, upon uttering the words I like you, both children flushed with a rosy hue. The carriage had already begun to decelerate. Having entered the bustling streets of Nottingham, the cacophony of the marketplace filtered into the carriage, prompting the young girl to eagerly lean toward the window. Captivated by the city she had just envisioned, yet she cautiously kept her mismatched eyes close to the glass, afraid that passers-by might catch a glimpse of her delicate, rosy ears. Heave. At the driver's command, The carriage came to a gentle halt. Ying did not hasten to disembark. Instead, she draped the black cloak over her shoulders once more. Liu Mo observed her actions with a faint smile, understanding that allowing her to face the crowd naturally required time. Thus, he refrained from intervening further. Cloaked in a dark robe, Liu Mo guided her down from the carriage towards the spirit hall. He contemplated the grandeur of the spirit hall's architecture, believing that it would surely welcome a displaced young girl. Hence, he resolved to accompany her in search of Su Yuntao. Upon arriving at the spirit hall, the guards at the entrance appeared to recognize Liu Mo and did not impede their entry, for his ethereal visage was indeed unforgettable. Young Mo has arrived? Upon entering, they encountered the leisurely figure of Grandpa Maxuno, who was casually strolling with his hands behind his back. Greetings, Grandpa Maxuno. I have come to find Brother Yutao. Maxuno beamed with delight at the child's address, perhaps envisioning a future where Su Yuntao would affectionately refer to him as Grandpa as well. However, the wrinkled face of Grandpa Maxuno soon turned serious as he noticed the child clad in the dark robe beside Liu Mo. He fixed his gaze on the girl and inquired softly, "Who might this be?" "Grandpa Maxuno, this is my good friend, named Moonshadow." Upon Liu Mo's utterance, he gestured for Ying to remove the deep, shadowy hood. Though she hesitated momentarily, she ultimately acquiesced to Liu Mo's request and lifted the hood from her dark robe. The moment Matthew heard Liu Mo's words, a shadow of gloom crossed his countenance, and upon witnessing Ying's appearance, he paused abruptly, observing Matthew's reaction. Ying swiftly shielded her head with the voluminous hood, repeatedly apologizing. "Grandfather Matthew, I am truly sorry for startling you." Liu Mo gazed at Matthew with a hint of bewilderment, pondering how such an elderly man could exhibit such a profound reaction to the appearance of Moonshadow. The earlier incident had left Matthew momentarily disoriented, but he quickly regained his composure, his face transforming into a warm smile as he crouched down to speak softly. "Dear Moonshadow, you have not frightened Grandpa Matthew. If I am not mistaken, this is the result of a mutation in your martial soul. Though such occurrences are rare, you certainly will not be the first. Hence there is no cause for alarm." Matthew seemed to be soothing the startled young girl, gently removing his voluminous black robe as he spoke. "Moonshadow, in the future, I encourage you to try shedding this robe and face the world with courage." His eyes sparkled with encouragement and support. At that moment, Moonshadow gazed back at Matthew with newfound strength, tightly pressing her lips together and nodding gently. Matthew gradually rose to his feet, appearing somewhat strained due to his advanced age. Yet his eyes remained vibrant and lively. He looked at Liu Mo kindly and remarked, "Yutao has stepped out for a bit, but he has informed me of your situation. Come, let us prepare a room for you to stay in until Yuntao returns to manage the subsequent arrangements." "Thank you, Grandpa Matthew." Liu Mo, accompanied by Ying, followed Matthew to the second floor, where a series of identical rooms lined the corridor, differing only in their door numbers. "This room has been unoccupied. You shall reside here," Matthew declared, coming to a halt and gently extending his weathered hand to point at the door before them. Liu Mo and Ying looked up to see the golden plaque inscribed with the number 213. Chapter 16, Nodding Academy. Matthew knew opened the door, revealing a modest room furnished with simplicity. It contained nothing but beds. A single bed and a double bed were arranged on either side. "Little Mo, you shall reside here for the time being," Matthew knew said with a gentle smile, gazing at Liu Mo. At that moment, a flicker of confusion crossed Liu Mo's face as he looked up at Matthew New and inquired, "Grandfather Matthew, Ying is currently homeless and also needs a place to stay." Matthew New's expression shifted to one of difficulty upon hearing this, for this was the only vacant room available. "Surely, we cannot expect the two of us to share the same space, can we?" Liu Mo gazed at the hesitant expression on Matthew's face, furrowing his brows as he spoke softly. The moment Matthew heard his words, the clouds of uncertainty dissipated from his countenance, replaced by a warm and amiable smile. It was as if Liu Mo's words were a subtle hint for him. "Indeed, the two of you could reside together." He nodded slightly, but the peculiar smile that adorned his face remained an enigma. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo's body stiffened, and he gazed wide-eyed at the smile adorning Matthew's face, feeling somewhat at a loss within himself. The smile seemed to suggest that his request had been willingly granted. Yet that was not his intention. Perhaps Matthew had misunderstood Liu Mo's intent, or it was the question posed by Liu Mo that led Matthew to such a conclusion. In any case, the decision for the two of them to reside together rested with Matthew at that moment. "Why can't you two little ones live together? Even the children at the junior college do so," Matthew remarked with a hearty chuckle. Meanwhile, the young girl, Ying, did not ponder the matter deeply. for she was a genuine young lady, relatively unacquainted with such complexities. Upon hearing Matthew's words, Liu Mo realized that he was merely a child, prompting a sheepish smile as he tacitly accepted the situation. After all, there was but one room, and he could not allow Yuang to sleep on the streets, which left him feeling uneasy. A few days later, in Matthew's office, a loud crash echoed through the room, startling both him and the two children. Su Yuntao burst through the door, beaming with joy as he hurried inside. "Old Ma, I'm back," he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Matthew furrowed his brow, gazing at the somewhat dazed Su Yuntao, and gently remarked, "Yuntao, you see, you are still so clumsy. How do you expect to handle significant matters in the future?" Liu Mo and Yu Ying were tidying up the room when they heard the creak of the door, instantly freezing in place, their gazes fixed upon Su Yuntao. One cannot simply enjoy free lodging indefinitely. Although Matthew had not explicitly suggested it, Liu Mo felt a twinge of guilt, prompting both of them to lend a hand whenever possible. Xiao Mo was also present. "Old Ma, this is where you are mistaken. How could you employ child labor?" After just hearing Matthew's admonition, Liu Mo felt somewhat impolite, observing himself and the two children laboring while he jested with Matthew in a carefree manner. Matthew remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. As his gaze swept over Yu Ying, he paused momentarily before turning to Matthew and inquired, "Is this lovely young lady a relative of yours?" "Haha, she is brought by Xiao Mo, a bond of innocent childhood, as you might comprehend," Matthew remarked with a playful wink at Su Yuntao. "Oh, I see. Su Yuntao immediately feigned enlightenment, nodding with a mischievous grin. Liu Mo stood there in stunned silence. He never anticipated that this old man could be so frivolous. And at that moment, Su Yuntao's expression seemed to mirror the same sentiment. Alas, to what extent had these adults descended into boredom that they would resort to such jokes at the expense of a child? Liu Mo remained silent, merely shaking his head. "Xiao Mo, tomorrow accompany me to Nottingham College. I shall seek out their dean to inquire if you might pursue your studies there." Su Yuntao suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, gazing intently at Liu Mo as he spoke. "Brother Yuntao, may Yuang join me?" Liu Mo was filled with excitement. Yet he yearned for the Moon Shadow Maiden to accompany him into the prestigious Notting Academy for further studies. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao furrowed his brow slightly, lost in contemplation for a moment, before breaking into a mischievous grin and softly remarked, "I shall give it a try. I will do my utmost to ensure you both gain entry." However, despite his words, he harbored little confidence in the feasibility of this endeavor. Were it not for his connection with Qinze, he likely would not have stooped to leverage his own reputation to secure Liu Mo's opportunity for advancement. For Su Yuntao was, after all, a rather proud individual in the eyes of the public. Liu Mo, upon hearing Su Yuntao's response, was so elated that he nearly leapt with joy. Though Yuing merely smiled subtly, her face did not exhibit the same exuberance as Liu Mo's, nevertheless. The joy within her gradually illuminated her countenance. The following morning, the sunlight was particularly resplendent, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Liu Mo and Yuing followed Su Yuntao to the entrance of Notting City Academy. Observing Su Yuntao's formidable attire emblazoned with the emblem of the Spirit Hall, the guards outside refrained from obstructing their passage. Instead, they respectfully opened the wrought iron gate, graciously welcoming them inside. Liu Mo and Yuing gazed in astonishment at the environment of the academy, never expecting it to be constructed with such grandeur. Far removed from the rudimentary description offered by Ma Hongjun, a hint of joy appeared on his face, as he internally acknowledged that this establishment was exponentially superior to Ma Hongjun's portrayal of Shrek Academy. Traversing the tree-lined path within the campus, they arrived before a building. "Xiao Mo, Yuing, you two wait for me here and do not wander far. I will summon you shortly," Su Yuntao said with a grave expression, regarding the two children before him. They nodded slightly, their attention wholly captivated by the surrounding scenery. Mere meters ahead lay a vast, verdant playground. Liu Mo led Yu Ying to the side of the playground, observing the children engaged in various activities. Some were meditating and honing their skills, while others were playfully sparring. "Oh, do you see that little girl? Isn't she somewhat peculiar?" remarked a tall and robust boy clad in the uniform of the Notting Junior Soulmaster Academy. Although his face still bore the innocence of youth, there was an unmistakable air of maturity about him. He appeared to tower over Liu Mo, possessing an agreeable countenance. Yet the disdainful and contemptuous expression that marred his features was entirely unwarranted. Upon hearing his call, a dozen or so peers flocked towards them. With the aforementioned tall boy leading the charge, his gaze fixed intently on Yuing, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As the group approached with an intimidating demeanor, Ying, already timid by nature, instinctively grasped Liu Mo's sleeve, her fearful eyes never straying from the gathering of children before them. Chapter 17. The manifestation of martial spirits before the crowd. Liu Mo gazed at the group of hurried figures approaching from across the way, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he extended his arm to shield Ying behind him. Judging by her martial soul, it was evident that she resembled a cat. Was it not? The burly boy approached, beckoning with an air of mockery. Come here, little girl, let me touch your ears. If you don't, I might just take you and keep you as my pet. As he mimicked a clawing gesture, a disdainful glare was cast toward Liu Mo. Meanwhile, Ying, upon hearing his words, trembled uncontrollably, her quivers transmitting through the arm Liu Mo had placed protectively around her. Ying, do not be afraid, I shall safeguard you. Liu Mo turned to console the trembling Ying, yet at that moment, her eyes began to elongate, and the fear reflected within them rendered her almost speechless. She merely clutched at Liu Mo's sleeve, trembling slightly, without uttering a single word. Do you still wish to play the hero and save the fair maiden in our esteemed Zhao's presence? Taunted a somewhat shorter boy beside him. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. A clear display of disdain and humiliation directed at Liu Mo, which only fueled his simmering anger, causing his eyes to emit a chilling glare. Oh dear. Look who's angry now. We have no intention of bullying you. Just step aside and let me have a little fun with this girl's ears. And it will all be over, proclaimed Zhao, tilting his head as he regarded Liu Mo, a mischievous grin spreading across his face while feigning righteousness. Dream on. At this moment, Liu Mo's visage had transformed into a fierce countenance. Gritting his teeth, he addressed the imposing figure of Xiao Laoda before him, his voice resonating with a deep and powerful timbre. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, the malevolent grin that had adorned Xiao Laoda's face vanished instantaneously. As the leader among the academy students, surrounded by numerous subordinates, he was taken aback that this audacious youth dared to disregard his authority. Teach him a lesson. But be mindful of the intensity, Xiao Laoda commanded, extending a finger slightly forward, his expression darkening. After all, they were in the playground, in close proximity to the academy's administrative building, and he was reluctant to overstep, had they been on the back mountain. The phrase mindful of intensity would have taken on an entirely different implication. No sooner had Xiao Laoda's words been uttered than two children, one on either side of him, advanced menacingly. With a resounding boom, they unleashed their martial spirits, one manifesting a bird-like spirit, boasting wings stretching over 2 meters, while the other wielded a staff-like spirit, radiating a golden glow. A staff as tall as himself firmly gripped in hand. Together, they charged at him, flanking him from both sides. Liu Mo cast a fleeting glance at them, swiftly pushing Ying aside. He raised his arms to fend off the two assailants rushing towards him. A resounding clash echoed as the golden staff struck his wrist, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. It was the noise generated by the impact against his remarkably resilient scales, yet Liu Mo felt nothing. The bearer of the staff was taken aback by the sound. With a sharp thud, his other arm intercepted the assault of the claws. Only a fleeting sensation of pain registered in Liu Mo's arm, yet he remained unscathed. After all, these two adversaries had yet to reach the level of soul masters, while Liu Mo had already attained the 17th level, enabling him to overpower his opponents merely through the sheer force of his soul power. Liu Mo executed a swift arm lock with his right arm, seizing the golden staff, and followed it with a powerful kick that sent both the staff and his opponent flying. Before his adversary could even comprehend the situation, Liu Mo swiftly grasped his shoulders, vaulted over his body, and slammed the boy, who bore a bird-like martial spirit, onto the ground. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but the manner in which he executed the throw was equally captivating. Suddenly, a voice of admiration arose from behind Xiao Laoda, a woman's tone filled with awe. The young girls, who typically admired him from afar, were now utterly enchanted by the prowess displayed by this boy, causing a swell of discontent within him. Two worthless individuals. Despite being urged to train diligently, you chose not to heed my advice, and now you disgrace me at a critical moment. His gaze swept over the two individuals sprawled on the ground, a slight frown creasing his brow. These words were not merely directed at the duo. They were also intended for the girls behind them, a means to assert his superiority. Xiao Chenyu regarded Liu Mo with a cold stare, the previous air of disdain and contempt evaporating, replaced by an expression of seriousness. Xiao Chenyu, a 6th grade student, martial spirit, wolf, level 11, first-ring battle spirit master. At this moment, Xiao Qinyu proclaimed his martial spirit and rank, a gesture of respect towards his opponent, while simultaneously showcasing his magnanimity to the onlooking girls. As he spoke, a layer of azure light emanated from his being. Amidst the flickering blue glow, his body began to swell rapidly, his eyes transforming into a pale green hue. His arms gradually rose, claws extending forward, with his nails becoming razor-sharp. Concurrently, a circle of white soul rings began to rise from beneath his feet. Swirling around him, this was the manifestation of his martial spirit. The group of over 10 individuals behind him instinctively began to retreat, having witnessed Xiao Qinyu's formidable power and fearing for their own safety. The two who had just been on the ground quickly scrambled to their feet and dashed towards the crowd. Meanwhile, Liu Mo regarded Xiao Qinyu with a hint of disdain. After all, his first soul ring was merely a decade old, rendering it incomparable to his own. He hesitated, pondering whether to disclose as much about himself as Xiao Qinyu had. It seemed unnecessary to offer such respect to a boorish bully. Liu Mo, martial spirit, Titan Snow Demon Ape, level 17 battle spirit master. Liu Mo hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately chose to adhere to the etiquette of respecting his opponent by revealing his martial soul and rank. This decision was not born out of respect for his adversary, but rather due to the expectant gazes of the girls behind him. Although he could not compare to Yu Ying in grace, there were several among them whose appearances were quite pleasing, and he did not wish to disappoint them. Thus, he disclosed his martial soul and rank. Upon his announcement, a wave of confusion swept through the crowd, as they had never encountered such a martial soul before. When he uttered his rank, astonishment rippled through all present, including the boy standing opposite him, Xiao Qinyu. They had not anticipated that a child who appeared to be merely in his first or second year could already possess a rank of 17. Nevertheless, skepticism lingered in their eyes. As he spoke, a faint blue light emanated from his gaze, and his body began to swell rapidly. His mouth widened, revealing a set of sharp teeth, accompanied by a tremendous roar. At that moment, a Titan Snow Demon Ape, cloaked in ice and snow, fused with him. Yu Ying, witnessing Liu Mo's transformation, paused momentarily. Fortunately, his martial soul had not undergone any mutation, otherwise, his once handsome visage would have morphed into something terrifying. Much like his own, the group of children behind him gasped in horror and awe at the sight of Liu Mo's martial soul. As Liu Mo's martial soul manifested, a radiant circle of yellow soul rings began to rise beneath his feet, once again shocking the entire assembly. Was this a century-old soul ring? Surely, he must belong to a prestigious family. Whispers began to circulate about Liu Mo. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinyu, observing the dazzling yellow soul ring, felt his lips twitch slightly, as if he were about to voice something. Chapter 18. Xiao Qinyu did not wish to embarrass his father. Xiao Qinyu's father was the Lord of Nodding City, a fact that granted him a certain arrogance within the academy, where even the teachers seldom reprimanded him. Having witnessed his father's conduct in the political arena from a young age, he understood when to assert dominance and when to yield. His father had repeatedly cautioned him against offending powerful families, some of which were even more formidable than the royal family. He had been advised to avoid unnecessary conflicts, for if he found himself in a predicament, it would require his father's intervention, potentially jeopardizing their position and causing significant trouble. Now, as he gazed upon Liu Mo's resplendent yellow soul ring, he recognized that this was no ordinary individual. The display of strength far surpassed his own, and this was not a moment for him to assert his authority. Yet, the atmosphere had grown tense, and if he called for a halt now, how could he maintain his standing within the academy? While his personal safety seemed inconsequential, the shame of defeat was another matter entirely, especially if it displeased the forces behind Liu Mo. Now that would truly be a burden upon his father. As Xiao Qinyu observed Liu Mo unveil his abilities, he suddenly felt trapped in a precarious situation, caught between advancing and retreating. At this moment, Liu Mo discerned a hint of hesitation in Xiao Qinyu. He perceived a glimmer of trepidation in his gaze. A faint smile graced his lips, accompanied by a touch of disdain in his eyes. Although Xiao Qinyu felt a surge of displeasure upon meeting Liu Mo's gaze, he maintained his composure, refraining from displaying the arrogance he had previously exhibited, an unusual instance of swallowing his pride. What is Xiao Laoda up to? Could it be that he fears this child because he possesses a century-old soul ring? The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Upon hearing their words, Xiao Qinyu furrowed his brow and inhaled deeply, as if their remarks had pricked his ego. All his earlier doubts were swiftly cast aside. observing Liu Mo's unremarkable attire. He concluded that the latter could not possibly hail from a prestigious family or a powerful faction. This rationale served as Xiao Qinyu's sole justification to bolster his own resolve. Despite being acutely aware of Liu Mo's superiority, he still prepared for a confrontation, eager to reclaim a semblance of dignity within the academy. Xiao Mo, we are leaving. Suddenly, a voice from afar shattered the awkward tension. All eyes turned toward the man emerging from the office building. It was Su Yutao, who halted several meters from the entrance and called out to them. Liu Mo remained oblivious to the tumultuous shifts occurring within Xiao Qinyu's heart. His gaze now tinged with a hint of ferocity. Liu Mo simply turned to Su Yutao and called out, I shall be there shortly. Liu Mo furrowed his brow, retracted his martial soul, and approached Yuing, taking her arm and guiding her towards Su Yutao. Onlookers observed Liu Mo's departure with puzzled expressions, casting inquisitive glances at Xiao Qinyu. Did he truly allow him to leave? Could they not see that the individual was calling for him, a member of the Spirit Hall? Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Xiao Qinyu too noticed Su Yuntao's formidable attire, a symbol of the Spirit Hall. At that moment, his heart began to race. Fortunately, he had refrained from confrontation. Had he provoked the Spirit Hall, it would have certainly led to dire consequences. Liu Mo and Yuing approached Su Yuntao. Their earlier menacing expressions now replaced by eager smiles as they gazed at him in silence, seemingly anticipating his words. Had they just been playing together? A smile lingered on Su Yutao's face, though it appeared somewhat forced, as if he were caught in the bittersweet reality that every child dreams of carefree play. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for being unable to fulfill that dream for them. As he inquired, his gaze drifted toward the children on the playground. At that moment, Xiao Qinyu, catching his eye, froze momentarily, his heart racing uncontrollably, deliberately avoiding direct contact with Su Yuntao. Indeed, we played for a while. Brother Yutao, how did your conversation with the principal go? Liu Mo observed that Su Yuntao remained silent regarding the outcome, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. Yet, he yearned to unveil the truth. Let us converse as we walk, he suggested. Upon hearing Liu Mo's inquiry, Su Yuntao took a step forward, sighed softly, and continued. The director has stated that there are currently no available positions within the institution, and we must await further developments. But until when shall we wait? Upon hearing this, Liu Mo furrowed his brow and turned to Su Yunao inquiringly. Su Yuntao remained silent, merely shaking his head in quiet disapproval. Observing his demeanor, Liu Mo began to deduce the underlying truth. Su Yuntao refrained from disclosing the reality, fearing it would disappoint the children before him and jeopardize his standing in their eyes. When he initially broached the subject with the dean, the latter had greeted him with a broad smile, albeit tinged with regret as he informed him that aside from the positions for work-study students, all other slots had been filled. Without affording Su Yuntao a moment to ponder, the dean continued, stating that given Su Yuntao's status, it would be somewhat inappropriate for the child to become a work-study student. Out of concern for his own dignity, Su Yutao had no choice but to withdraw his suggestion, recognizing it as a subtle rejection from the dean. After all, the Spirit Hall was a formidable entity. Managing the son of a city lord was already a considerable challenge, and the addition of another from the Spirit Hall would only exacerbate the situation. Let us return for now. I shall contemplate an alternative solution, Su Yuntao mused. Though faced with two children, his sense of pride remained unyielding. Liu Mo and Yuing followed Su Yuntao in silence throughout their journey. Upon entering the Spirit Hall, Matthew Nua saw the three of them return. With a warm smile gracing his face, he approached them. Before he could utter a word, he glanced at Su Yuntao's expression and immediately discerned that the matter had not been resolved. Understanding that Su Yuntao was a person who valued reputation, he refrained from inquiring further. Old Ma, the principal of Nodding Academy truly is. Su Yuntao, upon seeing Matthew Nua, felt a surge of pent-up frustration and yearned to vent it. However, noticing the two children beside him, he hesitated to continue. Is it not possible for us to send them to the Spirit Hall Academy? I believe that with Xiao Mo's abilities, he would excel as a student there. Matthew Nua widened his eyes and gazed at Su Yutao, saying, Grandpa Matthew, my teacher has instructed me not to join the Spirit Hall. Liu Mo immediately turned to Matthew for an explanation. After listening, Su Yuntao sighed deeply and, with an expression of helplessness, remarked, Indeed. Brother Ze has entrusted me with this task. Were it not for his request, would I exert such effort to discern the emotions of others? Upon finishing his statement, Su Yutao displayed an unmistakable reluctance, as if today he had endured a humiliation unlike any he had previously experienced. Brother Yutao, Do you understand why the teacher harbors such animosity towards the spirit hall? Although Liu Mo understood the difficulty of defying his master's orders, he was still eager to uncover the reason behind them. With his youthful face tilted upward, a myriad of questions danced in his eyes. At that moment, upon hearing Liu Mo's inquiry, Matthew displayed a keen interest in the matter, his gaze sparkling with anticipation as he turned to Su Yuntao, waiting for an answer. Chapter 19. The enigmatic girl with a mutated martial soul. Upon hearing Liu Mo's question, Su Yuntao pressed his lips together, letting out a soft sigh, and replied with a hint of disappointment. Although my relationship with Zhe Gu has been lengthy, marked by an openness that knows no bounds, he has never broached this subject. It seems to pertain to events that transpired before our acquaintance. Everyone listened intently to Su Yuntao's narrative, yet the outcome left them somewhat disheartened. In that case, Yutao, perhaps you should contemplate a solution. By the way, we have an exchange meeting next month. You shall attend it in the capital of the Heavendo Empire, the city of Tiando, Matthew said, his ever-gentle smile illuminating his features as he fixed his gaze on Su Yuntao. Oh dear, we certainly have our fair share of meetings. Su Yuntao lamented, having recently participated in numerous gatherings, predominantly concerning the administrative issues of the Martial Soul Hall and its future development. Xiao Mo, would you care to join me for a stroll to unwind? Su Yuntao suddenly suggested, his eyes glimmering with a sudden thought as he looked at Liu Mo. After all, having disappointed the child, a brief outing might lift his spirits. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's proposition, a smile crept onto Liu Mo's lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, it was the capital of the Heavendo Empire, and having felt exhilaration upon arriving in Nodding City, his anticipation for this new destination surged. However, my energy is limited. I can only take you with me. Yuing shall stay here to keep grandfather Matthew company, lest this old fellow feel lonely. Su Yuntao remarked with a sweep of his gaze toward Yuing, who appeared somewhat reluctant yet resigned to the decision. He considered it a reasonable justification to spare Matthew from solitude. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo furrowed her brow slightly and shifted her gaze to Yuing. Although Yuing was reluctant to part ways, she had enjoyed her time with them, and Grandpa Matthew was exceedingly kind. A smile graced her lips as she nodded gently in response. Observing Yuing's demeanor, Liu Mo felt reassured, her furrowed brow relaxing into a smile as she returned Yuing's gesture, then turned her attention to Su Yuntao, offering him a subtle nod. Very well, we shall set off the day after tomorrow. You two should relish your time together. This journey is likely to be of considerable duration. Haha, Su Yuntao remarked with a mischievous grin, his gaze fixed upon the trio. Yuing, upon hearing his words, lowered her head slightly, a faint blush adorning her delicate, fair face, while Liu Mo felt a tinge of embarrassment. Grandpa Matthew, seemingly accustomed to such jesting, merely chuckled softly. Grandpa Matthew, I feel a bit tired and wish to rest, Yuing said, her blush still lingering as her large, watery eyes looked up at Matthew. Hearing her youthful voice imbued with a hint of plea, he maintained his warm smile and nodded in gentle affirmation. Encouraged by Matthew's consent, she promptly ascended the stairs. Has our little girl become shy? Matthew chuckled, watching Yuing depart, his smile transforming into an enigmatic grin as he turned to Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao erupted in laughter, while Liu Mo, observing the two adults before her behaving so frivolously, felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. In a moment of boredom, Liu Mo left the spirit hall and strolled aimlessly through the streets of Nodding City. Excuse me, could you please direct me to Nodding Academy? Suddenly, a sweet, youthful voice called from behind her, carrying a hint of innocence. Liu Mo halted and turned, only to behold a charming young girl standing behind him. Her delicate face, pale yet flushed, resembled a peach, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Though her attire was modest, it appeared remarkably tidy. Her long black hair was styled into a single braid that cascaded down her back, and atop her head perched a pair of rosy, prominent ears that momentarily rendered Liu Mo spellbound. However, as he turned to gaze at her, a hint of shyness flickered in her lustrous eyes. Seemingly captivated by his ethereal beauty, "Excuse me, sir, could you guide me to Nodding Academy?" she inquired once more, her voice now soft and gentle, almost inaudible unless one was close by. Her tone conveyed a subtlety and affection. Are your ears truly real? Liu Mo appeared to be more captivated by her delicate, rosy ears. What of it? They are merely adornments. The young girl noticed Liu Mo's attention on her ears and, with a hint of alarm in her gaze, inquired, May I touch them? At this moment, Liu Mo was entirely oblivious to the little girl's expression, his gaze fixated solely upon her ears, a rapturous smile gracing his face. The young girl, slightly lifting her head to gaze at Liu Mo, found his captivated demeanor equally enchanting, and she merely emitted a soft hum. Though her voice was barely audible, it reached Liu Mo's ears, which were tinged with infatuation, prompting him to step closer to her. Meanwhile, her heart began to race with a nervous flutter, perhaps due to the acceleration of her blood flow, causing her delicate cheeks to flush a deeper shade of pink. As Liu Mo approached, the warmth of his breath brushed against her forehead, intensifying the already heightened excitement within the little girl. When his hand made contact with her tender ears, her body shivered, as if electrified. Instantly, a gentle warmth flowed from Liu Mo's hand into his own body. Were these ears truly real? Liu Mo slightly lowered her head, gazing at the blushing little girl before her, and softly inquired, This is our secret. Do not divulge it to anyone." The little girl winked at Liu Mo and whispered, "This girl is Xiao Wu. She is equally perplexed as to why she would allow a stranger to touch her ear, and willingly at that. Yet, at this moment, her heart is overflowing with joy. I shall not speak of it. Is this a manifestation of your martial soul's mutation?" Liu Mo inquired softly, yet his gaze already conveyed certainty. Upon hearing his question, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Then, her shimmering eyes darted playfully before she blossomed into a smile, gently nodding in affirmation. Liu Mo felt a surge of pride at her response. His experiences with Ying had afforded him a deeper understanding of such a girl. Moreover, he realized that those whose martial souls had undergone mutations were indeed quite lovely. Turning left at the first intersection, proceeding straight through 2 crossroads before turning right. Then left at the next junction, and continuing for 100 meters, they would arrive at their destination. Nevertheless, amidst this scenario, Liu Mo did not forget Xiao Wu's inquiry for directions. Fortunately, having visited earlier that day, he was familiar with the area. Otherwise, he too would have been lost in the unfamiliarity of Nodding City. "Thank you, big brother." Xiao Wu, blushing, promptly followed Liu Mo's guidance, and before departing, she turned back to gaze at him for a few seconds. Her subtle smile appeared even more enchanting. Chapter 20. The Temptation of Tiando City. The time had come for Su Yuntao to embark on his journey. Liu Mo gazed at the reluctant Moonlight, smiling as he spoke. "Moonlight, the other day I encountered a little girl on the street who resembles you. She too possesses a mutated martial spirit, with a pair of rabbit ears atop her head. Surely she must be a manifestation of a rabbit martial spirit." She strutted confidently down the street. "So do not overly fret about your own circumstances. In my eyes, you are far more exquisite than she." Liu Mo lowered his voice, gazing at the moonlit figure with a look intended to encourage her, assuring her not to be troubled by her current appearance. Moonshadow, filled with curiosity at his words, marveled at the sight of a rabbit martial spirit, similar to her own, confidently striding down the street. This completely reshaped her internal perceptions and bolstered her courage to face the world. "Liu Mo, please be careful on your journey," Moonshadow said, her eyes revealing both reluctance and a hint of concern. "Don't worry, little moon. With me by your side, what is there to fear? We shall return. So let us not bid farewell as if to a husband, haha." Su Yutao observed Moonshadow's bashfulness, feeling a mix of impatience and a desire to tease her further. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's remarks, both Moonshadow and Liu Mo flushed with embarrassment, her shyness becoming even more pronounced. "Brother Yuntao, you truly are," Liu Mo began, hesitating in his words, while Matthew quietly chuckled nearby. "Grandpa Matthew, we are leaving now. Please take good care of Moonshadow for me." Liu Mo bid farewell to Matthew with politeness, entrusting him with a few words. With a gentle smile, he nodded slightly. Su Yuntao swiftly led Liu Mo outside the spirit hall. Nottingham City lies quite a distance from Heavendo City, and the relatively slow pace of the carriage necessitates nearly a month's journey. Initially, Liu Mo found the scenery outside the carriage intriguing. However, as time passed and the vistas became familiar, the novelty waned. The two of them spent their time in the carriage mostly in slumber. "Brother Yuntao, according to the map, are we nearing Heavendo City?" Liu Mo, while perusing the map, inquired of Su Yuntao. Listening attentively, Su Yuntao drew back the car window to observe the surroundings. It was the hour when the sunset painted the sky with vibrant hues. Under the glow of the crimson clouds, the lakes at the foot of the mountains, the verdant fields adorned with diverse vegetation, and the towering peaks reaching heights of 1,000 meters all evoked a sense of paradise on earth. Such breathtaking vistas could only be found in the vicinity of the capital of the Heavendo Empire. As these enchanting scenes unfolded before Su Yuntao's eyes, he nodded in agreement, letting out a soft murmur of appreciation. The beauty outside also filled him with a sense of tranquility. We are less than 20 kilometers away from Heaven-Do City. We should reach our destination tonight, he remarked as he took the map from Liu Mo's hands, examining it intently before continuing without averting his gaze. The anticipation of the mere 10 kilometers ignited a flicker of excitement within Liu Mo. No matter how gentle the sway of the carriage, sleep eluded him. He opened the other side of the window, gazing at the scenery gliding past, a faint smile gracing his lips. By the time they entered Heaven-Do City, it was already deep into the night, yet the city was still aglow with lights, bustling with throngs of people. Su Yuntao led Liu Mo to the reception center of the Spirit Hall. "Ah, Yuntao? It's been years. You have a child now?" exclaimed a tall man with an elongated face, a broad smile lighting up his features as he regarded Su Yuntao. It seemed they were quite familiar with each other. "Nonsense. He is my brother's disciple. I merely brought him along for a visit." "Quickly, arrange a room for me," Su Yuntao replied, furrowing his brow and fixing his gaze upon the man. "I knew it. Yuntao has always been a cautious person. How could he be so careless?" the man retorted, handing over a room key while speaking in a teasing manner. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo lowered his head and stifled a laugh. Su Yuntao glanced at Liu Mo's demeanor, feeling somewhat awkward. Could this child truly comprehend such matters? He found himself intrigued by Liu Mo's expression. "I shall settle the score with you later," Su Yuntao remarked, taking the room card, shaking it as he pointed at the man with gritted teeth. He then led Liu Mo towards their accommodation. "Little Mo, I have one more day to show you around Tiando City, after which I must attend a closed meeting that will likely last 2 months. During this time, you must take good care of yourself." Su Yuntao gazed at Liu Mo, concern evident in his eyes. "Rest assured, brother Yuntao, I will look after myself. You focus on your meeting, but do not be careless in the future." Liu Mo first gazed gravely at Su Yuntao, and upon finishing his words, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Su Yuntao, feeling a sense of helplessness, found himself at a loss for words when faced with the child before him. After a day of leisurely wandering, both Su Yuntao and Liu Mo appeared somewhat fatigued. As darkness enveloped the sky, the Tiando City beneath the neon lights shimmered with even more vibrant colors. "Xiao Mo, what do you think?" Su Yuntao inquired with a gentle smile, watching Liu Mo's eyes as they eagerly captured the surrounding scenes. This place is even more splendid and bustling than Nodding City. It truly lives up to its reputation as the capital of the Tiando Empire." Liu Mo's gaze remained fixed on the surrounding nocturnal scenery. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's inquiry, he merely nodded repeatedly and replied, "Indeed, while this place is bustling, it lacks the tranquility of Nodding City. Beneath the imperial authority, numerous dignitaries and formidable powers abound. A moment's negligence could lead to one's demise. Thus, I find myself preferring the lifestyle in Nodding City, which is both leisurely and serene." Su Yuntao squinted slightly, observing the vibrant nightscape before him, as if discerning the lurking perils within. Liu Mo was taken aback by Su Yuntao's words, realizing that beneath the veneer of prosperity lay such peril. "All right, we should return now. I have matters to attend to early tomorrow, so I need to rest." Su Yuntao sighed softly, then glanced at Liu Mo, who seemed reluctant to depart. Liu Mo followed closely behind, his gaze fixated on the nocturnal splendor along the sides of the road, unwilling to overlook any sight. Suddenly, Su Yuntao halted his steps, raising his eyes to the towering buildings, their walls illuminated by the dazzling lights of nightlife. The longing in his eyes was palpable. "Brother Yuntao, perhaps I should return on my own? But please, do not let your guard down." Liu Mo discerned a lingering reluctance in Su Yuntao's gaze. What was there to say? He urged him to return and rest. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Su Yuntao feigned a semblance of anger and shouted at Liu Mo. Despite feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction within, he could not allow the child to discover his presence in such a place. Suddenly, Su Yuntao regretted bringing Liu Mo along. Chapter 21. The Sunset Forest. Su Yuntao had commenced his closed communication session, and after several days of wandering through the bustling city, its allure had begun to wane for Liu Mo. He ventured towards the outskirts, having observed the breathtaking scenery beyond, viewing it as an opportunity for exploration. The landscapes outside Tiando City were uniquely charming. At that moment, a narrow path meandered into a lush, verdant forest, stretching forth smoothly without the interruption of any hills. After wandering alone for a while, Liu Mo came upon a striking stone tablet ahead, upon which 4 large red characters were inscribed in a mysterious script, Setting Sun Forest. To Liu Mo, who was visiting Tiando City for the first time, these words were entirely unfamiliar. In his recollections, his teacher had only mentioned Tiando Forest and Hunting Soul Forest. It was evident that this place was not particularly renowned, which allowed him to lower his guard and proceed onward. However, the Setting Sun Forest was, in fact, the closest location to Tiendo City where soul masters hunted soul beasts, teeming with a diverse array of soul beasts across various age categories. As Liu Mo stepped into the Setting Sun Forest, he unwittingly entered a realm fraught with peril. Suddenly, a tremendous rustling emanated from the nearby underbrush. The half-man-high grasses swayed wildly, and the flattened foliage began to encroach upon him. In a flash, a colossal soul beast leaped from the thicket. It was a shimmering black crocodile, measuring no less than 5 meters in length. Its gaping maw revealed rows of teeth the size of a human palm, glinting ominously, with viscous fluid clinging between them. Liu Mo stood momentarily frozen before this imposing creature, and as its massive form loomed larger, he was jolted into action. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled aside, narrowly evading the crocodile's snapping jaws. He did not grant himself a moment's respite. Rising swiftly, his eyes glowed with a pale blue light, his body began to swell rapidly, and his visage transformed into a menacing countenance. With a thunderous roar, the Titan Snow Demon Ape merged with him, and a brilliant yellow soul ring began to orbit around him. Ice Mountain Hammer! Liu Mo shouted, and a hammer-shaped glacier materialized above the crocodile's head, plummeting toward it with great speed. With a resounding crash, the creature was struck by the ice mountain, which initiated a freezing effect. The previously tense atmosphere relaxed considerably, and a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Liu Mo's mouth. However, before his smile could fully blossom, the black crocodile swiftly broke free from the icy grasp. It crawled toward him once more, having been frozen only for the briefest of moments, as if merely going through the motions. This was a soul beast over 2,000 years old. How could such an ancient creature exist here? Liu Mo gazed at the formidable black crocodile before him. Having just discerned its age, a soul beast of a level that a soul master would find exceedingly challenging to confront. He recalled the words of his teacher. With many rings and abundant bones, one can unleash a powerful technique. With few rings and sparse bones, it is wise to flee. In a moment of panic, Liu Mo took to his heels, sprinting away into the distance. Although the black crocodile did not relent in its pursuit, its crawling speed proved inadequate to catch up with Liu Mo, who was desperately seeking to escape. Liu Mo had been running through the forest for quite some time. Although the black crocodile could not catch up with him, he was still unable to escape its watchful gaze. At that moment, a small hill, approximately 500 meters high, appeared before him. It would likely take the black crocodile some time to ascend, and perhaps this would provide him an opportunity to elude it. Liu Mo gazed at the hills before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, throughout this arduous escape, he had not encountered any other soul beasts, which he considered to be a stroke of good fortune. He ascended the mountain path, with the black crocodile trailing behind him. As the incline steepened, Liu Mo's pace gradually slowed. In a moment of panic, he glanced back, only to find that the black crocodile had halted. Its form was ill-suited for climbing, yet it appeared undeterred, resolutely stationed at the foot of the mountain, unwilling to depart. Liu Mo gazed at the formidable black crocodile guarding the path down the mountain. He then lifted his eyes to the lofty summit above. Though his body had reached the limits of exhaustion, the instinct for survival compelled him to persevere in his ascent. Perhaps an escape route awaited him on the other side. At this moment, he was employing both hands and feet, panting heavily, as beads of sweat incessantly dripped from his forehead onto the back of his climbing hands. After surmounting the final rock, he at last reached the pinnacle of the mountain. Peering over the edge of this nearly 500-meter high hill, he felt a tremor course through his body. Before him lay an inverted conical hollow, where he stood at the very brink of the summit. A thick, humid heat wafted up from the hollow below, imbued with a distinct scent of sulfur. "Are there hot springs here?" Liu Mo could not help but exclaim in awe. However, it was at this moment that he noticed the steepness of the other side of the hill, which could easily be classified as a precipice. Guarded by a menacing black crocodile, the only chance for survival lay in descending from this very spot. Liu Mo took a deep breath, biting his lower lip, having firmly made up his mind. After a brief moment of rest to regain his strength, he began to descend the steep slope with deliberate caution. Each movement, each change of grip, was fraught with peril, accompanied by the ominous sound of gravel tumbling into the abyss, heightening his anxiety. His trembling hands clutched the exposed rock tightly, for it represented his only hope of survival. Suddenly, one of his hands lost its grip on the bare stone, just as he prepared to release the other hand. For fingertips instinctively caught the edge of the rock. With the acquisition of the first soul ring, his strength had significantly increased. allowing him to leverage just a few fingertips to pull up his entire body, which was essential for navigating the treacherous terrain. However, his stamina was severely depleted, and the arm that clutched with 4 fingertips began to tremble uncontrollably. Fatigue and tension rendered his fingers somewhat damp, causing them to slowly slide. The harder he tried, the quicker he began to slip. With a look of panic, he quickly surveyed the surrounding exposed rocks. One graspable rock was within reach, albeit somewhat distant, yet it remained his sole hope for survival. Liu Mo took a deep breath, wagering his very existence on this one grasp. His fingertips had reached their utmost limit, and with a push against the sheer cliff, he released his hold and soared toward the rock that he had meticulously targeted. At that moment, it appeared as though his body was plummeting at an alarming angle. His other hand stretched as far as possible, yearning to seize the rock he had locked onto. He managed to grasp it with one hand, his body swaying precariously in midair, though he still trembled. The triumph of his achievement was mirrored in the radiant smile that illuminated his face. It took him what felt like an eternity to painstakingly maneuver to the base of the mountain. Although the journey was lengthy, he had ultimately succeeded in scaling this nearly 500-meter hill. Yet, whether the path ahead was safe or fraught with peril remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 22. The Convergence of Ice and Fire. Upon Liu Mo's descent to the ground, his gaze fell upon the valley before him. To his astonishment, the hot spring within the valley was not as expansive as he had envisioned. Though modest in size, the spring was divided into 2 distinct sections. The oval-shaped pools boasted waters of 2 contrasting hues, a milky white and a vibrant crimson. Even more peculiar was the fact that, despite being part of the same body of water, the 2 colors remained steadfastly separate, each maintaining its own domain without encroachment. The billowing steam rose from the very juncture between the 2 springs, ascending continuously until it gradually dissipated at the mountain's peak. Liu Mo gazed at the hot spring pool before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In his recollection, this place was meant to be a convergence of the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, with 2 types of spring water within, one frigidly cold, the other searingly hot. The harmony of yin and yang, the interplay of dualities. Could this be the Eye of Ice and Fire? Liu Mo exclaimed in astonishment. This environment was reminiscent of scenarios he had encountered in his past life within the realm of gaming. The Eye of Ice and Fire not only nurtured life but also exerted an extraordinarily unique influence on both humans and animals. Should a person or creature approach the Eye of Ice and Fire, their body would be assailed by the extreme energies of these 2 elemental forces. If they failed to retreat in a timely manner, they would face catastrophic consequences. Surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire was a diverse array of vegetation, each exhibiting a myriad of forms, resembling a botanical paradise. Every plant within this sanctuary was a rare treasure, captivating the observer with its breathtaking beauty. Additionally, there existed a select few celestial-grade flora in the vicinity. Liu Mo's eyes shimmered with a glint of avarice as he approached the celestial treasures, eager to seize them all. Among the myriad of wondrous items were the heavenly lotus, fiery apricot blossom, starry ice grass, 9-rank purple mushroom, heart-wrenching red, enchanted tulip, rooster crest phoenix sunflower, aquatic jade skin bone, 8-petal celestial orchid, fragrant enchanted celestial treasures, and the snow silkworm, among many others. The sheer diversity of these celestial products stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. Suddenly, he noticed a radiant 7-colored light emanating from the core of the Eye of Ice and Fire, and upon directing his gaze towards it, he beheld a golden lotus. This was no ordinary bloom. It was the 7-colored golden lotus, comprised of 24 petals, each crafted from pure gold, radiating a dark golden glow. The flora thriving in the center of the Eye of Ice and Fire surpassed all celestial items, deserving the title of the King of Celestial Treasures. Who is this child? This place shall belong to me from now on. You should depart at once, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed from behind him. As the words were spoken, the air around him turned frigid, sending a shiver down Liu Mo's spine. He turned to face the source of the voice and found an elderly man with green hair, emerald eyes, and jade-tipped nails standing ominously behind him, his gaze icy and malevolent, akin to a venomous tongue. Just moments ago, when Liu Mo had reached the depths of despair, he had thoroughly scanned the area and found it devoid of any presence. When had this man appeared behind him? Had he been there all along? How could he have sensed nothing? Liu Mo found himself lost in contemplation, believing he had attained the level of a soul master, with perceptive abilities surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Yet, he remained unaware that there are always higher peaks beyond the ones already conquered. Why should this place, which I discovered first, become yours? According to your reasoning, It should rightfully belong to me. Although Liu Mo felt a sense of oppression emanating from the other party, he could not casually relinquish the ice and fire duality, a rare convergence of the world's spiritual essence. Furthermore, the celestial-grade vegetation surrounding him had yet to be harvested. How could he readily abandon it? Haha, little one, do you think this realm belongs to whoever discovers it first? This is a world governed by strength. What I claim as mine is indeed mine. You still wet behind the ears should return home for your milk. The elder laughed derisively at Liu Mo's assertions. As if addressing an ignorant child, Liu Mo gazed at the mockery directed at him, his brow slightly furrowing and disdain etched upon his face. He then turned and extended his hand towards the celestial artifact. Did you not hear what I just said? The elder, observing his actions, felt a surge of anger and, with a mere flick of his hand, sent Liu Mo flying over 10 meters away. At this moment, Liu Mo bore traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, he recognized that his recent careless strike had inflicted such harm upon himself. His adversary was undoubtedly formidable. I, Duality, have never resorted to bullying the young. If you comply, I shall grant you your freedom, Duality declared, standing tall, his serpent-like green gaze fixed intently upon Liu Mo. Upon hearing his words, Liu Mo's body stiffened. This Duality not only sought to seize territory but also aimed to monopolize the celestial treasures here. Regardless of the strength of his adversaries, he would never relinquish such rare items of this world so easily. For these celestial treasures presented him with a rare opportunity to enhance his soul power. Did you hear that? Duality displayed an even greater ferocity towards Liu Mo, his emerald eyes seemingly glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Liu Mo gazed at the unpicked celestial flora before him, a tinge of regret stirring within. Yet, the seven-colored lotus at the center of the hot spring was an opportunity he could not forsake. He rose slowly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of determination as if the lotus were already within his grasp. With purpose, he sprinted towards the water. Plop! He leaped into the river, swimming towards the center. Duality watched his actions with a mixture of confusion and intrigue, raising a hand to stroke his chin. He pondered the child's motives. Why leap into the water when he could simply hand over the celestial treasure? His gaze followed Liu Mo as he navigated the hot spring's depths. Duality clasped his hands behind him, his eyes glinting with a foreboding light. Fixating intently on Liu Mo's advance, the oppressive aura he emanated seemingly causing the very air to thicken. Suddenly, he caught sight of the seven-colored lotus in the pond's center. Alarm surged within him. This brat intended to seize the sacred treasure. Realizing Liu Mo's intent, Duality promptly plunged into the eye of ice and fire. The moment he entered, he was assaulted by the contrasting energies of extreme cold and searing heat, an overwhelming sensation of impending explosion coursing through him within mere seconds. Sweat began to pour from his brow, and the veins in his neck bulged ominously. Boom! At that instant, the green in his eyes deepened ominously, and a piercing howl erupted from his lips. An emerald light burst forth from his being, manifesting as a colossal green serpent that materialized behind him, his martial spirit, the emerald-scaled Serpent King. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings flickered to life around him, vibrant in hue, swirling in a mesmerizing display of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. A title Douluo. Liu Mo gazed at the imposing figure of Duality before him, his body adorned with 9 resplendent halos. He halted in astonishment and exclaimed, never anticipating that this elder was, in fact, a title Douluo. A wave of relief washed over him for not having acted recklessly moments ago. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. However, at this juncture, he realized that he no longer had the opportunity to reconsider. Liu Mo contemplated this, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 23, Treading the Fountain of Yin and Yang. Duality, despite releasing all his soul rings, could not linger in the eye of ice and fire. In mere seconds, his body, overwhelmed by the clash of 2 extreme energies, began to falter. In an instant, he stood atop the emerald-scaled Serpent King, ascending slowly, escaping the perilous grasp of the eye of ice and fire at a critical moment. It was through the true form of his martial soul that Duality managed to depart from that treacherous realm. Had he delayed for but a few moments longer, he might have met his demise. Collapsing onto the shore, Duality remained seated, though he had escaped the frigid and searing waters. His visage still reflected agony. Yet, within the depths of his sinister green eyes, a flicker of confusion lingered. Why could that impish child roam freely in the waters, while he had been subjected to such overwhelming force upon entry? Did the boy possess some extraordinary quality, or was it merely because he was a child? The bewilderment in Douluo's gaze gradually morphed into resentment. At that moment, Liu Mo had reached the very center of the pool. Casting a disdainful glance toward the shore where Douluo sat, a subtle arc forming at the corners of his mouth as he smiled lightly. He was but a stone's throw away from the seven-colored lotus, and as his smile blossomed, his hand slowly moved toward the coveted flower. Observing such a treasure poised to fall into the hands of this youth, Douluo's heart brimmed with unwillingness. His brows furrowed, and his emerald eyes began to emit a brilliant green glow. However, rising from his position proved a daunting task, let alone thwarting Liu Mo in the pool. He clenched his right hand tightly, concealing his four verdant nails deep within his palm, and with fervor, he struck the ground. Bang! A dull thud reverberated, creating a crater in the somewhat rigid ground. Despite being buffeted by the opposing forces of two extreme elemental energies, he was still able to unleash such tremendous power at this moment. This was the terrifying might of a tidal Douluo. Had it not been for the ice and fire two elemental eyes restraining him, Liu Mo might have met his demise today. His ability to traverse the ice and fire two elemental eyes was not merely due to his youthful innocence. Upon acquiring his first soul ring, he not only gained the skill of the Ice Mountain Heavy Hammer, but also three passive abilities: immunity to ice attributes, immunity to fire attributes, and a 30-point enhancement to his strength from Titan-type assistance. It was precisely this immunity to ice and fire that allowed him to remain unscathed by the impact of these two extreme energies. However, Liu Mo's presence within the ice and fire two elemental eyes did not come without its effects. The vicinity of the eyes provided immense nourishment, while being at the center offered an even greater boon to his body. A stream of crystalline waters enveloped him, cleansing every inch of his skin, causing his pores to open wide. The clear waters swirled around him, channeling waves of energy through his pores into his being. This exquisite sensation flushed Liu Mo's cheeks crimson, relaxed his brow, and caused his eyes to gently close in sheer bliss, inciting further indignation in the onlooker. Douluo. Suddenly, a thought emerged in his mind. The seven-colored lotus had yet to be plucked, and this was the matter of utmost importance to prevent prolonged dreams. He opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of indulgence. Slowly, his hand moved towards the seven-colored lotus. No. Douluo let out a wretched cry from the riverbank, his voice echoing throughout the valley. A flicker of pleading shone in his emerald eyes, mingled with a hint of animosity. Liu Mo, undeterred by his own cries, exhibited no signs of compassion. Nor was he cowed by oppression. The stamen of the seven-colored lotus was just within his grasp, and upon first contact, he experienced a sensation akin to an electric shock. However, Liu Mo did not relinquish his hold. Instead, he exerted himself to pull the seven-colored lotus upward with all his might. In his previous life, Liu Mo had achieved little, for it was an era dominated by familial connections. Yet, in this life, the sight of the seven-colored lotus seemed to signify a divine intervention, an opportunity to transcend mediocrity, and he was resolute in his determination not to abandon it. Suddenly, a muffled sound emanated from the depths of the pool, reminiscent of rock fracturing. In an instant, the surrounding earth trembled as if a great upheaval were underway. Liu Mo surveyed his surroundings, his eyes betraying a sense of panic. Should an earthquake occur, even the finest treasures among the celestial artifacts would be inadequate to safeguard him. Meanwhile, the emerald gaze of Douluo at the riverbank also reflected a hint of trepidation, for he was oblivious to the cause of the disturbance, and his body had yet to regain its strength. As the tremors of the earth and the mountain subsided, Liu Mo felt the seven-colored lotus in his hand suddenly become lighter, as if it had severed its connection to the roots due to the recent upheaval. He grasped the flower stem and lifted the seven-colored lotus above the water's surface. Beneath the lotus, a nearly 3-meter-long dark golden stem adorned with enigmatic magical patterns glimmered, emanating an ethereal cold light. Whoosh! Before Liu Mo could fully discern the peculiar flower staff in his hand, he was abruptly drawn into the embrace of the seven-colored lotus's calyx. On the shore, Douluo, consumed by jealousy and hatred, found himself devoid of any other options. Just as the flower staff vanished, a vortex began to form at the very spot where the colorful lotus had once resided. Initially narrow, the vortex expanded rapidly as two streams of water spiraled violently, becoming increasingly turbulent and larger. Ultimately, Liu Mo too was engulfed within its grasp. With a piercing scream, he disappeared into the immense swirling waters, while the vortex at the center of the pool continued its relentless churn. Douluo, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt in his body. The jealousy that had previously consumed him instantly dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. He realized that had he been caught in that vortex, his demise would have been inevitable. As he observed Liu Mo's disappearance, a smirk of satisfaction crept upon his lips. Meanwhile, the waters within the Eye of Ice and Fire surged ceaselessly, hinting at the presence of a colossal beast thrashing beneath the surface. Suddenly, the edges of the massive vortex began to bulge slightly, and water began to spray outward from within. As the splashes intensified, they coalesced into a stream of crystal-clear water that began to ascend into the air. Duality, taken aback by the transformation occurring in the center of the pool, felt a surge of panic. This was an occurrence unheard of and unseen even by one of his age. As the vortex rose nearly 5 meters, the clear fountain that erupted from its center shot skyward, creating a striking contrast between the two distinct streams of water, reminiscent of the duality of ice and fire, clearly delineated on either side. At the pinnacle of this fountain stood Liu Mo, cradling the 7-colored lotus and standing upon the yin-yang fountain, ascending ever higher into the sky. Duality could only stand there, transfixed by the spectacle before him. With Liu Mo's ethereal visage akin to that of a celestial being, he exuded an aura of divinity, an inviolable presence. The regret for his earlier actions towards Liu Mo flickered in his verdant gaze. Chapter 24. This elder is Mingshu. 2 converging crystalline springs erupted, soaring nearly 500 meters, placing Liu Mo at the same elevation as the preceding hill. With a graceful leap, he ascended to the summit of that hill. As Liu Mo propelled himself into the air, the once vigorous fountain seemed to lose its momentum, cascading down like a torrential downpour into the pool below. The colossal body of water plummeted rapidly into the basin, splashing and creating ripples that danced across the surface. The immense force of the impact sent waves crashing far beyond the banks. At that moment, Dualiti's already damp garments were further soaked. Yet the force of the water upon him felt less formidable than before. This was due to Liu Mo's recent purification of the Eye of Ice and Fire, which had depleted much of the extreme energies. Moreover, the 7-colored lotus at the center of the pool had been removed, returning to its prior state, its essence not to be restored for many years. Nevertheless, the effects of the Eye of Ice and Fire still lingered, albeit less potent than in that previous moment. Liu Mo stood atop a hill nearly 500 meters high, gazing down into the valley below. The recent cascade of the fountain had swept down the surrounding vapor, rendering the valley distinctly visible. His eyes lingered on the ethereal flora beside the solitary bow, a flicker of regret illuminating his gaze. The very presence of his own existence had deprived him of the opportunity to pluck the celestial plants of this land. Thus, he was left with nothing but a singular 7-colored lotus. Despite this sense of loss, the sight of the lotus in his hand brought him a measure of satisfaction, and a faint smile graced his lips. However, his acquisition extended beyond the 7-colored lotus. After a day of absorbing the extreme attributes of the ice and fire duality eye, he had ascended to the 20th level. A full day had elapsed since his initial arrival at the valley's floor. Meanwhile, the dark crocodile on the opposite side of the hill had long since departed. He carefully stowed the 7-colored lotus away. Casting a cheerful glance at the ice and fire duality he had traversed before making his descent down the hill, he wandered through the sunset forest for several days. In the throes of anxiety, preoccupied with fleeing from the dark crocodile's pursuit, he had lost track of how he had arrived there. The dense foliage of the forest obscured his vision, and he found himself utterly disoriented, unable to retrace his steps. Unexpectedly, he mused upon his victory over a soul battle master today, chuckling to himself. Suddenly, a hoarse voice, tinged with a sinister undertone, echoed through the woods. Upon hearing the sound, Liu Mo slowed his pace and made his way toward its source. He gently tread upon the tender grass beneath his feet, gradually parting the foliage ahead. About 20 meters ahead, he discerned 2 figures leaning against 2 great trees, separated by a distance of over 10 meters. One was a tall, emaciated elder, appearing to be at least in his 70s. His head was crowned with a mane of white hair, and the deep wrinkles etched upon his face revealed the weight of his years. His countenance bore an expression of profound anguish, his breath coming in rapid gasps, and his lips exhibited a dark purplish hue. In his grasp, he clutched tenaciously a dragon-headed cane, measuring a full 4 meters in length, which gleamed with a lustrous silver sheen. The dragon's head was intricately crafted, exuding an air of opulence. This was indeed his martial spirit, the dragon's staff. Liu Mo observed the man's expression and discerned that he had been gravely poisoned. However, upon scrutinizing the man's characteristics, he noted an uncanny resemblance to the formidable dragon lord from the notorious Dragon King and Serpent Queen. Yet, how could a soul master of such caliber, like the Dragon Lord, have succumbed to such a fate? Before him stood what appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man. At that moment, Liu Mo's gaze shifted to the elder's opposite side, where a middle-aged man with jet black hair, interspersed with strands of silver, caught his attention. His sinister eyes glimmered with a serpentine red light, though he clutched his chest, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Despite this, his visage retained a semblance of a smile. In the blink of an eye, he rose, leaning against a grand tree. The red light emanating from his eyes spread forth, casting a chilling aura that flowed from his forehead to his hair. As the crimson glow enveloped his locks, his body instantly radiated a dark luminescence. Subsequently, a serpentine creature, exceeding 10 meters in length, emerged from his form, coiling behind him and continuously flicking its deep violet tongue, complemented by eyes that shone like rubies, rendering it all the more terrifying. Beneath him, brilliant soul rings simultaneously erupted, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, swirling around his figure. Liu Mo gazed at the vibrant aura enveloping his body, momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a soul emperor, and the black serpent appeared exceedingly venomous. However, upon releasing his soul ring, he felt his own body falter, subsequently spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then slumped to the ground. Despite this, the smile upon his face remained undiminished. He understood that even without his intervention, the elder across from him would not survive. His earlier impatience had merely hastened the inevitable. Since he was now devoid of the capacity to attack, he would allow the elder to succumb to his lethal poison. Mengshu, who would have thought that a soul Douluo like you would perish at my hands? This feat alone would suffice as a tale to boast about for a lifetime. I must thank you for this opportunity. Haha. Although the middle-aged man had endured significant blows from the elder, he knew he was not fated to die. While the elder was already afflicted by a potent toxin, and time was of the essence. Long Gong Mengshu, he truly is a dragon duke. How could a soul Douluo be reduced to such a state by a soul emperor? Liu Mo paused upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man. The disparity between soul masters of 2 distinct titles signifies an immense difference in strength. It is almost inconceivable for the weaker one to triumph over the stronger. This middle-aged man had launched a surprise attack on Long Gong without any defense in place. Were it any other martial spirit attempting a mere ambush, it would hardly inflict fatal harm on a soul master of such a rank, yet he wielded lethal poison. After Long Gong was poisoned and retaliated, he managed to severely injure the assailant, but the exertion of his soul power exacerbated the spread of the toxins, leading to the current predicament. At this moment, Long Gong, tormented by the potent venom, found himself devoid of any means to resist. Fortunately, his opponent had also sustained grave injuries. Otherwise, Liu Mo would not have witnessed this scene. Although he was unaware of the exact circumstances, the sight of the feeble Long Gong stirred a sense of compassion within Liu Mo, making it difficult for him to accept the idea of watching the elder perish before his eyes. After all, he had never hesitated in his mind about whether to assist the elderly. Thankfully, the adversary was also gravely wounded. Otherwise, stepping out would only lead to his own demise. He cast a glance at the middle-aged man on the other side, pressed his lips together, parted the grass, and revealed himself before the two. The middle-aged man, ever vigilant, noticed Liu Mo's presence, and the smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a menacing glare directed at Liu Mo, followed by a hint of derisive amusement. After all, Liu Mo was still a mere child, posing no threat to him and offering no substantial aid to Long Gong. Thus, the middle-aged man's wariness dissipated upon observing Liu Mo's youthful visage. Chapter 25, Truly Extraordinary. Liu Mo gazed at the middle-aged man, his eyes betraying a hint of resentment. A stark contrast to his youthful visage. He then turned towards the figure of Long Gong, whose dark purple face, etched with deep wrinkles, managed to form a faint smile. In a quivering voice, he urged, "Young brother, you must leave this place swiftly." This was a warning born out of genuine concern, a testament to the considerable effort Long Gong expended to utter those words. "Grandpa Meng, I have come to rescue you." Liu Mo stood beside the Dragon Duke, his height barely surpassing that of the seated figure, yet his youthful visage radiated unwavering confidence. The Dragon Duke regarded him with an expression of slight perplexity on his dark, purplish face. It was remarkable that such a young child recognized him. Perhaps he had delved into the realm of soul masters to some degree. What can a mere child do? In this world, the only poison that rivals mine is likely that of the poison Douluo, the Emerald Serpent King. And how could you possibly counter it? The middle-aged man opposite him, although unable to rise, still spoke with a resonant depth. The Emerald Serpent King? Poison Douluo? As Liu Mo's mind echoed with those words, He recalled the elderly figure he had encountered a few days prior at the Eye of Ice and Fire, a memory that resonated deeply. After all, there were not many titled Douluos on this continent, and that elder's martial soul was indeed the Emerald Scale Serpent King. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced his lips as he gazed at the audacious middle-aged man opposite him. At this moment, it remained uncertain whether the poisoned Douluo had regained his strength. "Young brother, are you truly capable of curing my poison?" Long Gong inquired, his hopeful gaze fixated on Liu Mo's confident demeanor. Liu Mo gazed at Long Gong, whose lips curled into a subtle arc, and nodded gently. Long Gong, encouraged by Liu Mo's affirmation, revealed a hint of a smile, his dark purple lips forming a delicate curve. "You old rascal, truly ailing in judgment, to trust the words of a child. As a soul fighter, you exhibit not a shred of dignity at this moment." The middle-aged man across from him laughed boisterously at Long Gong's expression. Yet, Long Gong remained unfazed by the mockery, his joy undiminished, as if he had not heard the taunts, and he simply offered Liu Mo a gentle, amiable smile. Suddenly, Liu Mo's brow furrowed slightly, and the smile vanished in an instant. Long Gong's expression shifted in tandem with Liu Mo's change, for he had entrusted nearly all his hopes to this child. "Grandpa Ming, I may need to tear your clothing shortly. I hope you do not mind." Liu Mo gazed at Long Gong, whose eyes reflected a mixture of confusion and anxiety. In a hushed tone, he spoke. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantaneously, and a warm smile blossomed once more upon Long Gong's face, as he merely nodded in silence. This child, on the brink of peril, still fretted over his tattered attire? Such is the nature of youth, unable to discern the weight of priorities. Observing his modest clothing, perhaps he believed his own garments too ostentatious, fearing the burden of compensation. Long Gong, renowned by the title of Dragon Lord, would never impose such a demand. Moreover, should you aid this old man and allow him to escape this calamity, he would undoubtedly offer his unwavering support in the future. Long Gong fixed his gaze upon Liu Mo, a smile playing on his lips, seemingly amused by the boy's naivety. Yet, Liu Mo's thoughts were far removed from Long Gong's assumptions. He required the scales from his right arm, a peculiar asset he wished to keep concealed from strangers. With that, he steadied Long Gong and sat cross-legged, turning his back to the great tree that had provided him shelter. Liu Mo crouched behind Long Gong, while the middle-aged man across from him strained to see, yet could discern nothing behind Long Gong. Unbeknownst to Long Gong, Liu Mo was engaged in an action concealed from view. He gently rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, releasing the dragon scales adorning his wrist. With a delicate motion, he traced a line across Long Gong's back, where his exquisite attire was marred by several slashes, revealing wounds that mirrored those of his clothing. As the pain surged from the newly inflicted wounds, Long Gong's body quivered slightly. Dark, purplish blood began to seep from the gashes. Liu Mo pressed the scales of his right arm against the open wounds. The chilling scales made contact with Long Gong's skin, seemingly invoking a mysterious force that drew the toxins from within his body, converging at the site of the injury. The toxins coursed through the scales into Liu Mo's body, transforming the scales from a brilliant blue to a deep blackish purple, before gradually reverting to their original azure hue, an indication of the toxin's eradication. As the toxins were extracted, Long Gong's complexion transitioned from a dark purplish hue to a vibrant purple, then to a rosy red, ultimately culminating in a soft pink. The middle-aged man observed the transformation of Long Gong's skin with a gradually stiffening smile, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment and panic. How could this be possible? How was he achieving this? In a state of alarm, he exclaimed in disbelief. With the final remnants of the poison drawn out by Liu Mo, Long Gong's visage appeared more vibrant than before, radiating a brilliant smile that conveyed a sense of rebirth. Meanwhile, the azure scales upon Liu Mo's right wrist returned to their original state. He lowered his sleeve to conceal his wrist and slowly rose, approaching Long Gong to say, "Grandfather Ming, all the poison has been completely purged. How do you feel now?" Liu Mo's smile bore a hint of pride, a sentiment well-deserved, as it was an achievement beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Long Gong, leaning on his dragon staff, promptly rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, and with a beaming expression declared, "Ah, young brother, you truly possess extraordinary abilities. You have swiftly neutralized my poison. Moreover, I feel utterly revitalized." Haha. Upon hearing the praise from Lord Long, Liu Mo's heart swelled with joy. "Oh, esteemed Lord Long, please spare me. My earlier disrespect was merely a momentary lapse in judgment." The arrogance that had once characterized the middle-aged man had vanished entirely, replaced by a visage filled with dread and a hint of confusion in his eyes. Conversely, The amiable smile that had graced Lord Long's face when addressing Liu Mo vanished in an instant, replaced by a deep furrow in his brow and a glint of menace in his gaze as he regarded the now slumped middle-aged man before him. Liu Mo gazed into Long Gong's eyes, his body momentarily stiffening, and at that moment, his expression was a stark contrast to the affable demeanor he had just exhibited. "Grandfather Meng, might you spare him?" Liu Mo gazed at the murderous aura enveloping Long Gong, feeling a sense of trepidation, for his intentions in aiding Long Gong were never meant to culminate in such a manner. "Indeed, Long Gong, please spare me," implored the middle-aged man, who accompanied Liu Mo in his supplications. At that moment, Long Gong appeared oblivious to their entreaties, fixating his intensely wrathful gaze upon the middle-aged man ahead, striding forward with a vigorous demeanor. Chapter 26. Soul coins are useless to the dead. With each step Long Gong took, a vibrant soul ring materialized beneath his feet. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black rings. Altogether, 8 resplendent soul rings circled around him, a hallmark of a Soul Douluo's standard configuration. Liu Mo gazed at the undulating soul rings surrounding Long Gong, feeling an overwhelming aura pressing down upon him. This sensation was not limited to him alone. The middle-aged man nearby was also affected, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes wide with terror, almost as if they might burst from their sockets. "No, please, no." As Long Gong wielded his dragon staff, the vividly lifelike dragon head charged directly towards the middle-aged man. All he could do was scream. The speed was astonishing, slicing through the air like a silver streak. Boom! The dragon head struck the man's chest with a resounding crash. The massive tree behind him crumbled and fell, splintered by the impact. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock, blood beginning to trickle from the corners of his mouth. Long Gong swiftly retracted his dragon staff, seemingly concerned that the blood seeping from the man's lips might taint it. The man, now lifeless, lay there, eyes still wide, motionless in a pool of his own blood. Long Gong turned with urgency, planting his staff firmly on the ground, his expression grave as he regarded Liu Mo, taken aback by Long Gong's gaze. Felt a flicker of astonishment within him. This was not his first encounter with death. Yet the knowledge that this man had perished indirectly because of him stirred an uneasy feeling in his heart. In this world, no one would show compassion for your weakness. Respect is earned through strength. Remember this, my young brother. If I do not eliminate him, you, I, or anyone connected to us may fall victim to his hand. By then, it would be too late for regret. Long Gong spoke as though imparting wisdom to a child, explaining his reasoning to Liu Mo. Liu Mo found himself in agreement, recognizing the harsh reality of a world governed by the survival of the fittest. "What is your name, young brother?" "You saved my life today. Feel free to ask for anything you desire," Long Gong said, a glimmer of gratitude suddenly illuminating his eyes, a smile breaking through the rigidity of his earlier demeanor. Liu Mo gazed at Long Gong, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he introduced himself. "I am Liu Mo. As for the matter at hand, I indeed find myself in a predicament. I have been here for several days, yet I have not ventured beyond these confines. However, standing before such a formidable presence, making this request seems rather presumptuous. Having reached the esteemed level of 20, I am in dire need of hunting a soul beast to acquire my second soul ring. The perils of slaying a soul beast are considerable. Thus seeking Long Gong's assistance in this endeavor would be most advantageous. Grandfather Meng, I must confess, I do have a matter for which I require your esteemed help." At this moment, Liu Mo beamed with a smile, gazing at Long Gong, and said, "Oh, what is it?" Upon hearing this, Long Gong focused his attention on Liu Mo's face, and that smile was instantly retracted. "I happen to be in need of a soul ring. May I ask, Grandfather Meng?" Liu Mo gazed at Long Gong with a question in his eyes, inquiring earnestly. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Long Gong's previously tense expression instantly transformed into a smile, as he realized that the matter at hand was merely concerning a soul ring. "Ah, no problem at all. I simply did not expect that at such a tender age." "You have already reached level 10, Long Gong remarked, slightly bowing his head to look at Liu Mo with a hint of surprise. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo was momentarily taken aback, but soon joined Long Gong in laughter, offering no further explanation. Long Gong then set forth on his path. And as Liu Mo intended to follow, he noticed a middle-aged man nearby, still sitting there with wide-open eyes. Since there was an inextricable connection between them, it was best not to let him depart in unrest. Liu Mo sighed softly as he approached him, gently closing his eyes. Just as he was about to depart, he inadvertently kicked his garment, producing a resonant metallic clatter. Out of curiosity, he rummaged through the pockets and uncovered 10 gleaming gold soul coins. It was not that Liu Mo was avaricious. Rather, he believed these items held no significance for the deceased, thus he decided to keep them for himself. He promptly rose to pursue Long Gong, who had already traversed a considerable distance of over 10 meters. Mo, do you have a specific soul beast in mind? Long Gong inquired, without turning back, continuing to stride forward. As for what soul beasts he might need, Liu Mo had never delved deeply into the matter until Long Gong's question prompted him to ponder these considerations. My martial soul is oriented towards strength and speed. Perhaps Grandfather Meng could recommend one as well. Liu Mo pondered for a moment before responding to Long Gong ahead. A powerful assault-type battle spirit master. How fortuitous it is to arrive at the right moment. Let it be so. Long Gong initially smiled, then turned his gaze to his side, where he had already sensed the presence of a 400-year-old brown bear. Liu Mo followed Long Gong's gaze, traversing the dense thicket, and he too caught a fleeting glimpse of the soul beast. However, upon his first sighting, he furrowed his brow and shook his head, saying, Grandfather Meng, the age is inadequate. I am currently in search of my second soul ring. The age for the second soul ring is indeed brief. What? You have already reached level 20? Long Gong, regaining his composure, immediately turned around, his eyes filled with skepticism as he regarded Liu Mo behind him. Liu Mo, sensing the astonishment of others directed towards him, felt a certain satisfaction. A smile crept upon his lips as he nodded and softly affirmed. Long Gong observed him nodding, inhaled deeply, and struggled to believe that this child, nearly the same age as his granddaughter, had already attained level 20. Should he be welcomed into the family and appointed as a steward, it would be a most commendable affair. Moreover, this child possessed a strikingly handsome demeanor, which would surely captivate his granddaughter's heart. Mo, which family do you hail from? Long Gong inquired tentatively. Grandfather Meng, I am not a child of any prominent family. I come from an ordinary household. Liu Mo smiled faintly, betraying not a hint of humility. He firmly believed that a hero's origins do not define their worth. Although a powerful martial soul may be inherited through familial bloodlines, it does not negate the accomplishments of ordinary individuals. Moreover, at this moment, his martial soul stood on equal footing, if not superior, to those of the prominent families. Hearing Liu Mo's words, Long Gong's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Little Mo, how about joining my family? If you do, I shall provide you with the finest cultivation conditions, ensuring that your name will resonate throughout the continent in the future. Long Gong gazed down at Liu Mo, his eyes reflecting a vision of a promising future. While Liu Mo recognized the need for a conducive training environment, he understood that joining a family differed significantly from entering an academy for further studies. Once one became a member of a family, they would be bound by its constraints for life, a considerable limitation for someone like Liu Mo, who had just stepped into society. Chapter 27. The ten-tailed purple lightning scorpion king. Though Long Gong appeared amiable, Liu Mo had witnessed his earlier ferocity. Given their limited acquaintance, he was resolute in his refusal. However, in the setting of the Sunset Forest, whether departing or obtaining a second soul ring, he could not evade Long Gong's presence. Grandfather Meng, I am still young. Please allow me some time to contemplate. Liu Modong's true countenance revealed a glib response. This reply left Long Gong with an absence of rejection, yet it also failed to kindle any significant hope within him. Well then, do give it some thought. My granddaughter is quite beautiful, you know, and you wouldn't want to miss out. He chuckled lightly. Although Long Gong was unaware of the profound implications behind the words spoken by the youthful visage before him, he understood that Liu Mo, regardless of the circumstances, was still a man. Offering him a glimpse of aspiration and longing might perhaps expedite his decision-making process. Liu Mo smiled faintly upon hearing this, astonished that the wrinkled old man would resort to using his granddaughter as a means to entice him. Amid their conversation, a brown bear fled in haste from a distance. Its frantic departure puzzled both Long Gong and Liu Mo. However, the bear's demeanor suggested it had sensed a formidable adversary. For the soul beasts are far more attuned to the emergence of powerful forces in their vicinity than humans. At that moment, both Long Gong and Liu Mo furrowed their brows in unison, gazing at the spot where the bear had just stood. After a brief pause, the rustling of branches and leaves echoed around them, accompanied by a distant clamor. Mo, it seems we are dealing with a ferocious soul beast. We should make our exit swiftly. Long Gong's gaze remained fixed, his brow deepening as he spoke in a hoarse, chilling tone. Meanwhile, Liu Mo stood transfixed like a dazed child, staring at the swaying foliage, motionless, his expression a mixture of bewilderment, terror, and a hint of anticipation. Suddenly, amidst the lush green, two purple pincers emerged. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that they belonged to a massive scorpion, its tail yet to appear, but already measuring nearly 5 meters in length. The 8 legs beneath it rustled against the grass as it advanced, creating a cacophony of sound. As Liu Mo beheld the emergence of the colossal scorpion, he momentarily froze, his entire being mirroring the hue of its formidable pincers, both a striking shade of violet, adorned with splashes of white upon its body. Meanwhile, Long Gong's gaze fixed upon the mass of purple ahead, his brow furrowing even further. As he concentrated intently on the creature, it appeared that only upon the complete revelation of its form could a true assessment of its species be made. As the creature advanced, a cascade of dark golden radiance trailed behind it. Curled beneath its back were a total of 10 tails. This was none other than the 10-tailed purple lightning scorpion. Although devoid of venom, it possessed astonishing strength. The pincers ahead could effortlessly sever trees. More terrifying still was its ability to unleash powerful purple lightning, even as Soul Sage-level Soul Master. Should they fall victim to the purple lightning emitted by a Millennium-grade 10-tailed purple lightning scorpion, would likely be reduced to ashes. Liu Mo. This 10-tailed purple lightning scorpion is not suitable for you. We should depart swiftly, Long Gong remarked, taken aback by its full form. Though he believed he could contend with it, this soul beast, being approximately 1,200 years old, was not a fitting choice for Liu Mo's second soul ring. Grandfather Meng. Are its 10 dark golden tails merely ornamental? At this moment, Liu Mo's gaze was entirely fixed upon its tail, and he inquired with a hint of perplexity. Do you see the sharp spikes at the tip of each tail? They are truly indomitable. Moreover, upon striking a target, they release an energy akin to purple lightning. Those unfortunate enough to be struck, even if they do not perish, will be rendered mentally incapacitated under the torment of this terrifying electric force. Long Gong slightly squinted, observing the 10 tails that emanated a dark golden glow, and spoke in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo's body stiffened. He certainly did not wish to perish in such a manner, nor did he desire to succumb to madness. At that moment, the 10-tailed purple lightning scorpion king seemed to have noticed Liu Mo and Long Gong in the distance. It immediately turned, its 3 pairs of ruby-like eyes glinting with crimson light, fixating on the two of them. The 10 dark golden tails behind it unfurled ominously. We must flee swiftly. Do not expend our strength against it, Long Gong urged as he observed the oncoming 10-tailed purple lightning scorpion king, preparing to pull Liu Mo away. However, Long Gong failed to elucidate that the 10-tailed purple lightning scorpion king possessed not only extraordinary power but also unparalleled speed far beyond that of ordinary soul beasts. Its 10 dark golden tails exhibited remarkable dexterity. As its 8 legs moved with rapidity, the 10 tails spread out in a fan shape, burrowing beneath its own body. With a forceful thrust of its tails, it launched its massive body forward with a whoosh, arriving before Liu Mo in the blink of an eye. Before Liu Mo could react, a colossal claw had already opened, hurtling towards him. Although Long Gong was advanced in age, his reflexes remained unyielded. He swiftly grasped Liu Mo, evading the assault of the monstrous claw, and, in one fluid motion, hurled Liu Mo several meters away, where he landed on the ground. Though Long Gong was a formidable soul Douluo, if the 10-tailed purple lightning scorpion king unleashed its purple lightning, he feared he would be unable to protect Liu Mo. Thus, tossing him away, while painful upon impact, was far preferable to the alternative of death. Clang! The sound of the claw striking empty air resonated. Liu Mo, still on the ground, broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the resounding clang of metal colliding. Had Long Gong not intervened, he would have been cleaved in two by that very sound. As Long Gong turned to stabilize himself after casting Liu Mo aside, a series of soul rings began to rise beneath his feet, 8 rings swirling around his form. Gripping his dragon staff firmly, he thrust it into the ground. A shockwave erupted from the point of contact, radiating rapidly outward. The 10-tailed purple lightning scorpion king was forcefully pushed back several meters by the ensuing gust. Regaining its balance, the creature's 3 pairs of ruby eyes began to flicker in synchronized fury. Purple light emanated from its body, while white spots simultaneously radiated a brilliant glow. The 10 dark golden tails crackled with dense arcs of electricity, and the 10 sharp spines at their tips emitted a sharp popping sound as they generated arcs of electricity in close proximity. The spines slowly advanced, each tip directed menacingly towards Long Gong. As they drew near, a powerful surge of electricity erupted, a dazzling purple light shooting forth rapidly towards Long Gong. Long Gong merely gazed at the flash of violet light, his body momentarily stiffening and his countenance betraying astonishment as he involuntarily exclaimed, Chapter 28. The stalwart dark golden tintails in his panic, Long Gong, did not succumb to irrationality. Instantly, he bent his legs, tilting his body, and with a swift motion, leapt nearly 10 meters to the side. The agility displayed was hardly indicative of an elderly man, although the previous strike would not have claimed his life. He was acutely aware that being struck would yield dire consequences. However, he did not anticipate that the tin-tailed purple lightning Scorpion King would soon unleash its violet lightnings, prompting a startled reaction. After all, this formidable energy could only be employed twice every 3 days. Boom! The violet lightning struck with ferocity, creating a crater nearly 10 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep. Dust erupted around the impact site, obscuring visibility in the vicinity. At this moment, both Liu Mo and Long Gong found themselves enveloped in the swirling dust. Long Gong was apprehensive that this foolish creature might launch a second assault with its violet lightning, for the obscured surroundings rendered it impossible to discern its next move. As the dust began to settle, they discovered that the tin-tailed purple lightning Scorpion King had retreated nearly 50 meters. This soul beast was far from foolish. It recognized the magnitude of its opponent's strength, realizing it was beyond its capacity to confront. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, it deftly positioned its 10 dark golden tails beneath itself, propelling itself nearly 20 meters forward before making a hasty escape. Grandfather Ming, pursue it. I desire this soul beast. Liu Mo gazed at the retreating tin-tailed purple lightning Scorpion King, his youthful visage betraying a hint of anxiety. Are you certain? Long Gong inquired, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with a sense of doubt as he regarded Liu Mo. Although he shared the same sentiment as Qin Zhe, believing that the optimal spirit ring combinations were merely theoretical constructs devised for powerful clans, and that adherence to such theories would forever confine others beneath the supremacy of their formidable martial spirits, he acknowledged that this was, after all, a distillation of human cultivation practices, and one could not transcend its boundaries excessively. Liu Mo remained silent, merely biting his lower lip and gazing intently at Long Gong, who nodded gently in response. His youthful visage bore an expression of resolute determination, a gaze uncommon among children of his age. Captivated by the intensity of his stare, Long Gong leaped forward with remarkable agility, covering nearly 15 meters in a single bound. Whoosh! After several leaps, he arrived behind the tin-tailed purple lightning Scorpion King. Sensing the formidable presence approaching from behind, the scorpion immediately propelled itself forward, launching more than 20 meters away with its 10 tails. At this moment, Long Gong gripped his dragon staff tightly, the intricate patterns on its dragon head glimmering with a radiant blue light. As the glow emanated from the crevices of the design, the dragon eyes simultaneously flickered twice, as if breathing life into the scene. With a swift motion, he waved the staff, and the vividly carved dragon head seemed to awaken. A verdant dragon soared forth from the staff, gracefully navigating the air and darting towards the fleeing tin-tailed purple lightning Scorpion King, accompanied by the resonant sound of a dragon's roar. The scorpion, in its frantic flight, momentarily hesitated upon hearing the dragon's call. Just as the azure dragon was about to close in on the scorpion, the 10 dark golden tails behind it rose in unison, fanning out like a protective barrier. Boom! The dragon collided with the scorpion's fan-like tails, producing a deafening sound. Remarkably, the tin-tailed purple lightning Scorpion King appeared unscathed. Instead, the force of the impact seemed to accelerate its escape. Long Gong, who was in pursuit, exhibited a look of astonishment. He was aware that the scorpion's 10 sharp stingers were indomitable, yet he had not anticipated the formidable resilience of its 10 dark golden tails. Meanwhile, Liu Mo trailed closely behind, striving to keep pace. Although he could not match the scorpion's 20-meter leaps or Long Gong's 15-meter bounds, neither of them vanished from his sight. After a while, Long Gong noted that the tin-tailed purple lightning Scorpion King had not attempted to unleash its purple lightning again, likely having exhausted that ability within the last 3 days. With this realization, Long Gong felt a measure of relief in his vigilance. Whoosh! With several rapid strides, Long Gong found himself hovering above the scorpion's form, though still a distance away from its pincer-like body, wary of the 10 ominous tails trailing behind. Propelled by inertia, he soared through the air, parallel to the scorpion's body, matching its speed. Suddenly, Long Gong furrowed his brows and forcefully hurled his gleaming silver dragon staff downward towards the 10-tailed purple lightning Scorpion King. The staff stood erect, the dragon head above, its tip aimed directly at the target. Crash! A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by the unsettling sound of cracking bones. This cacophony was born from the dragon staff piercing the exoskeleton of the tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion emperor. At that moment, the dragon staff had penetrated its body and was firmly embedded into the earth. The tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion emperor abruptly halted, while the dragon sovereign continued to glide gracefully through the air. As his body descended slowly, he executed a final somersault, landing flawlessly on the ground. Such a feat, even for a sprightly youth, would be exceedingly challenging, yet a man over 70 accomplished it with remarkable elegance. The dragon sovereign touched down precisely 2 meters in front of the tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion emperor. The scorpion struggled. Under ordinary circumstances, it could easily sever the dragon's staff, as thick as a wrist, with even a meter-wide piece of dark iron. Yet now, the dragon staff struck at its vital point, rendering it powerless. The more it fought against the piercing pain, the more intense the agony became. Faced with the specter of death, it could only endure the torment of its futile struggles. Unable to escape the staff that had impaled it, the dragon sovereign's brow furrowed slightly, his lips pressed tightly together. It seemed as though he were channeling his will to control the dragon's staff. A vivid blue light flickered from the lifelike patterns on the staff, and his eyes glimmered in response as an azure dragon coiled around the staff and ascended. It traced a luminous arc through the air, leaving behind a resonant dragon's roar. Then, the dragon's head lunged toward the head of the tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion emperor below. The scorpion, anchored to the ground by the dragon's staff, intensified its struggles upon hearing the dragon's roar. With a thunderous crash, the dragon's head collided with the scorpion's skull, producing a tremendous sound that stirred up the surrounding dust. At this moment, Liu Mo had arrived within 5 meters of the tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion emperor. He paused his advance due to the swirling dust that filled the air, yet his anxious heart remained restless. Furrowing his brows, he bit down on his lower lip and squinted at the dust before him. His heart filled with worry. Could that old man have killed the tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion emperor? After all, Long Gong was a soul Douluo level expert. No matter how formidable this soul beast appeared, it was ultimately just a millennium-level creature. The sheer force of his previous strike, evidenced by the dust that had been kicked up around him, indicated its tremendous power. Thus, Liu Mo's concerns were not unfounded. However, should his fears materialize, the soul ring of the soul beast he had set his sights on would no longer belong to him, rendering all his efforts futile. Chapter 29. Seeking one's fortune. As the surrounding dust gradually settled, Liu Mo fixed his gaze upon the tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion emperor, noticing that it remained motionless. This display pushed Liu Mo's anxiety to its zenith. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to bury his head in his hands and weep. After all, suitable soul beasts were both desirable and elusive. To squander such a remarkable creature would be an unfathomable loss. Suddenly, the 10 tails of the tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion emperor began to twitch. Upon witnessing this movement, a radiant smile blossomed on Liu Mo's face. This affirmed that it was still alive, and its soul ring remained intact. As a soul Douluo, how could Long Gong lack such discernment? Even in his desire to showcase his prowess, he would not forget his initial objective. This exemplified the mark of a true master, an extraordinary control over his soul power and skills, exhibiting the ability to wield them with both precision and restraint. Long Gong stepped over the drooping pincers and ascended onto the back of the tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion emperor, extracting his dragon staff before leaping gracefully down to the ground. With a hint of concern etched on his face, he looked at Liu Mo and softly said, "Xiao Mo, have you thought this through? There is still time to reconsider." "Grandpa Meng, I have made up my mind. It's this one." At this moment, a radiant smile adorned Liu Mo's face, and his gaze reflected a hint of gratitude. "Very well, I shall leave it in your capable hands. I will remain vigilant here," Long Gong said with a subtle nod and a calm demeanor. From the depths of his eyes, one could discern a tacit understanding that Liu Mo must rely on his own resources. Long Gong began to stand guard, ensuring that no other soul beasts would pose a threat to Liu Mo. The resolution Liu Mo had forged within himself was steadfast, especially considering the considerable effort Long Gong had expended to assist him in reclaiming this soul beast. Liu Mo approached the tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion emperor, siphoning away its final breath. He then settled beside it, his eyes emanating a soft blue glow as the Titan Snow Demon ape melded with his being. He deftly commanded the soul rings within it through sheer mental focus. A radiant purple light surged forth from the tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion emperor, ascending into the air and being drawn towards Liu Mo's form. Observing the Titan Snow Demon ape enveloping Liu Mo, Long Gong was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the existence of such a formidable martial spirit. Were he to rank it, it would undoubtedly reign supreme among beast martial spirits. Long Gong nodded slightly at Liu Mo, acknowledging the numerous surprises this youth had brought him. With a soul Douluo guarding him, Liu Mo felt a sense of ease, allowing him to dedicate himself entirely to absorbing the potent soul ring before him. As the rich purple light enveloped Liu Mo, he found himself engulfed in its brilliance. Long Gong gazed at the luminous purple aura, startled by the immense fluctuation of soul power, uncertain if Liu Mo could withstand it. The radiant purple light enveloping Liu Mo brought him a shock as a tremendous wave of heat surged into his body. Before he could react, the heat blazed like searing flames, scorching him from within. The violent and overpowering essence of the soul ring formed by the tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion emperor forcefully invaded Liu Mo's body, striving to transform it. Although the soul ring contained only energy devoid of consciousness, it was far beyond Liu Mo's control. Under the immense pressure of the soul power, Liu Mo felt as though his body might explode, and the intense agony caused a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Long Gong observed Liu Mo's struggle, recognizing that this soul ring presented a life and death trial for him. Yet, he understood that the more difficult a soul ring was to absorb, the greater its potential benefits. Its inherent abilities were vast, and the soul skills derived from absorbing the soul ring would be extraordinarily powerful. As the soul ring's violent fluctuations continued, Liu Mo coughed up another mouthful of blood. Liu Mo furrowed his brow tightly, his lips pressed firmly together, and his body began to convulse uncontrollably. Every pore on his skin had opened, and sweat streamed forth from each one. The prominent veins on his neck and face were starkly visible. From Liu Mo's expression, it was evident that he was enduring excruciating pain. However, beneath the radiant purple glow, only a brilliant yellow soul ring hovered above his form. The absence of a second soul ring signified that he had yet to fully absorb the formidable soul ring of the tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion king. At that moment, the blood he expelled splattered into the air, dissipated by the undulating soul energy, forming tiny droplets that shimmered with a hint of pale pink against the resplendent purple barrier. Additionally, the ominous sound of cracking bones echoed from within him, unsettling Long Gong's heart with a growing sense of unease. His brow furrowed tighter as he gazed at Liu Mo, enveloped in purple light, filled with trepidation. Should he intervene now, the consequences could be dire. All he could do was rely on Liu Mo's sheer willpower to conquer the tumultuous waves of soul energy and fully absorb the soul ring, for failure meant certain death. Liu Mo's compliance with Qin Zhe's counsel to exceed the optimal lifespan threshold is attributed not only to his inherently resilient constitution, but also to the serendipitous encounters he has experienced throughout his existence. Albeit he lacks any conscious recollection of such coincidences, this resilience was already evidenced during his confrontation with the Titan Snow Demon Ape. Thus, he firmly believes in his capacity to derive a distinct advantage from the soul ring, despite the formidable nature of his own martial spirit. This endeavor transcends mere validation of his mentor's theories. It is a profound yearning for personal empowerment. However, the ten-tailed purple lightning scorpion king is no ordinary spirit beast. Its inherent ferocity and might render the soul ring exceedingly domineering, should Liu Mo struggle to reign in this overwhelming force. Even his extraordinary physique may falter under its relentless pressure, ultimately leading to his demise. Hence, what he requires most at this juncture is unwavering conviction and fortitude. Yet, Liu Mo has never been deficient in these qualities. The pivotal question remains whether he can subdue this tremendous power. Abandonment is not an option. There exists only submission or failure, and for Liu Mo, the only outcomes are survival or death. As Liu Mo's formidable belief and willpower suppress the surges of soul power, the intensity of the soul power fluctuations escalates. Blood trickles increasingly from the corners of his mouth, and the crimson droplets dissolve into a thickening mist in the air. Long Gong detects the pungent scent of blood wafting through the sunset forest. He exhales deeply, undeterred by the potential attraction of bloodthirsty spirit beasts. For his primary concern lies with Liu Mo, who has now been meditating for nearly an hour without the emergence of his second soul ring. While his physical condition deteriorates alarmingly, his convulsing body appears on the brink of collapse, his visage pale as frost, with sweat evaporating from his heated form, leaving behind a crust of salt. His face has flushed a fiery red, as if scorched by relentless flames. Suddenly, the brilliant purple light shield erupts. With the shield's dissolution, the surrounding pale pink blood mist swiftly dissipates in the wind. The muffled sound of the shield's explosion startles Long Gong, causing him to refocus his gaze upon Liu Mo. A vibrant purple soul ring flickers around Liu Mo's form. Observing the ongoing convulsions and the instability of the soul ring, Long Gong furrows his brow, though the tension in his demeanor begins to ease slightly. While the soul ring has not been fully absorbed, its preliminary manifestation signifies a crucial first step. The subsequent challenge lies in Liu Mo's formidable willpower to fully subdue this overwhelming force. At this moment, Liu Mo's cheeks are devoid of sweat, not due to having surpassed the agonizing phase, but rather because his body's moisture has been entirely depleted, as evidenced by his parched lips. Suddenly, a sound akin to the cracking of bones emanated from behind Liu Mo. Accompanying this sound was an overwhelming sensation, as if his skin were being violently torn apart by a formidable force. The expression that had just begun to ease contorted once more into a fearsome grimace. As the feeling of his skin being torn intensified, a series of sharp stings emerged from behind him, reminiscent of razor-sharp blades slicing through his muscles, ultimately breaking the surface of his skin. As the cacophony continued, the sensation of his flesh being severed gradually faded. However, this cessation was accompanied by a diminishing of the overwhelming fluctuations of the soul ring. Long Gong observed the transformation in Liu Mo, momentarily taken aback by the astonishing phenomenon unfolding before him. Just as the sound of bone fracturing resonated, dark golden spikes emerged from Liu Mo's back, extending outward with relentless vigor. It was not until their growth ceased that Liu Mo's brow began to relax. At that moment, a brilliant purple soul ring stabilized around his form. Two soul rings hovered, radiant and mesmerizing. Long Gong realized that Liu Mo had fully absorbed the potent energy of the soul rings. Yet he was astonished by the 10 dark golden tails that fanned out behind him, reminiscent of a peacock's plumage. Could this be an external soul bone? Long Gong trembled, his gaze filled with confusion and astonishment. The 10 dark golden tails bore a striking resemblance to those of the recently encountered 10-tailed purple electric scorpion king. Yet they sprouted from Liu Mo's body, each adorned with several white patterns. The tails converged at a single point, seamlessly connecting to Liu Mo's spine. Each tail consisted of 5 segments, each measuring a foot in length, culminating in a foot-long, glinting spike. The joints allowed for remarkable flexibility, enabling them to move freely. Snap, snap, snap. As Liu Mo's brow relaxed and the stability of his soul rings was achieved, his body became adorned with arcs of purple lightning, particularly prominent along his arms. The sound of these arcs colliding resonated repeatedly, causing Long Gong to blink in surprise, seemingly startled by the piercing noise or perhaps dazzled by the intense light. At this moment, a faint smile graced Liu Mo's lips, and his eyes gradually opened wider, reflecting a glimmer of purple light. He then inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing air, as if he had emerged from a desperate struggle, having not experienced such exhilarating breaths in what felt like an eternity. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, albeit accompanied by a slight discomfort from dehydration. Liu Mo slowly rose to his feet, casting a glance at the Dragon Lord who stood vigilantly by his side. However, he soon noticed that the Dragon Lord was frozen in place, his eyes wide with astonishment, gazing intently behind Liu Mo. At that moment, Liu Mo remained oblivious to any sense of unease. He promptly retracted his smile and turned to look over his shoulder. What could this possibly be? Liu Mo gazed in astonishment at the 10 shimmering dark golden tails, each 2 meters long, that swayed behind him. Hearing Liu Mo's exclamation of surprise, the Dragon Lord finally regained his composure, a faint smile gracing his lips as he calmly remarked, "You truly are remarkable. This is an external soul bone I have only heard of but never seen before." Haha, an external soul bone? How am I to face others now? This will turn me into a monster. Liu Mo was taken aback upon hearing about the external spirit bone. Although he understood its value, such a massive external spirit bone was impossible to conceal. Reflecting on this, he recalled the scales on his right wrist, which also constituted an external spirit bone for him. But fortunately, its smaller size made it easier to hide. Haha, do not be anxious. Try to retract it with your will, just as you would with your martial spirit, Long Gong advised, observing Liu Mo's expression and laughing heartily. His gaze was warm and kind, reminiscent of a patient teacher guiding an ignorant child. Following Long Gong's instructions, Liu Mo endeavored to summon back the 10 dark golden tails with his mind. 1 segment, 2 segments, crack. Just as he managed to retract 2 segments, the retracted portions immediately burst forth once more. At this moment, Liu Mo slightly parted his cracked lips, disappointment evident in his eyes. Long Gong noticed the faint traces of blood on Liu Mo's chapped lips. "Catch this. Drink some water first. There is no need to rush," Long Gong said, tossing a water flask to Liu Mo with a comforting smile. Liu Mo gazed at the water bottle in his hand, instinctively mimicking the act of swallowing. Just moments ago, he had been able to endure, but now, with the water tantalizingly within his grasp, he was on the brink of unbearable thirst. He swiftly unscrewed the cap, tilting his head back to bring the mouth of the bottle to his lips. Gulp! In one swift motion, he drained the entire bottle, and as he slightly parted his lips, he gasped for breath, feeling an unparalleled relief. Handing the empty bottle to Long Gong, he turned his attention to the 10 tails behind him, his brow furrowing once again. "Liu Mo, envision these 10 tails as your own arms and legs, and learn to master their freedom," Long Gong remarked with a faint smile, observing Liu Mo intently. Liu Mo gradually closed his eyes, attuning himself to the 10 dark golden tails behind him, as instructed by the Dragon Lord. He took a deep breath, and observed as the 10 tails slowly retracted in unison, ultimately vanishing into his body. "Haha, little Liu Mo, you have succeeded," the Dragon Lord exclaimed, witnessing his form return to normal with great amusement. Liu Mo, upon hearing Long Gong's laughter, gradually opened his eyes and glanced behind him. He reached back to touch his own rear, discovering that it had indeed vanished, and a smile blossomed upon his youthful cheeks. He attempted to retract and extend his newfound appendages several more times, although he had yet to master this skill completely. He had gained full control over the 10 tails that now adorned his back. I shall name them the 10 Imperial Stinks. This remarkable achievement is also thanks to the assistance of Grandfather Meng, without whom such a bountiful reward would not have been possible. Liu Mo displayed a radiant smile, her eyes shimmering with gratitude as she gazed at Long Gong. "Little Liu Mo, your life-saving grace is truly insignificant," he replied, despite being in his 70s. Long Gong could not suppress a hint of pride upon hearing Liu Mo's appreciation. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Liu Mo, curious about the remarkable abilities that the 10-tailed purple lightning scorpion emperor would bestow upon her. Chapter 31. The second soul skill. Liu Mo gazed into the expectant eyes of Long Gong, a faint smile gracing his lips. A soft azure light began to emanate from his eyes, rising and enveloping his entire head. His body swiftly expanded, not with ostentatious muscles, but with a strength far greater than any extravagant physique could convey. His agile strides propelled him forward with remarkable speed. The Titan Snow Demon Ape let out a fierce roar, merging with Liu Mo's being. Subsequently, 2 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, one yellow and one purple, the latter particularly striking in its brilliance. "Grandfather Meng, my second soul skill is the Purple Thunder Roar." Upon finishing his words, Liu Mo's eyes shimmered with a dazzling purple light. As he clenched his fists, his arms became enveloped in a cascade of purple lightning, particularly concentrated between his fists. This spectacle not only exuded immense power, but also harbored an unfathomable energy of purple lightning. He struck the ground with his fists, causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath him. The gathered lightning erupted simultaneously with tremendous force. A deafening roar ensued, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Once the dust settled, Long Gong discovered that Liu Mo stood within a massive crater. Long Gong, observing Liu Mo's display of the purple lightning roar, paused in astonishment. Realizing the sheer might of this attack, which nearly rivaled that of the formidable 10-tailed purple lightning scorpion king, it was astonishing that a great soul master could inflict such damage. Truly remarkable. With a hearty laugh, Long Gong marveled at Liu Mo's power. Upon hearing the term Great Soul Master, Liu Mo momentarily froze, then came to a realization. Indeed, he had ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master, having just absorbed the essence of the 10-tailed purple lightning scorpion, now reaching level 22. It was this overwhelming force, combined with the clash of the extreme auras from the ice and fire duality eye, that had facilitated his rapid breakthrough. However, the thought of returning to Nodding City for a Soul Master evaluation, where his monthly stipend would increase to 10 gold soul coins, brought a greedy smile to his lips. "Liu Mo, I still have pressing matters to attend to. Should fate allow, we shall meet again in the future. I hope by then, you will have agreed to join my family." Long Gong's amiable smile reappeared, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of urgency. "Very well, Grandpa Meng, travel safely." Liu Mo's avaricious smile had yet to fade. He courteously waved goodbye to Long Gong, uttering a few words. In an instant, Long Gong vanished from his sight. At that moment, he found himself alone, awakening to the realization that he had not inquired about the route for Long Gong's departure. Enraptured by the prospect of returning to reassess his soul master rank and attain a higher subsidy, he had inadvertently overlooked this crucial matter. Now that Long Gong had ventured far away, he could only rely on his fortune and proceed through the unknown. Liu Mo had wandered alone in the sunset forest for over a month. At that moment, a stone tablet appeared before him, inscribed with the words Sunset Forest, the very monument he had encountered upon his first entrance into this mystical realm. His nearly shattered countenance finally blossomed into a long-lost smile. As he approached the stone tablet, he noticed a young girl standing not far away. She was adorned in a golden palace gown, a seamless creation seemingly woven from golden threads, devoid of excessive ornamentation, embodying a style that was both ancient and elegant. The golden collar framed her fair and slender neck, while her long, golden hair cascaded casually down her back, unkempt in contrast to her otherwise immaculate attire. Her golden eyes were as tranquil as still water, devoid of any energetic fluctuations, presenting her as an ordinary person. Yet, within those golden depths, Liu Mo discerned an extraordinary quality, something he could not quite articulate. With skin as white as snow and an exquisite visage, she appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years of age. From her golden gaze, it was evident that she seemed to be awaiting someone. "Excuse me, young lady. Is the city of Tiando ahead?" Though Liu Mo was already aware of the situation in his heart, the sight of the strikingly beautiful girl nearby compelled him to approach and greet her. Upon hearing his voice, the girl stiffened momentarily, as if she believed this space should not harbor any other presence. Her brows furrowed slightly as she turned to face Liu Mo, and her gaze radiated an air of noble authority. However, as Liu Mo's handsome and distinguished visage met her golden eyes, the delicate crease in her brow began to unfurl gradually. The corners of her lips naturally curled upward, revealing a hint of a gentle smile. While her complexion may not rival the ethereal pallor of moonlight, it was indeed a rare beauty in this world. The instant she beheld Liu Mo, a faint blush graced her snow-white cheeks, and the earlier chill in her demeanor vanished without a trace. Accompanied by the transformation of her expression, the young lady softly uttered a sound of acknowledgement, which entirely undermined her previous regal demeanor. Her face now appeared imbued with shyness. In this fleeting encounter, there was no room for extensive pleasantries. Thus, Liu Mo simply regarded the bashful girl beside him with a gentle smile before continuing on his way. As he passed her, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, a scent that was perfectly balanced, neither overly ostentatious nor bland. It enveloped him in a sense of comfort and exhilaration, tinged with an ineffable quality. Just as Liu Mo had nearly walked past her, it seemed the girl was reluctant to let him depart, as though she wished to prolong their brief connection. Liu Mo, captivated by the delicate voice, came to an immediate halt, seemingly ensnared by the faint, alluring fragrance that lingered in the air. "What is your name?" The girl, upon hearing this inquiry, could scarcely believe such words had escaped the lips of her typically aloof and regal self. A rosy hue deepened upon her cheeks, and as she gazed at Liu Mo's retreating figure, she appeared to be waiting with bated breath for his response. Meanwhile, her heart began to flutter in a disordered rhythm, infused with a tinge of anxiety over whether this young man would reveal his name to her. Liu Mo smiled faintly and turned to gaze into her enchanting golden eyes, as if his very soul had been ensnared by their allure. "I am Liu Mo. May I inquire your name, my lady?" At this moment, Liu Mo exhibited a remarkable magnanimity, and it was utterly imperceptible that two children were engaged in conversation. However, when she heard Liu Mo inquire about her name, her gaze instantly became somewhat dazed. This was because someone had once advised her not to casually reveal her name upon arriving in Tiando City, even urging her to forget her own name. Yet, gazing at Liu Mo, she recognized her own mission. She understood that there would be no future between them. Nevertheless, she did not wish to become a fleeting presence in his life, one whose name he would never know. "I am Qianrenxue," she finally uttered after a prolonged hesitation. Chapter 32. Expulsion from the Spirit Hall. Liu Mo smiled gently upon hearing her words and softly said, "Qianrenxue, I shall remember that." With that, he turned and departed, making his way toward the city of Heaven Do. "Who is that child? You did not reveal your identity, did you?" Suddenly, a weathered voice emerged from behind Qianrenxue, brows furrowed as it inquired about Liu Mo's retreating figure. "I do not know who he is. My identity remains concealed. We merely exchanged a few simple words." Qianrenxue replied, her gaze lingering on Liu Mo's silhouette, a flicker of joy illuminating her golden eyes. Liu Mo emerged from the setting sun forest and traversed the narrow path that led him into the city of Tiando. Upon entering the room, he discovered Su Yuntao pacing anxiously within, his eyes betraying a hint of distress. Liu Mo, where have you been? I searched for you everywhere and was nearly frantic. Su Yuntao exclaimed, furrowing his brow upon seeing Liu Mo, his expression grave, reminiscent of a reprimanding elder addressing a wayward child. Brother Yuntao, I lost my way, Liu Mo replied. Liu Mo's countenance bore a hint of remorse as he slightly lowered his head after speaking. All right, I have concluded my affairs here. Let us hasten back to Notting City. Su Yuntao, appearing somewhat anxious, led Liu Mo towards the city's transportation hub. Within the Spirit Hall, there exists a regulation that mandates if one has completed their official duties, any subsequent hotel stay would incur personal expenses. This was the fundamental reason for Su Yuntao's eagerness to depart. After all, in this place rife with various factions, he could not afford to offend anyone. And incurring personal cost was less desirable than returning to his own territory, where he could enjoy a more leisurely existence. The two of them boarded a carriage, making their way towards the outskirts of Tiando City. Almost a month later, outside the Spirit Hall in Notting City. Haha, I have finally returned, Su Yuntao exclaimed, reveling in the comfort of being on his home turf. Standing at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, he gazed upon the majestic domed structure, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. The two guards stationed at the entrance, upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, exchanged knowing smiles. Liu Mo, shall we not hurry? Are you not eager to see your little Yaya? Upon arriving in Notting City, Su Yutao seemed transformed, exuding an infectious excitement. However, this remark left Liu Mo feeling somewhat awkward. Though he possessed the heart of an adult, he had never experienced such matters. Nevertheless, Su Yuntao's words sparked a flicker of anticipation within Liu Mo. He wondered how the lively and adorable Yueying had changed after nearly half a year apart. Liu Mo promptly kept pace with Su Yuntao, rushing into the hall. Old Ma, I have returned. As soon as he entered, Su Yuntao began to shout, seemingly eager to see the familiar face he had missed for so long. Yuntao, you are back. Just as the two hurried forward, a hoarse voice emerged from the side. It was Matthew's voice, accompanied by a tall young woman with fair skin. Oh my, little Yaya has changed quite a bit. Su Yuntao expressed his astonishment upon seeing Yueying. Liu Mo, go on, why are you standing there like a fool? Following their recent journey together, Su Yutao seemed to regard Liu Mo less as a child and more like a brother. After not seeing each other for nearly half a year, Liu Mo and Yueying appeared somewhat distant. Yueying, in contrast to before, had become much more poised and no longer harbored the same insecurities. Her figure had become more pronounced, and she had grown taller. While she had once seemed elegant and composed in front of Su Yuntao, the moment she saw Liu Mo, her fair cheeks flushed with a hint of pink, and she instantly became more reserved. Liu Mo, as if affected by her demeanor, also exhibited an unfamiliar shyness. All right, all of you come to my office. There is something I need to discuss with you. The forced smile on Matthew's face abruptly vanished, replaced by an expression of hesitation. Upon entering the office, Su Yuntao noticed Matthew's downcast demeanor, and he too felt the absence of his usual laughter. Liu Mabai furrowed her brows, observing the countenance of Masino, as if something troubling had transpired. Liu Mo, Yueying, the Spirit Hall is currently undergoing stringent reforms and is rigorously inspecting all activities. Outsiders are not permitted to linger within its confines. Masino's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of regret, yet he hesitated to articulate the final words. Su Yutao's body stiffened, his lips pressed tightly together as he gazed at the child before him, his eyes brimming with astonishment. At that moment, Su Yuntao was at a loss for words upon receiving such news. Grandfather Masayuno, Brother Yuntao, I understand your concerns. There is no need for such formality. We have indeed been a disturbance for quite some time. One must learn to be self-reliant, and besides, I have already attained the status of a great spirit master. The allowances I receive will suffice for my livelihood. Though Liu Mo felt a twinge of reluctance, he nonetheless expressed his gratitude with a smile. Alas, it is my inadequacy that has prevented me from securing a place for you in the academy, sighed Su Yuntao, bowing his head. Brother Yuntao, do not take it to heart. Even without studying at the academy, I have already become a grand soul master. However, in the future, when I am no longer by your side, please do not let your guard down. Liu Mo, in an effort to enliven the atmosphere, cast a mischievous glance at Su Yuntao. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao's body stiffened momentarily as he glanced at Matthew and Yueying beside him, who appeared to remain unaffected. Subsequently, he extended a finger toward Liu Mo, his lips quivering slightly without uttering a word. before finally returning Liu Mo's gaze with a smile, saying, "You too, haha." Matthew and Ying observed the two sharing a sly grin, utterly perplexed and bewildered by their exchange. "Xiao Mo, this is a letter for you. Do not open it just yet. You may only unveil its contents when you find yourself truly at a loss. Can you manage that?" A gravity unseen before flickered in Matthew's eyes. Liu Mo pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes wide as he gazed into Matthew's. He nodded slightly and let out a soft hum. Taking the letter, he scrutinized it for a moment, filled with curiosity. However, he had just promised Matthew's grandfather, and he possessed a modicum of self-restraint. He promptly tucked the letter away and looked at Matthew, saying, "Rest assured, Grandfather Matthew, I will certainly keep my word." At that moment, a hint of a smile appeared on Matthew's face as he nodded slightly at Liu Mo. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Oh, by the way, there is also a letter for you here. It has been sent by someone else." Liu Mo gazed at the letter, filled with curiosity. It was indeed a rarity for someone to write to him, and the absence of a signature only deepened his intrigue. The four individuals within the office lingered with a sense of reluctance, yet every gathering must eventually come to an end. After bidding farewell to them, Liu Mo and Ying departed from the spirit hall. This opportunity would allow them to navigate the complexities of society and undergo a trial of refinement. Matthew, with his hands clasped behind his back, observed their retreating figures and remarked with a tinge of indifference. Chapter 33. The Plea for Help from Ma Hongjun. Liu Mo walked through the bustling streets of Nodding City with Ying, his gaze fixed upon an unsigned letter. The letter read, "It has been a long time since we last met, and I find myself reminiscing about our past. I wonder how you are faring now. My brother is being bullied at Shrek Academy. The perpetrator, who arrived before me and possesses greater soul power, often subjects me to verbal humiliation. I am unable to contend with him, and I implore you, dear Liu, to assist me in avenging this grievance." Upon opening the letter, Liu Mo realized it was a plea for help from Ma Hongjun. Indeed, he had previously instructed him to write should he encounter any difficulties. With the letter's destination being the spirit hall, when a brother finds himself in distress, one must offer unwavering support. In an institution with only 2 students, it was disheartening to learn that there existed a campus bully. Liu Mo vowed not to remain indifferent to such injustice. Ying, observing Liu Mo's contemplative demeanor, hesitantly remarked, "Liu Mo, I find myself at an impasse." She wished to seek his assistance, yet felt a touch of embarrassment in articulating her request. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, her countenance initially darkened, only to be immediately replaced by a radiant smile. Ying had just mentioned her need to absorb the first soul ring. "First, we shall acquire your initial soul ring, and then we will proceed to Shrek Academy." Liu Mo had never exhibited such a fierce expression before. His voice was grave, each word articulated with clenched teeth. Observing his current demeanor, Ying seemed hesitant to utter another word, as Liu Mo's sudden change in expression appeared to have startled her. Liu Mo took a step forward, silently accompanying her. The following morning, Liu Mo set off early with Ying, embarking on a carriage towards the soul-hunting forest. Ying was on the verge of obtaining her very first soul ring, and her heart brimmed with excitement, her joy vividly reflected on her face. As Liu Mo gazed at Ying, she found her even more endearing and captivating. The bumpy carriage ride brought them to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. It was Liu Mo's second visit, so she was relatively familiar with the surroundings and led Ying to the market at the entrance. At this moment, Ying had long grown accustomed to revealing her true self to the world. Today, the crowd seemed particularly abundant, with most individuals lurking around, seeking teams. The capture order was priced at 15 gold. Did you see? Those selling capture orders and those peddling sell orders are in cahoots. I noticed as well, whenever someone arrives, the price of the capture order escalates, thus inflating the sell order prices. Fortunately, we lack sufficient funds. Otherwise, we might have fallen for their ruse. Liu Mo approached, hearing the murmurs of discussion emanating from both sides of the road. Had it not been for the remarks made by a few individuals across from him, one might have assumed that the market prices had surged. "Young lad, would you care for a handbill?" A middle-aged man called out to passers-by, not even sparing Liu Mo. "This young boy, how much does it cost?" Liu Mo emulated Qin Zhe's demeanor. Despite his petite stature, he refused to cast a glance at the man beside him. 20 gold soul coins. The middle-aged man leaned closer to Liu Mo, speaking softly. However, this utterance was overheard by the lurking personnel by the roadside, who displayed expressions of astonishment. How could this individual not resort to theft? Indeed, just moments ago, the 13 had gone unsold, and now he was offering 20. Although Liu Mo's gaze appeared somewhat vacant, he attentively listened to all the sounds around him. Casting a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man, he smirked coldly and stated, 10 gold soul coins will suffice. Anything higher, I shall decline. Beside him, Yue tugged at Liu Mo's arm a few times, leaned closer to his ear, and whispered, Brother Mo, I do not possess such wealth. Perhaps we should reconsider. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo smiled faintly and exchanged a glance with Yue, silently urging her to refrain from interjecting. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man beside her slightly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the individual behind him holding the order to cease. My young friend, considering this order is worth 15 gold soul coins, surely you cannot expect me to wait idly. How about 17 gold soul coins? Does that seem reasonable? The middle-aged man leaned closer to Liu Mo, his eyes betraying a hint of desperation, as though she had nearly reached the limit of his offer. If that is not acceptable, then so be it. Even as he inclined towards Liu Mo, her gaze remained aloof, failing to fixate on his face, and she coldly replied, What do you think of 12? The middle-aged man glanced again at his associate, who signaled him discreetly. He then remarked, This price should be within Liu Mo's acceptance, for it is the very sum I had anticipated. I possess only 11 gold soul coins. I can offer them all, but anything beyond that shall be disregarded. At that moment, Liu Mo had just focused his gaze upon the visage of the middle-aged man, whereupon he noticed a conspicuous dark mole adorning the man's face, alongside the exposure of yellowed teeth. Casually, he cast another glance at the surroundings and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Very well, let it be 11. I shall consider it a chance to make a friend. Repeating the familiar phrases, Liu Mo retrieved 11 golden soul coins and took hold of the hand signal. Young brother, take me along. The crowd around him surged forth, resembling a throng of beggars. Liu Mo simply led Yue towards the soul-hunting forest. Alas, neither of the two parties had any luck today. Who could deny it? Just moments ago, the master brought a child, and before they could even call out, they had already entered. You know the master. Why didn't you mention it earlier and have him take us along? I know him, but he does not know me. Those who had been lying in wait began to murmur among themselves. Within the depths of the soul-hunting forest, the master wore a panicked expression, his gaze fixed on the gaps in the dense foliage. Tang San, we must leave quickly, otherwise, we will encounter great trouble, he urged. Tang San, equally anxious, turned his back to the master, glancing around nervously. The colorful cat I mentioned earlier, a nearly 400-year-old one, is ahead. We should swiftly depart. We may not be able to handle it, the master whispered urgently, pulling Tang San away from the area, oblivious to the impending danger. Tang San had yet to grasp the significance of the nearly 400-year-old colorful cat that the master spoke of. The surrounding woods were thick, and Liu Mo, with his keen hearing, caught the faint discussions ahead, though he could not discern who was speaking. However, the mention of the colorful cat, especially one nearly 4 centuries old, resonated clearly in his mind. He believed that a young girl need not push her physical limits. It suffices that she finds what is suitable for her. Yue, I just heard there is a nearly 400-year-old colorful cat ahead. At last, our visit has not been in vain. Liu Mo smiled faintly and remarked to Yue beside him. The blazing cat? It is an exceedingly ferocious soul beast. Perhaps we should consider another soul beast instead. Upon hearing this, Yue's body stiffened, realizing that they seemingly stood no chance against such a formidable creature. Liu Mo appeared oblivious to Yu Ying's words. He merely placed his right index finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. Subsequently, he took gentle strides forward, carefully parting the underbrush beneath his feet and gradually pushing aside the foliage that obscured his view. He arrived at the very spot where the master and Tang San had stood moments before. With a slight furrow of his brow, he gazed through the gaps in the distant trees, discovering a vividly patterned cat, its body roughly half the size of a leopard. Chapter 34, The First Soul Ring of Yue. Adorned with delicate azure stripes, its fierce eyes roamed restlessly, seemingly on the hunt for prey. The extended claws pierced deeply into the trunk, protruding nearly an inch beyond the bark. Liu Mo beheld the resplendent cat, a hint of a smug smile gracing his lips. His eyes shimmered with a pale blue luminescence as his form began to swell rapidly. The Titan Snow Demon Ape manifested upon him. Beneath his feet, 2 radiant soul rings emerged, one yellow and one purple. This was the first occasion for Yue to witness Liu Mo's martial soul and soul rings. The fearsome behemoth materializing before her was a startling sight. Due to the distance from the resplendent cat, Liu Mo realized he needed to draw nearer to launch his attack. He advanced slowly for over 10 meters, fixating on the cat perched in the tree, preparing to lock onto his target. Just as he activated his first soul skill, the Ice Mountain Heavy Hammer, the cat vanished from his sight with astonishing speed, leaving him unable to secure a target. The resplendent cat seemed to have evaporated into thin air, eluding all attempts to trace its whereabouts. Meow! Suddenly, a cat's cry pierced the air. By the time Liu Mo regained his composure, the resplendent cat had already darted to the forefront. Swiftly, its claws, each nearly half a foot long, sliced into his flesh. The sharp agony surged through Liu Mo's mind instantaneously. Yet, just as he prepared to retaliate, the resplendent cat vanished once more. At that moment, Liu Mo's sleeve lay tattered, blood beginning to trickle forth. He had not anticipated such remarkable speed from this little creature. Not only was its velocity astounding, but its claws were also exceptionally keen. Liu Mo felt a sense of overconfidence creeping in. At this moment, he began to subtly shift his body, focusing intently as he scanned his surroundings for the elusive spotted cat. The terrifying aspect of the spotted cat lay in its unparalleled speed. Often, when it hunted its prey, the victim would not catch a glimpse of the cat's visage until the very moment of death. Even when faced with control-type spirit masters, it was nearly impossible to restrain the spotted cat without a targeted ability. As the master had articulated, this particular spirit beast would not attack unless provoked, especially when not in a state of hunger. However, once it chose to strike, it would pursue relentlessly, leaving no room for mercy. Thus, even if Liu Mo and his companions wished to retreat at this juncture, the spotted cat would not relent. Whoosh! A faint blue silhouette darted past Liu Mo once more, inflicting several fresh wounds upon his body before vanishing into thin air once again. At this moment, Liu Mo felt a surge of anxiety within him, his brows furrowed tightly, and his gaze took on a fierce intensity. He had never before endured such humiliation, being bested today by a mere calico cat to the point of disorientation. Drawing in a deep breath, he concentrated all his energy. Simultaneously, he unleashed the purple lightning roar, his arms now coursing with violet currents. Even a mere touch to his body would result in a jolt of purple electricity, which not only possessed formidable strength, but also had the capacity to paralyze the nerves, temporarily slowing all reactions. Liu Mo's body was marred by numerous wounds, blood oozing from each gash, while the searing, excruciating pain relentlessly assailed his mind. Suddenly, as the calico cat lunged once more, it launched another attack on Liu Mo. Liu Mo immediately unleashed the thunderous roar. With the target uncertain, he struck the ground with both fists. Accompanied by a colossal shockwave, a network of lightning enveloped the surrounding area. Meow! The calico cat was struck by the web-like purple lightning, emitting a cry of agony. Although it was hit, the calico cat only suffered damage at the periphery of the thunderous roar's attack range, resulting in significantly reduced harm. Nonetheless, its speed had been considerably diminished. Liu Mo promptly unleashed his first soul skill, locking onto his target, the Ice Mountain Hammer. At this moment, regardless of how the colorful cat attempted to flee, the hammer-shaped ice mountain loomed above, descending rapidly upon it. Although its speed had diminished, it did not resign itself to defeat. Instead, it maneuvered the airborne ice mountain with relentless agility. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the ice mountain struck the colorful cat. As the ice mountain vanished, the colorful cat found itself encased in frost. Liu Mo dashed forward, unleashing the thunderous roar of purple lightning once more as he ran. His arms became enveloped in a concentrated arc of violet electricity. Just 2 meters away from the frozen spectral cat, he leaped into the air, bringing his hands together as the currents entwined around his arms. With his fists raised high, he charged towards the immobilized creature. "Do not kill it," Moon Shadow exclaimed, watching Liu Mo's furious assault with growing concern. In midair, Liu Mo heeded Moon Shadow's warning, momentarily regaining his composure. A thunderous crash echoed as the icy layer encasing the spectral cat shattered, leaving the creature sprawled on the ground, its body still emanating brilliant arcs of purple electricity. Liu Mo stood beside the calico cat, panting heavily. His breath was not merely a sign of exhaustion but also of indignation. Ewing glanced at the motionless calico cat on the ground and immediately rushed towards Liu Mo, her brow furrowed and her gaze tinged with concern. She was uncertain whether this nearly 400-year-old calico could withstand the 2 tremendous assaults Liu Mo had just unleashed. Should he indeed falter, the wounds he had already endured would have been in vain. Observing the injuries on Liu Mo's body, which continued to bleed profusely. Her previous tension was swiftly supplanted by worry for him. "How are your wounds?" Ewing dared not touch him, for his body was already marred with scars, and she feared that an inadvertent touch might inflict further agony. Liu Mo gasped for breath, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shook his head and softly murmured, "I am fine. Now it is your turn." With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Wing. At this moment, she turned her attention to the mottled cat on the ground, its breath faint and fragile. It was indeed her earlier cry that had alerted Liu Mo, preventing him from unleashing his full strength during the second strike, thus allowing the mottled cat to survive. Wing felt a pang of compassion for Liu Mo's weary form. Yet she understood that vanquishing this mottled cat was of utmost importance. Its vitality was dwindling, and any further delay might result in its demise. Drawing a dagger from her possession, she gripped it firmly with both hands, closing her eyes as tremors coursed through her fingers. In a decisive moment, she plunged the blade toward the feeble creature, and at that instant, the soul ring of the mottled cat was destined to belong to Wing. Wing absorbed the soul ring. "I shall stand guard for you." Liu Mo revealed a faint smile and spoke. Wing gazed at him, pressing her lips together, and nodded gently. Though a hint of concern lingered in her eyes, she immediately settled herself into a cross-legged position, channeling the soul ring of the variegated cat with her mind. A dazzling orb of yellow light burst forth, guided by her thoughts, and enveloped her body in its radiant glow. In the blink of an eye, she was shrouded in the golden luminescence. Meanwhile, Liu Mo began to tend to his wounds. After staunching the bleeding, he surveyed the surroundings, vigilant against any encroachment from soul beasts. Since the soul ring Wing absorbed belonged to a soul beast nearly 400 years old, the impact on her body was minimal. She completed the absorption in roughly a quarter of an hour. At that moment, a brilliant yellow soul ring shimmered upon her delicate and graceful form, swirling around her. With a smile upon her face, Wing slowly rose to her feet. Liu Mo immediately stepped forward to greet. "Third wheel, run quickly." Suddenly, a shout echoed from not far away. This sound startled both Liu Mo and Wing, who had just been enveloped in excitement. The two exchanged glances, as if communicating through their eyes whether to offer assistance. They both subtly nodded in agreement and promptly dashed towards the source of the sound. Liu Mo was acutely aware that although this was a confined forest, it harbored terrifying soul beasts, a truth he and Qin Zhe had encountered firsthand. The despair they experienced at that time was indescribable. Thus, upon hearing the cry for help, his immediate instinct was to rush to the rescue. However, with Wing by his side, he sought her counsel first. After advancing several dozen meters, they spotted a man fleeing with a child in tow. The sheer terror etched on their faces sent a chill down Liu Mo and Yu Ying's spines. The man was none other than the master, and the child he carried was Tang San. "Wait here for a moment," he instructed. Liu Ma Chao's companion, Ying, spoke softly beside him before swiftly rushing towards them. The reason for leaving Wing behind was the concern for her safety, as they were unaware of the soul beast they were about to confront. "Uncle, what have you encountered?" Liu Mo approached the hurriedly fleeing master and inquired, "Master, what is the matter?" The master, with urgency, exclaimed, "Child, flee swiftly. The mandrake snake has appeared." There was no time for further explanation. His voice, strained by the pace of his flight, altered in tone as he ran. At that moment, the master had no opportunity to discern Liu Mo's features, as his sole focus was on escaping with Tang San. "A mandrake snake? I encountered one last time, and it was not particularly fearsome." Liu Mo stood still, furrowing his brow in a display of confusion as he gazed at the master who had already sprinted over 10 meters away. Suddenly, a mandrake serpent, over 400 years old, appeared beside him. His eyes immediately radiated a soft blue light, and his body began to swell rapidly, merging with a colossal titan snow demon ape. Drawing from his previous experience, he deemed it unnecessary to employ his second soul skill, allowing only a resplendent yellow soul ring to hover around his form. In the next moment, the mandrake serpent lunged, sinking its fangs into his arm. At that instant, Liu Mo had already targeted the serpent's vital point. With a powerful flick, he cast the serpent aside and summoned a massive iceberg to crash down upon its head. A thunderous boom echoed through the air as the iceberg struck the serpent with tremendous force, followed swiftly by the onset of freezing. The serpent's head was now embedded in the ground. Meanwhile, the master, hearing the resounding crash, halted in his tracks, and Tang San joined him in observing Liu Mo from a distance. The master, upon witnessing Liu Mo's martial soul, furrowed his brow tightly, his expression a mix of alarm and astonishment. This was a martial soul he had neither seen nor heard of before. according to the lineage associated with martial souls. It seemed unlikely that such a classification would apply to him. However, the soul beast corresponding to this martial soul was of the highest caliber, indicating that Liu Mo's martial soul was, indeed, extraordinarily formidable. All was well now. Liu Mo gazed at the distant master and Tang San, a faint smile gracing his lips as he called out. He then turned to stride towards Yue Ying, with the two of them making their way out of the soul-hunting forest. The master remained captivated by Liu Mo's martial spirit, while Tang San, observing the master's dazed expression, inquired, "Teacher, what was that martial spirit?" "The Titan Snow Demon Ape, more terrifying than any soul beast I have ever known." The master replied casually, his gaze fixated on the space where Liu Mo had just departed. Suddenly, a jolt of realization coursed through him, as if a thought had struck him. "Xiao-san, let us see how the mandala snake is faring." At this moment, the master's demeanor shifted to one of urgency, and he hastened forward. Upon reaching the mandala snake, they discovered a deep pit in the ground, with the snake's head buried beneath. The master's brow furrowed in concern as he surveyed the scene, his expression somber. "Teacher, it seems it has perished," Tang San remarked, standing still, his gaze fixed on the immobile mandala snake. Alas! The master sighed in disappointment. Yet, as if in response to the master's lament, the mandala snake stirred back to life, its tail twitching slightly. "Splendid. Xiao-san, quickly, your first soul skill will be derived from it." The master noted this detail, a smile illuminating his face. Who could resist the joy of obtaining a soul ring so effortlessly? Moreover, it was particularly suited for Tang San. Tang San had also observed the subtle quiver of the mandala snake's tail, indicating it was not entirely dead. This serpent had lived far longer than the one Liu Mo had previously vanquished. Now, his soul power had significantly increased, and this blow had not rendered it lifeless. However, the master, as a great soul master, recognized the possibility of defeating the mandala snake, albeit at the cost of mutual destruction. Without overwhelming strength, one would inevitably fall prey to the snake's fangs, and its venom was indeed lethal. Unlike Liu Mo, who was impervious to toxins due to his scales, a direct bite from the mandala snake would spell certain doom for the master. Even a mere bite to his martial spirit's avatar would be sufficient to claim his life. Liu Mo and Yue Ying emerged from the soul-hunting forest and boarded a carriage heading to Notting City, as they needed to transfer there to reach Shrek Academy. "Yue Ying, what is your first soul skill?" Liu Mo gazed at the moonlight with eyes brimming with curiosity and remarked, "The moonlight is resplendent." The moonlight, adorned with a satisfied smile, emanated a radiant white glow. In an instant, her fingernails elongated to 3 inches, sharp and embellished with delicate azure patterns, their tips shimmering with a chilling brilliance. Liu Mo beheld the formidable claws that seemed invincible, causing a shiver to run down his spine. The memory of his recent confrontation with the elusive leopard still haunted him, leaving him trembling. Unbeknownst to him, the carriage had already entered the city of Nottingham. Liu Mo and Yue Ying boarded a carriage destined for Soto City. The Shrek Academy is situated on the outskirts of Soto City, in a relatively secluded area, primarily due to the cost of land, which influenced the choice of this location. Soto City is a significant urban center within the Barak Kingdom, which shares a direct border with the Star Luo Empire and is under the jurisdiction of the Tiando Empire. Soto City is considerably larger and more vibrant than Notting City, bustling with patrolling soldiers and a continuous flow of people. "Yue Ying, are you hungry?" After a lengthy journey in the carriage, the duo, having just arrived in such a lively metropolis surrounded by culinary delights, began to feel the allure of the local cuisine. Initially, Yue Ying felt indifferent, but upon hearing Liu Mo's inquiry, coupled with the tempting aromas wafting around them, her stomach began to grumble audibly. "Hee, just a little," she replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she smiled at Liu Mo. "I've heard that Soto City is renowned for its large sausages. Wait for me a moment. I shall procure one for you." Liu Mo, feeling a growing hunger as he observed the surrounding culinary delights, swiftly departed after speaking. Chapter 36. Could I become your younger sibling? Given that Soto City is renowned for its exquisite sausages, it is no surprise that numerous establishments nearby specialize in this delectable fare. Liu Mo glanced around and noticed the sausage shop emblazoned with the words Centennial-Old Shop. The long queue suggested that the flavors offered here were undoubtedly authentic. Liu Mo, too, possessed a desire for belonging. He stood amidst the throng. After an extensive wait in line, he finally reached the front. He purchased 2 of the largest sausages available, for both he and Yue Ying were quite famished at that moment, and consuming them seemed a trivial endeavor. Clutching the sausages, he swallowed hard and made his way toward Weighing. Suddenly, he noticed a boy beside her, behaving inappropriately. The boy was of similar height to Liu Mo, with broad shoulders and cascading golden hair that flowed down to his waist. As he was facing away from Liu Mo, his features remained obscured. Liu Mo observed the expression on Yu Ying's face and discerned that the boy was far from respectable. He dashed forward, and when he was within a mere 2 meters, leaped into the air, delivering a flying kick that sent the boy sprawling several meters away, landing harshly on the ground. Upon seeing Liu Mo approach, Yu Ying grasped his arm with urgency. Liu Mo instinctively took hold of her hand, pivoting to flee. As it was his inaugural visit to Suodo City, he was unaware of the dynamics among the various factions. That earlier kick had served as a vent for his frustration, and there was no time to linger. The boy, rising to his feet, wore a mask of fury. Yet around him were only the snickers of onlookers and the bustling passers-by. Even the fair and graceful maiden had vanished. Unbeknownst to him, he had no inkling of the identity of his assailant. If you have the ability, don't let me discover who you are. Otherwise, I will not spare you. He spat bitterly before departing with resentment etched on his face. Meanwhile, Liu Mo and Yu Ying had already distanced themselves, gradually slowing their pace as they ambled towards Shrek Academy, relishing a large sausage along the way. Liu Mo, guided by the business card bestowed upon him by Flanders, embarked on a quest that led him to the entrance of a village. Were it not for the map enclosed in the letter from Ma Hongjun, he might have been utterly unable to locate this secluded hamlet based solely on the textual description provided. At the village's threshold stood an archway constructed of wood, above which hung a somewhat tattered sign, inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. Preceding these characters was a green emblem, resembling the visage of a humanoid creature. Is this truly an academy? It appears more like an underground workshop. Yu Ying gazed at the entrance of Shrek Academy, a faint smile gracing her lips. Indeed, if you were aware that my brothers collectively amount to merely 3 students, you would find no cause for astonishment. Liu Mo gazed at the word Shrek Academy with furrowed brows and a glare imbued with animosity, uttering coldly. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Yu Ying paused momentarily. Although she had never studied at the academy, it was her first encounter with a school comprising merely 3 individuals. Noting Liu Mo's somewhat somber expression, she could not suppress a chuckle. Within the rudimentary entrance, not a single individual extended their hand. Even if one were provided with directions, they might struggle to find their way, as aside from the teachers and students within the academy, the only others familiar with the area were the local residents. To avoid disruption to their lives, these residents had long since made various demands of Shrek Academy, rendering them unlikely to welcome anyone inside. As one ventured into the village, the landscape was dominated by wooden structures. The words simple and unadorned aptly described the surroundings. Not far along, one arrived at a clearing encircled by wooden cabins, spanning approximately 500 square meters, right at the heart of Shrek Academy. In the distance sat a red-clad boy with his head bowed, perched on the steps beside a wooden cabin. A plump figure. Liu Mo's once fierce countenance finally softened as he called out to Ma Hongjun in the distance. Upon hearing his name, Ma Hongjun shivered involuntarily and immediately lifted his gaze. He spotted a young man and woman approaching him from afar. Although the boy seemed somewhat familiar, the girl with the alabaster complexion was a mystery to him. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again, only to realize that the boy was indeed Liu Mo, who had grown taller and more handsome during their time apart. Despite subtle changes in his appearance, Ma Hongjun could still recognize him. "Mo-go," he exclaimed, rising to wave at Liu Mo and his companion. While he called out to Liu Mo, his gaze remained fixated on the delicate girl beside him. As they drew nearer, his eyes became increasingly entranced. Hey, have you had your fill of staring, fatty?" Liu Mo gazed intently at Ma Hongjun, his eyes fixated on Weighing, almost drooling in desire, his frustration boiling over. Meanwhile, Yu Ying felt her cheeks flush crimson under his unwavering stare. Liu Mo roused Ma Hongjun from his slumber. He immediately blinked his eyes and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Is this your sister-in-law? What nonsense fills your mind? This is merely a friend of mine." Liu Mo, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's suspicions, feigned some complaints, yet inwardly he felt a flicker of joy. Meanwhile, Yu Ying's already flushed cheeks took on an even deeper hue as she gently lowered her head. "Then she is not. Mo-go. May I have a word with you privately?" Ma Hongjun, sporting an enigmatic smile, beckoned Liu Mo aside. "Mo-go, since she is not your sister-in-law, how about I make her your sister-in-law instead? You wouldn't mind, would you?" Ma Hongjun remarked with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Fatty, Is this what Flander teaches you all day long? Upon hearing this, Liu Mo furrowed his brows, glaring at Ma Hongjun with a fierce expression. You see, even when referred to as sister-in-law, you refuse to acknowledge it. Yet you wear such a countenance when called younger sister. Ma Hongjun, feeling the weight of Liu Mo's resentful gaze, immediately retracted his lewd smile. I am here solely because of your letter. Otherwise, I would have long since indulged in a carefree existence. Liu Mo exhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun initially wore a mischievous grin, though a hint of remorse lingered within him, recognizing that he had dampened Mo's spirits. Subsequently, as memories of the letter he had pinned to Liu Mo resurfaced, his expression turned somber. Despite the daily taunts of grass chicken, he felt an overwhelming dissatisfaction within, yet found himself unable to retaliate. What on earth is going on, fatty? I shall surely avenge your grievances. Liu Mo observed that Ma Hongjun's expression suddenly turned somber, undoubtedly aware of the resentment he harbored, which had been suppressed for quite some time. Summon him here, so that I may give him a thorough reprimand. Liu Mo gently tapped Ma Hongjun's shoulder and spoke. Ma Hongjun pressed his lips tightly together, inhaling deeply as if to release his pent-up stress. He then nodded lightly and began walking towards their dormitory. Bang, bang, bang. Duality, Duality. Ma Hongjun called cautiously to the person inside. Chapter 37. It turns out to be Dai Mubai. He was Dai Mubai, the leader among the 3 students of Shrek Academy, affectionately referred to as Duality. You rascal. I was asleep. What do you want? If it's trivial, just wait and see how I deal with you, Dai Mubai retorted, recognizing Ma Hongjun's voice even before he fully opened his eyes. Having endured Dai Mubai's bullying lately, Ma Hongjun trembled at such words. Duality. A girl has come to our academy, he said, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. He was uncertain whether Liu Mo could truly handle the situation. It was a gamble. If Liu Mo failed and left, his future would be even more difficult. He understood Dai Mubai well. In his world, a girl held paramount importance. Thus, he intended to use Huiying as bait to draw Dai Mubai closer to Liu Mo. Moreover, he had made an agreement with Liu Mo. If they were unable to win, they would not mention Ma Hongjun's name to avoid further bullying in the future. In this way, if Liu Mo failed, it would be a battle fought in defense of Huiying. If he succeeded, it would be an avenue for Ma Hongjun to reclaim his dignity. He had prepared himself for all possible outcomes. Upon hearing that a girl had arrived, Dai Mubai's dazed expression instantly brightened, a smile blossoming on his face as he clapped Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. Fatty, you're a good friend. Hurry and take me there. With that, Ma Hongjun led Dai Mubai towards the central clearing of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai moved with swift strides, leaving Ma Hongjun struggling to keep up. As he followed closely behind, Dai Mubai playfully tousled his golden hair, always presenting his best self before women. The pace set by Dai Mubai was brisk, making it challenging for Ma Hongjun to keep up. Suddenly, Dai Mubai halted, his gaze fixed on a graceful figure that emerged in the distance. At that moment, she was the only one in his line of sight. The girl's attire seemed somewhat familiar to Dai Mubai, but despite his vast experience with people, he could not recall where he had seen her before. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, arriving shortly after, was scanning for Liu Mo's silhouette. Rascal, no, I mean fatty, is she the one you were talking about? At this moment, Dai Mubai's heart raced with excitement, and his attitude towards Ma Hongjun underwent a noticeable transformation. Ma Hongjun casually uttered a soft HM. Yet he had yet to locate Liu Mo's figure. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai took strides towards Huiying. As he approached her, he could discern her porcelain skin, translucent enough to reveal the veins beneath, and her captivating visage. What struck him most was her pair of heterochromatic eyes, mirroring his own. My dear lady, we truly are destined to meet, Dai Mubai exclaimed with a beaming smile, his expression brimming with infatuation. Upon hearing his voice, Liu Mo, who had been lounging in a corner, immediately shifted his gaze towards Dai Mubai. His unusual eyes, also of different colors, glimmered with a chilling intensity. Amidst the frosty demeanor, a spark of fervor ignited within them. With such striking features complemented by those eyes, he was destined to be the center of attention, no matter the setting. Huiying observed as Dai Mubai's hands reached out towards her, her brows knitting together in preparation for a counterattack. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, having spotted Liu Mo, exchanged a knowing glance, confirming his identity. Fear not, my lady, I am quite gentle. Had it not been for that unknown entity that kicked me last time, we would surely have become the best of friends, Dai Mubai remarked, a mischievous grin forming as memories of their previous encounter flooded back, his gaze darkening momentarily. Meanwhile, Liu Mo, the very one who had delivered that kick, lingered in the corner, poised to spring into action. Responding to Ma Hongjuan's signal, Liu Mo leapt forward with the same intent as before. With a resounding thud, he executed a side kick, sending Dai Mubai sprawling several meters away to the ground. Observing this, Ma Hongjuan couldn't suppress a chuckle. How is it that someone always kicks me from behind? Dai Mubai mused, furrowing his brow as he rose to confront Liu Mo, who was now preparing to strike again. A glint of coldness flickered in his heterochromatic eyes, as if he intended to rend flesh with merciless intent. Was it you who kicked me last time? Now that you are on my territory, I shall ensure you leave on your hands and knees, he declared, a hint of ferocity etched across his blue gaze. Ying, witnessing his demeanor, felt a twinge of fear. Liu Mo gestured for her to step back. This matter was one he intended to resolve on his own. Ying retreated to the edge, while Ma Hongjuan had also withdrawn to the opposite side, both observing the two figures in the arena. A flicker of malevolence shone in Dai Mubai's eyes as he abruptly raised his right fist, launching a downward strike aimed directly at Liu Mo's chest. His movement was deceptively simple, devoid of embellishment, yet the force and speed he unleashed in that moment reached their zenith. Such prowess could not be achieved without extensive combat experience, indicating that he had not fought for the sake of a girl in the past. In the blink of an eye, Dai Mubai's powerful fist was upon Liu Mo, leaving him no opportunity to evade. With a swift motion, he immediately crossed his arms defensively across his chest, positioning his right arm outward to absorb the forceful blow from Dai Mubai. The punch struck squarely against the scales on Liu Mo's right wrist, the impact resonating like a hammer against iron. Liu Mo's body swiftly glided backward, only coming to a halt after sliding 5 meters. Liu Mo absorbed the blow with his body, although he emerged unscathed. The force of the strike revealed to him that he had indeed encountered a worthy adversary. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai's right hand began to tremble slightly, as he was taken aback by the remarkable hardness of Liu Mo's arm. Standing there, he clenched his fist several times to alleviate the discomfort, as if he had struck a steel plate. What is this boy's body made of? It is astonishingly resilient, and after receiving the full force of my punch, he remains unperturbed. Dai Mubai, relatively composed now, found that his earlier arrogance had vanished entirely, replaced by a glimmer of caution in his gaze. Once his right hand had sufficiently recovered, he tightened his grip once more, this time imbued with a newfound, unwavering strength, a concentrated force rather than the explosive power he had unleashed earlier. With a flash of malicious intent in his heterochromatic eyes, he lunged forward again, launching himself toward Liu Mo, yet this time his powerful right fist aimed not at the scaled region as before. Liu Mo retreated swiftly once more, the force of the strike causing his vital energy to surge, as if the blood within him yearned to erupt. In Chapter 38, forcing out Dai Mubai's martial soul. Dai Mubai's fist did not convey the same pain as the previous blow. However, he observed Liu Mo, who had come to a halt, standing there unscathed. In ordinary circumstances, few could withstand a punch from him, yet this young man had endured 2 of his full-force attacks with minimal consequence. Youngster, I wonder if you are still worthy to be my opponent. Come, allow me to teach you a lesson. Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with a hint of delight, as it had been long since he encountered a true rival. At that moment, a faint smile graced Liu Mo's lips, and he clenched his right fist tightly. Liu Mo gazed at the confidence radiating from Dai Mubai's mischievous eyes, and he resolved to launch an offensive, determined to shatter his opponent's self-assurance completely. Their movements mirrored each other as he executed a swift dive, his speed surpassing that of Dai Mubai. It is time for you to experience the power of my fists. Liu Mo's gaze flickered with a hint of wickedness, his voice weaving through the air, accompanied by a trail of afterimages that produced an unusual timbre. Whoosh! The air was left with mere phantoms, accompanied by a gust of fierce wind. Such velocity startled Dai Mubai, his mismatched eyes widening in astonishment. Is he a swift attack-type battle soul master? This was Dai Mubai's first reaction as he observed Liu Mo's afterimage, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although the agile attack type boasts remarkable speed, overpowering a strong assault type remains a daunting challenge. Boom! A resounding impact struck Dai Mubai's body with great force. The sinister glimmer in his mismatched eyes vanished instantly, his body propelled backward with alarming speed. Accompanying the excruciating pain, his eyes brimmed with horror. Liu Mo's strike sent him flying over 10 meters away. This sight bolstered Ma Hongjuan's confidence, after all. The distance they had retreated indicated that Liu Mo's strength surpassed that of Dai Mubai. Yet, Dai Mubai's agony dissipated almost immediately. His deep-set eyes gleamed with a chilling light, his brows furrowing. To think you could compel me to utilize my soul power. Evidently, I have underestimated you. Dai Mubai's gaze turned ferocious, his voice low and laced with resentment. White tiger, manifest. A brilliant, pale light erupted from his body, his arms extending outward, chest thrust forward, as his bones crackled ominously. His muscles swelled dramatically, threatening to burst through his clothing. Each muscle beneath his attire became strikingly pronounced, causing the very air around him to grow tumultuous. His golden hair transformed into a striking blend of black and white, the dark strands becoming increasingly prominent. Four faint lines emerged on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for king. His hands underwent the most significant transformation, doubling in size. A coat of white fur enveloped the backs of his hands, and as he moved his fingers, razor-sharp claws emerged and retracted like daggers. 8-inch-long talons glinted with a chilling sheen. His eyes turned into a deep, profound blue, and a white tiger adorned with red stripes materialized upon him. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet, swirling around him and exuding an imposing aura. Ma Hongjun trembled at the sight of Dai Mubai in this form. This was precisely why he had always felt powerless against his bullying, because he had already ascended to the rank of a great soul master. Meanwhile, Yue Ying regarded the emergence of Dai Mubai's 2 yellow soul rings with a measured surprise. Though it was indeed rare for someone so young to have achieved the status of a great soul master, she had Liu Mo, a far more exceptional great soul master with a 2nd soul ring of purple, 1,000-year grade. Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger, 21st rank battle soul master. Amidst his imposing demeanor, Dai Mubai declared his martial soul and rank, a gesture of respect towards his opponent and a formal challenge. Liu Mo gazed at the 2 resplendent yellow soul rings adorning his figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Judging by the quality of Dai Mubai's attire, it was evident that he was either nobility or affluent, naturally adhering to the Master S theory regarding the optimal age of soul ring combinations. Among ordinary individuals, he could leverage soul rings of equivalent age to create a substantial disparity through his martial soul. Consequently, for Dai Mubai, when confronted with opponents of the same rank, even with identical soul ring ages, he could dominate through the prowess of his martial soul, thus never having tasted defeat against adversaries of comparable level. However, Liu Mo's martial soul might transcend these exceptional martial souls, categorizing it as a rare breed. Not to mention the martial soul itself. Even his 1st soul ring had surpassed the theoretical age of the 2nd soul ring, a boundary that was insurmountable. Titan Snow Demon Ape, manifest. Liu Mo's azure eyes sparkled with a brilliant light, radiating upwards like an explosion that unfurled above his head. His body expanded rapidly, accompanied by the crisp, resonant sound of cracking bones. Those enormous hands swelled to nearly 10 times their original size, clenched into fists resembling mighty boulders, exuding an aura of immense strength. Meanwhile, his delicate skin began to harden, akin to rocks encased in ice and snow. The Titan Snow Demon Ape clinging to his form was truly terrifying. In that moment, a hint of malevolence glimmered in Liu Mo's light blue eyes, emitting a chilling glow. The colossal Titan Snow Demon Ape had already begun to exert a suppressive force over the white tiger, causing Dai Mubai's eyes to widen in astonishment. Yet, this was not the culmination. A resplendent yellow soul ring flashed beneath Liu Mo's feet, its hue more vibrant than the one adorning Dai Mubai. Following this, a purple light emerged from below, swiftly overshadowing the brilliant yellow radiance. A gleaming purple soul ring gradually ascended from his feet, swirling around his body. Upon witnessing this dazzling purple ring, Dai Mubai froze momentarily, his previously fierce gaze dissipating, replaced by astonishment and trepidation. 1,000-year soul ring. He too is a grand soul master. Panic-stricken, Dai Mubai stared at Liu Mo's form in disbelief. On the other side, Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened, his mouth agape. The vibrant purple glow seemed to illuminate his face in a violet hue. Liu Mo, martial soul, Titan Snow Demon Ape, level 22 battle soul master. Liu Mo likewise announced his martial soul and rank, purely out of courtesy. It seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent this time. He could only activate his soul skill to seize the advantage of the initiative. Dai Mubai's gaze bore a hint of trepidation as he began to strategize internally. White Tiger's light wave. His malevolent eyes suddenly transformed into a brilliant white, and his body radiated a blinding white light. With a flicker of his 2nd soul ring, the white light coalesced instantaneously, accompanied by a fierce roar. A milky white orb of light erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Liu Mo. Chapter 39. Zhao Wujie's intervention for Dai Mubai. Perhaps he had underestimated his opponent, or perhaps he simply had no intention of evading. Boom. The orb collided with Liu Mo's body, unleashing a dazzling white light and a tremendous sound. The surrounding wooden structures began to sway slightly, a testament to the immense power of the energy wave. Yet, despite the significant disparity in their soul rings, Liu Mo, bolstered by the strength of his possessed body, withstood the impact resolutely. Liu Mo staggered backward over 10 meters, his body surging with a torrent of vital energy, accompanied by intense pain. Yet, that was the extent of it. No fundamental harm had befallen his physique. He immediately furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon Dai Mubai, the ice mountain's heavy hammer. A chilling aura erupted from Liu Mo, swiftly advancing towards Dai Mubai, who suddenly became aware of the towering iceberg looming above him. With a look of horror etched across his face, he rolled sideways to evade. Boom. Unbeknownst to him, this was a locking skill. In his struggle, the iceberg had already descended upon him. The freezing effect ensnared him, and the surrounding wooden cabin trembled violently. The white tiger barrier. Although the freezing effect restrained his movements, it did not impede his ability to unleash skills. Dai Mubai's first soul ring shone brightly, releasing a surge of radiant white light that enveloped him in a protective white aura, breaking free from the icy confinement. Yet, the pain etched on his face revealed the significant damage he had sustained from the previous strike. However, Liu Mo did not relent in his assault. The moment Dai Mubai triggered the freezing effect, Liu Mo's arms crackled with purple arcs of electricity as he charged towards him with great speed. Thunderous purple lightning. A dazzling purple halo illuminated the scene. As the white tiger barrier manifested, Liu Mo leaped into the air, his fingers crossing like a massive boulder electrified with purple lightning, hurtling down towards Dai Mubai. Through the white shield, Dai Mubai's eyes glimmered with a striking purple light. Simultaneously, the resounding crackle of electric arcs assaulted his eardrums. A formidable force bore down upon him, filling his gaze with trepidation. Those colossal fists, resembling enormous stones crackling with purple electricity, rushed towards him with alarming speed. In an instant, the white barrier was tinged with purple, and Liu Mo's crossed fist penetrated the white shield without encountering the slightest resistance. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, sending dust swirling into the air. To Yu Ying and Ma Hongjun, it felt as if the very earth trembled beneath them. The wooden cabin behind them crumbled under the violent shaking. Yet, Ma Hongjun and Yu Ying seemed oblivious to the chaos behind them, their faces awash with terror as they gazed at the rising cloud of dust ahead. As the dust began to settle, a shallow crater emerged on the ground. Had it not been for Dai Mubai's white tiger barrier mitigating this force, a deep pit would likely have formed. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai lay on the ground, faint wisps of purple electricity still flickering from his body, which twitched in rhythm with the electric pulses. Should you dare to bully the chubby one again, I shall ensure your suffering is far greater. Liu Mo's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he gazed at Dai Mubai, fiercely declaring his intent. At this moment, both had retracted their martial spirits, signaling the conclusion of their battle. Though Dai Mubai had lost the capacity to resist, his consciousness remained intact. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, his heterochromatic eyes widened in realization of Liu Mo's true intentions. However, the overwhelming current had rendered him speechless. Suddenly, an immense force surged toward Liu Mo. Though the source remained unseen, the terrifying energy instilled a sense of panic and dread within him. A figure darted through the surrounding structures, rapidly approaching. With a thunderous crash, the figure landed, exuding an aura of strength. The indistinct silhouette stood before Liu Mo, a man of average height and unremarkable features, yet with broad shoulders resembling a fortress. His coat could hardly conceal the formidable muscles, forged as if from steel, evoking a profound sense of oppression. This man was Zhao Wujin, a formidable soul sage of level 76. Who are you, boy, to dare wreak havoc at my Shrek Academy? Zhao Wujin's eyes seethed with fury. Yet, confronted with a mere child, he refrained from immediate violence. He promptly crouched down to assist Dai Mubai, now lying on the ground, the current having dissipated from his body. However, upon lifting Dai Mubai, Zhao Wujin realized the young man resembled a lifeless puppet, seemingly on the brink of death. Observing Dai Mubai's condition, Zhao Wujin's anger surged, and he exhaled deeply, his deep-set eyes flashing with a cold glint that could suffocate. Yet, Dai Mubai was merely rendered incapacitated by the recent electric shock. devoid of any mortal peril. Gently setting him down, Zhao Wujin's icy glare shifted back to Liu Mo. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, standing to the side, cast a furtive glance at Liu Mo, urging him to flee. At that moment, Liu Mo sensed the overwhelming power of his adversary, realizing he faced an insurmountable threat. The instant he caught Zhao Wujin's gaze, he spun around to escape. Thinking of fleeing? Enhanced gravity. Gravitational compression. Zhao Wujin stomped his foot, instantly unleashing his martial spirit. The mighty diamond bear. The force of his step caused the entire Shrek Academy to tremble, simultaneously invoking his third and fifth soul skills. His demeanor suggested not merely a lesson for Liu Mo, but a desire to end his life. Teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjun, witnessing the unfolding situation, sought to intervene. But Zhao Wujin was deaf to any surrounding sounds. Liu Mo had barely sprinted a few meters before his body grew heavy, as if burdened by hundreds of pounds, rendering him nearly immobile. The overwhelming force pushed him inexorably toward Zhao Wujin, who shimmered with 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. However, a soul sage of his caliber, when confronted with a mere child, unleashed his martial soul in an instant, manifesting 5 soul rings simultaneously. One can only imagine the fury of Zhao Wujia at this moment, his cold, piercing gaze directed at Liu Mo, revealing a determination to leave him no chance of survival. Beside him, Wei Ying's form suddenly radiated a silvery light akin to the bright moon, accentuating her snow-white skin. Her eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions, her linear pupils rapidly dilating, filling her entire gaze. Her fingers elongated into sharp claws, adorned with faint blue markings, extending 3 inches in an instant. Meow. A cat-like cry echoed as she vanished without a trace, leaving no shadow behind. Upon entering the gravitational field, fleeting afterimages emerged. Although her speed was significantly hampered, it still outpaced that of an ordinary person. In a heartbeat, she materialized beside Zhao Wujia, her razor-sharp claws gliding across his robust muscles. Yet, they merely left a few white scratches, inflicting no actual harm upon him. The disparity in power between a soul master and a soul sage was insurmountable. With Zhao Wujia having already summoned 5 soul rings, Wei Ying's assault was rendered inconsequential. It seemed that Zhao Wujia's gaze barely acknowledged her presence. With a mere flick of his finger, he effortlessly sent her delicate body sprawling far from him, crashing to the ground. That gentle flick, coupled with the fall, caused Wei Ying to spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 40. Zhao Wujia shows no mercy. At this moment, Liu Mo struggled against the gravitational pull drawing him towards Zhao Wujia, yet his resistance merely prolonged the inevitable for a fleeting moment. With a resounding boom, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, Liu Mo instantaneously unleashed his martial spirit. As Zhao Wujia witnessed the colossal Titan Snow Demon Ape manifesting itself upon Liu Mo's form, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. This martial spirit seemingly evoked a modicum of astonishment within him, yet it did not sway his resolve to confront Liu Mo immediately. 2 soul rings arose from beneath Liu Mo's feet, and when the radiant purple ring reflected in Zhao Wujia's eyes, it caused him to momentarily pause. The second soul ring was astonishingly a millennium old, a feat he himself had yet to achieve. It was no wonder that Dai Mu Bai had been reduced to such a state. The release of the martial spirit and soul rings could only augment his capacity to endure the immense pressure bearing down upon him, but it would not facilitate his escape. The overwhelming sense of oppression showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified gradually. Zhao Wujia observed Liu Mo's martial spirit and soul rings, and he felt his own soul power surging in response. Unable to withstand the relentless mounting pressure, Liu Mo knelt upon one knee. Nevertheless, his body continued to inch closer to Zhao Wujia. Crack. As the pressure escalated, the sound of cracking bones echoed around him, accompanied by the increasingly frequent sharp sounds. 10 dark golden scorpion tails suddenly erupted from behind him, adorned with conspicuous white magical patterns against the dark golden hue. The 10 emperor stingers radiated outward, enveloping the kneeling Liu Mo as if they were protectively cradling a child. Zhao Wujia and the surrounding Wei Ying and Ma Hongjun gaped in astonishment at the sight of the 10 scorpion tails, as though caught in a surreal illusion. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Zhao Wujia struggled to comprehend that this child possessed such extraordinary attributes. Yet, having never encountered an external soul bone, he lacked full understanding of its implications. At that moment, a singular conviction surged within him to avenge Dai Mu Bai. His initial astonishment swiftly transformed into a fierce intensity, and a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Regardless of what you have gained, if it does not exact a price from you, then I would be remiss to bear the title of the unmoved king. With Liu Mo drawing nearer, his second yellow soul ring shimmered. A colossal hand, imbued with immense strength and an overwhelming sense of pressure, surged rapidly towards Liu Mo. The dominating force of the palm compressed the surrounding air to such an extent that Liu Mo found it difficult to breathe. Ma Hongjun gasped in horror, his lips quivering slightly. He understood that should Zhao Wujia's palm strike, Liu Mo would either perish or be rendered incapable of self-sufficiency for the rest of his life. Yue Ying lay prostrate on the ground, her heart filled with despair as she witnessed the terrifying force advancing towards Liu Mo's stop. A raspy voice suddenly echoed from a distance, accompanied by the piercing cry of an eagle overhead. It was Flander, hastening to the scene, alerted by Zhao Wujia's earth-shattering stomp, which indicated that something significant was occurring within the academy. However, Zhao Wujia appeared oblivious to Flander's words, his onslaught unceasing. With a thunderous crash, dust billowed into the air, and the tremendous force caused a nearby wooden cabin to collapse. Old Zhao, what on earth are you doing? Are you trying to demolish the academy? Flander shouted in desperation as he soared down, landing amidst the swirling dust. Once the dust settled, a massive pit was revealed, at the center of which lay a motionless youth. Flander, his eyes widened behind his black-rimmed glasses, approached Zhao Wujie. How could you inflict such violence upon a child? Look at Dai Mubai. He's been reduced to this state, teetering between life and death. Despite the gravity of the situation, Zhao Wujie's inner rage seemed far from quelled. Flander glanced at the still-breathing Dai Mubai, furrowing his brow and letting out a deep sigh. You know his identity. What if something were to happen? We cannot allow this young man to leave unscathed. Zhao Wujie, with a fierce glare, attempted to rationalize his actions. Old Zhao, it's inevitable for children to sustain injuries during a brawl, but how could you possibly bring a child to the brink of death? Zhao Wujie frowned, preparing to defend himself. But Flander interrupted him. Moreover, look at the surrounding buildings. This constitutes destruction of public property. The repair costs will be deducted from your wages. Flander grimaced as he surveyed the ruined structures, his heart bleeding at the sight. Fatty, help that child up and see if he is still alive, Flander directed, gesturing towards the panic-stricken Ma Hongjun in the distance. He then turned back to Zhao Wujie, speaking in a hushed tone. Old Zhao, if this child dies, the value of this land will plummet, and the difference will fall upon you. Zhao Wujie opened his mouth to argue, but Flander did not afford him the opportunity. He swiftly turned towards the pit where Liu Mo lay. At that moment, Ma Hongjun had already managed to lift the boy's frail body, reminiscent of Dai Mubai's earlier state. Devoid of strength. Is it him? Flander exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing Liu Mo's face. Hearing Flander's voice, Zhao Wujie hurried over, asking, Do you know him? A hint of trepidation flickered in his eyes. If Liu Mo had a close relationship with Flander, it would spell considerable trouble for him. Given Flander's temperament, he could easily demand a hefty sum in compensation. If it weren't for the fact that he lacks a martial soul, he could have been my disciple. Flander's gaze remained fixed on Liu Mo, his brow furrowed as he spoke quietly to Zhao Wujie. However, upon hearing Flander's assertion that Liu Mo lacked a martial soul, Zhao Wujie's eyes betrayed a hint of skepticism. Flander, do you truly know him? He has no martial soul? Not only does he possess one, but it also appears quite formidable. Upon hearing this, Flander's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with bewilderment as he regarded Liu Mo teacher. Emogu already has a martial soul. It is the Titan Snow Demon Ape. Please, you must save him, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his face etched with urgency in response to Flander. What? You know him too? Why did you not mention this earlier? Zhao Wujie glared at Ma Hongjun, his expression one of fury. Teacher Zhao, I called out to you, but you seemed deaf to my call, Ma Hongjun retorted, his own frustration mounting, though he understood that in his extreme anger, perhaps he had not heard others speaking. Meanwhile, Flander slightly lowered his head, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Wujie, giving him a sharp look. Zhao Wujie could only chuckle awkwardly, his face a mask of helplessness and regret. At this moment, apart from his torso, Liu Mo's other bones and meridians had been completely severed. Ma Hongjun propped him up, yet his head hung low, devoid of any breath. Chapter 41. The seven-colored lotus body refinement. After confirming the situation, Flander stared at Zhao Wujie with a look of reproach. This cannot be entirely blamed on me. Just look at Dai Mubai. Zhao Wujie desperately sought to justify his actions. Upon hearing this, Flander's eyes widened even further, prompting him to cease speaking. Deep down, he understood that given Liu Mo's strength, He could not possibly survive under such circumstances after the force that had just been exerted. Yue, witnessing Flanders' helpless shake of his head, gritted her teeth and crawled towards Liu Mo. At this moment, he was merely leaning against a wall for support, his arms and head drooping lifelessly. Mo. She shook Liu Mo's body, but her efforts met with no response as his head swayed back and forth. Flander bent down, his gaze piercing above the black-rimmed glasses, and looked at the fair and delicate young girl before him, asking, "Are you with him?" Yue merely bowed her head in tears, ignoring Flanders' inquiry. "Teacher, she came here with Mo." Ma Hongjin interjected, noticing Ying's silence toward Flander. "Her posture and figure should align with our academy's recruitment standards. She could even compensate for this fellow." After Flander finished speaking, he immediately turned away. Zhao Wujie, with a smile, stepped forward, eager to engage in conversation about the young girl, seeking to ease the tension with Flander. "Flander, this young lady possesses the Moonshadow Spirit Cat as her martial spirit. When she attacks, her speed is unimaginable even to you." Flander, without acknowledging Zhao Wujie, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the sky with a soft hum. He appeared to be mourning Liu Mo's departure or lamenting the destruction of numerous structures, perhaps even grieving the events that had unfolded on this land. "Flander, why don't you deduct these expenses from my salary?" Zhao Wujie pondered for a long time, observing Flanders' somewhat somber expression, and said through gritted teeth. After all, he had sought refuge here, living under another's roof. He could not afford to create too much discord. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Flanders' lips curled into a faint smile. He turned back, patted Zhao Wujie's shoulder, and gazed into his somewhat reluctant face, stating, "All right, I will compile all the expenses when I have the time." Zhao Wujie beheld the triumphant glint in Flanders' eyes, his own countenance darkening, as if he had uttered words better left unsaid. Suddenly, a prism of colors reflected in Flanders' gaze as he turned, emanating from Liu Mo's form. Beside him, Ma Hongjun and Yue paused, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Flanders' eyes flickered with a mix of trepidation and astonishment upon witnessing the radiant hues. He halted momentarily, exclaiming softly. As Zhao Wujie turned at the sound, he too discerned the kaleidoscopic brilliance mirrored in Flanders' lenses. Glancing backward, he beheld Liu Mo, who appeared to transcend the mortal realm, radiating an exquisite array of colors. From his being emerged a dark golden lotus, at its core pulsating with vibrant seven-colored light, the very lotus he had acquired at the Eye of Ice and Fire. The golden lotus descended gracefully, expanding as it fell, each petal swollen with immense energy, yet incapable of containing it, resembling balloons buoyed by a force unseen. As the expanding lotus began to shimmer ethereally in the air, it seemed to evoke an illusion. Slowly, it floated down from above Liu Mo, who appeared to traverse through the lotus. The resplendent petals encircled him, descending gently to the ground. A beam of dark golden light erupted forth, solidifying the once ethereal lotus. The vibrant seven-colored radiance blossomed from beneath Liu Mo, casting his visage in a dark golden hue, encircled by a halo of prismatic light. Flander observed, his expression shifting to one of horror. He was at a loss to comprehend the origins of this young man before him. The 10 dark golden scorpion tails had already astonished him, but the current brilliance exuded an aura of terrifying power. Simultaneously, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. He pondered the ramifications of such extraordinary power. Could it turn against him? This uncertainty weighed heavily on his mind. Flanders' gaze remained fixed upon Liu Mo. Instinctively adjusting the black frames perched on his nose, his brow furrowed. Yet, the colors reflecting in his lenses were nothing short of spectacular. This was the fabled seven-colored lotus, capable of reshaping the very essence of the body, infused with the spirits of heaven and earth, possessing unfathomable power. Due to its formidable nature, even those fortunate enough to acquire it must exercise caution, for if one's body could not withstand its might, even the most exalted title Douluo could meet a tragic end. A flicker of concern crossed Flanders' eyes as he observed the dazzling luminosity emanating from Liu Mo, his hands clenched tightly. The seven-colored light at the heart of the lotus ceased its outward flow. Liu Mo appeared to merge with the seven-colored lotus, the vibrant hues now surging directly into his being, while the surroundings merely radiated a dark golden glow. His body began to emit the crisp sounds of cracking bones. This was the symphony of his skeletal transformation, as waves of light surged within him, causing his drooping head and arms to gradually rise. His complexion, once devoid of color and pallid, slowly revealed a blush, transitioning from pale to a delicate pink and finally to a vibrant crimson. Liu Mo's body has begun to radiate a faint breath, while the seven-colored radiance at the heart of the golden lotus continues to surge in. Now returned to his normal state, Liu Mo's expression reveals profound agony. His body begins to convulse, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, and in an instant, the veins between his cheeks and neck bulge forth. Even the esteemed titled Douluo might struggle to withstand this force. I fear this lad may not endure it. Zhao Wujia's face betrays a hint of doubt. Isn't this all thanks to your handiwork? With his bones shattered, the energy required to reshape his body must consume a significant portion of the power, thereby weakening the energy of the seven-colored golden lotus. Who among the titled Douluo would willingly shatter their own bones to consume such a lotus? Flinder slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Wujia, his words imbued with a touch of reproach. After speaking, he turned back to Zhao Wujia, offering a faint smile, and coldly remarked, however, "He ought to be grateful to you. Were it not for this desperate gamble, had he ingested the seven-colored golden lotus, his demise would have been assured. To think this lad possesses such an exceedingly rare treasure." Upon concluding his words to Zhao Wujia, Flinder turned his gaze to Liu Mo, his eyes betraying envy and jealousy. Yet, Liu Mo is merely a great soul master, and whether he can withstand this overwhelming force ultimately depends on his own fortune. Chapter 42. The mutation of martial spirits. As the influx of power from the seven-colored golden lotus continues, the reshaped bones, though imbued with this force and significantly more resilient than before, still seem unable to endure. At this moment, all his pores have opened, as if seeking to emit a trace of energy through these gaps, allowing his body to persevere for a few more seconds. Behind him, the Ten Emperor's stab has emerged, standing erect as if it too is striving to counterbalance the force alongside Liu Mo. Flinder, noticing the Ten Emperor's stab, furrows his brow, his eyes flashing with surprise, though his lips quiver silently. The overwhelming force surpasses even the ferocious power of his merged ten-tailed purple lightning scorpion soul ring. The immense energy impact renders his reshaped bones incapable of restraining this corporeal vessel any longer. Emogu, you must hold on. Yu Ying's dark yellow eyes glimmer with a hint of panic. Liu Mo's expression and the intensity of his tremors evoke a sense of foreboding within her. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan's gaze is filled with regret and remorse, tears of sorrow brimming at the edges of his eyelids, threatening to spill forth at any moment. Zhao Wujia's earlier concerns about his own predicament have long dissipated. He now yearns to witness the extraordinary effects that the rare seven-colored golden lotus might yield upon absorption and fusion. His heart begins to swell with a desire for Liu Mo to endure. Flinder's brow furrows even more tightly, from his understanding. Liu Mo's absorption of the seven-colored golden lotus is fraught with peril. Yet, compared to before, there is a glimmer of hope. He begins to implore the heavens, wishing for this lad to overcome this trial, believing that he will eventually become a remarkable figure under his guidance. Ah! A piercing scream resonated throughout Shrek Academy. The sound jolted the frail Daimu by awake. He opened his weary eyes, and the once mischievous glint in his heterochromatic gaze dissipated. In the distance, a crowd encircled Liu Mo, from which emanated a radiant glow, leaving him perplexed about the unfolding events. His lips quivered slightly, as if he wished to inquire or call out, yet no sound escaped him. Even Oscar, who was manning a stall in some obscure corner, felt the chilling terror of that scream, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Yu Ying and Ma Hongjun, closest to Liu Mo, were struck even more intensely by the horrific cry. A buzzing noise filled their minds, as if the powerful sound waves had rendered them momentarily deaf. Even Zhao Wujin and Flinder, both formidable with profound soul power, closed their eyes and opened their mouths wide to alleviate the impact on their eardrums. Soulbone, Flinder exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening as they reflected a dazzling golden light. He was fixated on Liu Mo's form, which had just emitted that piercing scream. As a golden radiance enveloped him, this was the manifestation of a torso soulbone, which enabled his body to withstand the overwhelming force of the seven-colored lotus. Is this a soulbone whose age I cannot discern? Zhao Wujin mused, noting the golden glow emanating from Liu Mo's body, through which the form of the torso soul bone became visible. This must be a torso soul bone, likely from a soul beast over 100,000 years old. Flinder replied, his gaze still fixed on Liu Mo, who sat atop the seven-colored lotus. The torso soul bone was indestructible. It explained how Liu Mo had previously resisted the Titan Snow Demon Ape's powerful strike, and why it remained intact despite Zhao Wujin's fierce assault. All eyes present were riveted on the transformation occurring within Liu Mo. Suddenly, a dark golden object appeared in his right hand. It was the stamen of the seven-colored lotus, nearly 3 meters long and as thick as a wrist. Its smooth surface was adorned with intricate magical patterns, from which a chilling azure light emanated, reminiscent of clear spring water, yet as frigid as ice. This ethereal glow flickered in and out of visibility around his right hand. The seven-colored brilliance beneath him had vanished, and the lotus he sat upon began to fade slowly. At that moment, Liu Mo's brows relaxed, the veins on his forehead receding, and a faint smile graced his lips. As the smile emerged, a roar erupted from his body, accompanied by a crisp, crackling sound. The colossal Titan snow demon ape was instantly unleashed. Behind him, the 10 royal thorns elongated, now boasting 6 segments, each crowned with a sharp spike adorned with white speckles that had transformed into shimmering silver magical runes. This metamorphosis was a consequence of the seven-colored lotus's influence. Concurrently, the Titan snow demon ape underwent a remarkable transformation, its entire form now radiating a dark golden hue, intricately woven with magical runes that glimmered with an ethereal blue light, evoking an aura of extreme cold intertwined with nobility and terror. Is this its martial soul? Flender gazed at the mutated Titan snow demon ape, momentarily taken aback, causing his glasses to tilt awry. Just a moment ago, it was not like this. Zhao Wujie stared intently at the martial soul emanating dark golden brilliance, exclaiming in astonishment. The martial soul has mutated. The two exchanged bewildered glances, simultaneously expressing their surprise. This is the dark golden Titan monarch. Flender shifted his gaze to Zhao Wujie, murmuring softly. At that moment, a flicker of regret flashed in Flender's eyes, lamenting his decision not to accept Liu Mo as a disciple. Zhao Wujie, on the other hand, widened his eyes, gazing enviously and with a hint of jealousy at Liu Mo's mutated martial soul, an expression unbecoming of a soul sage. Just then, Liu Mo's dark golden staff burst forth with resplendent golden light, prompting everyone present to raise their arms to shield themselves from the brilliance. The golden flash was fleeting, vanishing along with the golden lotus beneath him. Fatty, Moon Shadow. A clear voice rang out, prompting everyone to lower their arms and open their eyes. At that moment, Liu Mo's physique appeared even more robust and formidable than before. Brother Mo, Ma Hongjun, and Moon Shadow exclaimed in unison, radiant smiles illuminating their youthful faces. Ahem. Flender and Zhao Wujie approached them, Flender clearing his throat a few times as if to interrupt their conversation, casting a knowing glance at Zhao Wujie, instantly understanding. Zhao Wujie beamed and leaned closer to Liu Mo, bending slightly as he said, "You must be Liu Mo. It appears there has been a misunderstanding regarding the previous incident. I was overly impulsive." Hiki. Liu Mo gazed at Zhao Wujie's smile, feeling an immense discomfort, particularly due to the slight protrusion of his chin, which suggested ill intentions. Were it not for his fortuitous acquisition of the seven-colored lotus, he might have been unable to stand here at all. Could a mere misunderstanding truly be resolved so easily? Chapter 43. Zhao Wujie's sincerity. However, Zhao Wujie was indeed a figure of soul saint caliber, and Liu Mo was aware that he had inflicted significant harm upon Dai Mubai. He understood that it was best to take what he could and withdraw gracefully. He managed to force a smile, gazing at Zhao Wujie's aged face, offering a stiff grin without uttering a word. Xiao Mo, Zhao Wujie seldom apologizes to anyone. You should forgive him. Flander looked at Liu Mo, his eyes brimming with hope that he would pardon Zhao Wujie's actions. After all, Liu Mo had been the one to injure a student of their academy first. And at that moment, Zhao Wujie was unaware of his acquaintance with Flander. Xiao Mo, I, Zhao Wujie, sincerely apologize for my previous conduct. It comes from the depths of my heart. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Wujie bowed deeply to Liu Mo. His gesture surprised even Flander, who had not anticipated such earnest contrition. Perhaps it was due to the severity of his earlier actions, which had nearly cost the other his life. Or perhaps he had discerned Flander's intent through his gaze, wishing to incorporate Liu Mo into his ranks. Feel free to voice any request you may have. I will surely oblige without hesitation. Zhao Wujie's face bore a serious expression, his eyes filled with genuine remorse. Anything is possible? Liu Mo's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light as he gazed at Zhao Wujie. In that moment, Zhao Wujie discerned a troubling sensation through Liu Mo's gaze, stirring a hint of concern over his own words. He turned slightly to cast a glance at Flander. Well, anything goes. Flander adjusted his glasses, clasped his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest, and lowered his gaze to speak to Liu Mo. Upon hearing Flander's words, Zhao Wujie paused, perplexed by the chilling light that had flashed in Liu Mo's eyes. At that moment, Flander, in his pursuit of a disciple, showed no inclination to assist him, which left Zhao Wujing feeling disheartened. However, since he had already spoken and Flander had expressed his agreement, he could only grit his teeth and nod slightly. Then let me strike you. You are not permitted to unleash your martial soul or soul power. Liu Mo locked his gaze. His eyes filled with animosity as he stared at Zhao Wujing and spoke with fervor. Upon hearing his words, both Flanders and Zhao Wujing paused momentarily. Flanders was taken aback by the boy's deep-seated resentment. He had been genuinely moved by Zhao Wujing's recent actions, only to realize that Liu Mo had not grasped any sense of gratitude. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing had just noticed Liu Mo's unusual demeanor. Although he was merely a grand soul master, he understood that engaging without the aid of his martial spirit and soul power would likely lead to a devastating defeat. A look of horror crossed his face as he glanced at Flanders, his eyes beseeching for assistance. Flanders, feeling the weight of the moment, quickly averted his gaze from Zhao Wujing. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wujing's expression turned desperate as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. Let it come." With that, he steadied himself, bracing for Liu Mo's impending attack. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Liu Mo fixed his gaze upon Zhao Wujing, his hands clenched into tight fists, producing a crisp, resonant sound. Suddenly, Liu Mo lunged forward, hurtling towards Zhao Wujing with his right fist charged with formidable strength. Ma Hongjun, standing to the side, was left utterly astonished by the spectacle. Bang! Liu Mo's fist collided with Zhao Wujing's robust muscles, revealing a surprising softness that belied their formidable appearance. This was a testament to Zhao Wujing's adherence to his promise. His body remained unstrained, his muscles relaxed. Although Liu Mo did not unleash his martial spirit with this strike, the absence of resistance from Zhao Wujing still elicited a sense of pain, albeit one that was bearable. At that moment, a peculiar smile danced across Liu Mo's face. For this blow was merely a probe, a means to ascertain whether Zhao Wujing had indeed harnessed his soul power. Satisfied with the outcome, Liu Mo prepared to launch a genuine assault. Liu Mo's eyes transformed into a deep azure hue as the dark golden titan emperor fused with his form, causing his physique to rapidly expand and his hands to become even more powerful. The dark golden radiance reflected off the lenses of Flanders' obsidian glasses, causing his body to tremble, filled with sorrow for the impending assault that Zhao Wujing was about to endure. As the dark golden light flickered in Zhao Wujing's eyes, he momentarily froze, as if he had already sustained grievous injuries. To stave off the encroaching dread within, he gradually closed his eyes, his facial features contorting in agony, as if he were in profound torment. The glacier hammer. With a crisp call from Liu Mo, the hammer-shaped iceberg above Zhao Wujing began to lock onto its target, plummeting rapidly. Unbeknownst to the blindfolded Zhao Wujing, he was oblivious to the unfolding events. He merely sensed a chilling wave surging through his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This frigid aura was so potent that even Flandre could feel it, as goosebumps erupted across his skin, and a flicker of concern for Zhao Wujing glimmered in his eyes. Boom! The iceberg collided with Zhao Wujing, instantly encasing his body in ice. Without the use of his soul power, Zhao Wujing felt an overwhelming force crashing against him. Intense agony surging forth. His frozen form rendered even the act of breathing somewhat rigid. Liu Mo's eyes sparkled with a violet glow, his arms adorned with arcs of purple electricity, the collisions between the arcs producing crisp, resounding cracks. He leapt into the air, his 10 fingers interlocking, his fists enveloped in a web-like violet electric net, launching toward the frozen Zhao Wujing. Flander observed Liu Mo's fist brimming with power, significantly more formidable than before, causing him to lean forward, his eyes wide open, fixated on Liu Mo's radiant figure as he traced a graceful and resplendent arc of purple through the air. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan's expression remained one of astonishment, unchanging, for Zhao Wujing, in Shrek Academy, was deemed sacred and inviolable, a figure of reverence second only to Flander. Yet now, he stood there, unable to resist, subjected to Liu Mo's relentless onslaught time and again. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated. Liu Mo, exerting nearly all of his strength, delivered a strike that sent Zhao Wujing crashing to the ground, where he lay in a shallow pit. His body was enveloped in crackling purple arcs of electricity, emitting a series of sharp, resonant sounds as he twitched involuntarily with each surge of energy. His tightly shut eyes flickered open slightly, revealing only the whites of his eyes. Observing this scene, Flanders sighed softly, slowly closed his eyes, and turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. Liu Mo exhibited no intention of pausing. He once again brought down his fists, crackling with violet arcs, forcefully upon the prostrate Zhao Wuji. The impact elicited a spurt of crimson from Zhao Wuji's lips. At this moment, although his body was enveloped in purple electricity, he appeared devoid of any convulsive movements. Liu Mo, weary from a series of relentless assaults, found himself panting heavily. Nevertheless, the animosity within him remained unabated. All right, Xiao Mo, should you continue this onslaught, it may very well lead to dire consequences. Just as he raised his fists once more, poised to strike Zhao Wujin, Flander furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Liu Mo's unyielding determination, and exclaimed. Chapter 44. The hesitant heart Liu Mo ceased his assault upon hearing Flander's call. Flander approached Zhao Wujie, his brow furrowed deeply as he regarded him. The violet arcs of energy surrounding his body gradually dissipated, and after a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, gazing somewhat dazedly at Flander's countenance, and murmured, Flander, you must increase my bonus. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Flander's expression tightened, as though Zhao had struck a nerve within him. For the financial state of Shrek Academy was far from optimistic. The events of that day had been numerous, transforming the previously quiet academy into a bustling hub. Flander supported Zhao Wujie, while Ma Hongjun assisted Dai Mubai, and Liu Mo aided Yueying, allowing the three injured individuals to rest. A few days later, the trio had fully recovered from their injuries. Dai Mubai, having been bedridden for several days, finally emerged into the courtyard to breathe in the fresh air, stretching languidly under the warm sunlight. As his gaze wandered, he spotted Ma Hongjun seated not far away. Just as he was about to call out Fatty, the memories of the recent events flashed in his mind. His expression hardened, and he abruptly stifled his voice, for Ma Hongjun's attention was fixed upon him. Boss Dai. Ma Hongjun seemed to have grown accustomed to addressing Dai Mubai in this manner. No, don't call me Boss Dai, Fatty. Dai Mubai retorted immediately upon hearing Ma Hongjun, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. This was a blow to his dignity following his defeat to Liu Mo. What are you doing here? Dai Mubai asked hesitantly, as he had previously grown accustomed to bullying Ma Hongjun, and the sudden shift left him feeling somewhat out of place. Waiting for news about Teacher Zhao. I wonder how he is doing? Ma Hongjun replied, his lips pressed tightly together, and at that moment, he no longer bore the fear he once had of Dai Mubai. Teacher Zhao? What happened to Teacher Zhao? Dai Mubai's body froze at Ma Hongjun's words, his gaze sharpening with concern. Teacher Zhao was injured by Mo Ge and has yet to recover. Ma Hongjun's voice fell slightly as he lowered his head. Feeling a twinge of guilt for the series of events that had transpired due to his actions, Dai Mubai paused, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Shocked to learn that Liu Mo had been capable of injuring Zhao Wujie. Yet, there was also a flicker of doubt in his eyes, despite Liu Mo's prowess. He was merely a grand soul master. How could he possibly harm Zhao Wujie? The dean mentioned that Teacher Zhao was injured for the sake of the academy. Lately, I've struggled to comprehend their conversations, Ma Hongjun said, his face marked by confusion. After a moment's contemplation, Dai Mubai smiled faintly and declared, Come. Let us go visit Teacher Zhao. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun immediately rose and headed towards Zhao Wujie's room. Upon entering, he found Zhao Wujie lying motionless on the bed, while Flander stood nearby, his expression fraught with concern, puzzled as to why Zhao Wujie was unable to rise. Seeing Dai Mubai enter, Flander pressed his lips together and inquired, Mubai, how is your injury? Thank you for your concern, Dean. I have fully recovered, Dai Mubai replied courteously. After hearing his words, Flander nodded slightly, then turned his gaze back to Zhao Wujie and sighed softly. It was perplexing that even Dai Mubai, who was significantly less powerful and had suffered more severe injuries, had recovered, while Zhao Wujie remained bedridden, struggling even to sit up. Noticing Flander's bewildered expression, Dai Mubai offered a gentle smile and whispered something in Flander's ear. Upon hearing this, Flander stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief as he questioned, Is he really that kind of person? Dai Mubai merely nodded in affirmation, subtly acknowledging Flander's astonishing inquiry. Sighing, Flander remarked, I had intended to grant Teacher Zhao a bonus. But given the severity of his condition, it seems those funds will need to be allocated for his treatment. With a sigh, he walked towards the door, hands clasped behind his back. Hey, Flander, how much bonus are you giving me? Zhao Wujie called out, suddenly sitting up and halting him with his question. Flander turned his head slightly, a smirk playing on one side of his mouth, his eyes glimmering with a hint of pride. He had not anticipated that Dai Mubai understood Zhao Wujie better than he did. It seemed he truly was lethargic for the sake of money. The amount of the bonus will be determined at the end of the year, Once we assess the surplus, Flander replied, facing the door with his back to Zhao Wujie before departing. Now seated on the bed, Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow, gazing at Flander's retreating figure. He was acutely aware of Shrek Academy's financial situation, a year-end surplus. It would be a miracle if they managed to avoid a deficit. Upon exiting the room, Flander noticed Liu Mo and Yu Ying waiting outside. He promptly approached them, a smile on his face, and asked, "Have you been comfortable staying here these past few days? Has Miss Yu Ying fully recovered?" "Yu Ying is fine now, and we are preparing to leave," came the reply. Though Liu Murin is small in stature, there resides a glimmer of steadfastness in his gaze. "Little Mo," he said, "with such remarkable talent, would it not be a travesty to squander it without proper training? I urge you to remain at Shrek Academy for further cultivation. Although our location is somewhat remote, the surroundings are quite picturesque and the atmosphere is relatively tranquil, making it a commendable place for your advancement." Flander wore a serious expression, seemingly attempting to persuade Liu Mo to stay. Liu Mo pondered for a moment upon Flander's words. After numerous trials and tribulations, he had yet to gain admission to the academy, and at that moment, Flander's remarks struck a chord deep within him. Meanwhile, Daimubai and Ma Hongjun had already exited the room. Daimubai regarded Liu Mo with a glimmer of animosity intertwined with a hint of trepidation. Upon hearing Flander's words, a slow smile began to blossom on Ma Hongjun's previously dazed face, for if Liu Mo were to remain, they could often be together. And perhaps even Yu Ying might choose to stay as well. Liu Mo gazed at the moon shadow, seemingly eager to discern her thoughts. Moon Shadow remained silent, merely nodding gently, as if she felt a sense of joy for Liu Mo's fortunate opportunity. Yet, a flicker of regret shimmered in her eyes, for it was clear that Flandra had no intention of retaining her. Liu Mo, too, perceived that subtle hint of sorrow in Moon Shadow's gaze. But what of Moon Shadow herself? Liu Mo's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Upon hearing Liu Mo's query, Flander furrowed his brow in contemplation. After all, Shrek Academy exclusively admitted extraordinary beings, and at that moment, Yu Ying did not possess any remarkable rank. Nevertheless, she was accepted alongside the others. At this juncture, Zhao Wujie emerged from the room and called out. Approaching Flander, he murmured, "If you don't take that girl, this lad will also leave. Have I endured this beating for nothing?" Flander, upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, cast a glance at him, his eyes still shimmering with thought. "Very well. We shall accept both you and Yu Ying." It appeared that Flander found it quite challenging to arrive at this decision. Upon hearing Flander's words, a glimmer of joy appeared on Yu Ying's cheeks. "All right, then Yu Ying shall enter Shrek Academy first. After all, I have already become an apprentice and must still seek my master's consent." Liu Mo pondered for a moment before addressing Flander before him. Upon hearing Liu Mo's response, Flander's brow furrowed, and Zhao Wujie's eyes widened in astonishment. The recruitment of Yu Ying was intended for Liu Mo, yet, at this moment, only Yu Ying had joined, while Liu Mo had not acquiesced. Nevertheless, Liu Mo's reasoning held merit. After all, he had his own mentor, and seeking his mentor's approval was entirely justifiable. "Brother Mo," Yu Ying remarked, her voice tinged with surprise, for she did not wish to part ways with Liu Mo. "Rest assured, Yu Ying, focus on your cultivation here. Entering the academy is no small feat. I shall meet with my mentor and return to find you." Liu Mo approached Yu Ying and spoke softly, as if only the two of them could hear. At that moment, Zhao Wujie seemed to have discerned the nature of their relationship. A smile crept across his face as he leaned closer to Flander, remarking, "Did you see that? If one of these two remains, the other will not stray far." Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Flander fixed his gaze upon the pair before him, his brows knitting together with increasing concern. Chapter 45. The Earth Fire Demon Bear King. When Liu Mo fused the seven-colored lotus, he had already reached the bottleneck of level 30. Having transcended to this milestone, the assimilation of the third spirit ring became a matter of great significance for Liu Mo. Furthermore, the Stardow Forest lies in the southeast direction of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it. Soto City, located in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, is merely 500 kilometers away from the Stardow Forest. Liu Mo raced tirelessly, and after a few days, he arrived at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. This area was rich in spirit beasts, and even deeper within the forest lay terrifying creatures. At this moment, with Liu Mo's cultivation level, he was indeed capable of locating spirit beasts suitable for his age within the periphery of the Stardow Forest. However, hunting these spirit beasts proved to be a formidable challenge. Suddenly, a roar echoed from a distance, a frenzied sound that sent shivers through Liu Mo's body. The voice carried a force that seemed to tear through the air, instilling in him a sense of dread as a formidable spirit beast approached. In the distance, the foliage began to sway, and through the gaps between the leaves, two dark purple, sinister glimmers of light emerged. In an instant, a bear-like spirit beast, towering approximately 5 meters, sprang forth. Its entire body was ablaze with fiery hues, its eyes radiating a violet glow, and its massive jaws dripped with viscous saliva. The golden fur atop its head signified its royal lineage, a color exclusive to kings. Standing upright like a human, it possessed robust limbs and paws the size of fans, with claws protruding half a foot, gleaming coldly. From afar, it resembled a blazing inferno, racing swiftly towards Liu Mo. This was the Earth Fire Demon Bear King, a spirit beast over 6,000 years old. Liu Mo gazed upon the Earth Fire Demon Bear King, a flicker of trepidation glimmering in his eyes. Setting aside the question of whether he could absorb its soul ring, he remained uncertain as to whether he could truly vanquish such a formidable foe. The Earth Fire Demon Bear King, a soul beast of considerable self-importance, adopted an unyielding battle strategy, relentlessly pursuing its adversaries, regardless of their strength. Moreover, confronted by the relatively feeble Liu Mo, the sinister visage of the Bear King only served to amplify its ferocity. Liu Mo was acutely aware of the temperament of the Earth Fire Demon Bear King. Thus, his attempt to flee was already futile. The creature sprinted toward Liu Mo with great speed, and when it was not far from him, the Earth Fire Demon Bear King propelled itself off the ground, tracing a fiery arc through the air and lunged directly at Liu Mo. In Liu Mo's eyes, the crimson spots rapidly expanded, just as two massive paws, each the size of a fan, reached out before him. He deftly pivoted to the side, propelling himself with force against the verdant grass beneath him, allowing his body to glide smoothly to one side, evading the ferocious charge of the Earth Fire Demon Bear King. Contrary to its imposing appearance, the gargantuan bear was not as cumbersome as it seemed. Its claws, having missed their target, swiftly redirected towards the direction Liu Mo had escaped. At that moment, Liu Mo had yet to regain his balance, and the glint of the bear's sharp claws already pierced his vision. In a moment of sheer terror, Liu Mo dodged left and right, executing a flawless turn to once again evade the bear's lethal strike. The claws traced 8 brilliant arcs of light through the air. Liu Mo, through the fusion of the 7-colored lotus, not only found his body significantly more resilient, but his agility also saw a remarkable enhancement. Reflecting on the swiftness with which he had just evaded the attacks, he felt a sense of astonishment, scarcely comprehending how he had achieved such feats. It was merely an instinctive reaction. At that moment, the Earth Fire Demon Bear King was seething with fury, its dark purple eyes emanating a fierce wrath, and the chilling glint within them sent shivers down Liu Mo's spine. The creature's body, akin to an inferno, grew increasingly vibrant, radiating a faint crimson glow as if to convey the intensity of its rage to its adversary. Suddenly, it raised both paws high and brought them crashing down onto the ground. With a deafening roar, the earth beneath erupted in a blinding red light, casting a luminous hue upon Liu Mo's form, which now glimmered in brilliant scarlet. The overwhelming brightness compelled him to shut his eyes instantly. The impact of the Earth Fire Demon Bear King's paws upon the ground caused it to fracture rapidly, with molten lava surging forth. The fissures expanded swiftly, yet Liu Mo remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding before him, his eyes tightly shut to shield against the blinding glare. However, he sensed an intense wave of heat rushing towards him, instilling an unsettling feeling in his heart. With no time to assess the situation ahead, he promptly unleashed his martial soul. A colossal dark golden titan emperor enveloped him, enhancing his physical prowess considerably. The arcane patterns upon his body emitted a ghostly blue light, instilling a fleeting chill within the Earth Fire Demon Bear King. Simultaneously, 2 spirit rings, one yellow and one purple, ascended beneath his feet. Boom! At that instant, as he released his martial soul and all of his soul power, an unbearable searing heat burst forth from the ground, and in a heartbeat, the erupting lava consumed him entirely. As Liu Mo retained his consciousness, he swiftly darted to one side and tumbled to the ground. Although he had distanced himself from the searing magma, the sensation of burning in his body lingered. His face contorted in agony, features tightened as if he were holding his breath, muscles swelling in a futile attempt to withstand the unbearable pain. Accompanying his suffering, the dark golden titan roared, its voice echoing as if to express its own torment. It was Liu Mo's innate skill of fire immunity that preserved his form, though it inflicted immense pain. He avoided any substantial harm. Had it not been for this, the baptism of magma would have reduced him to ashes or left him mutilated. Perhaps it was the frigid aura emanating from the eye of ice and fire, or the subtle chill radiating from the dark golden titan, but in no time. The scorching heat enveloping his body returned to normalcy. However, the Earth Fire Demon Bear King showed no mercy, offering him not a moment's respite. As he battled against the torment of heat, it charged towards him once more. With claws glistening ominously, it struck Liu Mo's body in an instant, as if intent on tearing him to shreds. Swish! The claws grazed his form, inflicting 8 deep wounds. Blood gushed forth mere seconds after the claws had passed, a testament to the Bear King's formidable power and speed. Were it not for his body having been reforged through the 7-colored lotus, he would surely have been shattered by the Bear King's fierce strike. Even so, Liu Mo remained silent, crouched on the ground, his eyes radiating a cold fury as he gazed up at the Earth Fire Demon Bear King looming before him. With each relentless blow he endured, Liu Mo's reflexes began to wane. Yet, in that fleeting moment he lifted his gaze, a crimson bear paw descended from above, aiming to crush him. Chapter 46, Second Martial Soul, Spirit Staff. Realizing he could not evade, he shouted, "Mountain of Ice." An ice hammer materialized, hurtling towards the attacking Earth Fire Demon Bear King. The beast merely shuddered slightly, as though startled, sustaining no damage whatsoever. He recognized the chasm that lay between them, even with all his might. He could not harm the Earth Fire Demon Bear King. His primary aim was to induce a freezing effect, hoping to buy time to evade this lethal blow. Yet, the crimson paw reflected in his gaze bore down upon him without pause, swiftly closing the distance. The freezing effect was effortlessly shattered by the Earth Fire Demon Bear King, leaving no trace of time for him to perceive. It felt as if not even the blink of an eye had passed. Liu Mo's crimson eyes reflected the ever-expanding and increasingly vivid bear paw. It was over. He gazed at the relentless bear paw, his body tensed in astonishment. Boom! With a deafening roar, Liu Mo's body was compressed into a tight coil. Crack, crack, crack. The 10 Emperor stingers behind him erupted forth. The immense pressure was such that, had it not been for the sole bone of his sturdy torso, his body would have been shattered. Over 2 meters in length, the highly flexible 10 Emperor stingers, adorned with 10 razor-sharp barbs, surged toward the bear paw looming above Liu Mo's head. In an instant, all 10 barbs plunged into the arm of the Earth Fire Demon Bear King. Its paw, which was pinning Liu Mo down, began to tremble slightly, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. The 10 Emperor stingers not only inflicted damage but also delivered an electric shock paralysis effect. At this moment, the tremors of the Earth Fire Demon Bear King were a result of the paralysis. However, due to its colossal size and ancient age, the effect seemed rather negligible. At least, the power of the bear paw pressing down on Liu Mo remained unabated. Blood began to seep from its arm, sending waves of sharp pain to its brain, inciting further wrath within the Earth Fire Demon Bear King, which in turn intensified the force of its paw against Liu Mo. Crack, crack, crack. As the power escalated, Liu Mo's body emitted crisp sounds of cracking bones once more. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and the veins on his temples and neck bulged ominously. The once terrifying gaze in his eyes now reflected a glimmer of despair. Boom! Liu Mo's body emitted a muffled sound, and a ray of dark golden light burst forth. Following this, the massive paw of the Earth Fire Demon Bear began to rise slowly, as if supported by some unseen force. With a sharp tearing sound, the Earth Fire Demon Bear let out a dreadful cry, its paw pierced by a dark golden staff. This was Liu Mo's second martial soul, the Spirit Staff. Transformed from the 7-colored lotus flower, the staff measured 3 meters in length, its entire form adorned in dark gold, embellished with magical patterns that emitted a faint, cold glow. At this moment, the Spirit Staff was propping up the bear's paw, and as it exerted increasing pressure, one end ultimately penetrated through the bear's palm. The Spirit Staff was incredibly resilient, capable of delivering an attack with a force of up to 100,000 kilograms in its later stages of cultivation. Grasping the staff, Liu Mo felt an invigorating sensation, akin to being immersed in a crystal-clear spring, both comforting and brimming with strength. However, the staff's specific attributes would only reveal themselves after an additional soul ring was acquired. Liu Mo was astonished by the immense power exhibited by the spirit-calling staff, a flicker of delight gracing his countenance. Seizing the moment as the Earth Fire Demon Bear King let out its anguished wails, he swiftly brandished the staff. Lowering himself into a deep squat, he summoned all his strength to propel himself to the greatest height possible. Upon reaching the zenith, he forcefully swung the staff towards the Bear King's head, which was still thrown back in a fierce roar. The impact echoed like thunder, carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. With the strike of the staff, the Earth Fire Demon Bear King tilted slightly, slowly beginning to topple to one side. Meanwhile, the ominous dark purple gleam in its eyes radiated an even more terrifying malevolence as it began to turn its body, preparing to rise once again. After Liu Mo launched a powerful assault on the Earth Fire Demon Bear King with his spirit stick, he promptly retracted the weapon, and a series of sharp claps echoed as his arms struck together. This sound was the result of purple electricity colliding. Without waiting for the Earth Fire Demon Bear King to rise, he leapt into the air, his pale blue eyes flashing with a malevolent purple light. His fingers intertwined, resembling the hands of a colossal stone, adorned with a web of purple arcs, descending upon the Earth Fire Demon Bear King. At that moment, the bear's purple eyes glimmered even brighter. Boom! Before the bear could fully regain its footing, a flicker of fear flashed in its eyes, followed by a tremendous explosion. Dust erupted around them, while the purple arcs crawled several meters along the ground. This strike constituted nearly all of Liu Mo's strength, landing a devastating blow to the bear's head, its fatal weakness, lacking thick, robust flesh for protection, its skull shattered. As the dust settled, Liu Mo stood atop the motionless body of the Earth Fire Demon Bear King, which had ceased to breathe. Gasping for air, a faint smile crept across Liu Mo's lips. Not only had he slain a soul beast over 6,000 years old, but more importantly, he had preserved his own life. For a moment, Liu Mo's gaze grew vacant as he contemplated whether he could absorb this 6,000-year-old soul beast as his third soul ring. Suddenly, his pupils focused, emanating a sense of determination. And he leapt down from the bear's body. He promptly sat beside the fallen beast, and as he settled into a meditative pose, a dark purple light emanated from the bear. The luminescence floated erratically in the air, gravitating towards Liu Mo. The orb enveloped him, forming a dark purple shield. As the shield materialized, Liu Mo's brow furrowed. An overwhelming force surged into his body, delivering a staggering impact. The soul power fluctuations emanating from the 6,000-year-old soul beast were far more potent than those produced by the tin-tailed purple lightning scorpion king. Almost simultaneously with the formation of the purple shield, his skin's thousands of pores opened, and sweat gushed forth. His youthful visage was marred by bulging veins, and his body emitted a cacophony of cracking bones. Blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Instantly, the purple shield transformed into a pale pink hue, a testament to the powerful soul energy that shattered his blood into a mist of tiny droplets. His body convulsed violently, on the verge of collapse. Crack, crack, crack. Under the immense pressure of the soul power, the 10 Emperor's stingers erupted from Liu Mo's back. However, against such overwhelming force, they could not alleviate the impact on him. Meanwhile, in the sea of his consciousness, the mighty dark gold Titan King battled against this ferocious energy. Each clash threatened to tear Liu Mo's body apart. At this moment, Liu Mo's lips slightly parted, his pearly teeth clenching tightly, while the veins in his neck throbbed violently. It was not merely a testament to his formidable willpower that he endured, but his body must also withstand the onslaught of this raw force. Suddenly, under the immense pressure, Liu Mo coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood that splattered forth seemed invisible to the naked eye, instantly transforming into a crimson mist that filled the violet barrier, its hue deepening to a pale pink. Yet, as he expelled this blood, his pores did not weep sweat, but rather released a light pink liquid. This was the color born from the fusion of blood and sweat, accompanied by waves of piercing pain emanating from his entire being, a sensation he had never experienced before. It felt as if the tremendous power within him had completely ravaged his bodily tissues. Liu Mo's convulsing body intensified, and his consciousness began to blur. To absorb the potent soul ring, one must maintain a sharp awareness, for the formidable fluctuations of soul power require an equally strong will to conquer them. At this moment, with his determination wavering, it was utterly impossible to triumph over such brute force. Just as Liu Mo's consciousness began to fade, the 10 royal thorns behind him lunged towards his body, seemingly attempting to rouse him from his stupor. The pain of their penetration, coupled with a powerful surge of energy, elicited a cry from him. He seemed to regain a measure of clarity, yet the convulsions and agony did not abate in the slightest. As the liquid flowed from his pores, the violet barrier was soon enveloped in a vibrant red mist, obscuring Liu Mo's figure completely. It appeared as though he were on the verge of extinguishment, and had it not been for a prior stroke of fortune, His corporeal form might have already dissolved into the dense sanguine fog. Suddenly, amidst the scarlet mist, a golden light emanated, swirling around Liu Mo's body, its brilliance radiating through the minuscule droplets of blood. With a resounding thud, the outer violet barrier shattered, and the crimson mist began to surge forth. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying away the surrounding blood mist, and in an instant, even the metallic scent dissipated. At this moment, Liu Mo's form continued to emit a golden luminescence, a glow radiating from his soul bones. As the blood mist receded, a beam of golden light shot skyward, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. His convulsions began to diminish, gradually coming to a halt. The countless pores on his body began to close slowly, and the veins on his face and neck receded. His brow relaxed, his breathing steadied, and a third soul ring appeared upon him, identical in purple, yet appearing even more resplendent and brimming with power. As Liu Mo's golden aura gradually diminished, the impact and exhaustion his body suffered from absorbing the formidable soul ring were swiftly compensated by the integration of the soul ring with his being. At that moment, Liu Mo felt invigorated and refreshed, a faint smile gracing his lips. He clenched his fists tightly, the unprecedented strength coursing through him instilling a profound sense of power. Suddenly, he recalled a fleeting moment when his consciousness had blurred and his body had struggled to endure. A golden light had enveloped him, swirling around his figure. This radiant glow evoked a sense of familiarity, yet he could not quite grasp its origin. Liu Mo's expression of delight quickly faded, for this moment was but a faint memory from when he first entered the Douluo Continent. He was deeply intrigued by the events that transpired during this vague period. These questions had lingered with him for many years, and following his recent brush with death, it seemed he had unearthed some remnants of memory. Yet, he still could not clearly recollect what had transpired before his mother, Liu Feifeng, found him in this world. Nor could he grasp the reasons behind the drastic transformations his body had undergone compared to his previous life. The boundless expanse of the sea lay beneath a shroud of dark clouds, crackling with thunder and flashes of lightning. From the gaps in the clouds emerged two radiant beams of light, one shimmering with golden brilliance and the other glistening ominously in black. These illuminations danced amidst the stormy clouds, accompanied by a web of lightning. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from above, as if a powerful collision of energies had occurred in the skies. The immense shockwave tore through the clouds, revealing two colossal entities that writhed in the air. In an instant, the scattered clouds swiftly converged, unleashing a torrential downpour. The surface of the sea began to swell and churn. Meanwhile, the two massive beings continued their aerial chase within the clouds. Bright sparks erupted from the pitch-black storm, as if generated by the friction of their bodies. With a swift motion, the two titanic creatures burst forth from the clouds, hovering between the tumultuous sea and the stormy sky. One was a golden dragon king measuring hundreds of meters in length, and the other was a black dragon, nearly equal in size. The black dragon's eyes glowed with a sinister, dark purple light as it unleashed a shadowy energy sphere towards the golden dragon king. This ebony sphere hurtled rapidly through the air, and the raindrops that fell upon it emitted a sizzling sound, hinting at the immense power contained within. The golden dragon king, suspended in the air, showed no intention of evasion. In the very moment the black dragon expelled its energy sphere, it too exhaled a golden-hued energy sphere, larger than the black one and seemingly brimming with even greater potency. With a resounding crash, the two formidable energy spheres collided, releasing a blinding radiance while unleashing tremendous force. The torrential rain around them was instantly shattered into fine mist. In that fleeting moment, the sea surface became enveloped in a cloud of water vapor, which quickly coalesced back into the rain, cascading back into the ocean. "You have ruled this domain for far too long," the Golden Dragon King proclaimed. "In the past, I lacked the strength, but now I shall defeat you and drive you from this realm." The black dragon undulated its elongated form, its malevolent gaze radiating a dark purple luminescence as it addressed the Golden Dragon King. Upon finishing its words, the lustrous black scales of the dragon shimmered with a faint purple glow, and its immense body began to ripple like waves. Each fragment of purple light gradually coalesced, ultimately forming a violet aura that enveloped its form. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning from the depths of its throat. The sound resonated with a crack that eclipsed even the thunderous clash of lightning in the heavens. This formidable jolt of electric energy, barely visible to the naked eye, struck the Golden Dragon King with blinding speed. In an instant, arcs of purple electricity began to dance across the shimmering golden diamond scales of the Golden Dragon King, swiftly enveloping its entire being. Chapter 48. Blurred memories. The diamond-like golden scales, akin to finely crafted gold, boasted formidable defensive capabilities. In the face of such overwhelming electric power, the Golden Dragon King appeared unscathed. However, a tingling sensation coursed through its body, a consequence of the Black Dragon's violet lightning. Observing the Golden Dragon King's reaction, the Black Dragon halted its undulating form, seemingly frozen in disbelief. It had not anticipated that such a potent attack would yield no tangible effect. The Golden Dragon King, sovereign of these waters, was indeed not so easily vanquished. With renewed vigor, the golden scales of the Golden Dragon King radiated an even more resplendent golden light, coalescing into a protective golden shield that enveloped its form. Simply by parting its lips, a dazzling pillar of golden light erupted forth, striking the Black Dragon's body. The impact resonated with a muffled thud, shattering the purple aura surrounding the Black Dragon, while the golden beam swept across its form. In an instant, the Black Dragon's body felt as though it were seared by flames, as the once dark scales were transformed by the golden radiance. Those scales, resembling dark gemstones, began to explode as they struggled to withstand the onslaught of the searing force. Even in its resilience, the Black Dragon found it increasingly difficult to endure. The sound of a splash echoed through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, it plunged into the ocean beneath. The radiant beam of the Golden Dragon King seemed unable to penetrate the barrier of the sea surface, and as the Black Dragon submerged, the light was swiftly reflected off the water. Once immersed, the Black Dragon felt a significant sense of relief. The Golden Dragon King, perceiving a threat to its dominion, would grant the Black Dragon no respite. It immediately darted into the depths, resuming its fierce battle with the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon was acutely aware that the Golden Dragon King had been engaged in combat with the tyrannical creatures of the sea to pacify this domain. Although it had vanquished them one by one, the Golden Dragon King itself was also battered and weary. Thus, the Black Dragon seized this moment to strike. Yet it was taken aback by the Golden Dragon King's enduring might. This realization stirred a flicker of anxiety within it. However, the majesty of dragons was not to be trifled with. The Golden Dragon King would not overlook the provocation from the Black Dragon. As they entered the water, the two colossal dragons began to grapple. In the aquatic realm, the Black Dragon's electric strikes seemed to possess a wider range of attack. Each assault aimed at the Golden Dragon King, even when evaded, caused momentary paralysis due to the conductivity of the water. Recognizing this as a splendid opportunity to control the Golden Dragon King's responses, the Black Dragon pressed its advantage, though it would not face direct attack. The indomitable scales of the Golden Dragon King remained an impenetrable defense. The Black Dragon's malevolent eyes shimmered with a dark purple glow once more. And as the Golden Dragon King succumbed to another bout of paralysis, the Black Dragon swiftly swam alongside it, intertwining its body with that of the Golden Dragon King. In a sudden burst of energy, the Golden Dragon King, now partially recovered, soared towards the heavens, carrying the entwined Black Dragon with it as it ascended from the water into the sky. The fierce battle that had raged beneath the surface had already claimed the lives of many surrounding creatures. As the rain above had ceased, the moment the two dragons emerged from the depths, a torrential downpour began anew. The dissipating dark clouds gradually coalesced once more, growing ever more ominous, accompanied by increasingly vivid flashes of lightning. The two entwined dragons raced through the air, tearing at one another, their claws and teeth clashing. The sea beneath them churned violently, producing towering waves. It remained unclear whether the Golden Dragon King had intentionally flung the Black Dragon away or if the Black Dragon had deliberately extricated itself. The sight of the Black Dragon's body swiftly sliding upward along the Golden Dragon King's form was both mesmerizing and foreboding. The golden diamond dragon scales and the glossy black diamond dragon scales generated immense sparks from their friction, dazzling to behold, reminiscent of a magnificent fireworks display. Suddenly, the Black Dragon's gleaming claws slid into the crevices of the Golden Dragon King's scales. Yet the overwhelming inertia of its movement prevented the scales from halting the Black Dragon's advance. Perhaps in its haste, the Black Dragon, in a state of panic, extended its claws further, embedding them deeper into the gaps between the scales. Swiftly, the Black Dragon climbed upward along the Golden Dragon King's body, accompanied by a heartbreaking roar that echoed through the air. Sparks, golden fragments, and blood scattered around. Just as the Black Dragon ascended rapidly, its claws scraped off the Golden Dragon King's scales through the gaps. The agony of this reverse scale wound far surpassed that of mere scratches inflicted upon the body. At that moment, several wounds appeared on the Golden Dragon King's body, where the Black Dragon's claws had stripped away the scales, leaving bare skin exposed. The scales, incapable of regrowing, meant that the Golden Dragon King was faced with the grim reality of watching its own body slowly decay and perish. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon, too, bore severe injuries from the encounter. Though not as lasting as the harm inflicted upon the Golden Dragon King, it lacked the capacity to continue fighting. Furthermore, in the act of scraping away the scales, 2 of its claws had also been broken, and this pain was hardly more bearable than the wounds inflicted on the reverse scales. Although the Black Dragon had wounded the Golden Dragon King, its current condition rendered it ill-equipped to confront the ferocious soul beasts of the deep sea. Thus, it ultimately chose to withdraw. The Golden Dragon King, the ruler of this oceanic domain, still had many formidable soul beasts to contend with, and in its current state, returning here would likely lead to its demise at their hands. Therefore, it dragged its battered body away. As the Golden Dragon King departed, a brutal soul beast remained unvanquished in this realm, which subsequently claimed dominion over the territory. It was the deep-sea demon whale king. Later, the emergence of the sea god subdued it, restoring tranquility to the ocean, while the Black Dragon faded into obscurity, its fate unknown. The Golden Dragon King, however, lingered in a confined expanse of sea, barely surviving. Its body began to rot slowly, and in its agony, it had contemplated ending its own life numerous times. Yet each attempt had been in vain. Time passed, and its wretched form was nearing its limit. Suddenly, an infant descended from the sky. It fell into the sea, its frail body gradually sinking to the ocean floor. As the underwater pressure mounted, its consciousness began to fade. Before it could reach the seabed, it had already lost its will. Just as the Golden Dragon King teetered on the brink of death, the infant had already submerged beneath the waves. Falling beside the Golden Dragon King, it gazed upon the child, seemingly devoid of any signs of life. The Golden Dragon King observed the frail form and realized that within this being, no martial soul could be awakened. Perhaps this was the destined connection between the infant and the Golden Dragon King. Having existed for over 1,000,000 years, the Golden Dragon King had merged into the child's essence, granting him the potential for 2 martial souls, even as it faced imminent peril. In this precarious state, its lingering consciousness could coexist with the child, allowing it to exist in a different form. Without further contemplation, it immediately released its remaining power. A brilliant golden light began to emanate from the Golden Dragon King, coalescing into a radiant orb that slowly floated towards the infant. Chapter 49, The Origin of the Soul Bone. The golden radiance enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. Within this luminous shield, strands of golden light began to emanate, extending towards the child's body as if drawing forth immense power, gradually entering his being. In a brief moment, the entire shield of light had encased the infant, with the formidable energy flowing into him along with the myriad golden strands. Time became indiscernible, and as the last golden filament entered the infant's body, he erupted in a dazzling display of golden brilliance. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon King's form lay completely still, merging with the child. The Golden Dragon King bestowed upon him his first soul ring, with energy gradually released in accordance with the child's capacity to withstand it. Simultaneously, it provided him with a torso soul bone, namely, the Golden Dragon Bone. The golden dragon scales adorning the infant's right arm may have been an unforeseen product of the overwhelming energy, a phenomenon not anticipated by the Golden Dragon King. Along with the essence, a remnant of the Golden Dragon King's consciousness also lingered, albeit faintly. The golden protective barrier around the infant lifted him from the ocean depths, bringing him to the surface, ultimately crashing upon the shore. This infant was Liu Mo. However, the Golden Dragon King's residual consciousness was expended during Liu Mo's initial encounter with the Titan Snow Demon Ape in the soul-hunting forest, leaving no trace of the Golden Dragon King's will within Liu Mo. The essence of the Golden Dragon Bone had fully integrated with his being through the trials he had faced. Thus, when absorbing the soul ring of the Earth Fire Magic Bear King, the golden light that enveloped his form was indeed the Golden Dragon Bone manifesting as a golden dragon coiling around him, enabling his body to withstand the formidable fluctuations of soul power, thereby allowing him to successfully absorb the soul ring aged over 6,000 years. After Liu Mo acquired his 3rd soul ring, he reached the 32nd level and prepared to depart from the Stardow Forest. After traversing for some time, he found a shaded spot in the woods to sit alone, his gaze reflecting a hint of hesitation as he pondered the matters concerning Shrek Academy. Suddenly, the distant sounds of a fierce battle echoed through the air. Liu Mo immediately rose to his feet, stealthily moving towards the source of the sound. Before him stood a girl encircled by 2 burly men, their eyes glinting with malicious intent. The girl, with her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, stood almost at the level of Liu Mo's nose. Her skin, fair and flushed, exuded an air of uniqueness. Her physique belied her age. If one were to disregard her youthful visage, she could easily be mistaken for a young woman. Her limbs were long and well-proportioned, and as she raised her hands, it seemed she was perpetually poised to confront her assailants, emanating an unsettling chill akin to death itself. Yet, within her icy gaze flickered a hint of fear. "Little girl, we shall not play with you any longer," the slightly shorter man smirked, seemingly reluctant to extinguish the life of such a graceful figure. With that, he exchanged a glance with the taller man, and they both nodded in tacit agreement. The shorter man's eyes ignited with a deep green glow, which surged upwards from his brow and into his hair. In an instant, his hair emitted a flash of white light, and his body began to swell rapidly. His fingers unfurled, revealing sharp claws at their tips, and in mere moments, his form was cloaked in a coat of brown fur, resembling a towering wolf of nearly 2 meters. His martial spirit was that of a brown wolf, and 4 spirit rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple, hovered around him, marking him as a spirit master. Meanwhile, the tall man's eyes radiated strands of white energy, which seeped into his hair from his forehead. His body expanded swiftly as well, revealing a unicorn as his martial spirit. 3 spirit rings emerged beneath him, 1 white and 2 yellow, signifying his status as a spirit elder. Yet, as the 2 men unleashed their martial spirits, the girl did not remain idle. Her eyes shifted in hue. The left one turned a deep green, while the right became a bright blue. Adorable cat ears perked up atop her head, and her fingers flicked lightly, sharp claws springing forth. Her body crouched low, the tight black leather of her attire stretching across her frame, her cold gaze fixed ahead as though eyeing her prey. 2 yellow spirit rings materialized around her, and the frosty, razor-sharp aura she emanated was suffocating. An ethereal feline spirit appeared alongside her, a manifestation of her own power. The disparity in their spirit rings indicated that the girl had little chance of survival. Not only was the spirit master beyond her reach, but the spirit elder too was an insurmountable foe. Yet, her frigid countenance betrayed no trace of fear. "I bear no grudge against you, nor any enmity. Why do you seek to end my life?" Her sweet, melodic voice was lowered, as if in her final moments, she yearned for clarity. "We are merely mercenaries, taking coin to eliminate nuisances. This is all we can divulge," was their indifferent reply. The slightly shorter man, with a glint of evil emerald light in his eyes, spoke to the young girl in a nonchalant manner, although he refrained from revealing the mastermind behind the scenes. It seemed the girl had already come to a conclusion in her heart. She was Zhu Zhiqing, the second daughter of the Zhu family, which held deep ties with the royal family of the Xinglua Empire. The 2 princes of the royal family were embroiled in a fierce struggle for the throne, leading the Zhu sisters, who had been betrothed to them since childhood, into a deadly conflict among themselves. In a swift motion, the man lunged forward, and before Zhu Zhiqing could react, his cold claws left 8 deep gashes across her body, instantly tearing through her taut black leather attire. Before her fair skin could even be seen, it was obscured by the crimson blood that began to flow. In that fleeting moment, the man's emerald eyes seemed to capture something, and he swallowed hard, momentarily frozen, fixated only on Zhu Zhiqing with no other reaction. Zhu Zhiqing, consumed by excruciating pain, could not even concern herself with her torn garments. However, the tall man remained undeterred. He dove towards her, moving with such speed that only fleeting afterimages remained. With a resounding impact, his sharp horn pierced her body, inflicting a deeper wound and further tearing her black leather attire. The force of the blow sent Zhu Zhiqing sprawling through the air, crashing violently to the ground several meters away. Her once fair skin was now smeared with dirt and stained with blood. The recent strike had also inflicted internal injuries, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Yet, the slightly shorter man remained entranced, seemingly unable to shake off the shocking scene he had just witnessed. The tall man, furrowing his brow, shouted at the fallen Zhu Zhiqing, "Stampede." Instantly, his body transformed, the unicorn growing larger as it charged towards her. Chapter 50. The rescue of Zhu Zhiqing. With each thunderous step of the galloping unicorn, the ground trembled beneath, and the air was filled with dust. Zhu Zhiqing, already struggling to withstand the onslaught of this soul-level attack, found herself in an even more precarious situation due to her severe injuries. As the fierce steed surged forward, the dust rose ominously around it. The entranced shorter man was now oblivious to the unfolding events ahead. The unicorn, with its horn poised menacingly, was set to trample over Zhu Zhiqing. Slowly, she began to rise, propping herself up with her arms as she sat on the ground. Witnessing the terrifying force of the charging beast approaching her. With no means of escape, Zhu Zhiqing closed her uniquely colored eyes, bracing for the arrival of death. A solitary tear escaping the corner of her tightly shut eyelid, embodying her inner unwillingness to succumb. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted before Zhu Zhiqing, stirring up clouds of dust and unleashing powerful waves of energy that surged outward. The slightly shorter man, startled by the noise, regained his senses, his body momentarily stiffening as the dust obscured his view of the situation ahead. While he was aware of Zhu Zhiqing's formidable strength and felt assured that his brother would be unscathed, he could not help but yearn to witness the transformation of this young lady. Although the overwhelming force did not physically touch Zhu Zhiqing, its potent energy waves knocked her back to the ground, causing her already weakened body to succumb to unconsciousness once more. As the dust settled, a young man of considerable stature stood before the tall figure, his massive hand gripping a sharp horn. To the astonishment of the two men, a gigantic beast radiating a dark golden light loomed nearby, its body adorned with faint blue magical patterns that emitted an eerie chill, sending shivers down their spines. "Who are you?" the tall man asked, his voice trembling as he confronted Liu Mo at such close quarters, the cold aura palpable in the air. Liu Mo's brows furrowed tightly. In an instant, as he released his grip, he executed a sidekick, propelling the tall man several meters backward, ultimately being caught by the somewhat shorter individual. He swiftly glanced back at Zhu Zhiqing, whose clothing was now tattered, lying motionless on the ground. Liu Mo tossed his head back, his brows furrowing even deeper, as a fierce glare fixed upon the two men ahead. "Brother, his martial soul is extraordinary. Yet he is still but a child. Allow me to handle this." The tall man's eyes flashed with fury, ignited by the recent provocation. A cold glint flickered in his gaze, and in confronting Liu Mo, his expression was even more menacing than when facing Zhu Zhiqing. A sound akin to a horse's neigh erupted from his body, resonating through the surroundings, followed by an expansion of his physique. The 3 soul rings adorning him shimmered brightly, suggesting a significant surge in his power. Liu Mo gazed at the charging unicorn with an unwavering composure. Suddenly, 3 soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, 1 yellow and 2 purple. The resplendent hues dazzled the short man standing behind, while the tall man, who had already reached Liu Mo, displayed a ghastly expression on his face. He had not anticipated that this young lad was, in fact, a soul master, and the configuration of his soul rings far surpassed his own, showcasing an unprecedented combination they had never encountered before. At that moment, the first thought that surged through his mind was to retreat. However, having charged with such velocity, he found himself unable to rein in his body. Second soul skill, Purple Lightning Roar. The luminous white light reflected in Liu Mo's eyes grew increasingly vivid, just as the chilling horn, emanating a cold glimmer, was about to pierce his chest. In an instant, he exerted force through his legs, propelling his body into the air, while his arms crackled with purple arcs of electricity. And he shouted. Suddenly, the massive unicorn charged beneath him, and he crossed his fingers, uniting them to form a colossal fist imbued with vibrant purple arcs, which he then brought crashing down upon the tall man below. With a thunderous roar, as Liu Mo's body made contact with that of the tall man, a brilliant flash of violet light erupted. In the aftermath of the radiance, Liu Mo found himself standing atop the tall man's form, his body still intermittently releasing a few sparks of purple electricity. Liu Mo gracefully leaped down, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man sliding across the ground until he came to rest at the feet of a shorter individual. "Second brother," he exclaimed, gazing down at his comrade with a furrowed brow. However, the tall man merely twitched slightly, offering no response. Liu Mo refrained from approaching the towering figure, perhaps wary of the faint sparks that danced upon his body. Instead, he slowly raised his gaze, his face contorted with fury, and his eyes, filled with deadly intent, gleamed with a deep emerald light. The brown wolf reappeared alongside him, as 4 soul rings rapidly ascended beneath his feet. Liu Mo observed the transformation of his opponent's physique. Momentarily taken aback, a figure of soul master caliber, even with an unfavorable soul ring configuration, posed a formidable challenge he found difficult to overcome. Suddenly, for beams of light emanated, and the disdain etched on Liu Mo's countenance vanished in an instant. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the slightly shorter man morphed into a series of phantoms, swiftly closing in on Liu Mo. To his astonishment, A soul master wielding a brown wolf martial spirit could exhibit such remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, the chilling lights approached Liu Mo's form. His body darted through the icy beams, twisting and contorting to evade capture. With a final, swift pivot, he flawlessly sidestepped all of the adversary's assaults. This only fueled the shorter man's fury, his emerald-hued eyes radiating a chilling menace. Wolf's Claw, Heart Extraction. With a flicker of his third yellow soul ring, his razor-sharp claws extended 3 inches further, lunging towards Liu Mo's chest. Just as Liu Mo regained his footing after the pivot, he realized the opportunity to dodge had slipped away. He immediately executed a graceful turn to the side. Whoosh! The lethal claws missed their intended mark but grazed his right arm. 4 deep gashes erupted instantaneously, the outer layer of skin beginning to tear. Yet, it was only after several seconds that blood began to flow, the pain surging forth in tandem with the crimson tide, a testament to the speed and sharpness of the assault. Liu Mo narrowly evaded this lethal assault, yet it was far from over. He was afforded no respite. The claws lunged towards him once more. The excruciating agony he had just sensed was swiftly followed by a piercing glimmer of coldness aimed directly at his chest. Liu Mo was afforded no opportunity for contemplation. He simply shouted, "Ice Mountain Hammer!" Boom! As his voice resonated, a deafening crash ensued. A colossal hammer-shaped iceberg descended upon the slightly shorter man, followed closely by an immobilizing effect. This maneuver was Liu Mo's attempt to secure a fleeting moment of respite. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the man broke free from the icy confines, a streak of dark green light slicing through the air, accompanied by his razor-sharp claws gleaming with a cold light, hurtling towards Liu Mo with great speed. Chapter 51, Martial Spirit Fusion Technique. Liu Mo's horrified eyes mirrored the piercing cold light that was advancing toward him. To his astonishment, the freezing effect seemed merely superficial. Whoosh! The slightly shorter man was now relentlessly wielding his sharp claws before Liu Mo's chest, akin to a meat grinder, tearing through both fabric and flesh. Creak! Suddenly, amidst the excruciating pain coursing through his body, a sound of cracking bones echoed from behind him. The dark golden 10 sovereign spear swiftly materialized at Liu Mo's back, causing the shorter man to halt his assault in stunned disbelief upon seeing it. "The external soul bone," he exclaimed, his voice laced with dread and astonishment. The emergence of the 10 sovereign spear tightened Liu Mo's brow, his expression contorted in ferocity. The spear's 10 sharp tips lunged toward the shorter man's arms with a swift whoosh. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from him as his body convulsed. Summoning the last remnants of his willpower, he managed to dislodge the 10 sharp tips and fled. Yet, a lingering numbness coursed through his arms, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength. The earlier scream roused the tall man lying on the ground, who had merely been incapacitated by the overwhelming purple lightning. For he was a soul ancestor, more resilient than Dai Mubai. However, after enduring Liu Mo's relentless attacks, he bore serious injuries. "Brother, are you all right?" he inquired softly, rising slowly and observing the agony etched on the shorter man's face. "The numbness is more unbearable than the pain," the shorter man replied, his expression one of helplessness. At this moment, Liu Mo unleashed his external soul bone, the 10 emperor stabs, which allowed him to bridge the gap with the slightly shorter man. Coupled with the advantage of his soul ring's age, he had now gained the upper hand. The shorter man, however, dared not act recklessly. "How are you holding up?" he inquired. Though his arms were bleeding, he had regained control. He gazed at the taller man, his eyes glinting with intensity. The two locked eyes. Although the taller man remained silent, he seemed to comprehend his meaning, and they both nodded slightly in unison. They then shouted in unison, "Hoof treads on the wolf. Soars high." Upon uttering this, the two clasped hands together, resembling a dance, and began to spin. Their speed escalated, whipping up the surrounding dust until it coalesced into a whirlwind. "This is bad. A martial soul fusion technique." Liu Mo initially found himself perplexed by their intentions. But upon observing more closely, he suddenly comprehended that the two individuals were executing a martial soul fusion technique. This revelation caused his body to stiffen momentarily. The formidable fusion technique conjured by a soul master and a soul ancestor was likely beyond the capacity of even a soul emperor to withstand. As this thought crossed Liu Mo's mind, a flicker of trepidation danced in his eyes. However, due to his naivety and lack of worldly experience, he had failed to perceive the situation earlier. At this juncture, it was impossible to interrupt their martial soul fusion. He could only watch in anticipation of its impending might. A rapidly rotating whirlwind suddenly emitted a blinding white light, the terrifying force compressing the air in front of it to an extreme degree. The immense pressure battered against Liu Mo's frame. This white light represented the martial soul of the taller man, while the unicorn lowered its head, directing its sharp horn forward, carving a path of white brilliance through the air as it hurtled towards Liu Mo with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it collided with Liu Mo's body. Meanwhile, the air that had been horrifically compressed had already thrust Zhu Zhuqin, who stood behind Liu Mo, further away to the edge of the arena. At this moment, Liu Mo found himself pressed against a radiant beam of white light, causing him to rapidly slide backwards. He possessed no strength to resist. Intense agony surged from his chest, accompanied by the ominous sounds of cracking bones emanating from within his body. Despite the agonizing expression on Liu Mo's face, the man impacting his body was taken aback by the stark contrast. Typically, their martial soul fusion technique, akin to a horse trampling a wolf, would penetrate through the opponent's form, but Liu Mo's remarkably resilient physique resulted in this unprecedented scene of him propelling forward. However, while Liu Mo's body was indeed formidable, he had nearly reached the limits of his endurance at that moment. The excruciating pain became increasingly unbearable, causing the veins on his face and neck to bulge ominously. With a thunderous sound, a golden radiance emanated from Liu Mo's body. A golden dragon, approximately 2 meters in length, appeared, coiling around him. This sight startled the tall man, who was flying at high speed. He was oblivious to the transformation occurring within Liu Mo and the emergence of the golden dragon enveloping him. Gradually, the pain inflicted by the impact began to subside. The veins receded, and his brow relaxed. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the tall man ahead. Even Liu Mo was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. His gaze momentarily froze, only to catch a glimpse of the dark golden 10 imperial stabs deeply embedded within the tall man's body. The man's form began to tremble subtly, and his assault weakened perceptibly. In a fleeting moment, the oppressive sensation surrounding Liu Mo dissipated. His body separated from the radiant white light, and the 10 imperial stabs were fully withdrawn. At that moment, Liu Mo felt a surge of power flowing into him. The two men crashed to the ground, landing several meters apart. Liu Mo slowly rose to his feet, feeling the power within him gradually shift and concentrate upon the brilliant purple second soul ring, which had now equated to a soul ring aged 1,700 years. Upon realizing this, a faint smile graced Liu Mo's lips. He had not anticipated that the 10 imperial stabs possessed the ability to absorb his opponent's soul power and convert it into an extension of the soul ring's age. Regrettably, this power could only be stored within the second ring, solely augmenting its longevity. Nonetheless, he felt immense joy, as this life-and-death encounter had bestowed upon him an unexpected boon. The golden dragon that had coiled around him had vanished, and the tall man lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. This was a direct consequence of the 10 imperial stabs siphoning away his entire soul power. However, maintaining the 10 imperial stabs embedded for an extended period was no simple feat unless the opponent offers no resistance, akin to the tall man just now. Maintaining his martial soul fusion technique, he finds himself unable to escape. The prolonged penetration of the 10 Emperor's stab, while absorbing soul power, will ultimately lead to the opponent's demise. This is a profoundly malevolent act in Liu Mo's eyes, and he reminds himself that he is not a truly wicked individual. Thus, it is best to refrain from employing such tactics. However, with time, his proficiency in controlling the 10 Emperor's stab may render all circumstances within his grasp. Meanwhile, a slightly shorter man, standing several meters away from Liu Mo, gazes in astonishment at the unfolding scene, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation, uncertain of what further abilities this young man possesses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Liu Mo leapt forward with great urgency. The surge of power that had recently enveloped him now transferred to his soul ring. Though his body was significantly wounded, having just executed a martial soul fusion technique, he was at his most vulnerable state. This presented the perfect opportunity to strike down the soul master before him. Liu Mo would not let this chance slip away, for he understood that showing mercy to an enemy was nothing short of cruelty to oneself. Chapter 52, Third Soul Skill. Earth Lava. As the colossal dark golden Titan Emperor rushed towards him, the slightly shorter man trembled on his legs. After all, he was not the one guiding the martial soul fusion technique, and thus, his soul power had not been depleted as severely as Liu Mo had anticipated. A cornered rabbit bites back, and the stakes of life and death loomed large for the slightly shorter man. Brown Wolf Mirage. despite his fear. The slightly shorter man did not waver in his resolve. After all, his opponent was merely a soul master, one rank below him. With a resounding crash, he vanished. And in an instant, two clones appeared. Standing before Liu Mo were three identical figures of the slightly shorter man, each seemingly possessing enhanced strength compared to before. The trio encircled Liu Mo, creating an imposing barrier. Liu Mo found himself in a moment of distraction, swiftly unfurling the 10 royal stingers behind him. Arranged in a horizontal formation, the 10 dark golden tails undulated rhythmically, creating a fan-like silhouette from above. Thus, any potential attack from behind or the sides would necessitate traversing the 2-meter-long tails, alleviating Liu Mo's concerns for his rear. Whoosh! 3 figures rapidly approached Liu Mo, merging and separating as they advanced toward him, their glistening claws flashing menacingly, leaving Liu Mo uncertain as to which one to anticipate. Whoosh! They surged forward like ravenous hounds, converging upon him in a frenzied assault. Liu Mo swayed gracefully amidst the beams of light, deftly evading the menacing claws that sought to rend him. Yet, the chilling glimmers in the air wove an intricate net, making complete evasion a formidable challenge. Swish! 2 claws found their mark upon his arm. The searing agony pierced through to his mind instantaneously. In that moment, Liu Mo clenched his fists tightly, his brow furrowed deeply, and his lips parted slightly, revealing his tightly gritted teeth. Suddenly, the 10 emperor stabs behind him converged, followed by a swift pivot. The 10 emperor stabs lashed out like a formidable whip, striking towards the trio. Crack! The unyielding 10 emperor stabs, propelled by immense inertia, struck fiercely against the 3 assailants. They were drawn together by the force, 2 phantoms dissipating in an instant, while the corporeal form was flung violently to the ground, tumbling over a dozen meters. Liu Mo did not afford him a moment's respite. His eyes flickered as his hands emanated a crimson glow. Earth lava. This was his 3rd soul skill, and with hands ablaze like flames, he struck the ground with tremendous force. From the point of impact, cracks swiftly spread across the earth, eventually reaching the space beneath the slightly shorter man lying on the ground. A thunderous roar ensued, akin to scalding lava erupting forth, burying him in a sea of fire. An intense sensation of searing heat immediately surged into his body, and the scorching wave that followed caused multiple bones to fracture. The lava dissipated momentarily, revealing the slightly shorter man's skin, now flushed as if still engulfed in the inferno. This was due to the earth lava's enduring burning damage. The oppressive heat clung to him, rendering him nearly immobile, yet Liu Mo showed no signs of relenting. Liu Mo's eyes burned with fury as the 2nd soul ring flickered to life, his arms crackling with violet arcs of electricity. His menacing gaze fixed upon the slightly shorter man still thrashing on the ground. He slowly advanced towards him. Boom! With a resounding crash, Liu Mo's electrified fist struck mercilessly against the man's body. Even though the electricity still coursed through him, he lay utterly motionless. Under such circumstances, he could not possibly endure the weight of Liu Mo's devastating blow. Yet, Liu Mo did not relent. He plunged the 10 Emperor's spike into the man's body. The now lifeless figure convulsed briefly due to the internal currents running through him. As Liu Mo felt a surge of power flow into him, his fierce countenance softened, his brow unfurrowing, revealing a hint of a smile. After absorbing the last remnants of the shorter man's soul power, he withdrew the 10 Emperor's spike. At that moment, he realized that the soul power transferred to his soul ring had increased by only 300 years, and moreover, this was a soul master, possessing far more soul power than the previous soul sovereign. Liu Mo pondered for a moment before softly stating, "It appears that the absorption of soul energy is profoundly intertwined with the life and death of its host. Indeed, once a person passes away, their soul energy begins to dissipate, and if a considerable amount of time elapses, the deceased will no longer possess any soul energy." Liu Mo eliminated these 2 individuals, and although he was now covered in wounds, a faint smile crept upon his lips, allowing him to finally exhale with relief. His gaze shifted towards the distant figure of Zhu Zhuqing, lying on the ground, and amidst his gentle smile, a hint of concern surfaced. He wondered about the severity of her injuries, for she had yet to regain consciousness. Liu Mo approached Zhu Zhuqing, his tattered garments revealing skin marred by dried blood. Her delicate visage was rendered pallid. He promptly supported Zhu Zhuqing, seeking an appropriate place to tend to her wounds and cleanse the impurities. After a while, the distant sound of splashing water reached his ears, instantly refreshing and humidifying the surrounding air. He turned toward the source of the sound and beheld a hill nearly 300 meters tall, its face seemingly hewn by human hands. While a magnificent waterfall cascaded down like a vast expanse of white silk, Liu Mo, carrying Zhu Qing, approached the waterfall cascading from the nearly 300-meter high hill. To his surprise, he discovered a cave situated a mere 10 meters from the waterfall's edge. In an effort to evade detection and protect themselves from potential soul beast attacks, he ventured into the cave. Inside, he found a naturally formed dome, approximately 10 meters in diameter. Although the space was modest, it comfortably accommodated 2 individuals. Liu Mo diligently cleans and bandages the bloodstains on her body. After some time, Zhu Zhuqing's condition begins to improve, and he finally breathes a sigh of relief. Gradually, Zhu Zhuqing's body recovers, and his wounds start to heal. During her leisure moments, Liu Mo steps into the pool formed by the cascading waterfall. This is not for bathing. Rather, it is a respite from the boredom of caring for Zhu Qing, allowing her to become acquainted with her spirit rod. Amidst the powerful buoyancy and resistance, she sweeps and strikes, her movements as ethereal as clouds. Engaging in combat, she dances between light and heavy, her actions both tangible and intangible, silent and colorless, with myriad transformations occurring in the blink of an eye. Over this period, she has also developed her own set of 72 staff techniques. Although still lacking in finesse, it has begun to take shape. Should she unleash the series of attacks consecutively upon an opponent, the formidable power of the spirit rod would make it exceedingly difficult for the adversary to rise and resist. The triumphant smile on Liu Mo's face reveals her satisfaction with her newly crafted techniques. She understands that if she can attach a soul ring to her spirit rod, its power would be exponentially enhanced. However, she knows that it would be wise to wait until her abilities reach a certain level before doing so. This way, the initial duration of the soul ring will be significantly extended, further magnifying the rod's power. Therefore, her current focus is to master her 72 staff techniques to perfection, preparing herself for the future. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes from within the cave. Chapter 53. Zhu Qing, you have misunderstood. Liu Mo heard a sound emanating from within the cave, his body tensing in response. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly dashed towards the entrance. My dear, what has happened to you? Liu Mo rushed into the cave, his eyes brimming with panic as he inquired of Zhu Qing. My clothes, have I already? Zhu Qing, noticing that she was clad in a pristine white robe, realized that her tattered garments had long since vanished. Her face reflected a profound despair as she wept. Young lady, there is no need for concern. Those 2 individuals did not harm you. I have taken care of them. They are no longer a threat. And I assisted you in changing your attire. Liu Mo gazed at Zhu Zhuqing's figure, perceiving her innermost thoughts, and thus approached her to offer comfort, saying a few words. Yet, despite the slight alleviation this brought to Zhu Zhuqing's heart, the sight of her loose robe and her eyes, glistening with a cold light, turned towards Liu Mo, brimming with resentment. Liu Mo gazed into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, where a glint of coldness flashed like a blade poised to slice through him, causing his body to tremble with fear. Do not misunderstand. I saw nothing. I changed for you with my eyes shut. I swear upon this mountain, he stammered, perceiving the murderous intent within her gaze. He quickly clarified, speaking the truth, for he had indeed acted as he claimed. Only he knew the details of how he managed to complete the task seamlessly. However, in her moment of fury, Zhu Qing exerted herself, causing her recently healed wounds to threaten to rupture once more, sending waves of excruciating pain throughout her body. She refrained from exerting further force, her brows knitted tightly. Her icy stare fixed upon Liu Mo. Zhu Zhuqing held no belief in his words. With her beauty and figure, it was implausible that he would act as he professed. She doubted anyone would accept such a notion, especially given his assertion of having slain a soul master and a soul king who had pursued her. To her, he was merely a purveyor of lies. Yet, at that moment, she was unable to move, compelled to swallow her rage, vowing that when she fully recovered, she would rend him to pieces. My dear lady, must you persist in regarding me through the lens of an adversary? Your gaze sends chills across my skin. Liu Mo gazed into Zhu Zhuqing's frosty eyes, which betrayed a hint of murderous intent, leaving him somewhat at a loss. He rolled up the sleeve of his left arm to show her, seemingly seeking her sympathy. However, Zhu Zhuqing, with her inherently quiet disposition, felt an even deeper resentment, especially as she believed Liu Mo had seen through her so thoroughly. As for Liu Mo's claim of having saved her, it was nothing short of absurd. A person merely a few years older than herself could hardly accomplish such a feat. Liu Mo gazed at Zhu Qing, her expression unchanged. He let out a soft sigh. Due to the damp and chilly atmosphere within the cave, Liu Mo arranged a pile of dry wood to kindle a fire. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing sat beside the fire, while the resigned Liu Mo took a seat on the opposite side. The cave was enveloped in a serene silence, broken only by the sound of dripping water. Aside from the astonished exclamation she uttered upon Liu Mo's entrance, followed by a chilling scream. Her voice had not been heard since. "My dear lady, what is your name?" Liu Mo endeavored to dissipate the awkward atmosphere, smiling as he gazed across the flickering flames of the bonfire and inquired. However, Zhu Zhuqing merely turned her head towards him upon hearing his voice. Her icy gaze never having softened, the cold light within her eyes, even amidst the warmth of the fire, failed to bestow any sense of comfort upon Liu Mo. The disparity from before was merely reflected in the deep furrow of her brow. She deemed Liu Mo a mere wretch on the brink of death, finding it utterly ludicrous that he would inquire about her name, having no inclination to disclose it to him whatsoever. A month had elapsed, and Zhu Zhuqing's wounds had shown significant healing. Yet during this time, she scarcely exchanged a word with Liu Mo, who, in an effort to alleviate the discomfort, would rise before dawn to practice at the tumultuous waterfall pool, only returning to the cave to rest after Zhu Zhuqing had succumbed to slumber deep into the night. He pondered that had he not exerted all his efforts to rescue her, he would have long since departed her presence. Moreover, her graceful figure and delicate, fair visage left him somewhat apprehensive. Given that this frigid girl treated him thus, he contemplated leaving as soon as Zhu Zhuqing had fully recovered. The hour was late, and he quietly entered the cave, seating himself across from Zhu Zhuqing, soon drifting into slumber. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing lunged swiftly towards Liu Mo. Although they were within the confines of the cave, they were still in the wilderness, and Liu Mo had always maintained a high level of vigilance. In an instant, a surge of force rushed towards him. Before he could fully open his eyes, his body had already reacted. With a graceful pivot, he opened his eyes just in time. While he evaded Zhu Zhuqing's frontal assault, her sharp claws nonetheless grazed his right arm. His clothing was swiftly torn, revealing several shallow, yet noticeable, lacerations upon his skin. Liu Mo's eyes reflected the striking figure of Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a tight-fitting black leather outfit, as a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. He was perplexed as to why Zhu Zhuqing had chosen to strike at him. Her glistening eyes, which had been fixated on the wound he had inflicted, suddenly softened. The cold glint that once radiated from them dissipating, they were now filled with astonishment. This was because Liu Mo also bore scars on his right arm. Though they had healed, the traces of the wounds suggested they had been inflicted by the same individual. Perhaps he had indeed misjudged Liu Mo, for those scars were evidence of a battle fought with those two individuals. Yet, as Zhu Zhuqing pondered this, a hint of doubt flickered in her eyes once more. How could Liu Mo possibly be their adversary? Were there not others present at that time? Is this old wound inflicted by that soul sect? Zhu Zhuqing's cold visage revealed a hint of remorse as she gazed at Liu Mo and softly inquired. This was Liu Mo's first encounter with Zhu Zhuqing's melodious voice. The last had been that chilling scream. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's question, Liu Mo's furrowed brow began to ease slightly as he glanced at the old injury on his right arm, pursing his lips and nodding slightly. So, did you truly save me? The animosity in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes had vanished. Otherwise, what would have happened if I harbored ill intentions towards you? During the time you were incapacitated, would I not have? Liu Mo grasped the true intention of Zhu Zhuqing, realizing that she had always believed he was merely taking advantage of her. With a slight furrow in his brow, he fixed his gaze upon her and spoke. I sincerely apologize. Upon hearing Liu Mo's retort, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head deeply, her body trembling slightly as if struggling to remain upright. Her cheeks gradually revealed a pained expression, and crimson stains began to seep through her clothing. Chapter 54. The Subtle Power of 72 Styles of Staff Technique. Liu Mo discerned the unusual state of Zhu Zhuqing and promptly approached her, drawing her into his embrace. Gazing at the spot where blood seeped forth, he murmured, Your body has yet to fully recuperate. The exertion you just exerted has reopened your wound. You must rest now and cease your worrying. Once you have fully healed, I shall take my leave. Although Zhu Zhuqing felt a profound sense of remorse within, the agony from her injury rendered her incapable of uttering a word. Despite having resolved her misunderstandings regarding Liu Mo through this ordeal, her naturally reticent demeanor prevented her from engaging in meaningful conversation with him, having only shared her name. 2 months later, Liu Mo stood in the pool beneath the waterfall, diligently practicing his 72 styles of staff technique. The spirit staff struck the water's surface, unleashing tumultuous waves, as if a colossal stone had plunged into the depths. In an instant, the pool's clear waters surged towards the shore. With a sweeping motion, the spirit staff aimed at the cascading waterfall, as though an immense force had severed the torrent, creating a brief moment of reverse flow. The series of staff techniques flowed seamlessly, rendering Liu Mo invisible amidst the towering splashes that soared over 10 meters high. Just then, fatigue washed over him, prompting him to cease his training, yet he remained standing in the pool, his gaze vacant and level, seemingly lost in contemplation. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the cave with light steps. This was her first venture outside in months, a testament to her nearly healed injuries. As she stepped out into the sunlight, her icy visage finally blossomed into a rare smile. Stretching languidly, she seemed to savor the long-awaited embrace of nature beyond the cave. However, as her eyes scanned the surroundings, they landed upon Liu Mo, bare-chested and motionless in the water, merely 10 meters away. Upon seeing his form, her body stiffened, and the smile that had just graced her lips vanished in an instant, replaced by a glimmer of guilt and concern in her eyes. Liu Mo stood bare-chested, his torso marred by a labyrinth of deep crimson scars, resembling a net woven from the very wounds that adorned his body. In such a state, he still tended to his own needs, yet he was plagued by self-doubt, leading to yet another assault upon himself. Witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brimmed with tears of remorse. Though she remained unaware of how Liu Mo had saved her, she sensed within her heart that he had undoubtedly engaged in a life-and-death struggle with those two individuals. While her heart swelled with immense gratitude towards Liu Mo, she was still but a naive young girl. Zhu Zhuqing observed Liu Mo's face gradually becoming more flushed as he emerged from the water. At that moment, Liu Mo turned, their gazes intertwining. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing step out of the cave, a gentle smile illuminated his face. As he waded out of the pool, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively turned her head away, as though a voice whispered to her that she must not look at the boy emerging from the water. Her cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of pink. Liu Mo donned his attire and hurried to Zhu Zhuqing's side, softly inquiring, "Zhuqing, has your health fully recovered?" Upon hearing Liu Mo's voice emanating from beside her, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated momentarily before turning her head to meet his gaze, offering a subtle nod. A faint, elusive smile graced her features, melting away the once frosty demeanor she often displayed. "Since you are well, I too may take my leave." Although Liu Mo displayed a hint of reluctance, he understood that he still had responsibilities to fulfill. Upon hearing Liu Mo's intention to depart, Zhu Zhuqing's recently softened expression immediately turned to ice once more. "Mo, brother Mo, are you really going to leave me here all alone?" Zhu Zhuqing called out, her hesitation evident, but ultimately she voiced her concern. At that moment, the fair complexion of Zhu Zhuqing revealed a youthful vulnerability that Liu Mo had never witnessed before. "So, do you have no destination in mind? Will you truly follow me endlessly like this?" Liu Mo gazed upon a different facet of Zhu Zhuqing, nearly overwhelmed by an emotional tide. However, maintaining his composure, he inquired about the thoughts that resided within her heart. Upon hearing Liu Mo's question, Zhu Zhuqing momentarily froze, her eyes reflecting a fleeting haze, as if she had already envisioned a destination deep within her soul. Perhaps she believed that the time to embark on that journey had not yet arrived. After a brief moment of contemplation, she lowered her head slightly and replied in a soft voice, "At the very least, there is no destination at this moment." Liu Mo gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who had slightly lowered her head, uncertain of how to console her. "My current objective is to follow you. Moreover, I have just escaped from the clutches of villains. Can you trust me to be alone in this wilderness?" Zhu Zhuqing immediately lifted her head, her brows furrowing slightly as she fixed her wide eyes upon Liu Mo. In that moment, the earlier shyness and reticence vanished, revealing the icy glare that had resurfaced in her cold, penetrating gaze. He observed the resolute determination glimmering in her frigid eyes, unsure of how to refuse her. Leaving such a graceful and exquisite young woman alone in this desolate place was indeed a cause for concern. "Very well, you may accompany me for the time being, but you must heed my instructions." Liu Mo pondered for a moment, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing's icy countenance, before pressing his lips together and speaking. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her delicate brows even tighter, yet she remained silent. After a brief pause, she let out a soft sigh, seemingly resigned, and remarked, "Very well. However, there must be no excessive demands." Liu Mo heard a faint smile, surprised by the meticulousness of her thoughts, as she spoke while leaving herself an escape route. After an indeterminate duration, the two had arrived near the starry forest. Throughout their journey, Zhu Zhuqing had reverted to her usual demeanor, aside from her cold expression. She spoke very little, giving the impression that they were both walking alone. Zhuqing, you are most suited for me to sit quietly by and admire your beauty. Liu Mo turned his head to gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing's fair visage, exuding an aura of chill. Why? Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, her face initially flushed with a rosy hue, and then, with an expression of curiosity, she inquired, "It is because you seldom speak, and your replies are always exceedingly brief. It is preferable to sit quietly and observe you, lest I squander my words." Liu Mo revealed a faint smile, gazing into Zhu Zhuqing's puzzled eyes as he spoke. After spending some time together, the two had grown relatively familiar with one another. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Zhu Zhuqing's brows knitted together, her face betraying a semblance of anger, which only rendered her more endearing. Suddenly, three figures approached from the front, an elderly man, a youth, and a child. The elder, with hair as white as snow, sported a short mane that stood upright like steel wires. His robust physique was accentuated by muscles that strained against his clothing. The trio bore an undeniable familial resemblance, sharing nearly 80% similarity in their features. The middle-aged man appeared mature, with dark hair, while the youngest child, a few years younger than Liu Mo, also exhibited a burgeoning muscularity. Chapter 55. A duel awaits upon noticing Liu Mo and Zhu Zhuqing. The elder's deep-set eyes glimmered with surprise. Although they found themselves near the periphery of the Douluo forest, the sole beasts within were not adversaries that these children could hope to confront. "Children, this place is not safe. You must leave at once," the elder advised, his visage softening as the wrinkles around his eyes deepened. "Thank you for your warning." Although Liu Mo was unaware of their identities, he discerned from the elder's countenance that they were not malevolent. He responded courteously. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man behind him maintained a serious demeanor, resembling a stoic figure. The child, though slightly shorter than Liu Mo, exhibited a disdainful glint in his eyes, occasionally flexing his robust muscles to flaunt his strength. "Grandfather, I fancy that young lady." As the two groups brushed past one another, the child's gaze swept over Zhu Zhuqing, and he was immediately captivated by her allure. He tugged at the elder's garment, his eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation, addressing him earnestly. "Ha ha, it seems that Tai Long has truly matured, recognizing his affections for young girls." The elder chuckled as he was tugged, casting a warm smile at the child. Indeed, as descendants of the Li family, one should boldly express their feelings. The middle-aged man on the other side smiled, glancing at the elder. "Tainua," the elder replied with a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man, his tone turning somber. "Let the child navigate his own affairs. Such matters are beyond our assistance." With a smile, the elder looked at Tai Long, pride shimmering in his eyes for his grandson's bravery. Encouraged by his grandfather's support, Tai Long beamed and turned towards Liu Mo and his companion, who had just walked a few meters away, exclaiming, "Hey, young lady, I like you." Upon hearing Tai Long's declaration, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her gaze emitting a chilling light, akin to sharp blades that pierced through him, instilling an icy sensation in his very core. Liu Mo stood awkwardly between the two, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, alongside a stir of jealousy and tension within. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing promptly linked her arm with Liu Mo's, remaining silent, yet casting a frosty gaze upon Talon across from them, seemingly asserting that Liu Mo was the object of her affection. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's gesture, Talon's smile gradually faded, his brow furrowing deeply, and jealousy flickered in his eyes. "Hey, let's have a duel," Talon declared, pointing a finger at Liu Mo and lowering his voice. Liu Mo felt an inexplicable bewilderment, finding himself ensnared in this predicament without cause. Behind him, Tainua and the elderly gentleman appeared to be spectators of a captivating performance, both wearing smiles that betrayed no inclination to intervene. The confident clan of Li believed firmly that Tai Long would undoubtedly triumph in this contest. The question of whether he could capture the heart of the young lady seemed trivial in comparison, overshadowed by the sheer momentum of the moment. "You must win. I have no fondness for him," Zhu Zhuqing whispered softly, leaning closer to Liu Mo's cheek, her expression revealing a hint of a smile. This subtle smile only served to intensify Tai Long's fury. Before Liu Mo could even respond, Tai Long's clenched fists were already hurtling towards him, youthful yet imbued with formidable strength. Liu Mo immediately sensed a compressed gale rushing towards him, an imminent force that could not be ignored. With a swift motion, Liu Mo pushed Zhu Zhuqing aside. He then leaned forward, ducked, and executed a graceful turn, evading all of Talon's powerful strikes with ease. The once smiling faces of the elder and Tainua froze in disbelief. They had not anticipated that this child could so effortlessly dodge Talon's attacks, a feat seldom accomplished by peers of his age. Frustrated by a series of failed assaults, Talon's anger intensified, yet such fury rendered him vulnerable. As he lunged at Liu Mo once more, Liu Mo performed a backward bend, his upper body twisting with fluidity, his feet in perfect synchrony with his movements. In an instant, he slipped to Talon's side and delivered a powerful kick, sending Talon's body flying several meters. Tainua and the elder, observing from the sidelines, furrowed their brows, seemingly pained to witness Talon receiving such a blow. Talon, a level 17 battle spirit master with the martial spirit of the mighty gorilla, bellowed furiously. Despite his rage, the disdain in Liu Mo's gaze had vanished. Just as he finished speaking, a brown radiance enveloped Talon, causing his exaggerated physique to swell with unimaginable strength. As his arms expanded, the sound of cracking bones echoed, as if his very skeleton was elongating. Boom! A colossal star manifested around him, Talon's martial spirit, the mighty gorilla. The appearance of this immense star further amplified his power. Moments later, a yellow soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, swirling around his form. Liu Mo, observing the yellow soul ring emanating from Talon's body, wore a faint smile. The manifestation of Talon's martial spirit and soul ring did not evoke shock in Liu Mo, which left Talon perplexed. However, witnessing Liu Mo's smile, Talon felt mocked and wasted no time launching an attack without waiting for Liu Mo to summon his own martial spirit. Talon was a brute force combat spirit master. Against a typical opponent, his overwhelming strength would leave them breathless. Yet, Liu Mo was also a formidable force in his own right. Though Talon's might was fearsome, it did not instill terror in Liu Mo. As Talon charged forward with his robust frame, it seemed he would collide with Liu Mo. With a graceful pivot, Liu Mo evaded the fierce impact. At that moment, Talon halted his advance, executing a swift 360-degree spin, his right fist clenched and aimed at Liu Mo, who had just regained his footing. This time, Liu Mo could not continue to evade. He concentrated his energy into his right hand, gripping his fist tightly, producing a crisp cracking sound. He then propelled his fist toward Talon's with great speed. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as their powerful fists collided. Liu Mo withdrew approximately 1 meter, while Tyron began to slide backward at an alarming speed. After gliding 7 or 8 meters, he fell to one knee. The fist that had just been struck had relaxed, trembling slightly, rendering him incapable of exerting even a modicum of strength to maintain his grip. Both Tenno and the elder observed the subtle movement of Tyron's right hand. Simultaneously, their brows furrowed deeply, and they inhaled sharply, their expressions instantly darkening. Liu Mo had touched upon the dignity of the powerful clan, and at that moment, a violent sensation of pain surged through Talon's right hand, manifesting on his face in a grimace of agony. Chapter 56. His father ascended. The elder cast a knowing glance at his companion, Tano, who immediately comprehended the unspoken cue. With a furrowed brow, Tano swiftly approached Talon. He assisted Talon to his feet and then gestured for him to step back. Facing Liu Mo, he exaggeratedly flexed his muscles, which began to radiate a warm brown luminescence, enveloping his entire form. The exaggerated musculature expanded rapidly, unleashing a formidable force directed towards Liu Mo concurrently. For soul rings emerged beneath him, 2 yellow and 2 purple. The mighty star energies fused into his very being. He was a formidable attack-type soul master of the soul master rank. Liu Mo gazed at the formidable soul master before him, his body momentarily frozen in shock. He was oblivious to the reasons behind his provocation of Tainua, yet in the presence of such a powerful embodiment of pure strength, he recognized the futility of his own chances for victory. Liu Mo's gaze was filled with confusion, as if he were about to speak and inquire. However, the overwhelming force opposite him was already surging towards him. As Taino approached Liu Mo, he leaped into the air, his powerful fist descending upon Liu Mo with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening sound resonated. In the very moment when Liu Mo's fist was about to strike him, he swiftly executed a sidestep, evading the assault and dropping to the ground. The sound reverberated, causing the surrounding earth to tremble slightly. Liu Mo gazed at the recently perilous scene, his brow furrowed, and his eyes shimmered with a faint blue luminescence. The light radiated above his head, erupting in a spectacular display. His body swelled rapidly in tandem with the azure brilliance, a surge of power coursing through him. An ominous golden titan emperor manifested upon him, while 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rose beneath his feet. The onlookers, including Zhu Qing, froze at the sight of Liu Mo's martial soul and soul rings, for it was the first time she had witnessed such a phenomenon. The elder's gaze flickered with a hint of concern as he recognized the oppressive aura emanating from the Golden Titan Emperor, which exerted a suppressive effect on primate beast martial souls. At that moment, Tainua's power had diminished by 20% under Liu Mo's influence. A revelation that left the elder utterly astonished, especially considering Tainua was already a soul master. Talon, nursing his aching right palm, regarded Liu Mo's martial soul and soul rings with pursed lips, lowering his head slightly, utterly captivated by the display before him. No wonder Liu Mo had refrained from unleashing his martial soul and soul rings during their confrontation. The disparity between them was far greater than he had anticipated. Zhu Zhuqing, though somewhat intimidated by Liu Mo's presence, began to believe in his ability to rescue her, particularly due to the striking second purple soul ring that commanded attention. Yet, facing this soul master was undeniably more formidable than the previous adversary he had vanquished. With a roar of might, Tainua realized that Liu Mo was far more formidable than he had presumed. With a flash of his 4th soul ring, he unleashed his 4th soul skill, leaping into the air and crashing down towards Liu Mo. In that moment, Liu Mo appeared to be overwhelmed by the sheer force, refraining from evasion, his expression betraying a flicker of trepidation as he beheld the rapidly descending fist. Boom! Liu Mo raised his arms high to withstand the powerful blow from Tainua. As the force made contact with his arms, an overwhelming weight bore down upon him, causing him to momentarily kneel on one knee, his arms gradually succumbing to the pressure. The knee that met the ground sank deeply into the earth. Creaking sounds echoed as, under the immense strain, the 10 royal stings emerged from behind Liu Mo. The 10 tails, each over 2 meters long, began to sway precariously, their sharp tips darting swiftly towards Tainua. Observing the swaying dark golden scorpion tails behind Liu Mo, Tainua was taken aback. At that moment of distraction, one of the sharp stingers pierced his arm. A powerful surge of electricity coursed through his robust limb, compelling him to retract the arm that pressed down on Liu Mo and step back several paces to evade the peculiar tails. The elder, Talon, and Zhu Zhuqing were equally astonished upon witnessing Liu Mo's 10 royal stings. With the addition of the external spirit bone and the 10 emperor's sting, Liu Mo has already attained a level comparable to that of a spirit master. This further bolstered Zhu Zhuqing's confidence. Meanwhile, Talon gazed at the shimmering dark gold of the 10 emperor's sting, shaking his head slightly, feeling inadequate in comparison. The elder's eyes revealed a flicker of concern for Taino, uncertain whether he could truly restore honor to his clan. At that moment, although Taino's arm was no longer bleeding, it still felt somewhat numb, rendering him unable to exert his full strength. Liu Mo perceived this as an opportunity. Though unaware of the reasons behind the man's ruthless actions towards him, he understood that he must retaliate in the face of adversity. The Ice Mountain Hammer. Liu Mo's eyes shimmered with a haunting azure light as he called out to Tainua. Still in a state of stupor, Tainua was jolted by Liu Mo's sudden exclamation, yet he soon felt an icy presence drawing near. The frigid sensation above him sent shivers cascading across his skin. With a thunderous crash, Tainua, oblivious to the unfolding events, was struck by a hammer-like iceberg overhead, followed swiftly by an encasement in ice. Facing such a purely strength-oriented soul master, Liu Mo understood that the freezing effect would merely serve as a facade. As he descended beneath the icy mountain, he began to rise. Even before he fully straightened, he launched himself forward, sprinting towards Tainua. At this moment, his arms were already enveloped in arcs of purple lightning. Just as the freezing effect activated, he leaped into the air, and the 10 royal stabs behind him exploded forth, seemingly guiding his trajectory as he soared. Tainua had barely freed himself from the ice when Liu Mo's clenched fists descended upon him like a net woven from purple lightning, radiating a brilliant violet glow as it rushed downward. Boom! This strike compelled Tainua to kneel, his arms, which had been resisting Liu Mo's assault, now slowly succumbing to the force. Upon landing, the 10 royal stabs swiftly shot out from either side of Liu Mo, their lethal tips aimed directly at Tainua's eyes. The chilling light emanating from the 10 royal stabs struck fear into the hearts of those nearby. Meanwhile, the elder furrowed his brow, channeling his energy in preparation for a counterstrike. Suddenly, Tainua unleashed a deafening roar. The sound wave generated by his cry sent Liu Mo reeling, propelling him several meters away before he regained his footing. though the pressure on his eardrums lingered. Tainua's eyes glowed faintly red, akin to wrathful stars, and it seemed that his power had surged following that fierce bellow. The overwhelming sound left those around him feeling as though their hearts were being torn apart. Their faces contorted in agony. Had it not been for Liu Mo's martial soul's suppressive effect on the mighty gorilla, the force would have surely been even greater. At that moment, the mighty gorilla began to pound its chest vigorously, its eyes glowing with a faint crimson light, evoking a sense of terrifying power intensifying. Chapter 57. The Nature of the Strength Clan. In a fit of rage, Tainua leaped into the air, his immense strength propelling his massive frame forward with astonishing speed. Like a blazing inferno, he streaked through the air towards Liu Mo's. Liu Mo's cerulean eyes suddenly reflected a vivid shade of crimson. Boom. As this formidable force struck Liu Mo's body, a brilliant golden light erupted. A golden dragon coiled around him, its power emanating from the golden dragon bone, which shielded his form from harm. Cease. Upon seeing this, the elder immediately raised his voice. At this moment, Tainua had already expended a considerable amount of soul energy, and the seemingly endless manifestations from Liu Mo's body caused a flicker of anxiety in the elder. Thus, he promptly intervened to halt their battle. Hearing the elder's words, Tainua displayed a hint of reluctance on his face. However, he dared not defy the elder's wishes, so he reluctantly ceased his actions. Young brother, what is your name? I perceive your extraordinary talents, which truly embody the essence of our esteemed clan, the Strength Tribe. Might I suggest that you consider joining us? I, Titan, assure you that a prosperous future awaits you. The elder regarded Liu Mo with a benevolent smile, then continued, explaining, do not hold any resentment for the earlier incident. In our Strength Tribe, we believe that the solution to any conflict lies in confronting it head-on, much like a man would. Furthermore, anyone who dares to harm our kin will face relentless opposition. Upon hearing Titan's words, Liu Mo began to comprehend the reasons behind Tiner's actions. It was merely a matter of defending one's own. However, Liu Mo possessed no interest in joining the family, for he had always pursued the ideal of freedom. Titan observed the hesitation in Liu Mo's eyes and, with a face still adorned with a smile, said, My young friend, there is no rush. Take your time to ponder. Allow me, your elder brother, to first be your friend. He chuckled. Elder brother? When Titan uttered these words, both Taino and Talon felt a twinge of embarrassment. My name is Liu Mo. It would be more fitting for me to address you as grandfather instead. Haha. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo appeared to have come to terms with the previous matter. Titan furrowed his brow, seemingly having spoken casually moments ago. However, as the supreme leader of the Power Clan, he felt a twinge of reluctance to contest Liu Mo's assertion. No, henceforth we shall address each other as brothers. Despite your youth, your prowess is sufficient for me to refer to you in such a manner. After a moment of contemplation, Titan recognized that Liu Mo might perceive their inconsistency, yet fostering a bond and establishing a friendship across generations was not an unwelcome prospect. Thus, the matter was settled. Young brother Mo, would you care to join us? My son, Tenno, is in need of a fifth spirit ring, and we are about to venture into the Stardow Forest to hunt spirit beasts. Titan extended a warm invitation to Liu Mo. Dear elder brother, I sincerely apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Liu Mo observed that Titan had resolutely chosen to address him in that manner, and thus acquiesced. Meanwhile, Tano and Talon, standing nearby, exhibited profound awkwardness and distress. Approximately 10 meters away, Zhu Zhiqing remained oblivious to their conversation. Very well, my brother, may we meet again by fate. By the way, my dear Mo, do keep an eye out for someone. Titan gazed at Liu Mo, nodding slightly as he spoke. Who is that? Zhao Wujia. I have been searching for him for quite some time, Titan replied, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes, his voice deep and somber. Liu Mo discerned a hint of meaning from his gaze. He hesitated momentarily, uncertain whether to disclose the information, but upon reflecting on Zhao Wujia's brutal actions against him, he decided to inform Titan of Zhao Wujia's whereabouts. After all, they had now referred to each other as brothers, and it was only fitting to assist an elder brother. Upon receiving this information, Titan's brow furrowed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Thank you, my dear Mo, for this invaluable assistance. We shall take our leave for now. Until we meet again, dear brother. Liu Mo gazed at the three individuals who had turned away, a flicker of joy illuminating his heart. As they parted ways, Liu Mo continued on his journey with Zhu Zhiqing, while the Titan trio made their way towards the Stardow Forest. The recent display of Liu Mo's prowess had deeply impressed Zhu Zhuqing, who could hardly believe that someone so young could possess such formidable strength. Liu Mo and Zhu Zhuqing walked silently along the path, the only sounds accompanying them being the rustle of their feet against the grass and the rhythm of their breaths. Suddenly, a peculiar noise emanated from the thicket. Liu Mo abruptly halted his steps, his brows furrowed in contemplation. His bright eyes began to scan the surroundings. Zhu Zhuqing, accompanying Liu Mo, mirrored his pause, her expression reflecting a hint of anxiety amidst her typically icy demeanor. Her finely arched brows knitted together as she followed Liu Mo's gaze. Surveying the area, the creature hidden in the grass seemed to sense Liu Mo's discovery, and the peculiar sounds that had surrounded them faded into silence. However, Liu Mo was undeterred, his eyes wide as he sought the source of the noise. Suddenly, from the thicket, sprang forth a nearly transparent entity, approximately 5 inches in length. Darting towards the back of Liu Mo's right hand, a sharp sting followed immediately. He winced slightly and lowered his gaze to inspect the back of his hand. It was a small snake, its body almost translucent with a swirling emerald glow within, featuring a pair of bright crimson eyes that appeared rather endearing. Adorning its green form were 9 segmented bands resembling bamboo joints. This was a premium specimen of the bamboo leaf green snake, known as the 9-section jade. A bite from it would result in swift demise, transforming the victim into a watery substance within a mere quarter of an hour. Though diminutive in size, it was one of the most venomous serpents known, with a body denser than steel, impervious to the sharpest of blades. The 9-section jade exhibited remarkable speed and ferocity in its attacks. Barely settling onto Liu Mo's hand, it struck almost instantaneously, just as Liu Mo discerned its presence. It swiftly coiled and leapt onto Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Ah! Zhu Zhuqing shrieked as she noticed the unfamiliar creature alighting on her hand, startled by its sudden appearance. In a synchronous reaction with Zhu Zhuqing's scream, the 9-section jade opened its mouth, undeterred by her fright, and without hesitation, lunged to bite her hand as well. Before Liu Mo could examine his wound, he heard Zhu Zhuqing's chilling scream, prompting him to reach out towards the 7-inch mark of the 9-section jade. With a swift motion, the 9-section jade coiled and propelled itself, vanishing into the underbrush. At that moment, both Liu Mo and Zhu Zhuqing bore 2 minuscule bite marks on the backs of their hands, from which blood began to seep ever so slightly. Symmetrically placed, they appeared almost as deliberate tokens of affection. However, Zhu Zhuqing's blood, oozing from the tiny punctures, darkened to a deep crimson. The back of her hand swiftly turned a shade of purple, the hue deepening gradually and spreading towards her arm. In an instant, black streaks emerged, resembling veins, racing up her arm. Accompanying the transformation of her arm, Zhu Zhuqing's body grew instantly feeble, collapsing against Liu Mo. Liu Mo's eyes flickered with anxiety, for he realized that Zhu Zhuqing had been afflicted by a potent venom, possessing a body immune to all toxins. The lethal poison of the 9-segmented emerald had no effect on him. However, Zhu Zhuqing was in grave peril. If the toxin were not expelled swiftly, she might very well succumb to a fate of becoming a mere puddle of pus. Without hesitation, he pressed the scales from his right wrist against the puncture wound on the back of her hand. The icy blue scales emitted a gentle azure glow before gradually bursting forth, the pointed tips of the diamond-shaped scales delicately making contact with the wound. At the moment the scales met Zhu Zhuqing's skin, her body shuddered slightly, as if jolted awake. In an instant, a mist of blackish purple emerged from the point of contact, swirling like ethereal smoke. The mist enveloped the scales, gradually dissipating and being absorbed, while the dark lines creeping along Zhu Zhuqing's arm began to retract slowly, as if someone were pulling threads of black silk into Liu Mo's scales. The surface of her recently discolored skin began to revert to its fair and tender state. Only when the last trace of venom was absorbed by Liu Mo did she gradually open her captivating, glistening eyes, blinking a few times before revealing a charming smile and saying, "Imogu, you have saved my life once again." Her gaze seemed to carry an implicit promise of devotion. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed around them. Chapter 58. Did Dugubo seek me? Just as the two were lost in each other's gaze, a chilling laughter pierced through the air. Liu Mo assisted Zhu Zhuqing to her feet, and together they stood in place, searching for the source of the sound. Suddenly, a chilling wave of dread rushed towards them with great speed. "You have indeed not disappointed me." A weathered voice emerged from behind them. Both individuals shuddered at the sound, their bodies trembling in unison. He approached with such stealth that they remained utterly unaware of his presence. Liu Mo and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously turned around, only to discover an elderly man with green hair and emerald eyes. Upon seeing his cold and malevolent gaze, Zhu Zhuqing's body shuddered once more, her round eyes widening even further in astonishment. Liu Mo fixed his gaze upon the elderly man, whose eyes, filled with a sinister gleam, were intently focused on the 9-section jade he was toying with. It was revealed that the jade, which had just attacked them, was orchestrated by him. The serpent-like green eyes evoked a sense of familiarity within Liu Mo. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed in astonishment, "You are the poisoned Douluo, Duality. Haha. It seems you possess some memory. It has been several years since our last encounter. I have been searching for you all this time." Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Duality immediately lifted his head, his snake-like green gaze locking onto Liu Mo. Although his stare did not directly focus on Zhu Zhuqing, it still instilled a sense of fear within her. She instinctively clutched Liu Mo's arm, pressing her body closely against his. "Searching for me? The ice and fire yin yang has already been granted to you. What more could you possibly want from me?" Liu Mo, upon hearing the words of Duality, displayed a hint of anxiety, uncertain of his true intentions. Here, devoid of the protective waters of the ice and fire yin yang well, a tidal Douluo could easily turn against him in a mere moment. If it were concerning the 7-colored lotus, that exquisite celestial bloom had already been assimilated by him. Would revealing this fact only serve to further incite his wrath? Liu Mo did not await a response from Dong Gubo and began to speculate incessantly within his mind. Yet, regardless of the conjecture, none yielded a favorable outcome for him. Surely he does not genuinely believe that Liu Mo is a celestial being come to offer tribute. Does he? Do not be alarmed. I am not here regarding past matters. I have a request to make of you, Dong Gubo said. Regarding the somewhat anxious Liu Mo with a faint smile, explaining in his gravelly voice. Request me? Is this how one seeks assistance? You are courting disaster. Liu Mo perceived that Dualbo's words seemed disconnected from prior events, and the request directed at him appeared significantly less stringent. Conversely, Zhu Zhuqing's brows furrowed even deeper. Her grip on Liu Mo's arm tightening as she leaned closer, whispering softly, "Do not trust him. It surely cannot bode well." Liu Mo, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, pursed his lips and turned his head slightly, regarding her with a subtle nod. "Isn't everything fine?" he remarked. "I merely wish to ascertain your true capabilities. From your recent display, it has been confirmed that your body is impervious to poison. I have not erred in my judgment." Haha. After speaking, Duality took a couple of steps forward, while Liu Mo and Zhu Zhuqing furrowed their brows with each of his advances, subsequently retreating a couple of steps themselves. What exactly is the matter? Liu Moshuang's brows knitted together in concern as she gazed into the malevolent eyes of Duality and inquired. Upon hearing Liu Mo's question, Duality's expression darkened immediately, and he tucked away the 9-section jade he had been toying with. The sight of Duality's somber demeanor added an unmistakable weight of pressure upon the two of them. Duality turned slightly, placing his hands behind his back, puffing out his chest, and casting his gaze upwards with a soft sigh. He spoke, "Though I have attained the rank of a titled Douluo, I have yet to reach the pinnacle of this poison." "Your poison has yet to reach its zenith? Pray tell, is there any venom in this world that surpasses yours?" Liu Mo's gaze was laced with a hint of perplexity as he inquired. Upon hearing this, Duality immediately turned to Liu Mo, his cold and malevolent eyes seemingly casting a greenish light upon him, causing Liu Mo to shiver slightly. "My poison is widely regarded as the most lethal. Yet there exists a place where the venom far surpasses mine. It is only there that one can cultivate to the pinnacle of toxicity," Duality articulated, his words revealing a glimmer of aspiration, his sinister gaze softening in an instant. "Then why do you not venture there?" Liu Mo's eyes were brimming with curiosity. What kind of place could possibly evoke such longing even in a titled Douluo? "Do you think I do not yearn for it? I have dedicated the better part of my life in search of this location, and at long last, I have succeeded in uncovering it. However, the mere toxic gas barrier surrounding it is beyond my capabilities to overcome, thus preventing my entry." Liu Mo's inquiry jolted Duality from his delightful reverie, transforming his previously gentle gaze into something far more sinister. Do you wish for me to?" At that moment, Liu Mo finally comprehended Duality's intentions. "Indeed, I desire for you to scout the path for me." Duality's lips curled into a peculiar smile, his expression betraying no semblance of supplication. Upon hearing Duality's words, Liu Mo was taken aback. Although he was unfamiliar with the location Duality referred to, the fact that even the adept poison master could not approach it indicated that it was undoubtedly perilous, while his scales possessed the ability to neutralize toxins. Should the place truly be as Duality described, it remained uncertain whether the detoxifying properties of his scales would prove effective. Liu Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. uncertain of how to respond to the words of Duality. This was far from a mere request. A refusal could very well provoke Dualiti's wrath. In such a case, both he and Zhu Shiqing would stand little chance of survival. Yet, even if he acquiesced, the prospects for his own survival seemed scarcely improved. What if he were to decline? Liu Mo appeared to be seeking an escape route. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Liu Mo's inquiry, Duality immediately threw back his head and let out a cold laugh that resonated through the forest. Accompanying his laughter, he opened one hand. His fingers adorned with green nails exploding forth as the soul power within him surged. His serpentine eyes glinted with malevolence, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, his palm radiated a vibrant green light, followed by a formidable force that bore down upon the two of them. Zhu Shiqing's body was propelled forward as if caught in the grasp of an immense power, as though Dualiti's palm possessed an overwhelming suction. In a swift motion, her form, as delicate as a thin sheet of paper, floated through the air towards his grasp. In the blink of an eye, Dualiti's large hand had encircled Zhu Shiqing's tender neck, and those slender, emerald nails began to embed themselves into her skin. Faced with a tidal Duality-level figure, they found themselves utterly devoid of any means of resistance, left to be at his mercy. If you refuse to comply, I shall first take action against your little beloved. Dualiti's lips curled into a grin, his eyes flashing with icy green light, bearing down on Liu Mo. Chapter 59. Release Zhu Shiqing, and I shall accompany you. Liu Mo gazed at Zhu Shiqing, who was being drawn away by Dong Gubo's palm force, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. A flicker of anger emerged on his face, yet he found himself devoid of any justification to be enraged at Dong Gubo. Release her, and I shall acquiesce to your demands. Liu Mo's gaze was filled with resignation. In the world of Douluo Continent, where strength spoke volumes, it seemed that compromise was his only recourse. Ahem. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Dualiti's lips curled into a grin as he promptly released his grip on Zhu Shiqing's neck. She had been on the verge of asphyxiation and immediately coughed a few times, leaving a vivid red imprint of a hand on her delicate, pale neck. Had this been addressed sooner, all parties could have avoided such discord. Duality remarked with a smile, yet that smile bore an increasingly sinister undertone. Liu Mo swiftly rushed to Zhu Shiqing's side, supporting her as he softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Zhu Shiqing appeared to be in some discomfort. Her brow furrowed as she gently shook her head. "I have a request as well. I will go with you, so please let her go." Liu Mo's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Though not as malevolent as Dualiti's, they nonetheless revealed his limits. "Brother Mo, allow me to accompany you." Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Zhu Shiqing's icy countenance softened, tinged with reluctance and concern. "Yu Qing, I am aware that you have your true destination and that you must persevere for your own aspirations. Do not plunge into peril on my behalf." Liu Mo gazed into Zhu Shiqing's tear-brimmed eyes, his expression softened with a gentle smile as he spoke. The last time Liu Mo inquired about her destination, her contemplative gaze revealed that she had already harbored intentions within her heart. Perhaps her companionship was merely a waiting game for the right opportunity. Listening to Liu Mo's words, Zhu Shiqing's tears cascaded down, overwhelming her eyelids. During this period of time spent with Liu Mo, it seemed that the weight of her family's mission stirred something deep within her. "Mo go, I wish to accompany you," Zhu Shiqing declared, her hesitation fading as she arrived at a resolute decision. "You must consider this carefully. Should you enter and fail to return, you will have a companion to share your life with, and you may even ensure the continuation of your lineage." Dualiti's words carried a semblance of kind warning, yet his smile bore an insidious undertone. "Zhu Qing, the path ahead is fraught with uncertainty, a gamble between life and death. Trust my words. If I emerge alive, I will surely seek you out." Liu Mo pressed his lips together, his gaze revealing his resolve. "Let us depart," he declared, casting a stiff smile at Zhu Shiqing before addressing Duality. With that, the two of them set off into the distance. Zhu Shiqing stood alone in the wilderness, tears streaming down her face in a torrent of despair. A considerable time had elapsed since their departure, yet Duality and Liu Mo continued their journey southward, seemingly never reaching their destination. How much longer must we travel? Liu Mo harbored a growing anxiety within, which became increasingly unbearable during this protracted wait. It should not be too far now. There lies an ancient forest, dense and towering, where colossal trees with peculiar, plate-like roots stand sentinel, adorned with astonishing flowers and fruits upon their venerable trunks, alongside gigantic foliage and even plants that exhibit movement, an extraordinary array of nature's marvels, abundant in wonder. Duality appeared to be entranced by the enchanting visions conjured in his mind. "Old poison master, let us venture in together, so we may look out for one another." During the time Liu Mo spent with Duality, they engaged in numerous conversations. Although both harbored a degree of wariness towards one another, there was no further coercion from Duality. As Liu Mo had already acquiesced to his request, "I shall not enter. It is entirely up to you now," Duality remarked, blinking his eyes. Seemingly undermining his own esteemed title, yet he spoke resolutely. He had also attempted this before, as the most formidable Douluo. Even he found it challenging to withstand the toxic miasma. The extent of the noxious fog was beyond his comprehension. Even a titled Douluo, when expending energy to navigate through the poison, faced imminent peril if they exhausted their strength before escaping. The question remained whether Liu Mo could endure this toxic haze. Even if he could resist, it was uncertain whether he would be inclined to assist in alleviating Dualbo's poison. Should he choose not to intervene, would Dualbo then be left at the mercy of Liu Mo? Dualbo had already devised a plan. Should Liu Mo succeed, he would find a way to persuade him to bring him along into the depths. If Liu Mo failed, Dualbo would incur no significant loss. Days passed, and the surrounding terrain transformed into a complex and varied landscape, ranging from low-lying plains scattered with rocky hills to highland canyons crisscrossed by streams. The topography gave rise to a myriad of breathtaking vistas. Within the forest, tranquil pools of water, rushing brooks, and cascading waterfalls abound, towering trees, entwined vines, and lush flora intertwined to form verdant mazes. This is the essence of the tropical rainforest. Liu Mo gazed at the surrounding scenery and exclaimed in astonishment, "A tropical rainforest? Have you been here before?" Upon hearing Liu Mo's incredulous words, Dualbo's eerie eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Liu Mo regarded the ignorant Dualbo in silence. However, he had never experienced such splendid scenery in his previous life. He had only glimpsed it through various media, yet the vistas were largely similar. No wonder Dualbo claimed that this place harbored dangers more perilous than himself. It was indeed an ideal habitat for numerous venomous creatures. Suddenly, a delicate pink mist emerged ahead. Dualbo immediately halted, gazing intently at the ethereal fog, a sinister glint flashing in his emerald eyes. "This is the place. Let us proceed." His eyes shimmered with both anticipation and trepidation as he spoke, then stepped forward into the unknown. This location was known as the City of Poisonous Mist. Yet few were aware of its existence. Even those who did found it impossible to traverse the layers of toxic fog. Thus, it remained shrouded in mystery. As Dualbo observed the faint mist ahead, he elucidated its significance to Liu Mo. Another reason Dualbo chose Liu Mo was his youth and lower cultivation level, which he could easily manage. At present, Liu Mo posed no threat to him. "Alas, I can only accompany you thus far. The path ahead lies solely in your hands," Dualbo murmured, casting a glance at the increasingly dense fog before them. They stood upon a conspicuous boundary. Behind them lay the pale pink mist, while before them swirled a deeper crimson haze, significantly diminishing visibility. Upon entering the preceding area, Dualbo had felt a surge of discomfort, and only after departing could he expel the toxins from his body. However, due to their formidable nature, traces still lingered within him. This was precisely why he was compelled to explore the depths of this realm, not solely to reach the pinnacle of power, but also to seek a remedy for the residual toxins plaguing his system. Liu Mo furrowed his brows, gazing at the faintly crimson mist ahead, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. He was uncertain whether he could truly withstand the toxic fumes, yet under the coercive gaze of Dualbo beside him, he had no choice but to forge ahead. After a moment's hesitation, he took a step forward, disappearing into the haze in no time, while Dualbo's malevolent eyes remained fixed on Liu Mo's retreating figure. Chapter 60. Entry forbidden. As Liu Mo entered the mist tinged with a reddish hue, he felt a powerful toxin assailing his body. Just as he began to sense a modicum of discomfort, the scales on his right wrist swiftly neutralized the poison coursing through him. The very toxin that would incapacitate a titled Douluo was effortlessly dispelled by him, prompting a fleeting smile to break through his tense expression. It was unclear how long Liu Mo wandered alone within the toxic crimson mist. A sense of weariness began to envelop him. Suddenly, the fog thickened even further, transforming into a vivid scarlet. As he stepped into this area, his body was instantly besieged by the surrounding toxins. Breathing became laborious, and an uncomfortable sensation surged forth. At that moment, the scales on his right wrist had turned a deep crimson, as though they had been subjected to the searing heat of a furnace. Yet, apart from a slight feeling of suffocation, Liu Mo experienced no other adverse effects. Perhaps due to his fatigue, his pace began to slow considerably. The scales on his right wrist continued to shimmer, particularly the ice blue light that flickered with increasing frequency, suggesting they had commenced operating beyond their usual capacity. Liu Mo's body still possessed the strength to persevere, thus he pressed onward. However, after enduring immense hardship, he finally emerged from that treacherous area, only to be met with a sight that intensified his anxiety. The lethal miasma, which he had presumed to be behind him, lingered ahead. A dense, deep purple fog enveloped the path before him, instilling a profound sense of obscurity that rendered everything indistinguishable. Although Liu Mo felt a twinge of anxiety, he recognized that the toxic mist was hardly a suitable place for rest. Yet, as he ventured into the depths of the dark purple fog, his body was enveloped in swirling vapors, rendering any view of the path ahead utterly obscured. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that even his own feet had vanished from sight. The inability to discern direction was not what truly instilled fear. Rather, it was the venomous nature of the deep purple mist, which far surpassed that of the crimson haze. In an instant, the 35 ice-blue scales adorning his right wrist transformed, nearly blending with the color of the fog, the only discernible difference being a slight lightness in hue. The scales glimmered with a violet radiance, seemingly struggling to maintain equilibrium with the toxins surging within him. Moments later, Liu Mo's lips took on a purplish tint, while the deep violet before him began to waver in and out of focus. At this juncture, he was relying on sheer willpower to propel his body forward. It was unclear how long he had pressed on, but soon his skin had adopted a deep purple hue, while his lips had darkened to a shade of black. Liu Mo's seemingly invulnerable body found it increasingly arduous to endure within this region, a place where ordinary individuals could scarcely tread. Even someone as formidable as the poisoned Douluo Continent would likely succumb to the lethal toxins in an instant upon entering this domain. Bang! Liu Mo's unsteady body collapsed onto the ground. Although he was utterly exhausted, he understood that succumbing here would inevitably lead to his demise. Shaking his head, he exerted effort to open his eyes. Though uncertain of the direction ahead, he instinctively knew that as long as he persevered, hope remained. He began to crawl forward relentlessly. The scales on Liu Mo's right wrist continued to shimmer incessantly, striving to eradicate the toxins within his body. However, at that moment, he resembled a man inebriated, his consciousness gradually fading into obscurity. Yet, his limbs persisted, crawling forward with unwavering determination. Until the last vestige of awareness slipped away, he was enveloped in a void of sensation. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in a thin layer of deep purple mist. This marked the periphery of the fog. Although it lingered, visibility extended for over 10 meters. Consequently, the concentration of toxins here was relatively diminished, insufficient to exceed the detoxifying capacity of the scales on his right wrist. Thus, they slowly began to purge the toxins from his system, revealing 2 rows of ice-blue scales, signifying that the scales still possessed ample capacity to process the toxins. Rising to his feet, he walked approximately 100 meters before departing the fog-laden area. Before him loomed a towering city wall, exceeding 20 meters in height, with a massive entrance devoid of any passers-by or guards. From the entrance emanated an enigmatic black luminescence, exuding an air of mystery and terror. He stood still, gazing at the obsidian glow, hesitating momentarily, torn between curiosity and despair, before resolutely stepping forward towards the grand portal. As his body crossed the threshold of the radiant black light, a white glow traced the contours of his form. Subsequently, his body, along with the outline of the white light, vanished into the depths of the dark luminescence. Upon entering the city gate, he was met with the visage of a relatively primitive city. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the sparse population, pondering if this was the elusive sanctuary that Duality had pursued throughout his life. Nevertheless, Liu Mo felt no attachment to this city. Unintentionally glancing back, his body froze in astonishment. The entrance, which had radiated a black luminescence, had vanished, leaving behind an endless expanse of towering walls. Was he permitted entry but denied exit? Liu Mo exclaimed in astonishment. He then approached the city wall and lightly touched it, causing a potent toxin to instantly envelop his body, turning the scales on his right wrist jet black. Suddenly, his consciousness faded, and he collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, the 35 scales continued to flicker, relentlessly dissolving the poison within him. After a while, he gradually regained awareness. Just as his consciousness returned, a shocking scene made his body tremble once more. 2 extraordinarily muscular men, strikingly similar in appearance, had rushed to Liu Mo's side, one on each flank. Before he could react, his arms were swiftly seized and pulled behind him, rendering him unable to resist against their formidable grip and strength. "Brothers," What is the meaning of this? Liu Mo attempted to glance sideways at the two burly men to provide an explanation, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not see the individuals behind him. The two muscular figures remained fixated on the front, resembling beings devoid of thought. Could it be that they do not comprehend my words? Is it possible that the Douluo Continent harbors multiple languages for communication? Liu Mo, escorted with his head bowed, murmured to himself. As it was his first time arriving in this place, he was uncertain and offered no substantial resistance, merely following the two individuals who guided him forward. As he walked with his head lowered, he paid little heed to the surrounding city's appearance. However, from the periphery of his vision, he sensed a certain desolation permeating the area. After navigating a series of turns, the trio finally came to a halt, prompting Liu Mo to slightly raise his head. Before him lay a series of steps, and he yearned to glimpse the edifice at the summit. Yet, no matter how high he lifted his brow, the end remained elusive. Was it truly a half-grown child that had ventured into the city? Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated above him, yet it carried an unsettlingly shrill tone. Chapter 61. Sister, I wish to go outside. The voice above Liu Mo's head resonated, granting him a sense of relaxation. He understood the words spoken, alleviating his previous concerns about communication barriers, thereby resolving the misunderstanding that had loomed. The two burly men beside him, upon hearing this voice, immediately released their grip and bowed in reverence to the figure standing atop the stairs. It was at this moment that Liu Mo could finally straighten his posture, retract his arms, and begin to stretch his muscles while gazing upward at the source of the commanding voice. Before him stood the tallest edifice within the city of toxic mist. Rather than merely being the highest structure, it was elevated by its considerable foundation. From the level ground to the entrance of the building, there were a staggering 108 steps, which contributed to its impressive height. Atop these steps lay a platform spanning several dozen square meters, where the supreme leader seemed to issue commands. Behind the platform was a structure constructed of somewhat opulent timber, exuding a vintage charm. Upon the platform stood a woman, appearing to be in her 20s, with deep blue hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in form-fitting attire that accentuated her flawless figure. Her skin, reminiscent of milk, bore a slight translucence, while her azure eyes sparkled with a chilling glint that pierced directly towards Liu Mo below, revealing a hint of astonishment within that icy gaze. When Liu Mo's eyes met hers, a shiver coursed through him. He glanced at the two men beside him, who remained silent, their postures bent in deference, seemingly awaiting the woman's response. "Bring him in," she stated coldly, before turning on her heel and proceeding into the building. Upon hearing her command, the two muscular men immediately rose, their brows furrowing as they fixed their gaze upon Liu Mo. Liu Mo gazed at the two individuals, one of whom wore a stiff smile, before he ascended the steps independently. The woman, known as Ling Yin, was the ruler of this city, the sovereign of the Toxic Mist City. Throughout the ascent, the two men remained utterly silent, piquing Liu Mo's curiosity. However, as he climbed the entirety of the 108 steps, his intrigue regarding the two men dissipated. At that moment, all his focus was consumed by the arduous steps before him. The steep incline began to take its toll, and soon his legs trembled uncontrollably. He pondered the nature of this woman who deemed it necessary to construct such a lofty staircase before her abode. Did she not find it exhausting to traverse daily? Was her physique a result of constant stair climbing? Amidst his bewilderment, Liu Mo's breath quickened. Finally, as his weary legs reached the last step, he exhaled a heavy sigh. Turning to glance back, he beheld the steep ascent of 108 steps, which had already elevated him nearly 40 meters above the ground. He shook his head in resignation, utterly perplexed by the architectural design conceived by such a mind. Crossing the threshold, he entered a spacious and luminous hall, spanning 200 to 300 square meters. Surrounding the area were columns fashioned from entire tree trunks, reaching heights of over 30 meters to the ceiling. At the far end of the hall stood a blue and gold chair, upon which the woman now sat, leaving the rest of the space bare, resembling an indoor training ground. Liu Mo approached Ling Yin, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Sister, I too stumbled upon this place by mere chance." "Sister? Huh. I cannot even begin to fathom how many years older I am than you." Ling Yin erupted into laughter upon hearing Liu Mo's address, her striking azure eyes sparkling with delight. It is only natural for a woman to feel a surge of joy upon receiving such a title, particularly from someone so youthful. "Are you truly that old?" "Sister, I must confess, you hardly appear so. To me, you resemble a young lady in her 20s. Moreover, your fair, rosy complexion and impeccable figure only enhance that impression." Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, his body stiffened momentarily, but he quickly adorned his face with a radiant smile. After all, at that moment, Ling Yan exuded a similar aura, and he felt compelled to embellish his sentiments slightly, recognizing the significance of forging amicable relationships in this unfamiliar setting. However, before he could finish his statement, Ling Yan's expression darkened, and she abruptly interjected, "Silence. Should you utter another indiscretion, I shall ensure your fate mirrors theirs." Severing your tongue without hesitation. Liu Mo heard her voice become a cacophony, and her gaze sparkled with a chilling fury. Subsequently, he cast a perplexed glance at the two individuals beside him. At that moment, their greedy eyes roamed over Ling Yan, who sat elegantly in the resplendent blue and gold chair. "Do you two wish to part with your eyesight as well?" Ling Yan glared at them, her anger palpable. Upon hearing her words, both individuals jolted in unison and immediately lowered their heads, displaying an overt sense of trepidation towards her. Ling Yan harbored a profound aversion to any mention of her physique, for it had previously entangled her in countless troubles. "Pray tell, how did you come to this place? What is your purpose for being here?" The fleeting joy that had momentarily graced her features vanished in an instant, as a sinister azure light ignited in her eyes. Seemingly intent on annihilating Liu Mo believed he could cultivate a good relationship with Ling Yan, but unexpectedly, he faltered and inadvertently touched upon her wounds. At that moment, a sinister light struck Liu Mo's body, causing him to shudder slightly, leaving him at a loss for words. To claim he had wandered in by accident would be futile. Ling Yan was no fool. What kind of individual could penetrate the layers of toxic mist to enter the mist city? However, to speak the truth might inadvertently breach her boundaries. Observing her demeanor, he feared that angering her further could jeopardize his very existence. "Sister, please do not take offense. Such a reaction does not befit your beauty. If you wish to know how I arrived here, I am equally in the dark." At that moment, a force enveloped me, propelling me forward rapidly, ultimately leading me through various hues of mist until I found myself outside the city. Perhaps out of curiosity, I ventured inside, only to be subsequently brought here by these two gentlemen. Liu Mo furrowed her brows, her gaze imbued with sincerity and bewilderment, as she spoke of her apparent ignorance regarding how she had arrived in this place. However, for someone like Ling Yan, who inhabited a world of extraordinary energy, this explanation was both enigmatic and not overly exaggerated. Delving deeper into it held no significance, for the mysterious force at play was beyond her own understanding. Upon finishing his words, Liu Mo's heart began to leap with joy, reveling in the perfection of the lie he had woven. Yet his countenance betrayed not a hint of his elation. Indeed, his emotions remained inscrutable. The three individuals in the hall, upon hearing Liu Mo's remarks, exchanged glances filled with bewilderment. Each appeared to be pondering the origin of this enigmatic power, and within their confusion flickered a trace of fear. "Thus, I find myself here without any particular purpose. At this very moment, I simply yearn to discern a way to depart from this place." Upon witnessing the silence of the three, Liu Mo understood that his words had deterred them from probing further into his affairs. Thus, he revealed his genuine thoughts at that moment. "Leave this place? What a fantasy!" Upon hearing Liu Mo's declaration, Ling Yan's bewildered gaze instantly sharpened, her brow furrowing as she fixed a fierce look upon him. Chapter 62. Are the two soul sect members merely illusions? Liu Mo furrowed his brow upon hearing Ling Yan's words. Although he had been coerced by Duality Bo to come here, he could not afford to squander his life in this place. "Sister, I implore you. I truly wish to leave. There are numerous matters awaiting me outside. I am still so young, and I have yet to marry. I cannot possibly remain without a future." Despite the anger bubbling within him, he was acutely aware of his vulnerable position and, with a quick relaxation of his brow, adopted a pitiful demeanor as he pleaded. "I am much older than you, yet I am still unmarried. Why are you in such a rush?" Ling Yan's brow furrowed deeper as she fixed her gaze upon Liu Mo. What on earth is happening today? He thought to himself, bewildered by how his conversation had led him to discuss marriage with a woman of considerable age who remained single. "You wish to leave? You must first defeat the two of them," Ling Yan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Liu Mo beside her. Two burly men began to flex their muscles, a smirk curling at the corners of their mouths, clearly eager to unleash the pent-up frustration they had been harboring onto Liu Mo. After exchanging knowing glances, they smiled conspiratorially. Suddenly, a massive fist swung toward Liu Mo's head. Liu Mo noticed the exchange of glances between the two, but he did not anticipate the suddenness of their assault. Instantly, he crouched down, leaning his upper body backward to evade the powerful punch from the right. Yet, Before he could regain his balance, another heavy blow was launched toward him from the left. Liu Mo's peripheral vision caught sight of an impending attack from the left. In an instant, he propelled himself upward with his legs, allowing his leaning body to soar into the air. Accompanied by a graceful backflip, he landed smoothly on the ground. His agile evasion astonished the two burly men, igniting a flicker of anger in their eyes. Even Ling Yan, who observed from a distance, was taken aback. Such lightness of movement seemed utterly incongruous with his age. The two men not only bore striking similarities in appearance, but their expressions of furrowed brows mirrored each other with remarkable precision. Suddenly, radiant light began to emanate from beneath their feet as soul rings ascended, for in total for each of them, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Liu Mo gazed upon the soul rings of the two individuals, his body momentarily stiffening. With his current prowess, overcoming 2 soul masters, especially while they attacked in unison, seemed an exceedingly formidable challenge. Yet, what piqued his curiosity was the absence of visible martial spirits emanating from their robust forms. Could it be that their substantial physiques concealed martial spirits as diminutive as a needle, rendering them invisible to their adversaries? As Liu Mo remained lost in thought, 2 burly men simultaneously lunged towards him with impressive speed. The force behind their fists had significantly intensified since their earlier confrontation. To his surprise, the duel within the Poison Fog City relied heavily on sheer strength. The combined onslaught of their momentum generated a formidable current, which bore down upon Liu Mo with relentless power, while the terrifying force of their fists followed closely behind. Liu Mo found himself somewhat overwhelmed, his eyes emanating a pale blue light that surged from his brow to the crown of his head. The blue luminescence erupted, causing his body to swell as the dark golden Titan Emperor manifested. The colossal martial spirit astonished the 2 burly men charging towards him, their expressions momentarily betraying their surprise, though it was fleeting. The 3 soul rings that circled Liu Mo's form elicited their astonishment not due to their colors of 1 yellow and 2 purple, but rather because he had ascended to the rank of soul venerable. As he unleashed his martial spirit and soul rings, his fists were already raised before him. With no other recourse, Liu Mo braced himself to withstand the combined onslaught of the 2 formidable opponents. Boom! As Liu Mo unleashed his punches, his fists became enveloped in vivid purple arcs of electricity, an effort to amplify his own strength. A thunderous sound erupted, immediately followed by a brilliant flash of purple light, accompanied by the crackling noise of colliding electric arcs. His body began to slide backward for a distance of 4 or 5 meters. Meanwhile, the 2 burly men in front of him started to emit the same crackling sounds of electric arcs, their bodies trembling slightly. However, this strike was far from the overwhelming force Liu Mo had envisioned. Even a soul master, despite the unique longevity of their soul rings, would find it challenging to contend against 2 soul elders simultaneously. Could it be that their martial spirits were rather feeble? Liu Mo's eyes sparkled with confusion as he exclaimed in astonishment. With that, Liu Mo resolved to confront the 2 members of the soul sect. Ice Mountain Heavy Hammer. Liu Mo's eyes flickered as he initiated his assault. The hammer-like iceberg locked onto a target, and in that moment, his hands emanated a fiery brilliance. He bellowed once more, Earth's magma. Just as the chilling aura encroached upon them, a resounding voice followed. Boom, boom. One target had just broken free from the icy grip, and fissures in the ground had already opened beneath his feet. The earth split apart, and magma erupted in columnar bursts. Given their proximity, both were caught in the onslaught of Earth's magma. The torment from the assault of the iceberg had yet to manifest, only to be swiftly followed by the searing agony of the molten rock. The burly man had collapsed, his eyes now brimming with rage, his face etched with suffering. The intense heat from another source also inflicted immense pain upon him. Could it be that these 2 were mere illusions of the soul sect? Liu Mo gazed at the assault directed towards the 2 men, astonished by the extent of the damage inflicted. At that moment, Ling Yan's cerulean eyes were also filled with perplexity. She had not anticipated that someone so young as Liu Mo could wield such formidable power. In her recollection, she believed herself to be the sole individual capable of subduing the 2 before her in this city. It was unexpected that they would find themselves in such a dire predicament at the hands of Liu Mo. Although they had not unleashed their true strength, one would expect that dealing with someone of such tender years would be a trivial endeavor. It seemed that the 2 burly men had underestimated their opponent, failing to comprehend the magnitude of Liu Mo's strength and the damage he could inflict. As the searing damage subsided, one of the men assisted the other to his feet, and they exchanged a knowing nod. Liu Mo, witnessing their malevolent exchange of glances, felt a twinge of anxiety within. Deep down, He was acutely aware that what he had just displayed was far from the full extent of a soul master's capabilities. Yet he remained oblivious to the true nature of their martial souls. Contemplating this, Liu Mo did not allow himself a moment of complacency. His brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon the two imposing figures before him, unwilling to blink for fear of missing any hint of their martial soul's revelation. Suddenly, the two men turned their fierce eyes upon Liu Mo, sending a chill down his spine. In an instant, their eyes gleamed with a sinister black light, simultaneously emanating a dark mist. This obsidian glow spread throughout their bodies as they clasped hands together. In a heartbeat, their forms were enveloped by the black light, and the protective aura began to merge. In that fleeting moment, they vanished into the depths of the shadowy radiance. Before Liu Mo, the dark light resembled a swirling mass of shadow, enveloping the two individuals in a shroud. Within this luminous barrier, crisp sounds echoed, akin to the reconfiguration or regeneration of bones. Yet, within this abyss of darkness, Liu Mo sensed an overwhelming aura of peril and an insistent bloodlust. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated as the black barrier shattered, transforming into a wisp of thin black smoke that dissipated into the air. Chapter 63. The Soul Manifestation Post-Fusion. The sound of the black barrier exploding jolted Liu Mo, who was entirely absorbed in concentration. At that moment, the two formidable men before him merged into a singular entity. Although their appearance remained unchanged, their physique appeared even more robust, adorned by a colossal black spider. The spider, with its immense 8 legs, exuded an unfathomable strength, and the arcane patterns shimmering with a purplish hue on its body suggested an extreme venomous nature. However, what astonished Liu Mo even more was the transformation of the 4 soul rings that circled around him, which had now evolved into 1 yellow and 3 purple. Could it be that this individual possesses 3,000-year soul rings, marking them as a soul master? Liu Mo beheld a formidable figure ahead. Momentarily stunned, he uttered in astonishment. Uncertain of the circumstances unfolding, the scene before him was undeniably tangible. At that moment, the imposing aura emanating from the robust man bore down on Liu Mo with an oppressive force. Suddenly, the man's eyes flickered with a malevolent glint, a dark radiance that inflicted a sharp pain upon Liu Mo. In that fleeting instant, a pool of black liquid materialized beneath his feet, reminiscent of venom ejected by a spider. This sinister substance appeared silently and without warning, evading any perception. As the venom pooled, the ground emitted a hissing sound, as if the very earth were on the verge of being consumed. Alongside this sound, tendrils of black smoke wafted from the liquid. A mere breath allowed him to feel the overwhelming toxins infiltrating his body, swiftly inducing a sensation of suffocation. Additionally, the scales on his right wrist had turned an ominous shade of black. Liu Mo, fueled by the remnants of his will, leapt into the air. However, as his body departed from the ground, his consciousness began to fade into a haze. In midair, he succumbed to oblivion, his eyelids gently closing. Thud. Unconscious, Liu Mo crashed to the ground. At that moment, the burly man curled his lips into a triumphant smirk, and with a swift dive, unleashed a terrifying force towards Liu Mo's stop. At that instant, Ling Yan's voice rang out from a distance. Upon hearing her command, the burly man halted his advance, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of reluctance, for he had long been denied an outlet for his rage. Leave him with a complete corpse, Ling Yan stated coldly, rising promptly to depart. Meanwhile, the burly man, who had merged with his martial spirit, retracted it. In that fleeting moment, another figure emerged from his body, identical to him. The two cast a disdainful glance at the motionless Liu Mo, then exchanged a faint smile, devoid of any aura. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Ling Yan reached the doorway, a series of coughs echoed within the hall. This sound caused everyone present to freeze in place, their gazes filled with confusion as they slowly turned to Liu Mo. They observed him stirring slightly, gradually regaining consciousness. Fortunately, he had chosen to leap away the moment the venom appeared beneath his feet. Had he lingered even a second longer, the detoxifying effect of his scales might not have saved him. After all, such potent poison necessitated a process of neutralization. Liu Mo's entire body was not entirely impervious to the toxin. It was merely the scales that mitigated its effects. Should the toxin prove too powerful or the quantity too great, a longer duration would be required, yet his organs might not endure the weight. The two burly men exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, their eyes radiating a murderous intent as they approached Liu Mo once more. Take him to my room, Ling Yan commanded. observing the two men as they advanced toward Liu Mo, halting their actions. Having survived the earlier battle, perhaps this was fate, and she decided to keep him. After all, as a woman, she too had faced bullying upon her arrival in the toxic Mist City, but her strength had allowed her to rise to her current status. The two burly men hesitated momentarily. Though reluctant, they dared not defy the command of the city lord. The two individuals supported Liu Mo as they descended the 108 steps, making their way towards Ling Yan's abode. Observing Liu Mo's recent predicament, Ling Yan couldn't help but reminisce about her own arrival in this place, prompting a deep sigh. She stepped outside, standing atop the towering steps, gazing into the distance. The vast expanse of the city revealed a plethora of landscapes, forests, hills, ponds, and rivers, all present in abundance. Yet, the inhabitants remained unable to venture beyond this confined region. A few days later, within Ling Yan's dwelling, she inquired with concern, "Young man, have you fully regained your strength?" As she observed Liu Mo moving about freely. Although Liu Mo possesses the ability to detoxify through his scales, the potency of the poison here was exceedingly strong, and the time taken to neutralize it was somewhat prolonged, resulting in some harm to his body. However, after a few days of recuperation, he has made a complete recovery without any lingering effects. Yet, the mere recollection of the poisoning incident sends chills down his spine, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. With just a gentle breath, he narrowly escaped the brink of death. "Sister, my name is Liu Mo, but you may call me Xiao Mo. What is your name?" Liu Mo appeared eager to forge a connection with Ling Yan. Thus, even if escape proved impossible, he would have a source of support here. Ling Yan gazed at the young lad, who consistently addressed her as sister, and a faint smile grazed her lips as she resignedly replied, "My name is Ling Yan. It would be more appropriate if you refrained from calling me sister in the future." Although her words suggested otherwise, a flicker of joy danced within her heart. After all, she had grown weary of the incessant company of two burly men with identical features and grotesque visages. The arrival of this charming young boy provided a welcome respite. "If I cannot call you sister, then I shall address you as Sister Ling Yan," he declared. Liu Mo appeared remarkably skilled at charming women of such youthful appearance, his tone markedly different from the casual banter he employed with younger girls. The utterance of Ling Yan from his lips caused her to momentarily freeze, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed. It had been a considerable time since anyone had called her by that name. Had Liu Mo not taken the initiative to inquire, she might have never revealed it again. "Sister Ling Yan, what troubles you?" Liu Mo gazed at her dazed expression, filled with a sense of confusion, uncertain whether he had inadvertently crossed her boundaries once again. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just been a long time since anyone has called me by that name." Ling Yan, upon hearing Liu Mo's inquiry, immediately regained her composure. She then looked at Liu Mo with a forced smile, as if her heart bore the weight of many unspoken matters. Sister Ling Yan, from now on, someone will call out this name every day, and that person will be me." Liu Mo's indescribable gaze, directed towards Ling Yan, enveloped her in a wave of warmth. In turn, Liu Mo discerned this sentiment reflected in her eyes. He realized that his approach was proving effective, and after spending some time in Ling Yan's company, he might unravel all the mysteries of this place, including the means to depart from it. Contemplating this, a smile graced his lips, one that belied his tender age. Chapter 64. The beauty unveiled by Sister Ling Yan. After sharing some time together, Liu Mo frequently addressed her as Sister Ling Yan, which made her feel as though he truly was her little brother. Meanwhile, Ling Yan, who had long held back her thoughts, finally found a confidant to whom she could unburden her heart. In the quiet city, beneath the inky night sky adorned with twinkling stars, their connection deepened further. Liu Mo and Ling Yan sat upon the steps beneath the eaves, engaged in a profound conversation late into the night, often delving into the depths of their concealed emotions. "Xiao Mo, speak candidly. What is your true purpose for coming here?" Ling Yan's eyes sparkled with a cerulean light, yet her gaze softened with a sense of tranquility. She no longer cared about his real intentions, for she believed that Liu Mo would not bring her harm. However, given his various behaviors, she had long ceased to trust his previous assertions. At this moment, Liu Mo had firmly grasped the thigh, alleviating many of his concerns. He let out a soft sigh and recounted the series of events that had led him to this place, to Ling Yan. However, he seemed entirely unfamiliar with the renowned title of Duality, the poisoned Douluo. Perhaps when she arrived, Duality had yet to achieve fame, or they might simply belong to different eras. Of course, upon hearing Liu Mo's words, A hint of compassion flickered in Ling Yan's eyes, surprised that someone so young had been driven to such extremes. Yet, reflecting on Duality, she found it almost laughable. While there undeniably existed a rare and potent poison in this realm, it was not a place for cultivating toxic substances. To Ling Yan, this place felt like a veritable hell on earth. Sister Ling Yan, how did you come to be here? Liu Mo turned to Ling Yan and inquired. Ling Yan pressed her lips together, slowly rising to walk into the open space before Liu Mo. She gazed up at the starry sky, sighed softly, and said, "Let me share with you the tale of my past. Once, I could be considered a prodigy in cultivation, in the prime of my youth. I had already attained the level of soul Douluo. It is said that this place is the most toxic on earth, which is why I ventured here." A glimmer of pride sparkled in Ling Yan's eyes as she reflected on her former self, a faint smile gracing her lips. She continued, "I lack the peculiar attachments you possess. I relied solely on my own body to withstand the layers of poisonous mist. My martial soul is also of the poison type, and the venom within me is far more potent than the toxic fog, rendering this place no real threat to me." Upon hearing this, Liu Mo's body stiffened, for he had not anticipated that the enchanting Ling Yan possessed a martial soul even more potent than the venomous mist. At such a tender age, she had already ascended to the rank of a soul Douluo. However, considering the strength of the two burly men, whose toxins surpassed that of the mist, it was evident that they were no ordinary beings, as their gazes towards Ling Yan were tinged with both greed and fear. Ling Yan, observing Liu Mo's astonished expression, offered a faint smile and remarked, "There is no need for your astonishment. How could one maintain such beauty without the necessity of poison? When I first entered this city, it was rife with bloodshed. Within these walls reside both those who have grown up here and newcomers. Only the strongest of the strong can gain entry, for otherwise one cannot withstand the toxicity. Those who enter from outside find themselves trapped, gradually succumbing to restlessness and despair, resulting in continuous conflict within the city. Though the exterior may now seem sparsely populated, it appears that the inhabitants manage to live in relative order." Liu Mo listened to Ling Yan's description of the poison fog city, which differed greatly from his own observations, and he inquired with a hint of perplexity. This discrepancy could be attributed to the two mute individuals. Do not be deceived by their mere soul master rank. Their unique martial souls limit their cultivation to that level. However, their strength far exceeds that of an ordinary soul master. You have witnessed their martial soul, known as the twin poison spider kings. This is an exceptionally rare martial soul, and its inheritors must be fraternal twins. The term twins signifies that only when they unite can they reveal the true essence of their martial soul. Ling Yan narrowed her eyes slightly, a blue glimmer flashing within, as if she had once suffered from their poisonous onslaught. Liu Mo, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. He had never encountered such a peculiar martial soul before. Their fusion is not merely a combination of soul ring years. The power they unleash is comparable to that of a soul sage, and it can even reach the level of a soul Douluo. You have also witnessed the silent, yet deadly skill they executed upon merging, laden with venom so potent that even a titled Douluo, lacking a means to counteract their poison, would fall prey to it at once. In such a situation, one could only expend soul power to expel the toxins, and failing to do so completely would inevitably lead to a dire fate. Ling Yan elaborated on the capabilities of the two burly men, while Liu Mo shuddered at the revelation, realizing just how fearsome his adversaries were. He felt fortunate not to have lingered in the venom for even a second longer and grateful for Ling Yan's timely intervention. Otherwise, he would have met with a dire misfortune. "Yet their poison holds little significance for me," Ling Yan remarked, tilting her head gently, a smirk gracing her lips, exuding an air of pride. At that moment, she appeared like an enchanting young girl, and although Liu Mo felt a twinge of confusion, his gaze was already captivated by her presence. "My martial soul is the Blue Seal King. In terms of toxicity, only the walls of this city surpass my own." Upon finishing her statement, a playful smile emerged, revealing two charming dimples on her fair visage. She then raised her arms above her head, crossing her wrists, and spun around gracefully. Her azure eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a towering octopus, over 2 meters in height, manifested, its robust tentacles and body adorned with vibrant blue rings. Liu Mo was utterly captivated by Ling Yan's graceful and delicate turn, his gaze fixed upon her, seemingly oblivious to the martial soul that resided within her. Ling Yan chose to reveal her martial soul in this manner to showcase her enchanting figure before Liu Mo. She cast a gentle smile in his direction, her dimples deepening charmingly. Suddenly, Liu Mo felt as though he had been struck by the vivid blue rings adorning the body of the blue-ringed octopus. He immediately regained his focus, gazing at Ling Yan's martial soul, which evoked a sense of familiarity within him. He tilted his head slightly, lost in contemplation. The blue-ringed octopus. Yes, it bore a striking resemblance to the appearance of the blue-ringed octopus. Liu Mo gazed at her martial soul in astonishment, recognizing it as one of the highly toxic species he had encountered in his previous life. No wonder her toxicity was so formidable. It turned out her martial soul was an exceedingly venomous entity. Immediately thereafter, a series of soul rings began to rise beneath her feet. The shimmering soul rings seemed to illuminate the surroundings even further, comprising a total of 8. 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black. Liu Mo's gaze gradually transformed into one of avarice, while he observed the number of soul rings adorning her physique, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Ling Yan regarded Liu Mo with a subtle smile, as if she were astounded that he had already achieved his objective. Sister Ling Yan, are you still a soul Douluo? Liu Mo recalled that she had previously mentioned her arrival here marked her transformation into a soul master, yet her physical form still exhibited 8 soul rings. Having come to this place, she had lost her desire for cultivation. Ling Yan pursed her lips and spoke softly. She continued, Sister, I have been in the city for only a few years, yet the entire place has been unified by 2 mute individuals. I never intended to become the lord of this city. However, as Ling Yan recounted the scene that filled her with resentment, she hesitated. Chapter 65. The young man's profound understanding. Although Ling Yan's earlier demeanor seemed to reveal her beauty before Liu Mo, her words now came forth with difficulty, as if they were not suitable for a child to hear. Liu Mo's eager gaze was fixed upon Ling Yan, his eyes unblinking, as if urging her to speak more swiftly. They had seized the city, and now they sought to claim the women here. Alas, you remain utterly oblivious. Let us not dwell on that matter. Upon finishing her words, Ling Yan felt a faint blush bloom upon her cheeks, instantly silencing herself. Sister Ling Yan, please continue. I understand, I truly comprehend. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo furrowed his brows slightly, and replied with a tone tinged with urgency. The young people outside truly possess a remarkable understanding. Ling Yan cast a sidelong glance at Liu Mo before continuing. Of course, I too reside within the city. How could I possibly yield to someone of such unremarkable appearance? In a fit of anger, I subdued the 2 of them. However, they continued to utter words that were best left unspoken, so I severed their tongues. From that moment on, I became the lord of this city. Yet, perhaps I acted prematurely, for I still do not know their names. With a soft chuckle, Ling Yan then adopted the demeanor of a young girl. At that moment, it was unclear whether this was her true nature, fully unraveled before Liu Mo, or merely an act. Nonetheless, her appearance and demeanor bore the essence of a young maiden. Liu Mo gazed at the enchanting Ling Yan before him, uncertain of her true age, yet acutely aware that inquiring about it could lead to an irreparable rupture in their relationship. Sister Ling Yan, have you never considered venturing outside? Liu Mo pondered for a moment, gradually gravitating towards the answers he sought. In your words, I haven't even married, so why wouldn't I want to go out? Yet, I find myself unable to. After Ling Yan spoke, she sighed softly and returned to sit beside Liu Mo. Through Ling Yan's gaze and demeanor, Liu Mo sensed that her words bore a semblance of truth. Suddenly, a wave of helplessness and despair began to rise within him, and this time, he did not suppress it. It was plainly evident on his face. The 2 sat in silence for a long while, neither uttering a word. Do you truly wish to go out? Ling Yan abruptly shattered the stillness, her expression grave as she gazed at Liu Mo's sister Ling Yan. Do you have a solution? Upon hearing his words, Liu Mo immediately fixed an excited gaze upon her and inquired. I have no choice. I understand how to escape. Ling Yan replied with an expressionless demeanor. At that moment, her heart wavered, uncertain whether she should divulge this information to him. Nevertheless, since Liu Mo was now a member of Poison Fog City, the decision rested solely upon his own judgment. What should I do? At this moment, Liu Mo's heart brimmed with joy. He was certain that by clinging to this influential figure, his escape was assured. However, he refrained from revealing his inner feelings on his face. Ling Yan took a deep breath, seemingly engaged in a final struggle. After expelling all the foul air from her chest, she spoke. Within the city, there lies a lake. Its area modest, yet its waters crystal clear. If one can withstand the toxins within, they may find a way to depart from here. Yet, to my recollection, no one has ever emerged alive from those waters. Consequently, no one has successfully left this city. The toxicity there exceeds that of my own poison by an unknown margin. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Liu Mo furrowed his brows slightly, once again lost in contemplation. If what Ling Yan had said were indeed true, then his contact with the lake's waters would undoubtedly lead to his demise. At this moment, it seemed rather challenging for Liu Mo to make an immediate decision. Sister Ling Yan, I wish to visit that place tomorrow. Liu Mo's countenance was somber as he gazed into Ling Yan's brilliant azure eyes, seemingly beseeching her. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, she furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him for a moment before gradually nodding and softly murmuring in agreement. The following dawn, Ling Yan led Liu Mo southward towards the city. In the midst of economic desolation, the area was sparsely populated, devoid of any carriage services, necessitating that all journeys be undertaken on foot. The pair walked for nearly half a day, arriving near a serene lake, within a 300-meter radius of the shore. Not a single blade of grass thrived, resembling a barren wasteland. However, approximately 500 meters away stood a towering tree, its trunk a rare shade of yellow and over 10 meters in circumference. Its lush canopy extended over 700 meters in radius, partially shading the surface of the lake. Ling Yan brought Liu Mo to a halt about 100 meters from the shore, her brow slightly furrowed. This shall suffice, she declared. Beyond this point, you may be in grave danger. Liu Mo too sensed an ominous, oppressive aura encroaching upon him. The water was crystalline and transparent, allowing a clear view of the lakebed at close range, yet it betrayed no signs of life. The reason for such potent toxicity remained a mystery, and the ferocity of the poison provided no opportunity for human inquiry. Those who dared to approach were often met with death. Ling Yan picked up a stone from the ground and, with a forceful throw, cast it into the lake. To Liu Mo's astonishment, the stone struck the water's surface without causing even the slightest ripple. Instead, it instantly transformed into a dense vapor, dissipating into the air. Liu Mo gazed ahead, his body trembling at the sight before him. What kind of corrosive power could achieve such devastation? Do you still wish to attempt an escape from this place? Ling Yan inquired, her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded Liu Mo. Yet, Liu Mo's eyes remained fixated on the surface of the lake, seemingly oblivious to Ling Yan's words. His gaze filled with a hint of reluctance. Sister Ling Yan, do you possess any alternative solutions? Liu Mo seemed to have just regained his composure. His eyes filled with a hint of panic as he gazed into Ling Yan's striking azure orbs. For those unaccustomed to the use of poison, their instinctive reaction upon being poisoned is to expel it. However, for those well-versed in the art of toxins, expelling the poison is not the most effective method. It not only depletes one's spiritual energy but also proves challenging to eradicate completely, as it involves the transfer of the toxin. By shifting the poison contained within the body to an object unrelated to it, one can swiftly prevent the toxins from invading the body. Ling Yan looked at Liu Mo and spoke. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Mo exclaimed in astonishment, "Soul bone. Indeed, your scales appear to belong to the class of soul bones. You might consider experimenting with them, as they possess the remarkable ability to neutralize toxins. This way, the scales could actively absorb the toxins within your body, transforming them into a substance you willingly provide. The excess could be transferred to the scales, allowing them to process it at their own pace. Perhaps, in this manner, a glimmer of hope may still remain." Ling Yan, with her exquisite features turned towards Liu Mo, earnestly articulated her insights. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, her previously frantic gaze began to ease somewhat. Of course, I was referring to methods for addressing other toxins. As for the toxins in this lake, it remains uncertain whether they can be neutralized in such a manner. At least there have been attempts in the past. Yet they ended in utter devastation. What sets you apart from them is that your soul bone possesses the ability to detoxify. This will alleviate some of the burden on you. However, I cannot ascertain the extent of its effectiveness. Ling Yan furrowed her brow slightly, cautioning Liu Mo with a hint of concern in her eyes, for what she spoke of was merely a trial, and she had witnessed countless lives lost in similar endeavors. Chapter 66, Sister, I wish to try. Liu Mo, who had just begun to feel a glimmer of hope, found Ling Yan's words to cast a shadow of uncertainty over his spirits once more. The relief he had just experienced was still fresh. Yet he pressed his lips together and gazed at Ling Yan, saying, "Sister Ling Yan, I wish to try." "Very well, from tomorrow onwards. We shall train your scales' detoxification abilities," Ling Yan replied before turning to head toward the center of the city. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo exhibited a look of perplexity, seemingly struggling to comprehend what Ling Yan was articulating. He promptly followed up with an inquiry, "Sister Ling Yan, Is it possible to train and enhance the detoxification capabilities of the scales? Theoretically, your scales possess detoxifying properties. If one were to gradually increase the amount of toxins from low to high, allowing them to adapt incrementally, it should indeed expedite the detoxification process, thereby augmenting your body's resistance to toxins. From previous observations, it is evident that they can neutralize nearly all toxins, yet the speed occasionally fails to keep pace, resulting in a rapid influx of toxins that can lead to accumulation and consequent poisoning. If we could significantly enhance the detoxification speed, even the most potent toxins would fail to impact you adversely. As she walked, Ling Yin continued to elucidate her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope and inquired, "How long will it take? A few months? A year or two? Perhaps even decades? Or it may prove utterly futile." Ling Yin continued to gaze ahead, responding with a detached calmness, though within her heart she herself was uncertain whether her assistance would genuinely aid Liu Mo's escape or lead him to his demise. As Liu Mo absorbed the ambiguity of the timeline, he felt a heaviness in his body. It appeared that everything hinged upon his own fortune. When they returned to Ling Yin's abode, the sky had become a tapestry of stars. Although they slept in separate rooms, both were ensnared by a shared anxiety, unable to find solace in slumber. At the break of dawn, Liu Mo awoke early, seated on the steps beneath the eaves, lost in contemplation. He was oblivious to the methods Ling Yin would employ to train him, nor could he ascertain their efficacy or the duration required to achieve the desired outcomes. "You rise quite early. Haven't slept well, I presume?" Ling Yin, already adorned and prepared, emerged outdoors and, upon spotting Liu Mo sitting alone, offered a gentle smile, as if to alleviate the weight of his worries. Liu Mo merely gazed at her enchanting visage, a faint smile gracing his lips, though the trepidation within him remained unresolved. "Let us depart," Ling Yin declared, stretching her limbs outdoors with a languid yawn, then turning to Liu Mo with a gentle smile. It seemed he had been awaiting her cue, for he sprang to his feet, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety as he followed Ling Yin towards the edifice with 108 steps. Upon ascending the staircase, Liu Mo found himself slightly breathless, while Ling Yin appeared entirely accustomed to such exertion, showing no signs of fatigue, perhaps indicative of the physical prowess befitting a warrior. Entering the hall, Ling Yin's countenance swiftly returned to its customary demeanor. The cerulean light cast a chill as she addressed the two burly men. "From this day forth, you shall employ the venom of your twin poison spider kings to assist him in his training, ensuring the toxicity is regulated to avoid lethal consequences, gradually increasing the potency." The men exchanged reluctant glances, their faces revealing a hint of dissent, yet they could not defy Ling Yin's formidable presence. Ling Yin strode towards the azure and gold seat at the far end, leaning against it for a moment before succumbing to slumber, perhaps revealing that she, too, had not rested well the previous night. The two hulking figures regarded Liu Mo with a sly smile, their expressions taking on an unsettling quality. However, Liu Mo understood that under Ling Yin's influence, they would not dare to harm him. As they approached Liu Mo, their eyes glimmered with an ominous sheen. The light began to envelop their bodies as they clasped hands, merging into a singular entity, at which point a twin poison spider king manifested before Liu Mo. In silence, a pool of black venom reappeared beneath his feet, this time lacking the ferocity of the previous encounter. Just as he felt a suffocating sensation creeping upon him, the toxins ceased to escalate. At that moment, Liu Mo's right wrist bore scales, with only the final row partially untouched by the inky hue, indicating that the scales were not operating at full capacity, thus preventing any residual toxins within his body. Nevertheless, the sensation of the venom coursing through him was profoundly unsettling. Yet, as per Ling Yin's words, enduring this ordeal was the sole path to escape. In a brief span, Liu Mo's brow furrowed, his lips parting ever so slightly, his barely bared pearly teeth clenched tightly. The color of the scales on his right wrist began to alleviate slightly, while the potency of the toxins within him surged. Meanwhile, the burly man wore a peculiar grin, seemingly relishing Liu Mo's discomfort. Suddenly, Liu Mo sensed a sharp increase in toxicity. The ice-blue scales on his wrist had turned fully black, their flickering frequency escalating. His breath quickened, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. In an instant, it seemed almost impossible to withstand the onslaught of this toxin. His features contorted with agony, and his teeth ground together, emitting a grating sound. At that moment, the burly man's lips curled into a broader smirk, as if this were a deliberate act on his part. Ling Yin had assured him of his safety, but had never stipulated that he could not endure suffering. The pressure he exerted was perfectly calibrated. Too much could prove fatal, while too little would alleviate the pain. Moreover, he had willingly chosen to be the target of this venom, a decision sanctioned by Ling Yin. Finally, he could unleash the pent-up emotions that had been restrained for so many years. During the reign of his brotherhood, they had relished the torment of others. Yet, after Ling Yan's intervention, such indulgences had been forbidden. Their last opportunity had been abruptly curtailed before they could fully enjoy it. This time, however, he intended to savor the experience thoroughly. In his quest to adequately train the scales on his right wrist, Liu Mo refrained from utilizing even a modicum of soul power, allowing toxins to infiltrate his body without resistance. Increase the toxin, he was urged. Little Mo. Attempt to channel the toxins within you into your scales. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, and he was startled to discover Ling Yin had appeared beside the burly man who was tormenting him. The unexpected sound caused the man to tremble, nearly losing control of his grip. As Ling Yan's words resonated, Liu Mo felt the toxins within him surge, overwhelming his nearly collapsing form. He promptly focused his soul power, gathering the toxins into his meridians, then sealing them within his blood vessels. As the blood coursed through him, he directed the toxins towards the area beneath his scales. With the ebb and flow of his soul power, the sealed toxins seeped through flesh and blood into the scales. Chapter 67. The Poison of the Blue Seal King. The minuscule amount of toxin, guided by his soul power, was forced into the scales. Though his body ached with agony, a faint smile graced his lips. Even though he had only succeeded in transferring a slight amount of toxin to the scales, this signified the viability of his method. With diligent practice, he anticipated significant breakthroughs in the future. Day after day, Liu Mo persevered through nearly 6 months of torment from the toxins invading his body. His achievements during this time were indeed remarkable. You too, should you continue to gaze at Sister Ling Yin with such eyes, beware, for I shall pluck them from their sockets. At this moment, Liu Mo no longer felt the previous trepidation towards the two burly men. After speaking, a peculiar smile curled upon his lips. The two men appeared momentarily dazed. Should this voice reach Ling Yan's ears, neither would meet a favorable fate. Their brows furrowed slightly, and a glimmer of murderous intent emerged in their eyes. Yet, they were acutely aware that Ling Yan forbade them from acting harshly towards Liu Mo, a command they dared not defy. Their eyes gleamed with a dark brilliance, and in an instant, they merged once more. The highly toxic venom reappeared beneath Liu Mo's feet, yet the strange smile upon his face showed no signs of fading. As the toxin assaulted his body, he found it unnecessary to transfer it to his scales. The detoxification speed of his right wrist scales alone was sufficient to neutralize it in an instant. The scales simultaneously emitted a brilliant azure light, yet their hue remained unchanged. Liu Mo felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his current ability to detoxify, though he found the duration of the training rather prolonged. Excellent. The venom of the Gemini Poison Spider King no longer holds any sway over you. Suddenly, a gentle voice floated in from a distance, drawing the gaze of everyone present. Today, Ling Yin was particularly enchanting in her attire, and the now unified strongman gazed at her with a hint of yearning. Liu Mo then let out a soft hum, a gentle reminder to them. If Ling Yin had witnessed that expression just now, it would have been quite a different story. The burly man immediately regained his composure and bowed respectfully to Ling Yin. Sister Ling Yin, have I succeeded? Liu Mo, filled with excitement, rushed towards Ling Yin, seizing her arm and leaning slightly to gaze intently into her eyes as he inquired. At that moment, Liu Mo had grown significantly taller than Ling Yin. One could easily mistake him for a fully grown man based solely on his physique. Conversely, Ling Yin, who had never encountered such experiences, looked up at Liu Mo with an indescribable feeling. It was quite striking to see a woman of indeterminate age reveal a hint of shyness. Sister Ling Yin? Liu Mo gazed at Ling Yin, who stood there in a daze, and gently shook her body. Oh, although the venom of the twin venom spiders has no effect on you, it does not imply that you should dare to experiment. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, the excitement on his face instantly faded, and his eyes fixated on her fair and delicate visage, as if he had entered a deep contemplation. The following morning, Liu Mo and Ling Yin stepped out of the house. From today onward, I shall train you in the art of detoxification, she declared. With that, a flicker danced in her deep blue eyes. Her azure hair, cascading behind her, erupted into a myriad of strands, gently floating and swaying in the breeze. The blue light emanating from her eyes began to spread throughout her body, and as she became enveloped in the radiant deep blue aura, a blue seal king materialized. The prominent blue halo surrounding the blue seal king began to pulse in synchrony. At that moment, two luminous blue rings appeared in the palms of Ling Yan's hands, perfectly filling her palms. The sinister blue gaze radiated a powerful light, locking onto Liu Mo, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Almost immediately, the two blue rings flickered and, like copies birthed from a brilliant halo, soared from her palms into the air. Ling Yan's delicate brows twitched slightly as the rings surged towards Liu Mo, seemingly guided by her will. As they approached him, the two blue rings expanded, merging into a deeper hue before they reached Liu Mo, encircling his body. The speed was so swift that Liu Mo barely had any time to react, and the blue rings had already ensnared him. As the merging rings enveloped him, he sensed an overwhelming aura drawing near, yet under Ling Yan's control, it caused no disturbance to his soul force. However, the ensuing sense of suffocation proved nearly unbearable. A potent toxin began to assail his body. In an instant, the scales on his right wrist transformed into a dark blue hue, while his lips deepened in color. With a slight furrow of his brows, he cast a pained glance at Ling Yan. The blue light emanating from Ling Yan's sinister eyes seemed to obscure her gaze, rendering Liu Mo incapable of discerning her expression. "This is my poison. I can now release it at its most restrained strength. You must endure," Ling Yan stated impassively. She understood that the twin poison Spider King's toxin held no effect on Liu Mo, yet her own poison was not something he could easily withstand. Even with her training, the path to leave the city remained far from complete. Ling Yan's blue rings differed from the toxin released by the twin poison Spider King in their method of attack. The toxin was area-based, allowing for evasion of sustained damage, while her blue rings possessed a locking mechanism. Once a target was ensnared, evasion became impossible. Yet, at this moment, Liu Mo showed no inclination to escape. His lips had turned a deep blue, and his visage had taken on an azure tint. The toxins released by the blue-ringed octopus have yet to cease, though their intensity has remained unchanged. At this moment, Liu Mo began to experience a gradual shortness of breath. Suddenly, an idea struck him: to force the poison towards his scales. He immediately channeled his soul power, and in an instant, the excess toxins within him were driven into the scales on his right wrist. His body experienced an immediate relief, akin to having something that obstructed his nostrils and mouth suddenly removed. He began to breathe rapidly, appearing somewhat greedy as he attempted to inhale every bit of air surrounding him. However, with each hurried breath, the toxins continued to infiltrate his body without respite. Soon, the suffocating sensation returned once more. He quickly activated his soul power again to transfer the toxins. Unbeknownst to him, he had repeated this cycle countless times, and at this point, his soul power was nearly depleted. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, and his consciousness began to blur. Perhaps it was the effect of the toxins within him, or perhaps it was a manifestation of his physical exhaustion, unable to withstand the relentless assault of the venom. Liu Mo's body began to tremble slightly, and his lips nearly turned black. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 68. Are you serious about playing with me? At the instant Liu Mo fell, Ling Yan retracted the luminous halo. She swiftly approached him, bending down to examine his condition, though Liu Mo lay on the ground. He was largely unharmed. She exhaled in relief, dispelling her earlier concern about having misjudged the situation. Despite his unconscious state, Liu Mo retained some awareness. As Ling Yan exhaled, the fragrance emanating from her body wafted to Liu Mo's face. The invigorating scent instantly coaxed him back to consciousness, and as he blinked awake, a hint of clarity returned to his gaze. Looking at Ling Yan, he managed a faint smile. "Sister Ling Yan, I am fine." Liu Mo seemed to sense Ling Yan's concern as he spoke softly. "Let us conclude for today. You should rest well. Training for resistance and detoxification against toxins cannot be accomplished in a short time." Ling Yan appeared to respond with a faint smile. Yet her hazy gaze rendered her expression somewhat obscured. She leaned closer, aiding him to rise. The intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her invigorated him. But his exhausted body ultimately succumbed to weakness. Ling Yan assisted Liu Mo into the room, and as he settled, he found a slight alleviation in his condition, perhaps due to the stimulating aroma surrounding them. "Sister Ling Yan, I have spent nearly 6 months mastering the venom of the Twin Spider King, but your poison far surpasses theirs. When might I dare to experiment with the toxins from the lake?" Despite the alluring scent that tantalized Liu Mo's senses, the urgency of departing this place weighed more heavily on his mind. "Do not fret, Xiao Mo. We were merely familiarizing ourselves with the method. Once it proves successful, The subsequent progress may hasten. Moreover, there is little to fear here. I am the leader, and there is no bloodshed. In truth, living here is not such a bad prospect, Ling Yan remarked with a smile directed at Liu Mo, her gentle expression radiating an even greater charm. At that moment, it seemed her heart yearned for Liu Mo to remain, for adapting to the toxins of the lake would be a perilous endeavor. Hearing Ling Yan's words, Liu Mo forced a strained smile, his eyes revealing a sense of confusion. Though surrounded by the enchanting Ling Yan and the tranquil environment, he could not shake the feeling that in a place where everyone wielded poison, an ominous aura lingered. Despite his ability to detoxify, he felt like an anomaly, as he could not produce a trace of venom within himself. A voice within urged him to recognize that this place was not his own. Perhaps nature had crafted it to isolate the deadly toxins from the world, sparing living beings from devastation. Yet, believing himself not to be a harbinger of poison, he felt compelled to leave. At that moment, thoughts of Ling Yan's venom caused his body to tremble. Such a stunning woman harbored lethal toxins beyond his imagination, a fact that astonished him. He was fortunate to have found refuge in her presence. However, even with their amicable relationship, the notion of relying on his frail body to withstand Ling Yan's deadly poison sent a chill down his spine. He could hardly fathom that he had already been so affected by the mere hint of her lowest-grade toxin. In that moment, Liu Mo sensed himself grasping for a sliver of hope amidst despair, yet that hope felt distant and elusive. Nearly a year had passed. At this moment, Liu Mo has developed the ability to withstand the exquisite poison of Ling Yan. Today, we shall engage in a test of resistance. Although you can now endure my toxin, in the midst of battle, will you still possess the vigor to redirect the poison within your body? This too is a challenge. Ling Yan stands before Liu Mo, gazing at him, who at this moment appears no different from a young man. Today, Ling Yan's attire accentuates her figure, perhaps to facilitate better movement. After speaking, her eyes emanate a deep blue light, infused with an added touch of wickedness compared to before. In an instant, the blue seal of the king affixes itself to her body, and her form undergoes subtle changes, further enhancing her graceful silhouette. Liu Mo momentarily found himself at a loss, uncertain whether it was due to the enchanting figure before him or the words she had spoken that day. A sudden jolt of realization brought him back to his senses. In that fleeting moment of clarity, his eyes radiated a pale blue light, embodying the presence of the dark golden titan. 3 soul rings began to ascend slowly from beneath his feet, while Ling Yan did not release her soul rings. The mere presence of a soul Douluo exerted immense pressure on Liu Mo, even in the absence of her martial spirit and soul rings. Moreover, at that moment, Ling Yan's martial spirit had already manifested. However, just as Liu Mo became enveloped in the aura of the dark golden titan, the blue rings from Ling Yan's palms flickered into existence, merging in midair, gradually expanding until they encircled Liu Mo. To the onlooker, it appeared as though an additional soul ring had adorned Liu Mo's form. Yet this deep blue ring was firmly fixed around his waist, not shifting upwards or downwards. Toxic substances began to infiltrate his body. Although his scales could not instantaneously neutralize the toxins, Liu Mo swiftly redirected them into his scales using his soul power. A smirk of satisfaction played on his lips. In the midst of his triumph, Ling Yan's body twisted, and 8 colossal claws, each exceeding 10 meters in length, surged towards Liu Mo like silver serpents soaring through the air. Liu Mo tilted his head, followed by a swift bend, a graceful sidestep, and a deft maneuver, culminating in a light pirouette that allowed him to evade the impending attack before him. Accompanying this flawless turn, a hint of a smile graced his lips, revealing a touch of pride. Boom! A resounding crash echoed. Liu Mo was propelled several meters away, landing on the ground. His form enveloped in the dust stirred up by his fall. As he writhed to evade 7 colossal claws, the final one was beyond his notice, perhaps obscured from his sight. Cough, cough. Ling Yan, are you truly playing for keeps? Liu Mo's voice emerged from the haze of dust, laced with complaint. I intend to play for real. This strike could very well cost you your life. Though Ling Yan could not see Liu Mo, his tone conveyed his unmistakable dissatisfaction. Once the dust settled, Liu Mo rose, his gaze now fixed on the 8 undulating claws, completely disregarding Ling Yan's presence. This was the true form of Liu Mo in a state of focus. A moment later, a wicked smile crept across one corner of his mouth. Although he had often feasted on octopus tentacles in his past life, he had never encountered anything of such size, nor with such potent venom. The enormity of these claws sparked an idea in him. If they resembled ropes, then they could surely be knotted. Observing Liu Mo's unperturbed demeanor, Ling Yan promptly launched another assault. This time, Liu Mo did not remain stationary. He began to maneuver around the arena just as one of the claws loomed to strike his body. Liu Mo exerted nearly all of his strength and executed a sideways somersault into the air. This maneuver propelled his body to an astonishing height. The tips of the claws that pursued him mirrored his movements, tracing a large circle in the sky. Following closely behind, several other claws joined the pursuit, and he swiftly flew through the expansive loop as those serpentine claws surged after him in a chaotic flurry. He continued to leap and weave through the air. Yet the massive claws, now entangled, shrouded him completely, obscuring his direction. Suddenly, with a powerful thrust of his legs, he burst through a narrow gap. Upon landing, he rolled twice, while the tips of the 8 gigantic claws lunged towards him with alarming speed. This force tightened the very space he had just navigated, binding it together like a clump of flesh that crashed to the ground. At that moment, Liu Mo crouched on the ground, a smile gracing his face. After this series of rapid movements, he found his stamina waning, and he was slightly out of breath. This was compounded by the need to utilize his soul energy to counteract the toxins released by the blue halo surrounding him, a crucial aspect of Ling Yan's training. During combat, the consumption of soul energy was substantial, and simultaneously managing the toxins within his body required a judicious allocation of his resources. Although he recognized this, Liu Mo did not relent. He immediately dove forward, his arms crackling with purple arcs of electricity, racing towards Ling Yan. She was still bewildered by the entangled claws when suddenly, a dark golden light emanated from her eyes, intertwined with a dazzling purple glow, causing her to startle. Upon focusing, she realized Liu Mo was charging towards her. Just as he was about to make contact with her, a subtle smile graced her lips. Yet, this very smile instilled a sense of oppression in Liu Mo, and his breathing became rapid. However, this hurried respiration could scarcely provide the oxygen his body craved. In an instant, his lips turned a shade of blackish blue, and as Ling Yan smiled faintly, she pivoted away, leaving Liu Mo sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a delicate fragrance and the silken strands of her azure hair brushing against his face. Boom! With Ling Yan's turn, Liu Mo crashed to the ground, finding it increasingly difficult to rise. At the moment she smiled, she sensed that Liu Mo's soul energy had significantly dwindled. Now, as he attempted to attack her, she merely needed to willfully amplify the toxins within his body. In an instant, Liu Mo found himself unable to accelerate the transfer of his soul energy, exhibiting signs of poisoning. "Little brother, do you truly wish to lay your hands on me?" Ling Yan spoke softly, her long azure hair still cascading in the air. Gazing at the prostrate Liu Mo with an expression akin to that of a young girl, seemingly filled with reproach towards him. Liu Mo swiftly turned and seated himself upon the ground, refraining from responding to Ling Yan's words. Instead, he commenced focusing his energy to alleviate the toxins coursing through his body. He devoted his scant soul power to the task of toxin transference. It is essential to differentiate between the concepts of transferring toxins and being unaffected by them. The former relies on soul power, and should that power wane, one's life may be imperiled, while the latter is resolved autonomously by the body's functions, requiring no concern. Observing Liu Mo's current condition, Ling Yan immediately retracted her youthful demeanor, gazing at him with a lowered voice. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo pressed his lips together tightly and nodded slightly. Months passed, and through rigorous training, Liu Mo had fully mastered the ability to detoxify the venom of Ling Yan without the need to transfer his soul power. "Sister Ling Yan, I am prepared to attempt entering the lake to experience the toxins there." Liu Mo's gaze was filled with unwavering determination as he looked at Ling Yan. Ling Yan's body stiffened. She had not anticipated that this day would ultimately arrive. "I advise you to contemplate this matter thoroughly. It is unlike your usual training. And once you falter, there will be no turning back," she said, taking a deep breath and letting out a soft sigh. "Sister Ling Yan, I have already made my decision. During this period, your companionship and assistance have brought me immense joy, yet I have always felt that I do not belong here." Liu Mo furrowed his brow slightly, placing his hands upon Ling Yan's delicate shoulders, gazing into her eyes as he softly spoke. "Very well. My assistance can extend no further than this. From here, it is in your hands." A flicker of concern flashed in Ling Yan's eyes. Yet she felt powerless to dissuade Liu Mo. The dawn sky had transformed into a pale hue, reminiscent of fish bellies. Ling Yan led Liu Mo once more towards the treacherously toxic lake. The journey felt fleeting to her. After all, regardless of Liu Mo's success or failure. It marked their moment of farewell. They stood once again at the same spot as before. Liu Mo, do you truly wish to leave this place? Ling Yan's tearful eyes fixed upon Liu Mo's tall figure, her inquiry laced with a hint of reluctance. This marked the first occasion Ling Yan addressed him by his full name, as if she no longer perceived him as the inexperienced youth who had just entered the city. Sister Ling Yan, do not worry. I shall be fine, he assured her. Liu Mo revealed a faint smile, although his words and demeanor exuded confidence. His heart raced with anxiety, acutely aware that this was a trial of life and death, not merely a game. Yet, he failed to comprehend Ling Yan's intentions. She was reluctant to let him depart from this place. Whether for the companionship of someone with whom she could share her innermost thoughts or for reasons known only to herself. Ultimately, she wished for Liu Mo to remain. On this occasion, tears welled in her eyes. Having witnessed countless individuals face challenges here, she understood the lurking terror. And the thought of Liu Mo potentially following in their footsteps stirred a tempest within her heart. Ultimately, she could no longer contain her emotions and leapt toward Liu Mo, enveloping him in a buoyant embrace that nearly melted him. Sister Ling Yan, if I succeed, I will be able to traverse this city freely, and even if I leave, I shall make it a point to visit you whenever I can. Liu Mo gently caressed the vibrant, azure locks of hair, akin to soothing a little girl. Really? Ling Yan, upon hearing those words, slightly lifted her gaze, her already reddened eyes fixed on Liu Mo, as she inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Although she was well aware that Liu Mo's return to this place was exceedingly unlikely, the mere notion that he would come back to see her stirred a flicker of joy within her heart. Indeed, Liu Mo smiled faintly and spoke. As the two parted ways, Ling Yan's emotions also began to ease. He looked back at Ling Yan with a slight smile before turning and walking forward. Though the distance was merely 100 meters, it seemed interminably long in Liu Mo's eyes, for it was perhaps a path leading to death. With each step he took, his heart raced with increasing trepidation, and his brow furrowed deeper. Yet, despite his sluggish pace, he showed no intention of halting. Upon reaching a few meters from the water's edge, he took a deep breath, as if that inhalation bestowed upon him a modicum of courage, prompting him to quicken his stride toward the water. Chapter 70. The Poisonous Creatures of the Lake. As Liu Mo strolled along the riverbank, a great distance behind him, Ling Yan clenched her fists tightly, her delicate brows furrowing as a sense of unease began to stir within her. The moment his legs waded into the lake, a formidable force surged towards him. In an instant, the scales on his right wrist had transformed entirely into a shade of black. Liu Mo swiftly forced the toxins within his body into his scales. The moment his body made contact with the lake water, a dark mist began to emanate from the point of contact, enveloping him in a sinister aura. Ling Yan observed Liu Mo standing there, unharmed for a remarkable duration, which astonished her. It was the first time she had witnessed someone endure such an ordeal without dissolving into a wisp of smoke. This instilled in her a flicker of hope for him. Meanwhile, Liu Mo continuously harnessed his soul power to transfer the toxins without pause. His brow furrowed, lips pressed tightly together, as he realized that if this continued, he would soon exhaust his soul power and death would await him. Suddenly, as he pondered, something wrapped around his feet. When he looked down, he found the lake water crystal clear, devoid of any visible obstruction. Just as confusion settled in, he was abruptly pulled into the depths of the lake by this unseen force, the speed of which was unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the center. Ling Yan watched in growing anxiety as Liu Mo vanished beneath the lake's surface. She took several hurried steps forward, only to be overwhelmed by the lake's lethal toxins, halting in her tracks, gazing helplessly at the increasingly tranquil water, feeling on the verge of collapse. Liu Mo struggled desperately, attempting to free himself from the bindings around his legs, but in the water, he found his strength waning. Although he was well-versed in swimming, the force pulling him down rendered him powerless. If this continued, even without succumbing to the poison, he would surely drown. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled the 72 staff techniques he had practiced in the waterfall's pool, techniques he had developed for combat in water. With resolve, his right hand emitted a dark golden light, summoning a magic staff adorned with glowing runes. At the moment the staff materialized, Liu Mo felt invigorated, as if this enchanted weapon provided him with the oxygen he no longer needed to breathe, while also aiding in neutralizing the toxins within him. The eerie blue and dark golden lights reflected upon the surface of the lake. Ling Yan, witnessing this radiant emergence, realized Liu Mo was still alive. She clenched her fists tighter, softly urging him to hold on. Though Liu Mo's body had vanished beneath the lake's surface, it continued to emanate a thin veil of black mist, reminiscent of smoke. He swiftly brought the newly summoned staff down between his feet, and as if the staff possessed its own consciousness, it retracted the binding force around his legs, allowing him to move once more. This strike caused the lake's surface to churn violently, instantly forming a whirlpool. Ling Yan, observing the tumultuous waters, felt a spark of surprise. Such disturbances hinted at a struggle. Could there be creatures lurking within the depths? Ling Yan had been here for quite some time and had never encountered such a fearlessly toxic creature. Just as he freed himself from the mysterious entity, his scales were nearly saturated with venom, seemingly beyond the capacity of his soul power to transfer further into them. The ferocious poison continued to surge relentlessly. 10 Emperor's Stingers. Golden Dragon Bone. Liu Mo immediately recalled the 2 soul bones. Regardless of whether they were internal or external, they were still considered soul bones. In this critical moment of life and death, he could not afford to deliberate on the details. He swiftly transferred the toxins within his body into the remaining 2 soul bones. This action provided Liu Mo with a slight reprieve, yet he had already expended more than half of his strength. Suddenly, an unknown object bit into his arm. The severity of this bite lay not in its force, but in the overwhelming toxin that surged into his body, far more potent than the waters of the lake. In an instant, Liu Mo's lips turned black, and his cheeks began to deepen in hue. At this moment, Liu Mo realized that although he could not see the entity, he sensed it was a living creature dwelling in the water. Suddenly, the thing that had previously ensnared him wrapped around him once more. Without hesitation, he thrust one end of the spirit rod towards the object entwined around his legs, and in an instant, the spirit rod too became ensnared. Liu Mo exerted all his strength to wrench the spirit rod free, yet the creature seemed to tighten its grip the more it struggled. In an instant, one end of the spirit rod was ensnared, while his legs began to be gradually released. Though the lake's waters were clear and transparent, nothing could be discerned beneath the surface. He paddled vigorously, propelling his body upwards with haste. Splash! A tremendous sound of water erupted from the surface. At that moment, the ensnared end of the spirit rod broke through the water, raised high into the air. Liu Mo's head also emerged, and under the sunlight, the object resembling the color of the water became discernible. It was a jellyfish, over 2 meters in size, entirely transparent, a species among the most venomous in the world, yet seemingly rare. Once out of the water, it thrashed a couple of times before promptly releasing the tentacles that had clung to the spirit rod. With a splash, the jellyfish plunged back into the depths, sending forth a great wave. In the distance, Ling Yan, bathed in sunlight, caught sight of something. However, it was too far for her to discern clearly. At that moment, she felt a single certainty within her heart, which was enough. Liu Mo was still alive. At this moment, Liu Mo found his soul power nearly depleted, and the venom from the recent bite of the toxic jellyfish had yet to dissipate completely. If this situation continued to drag on, he too would reach his limits. The jellyfish, having just plunged into the lake, seamlessly merged with the crystalline waters, vanishing from sight. Liu Mo gradually closed his eyes, no longer preoccupied with the toxins invading his body. He understood that it was imperative to first eliminate the venomous jellyfish. Otherwise, the depletion of his soul power would accelerate, shortening his time of survival. He entered a near meditative state, striving to recall the form of the jellyfish he had observed in the air, searching for its vulnerabilities. Moreover, the jellyfish, merging with the water, was nearly invisible. Thus he chose to relinquish sight and rely on sound instead. The overwhelming influx of toxins rendered Liu Mo somewhat breathless, a clear indication that his time was running out. Perhaps if he could vanquish the jellyfish and make his way back to the surface, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his arm. With the onset of this pain, his muscles twitched involuntarily, yet, through sheer willpower, he managed to maintain control over his body. Though the insidious venom once again coursed through him, as the sharp sensation intensified, his left arm felt ensnared. Immediately, he swung his right hand, wielding the spirit rod, and struck his left arm with considerable force. A resilient, pliable sensation transferred through the rod into his hand. The jellyfish's tenacious yet supple body enveloped the water, effortlessly absorbing Liu Mo's strike. A vivid image flashed in his mind of the moment he had lifted the jellyfish from the water's surface. Indeed, aquatic creatures struggle to survive once removed from their element. Yet this time, he had to compel it to leave the water against its will. It could not be allowed to return so easily. The success or failure of his endeavor hinged on this moment, and Liu Mo could afford no hesitation. He grasped the jellyfish, exploring its form with his hands in search of a point to secure it. He discovered a concave area on its body and ignored the bites it inflicted upon his hand. Without hesitation, he plunged the spirit rod into the indentation and swiftly propelled himself towards the surface. Splash! The surface of the water erupted once more with a cacophony of splashes. At that moment, the jellyfish was inverted at one end of the spirit staff, held aloft by Liu Mo. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape the grasp of the staff. Ling Yin observed Liu Mo's sudden emergence, her body trembling, not due to his newfound strategy against the jellyfish, but because the black mist emanating from his body had cloaked half of his face in a web of obsidian patterns. The jellyfish's thrashing in the air grew increasingly sluggish, while the toxins within Liu Mo became ever more challenging to disperse. At this juncture, they were locked in a battle of willpower. The one who endured to the end would emerge victorious. Suddenly, from the end of the spirit staff embedded in the jellyfish, a mist akin to that which enveloped Liu Mo began to emanate. In the blink of an eye, 3 dark and lustrous patterns materialized from the mist. These patterns spiraled downward around the staff, and upon reaching Liu Mo's right hand, which grasped the other end, his body halted. The jellyfish in the air instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist, vanishing into the void. Could this be a manifestation of his doppelganger? Liu Mo beheld the vanishing jellyfish in the sky, exclaiming in astonishment. Yet, as he uttered those words, his own consciousness had already faded away. Bang! The black mist emanating from Liu Mo intensified, and even the 3 spiraling dark patterns on the spirit staff radiated a sinister aura. He swam towards the shore, gripping the staff tightly, and as he reached the land, he fixated on the distant Ling Yin, who was slowly advancing. His movements resembled those of a soulless puppet, his eyes now entirely consumed by darkness, exuding an overwhelming malevolence. His lips parted slightly, revealing tightly clenched teeth. Was he the bearer of a dual martial soul? Ling Yin gazed at the spirit staff in Liu Mo's grasp, astonished. As she observed Liu Mo's unsettling demeanor approaching her, she felt a sense of bewilderment. Like a being possessed, he seemed uncertain whether to strike. Yet, she understood that the dark aura radiating from his body was not to be trifled with, likely linked to the deadly poison in the lake. When he was merely a few dozen meters away from Ling Yin, the staff in his hand began to spin uncontrollably. Then, it soared into the air, and with both hands gripping one end of the staff, he forcefully brought it down to the ground. Boom! With a resounding crash. The earth immediately fissured, a gaping crack racing towards Ling Yin, releasing the same dark energy that enveloped Liu Mo, seeing the imminent attack. Ling Yin swiftly sidestepped and vaulted over the crack, narrowly evading the chasm that surged forward, which continued to extend several meters beyond her previous position. Liu Mo immediately rose, the spirit staff resting against his back, hastening towards Ling Yin. As he drew near, he swiftly bent down, sweeping the staff horizontally. Ling Yin bent her waist to evade, and as the staff passed overhead, a powerful gust of wind surged past her. Should this force strike her, it would undoubtedly deliver a formidable blow. Liu Mo, it is I, your sister Ling Yin, she called out, her delicate brows furrowed in concern as she gazed into his eyes, now shrouded in a dark aura. At that moment, Liu Mo appeared utterly unresponsive to her words, seemingly unaffected by her presence. He merely tilted his head slightly, as if to stretch his limbs, accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking joints. A delicate black pattern, reminiscent of a spider's web, flickered across one side of Liu Mo's cheek. Without hesitation, he gripped the spirit rod and lunged directly at Ling Yin. The swiftness of his movement created a gust of wind that tousled Ling Yin's deep blue hair. Despite her sorrow, Ling Yin exerted her legs and swiftly glided backward, maintaining a distance of merely a foot between her body and the end of Liu Mo's spirit rod. Moving in unison, Liu Mo, wake up, she implored, her body sliding at an alarming speed, yet she refused to relinquish the hope of rousing him. However, to Liu Mo, her pleas seemed to dissolve into the air, having no bearing on his actions. With tears glistening in her eyes, she gazed at the familiar figure, her irises shimmering with a brilliant blue light. The Blue Seal King had possessed him, and simultaneously, 8 soul rings manifested beneath her feet. A colossal claw ensnared his body, intending to halt Liu Mo's advance. Yet, in an instant, she released him, sensing a formidable and lethal poison emanating from him. Had she not acted swiftly, she might have succumbed to its effects. Ling Yin immediately propelled herself away with her 8 claws, executing a somersault to land over 20 meters behind Liu Mo. He too halted and turned, displaying no intention of retreat. At that moment, he was consumed by a relentless resolve towards Ling Yan. "Liu Mo, please wake up, it's me." "Ling Yan," she urged, stamping her foot in desperation. As her words echoed, Liu Mo's body shivered slightly. But it was merely a fleeting tremor before he surged towards her once more. The malevolent force radiating from him instilled a deep-seated fear in Ling Yan. Should he breach the city center, it would likely spell doom for all. Countless voices within her warned her that he was no longer Liu Mo. She steeled herself to eliminate him, aware that even if it meant risking exposure to the venom in the lake, she could not allow the townsfolk to perish without cause. Such was her duty as a city lord. "Forgive me, Liu Mo," she declared with a heavy heart, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that moment, the 8 enormous claws in the air swung forth, their power far surpassing anything she and Liu Mo had trained for, as if a single strike could raise a hill. Liu Mo ultimately perished by her own hand, a fate she had never anticipated amidst the myriad of possibilities that occupied her mind. This was far more unbearable for her than being engulfed by the lake's waters. Yet, for the sake of the townsfolk, she felt compelled to make such a choice. As she beheld several colossal claws racing towards Liu Mo, she gradually closed her eyes, tears streaming incessantly down her cheeks. Suddenly, as the immense claws were about to strike Liu Mo, a series of crisp sounds resonated from the ground. Startled, Ling Yan immediately opened her eyes and turned towards the source of the noise. Chapter 72. The Spirit Communing Ancient Tree. Upon opening her eyes, she found Liu Mo ensnared by several tree roots as thick as her arms. These golden roots appeared utterly unafraid of the dark energy emanating from Liu Mo. In the instant they wrapped around him, the roots swiftly retracted, allowing Liu Mo to evade Ling Yan's impending blow. Unconscious, he continued to struggle, wielding his spirit staff, which clashed against the roots, producing a series of metallic clangs. Ling Yan stood frozen, observing the scene before her. The roots hurriedly retreated towards a distant ancient tree. She was unaware of the tree's origins, but had heard the people of Poison Fog City speak of its great antiquity, standing resolute for an unknown length of time. A frown creased her delicate brow as a sense of worry washed over her. After all, she was uncertain of the ancient tree's intentions towards Liu Mo. Watching him being taken away, she instantaneously forgot the decision she had just made, instinctively compelled to rescue him. With a mighty leap, she soared 30 meters into the air. One bound followed another, yet she still could not match the speed at which the roots retracted. Liu Mo had already reached the base of the ancient tree, where its vast network of roots began to envelop him tightly, cocooning him as if in a shroud woven from their very essence. Ling Yan found herself still over 100 meters away from the ancient tree. In a flurry of urgency, she leaped thrice more, closing the distance to within 10 meters. Suddenly, countless root-like appendages erupted from the ground, forming a barrier before her. These upright roots encircled the ancient tree, rising to a height of several meters, gradually constricting inward until they coiled tightly around the trunk, creating an impenetrable cage. Ling Yan gazed at the thick roots before her, summoning every ounce of strength. She unleashed a flurry of strikes against the formidable barrier, reverberating with thunderous impacts. No matter how resounding the sounds were, the impenetrable barrier remained unscathed. At this moment, Ling Yan had exerted all her efforts. All she could do was stand and gaze at the towering wall before her, oblivious to the occurrences within. Enveloped by the vast roots, Liu Mo emitted a dark stream of energy from his body, which began to seep through the crevices, only to dissipate almost instantly. Suddenly, the enormous roots encasing Liu Mo radiated golden specks of light, bursting forth in a dazzling brilliance. The golden motes drifted towards Liu Mo, and upon contact with his form, he trembled slightly. In an instant, the golden specks merged into his being, transforming into a surge of power. This force coursed through his entire body, seemingly purifying the malevolent energy within. The spirit rod clasped in his hand began to shimmer in response to this influx of power, its arcane patterns glowing with an even more resplendent azure luminescence. The two forces clashed violently within Liu Mo, and though he was unconscious, he could still perceive the agony. His brows furrowed, lips parted slightly, and the muscles in his jaw clenched tightly. The malevolent energy and the mysterious force waged an internal war, neither yielding to the other. The mysterious power appeared to be swiftly engulfed by the dark energy, yet it persisted, continuously pouring into his body alongside the golden specks. As this cycle of assimilation and influx continued, the malevolent energy within Liu Mo began to wane, and a glimmer of consciousness emerged. His lips quivered slightly, as if uttering incoherent murmurs. With the diminishment of the dark energy, the influx of the mysterious force surged with greater intensity, gathering strength to assault the remaining malevolence. Seemingly intent on obliterating it altogether, Liu Mo felt as though his body was on the verge of exploding, even though he was ensconced within the massive roots. The overwhelming sensation of expansion was nearly unbearable. The clash of forces inflicted a pain akin to shattered bones and torn muscles, and as his awareness gradually returned, the intensity of the pain escalated. Yet, the mysterious force showed no sign of weakening. It seemed that he could only endure this excruciating torment to fully eradicate the malevolent energy within him. At this moment, beads of sweat began to cascade down Liu Mo's cheeks, while his body radiated a golden luminescence. His consciousness started to revive. Yet he found himself oblivious to his surroundings and the reason for being ensnared by the resilient roots. The only memory that lingered was that of the jellyfish vanishing into the ether. Golden motes continued to drift towards his form, and he attempted to struggle. But his body remained utterly immobile. "Do not move." An ancient voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Who are you?" Liu Mo was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this voice. "I am the ancient tree of spiritual connection. The malevolent energy within your body has yet to be fully purified." This voice resonated again in his mind. It was the ancient tree of spiritual connection communicating with Liu Mo through its roots, engaging in a mental dialogue. The ancient tree of spiritual connection? Could it be the massive tree, with a trunk over 10 meters in diameter, located by the distant lakeside? Liu Mo's mind was flooded with the memories of his first arrival in this place. He had come to realize that the ancient tree of divination was aiding him, though the reasons for its assistance remained a mystery. "Why do you wish to save me? You could also fall victim to this deadly poison." Liu Mo's words were laced with a hint of concern and uncertainty. After all, it is rare to encounter a plant of such extraordinary cultivation, and it could not possibly be solely due to his striking appearance that it chose to intervene. Indeed, it is not your handsome visage that prompted my aid. Rather, it is the spirit stick in your hand and the 7-colored lotus that has fused within you. The voice resonated within his mind, startling Liu Mo. It seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of his innermost thoughts, as if it were a parasite nestled within his very being. As this realization dawned upon him, golden motes of light began to descend in greater numbers, weaving into strands of dark golden filaments that coalesced in the air. When these dark golden threads made contact with Liu Mo's body, they pierced him like myriad tiny daggers, penetrating deep within. The fine lines spread across his form, akin to hair sprouting from his skin. The subtle sting coursing through him caused his brow to furrow and his expression to twist into one of agony. Just as the clash of two forces within him had begun to subside, he was once more engulfed by a sensation akin to 1,000 needles pricking his flesh, plunging him back into torment. Yet, this suffering proved to be ephemeral. The moment the filaments breached his skin, the sensation dissipated almost instantaneously. Subsequently, he felt a gentle power surging into his being, devoid of any overwhelming force, yet undeniably formidable. A warm current coursed through Liu Mo's body, invigorating him in an instant. As your curiosity is palpable, allow me to recount the origins of our connection. The ancient voice of the spirit communicating tree reverberated once more within Liu Mo's mind. Chapter 73. The first soul ring of the spirit communicating staff in the bygone era when the Douluo Continent lay desolate, devoid of any semblance of life. The 7-colored lotus blossomed in a realm rich with the essence of heaven and earth. It gathered this ethereal energy, transforming it into a gentle aura that nourished its roots, thereby revitalizing the surrounding land. As time ebbed away, its roots spread across the continent, channeling the life-giving energy to distant locales. Thus, this barren expanse began to awaken, allowing life to burgeon forth under its nurturing reign. Eventually, this gave rise to the current visage of the continent. However, there existed a peculiar area that remained untouched by its tender roots. By a twist of fate, the spirit communicating tree emerged, possessing roots resilient enough to withstand all adversities. After a considerable period of growth, its roots traversed the toxic expanse and intertwined with those of the 7-colored lotus, seemingly reaching an accord. From that moment onward, the vital essence required for the rejuvenation of this region was delivered from the 7-colored lotus to the roots of the spirit communicating tree, which in turn channeled it into the land. The creatures inhabiting this area flourished. But it was only upon sensing the 7-colored lotus within Liu Mo that they realized why they had not felt the influx of that essence for some time. The staff in Liu Mo's grasp further affirmed this understanding. The seven-colored lotus, a sacred artifact, chooses its master wisely. With its acceptance of Liu Mo, the mission of the spirit communicating tree is deemed fulfilled. Now, the entire continent thrives, having established its own cyclical system, rendering its reliance on the vital essence from the vast underground roots far less than before. I have guarded this place for countless years, at least several 100,000. I find myself weary. Since fate has brought us together, let us, in accordance with the previous covenant, merge my essence with theirs. In Liu Mo's mind, the information conveyed by the ancient tree of communication unfolded before him, and suddenly, the voice of the ancient tree echoed once more in his consciousness. This voice carried a hint of nostalgia, intertwined with a trace of weariness. What do you mean? Liu Mo, upon hearing these words, felt a twinge of confusion. I shall offer myself as a sacrifice to you. Ah, no, please. Your protection is still needed here. Liu Mo heard the voice of the ancient spirit tree echoing in his mind, his eyes widening in astonishment as he immediately interjected. What? Do you find me unworthy? The spirit tree replied, its tone rising, Young one, the soul rings of plants are not so easily obtained. Humans struggle to uproot their vast root systems. Even the slightest hint of vitality ensures their survival. No. I could never hope to attain a soul ring of your age. If you were to withdraw your nurturing presence, would the toxic lakes surrounding us not endanger the creatures nearby? Upon hearing this, Liu Mo promptly responded, reflecting on the rare nature of the plant soul rings as mentioned by the spirit tree. He found himself in deep agreement. Understanding that it is not as simple as the world perceives, a solitary bamboo cannot be easily hunted to obtain a soul ring. What has been severed is merely its exposed exterior, while the underground root system will continue to allow it to regenerate. The sovereign of this lake has existed here since my arrival. Remember, the existence of all things is underpinned by a reason for their being. There is no absolute good or bad, only suitability. Furthermore, this place has already achieved ecological balance, so my withdrawal at this moment bears little consequence. Moreover, my body will remain intact for millennia after my demise. The spirit tree's voice began to wane, yet the mysterious force within Liu Mo continued to surge. This was a decision long made by the spirit tree. The golden filaments, reminiscent of fur, were its soul power being transferred into Liu Mo, transforming into his soul ring. This soul ring has been sealed for you within a time frame you can currently accommodate, and it will be released in due course. Master, I have come to accompany you. The spirit tree spoke with its faint voice. The subsequent words carried a hint of exhilaration, as if a long-held dream was finally being realized. At that moment, the spirit staff in Liu Mo's right hand emitted a dazzling light, while the three malevolent black spiral patterns began to gradually fade. The dark, web-like markings upon his cheek had also vanished. Boom. Liu Mo's body erupted with a radiant dark golden light, enveloping his vast root system, which was promptly drawn back into the earth. The tremendous force created by this surge shattered the roots encircling the trunk, creating fissures through which the blinding dark golden light burst forth. As it illuminated the enchanting azure depths of her eyes, her worried expression momentarily froze, and she instinctively raised her arm to shield herself from the penetrating brilliance. At that moment, within, Liu Mo had already risen. A purple soul ring gradually ascending beneath his feet, oscillating with a mesmerizing rhythm. This was a soul ring that had been released for nearly 7,000 years. And the attributes of the spirit rod in his hand were now fully manifested. The passive ability of the spirit rod, reconstruction, allowed the grievously wounded bearer to be revitalized after disengaging from combat, with the degree of recovery contingent upon the soul power's magnitude. The first soul skill, Spirit Source, summoned dew from the earth, restoring vitality to targets within its range, with effects varying according to the will of the caster. However, akin to the Nine-Heart Tang, the spirit rod possessed but a singular skill, rendering it a supreme entity in the realm of support. It appeared that Liu Mo could henceforth embody not merely a formidable offensive spirit master, but also evolve into a fearsome support spirit master. Moreover, the formidable strength of the spirit rod could serve as an excellent weapon. Cackling laughter echoed in the air. Liu Mo retracted his martial soul, and the thick roots before him began to withdraw into the ground. As the roots receded, Liu Mo's gaze intertwined with Ling Yan's. She observed him standing there, and scathed, as the corners of her mouth began to curl into a gentle smile. The tears, not yet dried, lingered on her cheeks. Liu Mo, do you still remember me? Although Liu Mo had seemingly returned to his former self, the state of his mind remained uncertain. Sister Ling Yan, how could I ever forget you? Liu Mo smiled faintly. Yet he found himself devoid of any recollection of what he had just done to Ling Yan. Strangely, it seemed that Ling Yan had also forgotten everything that had transpired moments before. She promptly sprang to her feet and ran towards Liu Mo, throwing herself into his embrace with an even more exuberant hug that left him momentarily entranced. At that moment, Ling Yan's actions belied her age. She appeared more like a young lady than ever before. Sister Ling Yan, does this mean I have succeeded? Liu Mo gazed into Ling Yan's sparkling, watery eyes and revealed a faint smile as he inquired, Well, have you succeeded? Ling Yan responded with a smile, her dimples forming at the corners of her mouth. Her gaze fixed on girl.He. Then I shall be able to depart from this place today. At this moment, Liu Mo could no longer contain the joy swelling within him. Yet upon hearing his words, Ling Yan's expression instantly darkened. Is it possible to leave after tonight? Ling Yan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as she gazed at Liu Mo, inquiring softly. Chapter 74. What transpired that night by now? The horizon was tinged with hues of red. Liu Mo, captivated by the hopeful gaze of Ling Yan, responded with a slight hum and a gentle nod. The mere anticipation of one more night filled Ling Yan with immense excitement, revealing the depths of her solitude. The two returned to Ling Yan's abode, where the stars twinkled brightly in the night sky. The following morning dawned, though Liu Mo and Ling Yan felt a twinge of reluctance. They exchanged smiles as they bid each other farewell. This time, Liu Mo successfully navigated through the toxic mirage of the city walls and effortlessly traversed the area shrouded in poisonous mist. Yet, at this moment, he found himself at a loss for direction. Lacking a clear path, he decided to seek out the moon shadow. It had been a long time since their last encounter, and he wondered how the girl with porcelain skin, through which her veins could be discerned, had transformed. A smile crept across his face at the thought. After a lengthy journey, he finally arrived at Shrek Academy. However, despite the passage of time, the place had undergone little change, and its economy appeared to be in decline compared to its former glory. Upon entering the school gate, he noticed a figure diligently organizing items in front of a cart. It was Oscar. Dressed in simple gray attire, with neatly cropped hair and a full beard adorning his face, he possessed a pair of large, captivating peach blossom eyes that instantly scanned the surrounding women. Even the cleaning lady passing by was not spared from his scrutinizing gaze. Brother, would you like 2 of my signature sausages? Oscar inquired in a soft, endearing tone, promoting his sausages, which were known for being both affordable and generous in portion. Upon hearing his voice, coupled with his rugged appearance adorned with a bushy beard, Liu Mo felt a tumult of unease stirring within him. Elder brother, given your looks, it would be more fitting to address you as uncle. Liu Mo gazed at Oscar, perplexed, and remarked, Uncle? Brother, I have just turned 14 this year. How could you possibly call me uncle? Oscar expressed his discontent with the term uncle. What? You are only 14? How could you have grown to look like this? Liu Mo, taken aback, spoke in astonishment, yet hesitated to continue for fear of hurting the other's pride. Indeed, I am 14. I am aware of it without you having to mention it, merely appearing somewhat anxious in my growth. Nevertheless, one might consider this a form of mature beauty. Oscar, brimming with confidence in his own appearance, raised an eyebrow and inquired of Liu Mo, Can one set up a stall at the academy? And as a minor, no less? Liu Mo gazed at Oscar, perplexed by the source of his confidence. After a slight furrow of his brow, he addressed him. Where do you hail from? How did you find your way to the academy? Depart at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Liu Mo's words seemed to encroach upon Oscar's boundaries. An academy that lacks the capacity to provide subsidies to its students presents a rather appealing source of income for him, particularly given his profound passion for the craft of sausage making. Yet, within Liu Mo's remarks, there lies an implication that he ought not to be peddling his wares in this venue, and that his age is ill-suited for such endeavors. Are you being rude to me? That depends on your capabilities. Liu Mo, upon hearing that gentle voice which bore a hint of threat, found himself unfazed. Although he was indeed an older gentleman, at this moment, Liu Mo possessed the strength to engage in battle. Moreover, he had come to realize that the speaker was merely a 14-year-old boy, not much younger than himself. Very well, do not blame me for being impolite, he retorted. Oscar, exhibiting an exceedingly rare expression of anger, fixed his gaze upon Liu Mo and spoke. He steadied himself against the cart with one hand, executed a swift lateral leap, effortlessly clearing the cart to land a few meters ahead of Liu Mo. With widened, enchanting eyes, he concentrated as a yellow luminescence began to coalesce in his palm, and 2 yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. Liu Mo gazed at the 2 ethereal yellow soul rings undulating around his form, a slight frown creasing his brow, yet a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. In that moment, Oscar found himself momentarily stunned. Before him stood a formidable soul master, and yet he felt not an ounce of trepidation. Though he possessed an appealing visage, he was aware that in terms of cultivation, he was indeed a peculiar talent, likely surpassing Liu Mo's level. Thus, to subdue him merely with soul power was already sufficient. Without hesitation, Oscar clenched his hands tightly and dove forward, hurtling towards Liu Mo. As the fist, aglow with yellow luminescence, closed into a mere foot from Liu Mo's body, the tension in the air was palpable. Liu Mo immediately extended his right hand and grasped his opponent's fist, which felt to Liu Mo as soft and feeble as his voice, entirely lacking the force one would expect from a soul master of great stature. Mr. Mo. Suddenly, amidst their confrontation, a gentle and melodious voice rang out from a distance behind them. Both turned their heads in unison to discover that it was Ewing approaching them. Having not seen her in a long time, Liu Mo could hardly believe that such a graceful figure belonged to a mere child of barely a decade. Her perfectly proportioned form rendered her even more exquisite, and she had noticeably grown taller. Upon seeing Ewing approach, Oscar felt a wave of hesitation wash over him, uncertain if he should continue the fight, for he did not wish to lose face before such a stunning beauty. Wait a moment. Did Ewing just call him Mr. Mo? Could he truly be the infamous Liu Mo, known for his ruthless domination over Zhao Laosher? As this thought crossed his mind, Oscar's body stiffened, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Liu Mo once more. It appeared that even the sparsely populated Shrek Academy was not immune to exaggerated rumors. To claim Liu Mo had defeated Zhao Wuji? It was evident that Zhao Wuji had agreed not to retaliate, refraining from utilizing his martial spirit and soul power. Is that truly you, Liu Mo? Oscar inquired softly, his voice barely above a whisper, as he awaited Yu Ying's arrival. His already gentle tone became even more delicate. Meanwhile, Liu Mo seemed oblivious, his gaze entirely focused on Yu Ying in the distance. Oscar had discreetly retracted his fist, the 2 yellow soul rings fading from view. He felt a sense of relief that Liu Mo had refrained from striking. Otherwise, he would have been the 3rd victim of Liu Mo's prowess, following Dai Mu Bai and Zhao Wuji. As Ewing noticed Liu Mo's excitement, she began to run towards him, coming to a halt 2 meters away. Her demeanor turned slightly bashful, with a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks. Oscar's eyes, wide with admiration, remained fixed on the approaching Ewing. The 2, having not seen each other in quite some time, appeared to be somewhat anxious. Mr. Mo, it truly is you, Ewing exclaimed first, her voice tender and sweet. Initially expecting an exuberant embrace akin to Ling Yan's, Liu Mo found the young girl to be rather reserved. Why on earth are you 2 still fighting? At this moment, Liu Mo gazed at the moonlit silhouette with a semblance of infatuation, seemingly lost in thought. She promptly turned to Oscar with an inquiry. It's all a misunderstanding. I had no idea he was the esteemed Mo Gu who led us to our resurgence. Oscar glanced at the moonlit figure, offering a gentle smile tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Mo Gu, Mo Gu, the silhouette called out, observing Liu Mo's momentary daze. Yet, as she met his fervent gaze, the pink cat ears atop her head flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 75, The Commanding Uncle Sausage. Liu Mo, upon hearing the call of Ewing, finally regained his composure. However, he appeared oblivious to the conversation that had just transpired, gazing at Ewing with a look of utter perplexity. This is Oscar, a food-type soul master, and also a student of Shrek Academy. Observing that Liu Mo had returned to his senses, Ewing proceeded to introduce Oscar to him. Ah, so you are the other student that the chubby one spoke of previously. Under the introduction of Ewing, Liu Mo awakened the remnants of memories long forgotten. Indeed, I had heard of the illustrious reputation of Brother Mo, and today, I finally behold his true form. It seems we have made an acquaintance without the usual formalities. Allow me to present you with a gift. With that, Oscar's hands suddenly gathered a brilliant yellow light, and 2 ethereal yellow rings ascended from his body. His somewhat lecherous countenance, coupled with his soft, languorous voice, proclaimed, I possess a grand sausage. Upon hearing his words, Ewing shyly lowered her gaze, while Liu Mo's expression froze in surprise. Oscar drew his hands closer, merging the yellow light in his palms, and conjured a sausage that bore an uncanny resemblance to the large one displayed on the cart, which now materialized between his hands. Here, this is a freshly made sausage. Quite delectable. Oscar retracted his soul rings, grasping the sausage he had just created, and extended it towards Liu Mo. A faint smile emerged on Liu Mo's face as he hesitantly accepted the sausage. Your incantation is indeed fraught with ambiguity. The very thought of it makes it somewhat unpalatable for me. He gazed at the substantial sausage in his hand and recalled his earlier shout, feeling a twinge of uncertainty as he spoke. I am left with no choice when employing a food-type martial soul. One must accompany the transformation of the food with various soul incantations, which is not what I intended to call out. Sensing Liu Mo's hesitation, Oscar quickly offered an explanation. And then, with a gaze full of affection, he continued, Brother Mo, you must trust me. My sausage is undoubtedly of exquisite quality, both delicious and sweet. All right, Oscar. Enough with the words. I shall eat. Liu Mo gazed at Oscar's expression and coupled with his soft, mellifluous voice. Liu Mo instinctively held his breath and took a bite of the freshly made sausage. His reaction was not one of sentimentality. Rather, it stemmed from the peculiar sensation of a bearded man, with a face full of emotion, speaking to him with such tenderness, accompanied by that almost excruciatingly soothing voice. As the sausage entered his mouth, his brow relaxed, and a smile began to illuminate his features. This was not merely due to the exquisite flavor, but also because consuming it filled him with a surge of vitality, leaving Liu Mo feeling invigorated. Oscar, you hail from Soto City, don't you? Liu Mo began to devour the exquisite sausages voraciously and inquired, Oscar, my dear friend, only we, the residents of Soto City, possess the skill to craft such delectable sausages. Don't you think? Upon hearing Liu Mo's question, a glimmer of pride flickered in Oscar's eyes, for the sausages of Soto City are renowned across the globe. Oscar, do ensure your stall is well organized. In a few days, we will be welcoming new students. If you fail to impress Daimubai, you may find yourself unable to sell at all. Moonshadow remarked, observing Oscar's prideful demeanor. Humph. Now that Liu Mo has returned, I shall be his ally. If anyone dares to bully me again, I shall have Liu Mo take care of them, Oscar declared, seemingly emboldened by the presence of his newfound support. Liu Mo, hearing Oscar's words, could only smile wryly in response, choosing to remain silent. Well then, you carry on with your tasks. Liu Mo and I shall take our leave, Moonshadow announced. After exchanging farewells, the trio parted ways, with Moonshadow leading Liu Mo away. Moonshadow, you are becoming more and more enchanting with each passing day, Liu Mo complimented. As Liu Mo walked, he expressed his innermost feelings. Upon hearing his words, Yuing felt her cheeks flush even more than before, her shyness causing her to lower her head slightly. By the way, Yuing, how have you been living during your time here? Have they been unkind to you? Liu Mo gazed at the subtle silhouette of the moon and continued to inquire. He was not entirely at ease with the individuals present, particularly with Daimu Bai, who had shown disrespect towards the moonlight on more than one occasion. They have treated me relatively well, and I have now reached level 25. Just as the awkward atmosphere began to dissipate, the moonlight mentioned its own level and became animated with excitement. Liu Mo was taken aback to learn that Yuing had already reached the 25th level. He had not anticipated such significant changes during his absence, and the knowledge that no one had bullied her alleviated his concerns considerably. What about your second soul ring? Liu Mo's eyes glimmered with a hint of confusion as he inquired. My second spirit ring was obtained with the assistance of Dean Flander, having vanquished a magical pattern tiger over 700 years old. Yuing, observing Liu Mo's bewilderment, promptly responded, and what is your second spirit ability? His curiosity surged, and his gaze fixated on Yuing as he continued to question her. My second spirit ability is the brilliant spike. When the opportunity arises, I shall let you witness it, chuckled Yuing, her eyes narrowing slightly as she offered a gentle smile, appearing all the more charming and alluring. After hearing Yu Ying's words, it seemed that Shrek Academy was indeed commendable, as assistance in slaying spirit beasts was a considerable allure. However, having already informed his elder brother of Zhao Wujia's whereabouts, Liu Mo pondered when he might arrive, realizing that he might soon find himself unable to remain. Liu Mo began to ponder the prospect of joining Shrek. Xiao Mo, you have returned? Suddenly, a voice emerged from beside him. Liu Mo and Yuing immediately turned to look. It was Flander and Zhao Wujia approaching them. Zhao Wujia glanced at Flander, subtly indicating that his previous words had proven accurate. Meanwhile, Flander stifled a smile, propping open his eyelids as he inquired, Little Mo, where does your teacher reside? You have been gone for quite a while. I thought you might not return. Welcome to join our Shrek Academy. Director Flander, I have yet to find my teacher, Liu Mo replied. Liu Mo Ben had no intention of seeking out his teacher, and at that moment, he expressed his embarrassment. What? You still haven't found your teacher? In this span of time, one could have had several children. Zhao Wuji exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, uttering a few expletives. Flander, upon hearing Zhao Wuji's remarks, signaled him to be mindful of his language. Upon receiving Flander's subtle admonition, Zhao Wuji felt a twinge of shame. I encountered some difficulties along the way. Liu Mo gazed at Zhao Wuji and Flandra, his expression somber as he spoke. Have you encountered some trouble? Speak up, and we shall assist you. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words and noticing his demeanor, Zhao Wuji's bravado immediately surged forth. Can you truly stand up for me? Liu Mo's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope, yet deep within, he understood that Zhao Wuji lacked the audacity for such a venture. The poisoned Douluo. He has abducted me. He furrowed his brow slightly, gazing intently at Zhao Wuji as he spoke. Flander, Zhao Wuji, and Wei Ying all paused momentarily upon hearing Liu Mo's words. Chapter 76. The performance lacked authenticity. Duality is a titled Douluo. Not only Zhao Wuji, but even Flander and the entire academy combined could not contend with him. Brother Mo, are you all right? Wei Ying inquired with concern, drawing closer to Liu Mo. Although she was but a girl, she had heard of the poisoned Douluo's formidable reputation, which heightened her anxiety. Am I not standing before you, unharmed? Liu Mo tilted his head and softly replied to Ying. As long as the person is fine. That old poisoner is someone we cannot provoke. Flander cast a glance at Zhao Wuji, who at that moment was at a loss for words and could only urge Flander to step forward and address Liu Mo. Indeed, Zhao Wuji awkwardly echoed. This brat always puts me in an awkward position. It seems I should speak with him less in the future. After all, a new batch of students will soon arrive, and I refuse to believe there isn't someone stronger than him. Zhao Wuji remained silent, yet his mind was abuzz with thoughts. Little Mo, what do you mean by that? Flander inquired, gazing at Liu Mo. Director Flander. Let me take some time to adjust, and then I shall return to discuss with the teacher, especially since I have just escaped from the clutches of that old poisoner. Liu Mo gazed at Flander, his eyes imbued with a hint of supplication. At that moment, Zhao Wuji had ceased to interject. Reluctantly, Flander acquiesced to Liu Mo's request, recognizing that one could not exert excessive pressure on such matters. Thus, he would grant him some additional time. With Liu Mo's capabilities, even after a brief period as a newcomer, he would manage to keep pace with the training alongside his peers. Contemplating this, Flander turned to depart with Zhao Wuji. Before long, the day for enrolling new students arrived. Shrek Academy had set up a table at the village entrance, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. The old man lounged languidly in his chair, his attire modest, though one might charitably describe it as simple. Liu Mo had never encountered this elder before, and he was uncertain whether he was an associate brought in by Flander. At that moment, a queue of over 100 individuals had formed behind the table. It was surprising to see such a multitude flocking to this seemingly humble and remote academy. Evidently, Flander had been quite persuasive in his endeavors. Intrigued by the spectacle, Liu Mo perched on a nearby tree, observing the unfolding scene. Just then, a young boy approached the table to register, and the old man, still in his languid demeanor, stated, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place them in that box." The boy's father promptly retrieved 10 gold soul coins and deposited them into the wooden box. The clinking sound of the coins striking the box elicited a flicker of delight in the old man's expression as he extended a hand. Upon hearing the elder's words, the boy instinctively reached out, only to have the old man squeeze his hand twice before shaking his head and declaring, "Your age does not meet the requirements. You may leave. Sir, my son has just recently celebrated his 13th birthday. Could you please make an exception?" The boy's father implored urgently. "Do not disrupt the line. The academy's rule is clear. We only accept children under the age of 13. Those exceeding this age will not be admitted," the elder replied, seemingly growing impatient. "What will happen to our registration fee?" The father inquired, his eyes fixated on the wooden box, his voice faltering. "Once registered, the fee is non-refundable." The old man responded dismissively. Liu Mo furrowed his brow upon witnessing the unreasonable behavior of Shrek Academy. It was evident that they were attempting to deceive them for monetary gain. "Refund our registration fee, or we shall not leave. Had we known Shrek Academy was in such disarray, we would never have come," he declared. The young man's father, upon hearing the elder's words, became quite incensed. Mubai, someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Please handle it, he instructed. The elder cast a glance at the young man's father and replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Dai Mubai sprang forth, eschewing any unnecessary dialogue. He summoned his soul power, manifesting 200-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring. The surging soul power generated an invisible pressure in the air, and with a cold glint in his eyes, he addressed the father and son. If you wish to reclaim your registration fee, you must first defeat me. Should you prevail, the entirety will be refunded. To everyone's astonishment, Dai Mubai had already ascended to the rank of Soul Master. It seemed that everyone had made considerable progress during this time. Liu Mo gazed in astonishment at the soul rings adorning Dai Mubai, yet a hint of disdain danced upon his lips. For he realized that he was not far from the soul sect himself. In the presence of soul masters, the soul rings held the utmost authority. The father and son, witnessing Dai Mubai's display, were taken aback, and after uttering a remark about their misfortune, they stormed off in a fit of youthful indignation, prompting a significant portion of the queue behind them to follow suit. Is this truly an academy accessible to the common folk? With a registration fee of 10 gold soul coins, how many among the populace can afford such a sum? Liu Mo cast an angry glance at the elderly man and his companion, Dai Mubai, who resembled an enforcer. He descended from the tree, devoid of any inclination to witness their charade further. Striding towards the courtyard, he remarked, Oscar, it appears that your business is not faring well today. Liu Mo observed Oscar, who had prepared his stall, and spoke in a subdued tone. However, he did not pause, continuing his advance. Oscar, perplexed by Liu Mo's words, gazed at his departing figure in silence. Brother Mo, where are you headed? Suddenly, a sweet voice from the side called out to Liu Mo. He turned to see Ying, who appeared somewhat enchanting in her attire today, perhaps in an effort to leave a favorable impression on the newcomers. The performance was utterly tedious. Their acting was so poor that it became unbearable to watch. Liu Mo beheld the moonlit shadows, and the furrowed lines on his brow began to soften. Yet, the recent scene he had witnessed left him somewhat disheartened. I just overheard Dean Flander mention that the final assessment involves a confrontation with Teacher Zhao. Are you not intrigued? Moonlit shadows, aware that mentioning Zhao Wujin would pique Liu Mo's interest, narrowed her eyes slightly as she spoke. Zhao Wujin. Very well. I am eager to observe how he conducts this evaluation of the new students. As Liu Mo contemplated, his brow slightly furrowed, and a flicker of anticipation danced in his gaze. Dean Flander had assigned him other tasks, so he excused himself, wishing for the opportunity to witness a thrilling duel. Today, the moonlight appeared markedly different from before. In her words and expression, there was a captivating brilliance, perhaps due to the imminent arrival of new companions. Meanwhile, a throng of people began to enter, facing the second challenge, the soul power assessment. As the crowd surged forward, Oscar's voice rang out, hawking his wares, while his eyes continuously scanned the fresh faces of new students. Each time his gaze fell upon a striking female student, it lingered for a moment, not even sparing some parents from his scrutiny. Liu Mo glanced at Oscar with a subtle smile, then shook his head. As he did so, he noticed a girl clad in pink attire. Although her figure could not quite rival that of Ying, she nevertheless exuded the essence of femininity. At that moment, Oscar's fervent gaze had already fixated upon her form. The pair of elongated ears atop her head was particularly conspicuous. Chapter 77. Entering the final assessment. Liu Mo gazed upon the pair of delicate pink rabbit ears, a sense of familiarity washing over her mind. It was her. Liu Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Although her appearance had changed, he could not mistake those iconic rabbit ears. She was indeed the girl named Xiao Wu who had asked him for directions in Notting City. At this moment, she was standing quite close to a young boy, suggesting a rather amicable relationship between them. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai was leading the way ahead. Despite his commendable physique, Liu Mo found himself devoid of any impulsive feelings, thus his gaze shifted away from Xiao Wu. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind them, clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that starkly contrasted with her fair skin. Her icy eyes scanned the surroundings with an air of unease. Zhu Qing. Has she come here to register as well? Could this be her intended destination? Liu Mo gazed into her mesmerizing eyes and instantly recognized her as Zhu Qing. She had grown significantly taller, and her poise could rival that of a fully matured beauty. Upon seeing Zhu Qing, a smile blossomed on Liu Mo's face, and the exhilarating sensation surged within him once more. Zhu Qing. Liu Mo hesitated for a moment before calling out to Zhu Qing in the distance, raising his arm to wave at her. To Zhu Qing's surprise, someone in this unfamiliar academy knew her name. She paused momentarily, glancing around. Ultimately, her gaze settled on the young man who was waving at her, and her icy demeanor was instantly softened, revealing a smile that she herself found unfamiliar. Mo Go, how could you be here? Although she was somewhat perplexed, she ran towards Liu Mo. Perhaps it was the lingering worry from her departure. Or perhaps she had truly missed Liu Mo during this time. She enveloped him in a warm embrace, which seemed to possess a springiness far surpassing that of Ling Yan's embrace. This singular moment drew the attention of everyone present, including Daimubai, whose piercing gaze was filled with a cold light, his teeth clenched, fists tightly balled. It was unclear whether his jealousy stemmed from the beautiful woman's affectionate gesture or from Liu Mo stealing his limelight. Meanwhile, Oscar watched with envy, drooling at the sight, while Liu Mo's cheeks flushed crimson, primarily due to the attention he garnered from embracing such an alluring beauty in front of the crowd. Zhu, there are too many people here. Liu Mo slightly lowered her head and softly informed Zhu. Upon hearing Liu Mo's subtle reminder, Zhu became aware of her own indiscretion, realizing she had lost her composure. She promptly distanced herself from Liu Mo, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. Zhu dared not meet Liu Mo's gaze directly. Instead, she lowered her head and gently inquired, Duality Bo has not tormented you, has he? No, Liu Mo replied. For I possess extraordinary talent. That old poisoner cannot harm me. Liu Mo gazed intently at her fair, blushing face and softly spoke. Daimubai perked up his ears, straining to catch the words exchanged between the two, yet found himself utterly unable to discern their conversation, unaware of their dialogue. He felt a surge of anger upon witnessing Zhu bashful demeanor. At that moment, Xiaowu, who was linked arm in arm with a young man, caught sight of Liu Mo's visage. The familiarity of it stirred a sense of intrigue within her. The reason for her recognition stemmed from the profound transformation Liu Mo had undergone during this time. The boy who once caressed her ears remained etched in her memory, appearing in her dreams nearly every night. Liu Mo's still strikingly handsome appearance captivated her once more, prompting her to gently release her grip on the young man's arm. Her eyes fixated on Liu Mo's countenance, enchanted by his subtle smile. The young man, Tang San, found himself nearly entranced by Liu Mo's ethereal beauty. Among the group brought by Daimubai, the last to arrive was a young girl clad in a simple white dress, exuding an air of purity. Her skin was exceptionally fair and tender. Despite her innocent appearance, her gaze was fixated on Liu Mo, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. In an instant, the entire assembly fell into a stunned silence, all eyes riveted upon Liu Mo's exquisite features. Are we still testing? Suddenly, the instructor responsible for assessing the student's soul power bellowed, shattering the stillness of the venue. Instantly, everyone regained their composure. At that moment, Zhu cast a sidelong glance at Daimubai, and their gazes clashed, igniting sparks of indignation. Although Zhu and Daimubai were already bound by familial arrangements, she felt no remorse for her actions. Having surreptitiously observed Daimubai in Suatua City for quite some time, she found the rhythm of his incessant changes and companions disconcerting, sometimes even more than 2 or 3 at a time. Reflecting on this, had it not been for the honor of her family, she might have departed long ago. Yet, Liu Mo had carved out a significant place in her heart, leaving her in a state of indecision. Very well, let us proceed to the next stage, Daimubai declared. Earlier, when he had persuaded the others to allow their group to advance directly to the final challenge, the admiration of the younger female students had barely settled before Liu Mo had completely overturned it, leaving him feeling quite reluctant. A wicked glimmer flashed in his eyes as he cast a glance at Liu Mo. Liu Mo, however, remained oblivious to Daimubai's gesture, his focus entirely on Zhu. Hearing Daimubai's frosty words, the group followed him, preparing to enter the next challenge. Liu Mo, aware that he was to face Zhao Wujia, promptly followed suit. Initially intending to observe Zhao Wujia's treatment of the new students, but now feeling a slight concern for Zhu. Arrived, Daimubai came to a halt as he arrived at a clearing, approximately 200 square meters in size. There, he found Zhao Wujia seated in a chair, dozing off. Teacher Zhao, I have brought the candidates for the 4th examination, Daimubai remarked, casting a cautious glance at Zhao Wujia, seemingly apprehensive about startling him and inciting his ire. This year, we have candidates for the 4th examination, and 4 of them, no less. Zhao Wujia opened his bleary eyes, gazing in astonishment at the 4 young men and women before him, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Yet, a smile soon crept across his face, for he saw a glimmer of hope. If any of these 4 possessed the potential to match Liu Mo's caliber, he would be prepared to nurture them closely. Teacher Zhao. All four of them have been exempted from the second and third examinations, Dai Mubai replied, feeling somewhat uneasy under Zhao Wujie's beaming expression. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's eyes brightened. He immediately rose from his chair. Though not tall and of ordinary appearance, he appeared quite sturdy. All four of you have surpassed level 25. Splendid. If you pass my practical assessment, you will officially become members of Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujie puffed out his chest, stretching his body as high as he could. Yet he was still shorter than the 12-year-old Tang San, and even more so than Dai Mubai and Liu Mo. Nevertheless, upon learning that they had all exceeded level 25, a spark of hope flickered in his eyes. These children might indeed surpass Liu Mo. Chapter 78. Group battle with Zhao Wujie. With this thought, Zhao Wujie smiled, his gaze sweeping warmly over the four before him. I am Zhao Wujie. Since you have all surpassed level 25, let us engage in a little game. You have the time it takes to burn an incense stick to get to know one another and strategize. After this period, we shall commence the test. The challenge is for you to work together to withstand my assault for the duration of the incense stick's burn. If even one of you lasts until the end, you will all pass. Teacher Zhao, this seems a bit unfair, Dai Mubai said, somewhat taken aback. In previous years, the final assessment involved battling him. And now he was sidelined, perhaps feeling a twinge of emotion within. What is unfair about it? The principal is not here, so I am the authority, Zhao Wujie declared, producing an incense stick from his person. With a flick of his fingers, he ignited it, planting it firmly in the ground without a tremor. Yet, this arrangement had originally been devised by Flander, and Zhao Wujie, eager to assert his authority in front of the students, spoke thus to Dai Mubai. Faced with Zhao Wujie's intimidation, Dai Mubai chose not to argue further. However, it seemed that he had lost the opportunity to display his own prowess. The time of the incense stick slipped away in an instant. All right, little monsters, time's up. Let us begin. As Zhao Wujie spoke, he retrieved an incense stick and ignited it in a similar manner, placing it into the ground. Zhao Wujie, possessing the martial soul of the mighty Diamond Bear, was a 76th level battle soul master. It was perplexing to see Zhao Wujie exhibit such courtesy. Perhaps it was because he perceived hope in the four young individuals before him. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie declare his martial soul and rank, Zhu Zhuqing and the others widened their eyes, their bodies trembling slightly. Mouths agape in astonishment as they gazed at him. The stark disparity in levels between a soul saint and four new recruits, yet to reach 30 levels, immediately dampened their spirits. Come now, I shall go easy on you, Zhao Wujie said with a faint smile, though a peculiar expression flickered across his face. I am Tang San, wielding the martial soul of Blue Silvergrass, a 29th level control battle soul master. This is Xiao Wu, with a martial soul of a rabbit, a 29th level assault type battle soul master. Ning Rongrong, with a martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tile, a 26th level support soul master. Zhu Zhiqing, with a martial soul of the phantom cat, a 27th level agility type battle soul master. After the four introduced themselves, their gazes converged solely upon Zhao Wujie. Oh, a member of the 7 treasure glazed sect has arrived? Remarkable. Let us dispense with pleasantries and begin. Zhao Wujie initially expressed surprise, then smiled faintly. At that moment, Liu Mo had also arrived, standing in a corner, observing discreetly. While they all focused their attention on the assessment, oblivious to his presence. The 7 treasures bring forth brilliance. Ning Rongrong twirled gracefully in place, and a resplendent array of multicolored light erupted from her being. At the center of this luminous spectacle, a towering 7 treasure glazed tower materialized in the palm of her right hand. The radiant light shimmered, exuding an air of nobility. With a smile, Ning Rongrong appeared ethereal. 2 yellow soul rings emerged from beneath her feet, gracefully orbiting her form. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being strength. As the first soul ring ascended, enveloping the 7 treasure glazed tower, 3 beams of colored light were released, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing and the others. Instantly, a warm surge coursed through their limbs, filling them with vigor, their soul power beginning to boil and surge forth. The 7 treasures are also famed for their second attribute, speed. As Ning Rongrong activated her second soul ring, 3 more beams of colored light emanated from the 7 treasure glazed tower, enveloping the 3 individuals once again. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Zhuqing and her companions felt their bodies become significantly lighter, their speed and strength augmented by 30%, substantially enhancing their overall prowess. Indeed, The first martial soul of the support type on the continent instantaneously elevated the strength of every member within the team. Zhao Wujie, taken aback by the display of the 7 treasure glazed tower, regained his composure. He then half-squatted, simultaneously striking the ground with his fists. Boom! The earth began to tremble. A wave of earthy yellow surging towards the 4 individuals with sudden ferocity. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, the most agile among them, leaped simultaneously, while Tang San had already ensnared Ning Rongrong with vines, lifting her into the air. He too sprang upward almost in unison with Xiao Wu. Having been together for 6 years, Xiao Wu and Tang San shared an undeniable synergy. Xiao Wu, now. Tang San commanded decisively as they both reached the pinnacle of their jump. Xiao Wu lightly tapped the palm of Tang San's hand with her toes, propelling herself swiftly towards Zhao Wujie. However, upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Wujie remained unperturbed, instead revealing a smile, as if preparing to embrace Xiao Wu's impending assault with his hands behind his back. Liu Mo observed the arrogant demeanor of Zhao Wujie, feeling an unsettling discontent within himself, particularly as he confronted 4 students, all of whom were under level 30. Although Xiao Wu's toes struck Zhao Wujie's chest, minimizing contact area while maximizing attack intensity, it was akin to a mere tickle for Zhao Wujie, a soul sage. She swiftly utilized the momentum from her kick to propel herself upward, directing her dual toes at the carotid artery of Zhao Wujie's neck. The moment her feet made contact, Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow, a sharp pain radiating from his neck. Swish, swish, swish. Zhu Qing also launched her assault. True to her nature as an agile battle soul master, her speed was astonishing, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in the air. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's legs had been seized by Zhao Wujie. Her attempts to break free were futile, as it was impossible for a soul master below level 30 to escape his grasp. As Zhao Wujie clasped Xiao Wu, Tang Sin's vines had already emerged, slithering like serpents, winding around Zhao Wujie's body. However, the vines appeared to have no effect on Zhao Wujie, who tightened his grip on Xiao Wu's legs and spun her around, preparing to throw her. At the instant of her release, Xiao Wu's scorpion braid ensnared Zhao Wujie's neck. Although she ultimately could not evade being thrown, this entanglement mitigated much of the force. She executed a backflip with all her might, managing to land without crashing to the ground. At that moment, the long vines floated toward her, wrapping around her waist, ensuring her safe landing. As Zhao Wujie launched Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing continued her relentless assault on his lower body. Despite her rapid strikes, they inflicted no damage on Zhao Wujie. Much like Xiao Wu's efforts, he chuckled, delivering a powerful kick with his sturdy, short legs toward Zhu Qing. Realizing the impending attack, Zhu Qing swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping the frontal assault, though still feeling the sweep against her body. Whoosh! Zhu Qing soared through the air, her descent barely a blink behind Xiao Wu's ejection. Meanwhile, Tang San, using his vines to catch Xiao Wu, was unable to attend to Zhu Qing. Just as Zhu Qing was about to hit the ground, a pair of warm hands enveloped her, executing a graceful turn that dissipated the force of her fall. Although her anxious emotions had not yet subsided, her heterochromatic eyes flashed with alarm as she gazed at her rescuer. In that moment of eye contact, her icy demeanor melted into a radiant smile. Emogo. A soft voice escaped Zhu Qing's lips as she nestled her head against Liu Mo's chest. Xiao Mo, you've come too. Would you like to join them? However, if you proceed, you will officially become a student of Shrek. As Zhao Wujie beheld the figure springing forth, he recognized Liu Mo, a sly smile gracing his lips. If he could seize this opportunity to have Liu Mo formally join Shrek Academy, it would surely delight Flanders. Teacher Zhao, are you truly so ruthless with the ladies? At that moment, it appeared that Liu Mo had no intention of releasing Zhu Qing, nor did she seem inclined to depart. Observing from the sidelines, Dai Mubai's chilling glare seemed to lower the ambient temperature of the arena. The sound of his clenched fists echoed ominously from his frame. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie noticed that Liu Mo was entirely dismissive of his words. His brow furrowed in contemplation as he surveyed the surroundings, pondering a solution. When his gaze settled on Dai Mubai, he discerned the malevolent glint in his heterochromatic eyes, which were fixated upon Liu Mo, revealing his palpable anger. Zhao Wujie offered a faint smile and called out to Dai Mubai, "Mubai, come here for a moment." Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's summons, the anger on Dai Mubai's face evaporated instantly, replaced by a beaming smile as he approached. Although he occasionally cast sinister glances at Liu Mo, he never revealed such sentiments in the presence of Zhao Wujie. "Mubai, I shall grant you another opportunity. Do you possess the confidence to defeat Liu Mo?" Zhao Wujie whispered to Dai Mubai, their exchange inaudible to others. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in surprise. A slow smile spreading across his lips as he replied, Teacher Zhao, I am no longer the Dai Mubai of the past. If given another chance, I will surely trample him beneath my feet. Listening to Dai Mubai's declaration, Zhao Wujie saw the confidence radiating from him, and he nodded slightly with a smile. Very well. Liu Mo, should you be willing to participate, you may battle Dai Mubai. Should you triumph, you will officially become a member of Shrek Academy. What say you? Zhao Wujie inquired, his gaze directed toward the reluctant Liu Mo. And what of them? Liu Mo cast a sweeping glance at Xiao Wu and the others, finally fixing his gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing, who was cradled in his arms. You should set her down. It is rather inappropriate to hold on to someone like this. Wouldn't you agree? Zhao Wujie remarked with a peculiar smile, observing Liu Mo's demeanor. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, the two finally became aware of their current position. Zhu Zhuqing promptly leaped down from Liu Mo's embrace, her cheeks flushed crimson. Tang San suppressed a chuckle, while Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances that hinted at a tinge of jealousy. Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with an ominous light. If you consent, I can proceed with the assessment of the four of them. However, if you disagree, I kindly ask you to step aside while I reset the timer, Zhao Wujie asserted, exuding an air of authority as he crossed his muscular arms over his chest, clearly establishing his dominance in the situation. Zhuqing, do you truly wish to join Shrek Academy? Liu Mo's gaze was fixed intently on Zhu Zhuqing's heterochromatic eyes as he softly inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. The movement of his lips the only indication of his words. Observing the expression in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, it became evident to me that she harbored unspoken reasons. Thus, Liu Mo refrained from probing further. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Liu Mo squinted, gazing at Dai Mubai, who appeared to be thoroughly prepared, merely awaiting the command from Zhao Wujie. Dai Mubai, a soul master of considerable rank, was a formidable opponent. Even we were no match for him. Having previously experienced his prowess, I remarked to Tang San that this young man might be in for a rude awakening. Tang San, accustomed to being a paragon within his own developmental environment, often judged external matters by his own standards, believing himself superior to others. However, Xiao Wu paid no heed to Tang San's words. Her gaze remained fixed on Liu Mo, a hint of concern evident in her eyes. As she silently concurred with Tang San's assessment, all right, you two, move to the other side. We shall commence together. You both have the time equivalent to a stick of incense, Zhao Wujing declared, producing a stick of incense which he ignited with deft fingers, placing it into the ground on the opposite side. At that moment, the incense on Zhao Wujing's side had already burned nearly halfway. Let us begin. 7 treasures. The first, strength. The second, speed. Upon hearing Zhao Wujing's words, Ning Rongrong immediately seized the initiative, unleashing her enhancement abilities. Under the guidance of her left hand, 8 radiant lights materialized. Zhu Zhuqing and the others were enveloped in 2 beams each, while 2 additional beams surged toward Liu Mo bathed in those 2 beams of light. Liu Mo felt an immediate influx of warmth coursing through his body, transforming into immense power. He felt significantly lighter, as if he had transcended the force of gravity itself. Observing Liu Mo's current state, Dai Mubai's expression shifted from anger to a flicker of concern. He was already required to exert himself. Yet Liu Mo had now received an enhancement. Liu Mo turned to look at Ning Rongrong, offering her a slight smile. At that moment, Ning Rongrong winked at Liu Mo and formed an encouraging gesture with her lips. What are you doing? You are not allies. We are 2 separate teams. Do you understand? Quickly cancel that. Zhao Wujie frowned upon witnessing Ning Rongrong bestowing a supportive status upon Liu Mo. Oh, Ning Rongrong responded to Zhao Wujie's words, pursing her lips as she retracted the radiant glow enveloping Liu Mo's form, simultaneously sticking out her tongue at him, revealing her endearing nature. In that instant, Tang San had already approached Zhao Wujie, aware that his blue-silver grass would have no effect on him. He could only rely on close combat. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing continuously disrupted his movements, and suddenly, he launched a feint with an empty fist. Seeing this opportunity, Tang San promptly transformed his extended right fist into an open palm, retracting it as Zhao Wujie struck. With his skillful technique, he invoked the control crane, Seize Dragon maneuver, pulling Zhao Wujie's body forward and causing him to stagger. At the same time, he thrust his right foot forward, striking Zhao Wujie's toes. And even with his formidable soul power, he lost his balance. Utilizing the finesse of the control crane, Sea's dragon technique, Tang San adeptly maneuvered Zhao Wujia's body. With all his strength, he managed to lift Zhao Wujia. At that moment, Zhao Wu seized the opportunity, wrapping her long legs around Zhao Wujia's waist. Grasping his neck with both hands, her first soul ring shimmered brilliantly as she spun Zhao Wujia's body vigorously in the air 3 times, bringing him crashing down to the ground. Just as he hit the ground, Tang San's blue-silver grass vines ensnared Xiao Wu's waist, causing her to spring away from Zhao Wujia, pulled back by the vines. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dai Mubai was poised with his fists, gathering immense power as he charged towards Liu Mo. Chapter 80. Engaging you seriously. The two seemed to be waiting for their opponent to unleash their martial spirits, relying solely on their own soul power to contend. During this period, Liu Mo's skills had improved remarkably. Faced with Dai Mubai's heavy punch, he no longer engaged directly. As Dai Mubai's right fist came within a foot of him, Liu Mo swiftly turned his head, allowing the powerful punch to graze past his face. In that fleeting moment, he pivoted his body, grasping Dai Mubai's arm and pushing it forward while extending his right leg to block his legs. With the momentum and Liu Mo's pull, Dai Mubai's entire body was propelled through the air. Boom! He landed flat on the ground. His descent coincided almost instantaneously with Zhao Wujia's. At this time, Zhao Wujia's head was already buried in the earth, while Dai Mubai was covered in dust. Liu Mo gazed down at Dai Mubai, a scornful smile gracing his lips. This time, he was not as impulsive or enraged as before. Perhaps it was a sign of his growing maturity. Or perhaps he simply did not care as much this time. Or maybe he understood that anger could cloud one's judgment and reveal vulnerabilities. Dai Mubai rolled over and, in a swift motion, sprang to his feet. His heterochromatic eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, yet he refrained from acting recklessly. Perhaps he had come to realize that succumbing to anger was a grave mistake. As Dai Mubai stood, Zhao Wujia pushed himself off the ground, lifting his head. At this moment, a thick layer of brown fur covered his body, his height exceeding 2.5 meters, muscles bulging prominently. The powerful golden iron bear had manifested, and his brownish-yellow eyes exuded an overwhelming aura, with 7 soul rings rhythmically circling around him. For a soul sage facing a few children in their 20s, he had merely intended to stretch his limbs. Little did he expect to find himself bested by these youngsters. Rising to his full height, he declared, "It seems I cannot afford to be lenient with you any longer. Come, let us continue." At this juncture, Liu Mo and Dai Mubai stared in astonishment at the 7 shimmering soul rings adorning Zhao Wujia's form, utterly surprised that he had unleashed all his soul rings against 4 children. In that moment, the two appeared to forget their own confrontation, their focus solely on Zhao Wujia. Liu Mo, however, was apprehensive that Zhao Wujia might severely injure Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged a knowing glance, and the tendrils of blue-silver grass swiftly ensnared Xiao Wu's waist, propelling her toward Zhao Wujia. Yet, at the instant Zhao Wujia made his move, Xiao Wu abruptly altered her trajectory, leaving him grasping at air in astonishment as he watched her swift motion. She darted past him, delivering a kick to his shoulder. Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback by the force of the kick, and his serious demeanor intensified as he advanced toward Tang San and the others. Zhu Zhuqing was not idle either. Just as Zhao Wujia took his first step toward them, she, adorned with 2 yellow soul rings, felt her pupils, one blue and one green, suddenly sharpen. Without a sound, she accelerated, her body leaping into the air, enveloped in soul power as she curled into a ball, hurtling toward Zhao Wujia. From her spiraling form emerged a flurry of claw shadows, her second soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws. With her rapid rotations and the piercing power of her claws, she unleashed a barrage of attacks in a remarkably brief span, striking the same spot with astonishing force. A thunderous roar erupted. Zhao Wujia's eyes blazed with a cold light as the first of his soul rings illuminated, and a brilliant golden radiance exploded forth. Zhu Zhuqing, who was about to be attacked, let out a chilling scream in midair. A tremendous shockwave rapidly expanded outward, propelling her body into the sky. 3 muffled groans echoed almost simultaneously. Tang San and Xiao Wu were not spared either, with Zhu Zhuqing suffering the most severe injuries, followed closely by Xiao Wu. The intense turbulence caused Xiao Wu to cough up a mouthful of blood, her entire body succumbing to a wave of numbness as she was swiftly carried into Tang San's embrace by the blue-silver grass. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Liu Mo watched Zhu Zhuqing soaring through the air, their gazes fixated upon her form. Almost in unison, they sprang into action. As the confrontation seemed to hinge on who could reach Zhu Zhuqing first, Liu Mo acted swiftly, embracing her in his arms, only to discover that Zhu Zhuqing had already lost consciousness, her arms dislocated. This was the ruthless treatment imposed by the Academy's instructors upon her. Liu Mo gazed at the faint trace of blood at the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's mouth and spoke coldly. How is she? Dai Mubai's sinister eyes revealed a hint of concern. Her arms are dislocated. Liu Mo lifted his gaze, observing the anxious expression on Dai Mubai's face, and softly uttered, "Give it to me." Dai Mubai's eyes remained fixated on Zhu Zhuqing. Without receiving Liu Mo's consent, he took Zhu Zhuqing and gently placed her on the ground, commencing the process of realignment. However, Liu Mo was not particularly knowledgeable about the matter, thus he refrained from opposing him. Yet, from the glimmer in Dai Mubai's eyes, he could discern that they were acquainted, and their relationship was far from straightforward. Perhaps Zhu Zhuqing's intention in joining Shrek was indeed for him. Liu Mo furrowed his brows slightly, a surge of jealousy suddenly rising within him. I shall summon Oscar. Dai Mubai gently placed Zhu Zhuqing down and hurriedly departed. As Liu Mo hesitated on whether to reveal his second martial soul, Dai Mubai's words served as a timely reminder. Indeed, Oscar, being a food-type soul master, possessed sausages that offered restorative properties, allowing him to maintain his strength. Just as Liu Mo was about to assist Zhu Zhuqing, a piercing scream echoed from the side. Turning his head, he beheld Zhao Wujia's battered form, covered in bruises and bearing a swollen visage. Under the sunlight, the ground shimmered with scattered glimmers. Were those poison needles? Liu Mo exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, the arena was left with only Zhao Wujia and Tang San in confrontation. He was taken aback by the young boy's mercilessness, and what surprised him even more was that a soul sage could not withstand the venomous needle. Unbeknownst to him, the needle that Tang San had driven into Zhao Wujia's body was crafted from spirit crystal, possessing formidable piercing power and resembling a fine strand of hair, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. However, an idea began to form in Liu Mo's mind. If he could create a firearm, wouldn't he be able to dominate the entire world? Yet, in a realm that revered soul power, such devices were hardly worth mentioning. Using hidden weapons against formidable opponents was laughable. Those who could be subdued in that manner were not truly powerful. If that were the case, blacksmiths would forge weapons, not mere agricultural tools. As he pondered, Zhu Zhuqing stirred slightly in response to a cry of anguish, gradually regaining consciousness. What significant business could possibly require me to abandon my stall? Oscar grumbled. The scene that unfolded before him caused him to tremble, quickly replaced by a smile. He never anticipated that a mere assessment would yield such vast business opportunities. Even more astonishing was the realization that a single trial could inflict such extensive harm, to the point where even Zhao Wujia had vanished from sight. Oscar, hurry, Dai Mubai urged anxiously, with his hands gathering a yellow glow. 2 yellow soul rings emerged around his body. I possess a grand sausage, he proclaimed, and a large sausage materialized between his hands. Chapter 81. Liu Mo battles Dai Mubai again. Before Oscar could stabilize the grand sausage he had just created, Dai Mubai snatched it away and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. Meanwhile, Oscar's gaze shifted to the other side, a sly smile emerging on his face. Gentlemen, would anyone care for a grand sausage? He called out as he walked away. Tang San and Xiao Wu, already aware of the sausage's origin, showed little interest. Oscar, quickly. I need 1 grand sausage and 1 small sausage. Zhao Wujia, his face swollen and bruised, spoke with a degree of slurred clarity. Who are you? How do you know my name? Oscar, surprised that this person recognized him, inquired. Do you wish to be punished? I am Zhao Wujia, came the muffled response. Oscar discerned part of the name, Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia? Teacher Zhao, how could a soul sage end up like this? Oscar questioned, perplexed, though he noted the muscular build that bore some resemblance to the man he knew. Oscar, that is indeed Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai shouted from the other side, engrossed in the conversation and oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Oscar's face lit up with a smile. Teacher Zhao, please forgive my lack of insight. After speaking, he handed him 2 sausages, 1 large and 1 small. Zhao Wuji exhaled deeply to release his pent-up anger before accepting the sausages and consuming them. Don't forget to pay, Teacher Zhao, he remarked. The cost of the sausages offset the punishment he had intended to impose. Having finished the sausages, Zhao Wuji, now gradually regaining his composure, spoke with indignation. Teacher Zhao, this is merely a small transaction. You cannot take advantage of me. Oscar, with an expression of helplessness, circled around Zhao Wuji and said. All the injured individuals began to sit cross-legged in meditation, regulating their breathing, seemingly oblivious to Oscar's words, including Zhao Wuji. The efficacy of the large sausage was indeed as renowned as its reputation suggested. Although Zhu Zhuqing was the most severely injured, she was the first to rise. The others also began to recover and slowly stood. How did your competition go? Zhao Wuji inquired, directing his gaze at Dai Mubai, who appeared embarrassed and at a loss for words. They had ceased their contest amidst Zhao Wuji's fury. Zhao San, please clear the poisonous needles from the ground and then resume, Zhao Wuji commanded. Immediately, Tang San sprang into action, collecting the surrounding poisonous needles. For safety, he surveyed the area once more and, upon confirming it was clear, signaled Zhao Wuji. Everyone moved to one side, leaving only Liu Mo and Dai Mubai in the center. Zhao Wuji produced another incense stick, but this time it took several attempts before he could ignite it, perhaps due to his incomplete recovery. With a snap of his fingers, the incense did not stay upright. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhao Wuji stepped forward to pick up the stick and personally inserted it into the ground. Despite his awkwardness, he was quite pleased with Tang San's performance. The duel between the two remained unchanged from before. They had not unleashed their martial spirits. As if Dai Mubai were waiting for Liu Mo, while Liu Mo had no intention of winning, but also did not plan to lose. What are you two doing? Xiao Mo, if you lose, they cannot pass the assessment either. The incense had burned down a third, yet neither had released their martial spirits, which made Zhao Wuji increasingly irate. Teacher, didn't you just say we aren't on the same team? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows at Zhao Wuji's words. I did not say you were a team. You were merely in a cooperative relationship. As soon as Zhao Wuji finished, Ning Rongrong's palm began to emit a radiant, multicolored light. Your status enhances Dai Mubai. Realizing her intentions, Zhao Wuji immediately interjected. Are we enhancing our opponent while in a cooperative relationship? Just as Ning Rongrong unleashed her 7 treasures glazed pagoda, Zhao Wuji's words made her feel a sense of injustice. Teacher Zhao is the boss. What he says goes. Oscar immediately called out from behind. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Wuqi's lips curled slightly into a smile, as it seemed that Oscar had touched upon his innermost thoughts. Teacher Zhao indicated that if you are to comply, you should act swiftly. His rules are ever-changing as long as you obey. Oscar approached Ning Rongrong from behind, inhaling a faint fragrance, and then softly spoke. Being a senior, Oscar earned Ning Rongrong's trust. Instantly, 2 beams of radiant, multicolored light enveloped Dai Mubai's body, bringing forth a surge of power and an exhilarating sense of lightness. At this moment, Liu Mo furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping through the crowd until it settled upon Zhu Zhuqing. A flicker of tension flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. After all, she had just experienced the effects of the enhancement, and she was uncertain whether Liu Mo could indeed triumph over Dai Mubai in this altered state. From Zhu Zhuqing's expression, Liu Mo discerned her yearning to remain at Shrek Academy. He resolved to fight with all his might for her sake. Suddenly, a surge of intense pale light erupted from Dai Mubai's body as his arms extended outward, his chest thrust forward. A cacophony of cracking bones resonated throughout him, his muscles swelling to the brink of tearing his garments. Each muscle beneath his attire became distinctly apparent, and even the surrounding air began to vibrate with agitation. His golden hair transformed instantaneously into a striking blend of black and white, with the dark strands standing out more prominently. White fur enveloped the entirety of his hands, and as he moved his fingers, razor-sharp claws emerged and retracted with the precision of daggers. The 8-inch-long talons gleamed with a chilling radiance. His eyes metamorphosed into a profound, deep blue, and a white tiger adorned with red stripes manifested on his form. 3 spirit rings ascended from beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple, emanating an overwhelming aura. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing widened their eyes in astonishment, mouths agape as they gasped in disbelief at the sight of Dai Mubai's spirit rings. The brilliance of his 1,000-year spirit rings illuminated the arena, and they felt a wave of despair wash over them in response to his formidable power. Ning Rongrong could not fathom why Zhao Wuji insisted she grant enhancement effects to such a powerful senior. Did he harbor resentment for the recent injury inflicted upon him and thus refuse to shelter them? At that moment, her heart longed for a swift change in Zhao Wuji's rules. Wishing to annul the shared bond with Liu Mo suddenly furrowed his brows, his eyes shimmering with a pale blue luminescence. As the light erupted above his head, an icy chill enveloped the entire arena. His muscles swelled rapidly, his hands transforming into what resembled large fans. In the instant the dark golden Titan Emperor manifested, ethereal blue runes glimmered upon his body, exuding an oppressive cold that penetrated every soul present. Tang San gazed at this martial spirit, momentarily taken aback, as it bore resemblance to something he had seen before, yet lacked the formidable presence that Liu Mo's dark golden Titan Emperor possessed. Back then, Tang San had observed Liu Mo's martial spirit prior to its mutation. Years had elapsed, and now they scarcely recognized one another. Suddenly, Tang San, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar let out a collective shriek. Chapter 82. Words upon publication. The time for publication approaches, and of late, I have felt somewhat restless. After much contemplation, I have decided to share a few words upon this occasion. I extend my gratitude to the editors and readers for their unwavering support, as well as to the few friends who have generously offered their contributions. Regarding the issue of following the group, I have made revisions twice due to reader feedback, which led to the deletion of numerous drafts and a shift in the main storyline. It is challenging to please everyone, so I have resolved to proceed without further modifications. As the current tumultuous circumstances have dampened my spirit, I intend to adhere to this narrative framework, and how far it will take me ultimately depends on your support. Once again, I express my sincere thanks to Di Wang Xiao Tai, Lu Fei Lu, Wei Peng Xiao Niu, Bing Pachi Lin, and Feng Bai Hua for their generous donations, as well as to the brothers who have consistently voted for me. As for subscriptions, I am aware that the best outcome is merely to surpass 100, so I shall maintain a tranquil mindset. In these peculiar times, the well-being of everyone is of utmost importance. Chapter 83. The Soul Sect fears you not? They observed Liu Mo's martial spirit without excessive astonishment. Yet their surprise was palpable as 3 soul rings ascended beneath his feet, an inconceivable combination of 1 yellow and 2 purple. Upon witnessing Liu Mo's 3 soul rings, their previously disheartened spirits surged with renewed vigor. Zhao Wujing revealed a slight smile. Daimubai had already reached the 37th level, and with the enhancement from the 7 treasure glazed tile, he now surpassed the 40th level. Zhao Wujing remarked calmly. Those nearby, upon hearing Zhao Wujing's words, felt a twinge of unease replace their earlier joy, although Liu Mo's soul ring years held a distinct advantage. The combination of Daimubai and Ning Rongrong's enhancement suggested a closely matched contest. The ultimate victor remained uncertain. However, Liu Mo also caught Zhao Wujing's words. He furrowed his brows slightly, feeling a flicker of surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Daimubai was so close to the Soul Sect. It seemed he had indeed been somewhat negligent during this time. Nevertheless, while reaching the 40th level was commendable, he still lacked an additional soul ring compared to the true Soul Sect, indicating a considerable gap remained. As Liu Mo contemplated this, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Conversely, Zhu Qing experienced an indescribable feeling. She wished for Liu Mo's victory, not merely due to their current bond, but also out of a desire to see Daimubai unharmed. She had witnessed Liu Mo confront the formidable Tainua, a level 50 soul master of pure strength, who had failed to gain any advantage against Liu Mo. Thus, her faith in Liu Mo remained steadfast. White Tiger transformation. Daimubai, devoid of any trace of arrogance, unleashed his 3rd soul skill as they both released their martial spirits simultaneously. The air around him distorted, and his sinister eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. The White Tiger transformation would double Daimubai's strength, attack, and defense for half an hour, a duration sufficient to sustain this duel. Moreover, he understood Zhao Wujing's intentions. The lingering frustration within them had yet to dissipate, and this time he would use Daimubai to teach Liu Mo a lesson, though concerns lingered. The augmentation provided by the 7 treasures glazed tile became a source of confidence. Daimubai concentrated his power in his right hand, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength that brought a smile to his face. With a flash of his blood-red eyes and a body emanating a chilling radiance, he surged toward Liu Mo. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Liu Mo's side. The dark golden Titan Emperor, embodying both power and speed, meant Liu Mo's pace was equally swift. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped backward, arms outstretched, drifting away in response to Daimubai's assault. As their movements maintained perfect synchronization, Liu Mo seized the opportunity. He swiftly grasped Daimubai's extended right arm with his palm, pivoting immediately to face away from him. Planting his feet firmly, he pressed down on the captured arm while bending forward, throwing Daimubai off balance. At that moment, Daimubai found himself airborne, plummeting toward the ground. Onlookers gazed in astonishment at the trajectory of his descent, while Zhao Wujing's brow furrowed in discontent. In an impressive display, Daimubai adeptly utilized the momentum from Liu Mo's throw, curling his body midair before unfurling it. He had rotated 90 degrees, legs pointed downward, landing gracefully. Normally, Dai Mubai would not have displayed such agility. It was the enhancement effect from Ning Rongrong that rendered his form even more buoyant. Without pausing, Dai Mubai continued his assault. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he bent his legs and propelled himself forward once more. His body, inclined, surged toward Liu Mo, fists enveloped in soul power, creating fiery brilliance as they sliced through the air. Liu Mo deftly bent his waist to evade, only to feel a tremendous force brush past him. The two recent assaults made Liu Mo acutely aware of Dai Mubai's unimaginable growth, a stark contrast to their previous encounters, a transformation not merely attributable to two enhancement effects. White Tiger's radiant wave. His sinister eyes suddenly turned a brilliant white, and his body erupted in a flash of white light. As the second spirit ring glimmered, the white light coalesced instantaneously, accompanied by a fierce roar. A milky white orb of light erupted from his mouth. The orb surged towards Liu Mo. The moment the orb was unleashed, Liu Mo sensed the overwhelming power it contained. Even Zhao Wujia, standing nearby, exhibited a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that through enhancement effects, Dai Mubai's White Tiger's radiant wave could unleash such a formidable aura. Earth's magma. Without the slightest hesitation, Liu Mo activated his third soul ring. A crimson light flickered in his eyes as his hands radiated a flame-like brilliance, striking the ground with great force. Instantly, the earth trembled slightly, instilling a sense of panic in Zhu Zhuqing and the others. As the fissures in the ground surged forward, they aligned perfectly with the luminous sphere above. With a thunderous roar, scorching magma erupted, scattering the orb in the sky. At that moment, the white and red lights intertwined in the air, resembling a magnificent firework display. Ice Mountain Heavy Hammer. Liu Mo resolved to transition from passive defense to proactive offense. With his commanding shout, a chilling wave surged forth, encroaching upon the surroundings. Dai Mubai felt this sensation acutely. In the past, he had been unaware of how this skill operated, but now he comprehended its nature. The White Tiger Barrier. Without a moment's hesitation, as the icy air pressed in, he activated his first soul ring, unleashing his initial soul skill to counter Liu Mo's assault. Boom! A hammer-shaped iceberg descended, shattering Dai Mubai's white barrier in an instant. Consequently, the iceberg nearly vanished along with it. By employing both his first and third soul skills in conjunction with enhancement support, Liu Mo's strike inflicted no damage upon Dai Mubai. Liu Mo's strike was initially intended as a mere test. He was aware that Dai Mubai had fortified his defenses at that moment. Thus he did not aspire for a decisive victory. Perhaps the shadows of past torment inflicted by Liu Mo lingered in Dai Mubai's mind, as he appeared genuinely pleased to withstand this blow. It is conceivable that during this period of intense training, his rapid enhancement of soul power was in anticipation of this very opportunity. At this moment, he succeeded, and although it was with Ning Rongrong's assistance, he believed that even without such a boost, he would not find himself in the same dire predicament as before. To his surprise, his strength proved to be formidable. No wonder teacher Zhao had advocated for the support of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda to be bestowed upon Dai Mubai, for without it, he would have already faced defeat, and such a riveting duel would have remained unseen. Tang San's gaze shifted, seemingly deducing Zhao Wujia's new intentions. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at him. However, as Dai Mubai reveled in his small victory, several afterimages emerged upon the battlefield. Chapter 84. Simultaneous Release of Soul Skills. The previous strike had merely been a probe, and now he was poised to launch a full-scale assault. The Dark Gold Titan Emperor's martial soul, while possessing remarkable speed, could not be compared to that of Zhu Zhuqing, the agile attack-type soul master. Unlike the silent and swift pace of agility-based fighters, it stood as the sovereign of speed among power-type martial souls. Dai Mubai observed the phantoms approaching him, a tinge of anxiety creeping in. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Liu Mo's massive hand, clenched into a fist, struck against Dai Mubai's body. He was propelled backward, skidding 3 to 4 meters before coming to a halt. The sensation of pain surged forth instantly, yet it did not inflict grievous harm. Upon receiving the blow, his blood-red eyes gleamed with a cold light, as if they sought to rend Liu Mo asunder. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of Dai Mubai's anguished expression, while Ning Rongrong's smile widened radiantly. Xiaowu stood quietly, a faint smile gracing her lips. The two combatants, now 3 to 4 meters apart, simultaneously summoned their strength to charge forth. This marked their first earnest confrontation, each unwilling to yield. Boom. Their heavy fists collided squarely against each other's chests, occurring almost in unison. The soul power coursing through their veins surged violently as they clashed. In Dai Mubai's sinister gaze, a semblance of hatred was evident. Following the impact of his powerful strike against Liu Mo, he swiftly unleashed his 8-inch claws, raking across Liu Mo's body with a swift motion. Liu Mo swiftly retracted his legs, retreating 2 or 3 meters. At that very moment, the glinting claws, radiating an icy brilliance, continued to slash through the air, as if attempting to rend the very atmosphere. A sharp pain surged from his chest, where the skin had been torn, blood beginning to flow forth. The grinding sound of his clenched teeth echoed from his lips, his brow furrowing deeply. This was his way of resisting the excruciating agony inflicted by the wound. Seeing Liu Mo injured, Zhu Zhuqing took a step forward and called out softly, only to halt immediately. The incense had not yet burned out, and Zhao Wujia's silence indicated that it was not yet time for him to approach. However, his heart raced with anxiety, his fists clenched tightly, palms slick with sweat. Over the years, Big Brother Dai had indeed made considerable progress, Oscar mused. Recalling the rumors he had once heard about Liu Mo, he abandoned his stall, prepared to witness another scene of Dai Mubai's brutality, though disappointment tugged at him. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong bore furrowed brows and clenched fists, evidently troubled by Liu Mo's injuries. A subtle smirk played at the corners of Zhao Wujia's mouth. Though it was not overtly pronounced, internally, he reveled in amusement. As for Liu Mo's defeat, he had once declared himself the leader here, and thus his words held sway. The rules could be changed at will. Nonetheless, Liu Mo's first soul ring bestowed upon him a passive skill that granted a significant power boost in conjunction with Titan-type assistance, coupled with the age of his soul ring far surpassing that of Dai Mubai. Therefore, even in a situation bolstered by support, Dai Mubai's strength paled in comparison to Liu Mo's. With that punch, aside from the tearing of flesh and the accompanying acute pain, Liu Mo's internal soul power surged, having already reached its conclusion. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai found himself in a different predicament. His soul power coursed through him, blood boiling, and a sense of pressure began to build in his chest. Despite his efforts to swallow, a stream of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto his collar. Zhu Zhuqing, unwilling to witness such a scene, realized that both Liu Mo and Dai Mubai were now injured. Yet, Liu Mo appeared somewhat enraged. Whether it was from perceiving Zhao Wujia's subtle expressions, the aggressive aura emanating from Dai Mubai, or the look he cast at Zhu Zhuqing, he felt a surge of fury within himself. Ice, mountain, heavy hammer. Liu Mo seemed to grit his teeth, each word bursting forth with intensity. Upon hearing those 4 words, Dai Mubai's body jolted in surprise. The white tiger's protective barrier. It appeared to be a conditioned reflex, as he nearly uttered it instinctively. Yet, the radiant shield formed from the gathering white light had already enveloped him. The molten earth. Before Liu Mo's first soul skill could be unleashed, his hands were already enveloped in a radiant crimson glow, which he promptly struck against the ground. Simultaneously, the first and third soul skills were activated, without hesitation. His hands became adorned with violet arcs of electricity. Purple, electric, roar, and howl. The 3 soul rings adorning his body gleamed almost in unison. And as he gritted his teeth to utter those 4 words, his figure had already transformed into an afterimage. A chilling breeze descended from above while searing heat surged from below. With a thunderous crash, the 2 forces erupted almost simultaneously. If one were to note a difference, it would be that the imposing ice mountain struck with a swiftness that slightly outpaced the molten lava of the earth. The hammer-like ice mountain shattered the protective barrier of the white tiger, while the gushing magma propelled his body into the air, only for it to crash back to the ground. The intense burning sensation lingered, refusing to dissipate. Dai Mubai began to roll on the ground, wailing in agony. Oscar seemed to regret his earlier words, and upon witnessing Dai Mubai's current state, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were still caught in a state of astonishment. Unable to congratulate Liu Mo, Zhu Zhuqing found herself in a conflict of emotions, hesitating as she grappled with her thoughts. Meanwhile, Tang Sen appeared lost in memories of his first hunt for a soul beast, a skill he was quite familiar with. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Liu Mo had already leaped into the air, crossing his hands as the violet arcs coalesced into a net of purple electricity aimed directly at Dai Mubai. Stop. The duel ends here. Suddenly, a voice emerged from Zhao Wujia's lips, his brows furrowing together, tinged with a hint of regret. Hearing the shout, Liu Mo retracted his fists and refrained from striking Dai Mu Bai, who was struggling on the ground. As he withdrew his purple lightning and fists, he gently descended, standing beside Dai Mu Bai while catching his breath. The preceding battle was not to be mentioned, but the simultaneous release of the 3 soul skills was no small feat. It was an endeavor that consumed an immense amount of soul power. Liu Mo, you are truly my idol, exclaimed Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, rushing to Liu Mo's side upon hearing Zhao Wujia's announcement. Tang San also approached Liu Mo, seemingly wishing to inquire about something, yet the moment did not allow for interruptions. Zhu Zhuqing stood between them, casting a sidelong glance at Dai Mu Bai, who was still suffering from the lingering flames of his injuries. Liu Mo, today I finally witnessed you dominating Dai Mu Bai. You are incredible. Oscar congratulated as he joined Liu Mo. Oscar, bring me a couple of sausages. And make sure to include the small ones, Zhao Wujia called out to him. Hesitating at Zhao Wujia's words, Oscar approached, saying, Teacher Zhao, this time. Will it be on the house? Feed him, and then you can settle it with him afterward, Zhao Wujia replied, gesturing toward the still recovering Dai Mu Bai. The burning damage had ceased, and Dai Mu Bai was beginning to rise slowly. Dai Mu Bai is not one to shirk his debts. Here you go, Oscar remarked, handing 2 sausages to Dai Mu Bai with a hint of sarcasm. Zhao Wujia understood the underlying meaning in Oscar's words, deepening the furrow in his brow as he pointed at him. Fortunately, Zhao Wujia intervened just in time, preventing Liu Mo's purple lightning roar from striking, for it would not have been resolved by merely 2 sausages. Zhu Zhuqing observed as Dai Mu Bai consumed the sausages, realizing he was no longer in peril. She walked toward Liu Mo. How are your injuries? She asked, her gaze falling upon a fresh wound atop a dark red scar, evoking memories of the past. She immediately began to tend to his injuries. Oscar, bring 2 sausages for Liu Mo as well, Zhao Wujia said, though with some reluctance, acknowledging his role as a senior in this situation. This money? Oscar asked, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Zhao Wujia. Whoever eats pays. Why are you looking at me? Zhao Wujia retorted, glaring at Oscar. Oh. Oscar quickly produced 2 sausages, handing them to Liu Mo. Here you go, Liu Mo. You are my idol, so I want to charge you. Liu Mo smiled gently as he accepted the 2 sausages and began to eat. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, observing Liu Mo savoring Oscar's large sausage with great enjoyment, suddenly felt a churn in her stomach and quickly turned away, no longer able to watch. Although Liu Mo was unaware of the reason behind her reaction, he found the name somewhat off-putting, yet the taste surprisingly delightful. And the restorative properties of the sausage were indeed remarkable. Xiao Wu, at such a tender age, could it be that you are already experiencing this? Ning Rongrong remarked, her expression one of astonishment as she observed Xiao Wu's behavior. Oh dear, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Wu nearly exclaimed in exasperation, but instead leaned closer to Ning Rongrong's ear to confide in her about the matter. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and Xiao Wu too became quite rosy. Do you still dare to eat? No, I shan't eat. Liu Mo observed the 2 girls whispering mysteriously, utterly oblivious to their conversation. Instead, he savored his meal even more. Liu Mo, I am truly in awe of you now, Dai Mu Bai remarked softly as he approached Liu Mo after recovering. His expression was devoid of any hostility, replaced instead with admiration, as he watched Liu Mo relish a large sausage, clutching his chest with a hint of discomfort. Although he had consumed Oscar's sausage and had effectively recuperated, the internal injuries he sustained remained unhealed. Through their recent encounters, Dai Mu Bai recognized that even with the enhancements provided by the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, he had been heavily wounded by Liu Mo. The disparity in their strengths was not something he could bridge through sheer effort alone. Even Dai, the leader, has someone to admire. It seems I shall have to refer to Liu as the elder from now on, Oscar thought to himself. A genuine smile of delight emerging from within as he witnessed Dai Mu Bai bowing to Liu Mo. Dai Mu Bai felt slightly uncomfortable at Oscar's words. His usual imposing demeanor now softened. Your increase in strength is indeed remarkable. You are a worthy opponent, he conceded. Liu Mo observed the shift in Dai Mu Bai's attitude towards him and took the opportunity to express his own feelings. He then turned his gaze towards Oscar and remarked, I have no desire to assume the role of a leader. After all, Dai is still Dai. After Liu Mo finished speaking, he gently patted Dai Mu Bai's shoulder and offered him a faint smile. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Dai Mu Bai lowered his head slightly, uncertain of how to respond to such a sentiment. Since everyone is all right, I hereby announce that all of you have successfully passed the assessment, and you are now official students of Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujie's face beamed with a smile, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Tang San. Although this child had employed a certain tactic, he had undeniably left himself without room for counterattack within the span of a single incense stick's burning. Contemplating this, he concluded that the boy's abilities had far surpassed those of Liu Mo, marking this as the greatest gain from the current assessment. Daimubai, you will take them back to the dormitory to rest. Zhao Wujie cast a serious glance at Daimubai, his expression laden with authority. As their eyes met, Daimubai gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Zhao Wujie then turned and departed, a soft sound escaping him as he did so. The pain from the dragon beard needle that Tang San had pierced into him had not yet fully subsided, and any movement sent waves of sharp discomfort coursing through his body. Mo go, I am Tang San. Tang San approached Liu Mo, tilting his head slightly upward, and offered a gentle smile. At this moment, Liu Mo stood half a head taller than Tang San, looking down at him with a hint of confusion, yet he hesitated. Xiao San, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Liu Mo, standing before Tang San, resembled an elder brother, his lips gently curling into a faint smile as he spoke. Mo ge, have we crossed paths in the soul-hunting forest? Tang San, having just employed the Ice Mountain heavy hammer to confront Daimubai, had already confirmed that it was Liu Mo who had come to his aid during that earlier encounter. Although their martial souls had undergone mutations and their appearances had changed, that particular skill remained steadfast and unaltered. Upon hearing Tang San's inquiry, Liu Mo furrowed his brow slightly, as his mind began to traverse through his memories. He had ventured into the soul-hunting forest on only 2 occasions. The first was alongside his master, during which they encountered no one. The second time, while assisting Yu Ying in hunting the first soul ring, certain events did unfold. The Mandra snake. Observing Liu Mo lost in contemplation, Tang San directed his gaze towards him, offering a subtle prompt. Upon hearing the mention of the mandala serpent, Liu Mo was instantly transported back to a past memory, his gaze fixed upon Tang San's form. He gently nodded and inquired with a hint of curiosity, could it be that you were the man who once fled with that child? Indeed, that was I. Tang San replied, his gratitude palpable. I hadn't the chance to express my thanks before you departed. It is a pleasant surprise to encounter you here. Acknowledging Tang San's affirmation, Liu Mo instantly conveyed his appreciation. There is no need for thanks. My actions were but a trifling matter, he responded modestly. For Liu Mo, the incident held little significance, merely a reflection of his inherent nature, devoid of extensive contemplation. However, for Tang San and his master, the event bore profound implications. Following that incident, the master had sought out Liu Mo, yet was unable to locate him. His quest was not solely to extend gratitude. He sensed Liu Mo's extraordinary potential, which prompted an internal struggle. Ultimately, he resolved to break his vow of accepting only one disciple, intending to take Liu Mo under his wing, as a means to further validate his theories. How wonderful. It turns out that Brother Mo is the benefactor of my brother. We shall henceforth consider ourselves as brothers. Dai Mubai interjected, finally finding a moment to contribute to their conversation. His choice of address carried an ulterior motive. He had long discerned the unique bond between Zhu Shiqing and Liu Mo. By referring to Liu Mo as a brother, and with Zhu Shiqing bound to him by marriage, he hoped to ensure that Liu Mo would not covet his brother's fiancée, Boss Dai, haha. Liu Mo, upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, echoed in agreement. He had long perceived that the relationship between Zhu Shiqing and Dai Mubai was extraordinary. However, he was unaware of the true nature of their connection. He assumed that Dai Mubai was merely her distant cousin. From any perspective, cultivating a friendship with this individual would prove advantageous for him. Chapter 86. Some matters must remain secrets. Tang San observed Liu Mo and Dai Mubai, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued. In fact, that mandragora serpent did not perish at that time. It later became my first spirit ring. I owe a debt of gratitude to Brother Mo for that. What? Your first spirit ring was essentially acquired with Brother Mo's assistance? Xiao exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Tang San's words. She had not anticipated that the formidable first spirit ring, which dominated at Nodding Academy, was the result of Liu Mo's intervention. Tang San beamed at Xiao Wu, offering a subtle acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Xiao seemed eager to forge some connection with Liu Mo, yet found herself at a loss for words. Liu Mo's gaze caught the glimmer of regret in Xiao Wu's eyes. He offered a subtle smile and softly remarked, if memory serves me right, we have crossed paths before. As Xiao noticed Liu Mo's attention fixated upon her, a surge of excitement coursed through her veins. The anticipation and uncertainty emanating from her gaze rendered her even more endearing. When you first arrived in Notting City, you inquired about directions from me, and furthermore. Liu Mo gazed at Xiao Wu and spoke slowly, as if reminiscing. Ah, so that is you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, and she promptly interrupted him, wishing to prevent him from divulging further details. Her distinctive ears were quite memorable, yet she did not wish for others to know that a strange boy had once touched them. After all, she had confided in Tang San that he was the only one permitted to do so. Observing Xiao Wu's blend of embarrassment and her intent to halt the conversation, Liu Mo comprehended her feelings and refrained from continuing. It appears that we all share a connection with Mo, such as fate, Tang San remarked, glancing at Xiao Wu. Unaware of the history between Liu Mo and her, he simply believed that their acquaintance with Liu Mo deepened their bond, potentially leading to richer discussions in the future. Everyone here seems to know Mo except for me. I suppose I shall make his acquaintance from this moment onward. Though Ning Rongrong felt somewhat disheartened, her gaze remained bright and smiling as it lingered on Liu Mo. At this point, Dai Mubai began to feel a sense of confusion. The relationship between Zhu Zhiqing and Liu Mo eluded his understanding. Mo, how did you come to know Zhu Zhiqing? For others, it was clear from the outset that Liu Mo and Zhu Zhiqing shared an extraordinary bond. However, Dai Mubai's question piqued their curiosity, particularly for Tang San and Oscar, who were eager to learn how a woman so coveted by many would express her affection towards him. What does that matter to you? Zhu Zhiqing responded coolly. Her brows slightly furrowed as she regarded Dai Mubai. Zhiqing, it wouldn't hurt to share, Liu Mo suggested gently. Liu Mo observed the expression and tone of Zhu Zhiqing while addressing his cousin Dai Mubai, finding it somewhat inappropriate. Subsequently, he smiled and spoke to Dai Mubai. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Zhu Zhiqing furrowed her brows even deeper, yet she was at a loss as to how to silence Liu Mo. She feared that some matters would only become more complicated, as her internal conflicts remained unresolved, and she found herself engulfed in profound hesitation. When I encountered Zhu Qing, she was being pursued relentlessly. Liu Mo cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Qing, yet the frigid gaze she returned rendered him momentarily speechless. Dai Mubai, upon hearing Liu Mo's words, furrowed his brow, fixating on Zhu Zhiqing for a brief moment. He was uncertain whether this pursuit was somehow linked to him, and an unsettling feeling began to stir within. Zhu Zhiqing shot a glance at Dai Mubai before swiftly redirecting her attention to Liu Mo, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing this revelation, gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that a young girl in her teens could be the target of such a chase. Amid their bewilderment, their eyes betrayed a flicker of indignation. I suspect it is a case of lustful intentions, Oscar mused, resting his chin on his right hand, deep in thought. As these words escaped his lips, both Zhu Zhiqing and Dai Mubai's icy stares converged upon him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Uncle Sausage, you have truly outdone yourself with your cleverness, Xiao Wu teased, a playful glint in her eyes as she regarded Oscar. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong seemed to recall something upon hearing his comment, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue as she stifled a giggle behind her hand. Observing the cold glances and mocking laughter directed at him, Oscar sighed softly and lapsed into silence. Liu Mo's gaze swept over Zhu Zhiqing, and he continued, later, I fought valiantly against the enemies and rescued Zhu Qing. Subsequently, we encountered Duality Bo, who took her hostage. In order to secure my release, Brother Mo chose to leave with Duality Bo. Zhu Zhiqing interrupted Liu Mo, not allowing him to divulge further details. The look in her eyes seemed to convey a chilling intensity, prompting him to merely nod in agreement. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai felt a slight easing of his heart. It appeared that Liu Mo's relationship with Zhu Zhiqing was merely one of chivalrous assistance in the face of injustice. Despite a semblance of closeness between them, their shared experiences of life and death granted him some understanding. Yet, he remained oblivious to where Zhu Zhiqing had interrupted Liu Mo's account of her rescue and what had transpired thereafter. Well, in time, we shall all grow more acquainted. For now, let me take you back to the dormitory for a well-deserved rest. As the longest-standing student at the academy, Dai Mubai led everyone toward their accommodations. As they ventured deeper into the academy, the atmosphere grew increasingly desolate. Dai Mubai assigned them their rooms. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shared one, Zhu Zhiqing and Yueying another, while Tang San was paired with Oscar. Meanwhile, Flandra, during the academy's enrollment period, had not forgotten to close his shop for a day. Zhao Wujia arrived in Soto City and found himself before a modest establishment, yet one adorned with an unusual sign. The sign bore a circular emblem, etched with several unique symbols. Ordinary individuals might not grasp the significance of these symbols, for they resembled the insignia of the Spirit Hall, namely, a sword, a hammer, and a blue electric Tyrannosaurus. These three emblems, when combined, mirrored the official token of the Spirit Hall. This shop, owned by Flandra in Soto City, aimed to generate additional income to support the expenses of Shrek Academy. Only he could conceive of such a mystifying sign, which evoked intrigue while simultaneously hinting at a formidable backing for those in the know. In truth, these symbols were mere forgeries. Inside the shop, there was no counter. Instead, antiquated items adorned the three walls, giving an impression of obsolescence rather than value. Flandra reclined in a wooden chair, eyes closed, swaying gently. Today, Shrek Academy has made quite the haul, Zhao Wujia bellowed as he entered, his voice booming. Chapter 87. The Cat Spirit's Form. Zhao Wujia felt immense satisfaction with the day's enrollment results and wished to inform Flandra of this, hoping to earn his commendation and perhaps gain a small reward in return. Yet, upon hearing the shout, Flandra merely furrowed his brow. He kept his eyes closed, for he already knew from the sound that it was Zhao Wujia who had arrived. The tone of his voice indicated that he was merely there to seek praise. Moreover, the master had already informed him through a letter about recommending Tang San and Xiao Wu to Shrek Academy. In his heart, he believed that anyone endorsed by the master would not disappoint him, thus he surmised the reason for Zhao Wujia's visit. Flandra, why are you still asleep? You don't even realize that things have gone missing. Is this how you conduct business? Zhao Wujia entered the inner chamber and found Flandra still seated in a recliner, eyes closed and swaying slightly. With a smile, he jested with Flandra. What good news could there possibly be? Flandra replied coldly, still furrowing his brows. I feel quite positive about the 4 children we recruited today. Zhao Wujia took a sip of the steaming tea beside Flandra and continued. 4 children passed the assessment? Flandra, still reclined, opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Wujia with a puzzled expression. It was rare for Shrek to recruit satisfactory students, and this year, aside from the Master's recommendations of Tang San and Xiao Wu, 2 additional children had passed, which piqued his interest. To be precise, it is 5. Zhao Wujia replied, lifting the cup of hot tea again to drink. Upon hearing this, Flandra abruptly ceased the rocking of his chair and slowly sat up, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Wujia. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia, slightly parched, remained lost in the enjoyment of the fragrant tea. Only after savoring the last drop did he notice Flandra staring at him, his brows furrowed even deeper, a hint of urgency in his expression, perhaps tinged with dissatisfaction towards Zhao Wujia. After all, this was the tea he had just brewed, which had cooled only to the perfect temperature for drinking, only to be consumed by Zhao Wujia. There's a lad named Tang San. He possesses a twin martial soul and is quite the little porcupine. Look at this injury. It's not fully healed yet, thanks to him, Zhao Wujia said, displaying his wound to Flandra in an attempt to elicit sympathy. Flandra scrutinized the swollen area on Zhao Wujia's body, his frown deepening. As for Zhao Wujia's description of Tang San as a little porcupine, the master had not mentioned this in his letter, and since he was not present at the assessment, he was unaware of the actual circumstances. However, the evidence of Zhao Wujia's injury was unmistakable. Then there's the little girl accompanying Tang San, named Xiao Wu. She has a pair of adorable rabbit ears. But don't let her cuteness fool you. Her strength is astonishing. I dare say even an ordinary strong man would struggle against her legs. Though I am certainly more formidable than those common brutes, haha. When Zhao Waoqi mentioned the cuteness of Xiao Wu, a glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes as he spoke. Flandra, upon hearing this, nodded slightly, for he was already well acquainted with the two and felt no particular astonishment. However, his gaze remained fixed on Zhao Waoqi, anticipating the introduction of subsequent matters. At that moment, Zhao Waoqi felt a slight thirst. After scanning the surroundings for a moment, he found the teapot and refilled the empty cup, drinking it in one gulp. Upon finishing, he wiped the moisture from the corner of his mouth and looked at Flandra, preparing to continue speaking. Flandra, observing Zhao Waoqi before him, felt a surge of irritation, as he feared that the tea he had just brewed would likely be ruined by Zhao Waoqi's hands. Zhu Zhuqing, whose figure was already striking, was now clad in tight black leather. Ah, the frustration. After swallowing hard, Zhao Waoqi continued. However, her speed is entirely incongruent with her physique. Her agility can only be described as astonishing, rivaling that of Moonshadow. Is it not true that girls with feline martial souls tend to possess both remarkable figures and incredible speed? With a hint of doubt in his eyes, Zhao Waoqi looked at Flandra, seeking affirmation. Flandra, avoiding Zhao Waoqi's gaze, felt a sense of helplessness, unsure of how to respond to his inquiries. Moments passed, and Zhao Waoqi remained lost in thought. Flinder, furrowing his brow, cleared his throat softly, deliberately rousing him from his reverie. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Waoqi immediately snapped back to attention, abandoning his previous contemplation. A smile blossomed on his face as he gazed at Flinder, declaring, "The next revelation will surely astonish you." Flinder, intrigued by this statement, looked at Zhao Waoqi, who had turned to drink water once more. Flinder's expression seemed to reach its limit, struggling to endure Zhao Waoqi's halting speech. "Ning Rong Rong, her martial soul is actually the 7 treasure glazed tile," Zhao Waoqi exclaimed, his face alight with surprise as he faced Flinder. At the mention of those words, Flinder's body jolted, his eyes widening. The 7 treasure glazed tile is the inherited martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed sect. A child from such a formidable family had actually joined Shrek Academy, leaving him somewhat astonished. Yet, the prospect of having an exceptionally skilled auxiliary martial soul student in the academy brought a flicker of joy to his heart. And who might the 5th individual be? Flinder inquired, noticing Zhao Waoqi had paused again, his expression tinged with impatience. Eager to know the outcome and refraining from contesting Zhao Waoqi's pace. "Hiki, you will be even more excited to hear the 5th one," Zhao Waoqi chuckled, deliberately slowing his speech as if relishing the suspense. "Hurry up and speak. When did you become so long-winded?" Flinder was exceedingly dissatisfied with his performance, his brow furrowing even deeper. The 5th individual was Liu Mo. "This time, I employed a few stratagems to ensure his participation in the examination." As I uttered these words, a sly smile graced my face, seemingly revealing my cleverness. "Oh," he consented. Well, he did not refuse. Zhao Wuji, upon hearing Flinder's retort, began to reminisce about the details of the assessment, seemingly oblivious to Liu Mo's agreement to join Shrek Academy. However, he also did not hear any refusal regarding the conditions posed. Initially, he merely intended for Dai Mubai to deal with him, and since Dai Mubai had failed, he could still take credit in front of Flinder. Indeed, his calculations were quite prudent. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's response, Flinder fell into deep contemplation, worried that Zhao Wuji might have employed some tactics that would reignite the conflict between them, complicating matters further. This issue necessitated his return to confirm with Liu Mo. Chapter 88. The release of malevolent fire. Zhao Wuji observed Flinder's pensive expression, somewhat perplexed. Yet, with so many good tidings, his contributions were not insignificant. He hastily remarked, "Dean Flinder, might you consider rewarding me?" Haha. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's request for a reward, Flinder shot him a glance, then gestured towards the teacup on the table, stating, "The reward you seek has already been exhausted." Immediately, Zhao Wuji's countenance darkened. He slowly turned to regard the teacup beside him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Had he truly consumed all the rewards without realizing it? This tea was purchased at great expense, and he had yet to savor a single sip. Had it all been consumed already? After Flinder spoke, he reclined back into his chair, swaying gently. His eyes closed. A smile played upon his lips as he seemed to revel in the soothing motion. Observing Flinder's demeanor, Zhao Wuji exhaled heavily before turning to leave. Another clear morning dawned. Tang San, a diligent child, leapt onto the rooftop, practicing his martial arts against the Eastern Purple Aura. Following yesterday's battle, his soul power had subtly transitioned from the 29th to the 30th level. As long as one can reach the 30th level and diligently cultivate it over time, they may hunt soul beasts to obtain their 3rd soul ring. At this moment, within the academy, only Dai Mubai and Liu Mo have attained the 30th level, allowing oneself to step into their realm. However, Liu Mo has yet to agree to join Shrek Academy. Nevertheless, through yesterday's combat with Dai Mubai, he has realized the swift growth of these individuals, compelling him to cease his idleness. In the solitude of his room, before dawn, he sat in meditation. Although he harbors no intention of joining Shrek Academy, he understands that their rapid advancement is undoubtedly linked to the systematic training they undergo. Thus he resolves to remain and learn their methods. During his battle with Dai Mubai yesterday, he had already reached the 40th level, and upon fully cultivating this level, he would also acquire his 4th soul ring. With this thought, a flicker of concern crossed his mind, for upon reaching the soul master rank, one would no longer receive financial support. As the sun rose, Tang San returned to the dormitory. Oscar remained cocooned in his blanket, soundly asleep. "Xiao Ao, wake up," Tang San urged, nudging him. "What is it?" "Let me sleep a little longer," Oscar mumbled, still in a daze. "It is already late." The morning holds the promise of the day, and we cannot waste time, Tang San replied, furrowing his brow. His words resembled those of a mother rousing her child. Brother, I'm not like you. I'm a food system soul master. As long as the sausages I create are both delicious and effective, that suffices. I do not require your complicated training. Let me sleep a bit more, Oscar retorted, reluctantly opening his bleary eyes to gaze at Tang San. Where do Xiao Wu and the others reside? I wish to pay her a visit. Exit and turn left. Their dormitory is approximately 30 meters away. However, I must caution you. The academy has strict regulations prohibiting male students from indiscriminately disturbing female students, or else the consequences could be severe. Oscar replied before slowly closing his eyes again, preparing to return to slumber. Upon hearing his words, Tang San departed the dormitory, heading toward the location Oscar had described. These kids nowadays need company to pursue a girl? How dare they disturb my sleep? Oscar muttered, half dreaming, unaware that in his semi-conscious state, thoughts of female students might drift into his dreams. Meanwhile, Liu Mo, in his meditative state, felt the sunlight piercing through his eyelids. A faint smile formed on his lips as he rose from his dormitory, eager to embrace the tranquil morning sun of this serene village. Upon stepping outside, the golden rays enveloped him, imparting a warm sensation akin to a comforting embrace. Although he found himself within the academy, the tranquility here instilled in him a sense of ease. After all, there is no clamor of the bustling city here. Instead, one is surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and the gentle murmur of flowing water. Such sounds of nature evoke a profound sense of tranquility within him. Mo, I heard that you shone brightly once again yesterday. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a short distance away. Liu Mo gazed into the distance, his fair complexion illuminated by the radiant sunlight, revealing a hint of rosy hue. The voice emanated from Yuing, who approached him with a beaming smile. Upon hearing her words, Liu Mo merely smiled faintly, sensing that there was little to boast about regarding the matter at hand. Yuing, why haven't I seen Fatty lately? Suddenly, it struck Liu Mo. He had not encountered Ma Hongjun in several days and wondered what he was up to. Ever since he had developed feelings for a certain girl, his appearances had become increasingly infrequent. The mere mention of Ma Hongjun caused Yuing to chuckle softly. In this naive phase of youth, she too was filled with a yearning for love. Haha, so Fatty has found a girl he fancies? I must seize the opportunity to witness this for myself. Liu Mo realized that Ma Hongjun had found his own aspirations. It seemed he had truly matured. After speaking, Yuing took Liu Mo and prepared to stroll through the area this week. As they walked for a while, they were suddenly confronted by a blazing inferno ahead, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Liu Mo furrowed his brows lightly, gazing at the unfolding situation before him. He knew he could not remain a mere spectator, and driven by his insatiable curiosity, he advanced alongside Yuing. As they drew nearer, he discovered that it was Dai Mubai and his companions, among whom was Ma Hongjun, whom he had previously mentioned. There, amidst the crowd, stood a young woman weeping inconsolably. She was Zuhua, Ma Hongjun's girlfriend. Xiao Wu, I believe you have misunderstood. Suehua is also suffering, Dai Mubai explained to Xiao Wu. Suehua blushed, nodded, and then turned to flee. Ma Hongjun remained stationary, not attempting to stop her, his face a mask of despondency. What on earth is happening? Tang San pondered in confusion. Did you say it, or shall I? Dai Mubai inquired, directing his gaze at Ma Hongjun. You may speak, Ma Hongjun replied, casting a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai and lowering his head. Haha, even the fatty can feel shy? Very well, I shall speak on your behalf. Dai Mubai chuckled, then turned to Tang San, continuing, he is one of the 4 students I mentioned before. He arrived a bit later than us. In truth, you cannot blame Fatty. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at his feeble chicken spirit. Nonsense. Your spirit is the feeble one. Mine is a phoenix. Ma Hongjun retorted boldly, emboldened by his previous encounter with Liu Mo, which had dispelled his fear of Dai Mubai. His spirit possessed formidable fire abilities, and as he aged, the fiery energy within him grew increasingly unmanageable. If the malevolent flames were not properly channeled, they could threaten his very existence. Dai Mubai, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu, elucidated the recent events. Meanwhile, Liu Mo and Yuing had already reached another side, listening intently as Dai Mubai recounted Ma Hongjun's circumstances. Mo, brother Mo, when did you arrive? Dai Mubai suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence and turned to see Liu Mo and Yuing, his body tensing in surprise as he spoke in a flustered manner. Chapter 89. The bell calls forth. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's astonished voice, Xiao Wu immediately shifted her gaze to Liu Mo, her eyes fixated upon him. One could only wonder how Tang San would feel if he were to notice. At that moment, all eyes were on Liu Mo, leaving the presence of others unnoticed. Brother Mo, when did you return? Ma Hongjun exclaimed upon spotting Liu Mo, the earlier gloom dissipating as a radiant smile spread across his face as he approached Liu Mo, clasping his shoulders with both hands. He, Fatty has truly grown. Liu Mo, feeling the strength of Ma Hongjun's hands, smiled slightly and remarked, Brother Mo, please do not jest with me. How could I possibly compare to your fortune? Look at each of you, accompanied by a beautiful woman. How could I not feel envious? And then there's Dai Mubai, who can effortlessly charm those lovely ladies. Ma Hongjun cast a glance at Xiao Wu and Yuing, complaining. Upon hearing his words, both Yuing and Xiao Wu pursed their lips, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Fatty, refrain from speaking so recklessly in the future, Dai Mubai admonished, his brow furrowing, a flicker of unease gleaming in his mischievous eyes. Given Liu Mo's presence, he refrained from chastising Ma Hongjun too sternly. If Zhu Qing were to discover his past indiscretions, he feared the consequences would be dire. However, he deemed it inappropriate to reveal the nature of his relationship with her at this moment. Thus he remained silent. Am I truly speaking without basis? Just ask Yuing. Though her time here has been brief, she likely knows quite a bit, Ma Hongjun countered, oblivious to Dai Mubai's thoughts. You all should not inquire about such matters with me, Yuing shyly interjected, lowering her gaze. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow deeply and pulled Ma Hongjun aside to impart some instructions. Upon their return, Ma Hongjun's lips curled into a sly grin, likely wishing to keep his romantic escapades hidden from his cousin, Zhu Qing. With this thought, Liu Mo offered a faint smile as the six of them made their way towards Shrek Academy. In the early morning, the group gathered together, exchanging introductions and gaining a deeper understanding of each Shrek Academy student. Oscar, what about your mustache? At this moment, Liu Mo finally noticed the transformation in Oscar. The absence of his once prominent beard rendered Oscar looking considerably younger and exuded a certain charm. This was all to align with the arrival of new students. Oscar widened his doe-like eyes and remarked, his gaze sweeping over the several female students before him. Just then, the sound of a bell reverberated outside, summoning the students. This was the bell of the dean calling us to the playground. Dai Mubai, upon hearing the chime, reacted like a startled bird, his mischievous eyes widening in surprise. As if such a bell rarely tolled. Under Dai Mubai's lead, the group hastily made their way to the playground, where Flinder was already standing prominently in the center. Isn't that the shrewd merchant? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting Flinder. This was reminiscent of their initial visit to Soto City, when Tang Sen had been captivated by the spirit crystals in a shop, only for Flinder to continually inflate the prices, leaving Xiao Wu with the impression of a crafty trader. What crafty merchant? That is our esteemed dean, the founder of Shrek Academy, Flinder the Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, a soul sage of level 78, even more formidable than Teacher Zhao. Moreover, the chubby one is his direct disciple. Oscar immediately countered Xiao Wu's remark. Thankfully, he was merely at level 78, otherwise, Xiao Wu's previously anxious heart was instantly calmed. The eight stood in a neat row before Flinder, while Liu Mo had already halted a distance of over 10 meters away, observing them. Xiao Mo, why aren't you coming over? Flinder's peripheral vision caught sight of Liu Mo standing at a distance, and he approached him, saying, Dean Flinder, I am not yet a student of your academy. It would be inappropriate for me to stand too close, wouldn't it? Liu Mo smiled faintly as he gazed at Flanders and said, Zhao Wujing has informed me that you have successfully passed the assessment, and there are no objections to your joining the academy. Flanders frowned slightly, rolling his eyes, and replied, Do you truly believe what Teacher Zhao has said? That is entirely untrue. Liu Mo gazed at Flander and spoke. Indeed, the credibility of Zhao Wujing's words was rather questionable. With this thought, Flander pondered for a moment. Very well, you may listen in for now, he declared, and without delay, turned to join the group. In that fleeting instant, his brow furrowed deeper, a mix of irritation at Liu Mo's refusal and anger towards Zhao Wujing's remarks. Standing at the forefront of the assembly, Flander announced, For new students have arrived. Dai Mubai, please inform everyone of the academy's regulations, and then return to your rest. Strive to restore yourselves to peak condition. Our first class begins this evening. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were instructed to stay, while the others were allowed to depart for their rest. A sense of mystery enveloped the group, yet no one voiced their curiosity, each leaving with a sense of anticipation. Yuing approached Liu Mo, with Dai Mubai trailing behind Zhu Qing. As Zhu Qing halted a few meters from Liu Mo, She cast a sidelong glance his way, her eyes exuding an icy demeanor. Liu Mo immediately caught her gaze, his body jolting with surprise. However, he discerned a hint of hesitation in Zhu Juqing's eyes, as if she were contemplating whether or not to approach him. Perhaps the presence of Dai Mubai behind her rendered her somewhat reluctant. She pressed her lips tightly together and continued onward. Meanwhile, Oscar stood rooted in place, now positioned alongside Ning Rongrong, marking his first encounter with a girl at such proximity. This closeness allowed him to behold Ning Rongrong's flawless complexion and innocent visage, leaving him somewhat enchanted. Both of you are support-type soul masters. One enhances basic attributes, while the other wields a food-type martial soul. Soul masters of your kind require the protection of companions, both on the battlefield and in everyday life. Without such safeguarding, survival becomes exceedingly challenging. Oscar. Flender succinctly outlined the crucial considerations for support-type soul masters. It was at this moment that he noticed Oscar's gaze fixated on Ning Rongrong. Startled by Flender's call, Oscar jolted, finding Flender staring intently at him. Flender continued, as a support-type soul master, the ability to flee is an essential quality. A support soul master who cannot escape is not a commendable one. What does fleeing require? It necessitates stamina. Therefore, both of you shall engage in stamina training. Today's regimen entails running 20 laps around the village. Understood. Ning Rongrong replied succinctly. Although Shrek Academy was not large, Oscar comprehended the implication of running around the village, which encompassed the cultivated land. Each lap spanned approximately 3 to 4 kilometers, and the prospect of completing 20 laps presented a daunting challenge. At this moment, Liu Mo had yet to depart. Hearing Flander's instructions, he nodded repeatedly. Yet he was profoundly curious about the nature of the training that Flander had planned for the evening, which necessitated the others to rest thoroughly. Chapter 90. A one-on-one trial. As night fell, all gathered on the training grounds. Due to Ning Rongrong's hunger-induced excursion to Soto City, which Flander discovered, and Oscar's deliberate concealment of the truth, he was penalized with an additional 20 laps, while Ning Rongrong received a reprimand from Flander. The outcomes for both Ning Rongrong and Oscar were evident. To remain in cultivation, one must adhere to the Academy's regulations. What followed was your inaugural lesson at Shrek Academy, where each of you must independently complete your assignments. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. If you perform inadequately, you may not perish, but you will certainly shed a layer of skin. Flanders stated sternly, his hands clasped behind his back, causing the 6 individuals before him to tremble with trepidation. Commence. With that, Flander lightly touched the ground with his toes and gracefully advanced beyond the Academy's gates. After a short distance, he glanced back, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, for he sensed an additional presence among the 6. He had anticipated that Liu Mo would undoubtedly follow. Upon entering Soto City, despite the encroaching darkness, the city appeared to awaken, bustling even more vibrantly than during the day. Suddenly, a towering structure loomed ahead, rising over 100 meters into the night sky, its enormity casting a profound shadow. From within this colossal edifice, faint glimmers of light flickered. Director, are we truly to come here on the very first day? Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the imposing structure. Remember, you are all extraordinary beings, not mere mortals. As such, your training must reflect your exceptional nature. Liu Mo, step forward, Flander remarked, his gaze fixed on the twinkling lights atop the building. Upon hearing Flander call Liu Mo, everyone was taken aback, their eyes swiftly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind a nearby wall. It was indeed Liu Mo. It appeared that he had long been detected by Director Flander. Liu Mo, feeling somewhat shy, stepped before everyone and spoke. If you are interested, you may join us today. Flander turned to Liu Mo with a smile and replied. Liu Mo merely smiled faintly and nodded slightly. To comprehensively understand one's martial spirit, one must rely on practical combat training, which also serves to unveil one's latent potential. Therefore, practical combat training is indispensable. Flander gazed at each individual with a stern expression and stated earnestly. Upon hearing Flander's words, Liu Mo realized why he had perceived Dai Mubai's combat experience as remarkably extensive. He had initially assumed it stemmed from his numerous flirtations, but it was, in fact, cultivated through rigorous training here. Such edifices are exclusive to cities of the main city level, their grandeur signifying the rise and fall of an empire, epitomized by the Great Soul Arena. The one before them is the Soto Great Soul Arena. Flander spoke eloquently, detailing the point system and the requisite levels for graduation. The Soto Great Soul Arena is predominantly oval in shape, towering at a height of 120 meters. and is divided into a main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas, accommodating up to 60,000 spectators. Within this arena, soul battles are categorized into 3 types. The first is friendly sparring, where lethal force is strictly prohibited. The second, a life and death duel, serves to resolve irreconcilable conflicts. And the third is a gambling match, where both parties deploy an equal number of soul masters, with the victors claiming all wagers. Gambling matches often stem from life and death duels, commonly employed by nobles and clans to settle significant disputes. As they entered the Great Soul Arena, they were greeted by a massive stone tablet inscribed with countless names, each representing a soul lost in battle. To participate in soul fights, one must first register. Flander assisted everyone in completing the forms, successfully registering them. Liu Mo, would you like to register as well? Flander inquired with a slight smirk. Director Flander, that costs 10 gold soul coins. Could you possibly lend me the money? Liu Mo felt that requiring 10 gold soul coins for a simple registration was rather excessive. He thought better of expressing his opinion. Upon the mention of money, Flander immediately turned away, leading the other registered individuals towards the arena. Even those who had officially become students of Shrek Academy were compelled to cover the registration fees from their own pockets. Liu Mo stood in contemplation for a moment before ultimately retrieving 10 golden soul coins. After completing his registration, he promptly set off in pursuit of them. Flander merely requested points, without stipulating the nature of the competition. At this juncture, everyone had already signed up for one-on-one matches, with only Xiao Wu and Tang Sen opting for a duo in a 2-on-2 format. This was their initial foray, commencing with the one-on-one battles. Liu Mo hesitated for a moment before registering for a one-on-one match. Everyone gathered in the designated area, awaiting the draw. At the center of the battle arena stood a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat. He cleared his throat and announced, in the 5th match of the one-on-one duel, Liu Mo faces Feng Si. This confrontation featured 2 soul masters. Feng Si, wielding the iron rhinoceros martial spirit, had achieved an impressive 9 consecutive victories. Could he continue this remarkable streak? Should he triumph in this bout, he would attain a 10-match winning streak. His opponent, Liu Mo, was a freshly registered soul master. Although he was a newcomer, Feng Si could not afford to underestimate him, especially with the prospect of nearing a record 10 victories, a rare accomplishment indeed. The audience erupted in unison, chanting Feng Si's name. Just as the cheers subsided, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, emerged, with broad shoulders and a muscular physique. It was evident he was a strength-oriented soul master. Liu Mo, if you cannot win, concede gracefully. Do not linger in battle, Flander advised. His gaze fixed on the formidable Feng Si atop the arena, his eyes narrowing as he sensed an overwhelming force approaching. Liu Mo lightly uttered a sound then. With a single hand resting on the railing, he gracefully leaped over it. His body swiftly propelled itself onto the soul-fighting platform. This marked Liu Mo's first encounter with an adversary. I had heard that Feng Si had already reached level 38, possessing not only formidable strength, but also a terrifying level of defense granted by his martial spirit. Dai Mubai, being at the same level as Liu Mo, took this opportunity to familiarize himself with a potent rival. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's remarks, Flander's brows furrowed even deeper. He was uncertain whether Liu Mo had absorbed his previous words. Although this was a contest of skill, refusing to concede could lead to a defeat so overwhelming that one could not rise, thus determining the outcome. Boss Dai, haven't you already reached level 37? I heard that during the entrance examination for new students, you were thoroughly bested by Liu Mo, said Ma Hongjun, a peculiar smile adorning his face. Although he was not present at the time, he was well aware of the details that transpired that day. Fatty, you. Dai Mubai responded, momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes flashing with a mischievous light as he fixed his gaze on Ma Hongjun. Chapter 91. Liu Mo versus Feng Si Zhuxiqing. Overhearing their conversation, felt a hint of warmth break through her icy demeanor, albeit briefly. It was indeed a rare occurrence for this frigid beauty to display a smile. Her attention was now entirely focused on Liu Mo, her expression betraying a sense of concern. Yuing seemed oblivious to their chatter. Her gaze fixated on Feng Si atop the stage, as if the sight of this robust opponent instilled a flicker of fear within her. Flander, however, wore a slight smirk. Perhaps Liu Mo's victory over this formidable foe was not entirely out of reach. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already departed to participate in a 2-on-2 match. Leaving the scene, how could he be just a child? As Liu Mo took the stage, the entire audience was taken aback, erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. No one had anticipated that a mere teenager would confront a soul master of such esteemed prowess. It appeared that Feng Xi's 10 consecutive victories were assured. "Youngster, have you truly attained the rank of soul master?" Feng Xi inquired, his dark brows furrowed in perplexity as he gazed at Liu Mo. "Do you still harbor doubts regarding the soul power assessment at the Soto Great Soul Arena?" Liu Mo gazed at Feng Xi, his brow slightly furrowed, and spoke. After finishing his words, his eyes shifted to the host in the center, hearing someone question the fairness of the proceedings. The host's eyes emitted a glint of cold light as they turned towards Feng Xi. No, I have never questioned the soul arena of Soto." Feng Xi quickly waved his hand to clarify upon noticing the host's gaze, for the forces behind this matter were not to be trifled with. He had not anticipated that a mere hint of doubt from this young man could nearly provoke a powerful force. Although this was a game of strategy, it was essential to make this young man aware of his own strength. Alas, this young man, already facing slim odds, has further enraged his opponent, sighed Flanders, observing Feng Xi's furious expression. As for Liu Mo's true abilities, Flanders had never witnessed them firsthand. During his time at Shrek Academy, whether against Dai Mubai or Zhao Wujia, he always arrived after the battles had concluded. Even when Zhao Wujia was injured, Liu Mo had refrained from countering, leaving Flanders oblivious to how Liu Mo truly performed in combat. At last, he had the opportunity to observe, and thus his gaze remained fixed on the soul arena without wavering. Feng Xi's fury directed at Liu Mo was met with indifference from Liu Mo himself. The anger emanating from Feng Xi's eyes began to transform into a deep brown hue. Accompanying this change in gaze, his body emitted crackling sounds as his muscles swelled, seemingly causing even his bones to thicken and harden. The brown light from his eyes concentrated towards his nose, growing increasingly intense. With a resounding thud, a massive brown iron rhinoceros manifested upon his form. At this moment, his height surged by half a meter, rendering him a giant, with skin now resembling the tough hide of an iron rhinoceros, appearing as hard as iron. The 3 soul rings rising from beneath him shone brilliantly, 2 yellow and 1 purple, marking the first appearance of 3 soul rings that day. Feng Xi unleashed his martial spirit and soul rings, igniting the audience once more into a frenzy. "Is this still a human?" stammered Ma Hongjun, who stood in shock. At that moment, Dai Mubai also sensed Feng Xi's formidable strength, feeling himself utterly incomparable. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiqing and Yueying began to clench their fists, fixated on the soul arena. Just as Feng Xi released his martial spirit, Liu Mo's eyes shimmered with a pale blue light, gathering at his brow and rising to his crown. An immense power surged within him, causing his muscles to swell, his hands growing larger still. With a thunderous crack, a dark golden Titan King materialized above him. The emergence of the colossal martial spirit sent a tremor through the entire audience. At that moment, the host had to tilt his head back to discern the form of Liu Mo's martial spirit. Such a massive entity instilled a certain degree of intimidation in Feng Xi. Yet it was merely a fleeting sentiment. After all, gazing upon Liu Mo's youthful visage, he could not allow himself to be overly concerned. The spirit rings beneath Liu Mo's feet began to rise, one by one, and as the second ring emerged from the ground, every spectator instinctively blinked, questioning the accuracy of their vision regarding the color. The host, astonished, gaped as he beheld the radiant purple hue of Liu Mo's second spirit ring. To everyone's amazement, Liu Mo possessed a 1,000-year spirit ring, promising an exhilarating contest ahead. Regaining his composure, the host promptly announced the commencement of the match before exiting the arena. Just as he finished speaking, 3 spirit rings began to swirl around Liu Mo's body, 1 yellow and 2 purple, a dazzling sight indeed. The previously irate Feng Xi now wore a mask of astonishment, his anger eclipsed by the revelation. Both were assault-type spirit masters, and the advantage of striking first was undeniable. However, this opportunity was swiftly seized by the seasoned Feng Xi. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward, arm drawn back, charging directly at Liu Mo. The immense force of the impact bore down on Liu Mo, akin to a rampaging rhinoceros barreling towards him. Whoosh! Liu Mo executed a swift sidestep, evading the impending impact. What was initially a fierce confrontation between powerful assault-type soul masters was momentarily transformed as Liu Mo deftly dodged the attack. A flicker of doubt crossed Feng Xi's eyes. Could it be that Liu Mo was not an assault-type soul master? That seemed implausible, for the speed of a sensitivity-type soul master would surpass his own. Most people were unfamiliar with Liu Mo's soul, a formidable entity characterized by its immense size and strength, coupled with astonishing agility. Unlike Feng Xi's own soul, which, though robust in defense and power, was undeniably cumbersome. Nevertheless, Feng Xi did not allow one missed strike to dampen his spirit. He swiftly pivoted. His right hand clenched into a fist, aiming for the side of Liu Mo. Before the punch could land, the wind of its approach was palpable to Liu Mo, prompting him to sidestep once more. The forceful blow grazed past his chest as he seized Feng Xi's arm with his large hands, pulling forward while simultaneously extending his right leg to trip him. Feng Xi, propelled by his own momentum, was sent hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, his hefty frame collided with the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. This fall left the audience in awe, their mouths agape at the sheer incredibility of the scene unfolding before them. Flender observed Liu Mo's graceful footwork, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He was unaware of the numerous real battles Liu Mo had faced, each far more brutal than this encounter. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Yueying appeared significantly more relaxed. Dai Bai's expression was one of admiration. Had he been in the arena, a single charge from Feng Xi might have sent him flying several meters, if not further. Ma Hongjun gazed at Liu Mo, almost failing to recognize him. It was astonishing how, during this period, not only had his soul power increased, but his agility and skill had also become markedly more refined. However, Liu Mo himself was not without discomfort, focused solely on tripping Feng Xi. He had not anticipated the hardness of his opponent's body. As he struck his right leg, a wave of sharp pain coursed through him, leaving him with lingering discomfort. This fellow truly possessed a body of iron and steel, Liu Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Although Feng Xi appeared somewhat cumbersome, his movements upon rising were remarkably adept. Once he stood, the second yellow soul ring immediately radiated with brilliance as he declared, "Rampaging bull charge." No sooner had his voice faded than a rhinoceros horn emerged before his chest, its base as thick as a man's leg, hurtling directly towards Liu Mo. The reason Feng Xi unleashed his second soul skill without hesitation was due to its ability to lock onto a target. Having evaded 2 previous attacks, this time he was determined to ensnare Liu Mo. There was no escape from this more forceful onslaught. A brownish glow enveloped his form, obscuring everything except for the protruding horn. Liu Mo furrowed his brows, his gaze fixated on the slightly smooth apex. The luminous spot reflected in his eyes shimmered more brilliantly. He realized he had been locked onto, and at this moment, there was no opportunity for evasion. On the platform, Zhu Zhuqing and Yueying were anxiously sweating for Liu Mo. Just by observing Feng Xi's fierce advance, one could tell that this strike would inflict significant damage upon him. Dai Bai and Ma Hongjun wore identical expressions, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as they remained frozen in place on the stands. Flender's brow was furrowed even deeper, his lips pressed tightly together, and the radiance emanating from Feng Xi's body reflected in his glasses, rendering his gaze invisible. With no options left, Liu Mo raised his arms, crossing them over his chest and leaning forward, attempting to mitigate the ferocious impact as much as possible. At that moment, the entire arena fell into a hushed silence, seemingly dazzled by Feng Xi's brilliance. Boom! Accompanied by the explosive brilliance from Feng Xi's body, a tremendous sound erupted. Liu Mo's body slid backward swiftly for about 5 meters before finally coming to a halt. The immense force surged within Liu Mo, causing his soul power to churn violently, as if it were about to explode his very being. However, the iron rhinoceros's single horn did not inflict harm upon him. Just as the horn made contact with Liu Mo's body, he slightly adjusted the scales on his right wrist to counter its piercing thrust. The incredibly hard scales did not disappoint. At the moment they touched the horn, Feng Xi's body emitted a series of cracking sounds. The collision of the hard scales with the horn shell caused fissures to erupt. These cracks brought immense pain to Feng Xi as the brown light surrounding him dissipated. His brows furrowed deeply, and the corners of his mouth twisted slightly, a result he had not anticipated. After 2 prior misses, he had locked onto Liu Mo this time, only to find that his full-force strike would also harm himself. What on earth is this kid made of? So incredibly resilient. Feng Xi endured the pain, astonished. Yet, amid his surprise, a smirk crept onto his lips, and he immediately surged towards Liu Mo. Just as the tumultuous soul power began to settle, Liu Mo suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, leaving him no time to regard Feng Xi's renewed assault. This is bad. Feng Xi's charge has a disorienting effect. Flender suddenly realized that Feng Xi's second soul skill not only had the ability to lock onto a target, but also caused a brief disorientation to the struck target. Dai Bai and Ma Hongjun gasped in unison upon hearing Flender's words. Zhu Juqing shifted her stance slightly, seemingly eager to intervene, while Yue Ying's clenched fist began to tremble slightly. As Liu Mo's dizziness had yet to dissipate, Feng Si had already approached him. With a sudden embrace, he seized Liu Mo's body and leaned back forcefully. A resounding crash echoed from the stage as Liu Mo was brutally slammed to the ground, accompanied by the sound of his body hitting the floor. Flander tightly pressed his lips together and shut his eyes, as if he too could feel the excruciating pain from the impact. Given the disparity in their physiques, it was likely that Liu Mo's bones might shatter from such a heavy fall. Emogo. Ying stood in the audience, her brow furrowed with concern as she softly called out. Meanwhile, Zhu Juqing formed the shape of words with her mouth, yet due to Yu Ying's utterance, she remained silent. Wow, this fellow is too ruthless. I fear for Emogu. Dai Mubai was enraptured by the battle between Liu Mo and Feng Si. However, upon hearing Dai Mubai's comment, Zhu Juqing shot him a cold glance, silencing him. Yu Ying's expression deepened with worry upon hearing Dai Mubai's words. Even Ma Hongjun, usually less expressive, cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai. Don't forget how Emoga dominated you, Ma Hongjun remarked coldly to Dai Mubai. Fatty, are you done yet? I will surpass Emoga one day, and then we shall see what you all say. After enduring several insults from Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai felt a surge of irritation. His eyes glinted with a cold light as he confidently retorted, Do you really think you can defeat Emoga, just as I can? Is that even possible? Ma Hongjun scoffed, inadvertently placing himself in the same category, though he remained oblivious to it, as he was merely stating the current reality. Dai Mubai, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, shook his head in resignation, yet a smile crept onto his lips as he turned away. After all, Ma Hongjun had, in an unintentional manner, expressed his own strength. However, he was still dissatisfied with his current self, having grown accustomed to the life of a true leader among the disciples of Shrek Academy, while now he was merely a nominal figure. Mubai, do you think Liu Mo can withstand this blow? Just as the tension began to ease, Flander redirected the conversation. Dai Mubai's gaze swept over Yu Ying and Zhu Juqing, who remained focused ahead, though the delicate pink of Yu Ying's ears trembled slightly. Ma Hongjun, too, appeared to be gazing intently forward. Well, it's hard to say, Dai Mubai replied, hesitant to make a judgment after the recent events. Flander's lips curled into a faint smile as his eyes shifted back to the center of the stage. At the moment Liu Mo was thrown to the ground, his body emitted a series of cracking sounds, as if his bones were on the verge of breaking. Simultaneously, a buzzing echoed in his ears, and he slowly lay on the ground, shaking his head vigorously, as if the dizziness had just begun to fade. His brow furrowed deeply as he rose to his feet. However, the instant he stood up, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and back from the recent impact, making him hesitant to move his arm. He flexed his arm and shifted his shoulder, seemingly relocating the dislocated joint, and after a series of cracking sounds, he experienced a slight alleviation of discomfort. Upon witnessing Liu Mo's seemingly unscathed state, Feng Si's eyes widened in astonishment. In their previous encounters, even the mightiest of opponents had succumbed to 2 consecutive attacks and fallen to the ground. Yet this young man before him had managed to stand upright, intact. He observed that Liu Mo was not merely fueled by the anger of the moment, but also by an insatiable desire for a 10-game winning streak. Rhinoceros horn, he shouted, as his right arm glimmered with a light brown radiance, strikingly brilliant. His outstretched palm began to morph into a rhinoceros horn, which glinted with a chilling gleam, appearing exceptionally sharp. With a whoosh, akin to the rapidity of a second soul skill, it surged towards Liu Mo with great speed. Chapter 93. Strength revealed. Feng Si's right hand resembled a sword, although lacking the ability to lock onto a target. A mere sweep of his body could inflict grievous wounds upon his opponent. Since the onset of the match, Liu Mo had yet to launch an attack, remaining in a state of passive defense while his adversary relentlessly pressed forward, denying him even a single opportunity to counterattack. This was the essence of offense as defense. Just as Feng Si's sharp horn was a mere foot away from Liu Mo, an aura of cold enveloped the vicinity. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Feng Si was struck by an ice mountain, instantly becoming encased in ice. This presented Liu Mo with a prime opportunity for retaliation. Soul power surged into his right fist, and he delivered a powerful blow aimed at Feng Si's abdomen. Clang. Upon striking Feng Si's flesh, the sound of metal colliding resonated. Accompanying this noise, the ice surrounding Feng Si shattered, and he was sent soaring into the air. Boom. He glided through the air for 5 or 6 meters before crashing to the ground. Wow, what an incredibly resilient physique. At the moment when Liu Mo's right fist collided with Feng Xi's body, a sharp pain surged through his fingers, prompting an astonished exclamation from him. Meanwhile, Liu Mo was still swinging his right hand, which had turned an angry crimson. Flandre noticed the slight tremor in Liu Mo's hand and furrowed his brow in contemplation. Given the force behind Liu Mo's earlier strike, had his opponent been Dai Mubai, he would surely have found himself sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Yet, at this moment, Feng Xi skillfully regained his footing. Aside from the surging soul power within him, which brought waves of pain, there was no substantial harm to his body. However, Liu Mo refused to relinquish this hard-won opportunity. As Feng Xi remained momentarily airborne, Liu Mo's hand began to ease, and the third soul ring on his body began to shimmer. The flames coalescing in his hands flared to life almost simultaneously with the illumination of that soul ring. Just as Feng Xi stood upright, Liu Mo's fist struck the ground with tremendous force. Crack! The ground fractured instantly, the fissures racing forward. Feng Xi had barely stabilized himself when the explosive crack appeared beneath his feet, leaving him no time to react. Boom! A column of magma erupted from the fissure, propelling his body skyward once more. Accompanying the searing flow of magma was a piercing scream that echoed across the silent arena and the surrounding stands. Almost all the spectators bore the same expression of astonishment, unable to believe that the youthful visage of Liu Mo could elicit such a cry from the robust Feng Xi. No matter how resilient his body, it could not withstand the rapid influx of heat from the molten rock, and the immense force of the eruption inflicted severe damage upon him. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, though her icy demeanor remained intact. Yue flashed a smile, revealing a hint of amusement. Dai Mubai, witnessing Feng Xi disappear into the magma, shut his eyes tightly and bowed his head, as if he were once more enduring the unbearable searing pain. Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this was a skill unleashed by Liu Mo. Even he, known for his evil fire, could not match such scorching potency at that moment. Boom! The magma subsided, and Feng Xi crashed heavily back to the ground, the lingering sensation of heat still enveloping him. His massive form began to roll chaotically across the arena. The host, taken aback, remained focused on his duty, intently watching Feng Xi while silently counting the seconds in his mind. Should he remain unresponsive for too long, this thrilling duel would come to an abrupt end. From the host's gaze, it was apparent that he did not wish for it to conclude in such a manner. As all eyes converged on Feng Xi's form, anticipation hung thick in the air. Liu Mo's second soul ring shone brightly, his robust arms now adorned with arcs of purple electricity. With a slight furrow of his brow and his body leaning forward, he exerted power through his legs, and in an instant, multiple afterimages appeared on the arena, all darting towards the prostrate Feng Xi. The intense warmth that had enveloped Feng Xi's body was just beginning to dissipate when he sensed a formidable force bearing down upon him. Before he could rise, he looked up to see the afterimages rapidly approaching, each flickering with dazzling purple light. Stunned, he realized that the power behind this assault was even greater than the previous strike. With a deep frown, he shouted, "I concede." At the sound of his voice, the audience collectively exhaled in a sigh of astonishment. Liu Mo halted his movement, and the afterimages on the soul fighting platform vanished entirely. He had triumphed. Yue, upon hearing Feng Xi's declaration, leaped up in excitement. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Yue. The chill that had previously gripped her cheeks melted away, and she inadvertently revealed a hint of a smile. Dai Mubai's gaze towards Liu Mo flickered with a blend of trepidation and admiration. Ma Hongjun maintained his dazed expression, but this time his mouth was agape, not in shock, but in a gentle smile. Flandre squinted, adjusting his black-framed glasses with a slight lift of his hand, a satisfied grin curling at the corners of his mouth. The host, taken aback by Feng Xi's words, had not witnessed Liu Mo's actions. Nevertheless, the match concluded, leaving a trace of disappointment on his face. With a resigned shake of his head and a sigh, he proclaimed, "The outcome of this duel has taken us all by surprise, with Liu Mo emerging victorious. This marks his debut, and having defeated the formidable Feng Xi, who boasted a 9-match winning streak, is truly remarkable. As Liu Mo celebrates his inaugural victory, we eagerly anticipate the marvels he will unveil in the future." As the host's words faded, brilliant fireworks erupted above the arena. "Kid, you are truly exceptional. However, if we cross paths again, I shall ensure our next duel is a true test of strength," Feng Xi said, stepping alongside Liu Mo and gazing down at him. His eyes shimmered with admiration, yet his words hinted that he had not unleashed his full potential. Liu Mo cast a faint smile as he brushed past him. Mubai, your defeat to Xiao Mo is not unjust. Flander, having attentively observed the match, gained a deeper understanding of Liu Mo's prowess. With a subtle smile, he addressed Dai Mubai. During this period, Ma Hongjun had finally ceased to mention the matter, but to Dai Mubai's surprise, Flander brought it up again, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Upon hearing Flander's words, Zhu Shuqing glanced back at Dai Mubai. Although a smile adorned her face, it elicited discomfort in him, making him feel as if she looked down upon his abilities. Dai Mubai concealed his inner displeasure, mindful that Flander was still observing him. He merely turned his head slightly, offering Flander a strained smile, uncertain of how to respond to his remark. Well then, your lessons have concluded. Shall we return together? Flander noted Liu Mo's return, and at that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu had also joined them. Let us linger a bit longer. Hiki, Ma Hongjun stammered, casting a peculiar glance at Dai Mubai, revealing an odd smile. Chapter 94, Boss Dai, shall we vent our frustrations? The others were oblivious to Ma Hongjun's intentions, but Dai Mubai recognized his expression and discerned his thoughts. Return to the academy early. Those who stay out overnight shall face severe penalties, Flander declared, turning to leave. The six of them exited the Soto Great Soul Arena together. Boss Dai, are you coming? Ma Hongjun asked with a mischievous grin, raising an eyebrow at Dai Mubai. Fatty, I don't comprehend your words. I intend to head back to the academy. Dai Mubai's eyes reflected a mix of anger and anxiety as he shot a glance at Ma Hongjun, silently urging him not to mention the matter. Ma Hongjun seemed oblivious to Dai Mubai's intent, as they typically sought to release their pent-up energy after competing in the Soto Great Soul Arena. Come now, Boss Dai. Don't feign ignorance. Neither of us participated today, and with all this pent-up energy, we must vent it somehow, he said, giving Dai Mubai a knowing look. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai immediately cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Shuqing, feeling his inner turmoil intensify. Enough of this nonsense, I'm not going. Dai Mubai retorted, his irritation becoming evident. Didn't you say that if you don't vent your anger, it could make you ill? I'm concerned that without a woman, you might fall sick, Ma Hongjun persisted, attempting to coax Dai Mubai. Tang San and Liu Mo exchanged furtive smiles upon hearing Ma Hongjun's remarks, while Xiao Wu, tilting her head, listened to their conversation, innocently unaware of its implications. Zhu Shuqing, already privy to Dai Mubai's situation, wore an even colder expression on her face. Leave me be, that is not my sentiment. Dai Mubai let out a long sigh, his eyes widening with a gleam of mischief as he gazed at Ma Hongjun and remarked, Humph, you're holding back. That is not my concern. Ma Hongjun cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai before turning away to depart. What are they discussing? Xiao Wu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Tang San leaned closer to her ear, offering an explanation. It was unclear how he elucidated the matter, but with the incessant movement of his lips, Xiao Wu's cheeks gradually began to flush a delicate crimson. Upon hearing him, surprise flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes, leaving her at a loss for words. In her understanding, the world should not harbor such places, especially with someone as young as Ma Hongjun involved. Although she seemed to grasp some facets, her comprehension of the male world remained somewhat superficial. Meanwhile, Yueying had long since discerned the true natures of the two, fully aware of the subject under discussion. Shameless. Suddenly, a voice filled with resentment pierced the air, accompanied by an icy aura. Dai Mubai recognized it as Zhu Shuqing's voice. He turned to face her. However, Zhu Shuqing, with her frigid demeanor, merely shot a glance at Dai Mubai before pivoting to leave, prompting him to hastily pursue her. Liu Mo gazed intently at the expressions of the two individuals, his brows slightly furrowed. Suddenly, he felt that their relationship was not as he had imagined. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already departed to admire the enchanting nightscape of Soto City. What kind of bond do they share? Liu Mo inadvertently expressed his astonishment. I am unsure, yet judging by Zhu Shuqing's demeanor, it seems akin to that of lovers, Moon Shadow softly remarked. Upon hearing Moon Shadow's response, which echoed his own thoughts, an inexplicable unease began to stir within him, perhaps a hint of jealousy. Moon Shadow, do you not reside with Shuqing? Please assist me in discreetly discovering the true nature of their relationship. Liu Mo occasionally cast glances at Zhu Shuqing's departing figure, his expression and somber tone instilling a sense of unease in Yueying, causing her heart to flutter with anxiety. Do you have feelings for Yuqing? Yueying seemed to hesitate for a moment before daring to voice the question. We are merely friends. I fear that Dai Mubai, that notorious womanizer, might deceive Shuqing with his flowery words. Liu Mo's gaze lingered on the direction in which Zhu Qing had departed, when a question from Ewing startled him, prompting a hesitant explanation. Although Ewing discerned the affection he harbored for Zhu Qing in his eyes, hearing his words brought her a sense of relief. Perhaps she had merely been deceiving herself. As a sensitive assault-type battle soulmaster, Zhu Qing moved with an innate grace and agility that left Dai Mubai unable to keep pace. Zhu Qing, halt! Dai Mubai called out, his frustration apparent as he watched her hasten away. Upon hearing his shout, Zhu Qing paused, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly turned to face him. By now, Dai Mubai had reached her side. Zhu Qing, I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you running off for no reason? His expression was one of confusion, unaware of what he had done to provoke her. You haven't done anything? Your actions have repulsed me, Zhu Qing replied, her brow furrowed, her cold, luminous gaze fixed upon him. Don't listen to what the fat one says. I have no intention of going to that place he mentioned. Dai Mubai believed that Zhu Qing was unaware of his previous indiscretions, and as for the recent incident, he was resolute in his denial, regardless of her accusations. Suddenly, a series of crisp sounds interrupted their exchange as a woman of graceful stature passed by them. Dai Mubai's roguish eyes immediately locked onto her, and his gaze followed her as she glided away. Observing the longing in Dai Mubai's eyes, Zhu Qing sighed deeply. I have long been aware of your past actions. I arrived in Soto City some time ago and have been observing you in secret. The woman had already vanished into the shadows of the street. And only then did Dai Mubai retract his gaze, his eyes wide with astonishment. You were watching me? Zhu Qing, let me explain, he implored, drawing closer and grasping her arm, reminiscent of a wayward child seeking forgiveness. Zhu Qing immediately shrugged off his hand, her icy demeanor unwavering as she gazed into his mischievous eyes. Thinking of your past makes me feel nauseous. Let us return to being classmates. This sentiment had lingered in Zhu Qing's heart for a long time. Had it not been for today's events and Dai Mubai's recent behavior, she might never have voiced it. Classmates? Are you suggesting an annulment? Dai Mubai's body stiffened at her words, his eyes narrowing as he responded coldly. My commitment to support you remains unchanged. I will continue to assist you. However, our relationship, at least for now, I cannot accept your past. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Qing contemplated her own family. An annulment could tarnish their honor. Yet, she found it increasingly difficult to accept Dai Mubai in the present. Could it be that another reason lay in Liu Mo? A flicker of anger flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes as he gazed at Zhu Qing and inquired. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Qing's body stiffened, and her gaze began to waver. Chapter 95, Has Flandre paved the way? From the very beginning, Dai Mubai had discerned that her relationship with Liu Mo was far from ordinary. Although the two had previously shared their pasts with him, he had formed his own judgment through the glances they exchanged. This matter has nothing to do with Mo Go. It is a matter between you and me. In a moment of daze, Zhu Qing answered decisively. Having spoken, she turned to leave, while Dai Mubai's eyes, filled with an indescribable emotion, remained fixed on her retreating figure. Rooted to the spot, an unpleasant night compelled Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing to head straight to the academy. While Tang San and Xiao Wu had already returned to their own quarters, Liu Mo and Ewing strolled beneath the luminous moonlit sky, progressing at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the entrance of Shrek Academy, they noticed two figures outside the grand gates. Guided by the moonlight, they discerned the faces of none other than Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Having recovered from Flandre's reprimand, Ning Rongrong adorned a gentle smile on her lovely visage as she perched on a large stone at the academy's entrance, swinging her legs playfully. In contrast, Oscar's countenance bore a hint of distress. After completing a grueling 40 laps that day, he appeared quite fatigued, with a slight furrow in his brow. He occasionally cast furtive glances at Ning Rongrong, his eyes betraying a flicker of unyielding desire. What are you doing here? Liu Mo gazed at the two of them and remarked, Of course, we were waiting for you. Why did you return so late? We have been waiting for quite some time. Ning Rongrong leaped down from the stone and replied, This was also a commitment proposed by Oscar, allowing him to spend more time in close proximity to me, having run an additional 20 laps for her sake. He took this opportunity to rest and informed Ning Rongrong that they would return to the dormitory only after everyone else had arrived. This clever stratagem successfully afforded him and Ning Rongrong a moment of solitude. What is wrong with Daida and Zhu Qing? Is something amiss? Oscar inquired of Liu Mo, having noticed that the two had hurriedly entered the academy without uttering a single word. Liu Mo's eyes flickered with confusion as he shook his head, uncertain of what had transpired. Look at you two. Tang San and Xiao Wu returned, supporting each other. Observe them. Ning Rongrong cast her glance over Liu Mo and Yue Ying. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily frozen, as she did not expect the seemingly innocent girl to possess such understanding. Yu Ying's cheeks instantly flushed, and with a hint of defiance, she remarked, "What have you two been up to here that we are unaware of?" At Yu Ying's words, Liu Mo's previously tense expression transformed into a smile. Oscar and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, and Ning Rongrong declared, I am not a pair with him." Seizing the opportunity, Oscar maintained his gaze firmly on Ning Rongrong, his attention unwavering, while her flushed cheeks appeared even more endearing. We're still missing a pair. Where have the fatty and the dean not returned? Perhaps Ning Rongrong deliberately diverted the conversation, or perhaps her earlier mention of a pair merely referred to two individuals. Has Dean Fu not returned either? Liu Mo gazed at Ning Rongrong with a look of astonishment. No, Rongrong replied. I have been here since you left. I completed 20 laps and then came to keep her company. I have not seen the dean. Oscar immediately snapped back to attention and inquired. Could it be that Dean Fu has cleared a path for the fat one? Liu Mo smirked mischievously. Clear the way for the chubby one? Oscar pondered for a moment, astonished, yet refrained from continuing due to the presence of Ning Rongrong and Yue Ying nearby. Instead, he exchanged a knowing smile with Liu Mo. The two raised their eyebrows simultaneously, prompting Oscar to remark, I never imagined the dean would also. You men are truly beyond redemption, Yue Ying interjected, observing the exchange between Oscar and Liu Mo with a furrowed brow. After speaking, she dashed towards the academy. Ning Rongrong, noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, promptly pursued Yue Ying, calling out, What are they discussing? As the academy's lessons commenced, Liu Mo found himself with little to occupy his time aside from meditating in his room. His only engagement came at night when he accompanied the others to the Soto Great Spirit Arena, embarking on the familiar journey towards Soto City. Liu Mo halted the graceful Moon Shadow, slowing their pace as they arrived at the rear of the procession. Moon Shadow, how have you fared with the inquiries I entrusted to you last time? Liu Mo's gaze was fixed upon the group ahead, and he turned his head to softly inquire. Yue Ying observed the profile of Liu Mo, pressing her lips together slightly, her delicate brows furrowing ever so slightly. Meanwhile, Liu Mo, engrossed in the scene before him, remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Yu Ying's expression. Once he ascertained that the individuals ahead were engaged in lively conversation, unaware of their presence, he finally turned to face Yue Ying. As his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of her cheek, her expression instantly morphed into one of resignation as she addressed Liu Mo, saying, Brother Mo, I am not yet well acquainted with Zhu Qing. It has only been a few days. Isn't it inappropriate to pry into someone else's personal matters? Please wait a little longer. Indeed, your consideration is quite thorough. Hee. Liu Mo gazed at the helpless expression of Yue Ying, revealing his own sense of urgency. Brother Mo, let us team up for a 2-on-2 match today, Yue Ying exclaimed, her face brightening with a smile as she clasped Liu Mo's arm. All right, he responded instinctively, his eyes reflecting a hint of yearning as he glanced at Yue Ying. They proceeded to register at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. After Liu Mo and Yue Ying completed their one-on-one registration, they proceeded to the registration area for the 2-on-2 competition. We would like to sign up for the 2-on-2. Yue Ying exclaimed with enthusiasm, delighted at the prospect of finally fighting alongside Liu Mo. Team name? Inquired the operator, his expression devoid of emotion. Name? What shall we call our duo, Emogu? Yue Ying asked. Let us call ourselves Liu Yu, for we shall shine even brighter than a shooting star. Liu Mo pondered for a moment before informing Yue Ying. The name is Liu Yu. After hearing this, Yue Ying nodded with a smile and turned to convey the information to the registrar. Done. You have successfully registered, the operator declared, carelessly tossing a metal tag onto the table. Yue Ying, unfazed by the operator's demeanor, eagerly picked up the tag and gazed into the distance. However, the radiant smile she had just worn instantly froze. I meant Liu Yu, not June. What you just mentioned was indeed June, the operator replied, not even glancing up, with a blank expression. At this moment, Yue Ying furrowed her brows, her face beginning to flush with anger, and the pupils of her heterochromatic eyes had already narrowed into slits. Sister, could you please make a small amendment for us? Liu Mo observed the expression of Yue Ying, not wishing to escalate the situation. He gently pulled her behind him, wearing a countenance of supplication, and addressed the operator. Yet, the operator remained unyielding, her gaze fixed downward, her face devoid of emotion, resembling a mechanical being. Change the name, 10 gold soul coins, she replied coldly. Chapter 96, June Ensemble. Liu Mo cast a glance at the operator, choosing silence as he grasped the furious Yue Ying and turned away. They made their way to the arena designated for the 2-on-2 matches, while the others proceeded to the 1-on-1 battleground. Today, the audience present in the 2-on-2 venue exceeded expectations. Rumored to be graced by the presence of a prestigious duo from a prominent family, suddenly, a golden beam of light erupted upon the battle platform, where a young lady of about 18 or 19 stood poised at its center. Clad in an elegant white dress, her long, wavy brown hair cascaded gracefully, accentuating her exquisite figure and the professional smile adorning her delicate face. "It is a great honor to once again meet all esteemed guests," she announced. "Today, the long-anticipated revelation of the mysterious 2-on-2 combination is about to commence." As she spoke, a radiant white light burst forth from her being, and in an instant, a streak of white illuminated her flowing brown locks, while a pair of pristine wings unfurled silently from her back. 3 yellow soul rings appeared around her form, and as the third ring shimmered, her immaculate wings fluttered, lifting her into the air. At that very moment of her ascent, 2 robust golden beams struck the sides of the battle platform. To the left stood a girl with short red hair, entwined with the arm of a handsome youth, leaning against one another. On the right, illuminated by the lights, were Yu Ying and Liu Mo. Liu Mo gazed into the cold, serpent-like green eyes of the girl opposite him, a shiver coursing through him. Meanwhile, the moonlight cast an air of oppression that enveloped them both. Allow me to present the lineups of the opposing teams. On the left side of the soul-fighting arena stands the Hengyan duo, Yu Tianheng, with the martial spirit of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, a formidable level 39 assault-type soul master, and Duguian, possessing the martial spirit of the Emerald-Scaled Serpent, a level 38 control-type soul master. A sweet, melodious voice resonated through the air, and upon its utterance, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? Is this young man a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family? Indeed, it is said that Yu Tianheng is among the elite of his generation. The spectators in the stands began to murmur amongst themselves. Upon hearing this introduction, Liu Mo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his inaugural participation in a 2-on-2 match would involve members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. However, the simultaneous appearance of Dugu Yin and the Emerald Serpent plunged him into deep contemplation. Dugu? Emerald Serpent? What connection did she have with the old Poison Master? Yu Ying, I had overlooked an important detail. Given my elevated rank, teaming up with me means you will face opponents of the Soul Sovereign level. Liu Mo tilted his head to gaze at the moonlit shadows and murmured, "With Brother Mo here, nothing is insurmountable." Moon Shadow, observing the trace of regret on Liu Mo's face, offered a faint smile and softly replied. Having said that, her gaze immediately shifted to the 2 individuals across from them. Although it was their first time participating in a doubles match, the Hengyan duo had garnered the admiration of the audience. However, their opponents were also novices in this format, leaving both teams devoid of any insights about each other, a circumstance that could either be a boon or a bane. To their right stood the Jun duo, Liu Mo, whose martial spirit was the Dark Gold Titan Emperor, and Moon Shadow, whose martial spirit was the Moon Shadow Spirit Cat. It was noteworthy that Moon Shadow had yet to reach level 30, and given the strength of their opponents, one could only hope they would endure a little longer. The host's tone revealed a lack of confidence in the Jun duo, as even their introduction was less detailed than that of the Hengyan pair. Not even 30 yet. Are they merely here for practice against such formidable spirit masters? What manner of spirit does that boy possess? The Dark Gold Titan Emperor? I have never heard of such a martial spirit. Is it akin to the Titan Giant Ape? Have you ever seen a Titan Giant Ape? No, I haven't. Those who might have are likely deceased, but I have read about them. The audience was equally curious about Liu Mo's martial spirit. Yet, when the host announced the Jun duo, the entire venue was filled with puzzled glances, with little faith in their prospects. The host elegantly flapped his pristine wings and swiftly glided around the arena, his melodious voice announcing the commencement of the match. At the sound of his declaration, all 4 participants simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. A brilliant blue light erupted from the center of Yu Tianheng's brow, rapidly expanding. The blue radiance cascaded down his body, with arcs of blue-violet lightning bursting forth like serpents, weaving around him. Visually, Yu Tianheng did not appear particularly large, apart from a blue lightning mark on his forehead. The only noticeable alteration was in his right arm, which had elongated by over half a foot, becoming exceedingly robust, adorned with blue-violet scales. His hand transformed into a claw, similarly covered in scales, with the joints swelling significantly. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings coiled not around his body as was customary, but instead encircled his transformed right arm. Beside Yu Tianheng, a vivid emerald hue radiated. Duality, with her red hair and green eyes, appeared remarkably supple, gently swaying as she pressed against Yu Tianheng. Her green eyes gleamed with sharp intensity. A patch of green scales had sprouted from her brow, and upon closer inspection, Liu Mo and Moon Shadow were taken aback. Duality had lost her legs, which had fused into a formidable serpent tail, supporting her body as she swayed back and forth. Around the swaying body were 3 soul rings, 2 of yellow and 1 of purple. Her gaze, fixed upon Liu Mo's emerald eyes, softened momentarily, perhaps stirred by the strikingly handsome figure before her. However, this display of warmth was fleeting. In an instant, the chilling aura returned with renewed intensity. The entire spectator stand fell into an eerie silence, as all eyes focused intently on the transformation of Yu Tianheng's body and the manifestation of his martial spirit. This was a martial spirit that many had heard of but had never witnessed firsthand. On the opposite side of the soul arena, a different radiance began to shimmer. Liu Mo's azure eyes shimmered with a pale blue radiance, converging above her head and erupting into a brilliant azure light. In an instant, her rapidly expanding form and outstretched hand manifested the embodiment of the dark golden Titan Emperor, with her arcane runes upon her body emanating an ethereal blue chill that sent shivers through all present. Beside the dark golden brilliance was a blinding beam of pristine white light. The moonlit figure, shrouded in the silvery glow of a full moon, began to transform. Her heterochromatic eyes sharpened, and her fingers extended, revealing claws half a foot long, alternating in hues of blue and white, appearing exceedingly sharp. She bent slightly, lifting her chin, her gaze fiercely locked onto her opponent, while behind her, the immaculate white tail of a cat began to sway rhythmically. 2 yellow soul rings spiraled around her form. As the audience shifted their gaze to Liu Mo, nearly everyone let out a soft sigh. Aside from the color, her appearance was identical to the Titan giant ape described in the texts. An astonished spectator remarked. At that moment, the host flew to a height level with the dark golden Titan's eyes. The pale blue chill caused her to pause momentarily in midair, letting out a soft exclamation. Subsequently, she swiftly adjusted her altitude. The second soul ring is purple. As Liu Mo's soul ring ascended, it once again astonished everyone. Even Yu Tianheng and Duality, positioned across from her, were taken aback, their eyes radiating an intense cold light that shifted to one of astonishment. However, the mere presence of a soul ring did not deter Yu Tianheng's haughty demeanor, though the battle had yet to commence. The expressions of the 4 on the soul fighting platform had already turned grave. This would undoubtedly be a fierce contest. Just as everyone had released their martial souls and soul rings, a blue figure materialized before Liu Mo. The robust dragon arm, illuminated by the lights of the central fighting arena, gleamed with a striking blue brilliance. Even before reaching her, blue lightning had coalesced in midair, forming a dragon's claw that surged toward Liu Mo's chest. While she remained fixated on her adversary, Yu Tianheng, wielding the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, charged forth. As Liu Mo and Moon Shadow simultaneously unleashed a brilliant flash of azure lightning from their eyes, the first soul ring of Yu Tianheng erupted in a dazzling display, manifesting a claw of lightning dragon. The speed of the lightning was astonishing. Almost as soon as Liu Mo perceived the blue figure, the indigo dragon claw had already reached his chest. As Liu Mo's eyes shimmered, he promptly pushed Moon Shadow aside. At that moment, Yu Tianheng, suspended in the air, wore a faint, sinister smile. He was aware that this strike would not only inflict significant damage upon his opponent, but would also carry the added effect of blue electrical paralysis. A half-meter radius around the Thunder Dragon Claw crackled with blue arcs of electricity. Even if Liu Mo evaded the direct assault, he would still be incapacitated by the electric shock, and it seemed Yu Tianheng had already anticipated the subsequent strike. Behind him, Duality exhibited unwavering confidence in the attack initiated by Yu Tianheng, her lips curling into a sly smile. How is this possible? Yu Tianheng exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, Liu Mo's form transformed into a series of afterimages, nearly brushing against the Thunder Dragon Claw's assault as he sidestepped with grace, swiftly propelling himself toward the airborne Yu Tianheng. To Yu Tianheng's surprise, even if he had evaded the Dragon Claw's damage, he could not have advanced with such remarkable speed. Was Liu Mo immune to electricity? This was a situation he had never encountered before. Just as he pondered this, Liu Mo had already positioned himself where Yu Tianheng was destined to land, awaiting his arrival. Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow in urgency, tapping the tips of his left foot to his right, and then vice versa, ultimately allowing the blue electric Tyrannosaurus to whip its tail, regaining control of his body and executing a backflip in midair, returning to his original position. Is he unscathed? Yin inquired, astonished, as Yu Tianheng steadied himself. He merely inhaled deeply, his expression darkening further. He had not anticipated that his first confident strike in this 2-on-2 match, with Yin by his side, would be so effortlessly neutralized by Liu Mo, and his paralysis effect had not even been triggered. Although Liu Mo had evaded the blow, the dragon claw had sliced through the air for over 10 meters, distorting the surrounding atmosphere and producing a series of chilling cracks, a testament to the formidable power of his opponent. Hearing Yan's question, Yu Tianheng was uncertain whether to attribute his performance to his own eagerness in front of her or to the incredulity of his recent setback. He promptly sprang into action once more, attempting again. A blue silhouette darted forth, and the thunder dragon claw reformed in the air, heading toward Liu Mo once more. This time, Liu Mo would not permit Yu Tianheng to return to his teammate unchallenged. As his gaze fixed on the airborne Yu Tianheng, an icy chill swept through the arena. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Liu Mo instantaneously shifted his form, his body becoming a fleeting shadow, accompanied by a resounding crash in the air. Yu Tianheng had already been struck by the hammer-like iceberg, yet before he could even register the pain, he found himself immobilized. "This is bad. I've been ensnared," exclaimed Yin in astonishment. Meanwhile, the moon shadow's claws, half a foot long, incessantly slashed at her arms, leaving her clothing tattered. However, the scaled skin of Yin sustained no harm, for the disparity in their levels rendered Moon Shadow incapable of inflicting substantial damage. Nevertheless, the continuous interference provided Liu Mo with an opportunity. Boom. In a moment of desperation, Yin executed a swift tail whip, sending the Moon Shadow, which flickered around her, hurtling to the opposite side of the Duhan platform. Yet she did not relent. Rising swiftly, she charged once more towards Yin. Is the blue lightning tyrant dragon truly this feeble? "This is not the legendary blue lightning tyrant dragon," remarked an astonished spectator, observing the now disadvantaged Yu Tianheng. The host in the air, witnessing this scene, shared a similar sense of disbelief. Had the promising Hung Yin duo truly been vanquished so easily? At that instant, Liu Mo's robust arms crackled with violet electricity as he advanced toward Yu Tianheng. Through the translucent layer of ice, it became apparent why Liu Mo was unaffected by paralysis. He possessed formidable electrical attack capabilities. Yu Tianheng recognized the peril he was in. His body was frozen, and facing such a powerful adversary, a full-force strike could very well strip him of his combat ability. Suddenly, the heavens roared with thunder. Yu Tianheng's Millennium Soul ring shimmered as he unleashed his Millennium Soul skill, Thunderous Fury. In an instant, an extraordinarily radiant blue electric light erupted from his body. With a powerful explosion, the freezing effect was immediately dispelled. Thunderous Fury allowed the blue lightning tyrant dragon to enter a berserk state for a limited time, amplifying his electrical power by 100% and enhancing his soul power by 50%. If he did not actively cease the skill, it would persist until his soul power was depleted. However, releasing the third soul skill demanded considerable physical toll, so he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Yu Tianheng let out a fierce roar as his body began to contort forcefully. Thunderbolt Cataclysm. The countless serpentine bolts of electricity coiling around him began to expand simultaneously, transforming into a multitude of lightning arrows that surged in all directions. This was Yu Tianheng's ultimate strike, bolstered by the full enhancement of Thunderous Fury, his second soul skill. Thunderbolt Cataclysm unleashed an unparalleled force of attack. Upon witnessing Yu Tianheng's eruption of power, the audience gasped in awe, seemingly witnessing an unprecedented display of strength. "Emogu!" cried the Moon Shadow, who had been preparing to ambush Yin, but now found herself apprehensive in the face of such overwhelming might. Boom. At this moment, Liu Mo, with his hands clasped together, was plummeting rapidly from the sky. The clash of purple lightning and thunderous currents produced a deafening roar, accompanied by a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire soul fighting arena and the stands, compelling everyone to shield their eyes from the blinding light. Chapter 97. The resplendent parasite. As the radiance subsided, the blue and purple serpentine bolts of electricity hovered in the air, confronting each other and emitting a series of crackling sounds that adorned the atmosphere with even greater splendor. The tremendous impact propelled both figures several meters apart, while the Moon Shadow behind Liu Mo, due to his presence, narrowly escaped the onslaught of the lightning arrows. Liu Mo cast a fleeting glance at the moon's shadow behind him, discovering that she was unharmed. He then conveyed a silent message with his eyes. Since she had yet to seize the opportunity to ambush Du Guyan, it was imperative to first eliminate Yu Tianheng. Instantly grasping the implication, Moon's shadow crouched low and, in a swift motion, vanished from sight, landing upon Liu Mo's back with such remarkable speed that no one detected her presence. Liu Mo's third soul ring shone brilliantly as flames erupted from his hands, forcefully striking the ground. Boom! In an instant, the entire arena began to tremble slightly, and fissures rapidly spread across the surface. Liu Mo followed the fissures beneath his feet, advancing towards Yu Tianheng. Although Yu Tianheng's spiritual power had waned, he was acutely aware of the perilous situation he found himself in. At that moment, he appeared to be gathering his strength, poised to deliver a decisive blow as Liu Mo drew nearer. Suddenly, at a distance of 3 or 4 meters, Liu Mo halted, and a figure emerged from behind him with astonishing speed, catching Yu Tianheng completely off guard, leaving him no time to react. Yue Ying soared into the air, curling her body before springing forth with agility. Her first soul ring shone brightly as she converged her hands into half-foot-long, resplendent claws, transforming them into 2 sharp daggers that gleamed with a brilliant light, aimed directly at Yu Tianheng. Observing this standoff, Du Guyan, standing nearby, felt a pang of worry, yet she realized that she could not reach them in time to provide support. Clang! The moment Yue Ying's daggers made contact with Yu Tianheng's right arm, a sharp metallic sound resonated. Despite the razor-sharp nature of Yue Ying's blades, they could not penetrate the protective scales of Yu Tianheng's arm. Nevertheless, she did not relent. Without hesitation, she ensnared Yu Tianheng's right arm with her wrist, leveraging her lithe form to execute a graceful maneuver in midair, akin to a dragon gliding effortlessly. Swoosh! As she circled around him, her fingers unfurled, and her second soul ring flickered. While passing by Yu Tianheng, she managed to graze his left arm, leaving behind 10 shallow but bleeding lacerations, which, though not deep, caused him a sharp sting. Lightly landing, Yue Ying cast a subtle smile at Liu Mo, who was witnessing her soul technique for the first time. She had not previously introduced her second soul skill, the radiant stab, to him. Her expression was one of pride, despite the minimal damage inflicted on Yu Tianheng. Just as Yue Ying basked in her moment of triumph, Yu Tianheng's face contorted in agony, and he clutched his left arm as if driven mad. It turned out that her second soul skill, the radiant stab, was accompanied by the radiant parasite. Once inflicted with a wound, the toxin seeped into the injury, rapidly giving rise to spiny protrusions adorned with radiant patterns that grew inward, inflicting even greater harm. Boom! As Yu Tianheng struggled, molten rocks surged beneath his feet, and the violent impact forced him to emit a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the arena and among the audience. The scorching shockwave even caused the hovering host to retreat several meters. All eyes in the audience were fixated on the seething magma, oblivious to Yu Tianheng's plight. "You scoundrels! I shall make you pay." With the magma receding, Yu Tianheng crashed violently to the ground, and just as the pain from his left arm subsided, the searing agony returned with a vengeance. Du Guyan swiftly rushed to Yu Tianheng's side, supporting him as her emerald eyes emanated a venomous glimmer, fixating on Wei Ying and Liu Mo. In an instant, her formerly verdant gaze transformed into a deep violet, while even the green scales of her serpentine tail were cloaked in a delicate lavender hue. She parted her lips, releasing a dense purple mist that rapidly diffused through the air, surging towards Liu Mo and Yue Ying with fervor. Liu Mo gazed intently at the approaching violet mist, which had now formed a barrier, isolating both parties from one another. It surged rapidly toward Liu Mo and Yue Ying, even before its arrival. A nauseating stench wafted through the air, inducing a sense of dizziness and nausea. At this moment, the only means of evading the encroaching violet fog was to either ascend or vacate the battle soul platform. Yue Ying leaped down from the platform. Liu Mo realized that the violet mist was a manifestation of deadly poison, and he immediately furrowed his brow, calling out to Yue Ying. Although she was unaware of the reason, she understood that Liu Mo's words were undoubtedly accurate. Without further inquiry or contemplation, she promptly departed from the soul battle platform. In the blink of an eye, Liu Mo found himself enveloped by the purple haze. However, having endured the trials of the poison mist city, neither the poison from Du Guyan nor that from Dugu Bo posed any threat to him. The dense violet fog merely obscured his vision. To regain control of the situation, he knew he had to locate Du Guyan. Liu Mo gradually closed his eyes, his legs moving with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, while Du Guyan was still comforting Yu Tianheng, A pair of strong hands had already seized her form. You are not afraid of my poison? Moreover, you can still find your way in the purple mist? Yan's body trembled at the sensation of those powerful hands, a flurry of questions escaping her lips. Release her, and we will concede. At that moment, Yu Tianheng, supported by Yan, gazed weakly at Liu Mo and spoke. Afterward, he exchanged a glance with Yan. Though she felt some reluctance, facing such a formidable opponent left her feeling helpless. She pouted her cherry lips and blew towards the direction of the purple mist. While the serpentine tail, cloaked in a faint lavender glow, swayed gently behind her. The purple mist on the soul-fighting platform immediately thinned and vanished. Yet, Yan's emerald green eyes still sparkled with confusion as she looked at Liu Mo. I am impervious to all poisons. As for how I captured you, it is due to the fragrance that emanates from your being. Liu Mo observed the puzzled expression on Yan's face and offered a subtle smile as he explained. The enchanting fragrance emanating from the girl's body inevitably lingered in one's memory, and by the time Liu Mo arrived at the Soul Duel platform, he had already been captivated by the alluring aroma that Yan exuded. In moments of uncertainty, this intoxicating scent served as a beacon, guiding him towards his objective. Little did Yan realize that the very perfume she had liberally applied in hopes of captivating Yu Tianheng had unwittingly become the source of their impending failure. Beautiful sister, you may now announce the results. At this moment, Liu Mo gazed upward at the dazed host in the sky, offering a faint smile as he spoke. The young girl, around 18 or 19, trembled slightly and soared through the air, exclaiming, "Congratulations to the June team for their splendid victory in this match." Fireworks erupted, filling the arena with a collective sigh of admiration. Nonetheless, Liu Mo and Ying beamed with joy, celebrating their first triumph in the 2-on-2 competition. On a resplendent sunny morning, everyone gathered on the playground to prepare for the day's lessons. Flanders stood at the forefront. His brow furrowed as he addressed the crowd with a somber tone. "Where is Oscar? When I just stepped out, he was meditating. He must have delved into the sea of consciousness and hasn't emerged yet," Tang San explained, a hint of irritation in his voice. Flanders, upon hearing Tang San's explanation, fell into contemplative silence, his brow creased. "I have broken through. I have surpassed the bottleneck." Just then, a voice called out from a distance, breaking the stillness. Everyone turned in unison to see Oscar running toward them with uncontainable excitement. "Dean, I have broken through the 30th level bottleneck," he gasped as he reached Flanders. "Excellent, Oscar. You have not disappointed me. On behalf of Shrek Academy, I congratulate you," Flanders said, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Though your ascent to level 30 may not have been as swift as mine, as a food-type soul master, your speed is commendable," Daimubai remarked, patting Oscar on the shoulder with a serious expression. "Since Oscar has achieved a breakthrough, let him take center stage for today's task," Flanders declared, his brow furrowing momentarily before a peculiar smile emerged. As the group observed Flanders' expression, a sense of tension filled the air, and Oscar, as the protagonist, appeared increasingly anxious, uncertain of the peculiar strategy Flanders was about to devise. "Your task is for each of you to consume Oscar's large sausage," Flanders announced, reveling in the multitude of bewildered glances directed at him. The strongest reactions came from Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, followed closely by Tang San, whose unexpected response as a boy was quite astonishing. The others, having already tasted Oscar's sausage, bore no apprehension. "I refuse," Ning Rongrong immediately protested. "If you cannot complete this task, you must leave Shrek Academy." Flander furrowed his brows and spoke in a somber tone, his eyes fixed intently on Ning Rongrong. The previous events had left him quite displeased, and despite the letter from Ning Rongrong's father, no one at Shrek Academy dared to cross Flander. He remained steadfast in upholding the principles of his academy, irrespective of Ning Rongrong's lineage. Meanwhile, after a profound conversation with Oscar that night, Ning Rongrong found herself reluctant to leave Shrek Academy. Thus, upon hearing Flanders' firm response, she lowered her head and ceased to speak. Oscar distributed a large sausage to each of them. Standing tall with an impassive expression, Flander remarked, "Oscar, you may distribute the sausages." Oscar pressed his lips together, retrieving the sausages, while Ning Rongrong stood at the forefront. "Rongrong, rest assured, one will surely leave you wanting more," he said with a slight smile, offering her reassurance. When Xiao Wu received her sausage, her disdain was palpable, her delicate brows furrowing almost in unison, and her fingers pinching the sausage with evident reluctance. Tang San, though resigned, accepted his sausage, his brow furrowed and lips pressed tightly together, as if confronting a most distasteful morsel. Ning Rongrong sighed, her eyes tightly shut, her cheeks flushing slightly, perhaps replaying Xiao Wu's earful of encouragement in her mind. Yet, compelled by circumstances, she knew she had to experience the sausage herself. With cautious resolve, she took a bite. As her pearly teeth sank into the sausage, her once furrowed brow began to relax, and a gentle smile graced her face. The flavor of the Soto City sausage was indeed no exaggeration, and in an instant, Ning Rongrong found herself enchanted by its taste. Observing her reaction, Xiao Wu and Tang Sen felt a churn in their stomachs, an impending sense of nausea. "Why are you two still not eating?" Flander exclaimed, his eyes widening as he glared at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San made a swallowing motion, his gaze fixed on the sausage in his hand, and took a deep breath. He slowly brought the sausage towards his mouth, while Xiao Wu, mimicking his actions, also moved her sausage closer. They both struggled to quell the tumult in their stomachs and began to chew slowly. Zhu Zhuqing, however, was unfazed by the situation. Having already tasted the sausage during her assessment, though Xiao Wu and Tang San displayed signs of distress, they ultimately consumed Oscar's sausage. Flander, witnessing everyone submit to his authority, allowed a subtle smile to curve his lips. "Excellent. In future battles, you will come to appreciate the merits of Oscar's sausage. Perhaps you may even grow fond of it." He chuckled. "That concludes today's lesson. Tomorrow, you will collectively participate in Oscar's hunt for soul beasts. To ensure your safety, Teacher Zhao Wujia will escort you to the Stardo Forest." Flander sought to utilize the endeavor of hunting the Oscar spirit beast as a means to cultivate the team's cohesion. At this juncture, relying on the abilities of the few of them, the hunt for a Millennium Spirit Beast seemed entirely feasible. "Xiao Mo, would you care to join them?" Flander inquired, glancing at Liu Mo, who stood alone to the side. "Director Flander, I have squandered too much time. I shall seize this opportunity to devote myself to further cultivation." Although Liu Mo's reasoning seemed somewhat implausible, Flander comprehended his intent and did not press further, as Liu Mo was not yet a formal student of his academy. For Liu Mo, the majority of his soul beasts had been acquired through his own efforts, thus he held little interest in the matter. Furthermore, with Zhao Wujia standing guard nearby, the danger was minimal, which alleviated his concerns considerably. However, the most pivotal reason was Liu Mo's inherent reluctance to accompany Zhao Wujia, and his aversion to being in Zhao Wujia's presence without Flander's supervision. The following morning, everyone set out towards the Stardo Forest, accompanied by Zhao Wujia. Liu Mo sat in solitary meditation within his chamber, seemingly intent on seizing this opportunity to make amends for the time he had squandered. He remained ensconced in his room for an entire day, until the evening when the growl of his stomach roused him from his contemplative state. Alone, he found a certain tranquility. After finishing his dinner, he set forth towards the city of Suatuath. Knowing that the duels at the Grand Soul Arena would provide a deeper understanding of his martial spirit and enhance his combat prowess. "Brother Mo." Upon Liu Mo's arrival in Soto City, he was halted by a voice imbued with the weight of experience. Chapter 98, Titan vs. Yi Zhiqiu. Liu Mo searched the surroundings for the source of the sound and discovered it emanated from the line at the century-old sausage shop. His gaze swept through the crowd, and he spotted Titan standing at the forefront, purchasing sausages. "Old brother." Liu Mo discerned Titan, and a smile graced his face as he eagerly stepped forward. "Oh, so you have a penchant for this," he exclaimed. Having arrived here, one must indulge in the renowned sausages of Soto City. As Titan conversed with Liu Mo, he tilted his head while paying for the delicacies. "Come, my dear brother Mo, have one for yourself," he urged. "No, dear brother, I have already partaken. You should enjoy it yourself." Liu Mo pushed away the hand extended by Titan and spoke. Titan, not one to stand on ceremony, took a sausage in each hand and began to eat. Judging by his voracious manner, it was evident that he had been quite famished. "Dear brother, how long has it been since you last had a meal?" Liu Mo observed Titan's manner of eating and chuckled, glancing at the elderly man before him, who resembled a scavenger. "Brother Mo," Titan began, "this matter is somewhat your fault." He shot Liu Mo an accusatory glance before lowering his head to take another bite of the large sausage, continuing. "Did you not tell me that Shrek Academy was located right here? I have scoured the vicinity, yet found no trace of it." As Titan spoke, his words were somewhat muffled by the sausage, yet his message remained clear. However, Liu Mo's gaze was filled with a sense of grievance. Upon hearing Titan's words, Liu Mo felt a sudden jolt in his heart. It turned out he had come to Shrek Academy in search of Zhao Wujia. After all this time, Liu Mo had assumed that with age, the matter would have slipped from his memory. Shrek Academy is located in a very remote area, and even when I looked at the blueprints, it took me an entire day to find it. However, Titan, upon hearing Liu Mo's remarks, immediately ceased his chewing, fixing his gaze on Liu Mo with a questioning look. However, Zhao Wujie is currently not at Shrek Academy. What? Damn it, after all this effort to find him. That brat has slipped away again. Upon hearing Liu Mo's response, Titan's appetite for the large sausages of Soto City vanished entirely. Do you know where he went? His brow furrowed tightly, displaying his immense anger, and suddenly, his eyebrows shot up as he stared at Liu Mo and inquired. He has taken the students to the Douluo Forest to hunt soul beasts. Liu Mo did not hesitate this time and directly revealed Zhao Wujie's whereabouts. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Titan furrowed his brow momentarily. Although the Douluo Forest is exceedingly vast, these children were merely hunting soul beasts on the periphery. And considering the direction towards Soto City, the area would not be too extensive. With this thought in mind, he widened his eyes and said to Liu Mo, "If I pursue now, I should still be in time." After speaking, Titan grasped the half-eaten sausage and hurried away. Before Liu Mo, a gust of wind swept past. While Titan was already distanced, he narrowed his eyes, gazing at Titan's silhouette as a sense of unease began to stir within him. He pondered whether, should Titan truly encounter Zhao Wujie, the ensuing conflict might endanger Wei Ying and Zhu Xing. Without hesitation, he set forth to pursue Titan's figure. Liu Mo pursued tirelessly throughout the night. Although the figure of Titan remained within his sight, he could not quite reach him. As dawn approached, they had traversed over 400 kilometers, and a quaint town emerged ahead. Upon entering the town, Liu Mo was pleasantly surprised by its bustling atmosphere. It was approximately 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy was located. Lacking walls, it resembled a small city, with streets lined with an array of shops, catering to every conceivable need. At this moment, Titan had halted his advance. Though his breathing remained steady, it was evident that after a night of pursuit, he too felt a twinge of hunger. Liu Mo, who had hurriedly caught up to him, bent over to catch his breath. To track a soul Douluo was no small feat, and Liu Mo's determination spoke volumes, as he had managed to keep pace without losing sight of his quarry. "Brother Mo, what compels you to chase after me so relentlessly?" Titan inquired, surveying the throngs of people on the street with a low voice. "I would prefer to remain with you, my elder brother." "Very well, let us have a meal first, and then we shall continue our journey." Titan's gaze swept over the shops lining the street until it settled on a modest 2-story building, the first floor of which housed a simple restaurant. The two made their way towards it. "Brother Mo, we are pressed for time. Let us grab a quick bite," Titan suggested, his tone imbued with a hint of regret. As this was their first meal together under such circumstances, "There is no need for formality, elder brother. Let us keep it simple." Liu Mo smiled faintly and replied, "Teacher Yi, how are you today? Shall we take another day of rest?" A young man inquired, as a few individuals sat at a table beside Titan and Liu Mo. "Shrek Academy." Yi Zhiqiu of Tsanghui Academy exclaimed, his eyes flashing with malice. "Go back and investigate this Shrek Academy for me. I am keen to uncover its background." Having clashed with Zhao Wujie and others the previous night, Yi Zhiqiu now harbored a profound hatred for Shrek Academy. Upon hearing Yi Zhiqiu's words, Titan immediately paused with his chopsticks, attentively listening for information. However, the surrounding atmosphere had grown silent. Seizing the opportunity, he hastily finished his meal and turned to inquire, "Have you encountered individuals from Shrek Academy? Was it Zhao Wujie? Who are you?" Yi Zhiqiu responded with an air of arrogance, his anger surging at the mere mention of Shrek Academy. "Who am I? I am someone you cannot provoke," Titan retorted, his expression igniting with fury. Hearing Titan's words, Yi Zhiqiu's anger intensified. Having been unable to defeat Zhao Wujie the day before, he believed that dealing with this old man and his companion should pose no problem. "You old fool, how dare you be so arrogant? No one I cannot handle has yet been born." Yi Zhiqiu continued to challenge Titan. "Esteemed gentlemen, might I suggest settling your differences outside? This establishment is rather modest, and we would not want to frighten the other patrons or damage my tables," the owner interjected. Stepping forward as he observed the brewing confrontation, Yi Zhiqiu scoffed, dismissing the owner with a wave of his arm, and led his companions toward the exit. Liu Mo rose, attempting to dissuade the impending conflict. However, he was met with Titan's dismissive gesture. As the leader of the Strength clan, Titan could not tolerate such insolence. Liu Mo was acutely aware of this, and thus chose to remain silent, simply following Titan out. "Old man, do not blame me for bullying the elderly. This is a consequence of your own making," Yujicho declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Titan. Upon hearing his words, Titan swiftly turned, his eyes radiating a fierce coldness that sent a chill through Yujicho. Without hesitation, Yujicho's gaze sparkled with determination as he summoned his martial spirit, the Black Turtle. A wave of dark ripples emanated from his being, causing his limbs to contract by a third, while a massive shell protruded from his back. His entire body shimmered with a black light, and 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, rose from beneath him, encircling his form. The director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy revealed himself to be a formidable soul king of level 50. Though the age of his soul rings indicated he did not hail from nobility, gasps filled the restaurant. After all, soul kings were a rare sight on the continent. Their formidable power often granted them titles such as Viscount or even Earl in certain nations. Haha, with your feeble strength, my son could easily obliterate you, Titan scoffed, observing Yujicho as he unleashed his martial spirit and soul rings. You old fool, you know nothing of your own limitations, Yujicho retorted, his anger flaring further at Titan's derision. Titan, affronted by being called an old fool, furrowed his brow and stomped his right foot, declaring, Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson, you old turtle. As Titan's foot struck the ground, the earth trembled slightly, sending ripples of yellowish dust outward with a force that surged into the surroundings like a fierce gale, rushing towards Yujicho, accompanying Titan's stomp. His body radiated a golden aura, enveloping him in a protective sheen. This was Titan's indomitable body, and the release of his soul power exerted immense pressure upon Yujicho. At this moment, Yujicho was thoroughly incensed by Titan's words. As the bearer of the Black Turtle martial spirit, he held a deep-seated aversion to the term turtle. With no intention of gauging his opponent's strength, he was singularly focused on delivering a sound thrashing to the elder before him. In response to Titan, Yujicho's aura surged, and with a low growl, he activated his first and second soul rings simultaneously. His body spun swiftly, revealing the turtle shell on his back. As a stream of flowing black light, imbued with a chilling aura, burst forth. Thus, the battle commenced, with Yujicho unleashing 2 soul skills, the Black Ice Shield and the Black Water Seal. His objective was quite straightforward, to swiftly subdue the elderly man and impart a profound lesson while simultaneously showcasing the prowess of Tsanghui Academy. However, Yujicho was astonished to observe that the Xianshui Ice Seal he unleashed merely formed a thin layer of ice upon the Titan's body before shattering and vanishing instantly, as if it were merely a fade, having no effect on the Titan whatsoever. The Titan remained utterly unscathed. Was he immune to ice? Yujicho gazed at the Titan in disbelief. Xianshui surged. Refusing to concede, he activated his 3rd soul skill as his 3rd soul ring illuminated. While the Titan had yet to summon his martial soul, a chilling aura enveloped the atmosphere, causing Liu Mo, on the other side, to feel a shiver. A torrent of black water surged toward the Titan. The Titan cast a brief glance at the dark waters overhead, extending his hand with ease, dissipating the black water effortlessly using his soul power. Yujicho stared at the elderly man before him, dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that none of his attacks would inflict any damage. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The man opposite him might be a far stronger adversary. I have no time to waste on you. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the Titan sprang forth, landing beside Yujicho, grasping his collar with his left hand. He began to condense his soul power in his right, delivering a brutal blow to Yujicho's cheek, pummeling him repeatedly until his visage was unrecognizable. The Titan then tossed Yujicho to the ground, where the latter found himself overwhelmed with soul power, unable to rise, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Yujicho caught the Titan's scornful gaze, yet the corners of the Titan's mouth curled into a genuine smile, a smile that stemmed from within. The astonished and admiring gazes of those around him filled him with delight, reveling in the adoration of the crowd. Of course, the emergence of a soul king elicited gasps of astonishment, and witnessing an elder who had not even summoned his martial soul and soul rings, effortlessly overpowering a soul king, only intensified the envy of those present. Where did Zhao Wujie and Shrek Academy head? The Titan inquired, his eyes fixed on the prostrate Yujicho. At that moment, Yujicho could hardly utter a word, extending a trembling hand to gesture to the side. If you dare deceive me, I will make you suffer 10-fold, 100-fold worse than now, the Titan warned coldly as he regarded the direction of Yujicho's finger. All that escaped Yujicho's lips were incoherent murmurs, rendering his words unintelligible. Come on, brother Mo, let us go. the Titan stated solemnly. Then both men proceeded toward the direction Yi Zhiqiu indicated. It seems we shall be staying a while longer before we can leave, sighed a student from Tsanghui Academy. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu lifted his gaze, but his swollen cheeks obscured any sign of his eyes. Consequently, the student felt no concern or apprehension. Oh dear. They finished their meal without paying. At that moment, the onlooking boss suddenly recalled the matter and, slapping his thigh, declared, "They are the victors. Surely the cost will be borne by them." Surrounding individuals pointed at Yu Zhiqiu, asserting, "Indeed, today the expenses must be covered by you." The boss, waiting for the teacher to speak, added, "You and he must settle this." Several students assisted Yi Zhiqiu back to the room. Meanwhile, having witnessed Yu Zhiqiu being violently assaulted twice, the respect they once held for him had dissipated. Titan and Liu Mo swiftly arrived at the outskirts of the starry forest. "Brother Mo," Titan inquired, "which direction do you think he will take?" As he gazed ahead, where the path had vanished, he hesitated, uncertain of where to begin his search. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo furrowed his brow slightly, carefully observing the surrounding topography. Suddenly, on a thorn-covered plant, standing half a person's height, he noticed a small white object. Liu Mo walked over and discovered that this was a tear caused by a sharp thorn, and the color and texture bore some resemblance to the white dress worn by Ning Rongrong. After pondering for a moment, he said, "They must have headed in this direction." "Very well, Brother Mo, I trust your judgment." As Liu Mo's words fell, Titan immediately proceeded in the direction indicated by his finger. "Elder brother, what animosity do you harbor against Zhao Wujie?" His curiosity about this matter had long been piqued, yet he had refrained from inquiring until now. As they had reached this juncture, he wished to gain some insight. "He has tormented our kin. Thus, I must teach him a proper lesson." Upon hearing Liu Mo's question, Titan momentarily stiffened, his speech faltering. Liu Mo, known for his perceptive nature, firmly believed Titan's explanation. Chapter 99. Zhao Wujie faces brutality suddenly. Both Titan and Liu Mo sensed the earth tremble in the distance, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated through the ground. Titan, seasoned and astute, halted in his tracks, recognizing the sound as a terrifying roar emitted by a soul beast. In his mind, he reasoned that only a fool like Zhao Wujie would provoke such a formidable creature. Who else could possibly engage in such recklessness? "Be careful, Liu Mo. I shall take my leave first," Titan declared, swiftly navigating through the thicket, vanishing from Liu Mo's sight. At that moment, Liu Mo followed closely behind, yet Titan's figure had already eluded him, revealing that Liu Mo had not lost track of Titan earlier only because Titan had not exerted his full strength. As Titan approached the site of the recent disturbance, the surroundings had grown eerily tranquil. "We should hasten to catch up with Xiao San. I fear he may be in danger." A voice emerged not far away, and upon hearing it, Titan's brow furrowed deeper. Indeed, he recognized it as Zhao Wujie's voice. "Do you still wish to flee? Do you think hiding in Shrek Academy will spare you from my pursuit?" As a voice reverberated through the forest, a figure materialized before Zhao Wujie. Daimubai and the others were still seated on the ground, recovering, and were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the elder. Zhu Zhiqing, however, felt an uncanny familiarity upon seeing the old man. When Zhao Wujie beheld Titan standing before him, his mouth fell agape in astonishment, his eyes flickering with terror as he slowly turned to escape. Just as he pivoted, a large hand clutched his shoulder tightly. "Do you still think you can run?" "Heh, Brother Titan, our past misunderstandings are merely that, misunderstandings. I was unintentional in my actions." Zhao Wujie, wearing a pleading smile, spoke to Titan. Yet, at that moment, Titan cast a sweeping glance at the surrounding children, his brow deeply furrowed as he commanded, "You all go rest over there." Zhao Wujie turned to the students, his expression immediately darkening. Who is this old man? Why does it seem as though Teacher Zhao is on the verge of losing his composure? As Ma Hongjun and the others departed, he murmured softly, "Look at that old man's gaze. He must be a rival in love." Oscar declared with unwavering conviction. "Oscar, can't you think of anything else?" Ning Rongrong lamented upon hearing the crude speculations from Oscar. "What nonsense are you all spouting? Teacher Zhao is simply showing respect for his elders. Besides, look at their ages. There's no way Teacher Zhao would pursue an older woman." Dai Mubai expressed his dissatisfaction with Ma Hongjun and Oscar's conversation. "How do you know he hasn't married a younger wife?" Oscar retorted, feeling challenged by Dai Mubai's commanding presence. Hearing this, Dai Mubai glanced at Titan, observing his radiant complexion and robust physique, which made Oscar's claims seem plausible. Although the group had moved further away, the ever-curious Oscar and Ma Hongjun stealthily crouched by a tree, straining to eavesdrop. Suddenly, Titan's body radiated a brown glow, enveloping him as his exaggerated form began to swell. It was unimaginable how immense his strength might be. As his arms expanded, they emitted ominous cracking sounds, seemingly extending his very bones. With a thunderous crash, a colossal star manifested upon him, Titan's martial spirit, the mighty gorilla. The appearance of this immense star further augmented Titan's power. At the moment of his martial spirit's manifestation, his body shimmered with golden light, enveloping him entirely. Soon after, soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, swirling around his form. 8 rings in total. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. Ah, this old man is actually a soul Douluo, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment, prompting Dai Mubai to lean in for a closer look at the dazzling rings. The brilliance reflected in Dai Mubai's eyes momentarily stunned him. Teacher Zhao is in for a challenge now, Oscar sighed. Meanwhile, the 3 female students remained seated, recuperating. Brother Titan, let me explain. I was merely seeking refuge. And when I stumbled into your abode, I had no idea your esteemed lady was bathing. But rest assured, the mist was thick. I truly saw nothing. I swear on the Stardow Forest. Moreover, Titan the Great Ape has just left this place. It is perilous here. We should depart swiftly, Zhao Wujie anxiously clarified, trembling as he witnessed Titan unleash his martial spirit and soul rings. Yet, as Titan listened to Zhao Wujie's explanation, the vivid memories of the past resurfaced in Zhao Wujie's mind, fueling his anger. A woman? Bathing? Ma Hongjun, only partially comprehending, looked at Oscar with confusion. Fatty, you see? I told you I was right. It must be related to a woman. Oscar displayed a proud expression as he gazed at Ma Hongjun, who was still looking into the distance, giving Oscar a thumbs up with his right hand. What were they discussing? Dai Mubai inquired. Having overheard their hushed exchange and feeling somewhat anxious without understanding the situation. After a moment, as the two continued to ignore him, his curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to lean closer with a faint smile and ask, what was said just now? Oscar, what will you say now? Teacher Zhao was caught peeking at someone's wife while she bathed, Oscar replied, winking at Dai Mubai with a mischievous grin. Dai Mubai's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He never imagined that Zhao Wujie would engage in such behavior. What could this woman possibly look like to inspire such audacity in him? His mind began to conjure an image of the lady in question. Oscar, however, chose not to engage with Dai Mubai any further, fearing he might miss more details. Men are all scoundrels, Zhu Zhuqing remarked coldly, having overheard their conversation. When Zhao Wujie had intruded upon the Titan lady's bathing area, a piercing scream had echoed from within, prompting him to flee the scene. However, he was soon discovered by the members of the Power Clan, who would not let Zhao Wujie escape unscathed for trespassing. A conflict ensued, and after injuring a few, Zhao Wujie managed to escape. The Titan, upon learning of the incident, began a relentless pursuit of Zhao Wujie, publicly claiming his motives were to avenge his injured kin, but the true source of his wrath stemmed from the unwarranted intrusion into his wife's privacy. To evade the relentless pursuit of the Power Clan, Zhao Wujie sought refuge at Shrek Academy, taking on the role of a teacher. The Titan Giant Ape? Do you think I am a child? If the Titan Giant Ape appears, will you still be alive? The Titan's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes sparkling with a fierce light akin to a blade piercing through Zhao Wujie's very being as he spoke in a low voice. Indeed, to the world. The Titan Giant Ape was an extraordinarily fearsome spirit beast. Even a titled Douluo would find it difficult to survive a solitary encounter with such a creature, let alone Zhao Wujie, which only fueled the Titan's skepticism. Yet Zhao Wujie was perplexed. After the Titan Giant Ape had seized Xiao Wu, it simply departed. He realized that if this revelation had come from another, he would likely find it hard to believe. Nonetheless, it was indeed the truth. At this moment, he understood that there was no escaping this battle. His eyes glimmered with a brown luminescence, enveloping his being in an instant as his body began to sprout thick brown fur. In a heartbeat, he towered over 2.5 meters, his muscles bulging. The spirit of the powerful golden bear had manifested, and his brownish-yellow eyes radiated an overwhelming aura, with 7 soul rings rhythmically swirling around him. What? Do you still wish to retaliate? Titan cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Wujie and inquired, No, Brother Tai, I am well aware of my own capabilities. I would be unable to retaliate against you, my elder brother. I merely wish to lessen the extent of my injuries, Zhao Wujie promptly explained. In a swift motion, before Zhao Wujie could finish his words, Titan surged toward him. With his fists charged with soul power, he struck Zhao's face with tremendous force. In an instant, dust billowed around them, shrouding the two figures as their forms disappeared amidst the swirling debris, accompanied only by the sounds of powerful impacts and Zhao Wujie's anguished cries. Should we assist Teacher Zhao? Ning Rongrong, who had regained her composure, murmured as she gazed at the dust cloud rising in the distance. Assist? How could we possibly assist? Our opponent is a soul Douluo, Ma Hongjun replied, turning to look at Ning Rongrong. Perhaps we could help collect Teacher Zhao's remains, Oscar suggested quietly. Suddenly, a brown light shot up into the sky. Another figure also surged forward. The brown light was none other than Zhao Wujie, and as he fell, Titan launched a relentless series of attacks in midair, his fists moving with such velocity that they were barely discernible. As he descended to within 3 or 4 meters of the ground, Titan leapt onto Zhao Wujie's body, landing heavily. With a resounding thud, the impact echoed like a heavy mass hitting the earth. Upon hearing this sound, Dai Mubai and the others instinctively shut their eyes, as if they were experiencing the moment themselves. Today, I shall spare your life, considering you did not retaliate. Lest the world accuse me of striking down one who does not fight back, Titan declared, before lightly springing off Zhao Wujie's body and turning to leave without another word. Zhao Wujie, however, was not devoid of the will to fight back. He had simply been rendered powerless in the face of such an overwhelmingly strong adversary. One who was a pure power-type soul master. Even an ordinary title Douluo would likely struggle to withstand such a barrage of attacks. As Oscar watched Titan's retreating figure vanish from sight, he quickly remarked, "Let us go and collect Teacher Zhao's remains." The group hastened toward the prostrate Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie's visage was unrecognizable, bruised and bloodied. Had it not been for their eyewitness account of his condition, even those closest to him might have failed to identify him. Alas, when it comes time for his burial, should we consider giving him some semblance of beauty? Oscar mused, shaking his head as he looked at Zhao Wujie's battered face. A faint sound escaped Zhao Wujie's lips as he stirred slightly. Though the words were unintelligible, they confirmed that he was still alive. They carefully helped him to his feet, though they could hardly bear to look at his disfigured face. "Teacher Zhao, there's no rush. Take your time," Dai Mubai reassured him gently. "Surely, Teacher Zhao isn't uttering his last words?" Oscar pondered, his brows furrowing as he scrutinized the mangled visage before him. "It certainly seems that way." Ma Hongjun pressed his lips together and spoke. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhao Wujie felt an overwhelming surge of anger within, yet he could only remain seated, listening. "Sausage." After adjusting his mouth shape for quite some time, he finally articulated a word discernible to others, albeit still somewhat vague. "Sausage." What Teacher Zhao meant was sausage. After a moment of contemplation, Dai Mubai finally grasped Zhao Wujie's words. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's remark, Zhao Wujie finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he felt a glimmer of hope. "Teacher Zhao, can it be ingested? Should we chew it into smaller pieces for him?" Oscar, pulling out the sausage, inquired with a hint of confusion. Upon hearing Oscar's question, Zhao Wujie shuddered, his eyes narrowing into a thin slit as he gazed at Oscar, mumbling a few indistinct sounds. In truth, he was widening his eyes, but it was only through this exaggerated expression that he could reveal even a mere slit. "Oscar, just wait until I recover, and then I shall deal with you." At that moment, Zhao Wujie's heart brimmed with fury, yet aside from a subtle expression of defiance, he could do nothing more. "Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, I will break it into small pieces for you to eat, without crushing it," Dai Mubai reassured him, observing the tremors in Zhao Wujie's body, understanding it as a form of protest. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Zhao Wujie's emotions began to stabilize. At that instant, Oscar couldn't help but admire Dai Mubai. It was no wonder he attracted so many girls. His manner of speaking was distinctly different. If Teacher Zhao knew Oscar had not washed his hands after using the restroom, would he prefer it crushed or broken into pieces? This thought made Oscar chuckle to himself. In a short while, Zhao Wujie consumed 10 large sausages. Meanwhile, Oscar had acquired his third spirit ring, which significantly enhanced his strength, thereby evolving his sausages as well. After downing 10 large sausages, Zhao Wujie felt considerably better. However, his facial restoration was less than satisfactory. After all, Oscar's sausages lacked any beautifying effects, necessitating a gradual recovery. "We should hasten to find Xiaosan," Zhao Wujie murmured, though somewhat unclear. The general meaning was comprehensible. "Teacher Zhao, how is your condition?" Dai Mubai helped Zhao Wujie to his feet slowly. Isn't there Oscar's flying sausage? We can fly. Other than speaking being a bit taxing, I am otherwise fine. Zhao Wujing again murmured softly. Oscar then produced the flying sausages and distributed them to everyone. They consumed Oscar's flying sausage, soaring above the jungle, heading in the direction where Tang San had departed. At this moment, although Zhao Wujia had largely recovered, he remained plagued by a lingering question. How did Titan manage to locate him with such precision? Knowing he was at Shrek Academy and currently hunting soul beasts in the Stardow Forest? Chapter 100. Farewell to Shrek Academy. After Liu Mo had pursued Titan for a while, he discerned the sounds of a dispute nearby, prompting him to stealthily approach and investigate. He observed an elderly couple accompanied by a graceful young woman, engaged in a conversation with a young boy. The young woman was strikingly beautiful, with short hair that framed her face, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated her figure. She held a serpent-headed cane, albeit slightly shorter than the one grasped by the elderly woman beside her. The elderly woman appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, with neatly arranged white hair. Despite her age, she exuded vigor, her face marked by wrinkles yet radiating a rosy hue reminiscent of youth. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, and her serpent-headed cane measured an impressive 3 meters in length. As for the old man, Liu Mo, he bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar, particularly with the resplendent dragon-headed cane he wielded. Grandfather Meng? The elderly woman must surely be the Snake Lady. Upon recognizing the emblem of Meng Shu's martial soul, Liu Mo immediately identified him, thus deducing the identity of the elderly woman. At that moment, he noticed the young boy leaning against a tree trunk, and upon locking his gaze upon him, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Little San, why is he all alone?" In a moment of perplexity, Liu Mo observed that both parties seemed poised for confrontation. "Grandfather Meng, what brings you here?" he called out, striving to avert conflict as he approached them. "Menggu, what are you doing here?" Tang San responded with a bemused expression, his eyes betraying astonishment tinged with a glimmer of hope. "Xiao Mo, I never anticipated encountering you here," exclaimed Ming Shu, his narrowed gaze upon Liu Mo softening into a warm smile. However, upon hearing the boy refer to him as Menggu, he realized that the two were acquainted, making any ensuing altercation rather inconvenient. "Oh, so this lad is the Liu Mo you mentioned?" the Serpent Lady remarked, her eyes narrowing as if to scrutinize Liu Mo more closely. "Indeed, this young man has revealed to me many wonders," Meng Shu affirmed, maintaining his gaze on Liu Mo with a slight nod. At Meng Shu's words, the Serpent Lady's eyes transformed into crescent shapes, her smile broadening as she nodded. "This young man is indeed quite striking." As her laughter echoed, her eyes fleetingly scanned the girl beside her, Meng Iran. "Grandmother, what are you thinking now?" the girl inquired, her gaze penetrating the Serpent Lady's smile, seemingly discerning her thoughts, yet her own eyes discreetly lingered on the approaching Liu Mo. Perhaps it was the Serpent Lady's recent insinuation, or perhaps her own inherently reserved nature, that rendered her unable to meet Liu Mo's eyes directly. "Grandfather Meng, what troubles you?" Liu Mo observed the standoff between the two parties, his mind racing with a desire to uncover the finer details and, more importantly, to mediate the escalating conflict. "This young man had already seized 2 of my granddaughter's spirit beasts today. How could I possibly swallow this indignation?" As Meng Shu contemplated these matters, a surge of fury ignited within him. "Brother Mo, I assure you, it was not my intention. The human-faced demon spider attacked me, and I merely defended myself. Of course, if it weren't for the 2 esteemed elders who engaged with it beforehand, I would not be standing here now. However, I must insist, I did not steal anything." Tang Sen quickly interjected, eager to clarify the situation. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo approached the overturned humanoid spider. This was a 2,000-year-old humanoid spider, a nightmare for small soul beasts, a being that devours life, and an object of hatred for all soul beasts, an abhorrent and malevolent slayer. It was astonishing that it had been slain by Tang Sen alone. As he drew nearer, he noticed that the abdomen of the humanoid spider was riddled with needle-like wounds. This revelation instantaneously clarified for him how Tang San had managed to vanquish such a terrifying soul beast. Through his years of understanding this continent, he recognized that individuals possessing such abilities were likely akin to himself, not originally belonging to this world. However, the methods employed by Tang Sen still remained rooted in the era of cold weapons, when confronted with the formidable figures of the Soul Master realm. These techniques paled in comparison. "Grandfather Meng, could you please come over here?" Liu Mo turned his head and called out to Meng Shu. Upon hearing Liu Mo's voice, Ming Shu's eyes widened as he glanced at Meng Pa, whose gaze was filled with perplexity. Subsequently, Ming Shu approached Liu Mo and arrived beside the corpse of the faceless demon spider. Tang San, on the other hand, exhibited signs of anxiety. Uncertain whether Liu Mo's arrival would facilitate his escape from danger this time. Nevertheless, he was also deeply intrigued by the faceless demon spider. For his master had once informed him that the optimal soul beast for the next soul ring hunt was indeed the faceless demon spider. However, encountering one was not guaranteed, nor was successfully defeating it. At that moment, the ideal soul beast lay before him, and he was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity. Grandfather Meng, look. This is a faceless demon spider over 2,000 years old. Please consider carefully. Do you truly wish to risk your granddaughter's safety? Liu Mo pointed to the upside-down human-faced demon spider on the ground and spoke. Meng Shu, upon hearing Liu Mo's words, scrutinized the size of the creature. Indeed, just moments ago, in his eagerness to seize a promising soul beast, he had overlooked its age. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized that absorbing this 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider would entail considerable risk. After all, Meng Yuran was merely a girl. Although he understood that acquiring a soul ring of such an age would greatly enhance her abilities, it was unnecessary to expose his granddaughter to such peril. For not everyone possessed Liu Mo's good fortune. However, having expended considerable effort, he was unwilling to allow Tang San to benefit from their toil, especially since this was the second soul beast they had aimed to secure for Meng Yuran that day. Mo, though I am compelled by circumstance, I have slain this soul beast, and the human-faced demon spider holds significant importance for me, Tang San asserted. Though he could not discern the content of Liu Mo and Meng Shu's discussion, he was determined not to relinquish the human-faced demon spider to someone else without a fight. Hearing his words, Liu Mo's eyes widened in surprise, not having anticipated Tang San's recent advancement beyond level 30. At that moment, shadows flitted through the air, revealing Zhao Wujie, Dai Mubai, and others who had arrived at Tang San's side. Huh? Do you think you can absorb this human-faced demon spider without our consent? Snake Lady remarked sarcastically. Despite the presence of numerous allies surrounding Tang San, she regarded them with disdain. What is the matter? Where is your teacher at this crucial moment? She sneered, observing that Zhao Wujie was absent from the group. Old hag, Zhao Wujie stepped forward, calling out loudly to Snake Lady, yet those around him appeared to misunderstand his words. He noticed an elder nearby, gripping a dragon-headed cane, tremble slightly. At that moment, Long Gong was present. And this was not a situation that could be provoked by a mere soul sage. Fortunately, they had not fully grasped the unfolding events. Snake Lady, I am Zhao Wujie. What trouble has arisen this time? Zhao Wujie slowed his speech, meticulously enunciating each word to ensure clarity. You are Zhao Wujie? Snake Lady inquired. Her gaze filled with skepticism as she regarded the short, disfigured figure before her. He is our teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai interjected, addressing Snake Lady's confusion. Tang San, upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, paused, bewildered by the transformation that had befallen Zhao Wujie. Liu Mo cast a furtive glance at Zhao Wujie, unable to suppress a smile. Oh, the legendary immovable King Ming has been reduced to this state? The serpent matriarch let out a cold laugh. Hearing her mocking words, Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow deeply. However, with Long Gong present, he dared not display his anger, especially given his current physical condition. You have arrived just in time. Your precious disciple has yet again seized our soul beast. What do you propose we do? The serpent matriarch firmly planted her serpent-headed staff into the ground, frowning as she addressed Zhao Wujie. What? This group of children truly does not allow me a moment's peace. With so many soul beasts in the Stardow forest, why must they always resort to taking from others? They are not something I can provoke. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Wujie failed to articulate his words properly, his speech becoming a garbled mess that left everyone bewildered. Previously, when dealing with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent, he had managed to speak more coherently in Long Gong's absence. But now he found himself at a loss for words. As Zhao Wujie pondered a solution, his gaze swept over Meng Shu, and he noticed the familiar faces surrounding him, all of whom were watching him with suppressed laughter. Liu Mo? How did they end up here? Fixating on Liu Mo, Zhao Wujie's incoherent mutterings went unheard by the others. Yet, as he connected his predicament with the sight of Liu Mo, the threads of clarity began to weave together in his mind, and his furrowed brow deepened. Liu Mo, you are the one who leaked the secret. Zhao Wujie enunciated each word with a hint of menace, his gaze piercing through to Liu Mo. As the others caught on to Zhao Wujie's words, they turned their attention toward the direction of his glare. Until now, they had been engrossed in the dialogue between Zhao Wuji and the serpent matriarch, oblivious to Liu Mo standing off to the side. Mo go! Yuing exclaimed upon recognizing Liu Mo in the distance, a smile gracing her cheeks. Turning to Zhao Wuji, she quickly added, Teacher Zhao, Mo go is not that kind of person. Indeed, Teacher Zhao, you must be mistaken about Mo go, Ma Hongjun chimed in, stepping forward. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, but her icy gaze directed at Liu Mo seemed to harbor a hint of warmth. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, observing Zhu Zhuqing, felt a surge of anger rising within him. Teacher Zhao, I believe your suspicions may hold some merit. We should take him back for a thorough investigation. Dai Mubai appeared to be stirring the pot, albeit subtly. He leaned closer to Zhao Wujia and whispered. Zhao Wujia was no fool. He understood that taking Liu Mo back would be difficult with Flinder's protection at the academy. Today presented the perfect opportunity. Despite his current state, he believed he could still handle Liu Mo. Filled with fury, Zhao Wujia summoned his strength and charged towards Liu Mo. A gust of wind swept past, suddenly halting Zhao Wujia in his tracks. At that moment, Meng Shu, beside Liu Mo, noticed Zhao Wujia's unusual behavior and swiftly stepped in front of Liu Mo, halting Zhao Wujia with one hand. Long Gong, this matter does not concern you. It is an affair of Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujia opened his eyes slightly, his expression inscrutable, leaving one to wonder whether he was issuing a threat or pleading. An affair of Shrek Academy? Has Liu Mo joined Shrek Academy? Long Gong's expression turned frigid as he slowly lifted his gaze to question Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia found himself at a loss for words. You wish to divert the topic after you seized 2 of our soul beasts today? Meng Shu tightened his grip on Zhao Wujia's shoulder. Zhao Wujia's brow furrowed deeper. Long Gong, we are all suffering. What do you wish to do? At this point, Zhao Wujia felt utterly helpless. This is how it will be. I will give you this soul beast, but I must take Liu Mo with me. Meng Shu immediately interjected, seemingly having made his decision upon witnessing Liu Mo's true form. Upon hearing Meng Shu's words, Zhao Wujia's brows nearly knitted together. Yet they soon relaxed as he realized that frowning too hard brought him pain. Faced with Long Gong and Shi Pe, he understood he had no room to retaliate. It was better to reach a compromise than to escalate tensions. However, I have one condition. Liu Mo is not to set foot in Shrek Academy again. If I see him there, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhao Wujia enunciated slowly, shaping his words carefully. Teacher Zhao, Yuing interjected upon hearing Zhao Wujia's demand. Her brow furrowed. Are you not concerned this might all be a misunderstanding? Zhu Zhuqing appeared as composed as ever, her voice a mere whisper. Zhao Wujia remained silent, fully aware that Liu Mo was currently the prime suspect. Regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding, removing him from Shrek Academy would bring him a sense of relief. After all, witnessing Liu Mo's arrogant demeanor within the academy left him feeling utterly powerless and discontented. Meng Shu, upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, cast a fleeting glance at Liu Mo, who was furrowing his brow, fixated on Zhao Wujia. His expression was somewhat indescribable, a mixture of rage and a hint of mockery. While he displayed no sign of regret at the prospect of being barred from Shrek Academy, observing his demeanor, Meng Shu seemed to have already made up his mind, stating, Very well, it is settled. Yuing, upon hearing Zhao Wujia and Meng Shu reach a consensus regarding Liu Mo's fate, felt a sense of urgency as Liu Mo remained utterly silent. Upon observing the expression upon her face, Liu Mo promptly approached, standing beside Yuing with a warm smile. Yuing, it is quite all right. I had no intention of joining Shrek Academy either. Focus on your training there. Mo go. I wish to leave with you, Yuing replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Liu Mo. Yuing, do not forget the promise I entrusted to you. It remains unfulfilled. You cannot leave just yet. Heed my words and dedicate yourself to your training there. Once you graduate, I shall come to retrieve you. Liu Mo gazed at the moonlight, a faint smile gracing his lips. The moonlight, observing Liu Mo's unwavering dedication, refrained from further rebuttal. Their exchange was lost on those behind them, who remained oblivious. He merely leaned forward, stealing another glance at Zhu Zhuqing, their eyes seemingly reflecting a sense of reluctance, yet neither spoke another word. Xiao Mo, let us depart. Long Gong called out to Liu Mo as he approached the serpent matriarch. As Liu Mo turned, he cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Wuji, which only intensified the simmering rage within him. Yet at that moment, he found himself powerless to act. Chapter 101. The Six-Eyed Wind Demon Tiger. Liu Mo followed Meng Shu and the other 2 as they departed, unaware of how long they had been walking. Liu Mo, it may be for the best that you have left Shrek Academy. This unknown institution surely lacks the qualifications for enrollment. The time until the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent is drawing near. Why not consider joining the Beast Academy instead? It remains as it was. And you could have company, Meng Shu remarked, casting a glance at the snake lady and then at Meng Iran. The elite competition of advanced soul master academies is a grand event orchestrated by the Spirit Hall in collaboration with the two great empires. Liu Mo had certainly heard of it, yet what piqued his interest even further was the allure of soul bones. After all, only soul beasts over 100,000 years old have a guaranteed drop of soul bones, and such ancient creatures are exceedingly rare. While 10,000-year soul beasts do possess a slim chance, it remains rather insubstantial. If you still have reservations, take your time to ponder. Whenever you come to a decision, do let me know. Meng Shu observed Liu Mo's somewhat dazed expression as he supported his shoulder while they continued onward. All right, Grandfather Meng. So much has transpired today that I have yet to regain my composure. Please grant me some time, and I promise to provide you with an answer soon. Liu Mo smiled faintly, turning to Meng Shu as he spoke. Very well, let us first seek a suitable spirit beast for Iran. Meng Shu gently nodded, regarding Liu Mo with a warm smile. Grandfather Meng, I have a friend whose well-being I am uncertain of. I must go in search of him. Upon hearing Meng Shu's words, Liu Mo immediately halted his steps and regarded the three of them with a curious expression. Oh, he is all alone in this vast starry forest? Meng Shu, recalling Liu Mo's companions, surmised that they were likely of a similar age. Indeed, traversing the starry forest alone could be quite perilous. Liu Mo heard Meng Shu's inquiry, pressed his lips tightly together, and nodded lightly. Do you need us to accompany you? No, it's unnecessary. This time, I owe it to Grandfather Meng's presence. Otherwise, Zhao Wuji would surely have targeted me. Liu Mo politely conversed with Meng Shu, then nodded at Meng Pa and Meng Yiran before turning to leave. Old man, is this lad truly as extraordinary as you claim? Meng Pa inquired, observing Liu Mo's departure. Apart from his handsome countenance, she felt nothing particularly remarkable about him. I believe his prowess will soon be evident in the elite competition of the advanced soul master academies across the continent, Meng Shu replied, narrowing his eyes as he watched Liu Mo's retreating figure. Are you so confident that he will agree to join the Beast Academy? Meng Pa questioned, sensing Liu Mo's demeanor did not reflect a desire to represent the Beast Academy in the competition. I cannot guarantee it, but I am certain he will find the competition intriguing. However, it is only if he and Iran are in the same academy that she can truly enter into his life. Let us wait and see, Meng Shu remarked quietly, casting a glance at Meng Yiran behind him. At that moment, the two elders stood together, smiling faintly at the distant figure of Liu Mo, while Meng Yiran remained oblivious to their discussion, merely wishing to catch another glimpse of the strikingly handsome and graceful young man through the gap between them. Liu Mo wandered alone in the vast Stardow forest, searching for Titan. He was aware that Zhao Wuji had suffered a severe beating, yet he remained oblivious to Titan's current predicament. Although they were situated within the same region, the forest's lush vegetation and myriad dangers posed a significant challenge. Should fate not favor them, finding one another would prove exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, Liu Mo had not encountered any ferocious soul beasts along his journey. After traversing a considerable distance, he began to feel fatigued and leaned against a tree trunk with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters to rest for a moment. Little brother Mo. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance, and he instantly recognized it as Titan S. The aged timbre of the voice and the familiar address confirmed his identity, as only Titan referred to him in such a manner. Yet, the dense thicket obscured his view, making it difficult to spot him. As he glanced around, a figure suddenly emerged from the treetops. Big brother. Liu Mo spotted the elderly man with white hair in the distance. The weariness that once adorned his face vanished instantly, replaced by a beaming smile. He promptly rose to his feet and approached Titan. Dear elder brother, I trust you have not sustained any injuries? Liu Mo scrutinized Titan's physique, a slight frown creasing his brow as he expressed his concern. Rest assured, my dear brother Mo, even if Zhao Wuji were to resist, he would not inflict even the slightest harm upon me, Titan replied with a subtle smile, gazing at Liu Mo. The implication was clear. Zhao Wuji had no opportunity to oppose Titan, or perhaps he simply lacked the capacity to challenge him. Contemplating this notion, Liu Mo's eyes brimmed with admiration for Titan, further solidifying his understanding of the world's paramount principle of soul power. Zhao Wuji was still alive. Liu Mo suddenly recalled the expression of hatred that Titan had previously mentioned regarding Zhao Wuji. Was it possible that Zhao Wuji had employed some cunning trick to deceive Titan? At this moment, he deliberately hinted at Titan. Indeed, I did not slay him, for that scoundrel did not retaliate at all. If I were to kill him under such circumstances, would it not tarnish the reputation of my clan? At this juncture, Titan wore a smile, although Zhao Wuji still lived. The pent-up rage in his heart had been released, and he no longer cared about Zhao Wuji's fate. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo finally comprehended why Zhao Wuji refrained from retaliating. Faced with an adversary possessing an undeniable advantage, and one who placed great emphasis on his own status, he opted to endure the humiliation, thus evading catastrophe. Had he chosen to resist vehemently, the outcome would have likely resulted in a brutal response from his opponent, highlighting his own inadequacies. In such a scenario, should the adversary have taken his life, it would have left a lasting mark against them. It seems that Zhao Wuji wagered his very existence on this gamble. My dear Mo, I am immensely grateful to you. Were it not for your intervention, I might have remained ensnared in this vexation for an indeterminate period. Titan's face was illuminated with gratitude as he spoke. Then he lifted his gaze through the narrow gaps in the towering trees to glimpse the sky. His eyes widened in realization, and he exclaimed, "Oh dear, my grandson is due to register soon. It seems I must hasten my return. Mo, would you care to accompany me?" Liu Mo gazed at Titan with a hint of anxiety, acutely aware of the pressing time constraints. Considering his own pace, he feared that accompanying Titan might impede the latter's urgent mission, thus he refrained from following. After receiving Liu Mo's response, Titan bid farewell and swiftly vanished from Liu Mo's sight. At this moment, Liu Mo's concerns for Titan dissipated as Titan had safely departed. Leaving Liu Mo alone, he decided to take a brief respite to recuperate his strength before also departing from the Stardow Forest. However, unbeknownst to him, while searching for Titan, he had inadvertently ventured deep into the periphery of the forest. A sudden, thunderous roar pierced the air just as he settled down for a moment's rest. The sheer magnitude of the sound seemed to reverberate through the ground, causing it to tremble. The deafening roar left Liu Mo's head ringing. Following the sound, a sinister wind rushed toward him, rustling the surrounding leaves and grass with an ominous fervor. This malevolent gust instilled a sense of unease within Liu Mo, for he found himself amidst the Stardow Forest, uncertain of the sole beasts he might encounter. He quickly rose, furrowing his brow in concentration, and began to survey his surroundings. After a brief moment, he discerned no abnormalities in the vicinity. However, the terrifying roar and the onslaught of the wicked wind left him in a state of heightened alarm. Leaving this place seemed the wisest course of action. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a colossal soul beast suddenly leapt forth. It bore a striking resemblance to a tiger, measuring 5 meters in length and standing an imposing 2.5 meters tall when crouched. Its body was covered in glossy black fur that emanated a faint, dark luminescence. Interspersed among the sleek fur were striking blue stripes. With a mouth as large as a basin, it revealed razor-sharp teeth, glistening with saliva. Its robust paws, thick as a waist, showcased formidable strength, and its gray eyes left Liu Mo momentarily dazed. Each of its eyes featured 6 pupils, 5 evenly arranged around a slightly larger central pupil. This was a 6-eyed wind devil tiger, with an age exceeding 14,000 years. Upon gaining clarity, Liu Mo's body trembled in astonishment as he spoke. At this moment, confronted by such a formidable spirit beast, with its age exceeding 14,000 years, he perceived it as nothing short of a calamity. Regrettably, he recognized the beast. Had he chosen to depart with either Mingshu or Titan, he would have evaded this ferocious creature. Now, he found himself pondering how to extricate himself from this perilous situation. The 6-eyed wind demon tiger not only possessed astonishing strength but also boasted a speed that surpassed common imagination. However, its most terrifying attribute was its ability to manipulate the wind, a power exceedingly rare among spirit beasts. Thus, the notion of escaping through sheer speed was rendered utterly impossible for Liu Mo. As Liu Mo pondered, a faint blue light began to emanate from his eyes, ascending from his brow to the crown of his head. With a resounding explosion, the radiance burst forth, causing his body to swell rapidly as the dark golden Titan Emperor enveloped him, while 3 soul rings began to rhythmically encircle his form. Just as the brilliance erupted above him, the 6-eyed wind demon tiger quivered, seemingly startled by the sudden sound, which only served to further inflame its fury. It immediately crouched down, retracting its limbs, and then launched itself with great force, its massive body hurtling towards Liu Mo. A dark mass surged through the air, approaching him swiftly, the force of its passage making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Boom. Just as he attempted to open his eyes to gauge the six-eyed wind demon tiger's movements, a colossal paw had already pinned him to the ground. In that instant, Liu Mo, with hands as large as fans, grasped both tiger paws, exerting all his strength to withstand the onslaught. Yet, the paw in confrontation continued to inch toward his body. As the six-eyed wind demon tiger recoiled with force, Liu Mo seized the opportunity to create a gap between them. He immediately rolled to the side, escaping from beneath the tiger's massive form. Without pausing to assess the situation behind him, he sprang to his feet and sprinted forward. As he ran, his second soul ring glimmered, and arcs of purple electricity began to envelop his arms, with serpentine bolts of energy dancing around him. Suddenly, an onrush of air surged from behind him once more. This time, he did not hesitate. As the pressure bore down, he swiftly turned, bringing his hands together to strike fiercely at the advancing six-eyed wind demon tiger. Boom! A deafening crash echoed. The tiger, propelled by inertia, still collided with Liu Mo, while his purple lightning roar struck the beast's body. Both he and the six-eyed wind demon tiger rolled forward simultaneously. After tumbling approximately 4 to 5 meters, they finally came to a halt, now distanced from each other by about 5 to 6 meters. At this moment, Liu Mo experienced a series of intense pangs coursing through his body. The recent assault from the six-eyed wind demon tiger had left several wounds upon his chest. Although they were not deep, the sensation of agony was considerable. Meanwhile, the six-eyed wind demon tiger swiftly rose, seemingly unscathed. Yet a tingling numbness within its body rendered it somewhat unable to exert further force in its attacks. Liu Mo furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the six-eyed wind demon tiger was currently under the paralyzing effect of the thunder roar. Although it could rise, it was incapable of exerting any force. With this realization, he swiftly rose to his feet and dashed to the side, moving with a speed he had rarely exhibited before, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in the tiger's gaze. The beast attempted to launch an attack, yet with the slightest movement, it almost collapsed to the ground, as its limbs were not only numb but also exceedingly difficult to control. A resounding roar echoed through the vicinity, sending the surrounding weaker spirit beasts into a frenzied retreat. Suddenly, Liu Mo halted his advance, his eyes fixed on the six-eyed wind demon tiger. A glimmer of blue light flashing within his gaze as the first soul ring around his body gleamed with intensity. A chilling aura surged forth, bearing down upon the tiger. With a thunderous crash, the six-eyed wind demon tiger was struck by an avalanche of ice, rendering it completely frozen in place. Liu Mo sought to buy himself some time for his escape. However, the freezing effect did not endure as long as the paralysis. After all, the six-eyed wind demon tiger possessed formidable strength, easily shattering the ice that encased it. With a resounding crash, the icy barrier was obliterated, and at that moment, the tiger's eyes glinted with fierce ferocity, incited by Liu Mo's 2 prior assaults. It remained immobile, yet its gray eyes emanated a spectral glow. Wisps of light swirling like tendrils of smoke, ascending into the air to coalesce. As the gray luminescence converged, a cyclone materialized before it, its rotational speed escalating rapidly, and its reach expanding exponentially. With a thunderous roar, the cyclone surged forth toward Liu Mo, leaving desolation in its wake. Even the towering trees, nearly 10 meters in circumference, were uprooted effortlessly. In an instant, trees that soared dozens of meters vanished within the tempest, and the area surrounding the whirlwind was littered with splintered remnants. This tempestuous maelstrom functioned like a colossal shredder, reducing everything caught within its grasp to mere dust and debris. Liu Mo gazed at the swiftly approaching whirlwind, uncertain of how to proceed. Observing the chaos surrounding him, he could not fathom what fate awaited him should he be swept away. In such a crucial moment, he realized that he could only fight with all his might. Liu Mo squinted slightly, his gaze fixed upon the approaching whirlwind. He coldly muttered to himself, yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated fear. After all, he was uncertain of what would transpire next. Chapter 102, His Holiness the Pope. Upon finishing his words, a luminous blue light flickered in his eyes, and a chilling current surged toward him. Boom! The hammer-like iceberg crashed into his body. However, just as the iceberg descended upon him, the whirlwind arrived in an instant. The iceberg was swept into the tempest as well. In a fleeting moment, the area surrounding the whirlwind was adorned with shards of ice. Moments later, the whirlwind dissipated. Thud! A heavy object struck the ground, and the air was filled with debris recently disturbed by the tempest. The circumstances within remained obscured from view, yet at that moment, the six-eyed wind demon tiger, with its unique 6 eyes, discerned Liu Mo through the smiling gaps within the fragments. At this moment, Liu Mo, having just undergone a rapid spin, was overwhelmed by a sensation of dizziness, his body riddled with the pangs of pain, akin to being sliced by a multitude of sharp blades. Fortunately, Liu Mo had just made the decisive choice to unleash the Ice Mountain Hammer upon himself, thereby shrouding himself in an additional layer of icy protection, which enabled him to withstand the onslaught of the tempest. However, this was not the time for him to dwell on his suffering, for the battle was far from over. The six-eyed wind demon tiger had not relinquished its pursuit of Liu Mo. As the surrounding debris began to dissipate, the first and third soul rings on Liu Mo's body simultaneously radiated brilliance. The Ice Mountain Hammer and the Earth Lava were unleashed upon the six-eyed wind demon tiger in unison. Boom! The six-eyed wind demon tiger was once again encased in ice, while the fissures in the ground surged towards it with great velocity. At this moment, Liu Mo fled with all his might, scarcely pausing to ascertain the condition of the six-eyed wind demon tiger. His sole focus was to escape, hoping to elude the creature. Just as the six-eyed wind demon tiger broke free from its icy confinement, searing magma erupted beneath its feet, engulfing the beast in a torrent of molten rock. Beyond a solitary roar, Liu Mo did not glance back. He continued to sprint in one direction. Suddenly, as he charged forward with his head lowered, he collided with something soft, surrounded by a delightful fragrance. Instantly, he lifted his gaze to find 2 men and a woman before him. One man, tall and slender, donned an ornate white robe, his fingers adorned with long, delicate nails, a rarity among men. The other man, cloaked in black, exuded an ominous aura, reminiscent of a ghostly specter. The woman, petite in stature, wore an opulent black robe trimmed with golden patterns, her head crowned with a twisting purple-gold tiara. In her hand, she wielded a staff nearly 2 meters long, encrusted with countless gemstones. Her fair skin and nearly flawless visage set her apart from the ordinary. Liu Mo had just collided with her, and although he had been moving at considerable speed, she appeared unfazed by the impact, indicating her formidable prowess. Breathless and disheveled, he regarded the woman before him, inhaling deeply as if to savor the essence she emanated. How audacious to dare collide with Her Holiness the Pope! The man in white exclaimed, his voice laced with a delicate timbre as he pointed a slender finger at Liu Mo. The woman merely furrowed her brow slightly, her expression impassive. Although she seemed graceful and enchanting, an icy demeanor surrounded her. Wait, did this man just refer to her as Her Holiness the Pope? Could she truly be the exalted Pope of the martial soul hall? Liu Mo gazed at the woman before him, unable to comprehend that this was the fearsome Pope Bibidong. She appeared to be around 30 years of age, a time in a woman's life that is often brimming with allure. How audacious of her to meet the gaze of His Holiness so directly. Today, she shall meet her demise here. A soft, sinister voice echoed once more as the man, with his slender fingers, caressed the air twice, his nails shimmering with a golden radiance, the glinting tips slicing towards Liu Mo, upon hearing the shout, diverted his gaze from Bibidong. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a golden light surged towards his chest, seemingly intent on extracting his heart. Just as the sharp fingers were a mere foot away from Liu Mo's torso, his body erupted with a dark golden radiance. This brilliance enveloped him entirely, accompanied by a blooming golden lotus that flickered in and out of visibility beneath his feet. The formidable dark golden light rendered the 2 others nearby nearly blind, and the white-clad man's hand was repelled as if struck by an electric shock, leaving his slender fingers injured. His eyes reflected the dark golden luminosity as he gazed in astonishment at the shimmering golden lotus beneath Liu Mo. What is this? The white-clad man searched his memory for any semblance of recognition, but found none. Juhuaguan, you fool. I often advised you to spend less time admiring flowers and more time reading. This resembles the 7-colored lotus from ancient texts, albeit lacking some of its vibrant hues, remarked the man in black with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing the black-clad man's words, Juhuaguan suddenly grasped the situation. In his realm, he aspired to attain the legendary Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, yet he had overlooked the existence of the 7-colored lotus, which now materialized before him, leaving him in disbelief. Is this truly the 7-colored lotus? A sacred treasure surpassing even the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong? Juhuaguan cast a covetous gaze upon Liu Mo, tinged with a hint of jealousy. As a wielder of the flower spirit, He felt utterly powerless before such a sovereign presence. At that moment, while Zhu Huaguan remained dazed, the figure in black exuded a cloud of dark mist. With a swift motion, he appeared beside Liu Mo and seized him by the throat. Zhu Huaguan. The seven-colored lotus within this boy suppresses your extraordinary Zhuhua martial spirit. Even as a titled Douluo, you cannot harm him. Allow me to handle this, ha. The black-clad man was exhilarated, having significantly outshone Zhu Huaguan in front of Bibi Dong. However, as the term titled Douluo resounded in Liu Mo's mind, his body shuddered in shock. He had not anticipated that the effeminate Zhu Huaguan was indeed a titled Douluo. And even more astonishing was the realization that the seven-colored lotus within him could subdue a titled Douluo whose spirit was derived from flowers. Yet, as he reveled in this revelation, the grip around his throat tightened further, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. Guan, do not kill him. Instead, allow me to take him as my disciple and have him serve the spirit hall, Zhu Huaguan called out to the figure in black. As both men shifted their focus to Bibi Dong, awaiting her command, Bibi Dong remained silent, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Liu Mo's physique, merely nodding subtly. Perhaps she was captivated by Liu Mo's striking appearance, or perhaps she had yet to extricate herself from the moment of their recent contact. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's nod, the specter promptly released its grip. Ahem. At this moment, Liu Mo fervently gasped for breath to counteract the recent suffocation. Just then, as the malevolent spirit momentarily released its grip, a roar echoed from a distance. Accompanying this sound, the six-eyed wind demon tiger lunged toward them. With furrowed brows, Zhu Huaguan, his voice laced with a delicate yet sinister tone, exclaimed, "Ignorant beast." No sooner had the words left his lips than his right hand shimmered with golden light, from which an exquisitely crafted celestial chrysanthemum emerged. As he furrowed his brow, the flower began to unfurl gently, floating into the air. Subsequently, it spun rapidly, with its petals being flung from a single point like a barrage of lethal blades aimed at the airborne six-eyed wind demon tiger. With a piercing shriek, the tiger let out a cry as the first petal pierced its flesh, followed by the subsequent petals that followed the path of the initial wound in an orderly fashion. A dull thud echoed as the first petal penetrated its body, with the others swiftly following suit. The bloodied petals began to whirl around the six-eyed wind demon tiger, inflicting internal damage akin to a meat grinder. At this point, the tiger was drenched in its own blood, its dark fur matted against its skin. With a resounding crash, as the petals surrounding its body vanished, the six-eyed wind demon tiger collapsed to the ground, motionless. Liu Mo gazed at the recent scene, his eyes becoming vacant. The chrysanthemum guardian, without even unleashing his soul ring, had vanquished the ferocious soul beast with a single blow, leaving it sprawled on the ground, an oblivious creature to its fate. The chrysanthemum guardian retracted his martial spirit and, observing the fallen six-eyed wind demon tiger, spoke, "Young man, from this moment forth, you shall be my disciple." Noticing Liu Mo's dazed expression, he offered a faint smile and continued. Upon hearing that soft yet piercing voice, Liu Mo finally regained his senses. "Chrysanthemum, brother Chrysanthemum, I truly apologize. I already have a master." Liu Mo was uncertain of the consequences that would arise from rejecting them. Yet the term master held profound significance in his heart, and he could never again pledge himself to their tutelage. "What? Then sever your ties with him and become my disciple," Chrysanthemum Guan declared, his face contorted with fury. Meanwhile, the specter beside him stifled a laugh, initially. He felt a pang of jealousy at Chrysanthemum Guan's decision to accept a disciple, but upon Liu Mo's refusal, that jealousy dissipated, replaced by amusement at the sight of a mere child standing firm in his rejection. "Then join the spirit hall. We will provide you with the finest cultivation system." Bibi Dong finally spoke. Her voice, gentle and melodious, seemed to envelop Liu Mo, while Chrysanthemum Guan, in turn, became noticeably subdued. Upon hearing the voice and beholding the striking beauty of the woman before him, Liu Mo felt an undeniable urge to draw closer. However, a persistent voice echoed in his mind, warning him against aligning with the spirit hall. Under no circumstances should he join the spirit hall. Whenever he entertained even the slightest inclination towards it, the voice grew increasingly insistent. "Alas, my dear sister, I must speak candidly. My mentor forbids me from joining the spirit hall." Liu Mo let out a soft sigh, pressed his lips together, and spoke. "What?" Upon hearing this, Gui Mei's eyes widened, her expression transforming into one of indignation. Zhu Huaguan furrowed his brow tightly. Even Bibi Dong, who had just moments ago worn a smile, now revealed a more menacing demeanor. "Do you not comprehend that with your unique constitution, refusing to join the spirit hall equates to a death sentence? Gue Mei seemed to grasp Bai Dong's implication, becoming even more ferocious than before. Stepping forward, she pointed at Liu Mo and spoke in a low voice. Zhu Huaguan's gaze appeared complex, imbued with both hatred and a tinge of regret. What is the name of your master? How dare he defy the spirit hall? Gue Mei slowly raised her hand, her brows knitted in a frown as she inquired solemnly. My master is named Qin Zhe, though I do not know the reasons. He has instructed me that under no circumstances should I join the spirit hall. Liu Mo, sensing the relentless approach of the specter, took a step back, hesitantly uttering his words. Upon hearing the name Qin Zhe, Bai Dong's body stiffened, her gaze brimming with tension. The specter, upon encountering the unfamiliar name Qin Zhe, exuded a new wave of dark mist, his eyes transforming into an abyssal black, poised to strike at Liu Mo. At this moment, Liu Mo felt a sense of trepidation. Confronted by such formidable opponents, he found himself devoid of any means of resistance. It seemed that his fate was sealed, and he would meet his end today. With this thought, Liu Mo gradually closed his eyes. Halt. Spare this young man for today. We have matters to attend to. Just as the specter was about to strike, Bibidong's voice halted him. Although the specter found her reasoning perplexing, how could dealing with a mere child possibly delay them? He dared not question her, and promptly withdrew his outstretched hand. Suddenly, a melodious and sweet voice pierced the air. Liu Mo instantly opened his eyes, only to find that the three figures had begun to depart. As Bibiong turned away, she left behind a faint fragrance that lingered in the air. Despite not understanding the reason behind it, Liu Mo's heart soared with joy at having narrowly escaped death. However, his elation stemmed not only from surviving the encounter with the three powerful beings, but also from the realization that he had just broken through the 40th level barrier during his battle with the six-eyed wind demon tiger. At this moment, his injuries had also healed significantly, thanks in part to the passive abilities of his second martial soul, the spirit staff. Just as he reveled in his triumph, his peripheral vision caught sight of the six-eyed wind demon tiger lying on the ground nearby. Suddenly, he noticed a subtle movement in the creature's abdomen. This detail ignited further excitement within him, for it indicated that the six-eyed wind demon tiger was still alive. Moreover, he was in dire need of a suitable soul beast. Although the age of the six-eyed wind demon tiger was somewhat advanced, Liu Mo was one who thrived on challenges, and he was prepared to deviate from the conventional theories of optimal age pairing. You are destined to belong to me this time. Liu Mo approached the six-eyed wind demon tiger lying on the ground and spoke softly. He then extinguished its final breath effortlessly. Absorbing a soul beast of such age for a fourth soul ring was inherently a perilous endeavor, especially with no one around to provide protection, rendering the situation even more treacherous. However, this was not Liu Mo's first experience with danger. Although he harbored some concerns within, they did not compel him to fret unduly. He never engaged in the folly of excessive worrying. He preferred to devise solutions only when faced with actual challenges. Liu Mo approached the lifeless form of the six-eyed wind demon tiger and seated himself in a meditative posture. The body of the six-eyed wind demon tiger emitted a radiant black glow, which coalesced in the air to form a luminous orb, guided by Liu Mo's will. This orb began to drift towards his own being. Chapter 103. The six-eyed gaze as the orb of light, emanating from the six-eyed wind demon tiger, enveloped Liu Mo's form. An overwhelming surge of soul power erupted forth in an instant. Liu Mo was acutely aware that absorbing a soul beast over 14,000 years old would impose a significant strain on his body. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed the 10 Emperor's stingers the moment the surge of soul power manifested. Simultaneously, a golden dragon coiled around his form, as he held nothing back in his effort to withstand this formidable force. Yet, even with such exertion, the incessant turmoil of soul power within him became increasingly overwhelming. Sweat poured from his forehead, and the veins in his neck became pronounced. He parted his lips slightly, gritting his pearly teeth in determination. The 10 tails behind him flickered with subtle movements, as if attempting to alleviate the immense influx of soul power through these delicate gestures. Once the soul power of the six-eyed wind demon tiger flowed into Liu Mo, it surged through his body like a wild stallion, creating waves of soul power that resonated with his own. With a sudden surge, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which was shattered by the force of his soul power, transforming into a crimson mist that splattered around him. Boom! In an instant, the dark golden Titan Emperor manifested, its dark glow interspersed with flashes of golden brilliance. At that moment, the tumultuous waves of soul power within Liu Mo began to stabilize considerably. As the golden dragon within him danced and the 10 emperor's stingers behind him swayed, the fluctuations of soul power gradually returned to a semblance of calm. Although beads of sweat continued to cascade down his cheeks, the pronounced veins in his neck had vanished, and his clenched teeth began to relax. Creak. Just as the soul power started to regain its equilibrium, a sound akin to growing bones echoed from behind him. The 10 emperor's stingers extended another segment, signifying a new evolution. Now, 7 segments adorned the stingers, and the demonic patterns on the scorpion tail transformed into a vibrant purple, radiating a luminous glow. Crash! A muffled sound resonated as the black barrier enveloping him shattered, dispersing into particles resembling dark smoke that floated into the air. This black mist began to converge towards Liu Mo's chest, gradually forming a dark ring. The ring, ethereal like gossamer, began to swirl around his body, fluctuating in size. At this critical juncture, the soul ring was on the verge of materialization. Any lapse in concentration could potentially lead to a backlash from the unsettled soul power, jeopardizing all his efforts. Liu Mo understood the significance of the moment. Although his body no longer bore the unbearable sensations of before, he remained utterly vigilant, channeling all his focus to control the fusion of his soul power. Only when the last vestige of soul energy had transformed did he exhale in relief. At that moment, a dark, lustrous soul ring emerged, encircling his form and beginning to pulsate steadily. The third soul ring had also appeared, resulting in a total of 4 rings surrounding him, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, with the latter standing out conspicuously. As a faint smile played upon Liu Mo's lips, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, an unprecedented sensation during the absorption of a soul ring. Confounded, he could not discern the cause of such piercing discomfort. Abruptly, a gray light emanated from the fissures of his closed eyelids, resembling smoke as it wafted into the air. With the emergence of this light, the pain in his eyes intensified, akin to 1,000 daggers piercing through, becoming nearly unbearable. He clasped his hands over his eyes and began to roll on the ground in agony. Yet, the gray luminescence continued to diffuse, undeterred by his efforts to shield it. The light seeped through his fingers and radiated outward. "Ah!" Liu Mo exclaimed, unable to endure the torment any longer. His voice reverberated in the surroundings, lingering in the air. However, the glow emanating from his eyes dissipated in response to his cry. Slowly, he opened his eyes and beheld a transformed world. The scenery around him had sharpened into vivid clarity, revealing even the pores on each leaf and the chloroplasts coursing within every blade of vegetation. If he so desired, he could perceive the massive tree trunks before him as a collection of distinct cells, with glimpses of the world beyond visible through the gaps between them. This extraordinary vision flooded Liu Mo's mind, evoking a sense of wonder, as if he were immersed in a microscopic realm, observing the surroundings through a lens. Remarkably, he could adjust the resolution of his sight according to his will. At this moment, Liu Mo's eyes had morphed into those reminiscent of the 6-eyed wind demon tiger. Each eyeball contained 6 pupils, evenly arranged around a slightly larger central one. All 12 pupils glowed with a gray hue, lending a somewhat fearsome appearance. This unique attribute, the 6-eyed pupil, was bestowed upon him during the absorption of the 6-eyed wind demon tiger's soul ring, granting him the ability to see without any visual obstructions while also enabling him to discern authenticity. Liu Mo wielded the power of his mind to manipulate his pupils. Under normal circumstances, the central pupil expanded while the 5 surrounding ones shrank to mere pinpoints, nearly imperceptible. Thus, the 6-eyed pupil remained ever present, requiring no deliberate effort to activate. Acquiring this exquisite 6-eyed pupil filled Liu Mo with exhilaration. However, what he should feel even more grateful for is that, during the process of absorbing the soul ring, no unforeseen incidents transpired in his surroundings. Liu Mo rose immediately, a smile blossoming upon his face. Strangely, as he stood, the sight of the dense forest ahead evoked the fleeting shadows of Bibi Dong and her companions departing, alongside the nearly flawless visage of Bibi Dong herself. With a gentle sigh, he murmured, "What is the true nature of her relationship with my teacher?" Subsequently, Liu Mo averted his gaze and proceeded towards the exit of the Stardow forest. A solitary figure had been journeying for some time. Before long, a small town emerged on the horizon, modest in size, comparable to 1.5 times that of the village where Shrek Academy is situated, despite its diminutive stature. This town held significance, as the surrounding hundreds of miles were devoid of human habitation, thus, weary travelers often paused here to rest. Consequently, the hospitality industry flourished. with nearly every roadside establishment functioning as an inn, simultaneously offering dining services. Liu Mo arrived here with no intention of lodging, yet he found himself feeling somewhat famished. The throngs of people hurriedly traversed the streets, and the sight of individuals queuing for meals only served to irritate him. Why must a simple fast food experience be so cumbersome? Weary and disinclined to wait in line, Liu Mo also wished to avoid dining in a cacophonous environment. Suddenly, he noticed a modest single-story house ahead. Its facade adorned with minimalistic decor. A small sign proclaimed the virtues of quality and affordability. Inside, the atmosphere was bustling, yet the crowd was not overwhelming. Were people today truly averse to the notion of quality at a reasonable price? It appeared that establishments with steeper prices attracted the most patrons, suggesting that those passing by were either affluent or privileged. As Liu Mo pondered, he made his way into the establishment. Upon entering, he observed 6 tables, arranged meticulously, creating an overall impression of cleanliness. Inside, only 2 tables were occupied by patrons, and Liu Mo chose to settle in a corner. "What would you like to eat, young sir?" A graceful lady sauntered over to Liu Mo, a warm smile gracing her face as she spoke. "I would like a bowl of noodles, please, a large one." Liu Mo offered a polite smile, and then, with a sweep of his gaze around the room, he remarked, "All right, it will be brought to you shortly." The lady responded softly, accompanied by a subtle wink. Had it not been for Liu Mo's strong composure, he might have been utterly captivated. Being in unfamiliar surroundings, Liu Mo attentively observed every detail around him. Moments later, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed before him, perhaps due to his hunger. He bowed his head and began to eat, the slurping sounds drowning out all other noise within the establishment. After a short while, having finished a generous bowl of noodles, Liu Mo felt significantly more at ease, only to lift his gaze and realize that the restaurant had become entirely deserted. Time to settle the bill. At this moment, Liu Mo called out with a smile. The graceful elder sister, swaying her hips, approached Liu Mo's side. "Little brother, it is a total of 10 copper soul coins," she said, her voice gentle and her gaze alluring as she looked at Liu Mo. Liu Mo nodded slightly in response, a faint smile gracing his lips. The price appeared quite reasonable to him. He retrieved a silver coin and placed it in the hands of the elder sister. At that moment, a subtle smile curved her lips, and her eyes radiated a delicate pink glow. With those luminescent orbs, she began to gaze intently at Liu Mo. Liu Mo had yet to perceive anything amiss. His eyes abruptly transformed into a shade of gray, and the surrounding pupils began to dilate, revealing a 6th eye. "To my astonishment, you are nothing but a den of iniquity." Liu Mo was instantly engulfed in fury. He slammed his hand upon the table, rising swiftly to his feet, exclaiming vehemently. The woman, taken aback, had not anticipated that her years of practicing the art of seduction would be unraveled by Liu Mo today. "You are not afraid of my allure," she remarked in astonishment. At that moment, she noticed the 6 gray pupils in Liu Mo's eyes, and her body tensed. "Since you have seen through me, there is no escape for you now." Although startled, she faced Liu Mo without a trace of fear. Upon hearing her command, a burly man emerged from the inner room, his thick eyebrows and sharp eyes betraying his imposing presence. "This bride has seen through my charm. Seize him," she hissed through clenched teeth, her gaze fixed upon Liu Mo. The man sprang forth, his figure darting towards Liu Mo with the intent to grasp his clothing. Yet, Liu Mo evaded him as effortlessly as a loach slipping through fingers. With a swift pivot to the left, he found himself beside the woman, seizing her by the neck. "You operate a black market and intend to silence me?" he inquired. Both individuals were taken aback by Liu Mo's graceful agility. Their eyes locked, and a silent exchange transpired between them. The woman quickly turned her head, and the man produced a gleaming silver spoon, directing it towards Liu Mo's head. In that fleeting moment, as he lunged forward, 3 soul rings manifested around his body, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The spoon, his martial spirit, ordinarily suited for a chef, had led him astray. The spoon's light seemed to dazzle Liu Mo's eyes, allowing the woman to exploit the moment and break free from his grasp. As the spoon approached Liu Mo, mere inches away, he swiftly seized the man's wrist, pivoting and delivering a kick to his waist. The man was sent sprawling midair, with Liu Mo still holding onto his arm. With a resounding crash, Liu Mo hurled the man to the ground. As the woman broke free, she immediately radiated a brilliant white light that enveloped her form. A fox spirit manifested beside her as 3 white soul rings ascended from beneath her feet. With arms outstretched, she poised herself to challenge Liu Mo. Liu Mo cast a faint smile upon her, subsequently unleashing his martial soul. The emergence of the dark golden Titan Emperor nearly shattered the ceiling, while the resplendent soul rings adorning his form extinguished any lingering desire for combat between the two. I never anticipated that you two are a soul master, and a soul zone at that, the woman expressed, her voice laced with astonishment. We cannot contend with you. If you release him, we shall forego the payment for this meal. Acknowledging Liu Mo's prowess, the woman swiftly adjusted her tone. At that moment, the man beneath Liu Mo's feet had also risen. Brother, we merely seek to make a living, he stated, retracting his martial soul and soul rings as a gesture of goodwill. Witnessing the man's capitulation, the woman likewise withdrew her martial soul and soul rings. For in the presence of Liu Mo, they both appeared utterly insignificant. In the past, their soul zone strength had rendered them formidable, ensuring that most individuals were no match for them. Furthermore, the woman's enchanting skills had never failed, allowing them to confidently employ their charm to plunder the wealth of their patrons. Yet, they had not anticipated their downfall at the hands of Liu Mo on this occasion. Liu Mo observed the actions of the two and retracted his martial spirit and soul rings. Your martial spirit, as a chef, is indeed impeccable. If your intentions were pure, you would undoubtedly create exquisite delicacies. Yet, you have chosen to tread upon a misguided path. Liu Mo gazed at the man and, upon hearing his words, the man turned his head to glance at the woman. Originally a humble cook devoted to his craft, he had strayed from his path under the woman's enchanting influence, realizing that illicit means brought quicker financial rewards, leading him to abandon his true vocation. We shall never engage in such conduct again. From now on, we will conduct our business with integrity. Please spare us, he implored. The woman, observing the man's expression, perceived that Liu Mo's words had rekindled a flicker of his former aspirations, tinged with a hint of reproach in his gaze. I assure you, I will devote myself to being a good cook, relying solely on my culinary skills for sustenance, without resorting to disgraceful tactics, the man quickly affirmed to Liu Mo. Considering your lack of harmful intent, I shall let you go this time. However, should I discover you engaging in such activities again, I will show no mercy. Liu Mo furrowed his brows and remarked that he initially intended merely to pass by for a meal, without the desire to escalate the matter unnecessarily. Since both individuals appeared genuinely sincere, he was reluctant to delve deeper into the issue. After all, neither had committed any egregious wrongdoing. Acknowledging one's mistakes can lead to significant improvement. We must conduct our business with utmost integrity, the two individuals solemnly assured Liu Mo at that moment. Liu Mo cast a faint smile at them and walked towards the door. Chapter 104. The soul bone of the left arm. Liu Mo departed from the town, the sunlight cascading upon him, yet devoid of the warmth one would expect. He halted his advance, acutely aware of the encroaching chill in the air, a disquieting sensation gnawing at his heart. After a brief moment, he resumed his journey, striding toward the horizon. With every ounce of focus, he keenly observed the surroundings behind him, unwittingly stepping into the embrace of the forest. Suddenly, he heard a sound, a rustling that accompanied only the noise of his own footsteps against the grass. He instantly halted and turned to look back. In the distance, approximately 10 meters away, he discerned a tall cluster of branches swaying, while everything else remained eerily still. Witnessing this scene, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over him. If his instincts were correct, someone had indeed been trailing him since he left the town. Liu Mo withdrew his gaze and turned to quicken his pace when suddenly a figure appeared before him. This individual, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, had graying hair and was clad in white garments. A somewhat sinister smile graced his face. Who are you? Why have you been following me? Liu Mo was taken aback for a moment, then inquired, He, young brother. You truly are a genius, having already discerned my presence following you. He stepped forward and continued, just moments ago in that shop, I was observing you closely. I harbor no ill intentions, I am merely in a tight spot financially. If you could relinquish any valuable possessions you have, I assure you I will not bring you any harm. Robbery? Did he just suffer a financial loss himself? It was merely a silver coin. It seems he has indeed succumbed to desperation. Elder brother, do I appear to you as a wealthy individual? Liu Mo spoke helplessly. At least you possess more wealth than I do. Haha. You understand the adage that a young man can avert disaster through financial loss, don't you? The man gazed at Liu Mo and, with a flick of his right hand, a radiant white light emerged, revealing a crystal-clear gemstone resting in his palm. The gemstone gradually ascended, hovering 3 inches above his hand, slowly revolving. This was his martial soul, a rather uncommon variant. As the gemstone emitted its luminous glow, he smiled faintly, and a series of soul rings began to materialize beneath his feet, 6 in total, rhythmically undulating around his form, 2 white, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. As a Soul Emperor, his display of such power was intended to intimidate Liu Mo into retreat. It was truly a disgrace for a Soul Emperor to engage in acts of robbery, tarnishing the reputation of the Soul Master community. Liu Mo gazed at the man before him, simultaneously astonished by his prowess and ashamed of his actions. The man's name was Hua, a longtime resident of this town. Known for his gambling habits, often losing more than he won, leaving him bereft of savings. Due to the town's unique location, it attracted a steady stream of unfamiliar faces, which led him to resort to robbery years ago. Of course, those who dared to resist him had not fared well. Enough of your prattle. If you wish to survive, surrender your valuables, Hua declared impatiently, his brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Liu Mo. In matters of robbery, leaving any loose ends increased the likelihood of being discovered. However, upon hearing Hua's words, Liu Mo displayed no signs of submission. His eyes emanated a faint blue light that gathered at his brow, ascending to his crown, and in a moment of explosive brilliance, a dark golden Titan Emperor manifested. Soon, 4 soul rings appeared around Liu Mo, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, rhythmically pulsating around him. Hua was not surprised by this display. He had witnessed Liu Mo unleash his martial spirit and soul rings within the town's shop before. Are you truly willing to resist? Do not let the notion of genius cost you your life. The chasm between us cannot be bridged by mere words, Hua said coldly, regarding Liu Mo. Initially, he had intended to intimidate without resorting to violence, yet Liu Mo remained unyielding in the face of his might. As Hua finished speaking, the gem in his right hand began to shimmer, radiating a brilliant pink glow. Accompanying this luminescence was a cloud of pink mist that started to envelop the surroundings. Advancing steadily, before Liu Mo stood a wall of pink fog, rolling ominously toward him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself engulfed in the dense mist. His visibility reduced to mere inches. For an ordinary person, being shrouded in such obscurity would feel akin to being blind in a confrontation. This obscured vision posed a profound psychological challenge. Yet, Hua, gem in hand, traversed the fog with clarity, a sly smile curling at his lips. He approached Liu Mo with stealthy steps, extending his hand to seize him. However, just as his hand was about to grasp Liu Mo, the latter deftly evaded his grasp. After 2 failed attempts, Hua found himself bewildered. Can he truly perceive my movements? He pondered in surprise. Faced with this perplexity, Hua resolved to act decisively. His brows knitting together, he tossed the gem into the air, which erupted in a blinding yellow light, aimed directly at Liu Mo's eyes. Before he could shield himself, the brilliance pierced through. As the light invaded Liu Mo's gaze, a smile reappeared on Hua's face. This radiant beam had the power to strip away one's consciousness, marking the perfect opportunity to strike. A white figure materialized before Liu Mo. Boy, relinquish all your valuables. Hua's tone was incantatory, compelling Liu Mo to surrender his possessions willingly. At this moment, Liu Mo's right hand was tightly clenched into a fist, and as Hua recited incantations before him, he exhaled deeply. With a thunderous impact, his powerful punch struck Hua's body, sending him flying over 3 meters away. The surrounding pink mist had dissipated. Yet the gem hovering directly above Liu Mo continued to rotate, emanating a soft yellow glow. You dare to resist my soul captivation technique? Hua exclaimed, clutching his chest and pointing a trembling finger at Liu Mo. It was then that he noticed the peculiar gaze of Liu Mo, whose eyes were adorned with 6 pupils. The gray orb sending chills down his spine. Are you even human? Hua questioned, staring at Liu Mo in disbelief. However, such an appearance alone would not intimidate a Soul Emperor. Regaining his composure, Hua swiftly retracted the gem and murmured, let us see what other abilities you possess. As soon as the words left his lips, the gem emitted a blinding light, compelling Liu Mo to evade instinctively. In an instant, the brilliance vanished. Upon reopening his eyes to survey his surroundings, he found himself enveloped in a void, with only Hua standing before him, while the expanse around them stretched into infinity. Liu Mo was somewhat puzzled. Where on earth was this place? Haha, this time there is no way for you to escape. Hua across from him said with a hint of pride. Whoosh. Liu Mo exerted force through his legs, instantly appearing before him with a powerful punch, however. That form vanished in an instant, reappearing in another location. Anger furrowed Liu Mo's brows, and his 6 eyes surveyed the surroundings, perceiving the scene as an ordinary person would. Yet, Liu Mo's 6 eyes were not deceived by such illusions. He discerned that the figure before him, Zhao was merely a projection, and he found himself ensnared within a chamber crafted from gemstones, ensconced in a realm of illusion. The surroundings were composed of 8 mirrored facets, resembling the interior of an enormous gem. Having recognized his current predicament, he no longer felt bewildered. Rather, the most crucial task now was to figure out how to dismantle this space. As Liu Mo's second soul ring shimmered, his arms became enveloped in purple serpentine electricity. Focusing intently on a single point, he summoned all his strength and struck down with great force. With a resounding crash, the sound of shattering glass echoed, and in an instant, the illusion vanished. Ah, this boy's eyes are indeed extraordinary. They can pierce through illusions without falling prey to deception. Witnessing the illusion he had conjured being shattered by Liu Mo, Zhao trembled. At that moment, Zhao, renowned for his illusionary prowess, suddenly sensed impending doom. Liu Mo had become his natural nemesis. Furrowing his brow, a series of black rings illuminated around his body, radiating brilliance. As he uttered his incantation, a gem ascended into the air, blossoming with a kaleidoscope of colors. The vibrant hues danced and twirled in the atmosphere, swiftly enveloping Liu Mo. This was his last resort, his sixth soul skill. Yet, the intent to cleanse the opponent's mind was precisely the reason he had managed to carry out his schemes for so long without repercussions. Those who dared to resist him met with death, while those who complied had their memories erased. As Zhao initiated his escape beneath the colorful glow surrounding Liu Mo, he aimed for the entry point of the attack to penetrate the opponent's eyes. However, at that moment, the radiant light proved utterly incapable of infiltrating Liu Mo's 6 pupils, let alone erasing his memories. Suddenly, a muffled thud resounded, and the vibrant light encasing Liu Mo dissipated. Zhao had already distanced himself by over 10 meters. So, you are a control-type soul emperor. It is only because I am your bane that I remain unharmed. Today, I shall eradicate you, this menace. Liu Mo narrowed his eyes, fixating on the fleeing Zhao, and whispered, Tempest of the Gale. Liu Mo's 4th black soul ring shimmered, and his eyes radiated a gray luminescence that swiftly coalesced in the air. In an instant, a tempestuous whirlwind emerged, hurtling toward Zhao with incredible speed. As the whirlwind surged forward, its radius expanded, leaving barren land in its wake. Just as the tempest was about to make contact with Zhao's form, the high-velocity rotation of the whirlwind generated a negative pressure, drawing Zhao into its embrace. The moment Zhao was engulfed by the whirlwind, a faint pink hue began to materialize around him. This was akin to a merciless shredder, as the fierce winds lacerated Zhao's body, causing his blood to splatter into minuscule droplets that danced in the surrounding vortex. With a resounding thud, the whirlwind dissipated. Zhao plummeted to the ground, his body marred with numerous wounds. However, they appeared superficial, for he was a soul emperor, and the depth of his soul power was undeniable. Liu Mo swiftly positioned himself before him, his gaze imbued with a lethal intensity as he spoke. Today, allow me to demonstrate my unique prowess, ensuring that your demise is not in vain. Upon concluding his words, Liu Mo emitted a series of creaking sounds as 10 dark golden tails swayed behind him. You are indeed not human. Zhao, seated on the ground, gazed at the 10 imperial stingers behind him, trembling in fear. Liu Mo offered no further explanation to him. 10 sharp needles swiftly pierced into his body, and in an instant, a tingling sensation engulfed Zhao entirely. Moments later, the soul power within him began to be drawn forth by an unseen force, surging in the direction of the 10 needles. Simultaneously, a continuous influx of soul power flooded Liu Mo's being, warm currents coursing through him. At that moment, Zhao wished to resist, but he found himself utterly devoid of strength. As time gradually slipped away, his body steadily withered. It was only when Liu Mo had absorbed the last trace of Zhao's soul power through the 10 Emperor Needles that he withdrew them and retracted the 10 Emperor Needles. The soul power within him began to gradually stabilize, and shortly thereafter, the previously suppressed soul power slowly integrated into the second soul ring, which had now attained an age exceeding 3,000 years. Liu Mo gazed upon the exhausted Zhao, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Not only had he eradicated the scum of the Spirit Master Realm, but he had also further enhanced his second spirit ring. Just as Liu Mo reveled in his triumph, a sudden burst of iridescent light emanated from Zhao's depleted form. It was a bone, measuring approximately 7 inches in length, slightly curved at one end, with a 3-inch protrusion resembling a phalanx. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a shrunken left arm bone. Indeed, this was a soul bone. The text had not erred. Those who merge with soul bones truly do release them upon death. A chill coursed through Liu Mo at this realization, for he too harbored a soul bone within him. And should it fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, his fate would likely be sealed. It seemed prudent to refrain from revealing his true strength until he had grown sufficiently formidable. However, what surprised him was the discovery that this seemingly insignificant soul emperor possessed a soul bone, likely acquired during his travels. As Liu Mo contemplated this, he promptly removed the soul bone, a remarkable piece pertaining to the left arm. The moment it came into his grasp, an extraordinarily enchanting sensation coursed through him, as though it were an integral part of his own being, particularly when Liu Mo's left hand made contact with the soul bone. The unique energy it harbored seemed eager to permeate his left arm. At this juncture, all he needed was to channel his soul power to guide it, enabling him to merge seamlessly with the soul bone. For a soul master, the value of a soul bone is immeasurable. Few things can rival its allure. Hence, the hand that held this soul bone began to tremble ever so slightly. This soul bone was undoubtedly exceptional. Indeed, no soul bone could ever be deemed ordinary. As a rare item dropped from the defeat of spirit beasts, the likelihood of its occurrence is exceedingly low, making each soul bone a true gem. Liu Mo gazed at the soul bone, pursed his lips, and sighed softly before placing it into the scale's soul guide. While the soul bone is undoubtedly a treasure of the highest caliber, it possesses varying attributes. Much like soul rings, not all are suitable. One must find the right match to unlock its full potential. At this moment, this particular soul bone, which enhances attack speed, is a remarkable left-arm soul bone. For Yueying and Zhu Zhuqing, it is a coveted gem, rare and hard to come by. Thus, Liu Mo refrained from merging this soul bone. Though possessing it is better than lacking it, to reach the pinnacle of life, one must not allow any imperfections to linger. Chapter 105, The Tavern's Madness. At this moment, Liu Mo found himself devoid of purpose, journeying northward for over 10 days, enduring the elements. Ahead, a small town emerged on the horizon, though modest in size. Stepping into this town enveloped Liu Mo in an unsettling atmosphere. The townspeople wore expressions devoid of emotion, their gazes chillingly indifferent. In the heart of the town stood an inn. Driven by a mix of curiosity and an inexplicable urge, Liu Mo ventured inside. The air within was thick and murky, the decor draped in shades of black, casting an oppressive gloom over the space. Although the establishment was populated by a fair number of patrons, an eerie silence prevailed, with few exchanging words. As he entered, nearly every gaze in the room fell upon him for a fleeting moment before shifting away. Finding a secluded corner, Liu Mo settled down, the weight of the somber ambience pressing heavily upon him. A server clad in dark attire approached him, her demeanor as unyielding as the surroundings. "What would you like to order?" she inquired. "I would like to try the house specialty," he replied. Liu Mo entered the tavern and, within moments, appeared to be enveloped by its ambience. He spoke coolly, shattering the tranquility that pervaded the space. The server, without uttering a word, promptly turned and made his way toward the bar. The 35 individuals present simultaneously cast their gazes upon Liu Mo once more, for his deep voice had pierced the silence that hung in the air. Liu Mo merely cast a disdainful glance at his surroundings, ultimately wearing a somber expression, failing to fixate on any individual. "Here you are." After a brief moment, a waiter approached, presenting a glass of murky liquid before Liu Mo, stating expressionlessly, "The cold demeanor and sparse conversation are the hallmarks of everyone present in this place." Liu Mo cast a glance at the cup, the liquid within it displaying a dark crimson hue, exuding an overwhelming scent reminiscent of blood, sharp and acrid to the senses. What could this be? The establishment's signature drink, Bloody Mary. The server's expression momentarily shifted, revealing a disdainful demeanor. Liu Mo captured his expression. He furrowed his brow and gazed at the glass of Bloody Mary for a moment, resigning himself to the situation. He took a deep breath, abruptly closed his eyes, and gulped down the concoction in one swift motion. The liquid was somewhat salty, tinged with a hint of sourness, and the potent taste of blood surged through his palate. Is this truly a beverage? At this moment, Liu Mo felt utterly devoid of any trace of alcohol. He furrowed his brow and inquired of the waiter. "Not wine. This is a cup of human blood," the waiter replied, laced with a hint of disdain. "What?" Liu Mo heard his response, which confirmed his own sentiments. The taste of the liquid indeed matched his expectations. However, it had already been consumed, and no matter how tumultuously it churned within him, Expelling it had become a formidable challenge. Liu Mo's astonishment shattered the tranquility of the tavern, capturing the attention of every patron present. What right did he have to partake in a Bloody Mary, such a surprising choice? A mere fledgling, he ought to retreat to the comforts of home. The surrounding crowd cast disdainful glances in his direction, vociferously admonishing him. He had previously been aware of the wildness that characterized bars. Yet he was taken aback to discover that taverns in this world were no different. Liu Mo remained indifferent to the clamorous voices surrounding him, though he could not help but feel a flicker of anger at their words. What did they mean? What right did they have? As he absorbed their recent remarks, he sensed a deeper significance beneath the surface. Having merely intended to stop by for a moment, he found himself entangled in a discussion about qualifications, and naturally, he felt compelled to seek clarification. After all, it could very well be an opportunity of a lifetime. They were referring to the qualification to enter the City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter? In Liu Mo's recollection, he seemed to have never heard of this place. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head and remarked, "Such a place is better left to these brash fellows. I have no interest in it." Liu Mo deliberately elevated his tone, seemingly retaliating against the crowd that had just mocked him. This utterance not only incited fury among the patrons present, but even the server beside him wore a countenance etched with anger. "You brat are courting death." A burly man closest to Liu Mo swiftly brandished a foot-long dagger, lunging towards him. Little did he anticipate that this tavern was even more chaotic than the bars he had previously known, where a mere disagreement could cost a life. Liu Mo gazed at the dagger glinting with a chilling light, poised to pierce his chest. Channeling his soul power into his hands, he deftly sidestepped the dagger's lethal trajectory. With his left hand, he seized the assailant's arm, while his right fist, charged with intent, struck fiercely beneath the man's ribcage. A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed as the burly figure was propelled backward. He collided with the wall, spewing forth blood, his eyes wide in shock, frozen in place. Alas, no soul power? To confront an adversary without being a soul master, this was a folly of your own making. Liu Mo gazed upon the lifeless visage of the man before him, murmuring to himself. Indeed, he had not anticipated that this brawny figure was not a soul master. Given that he was not a soul master, one could hardly blame Liu Mo for his disdain. Just as Liu Mo was engaged in confrontation with the hulking man, a voice resonated from the crowd, proclaiming, "This is a test for us all. Let us unite." Spurred by these words, 7 individuals unleashed their martial spirits, while the remaining 27 brandished their weapons, all poised to advance upon Liu Mo. Although Liu Mo had faced countless life-and-death situations, he had never encountered a scene quite like this. "So, you wish to challenge me? I shall take on all of you," he declared, his voice resonating with a chilling resolve. "Do not blame me for being merciless." As he surveyed the 34 individuals before him, he noted that only 7 were soul masters, and among them, merely 1 had reached the rank of soul sect. His decision to speak thus was carefully weighed. Had there been a singular, dominant force among them, he might have chosen to flee. As the throng surged forward, Liu Mo summoned the dark golden Titan Emperor, and 4 soul rings materialized around him, pulsating rhythmically with his movements. The ethereal blue runes adorning the dark golden Titan Emperor's form emanated an even more formidable chill within the dimly lit tavern. At this moment, the crowd paid no heed to Liu Mo's formidable prowess. They were solely driven by the anticipation of a long-awaited trial. Someone had proclaimed this a test, and regardless of the outcome, none were willing to yield, eagerly rushing to the forefront. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Mo stood there, relentlessly swinging his massive fists, delivering a blow to each adversary, totaling 27 strikes that claimed the lives of 27 individuals. This time, he exhibited no mercy. Rather, it seemed he exerted an overwhelming force. The tavern floor was now drenched in blood, with the fallen reduced to a gruesome sight. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 soul masters did not act impulsively. Even as the 27 lay defeated, they refrained from engaging, seemingly observing the situation, an embodiment of the adage that knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. It appeared that, under such circumstances, the 7 were preparing to unite and confront Liu Mo in a fierce clash. Liu Mo sprang into action, a rare decision to strike first. Whoosh! A flurry of afterimages danced through the air, and in an instant, he stood before the 7 individuals. "Scatter!" one of them shouted, and they immediately dispersed. However, one formidable soul master could not evade Liu Mo's devastating punch. Boom! This blow, in stark contrast to his previous encounters with 27 ordinary individuals, bore significantly greater force, channeling nearly all of his soul power. The unfortunate man crumpled under the impact, a gaping dent resembling a basin forming in his body, while the chilling sound of cracking bones echoed from within. The remaining 6 had already scattered. Liu Mo resolved to eliminate opponents whose strengths were vastly inferior to his own, thus enhancing his chances of victory. With a commanding flourish, he unleashed the Ice Mountain Hammer and Earth Lava simultaneously, targeting a Soul Master and a Great Soul Master. The ensuing explosion was thunderous. In a remarkable display of agility, the other Soul Master's evasive maneuvers coincided with the Great Soul Master, resulting in the Earth Lava striking both of them simultaneously. Though the initial blow was not fatal, they were rendered entirely incapable of further combat. At this juncture, Liu Mo, driven by a bloodlust, recognized that only the dead posed no threat to him, regardless of their remaining combat capabilities. Before the freezing and burning effects could dissipate, he swiftly delivered 3 decisive punches, extinguishing the lives of all 3. With a fierce determination, he invoked the Gale Storm, denying any opportunity for retaliation. He centered the tempest within the heart of the hotel, where the hurricane relentlessly expanded, engulfing every table and chair, reducing them to mere splinters, while the 3 remaining foes were swept along with the chaos. Witnessing the perilous situation, a nearby waitress hastily retreated behind the bar for refuge. The whirlwind continued its rampage, even causing the bar to shift slightly, prompting several waitstaff to pull against it. Yet they too were ultimately consumed by the cyclone. As the storm subsided, the 3 adversaries crashed to the ground, debris raining down from the air. At this moment, Liu Mo's arms crackled with violet arcs of electricity, serpentine tendrils of energy radiating from him. With remarkable agility, he leapt into the air just as his foes hit the ground. A resounding crash echoed as his fist connected with the body of the Soul Zone. In a scenario where multiple opponents had lost their ability to retaliate, the prudent strategy was to eliminate the greatest threat first. The force of this strike nearly crushed the Soul Zone, leaving his internal organs in disarray. Liu Mo followed up with powerful punches aimed at the 2 Soul Zones on either side. With that, the battle finally concluded, leaving the tavern in utter disarray, a scene of devastation and ruin. Liu Mo turned and approached several waitstaff. Upon seeing Liu Mo's bloodshot eyes, the waitstaff trembled with trepidation. As he neared the bar area, a chilling gust of wind swept upwards from beneath him. He instinctively looked down, only to discover that the ground beneath his feet had turned pitch black. It was a modest opening, and Liu Mo had initially intended to discuss compensation with the waitstaff. However, the sudden cold breeze caught him off guard. Had it not been for this chilling wind, he might have unknowingly stepped over the abyss. Yet now, one of his feet hovered precariously over the edge, causing his body to sway unsteadily. "What the?" Liu Mo exclaimed, before plummeting into the void. The waitstaff, hearing the diminishing echoes of his cry, realized he had fallen into the depths below. "There are indeed those who enter the city of slaughter in such a manner," one of the waitstaff remarked in astonishment. Liu Mo plummeted into the abyss, instantly enveloped by an impenetrable darkness that consumed him entirely. As his feet finally touched solid ground, the surrounding gloom remained unyielding. Could this be a trap? At this moment, Liu Mo felt astonished, perplexed as to why there existed such a gaping abyss beneath the bar, devoid of any substance. Yet, at that instant, a gray luminescence emanated from his eyes, and the manifestation of his 6-eyed gaze began to unfold. In the depths of darkness, his 6-eyed vision allowed him to perceive his surroundings with clarity, akin to the brightness of a clear day. It was then that he discerned a long corridor stretching ahead, sloping downward, with a chilling aura continually brushing against his body. In a bid to escape this place, he quickened his pace. Who could have constructed such an extensive passageway? Liu Mo walked for a considerable distance, only to find that the path ahead seemed to stretch into infinity. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed around him. "Welcome to the city of carnage. This is a metropolis of hell, a world rife with slaughter. Here, you may obtain everything you desire, but the price is your very life." Upon hearing these words, Liu Mo shuddered. The city of carnage, is this truly the place those individuals in the tavern yearn for? To pay with one's own life, I have no interest in such a fate. At this moment, Liu Mo's heart was filled with both curiosity and a hint of trepidation. After all, he was still young, and trading one's life for certain things seemed unwise. Yet, with no retreat in sight, he had no choice but to forge ahead. As he turned a corner, a faint light flickered ahead. Liu Mo withdrew his 6 pupils, and the illumination before him expanded in his vision. It was an ajar door. Beyond this threshold, The presence of life was palpable. Despite the emergence of light, a sense of unease began to creep into Liu Mo's heart. He was uncertain of what lay ahead, how it related to the tavern he had just left, and whether he might face extortion for his earlier actions that had led to its destruction. Nevertheless, he resolved to face whatever challenges awaited him. For one cannot remain hidden in darkness indefinitely, lest hunger ultimately claim him. Liu Mo murmured to himself and continued onward. As he approached the grand entrance, he faintly discerned a cacophony of sounds. However, upon stepping out of the corridor, a procession materialized before him. Clad entirely in black armor, their faces obscured by helmets. The figures wielded formidable swords, while one individual sat majestically atop a grand warhorse, which too was enveloped in robust black armor. Behind the procession lay a city of ebony, its formidable walls impressively wide. Above the city, an unusual violet moon hung low in the sky, seemingly no more than 500 meters from the ground. Gazing upward, everything else appeared shrouded in darkness, resembling the very essence of night itself. Had I truly traversed such a distance in such a brief span of time? Liu Mo gazed at the night scenery before him, filled with astonishment. No, it couldn't possibly have taken that long, and the moon seemed amiss. Could it be an artificial moon? Liu Mo surveyed his surroundings and murmured to himself, "Have you defied the rules?" The somber tone resonated with an icy chill, as if it emanated not from a human mouth, but from the imposing figure of the black-armored knight seated atop his steed. Liu Mo, upon hearing that icy voice, immediately redirected his gaze to the black-armored knight. "Elder brother, please allow me to explain. It was they who struck first. I bear no more than 10% of the responsibility for the damage inflicted upon the tavern's premises." Liu Mo heard the voice and immediately began to explain himself, fearing that he might be unjustly extorted. After all, he had endured hardship since childhood, and now that life had finally started to improve, he could not allow anyone to take advantage of him. The black-armored knight, upon hearing Liu Mo's words, appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend the intent behind Liu Mo's expressions. Chapter 106. The city of carnage. The warhorse of the black-armored knight shifted a couple of steps, and the cold voice echoed once more. "What I refer to is your entrance into the city of carnage, which contravenes the rules. It has nothing to do with the incident involving the tavern above." "That is splendid." Despite the icy tone of the black-armored knight, Liu Mo felt a flicker of excitement upon hearing this. "Brother, I too entered unintentionally. Since I have violated the rules, might I be permitted to return?" Liu Mo, confronting the black-armored knight, spoke with a beaming smile. At this moment, the prospect of returning home was his greatest desire. "Once you arrive here, there is no turning back. The only way to enter the city of slaughter is by defeating me. Otherwise, you shall perish in hunger." The black-armored knight retorted coldly. "What? Is it merely because I smashed your tavern that you would confine me?" Despite the presence of a nearby squad, Liu Mo, having recently succumbed to a fervor for battle, appeared devoid of fear. In his fury, Liu Mo summoned the Dark Gold Titan Emperor, but as he attempted to unleash his soul rings, he soon realized that he was incapable of doing so. Here, all soul techniques were rendered ineffective, causing his soul rings to vanish as well. The black-armored knight seemed to perceive Liu Mo's confusion and promptly addressed him. "I did not anticipate that such peculiar rules would exist in this place. While I cannot unleash soul techniques, my soul power remains intact. Yes, I still possess the mastery of the 72 sticks technique." Upon this realization, Liu Mo revealed a faint smile. However, the anger over his confinement lingered unabated. "I am the Dread Knight." The black-armored knight was about to introduce himself as Scott, but before he could finish his sentence, Liu Mo charged towards him with unbridled fury. His powerful fist struck the ebony-clad steed with formidable force. At that moment, the steed emitted a piercing neigh and reared up. The black-armored knight, caught off guard, nearly fell from his mount. Regaining control, he urged the steed into a sudden acceleration, hurtling towards Liu Mo with a fierce and grim aura. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the scene, as a palpable aura of impending death surged forth. Liu Mo displayed no signs of panic. Given the regulations forbidding the use of soul techniques in this place, he had no choice but to rely on sheer brute strength. In a contest of power, he feared no one. With a thunderous crash, he delivered a devastating blow with his enormous fists to the chest of the charging warhorse. Despite the ferocity of the assault, the horse halted abruptly at the impact of Liu Mo's fists, releasing a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, its bones shattered, silencing it forever. At that moment, as his fist struck the warhorse, the armored knight atop it leaped down, his feet barely touching the ground as he thrust his spear directly at Liu Mo's throat. In the blink of an eye, Liu Mo summoned his spirit staff into his right hand, executing a swift turn and sweeping it horizontally. The immense weight of his strike collided with the knight's spear, and then impacted the knight's body, sending him soaring through the air, tumbling over 10 meters away. The knight's armor shattered upon impact, and even the spear had fractured at the point of contact with the spirit staff. The knight, gripping the spear tightly, felt the bones in his arm shatter from the force, and a surge of soul energy erupted within him, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. It was evident that his injuries would take over a decade to mend to their former state. Well, I have bested you. Surely you can tell me how to exit this place? Liu Mo gazed at the black-armored knight kneeling in the distance and proclaimed, You may enter the city of Carnage now. This is your proof. After uttering these words, he placed a black plaque on the ground and collapsed. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the opposing side. It was the black-armored sentinels from the front row, rushing towards the knight, their armor clattering as they moved. They assisted the knight in departing. Alas, I have yet to learn how to exit. Liu Mo called out to the team, yet not a single soul acknowledged him. In the blink of an eye, the group vanished, akin to dark phantoms. With the team gone, only Liu Mo remained, accompanied by a black plaque. He approached the plaque and picked it up, discovering it was intricately carved with a skull, beneath which was inscribed a number, 8718. Liu Mo gazed at the ominous, shadowy city gate ahead, realizing that there was no alternative but to press onward. As he approached the towering entrance, the words City of Carnage loomed large above him. Before the gate stood 2 rows of armored warriors clad in black, silently awaiting his arrival. Without waiting for Liu Mo to present his identification badge, a woman shrouded in a black veil emerged from within. Welcome to the City of Carnage. Her voice was melodious and inviting as she gestured for him to enter. Upon stepping inside, Liu Mo was enveloped in a realm awash with shades of purple. Illuminating lanterns adorned either side of the streets. To his astonishment, the place was bustling with people, yet none seemed to notice this outsider. Aside from the regulations restricting the use of soul techniques, it bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary city. I am your guide, the woman continued. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. Within 12 hours, I shall provide answers to all your questions. After this time, this will be your home, and you shall officially become a member of the City of Carnage. Liu Mo gazed at the scenery before him, seemingly oblivious to the enchanting woman of graceful stature by his side. It was only upon hearing her gentle voice that he became aware of her presence. How does one depart from this place? Liu Mo, upon hearing that any question could be posed, immediately inquired with a smile. Leaving this place? That seems quite impossible. Perhaps you should first contemplate how to survive here. The woman's smile appeared to be merely a facade. When the topic of life and death arose, her beaming expression remained utterly unchanged. What you are subjecting us to is nothing short of blatant house arrest. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo felt a surge of anger. She turned her gaze forward and continued. The City of Carnage is divided into the inner city and the outer city. The inner city is devoid of any regulations, thus it is rife with bloodshed. Only the strong can survive there, and undoubtedly, the standard of living in the inner city surpasses that of the outer city. Her eyes swept around the vicinity as she remarked, This is the outer city, where indiscriminate killing is prohibited. Yet, to live here in peace, there are only 2 conditions. What are those 2 conditions? One must either offer 2 glasses of Bloody Mary each month to ensure a secure existence here. The woman gestured towards a gaunt figure nearby as she spoke. Liu Mo gazed at his emaciated figure, a sensation akin to a gentle breeze brushing against him. It truly is a case of devouring without leaving bones behind. This is the consequence of years spent incessantly contributing to the sanguine ritual of Bloody Mary, requiring the sacrifice of 2 cups of one's own blood each month. Encountering him felt like confronting my own path, sending a shiver down my spine as I contemplated the future. And there exists another reality? A yearly descent into the hellish arena of slaughter. Only those who emerge victorious from battle may continue to exist here for another year. The woman began to stride forward, speaking as she walked. Love another year? But if I fail, can I then depart from this place? In the city of slaughter, there is no such thing as failure, only success and death. Those who do not emerge from the hellish arena are met with demise. Less than 1 in 10 who enter manage to survive each year. The woman's expression remained unchanging as she mentioned these harrowing terms, revealing the emotional desolation that has consumed those who inhabit this realm. How ruthless you are! Do they not resist? Upon hearing such a brutal law of survival, Liu Mo was astounded that such a reality could exist in this world. Rebellion? The City of Slaughter possesses specialized enforcement teams, whose true strength lies in the formidable soul masters, empowered by the King of Slaughter to utilize soul skills. With their leader being a titled Douluo, many have once sought to resist and escape from this place, yet the inevitable outcome has always been succinctly tragic: death. At this moment, the woman's expression was icy and devoid of emotion. Indeed, the ranks before them were filled with soul masters, and their commander was a titled Douluo. Even without the bestowal of soul skills, the inhabitants here, relying solely on their soul power, would likely find themselves unable to withstand such might. Now, with the addition of soul skills, it is doubtful that even the elite of the Spirit Hall could triumph against them, for once within these walls, they are limited to their soul power. Please, do not stray more than 5 meters from my side as we venture into the inner city of the City of Slaughter. Within the span of 12 hours, while still under the protection of newcomers, it is I who shall safeguard you, the woman stated. Halting in front of the city wall and addressing Liu Mo. You will protect me? Upon hearing this, Liu Mo's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. How could such a graceful and delicate woman exude a certain aura while walking, and yet be protected? I am the envoy of the King of Slaughter. In the City of Carnage, none dare to offend the majesty of the king. Thus, my presence serves as a testament that you remain within the protection of newcomers, ensuring that no one will lay a hand on you. However, after 12 hours, your fate will be left to the hands of destiny. The woman, noticing Liu Mo's perplexed gaze, promptly elucidated the matter before proceeding ahead. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo immediately followed closely behind her, finding himself pressed against her body. Whether it was due to fear or the unexpected permission granted by such a woman, he could not discern. Regardless, he proceeded in this manner. The woman, however, seemed devoid of any disdain. Upon entering the inner city, it was evident that it stood in stark contrast to the outer city. The environment here could only be described as opulent, while the outer city resembled a slum. Yet, this lavish lifestyle was fraught with the peril of imminent death. The inner city was rife with the stench of blood, as groups of 2 or 3 engaged in brutal skirmishes over shared objectives, slitting throats and drinking blood. Yet, in an instant, allies would turn against one another, leaving only a solitary survivor, intoxicated by the taste of blood. Liu Mo observed the scene before him, his heart racing with an unsettling urgency, overwhelmed by the gruesome display that unfolded. In response, he instinctively drew closer to the woman beside him. What you see here is merely the norm. The woman in black veil seemed to sense his inner turmoil through their contact and began to elucidate the situation to him. Liu Mo followed the woman draped in black, and under her guidance, he beheld a remarkable edifice. The structure was circular, or more precisely, an irregular cone, with its base broadest and tapering upwards. It was not until approximately 30 meters above the ground that it maintained a consistent diameter, ascending to a height of 50 meters. The dark architecture imposed a sense of oppression, as the woman in black introduced it to Liu Mo. This is the Hell's Arena, the only place that offers a potential escape from the City of Slaughter. How does one depart? Upon hearing this, Liu Mo immediately stepped 1 meter away from the woman in the black veil, his face alight with anticipation as he inquired. To emerge victorious in the arena of hellish slaughter and earn the privilege to challenge the path of the underworld is the only way to escape the City of Carnage. Those who attain such formidable prowess are bestowed with the illustrious title of the God of Slaughter. The City of Carnage has a history spanning over a millennium, during which only 8 gods of slaughter have graced its existence. The woman in the black veil elucidated to Liu Mo the path to achieving victory. How does one attain the championship? At this moment, Liu Mo glimpsed a glimmer of hope, exhibiting a slight excitement. Each contest involves 10 participants, with only one emerging victorious. Achieving 100 victories would secure the title of champion. Mr. 8718, with each triumph, a record is inscribed upon your identity card. Once you attain 100 victories, you may challenge the path to hell. The veiled woman continued her explanation. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo shuddered, his gaze becoming unfocused. Although he had never participated in a competition, the mere introduction by the woman in the black veil conveyed to him that this was not merely a contest. It was a brutal game, a deadly arena crafted by a king of slaughter, rife with carnage. Yet at this moment, the only means of escape lay before him. At this moment, Liu Mo fell silent, suddenly at a loss as to what course of action to take. Although he had taken the lives of several individuals prior to entering, the prospect of engaging in senseless slaughter left him somewhat hesitant. In the blink of an eye, the 12-hour protection period for newcomers had elapsed, and the woman in black had already departed. Liu Mo appears yet to acclimate to this place. He is advised by the woman in black veils to venture into the outer city for adjustment. A voice emerges from his side, teasingly proclaiming, "Ah, another Bloody Mary." Before the words settle, a gust of wind rushes past him. Liu Mo glanced to the side and beheld a towering, bare-chested man ascending the mountain, who had swiftly closed the distance between them. A long dagger was thrust directly into his soft underbelly. In the fleeting moment of blinding light, his body suddenly felt remarkably lighter. With a deft push from his toes, he propelled himself 2 meters to the side. This was a primal reflex born of desperation. Just as his novice phase had barely concluded, he found himself on the brink of death. It was evident that this place was far from safe. The brute's straightforward yet effective technique revealed him to be an individual of considerable experience. His bare torso, marred by countless scars, confirmed Liu Mo's suspicions. These wounds were likely the result of innumerable skirmishes. The silvery glint of the dagger shimmered in his grasp, yet unarmed resistance was undoubtedly a precarious choice. In an instant, the dark golden spiritual staff materialized in Liu Mo's hand, suggesting that possessing a weapon spirit conferred a distinct advantage in this perilous environment. The dark golden radiance, intertwined with ethereal blue runes, emanated an aura of chilling menace towards the brute. However, having encountered such scenes repeatedly, the man showed no signs of retreat. The silver-white gleam of the dagger sliced through the air once more, aimed directly at Liu Mo. Liu Mo spun around. And as he did, the mystical staff in his grasp began to whirl gracefully, descending forcefully towards the arm of the burly man. With a resounding clash, a wail pierced the air, and the dagger fell to the ground. At that moment, the man's arm had twisted at a right angle, the sinews and bones shattered, leaving only flesh to connect the remnants. Without so much as a glance at Liu Mo, they hastily fled into the distance. Those who dare to offend shall not live. Liu Mo glared fiercely at the retreating figure of the burly man and spoke with intensity. Chapter 107. The Enhancement of Soul Ring Longevity. Perhaps influenced by the environment surrounding him, Liu Mo would not kill without reason, yet he would show no mercy to anyone who dared to infringe upon him. Liu Mo casually waved the spirit stick in his hand, and one end fortuitously struck the dagger. The dagger, seemingly possessing a will of its own, swiftly propelled towards the fleeing man. With a piercing sound, the dagger, measuring a foot in length, found its mark, plunging through the gaps in the man's back with such force that even the hilt sank an inch deep, directly piercing the heart. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. This shocking display left the surrounding onlookers in a state of disbelief. This formidable man, who had triumphed in 11 battles, was effortlessly vanquished by Liu Mo with such grace. Liu Mo retracted the spirit staff, striding forward with his head held high. Yet, at that moment, he remained vigilant, casting sidelong glances to either side, for ambushes had become the norm in this treacherous locale. Nevertheless, the individuals surrounding him refrained from making any aggressive moves. Their gazes fixated on the advancing Liu Mo. As he passed the corpse of a burly man, he did not pause, and the expressions of those nearby instantly lit up with delight. It was only a mere 10 meters past the body when a throng of people surged forward, eager to seize the lifeless form. The allure of Bloody Mary and the skull was irresistible, for they could be exchanged for numerous coveted items within this city. In an instant, fierce brawls erupted behind Liu Mo, yet they bore no relevance to him now. Upon reaching the outer city, Liu Mo had endured over a dozen ambushes, dispatching each assailant with precision. Finally arriving at the outer city, he allowed himself a sigh of relief. Although the interior was opulent, one must possess life to savor such luxuries. Liu Mo had spent 3 days living in the outer city, yet he understood that such an existence was not sustainable. He needed to achieve 100 victories promptly in order to challenge the Hell Arena. Otherwise, he feared he might succumb to madness in this place. After 3 days of deep contemplation, he resolved to act decisively. Although the outer city was relatively stable, the predatory rules governing it would not endure for long. Thus, it would be wiser to confront the brutal battles in the inner city's Hell Arena. Determined to secure the championship swiftly, Liu Mo participated in 6 matches on his first day, nearly facing defeat in the final encounter. Sensing the rapid decline in his stamina, he chose not to continue. However, as he departed from the Hell Arena, unease began to creep into his heart. He had forgotten that the violence in this city was far more frenzied than that of the Hell Arena. At this moment, he was acutely aware of his diminished strength and questioned whether he could endure until his energy was replenished. Navigating the brightly lit streets, he forced himself to maintain a fade of alertness, believing it might help him evade unnecessary confrontations. Ultimately, he discovered a secluded corner, a place where he could remain unnoticed and recuperate. It dawned on him why so few individuals managed to escape by this method. The challenge of achieving 100 victories was formidable, and after enduring the brutal skirmishes of the Hell Arena, one had to evade the lurking ambushes that surrounded them. Even the strongest among them could feel the weight of exhaustion. Thus, while striving for 100 victories, preserving one's life remained of utmost importance. Liu Mo reflected on his actions today, feeling they had been somewhat excessive. He resolved to maintain his stamina in the future and not to be seduced by the allure of speed. In the city of slaughter, where daylight was a mere illusion, he had lost track of time, yet he sensed that his energy was gradually returning. Suddenly, a shuffling sound echoed nearby. A middle-aged man, his face adorned with stubble, stepped into the dim corner. The man was of average height. Though not particularly robust, he exuded an air of latent strength. Upon hearing the shuffling footsteps, Liu Mo's eyes sprang open, and he was startled to find a man standing merely a few meters away. Their gazes locked, yet neither spoke a word. The man's breath was somewhat labored, while Liu Mo's was notably more composed. Their eyes intertwined. Neither seemed to convey any goodwill. After all, in this inner city where murder reigned supreme, expressing kindness could swiftly lead to one's demise. Suddenly, an enigmatic smile crept across the man's face as he remarked, "I never expected that in my flight I would encounter a Bloody Mary." With those ominous words, Liu Mo realized that the man harbored murderous intent towards him. Just as he prepared to rise, the figure had already closed the distance, moving with astonishing speed. Liu Mo was taken aback, exclaiming. However, just as the man's hand was poised to grasp Liu Mo's throat, he swiftly kicked with his right leg, targeting the man's groin. Although the man was slightly out of breath, his reflexes remained undiminished. His outstretched hand immediately retracted, and his legs closed tightly, ensnaring Liu Mo's kicking foot. Struggling against the hold on his leg proved futile, and the man continued to wear a condescending smile. Faced with such a demeanor, Liu Mo furrowed his brow, leveraging his other leg to deliver a kick to the man's abdomen. The man staggered back 2 steps, while Liu Mo executed a clean turn and landed gracefully. Having exchanged blows a few times, Liu Mo discerned that this opponent possessed the strength of a soul sage. Were it not for the constraints on soul techniques at this moment, he might have truly faced dire consequences. Yet, devoid of soul techniques, Liu Mo felt no fear. The stronger the adversary, the more they relied on their soul abilities, while his unique attributes significantly enhanced his chances of victory. "Kid, you've got some skill, but I don't have time to play with you anymore." With that, the man unleashed a dark aura, and a formidable black bear spirit enveloped him. Although soul abilities could only manifest in their original forms here, the enhancement in strength for beast-type soul spirits remained unaffected. At that moment, the man brandished a 2-foot-long dagger, glimmering menacingly. In this realm, where soul techniques were absent, relying solely on brute strength would inevitably fall short against the weapon in his hand. Liu Mo, already harboring no fondness for the mighty bear spirit, felt a surge of anger upon witnessing it. With a flourish, his right hand opened, and a dark golden glow emanated, summoning the spirit staff into his grasp. Whoosh! The man charged at Liu Mo once more, but this time, Liu Mo was prepared. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the man reached Liu Mo, all that remained was a fleeting shadow of Liu Mo. Taking this opportunity, Liu Mo crouched down and swung his staff, striking the man's legs with one end of the spirit staff. Although the force was not substantial, the man immediately found his legs weakening, succumbing to the impact and kneeling on the ground. However, as a soul saint, he was not so easily defeated. The kneeling man did not rush to rise. With a sweeping kick, he sent Liu Mo tumbling to the ground. The two rose almost simultaneously, and the man's glimmering silver short sword slashed towards Liu Mo's neck. Liu Mo executed a backward arch, maneuvering his body in front of the man. Yet the dagger was now poised dangerously near his right shoulder. The man raised his knee, and Liu Mo instinctively blocked it. In that moment, Liu Mo's body resembled a drifting dragon, skillfully evading the short sword, never allowing it to make contact. Boom! Just as he continued to elude the glinting blade, the man seized the opportunity. A powerful punch struck Liu Mo's abdomen, sending him soaring through the air for 3 or 4 meters before crashing violently to the ground. The turbulent soul power within him became almost unbearable. The man wore a sinister smile as he thrust the short sword towards Liu Mo's chest. Within Liu Mo's body, the fluctuation of soul power rendered him somewhat unable to rise, let alone evade the impending threat. The blade before him drew ever closer. Was he truly destined to perish in the City of Carnage? Having traversed realms, should he not be the protagonist of this tale? Was this narrative drawing to a close, or had he merely existed as a mere supporting character? A multitude of questions began to flicker within Liu Mo's mind. Yet his gaze radiated nothing but reluctance. Cackling menacingly, just as Liu Mo stood in a haze of confusion, the Tin Emperor's spike erupted from behind him. Its seven-segmented tail elongated beyond its former length, and upon the seventh segment, the indomitable dagger gleamed with a blinding cold light, its purple demonic patterns more pronounced than ever. Clang! At this moment, Liu Mo had become adept at wielding the 10 imperial needles, allowing him to move with remarkable speed. Before the man could fully comprehend the situation, the short sword in his hand emitted 2 sharp clinks, leaving his hand numb from the impact. By the time he grasped the circumstances, the short sword had already been pierced by 2 lethal needles, rendering it immobile in midair. As he finally discerned the state of the short sword, the remaining 8 needles had already penetrated his body. The tail, measuring over 2 meters, coiled around him, with the needles piercing through his back, leaving him utterly powerless to escape. Moreover, he was overwhelmed by a wave of tingling sensations coursing through his body. This time, Liu Mo did not grant him an opportunity. He exerted his will to control the 10 imperial needles, causing the man's soul energy to be extracted. An unceasing flow of power surged into Liu Mo's being through the needles. What kind of wicked thing are you? At that moment, the man's paralysis subsided. Yet it would be the last utterance he would make in this world. His body visibly withered at an alarming rate. In a matter of moments, the technique had completely drained the man of his soul energy. This marked Liu Mo's first experience of absorbing the soul energy of a living soul saint. The influx of power brought him an unprecedented sensation of expansion. At this juncture, he retracted the 10 imperial needles, having no time to regard the withering corpse before him. He settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to stabilize the sudden surge of soul energy within him. The energy coursed through his entire being, impacting his limbs and bones. Sweat trickled down his forehead, although the force was not as overwhelming as that experienced during the absorption of a soul ring. It still required his conscious effort to suppress and harmonize this energy, ultimately transforming it into the longevity of his own soul ring. Liu Mo, by employing the suppression of his soul power, transformed the surging energy within his body into soothing currents of warmth. This sudden influx revitalized him, dispelling his earlier fatigue and infusing him with renewed vigor. As the waves of warmth within him settled and harmonized, he realized that the age of his second soul ring had ascended to over 4,000 years. This was merely the essence of a soul sage. One can only imagine the magnitude if it were that of a titled Douluo. As Liu Mo contemplated this, a smile unexpectedly crept across his face. Yet, how could one possibly obtain the title of Douluo? Failing a surprise attack would inevitably lead to death. He also realized that revealing his identity as the 10th Emperor here would likely provoke a collective assault. Hence, the previous incident needed to transpire without the presence of a third party, unless that third party was already deceased. The perpetual night rendered the streets alive with a relentless flow of humanity, akin to machines of slaughter emerged in search of prey. Thus, the passage of time was utterly indiscernible. Nevertheless, Liu Mo resolved to remain seated in this secluded spot, both for its relative safety and his need for rest and recuperation. A month had elapsed, and Liu Mo had achieved victory 15 times within the hellish arena of slaughter. The number of those daring to ambush him had dwindled, though the strength of his assailants had notably increased. With each triumph, he came to grasp another principle. In every match, the opponent's victories could not fall short of his by more than 5, unless all others had fewer victories than him by that same margin. A year later, the chilling atmosphere was suffocating. 88 participations had culminated in 88 victories. This was Liu Mo's current record. Within the entirety of the hellish arena, only one individual surpassed his achievements. Every contender arriving at this venue, aside from seeking the right to survive in the city of slaughter, yearned for the title of 100 victories. Attaining such a distinction would grant them the privilege to reside permanently in the city of slaughter, bestowing upon them immense authority, with the potential to become an esteemed guest of the Slaughter King. The number of lives extinguished by Liu Mo's hand was countless in recent months. Even after matches had concluded, no one dared to ambush him anymore. In stark contrast to the time when he first entered, Liu Mo's gaze now exuded an eerie chill. Even while passing through the streets and witnessing the bloodthirsty slaughter of the masses, he merely offered a sinister smile. The duration of his existence in this place had rendered him emotionally numb. At this moment, Liu Mo was almost entranced by cruelty, bloodlust, and indifference, reveling in the fear and admiration others held for him. Over the course of the year, he had dispatched several opponents of level 80, and a soul master without soul skills was akin to a tiger without claws. Moreover, Liu Mo had transformed into a veritable machine of slaughter. The masses had even bestowed upon him the moniker Rakshasa. This time, Liu Mo took to the arena alongside 9 others, drawing the gaze of all. As he stepped into the center of the field, they swiftly encircled him, acutely aware that if they failed to eliminate Liu Mo, none of them would emerge alive. The 9 launched a simultaneous assault against him. His body weaved nimbly among them, his feet seemingly propelled by springs, soaring into the air with a swift leap. Just as one man prepared to strike, Liu Mo deftly twisted his wrist, causing the steel blade to embed itself in the assailant's own throat. With a graceful motion, he used the dying man's body to propel himself further into the air, evading the throng. In an instant, figures reappeared around Liu Mo, surrounding him once more. 8 gleaming blades shimmered ominously, yet Liu Mo remained unfazed. Instead, he offered a chilling smile that sent shivers through the surrounding 8. They braced themselves for another coordinated attack. At the moment they lunged, Liu Mo's right hand emanated a dark golden light. Accompanied by this luminous flash, he executed a rapid 360-degree spin. As the dark golden glow faded, the heads of the 8 assailants burst open, and the arena was suffused with a nauseating stench of blood. However, Liu Mo inhaled deeply, savoring the metallic tang of this sanguine tableau. The deceased 8 and the spectators remained oblivious to the manner of their demise. Yet, at that moment, Liu Mo's record had been further embellished with yet another victory. In order to save time, Liu Mo released the spirit stick while simultaneously executing a complete 360-degree rotation. And the moment he landed, he swiftly retracted the stick. This brought an air of mystery to the competition. Chapter 108. The Opening of the Hell Path in the City of Slaughter. The rule states that those who achieve 50 victories will no longer encounter each other in the hellish arena. Thus, Liu Mo's arrival here signifies that it is merely a matter of time before he reaches 100 victories. A month later, a resounding boom echoed through the hellish arena. Liu Mo wielded the spirit staff, shattering the final opponent's skull, thus achieving his 100th victory. The sound resonated throughout the arena, shattering the oppressive silence that had enveloped the space. The spectators erupted into cheers, their voices lifting the atmosphere to new heights. In the air, a crimson figure descended, further elevating the fervor of the moment to its zenith. "Congratulations, Rakshasa," a low, piercing voice echoed ominously from all directions. "King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter!" The roar of the crowd rendered the voices of the fallen hoarse, yet there was no sign of them abating. Liu Mo slowly raised his gaze toward the crimson figure suspended in the air. It was a tall man, entirely enveloped in a massive scarlet cloak. His pallid complexion and blood-red eyes glimmered ominously as he descended gracefully from the heavens, seemingly unbound by the constraints of gravity. When he hovered 3 to 4 meters above the ground, he paused, casting a glance at Liu Mo before shifting his attention to the audience in the blood-soaked arena. His voice resonated, deep and piercing. "I am delighted to witness once more the birth of a slayer of unparalleled might today. His formidable power and terrifying aura instill a shiver within you, do they not, my subjects?" Indeed, indeed. The throngs of spectators responded to the query posed by the King of Slaughter, their voices a cacophony of fervor, while adoration for him radiated from their gazes, almost unanimously directed at his figure. Only a few amidst the bustling crowd dared to cast fearful glances at Liu Mo rascal. "In recognition of your remarkable achievement of 100 victories, I have decided to bestow upon you the title of God of Slaughter. Henceforth, you may freely enter and exit the City of Slaughter and be appointed as an honorary guest under my command." The King of Slaughter's gaze shifted toward Liu Mo, his expression revealing the gravity of this unprecedented bestowal. Honorary guest? This was not what Liu Mo desired. His deepest wish was to escape the hellish confines of this city. Yet, having achieved 100 victories as per the words of the veiled woman, he noted that the King of Slaughter had not mentioned the path to hell. "Great King of Slaughter, I must decline. I do not wish to disrupt the established order here. To hold the title of God of Slaughter, one must traverse the path to hell. I am prepared to continue on my journey." Liu Mo tactfully declined the invitation from the King of Carnage. Of course, the King's exceptional decision to grant him the title of Slaughter God after merely 100 victories was not without ulterior motives. As the King of Carnage himself asserted, a Slaughter God enjoys unrestricted access to the City of Carnage. and those who successfully traverse the Hell Road are bestowed with a domain skill, the domain of the Slaughter God. A slaughter god endowed with such a domain not only gains free passage to the City of Carnage, but also possesses the ability to liberate those around him from the limitations of not being able to utilize soul techniques. This undoubtedly poses a significant threat to the King of Carnage and the city itself. The terror of the Hell Road is perhaps beyond your comprehension. Human life is but a singular journey. I hope you grasp that I do not wish for you to meet your demise just after achieving 100 victories. The King of Carnage widened his blood-red eyes, fixating on Liu Mo with an expression that seemed to convey concern. This tone and demeanor repulsed Liu Mo. As the supreme ruler of the City of Carnage, it was absurd for him to speak of life. If he truly understood the essence of life's singularity, the City of Carnage ought not to exist at all. Liu Mo squinted slightly, tilting his head to gaze upon the King of Slaughter, coldly remarking, "Great King of Slaughter, I appreciate your goodwill. Though life is but a singular journey, I aspire to illuminate it with greater brilliance, rather than exist as a parasite beneath your feet. I am also reluctant to furnish you with a means to falter in front of your subjects, for such an act may tarnish your esteemed reputation in the City of Slaughter." As Liu Mo's words resonated, the King of Slaughter's eyes widened. Yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. "Very well, this is your own decision. Do not blame others," he replied coldly. Before he could finish his sentence, a series of faint crimson auras emanated from the King of Slaughter. Were it not for the prevailing rules of this realm and the presence of the populace, the king, burdened by his own inner turmoil, might have already obliterated Liu Mo. However, in a bid to uphold his image and preserve the integrity of the rules here, he begrudgingly resolved to open the path to hell for Liu Mo. Deep down, he harbored another thought. No matter how formidable Liu Mo's strength might be, he believed that, at this moment, Liu Mo could not traverse the path to hell. A dense, crimson mist suddenly released from the King of Slaughter, exuding an immense aura that forced Liu Mo to retreat swiftly, stumbling back several dozen meters before he could barely maintain his footing. The aura unleashed was not merely a manifestation of murderous intent, but rather an overwhelmingly malevolent essence, chilling to the bone. The sinister, icy red ripples gradually spread, enveloping the arena in mere blinks of an eye. The spectators in the stands gazed eagerly at the transformation of the King of Slaughter, their hearts racing with a fervor to witness the fabled path to hell being unveiled. The people here had heard tales of this infernal passage, yet none had ever set eyes upon it. Suddenly, the red light emanating from the King of Slaughter bore down upon them with immense pressure, seemingly selective, bypassing Liu Mo and targeting the crowd. The once exuberant fallen ones fell silent as the crimson light descended upon them, their expressions becoming vacant, their eyes soon turning bloodshot. As the red light formed a colossal barrier within the hellish arena, anguished cries erupted throughout the venue. In an instant, the skin of every fallen individual in the stands writhed, blood splattering, and soon the cacophony of screams faded, leaving the hellish slaughter arena devoid of life. Liu Mo gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, perplexed by the cruelty of the King of Slaughter. The reason the people here had never witnessed the opening of the hell path was that those who had, apart from the God of Death and the King of Slaughter, had all become sacrifices to initiate it. The blood scattered across the ground began to coagulate, as if an invisible force was drawing it together, forming streams and serpentine shapes that converged towards the center of the arena. To be chosen as a sacrifice for the opening of the hell path was considered an honor. The voice of the King of Slaughter resonated once more, and at that moment, apart from Liu Mo and the king, there was no one else present. The blood flowed into the arena, not spreading in a linear manner. At some point, grooves appeared, channeling the blood into them, and a massive crimson pattern began to emerge on the ground. This intricate design, formed from the coagulated blood, resembled a peculiar bird. Suddenly, the bird's eyes ignited, and a tremendous red light surged into the sky, instantly engulfing Liu Mo's body. Everything around him blurred into obscurity. "May fortune favor you on the hell path," echoed the deep, piercing voice of the King of Slaughter in Liu Mo's mind. Under the consuming crimson, Liu Mo felt his footing vanish, and the world around him turned ethereal, all sensory perceptions severed. The unbearable agony instilled a profound sense of dread within him. At that moment, a faint white ripple enveloped his body, a protective shield born from the murderous intent he had accumulated over the past year. Without this aura, he would have been consumed the instant the blood began to spread. His soul energy surged forth, revealing not only the layer of white murderous intent, but also a delicate dark golden halo surrounding him. in stark contrast to the cold, malevolent, and lifeless aura of the crimson light. The dark golden halo, though not overpowering, radiated vitality, fiercely safeguarding Liu Mo within. It effectively isolated him from the external red light, and even from the murderous aura itself. Although Liu Mo could not control his surroundings at that moment, the emergence of the halo provided him with a significant sense of comfort. After an indeterminate amount of time, his body jolted, and the bloodlight began to fade gradually. When Liu Mo regained full consciousness, he found himself standing upon a circular platform, approximately 5 meters in diameter. Liu Mo surveyed his surroundings and, upon closer inspection, felt a chill run down his spine. Everything around him was suffused with a faint crimson hue, and apart from the circular platform beneath his feet, approximately 5 meters in diameter, there was nothing but an abyss of unimaginable depth. A narrow path, scarcely a foot wide, led into the ominous darkness ahead. With no other options available, Liu Mo ventured along the path, his legs trembling slightly as he caught sight of the vast chasms on either side. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and focused intently on the narrow trail, resolutely ignoring the gaping voids beside him. After walking for a while, he suddenly noticed the air ahead becoming uncomfortably warm, and the silence that once enveloped the area was now punctuated by faint, indistinct sounds. As Liu Mo inadvertently glanced towards the abyss, he realized that it appeared to be slowly rising in tandem with his progress. To his astonishment, the depths on either side were tinged a dark red. Just as he was engrossed in this observation, the strange sounds grew louder, and through a haze, Liu Mo's 6 pupils discerned a swarm of crimson shadows swiftly approaching him. These creatures were not merely a few, rather, they were a multitude, thousands of them. Bloodbats. As they drew nearer, he exclaimed in disbelief. The bloodbats flew with incredible speed, closing the distance in mere moments. Their eyes glowed a menacing red, and upon spotting their target, they emitted a series of eerie screeches, revealing their sharp fangs. The air was filled with the rush of wings as the horde of bloodbats created a foul wind that made Liu Mo's body shudder. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in a whirlwind of red. He vigorously wielded his dark golden spirit staff, but the blood-red bats, seemingly endowed with intelligence, maneuvered with astonishing precision, avoiding each other without a single collision, resembling a meticulously trained battalion. The gusts generated by their flapping wings coalesced and swept past Liu Mo's form. At that moment, the spirit staff in Liu Mo's hand emitted a blinding radiance. He leaped into the air, and amidst the crimson shroud, streaks of dark golden light erupted from the gaps. With the light racing forth, the air was filled with the shrill cries of the bloodbats. Executing a series of sweeping, vertical strikes and spins, a complete set of 72 staff techniques, he managed to reduce the massive swarm of bloodbats by half. As he landed, he observed the remaining bats plummeting from the sky like raindrops around him. The half that remained, however, did not rush at him again. It seemed they were reflecting on the recent, severe lesson they had just endured. This time, they did not encircle Liu Mo, but rather faced him head-on, forming a humanoid shape in the air, confronting him directly. It appeared as though Liu Mo was engaged in a duel with a bat demon along a narrow path. A swarm of humanoid bloodbats surged towards Liu Mo, who promptly spun his spirit staff. The rapidly rotating staff formed a dark golden barrier before him, compelling the attacking bloodbats to retreat immediately. They gazed intently at the shimmering dark golden light, seemingly biding their time, waiting for Liu Mo to show signs of fatigue before launching their most advantageous assault. As the bloodbats awaited their opportune moment, a dark golden rod shot forth from the center of the luminous disk, striking directly at the abdomen of the converging bloodbats. The instant the spirit staff made contact, the entire humanoid bloodbat shattered into fragments. At that moment, it seemed as if 72 spirit staffs had materialized in the air, sweeping across the sky, leaving trails of light in their wake. With another wave of attacks, only a handful of bloodbats remained, their bodies cascading down from the heavens in a torrent. The few that managed to escape swiftly turned back towards the direction from whence they came. Squeaking sounds echoed as the swarm of bloodbats was dismantled. And before Liu Mo could catch his breath, distant calls resonated from afar. Hearing that sound, Liu Mo, who had just begun to relax, felt a surge of tension return. This noise was approaching him, unlike the departing sounds of the previous bloodbats. Moreover, this sound was far more piercing than the cries of those bloodthirsty creatures. Just ahead on the narrow path, beneath it, hung a creature of colossal proportions, radiating a dark golden glow under the soft crimson light surrounding it. This beast measured over 4 meters in length, its massive claws gripping the narrow path. each claw exceeding a meter in diameter. Amid the cacophony of the blood bat's screams, the dark golden body slowly unfurled a pair of enormous wings, their terrifying span reaching over 10 meters. With a sudden release of its claws, the creature took to the air, revealing itself to be an immense bat. Chapter 109. The dark golden three-headed bat. This gigantic bat, cloaked in dark gold, was most fearsome for its three heads. The central head let out a piercing shriek, spreading its vast wings and lunging towards Liu Mo. Even before its massive form reached him, an unparalleled aura of power bore down upon him. The fierce wind it generated was far more terrifying than that of all the previous blood bats. The strength of this dark golden three-headed bat was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. While Liu Mo's own abilities should suffice against a typical 10,000-year soul beast, the current restrictions on his soul skills transformed this encounter into a life-or-death trial. In this critical moment, Liu Mo held nothing back. Caw caw caw. The dark golden 10 King's stingers erupted from behind him in an instant. 10 shimmering golden tails emerged, seemingly shocking the dark golden three-headed bat. A wave of dark red ripples emanated from its head, enveloping Liu Mo in its ominous grasp. Liu Mo exerted force with both legs, propelling his body towards the dark golden three-headed bat. The spirit rod in his hand was swiftly swung forth. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently. The dark red ripple unleashed by the bat penetrated the very spot he had just occupied, obliterating the narrow path of approximately 5 meters in length. Countless fragments of stone cascaded into the abyss. Had Liu Mo hesitated for even half a moment, he would have plummeted alongside the debris, regardless of whether he was struck by the dark red wave. At this moment, the path behind him lay in ruins, leaving him with no avenue of retreat. As the spirit rod collided with the central head of the dark golden three-headed bat, the force exceeding 1,000 pounds manifested in a terrifying display of power, shattering the head amidst a wretched scream as it careened backward. In light of the current predicament, Liu Mo exhaled in relief. With the enhancement from his external soul bone, his soul power had received a notable boost. However, given the precarious state of the narrow pathway, rapid advancement was now paramount for safety, and Liu Mo began to stride forward with urgency. Yet, the dark golden three-headed bat was far from surrendering. Having distanced itself from Liu Mo, it unleashed another wave of dark red energy, even more potent than before. This time, the attack was not aimed directly at Liu Mo but rather targeted the ground where he was poised to land. With a resounding crash, the ground shook as debris fell into the abyss. In a moment of dire urgency, before his feet could touch the ground, Liu Mo plunged the spirit rod downward, anchoring it to the earth. Drawing upon his remarkable upper body strength, he propelled himself upward once more, clearing the shattered remnants of the narrow path. He landed steadily at the edge of the fragmented route, while stones continued to tumble behind him. In that instant, the head that Liu Mo had obliterated began to regenerate. Liu Mo furrowed his brows as he gazed at the creature, pondering what other peculiar abilities it might possess. Astonishingly, the decapitated head had the capacity to regenerate. Was it truly indestructible? Just as the dark golden three-headed bat reveled in its apparent superiority, Liu Mo summoned his strength, propelling himself forward in a swift dive towards it. Having previously suffered at Liu Mo's hands during a frontal assault, the bat, upon witnessing the resurgence of that dark golden radiance, immediately flapped its wings and ascended, hovering several meters above the ground, rendering itself motionless. In that fleeting moment, Liu Mo leaped, his spirit staff arcing overhead, poised to deliver a powerful blow. Just as the staff was about to strike the newly grown head, the leftmost head of the dark golden bat emitted a wave of golden light, not directed at Liu Mo, but rather enveloping itself. In the next instant, amidst a shroud of golden mist, the formidable body of the bat erupted, transforming into hundreds of smaller golden bats that scattered in all directions. Each diminutive golden bat soared with a velocity far surpassing that of the previous blood bats, exhibiting heightened agility and keen reflexes. With a single swing of his staff, Liu Mo found himself unable to strike even one. The cacophony of the surrounding golden bats filled the air, inducing a sense of irritation within Liu Mo. At that moment, a series of high-pitched squeaks echoed from a distance, as the few blood bats that had narrowly survived reappeared alongside hundreds of new blood bats. Rather than swooping towards Liu Mo to launch an attack, they descended upon the narrow path ahead, using their razor-sharp fangs to gnaw at the rocks. In an instant, the hard stone was reduced to powder beneath their relentless biting, and a stretch of at least 50 meters of the narrow passage was rapidly obliterated by the swarm of blood bats. Liu Mo found himself engaged in a fierce standoff against hundreds of golden bats encircling him. At that moment, should these blood bats succeed, he would undoubtedly be trapped within this narrow passage. In a moment of desperation, Liu Mo disregarded the golden bats surrounding him, fervently wielding his spirit rod while sprinting forward. As he ran, the spirit rod alternately struck the rocky walls of the narrow path, producing dazzling sparks with each collision. However, not a single blood bat took flight. They relentlessly gnawed at the rocks, oblivious to everything else. With a resounding sweep of the spirit rod, numerous bloodbat corpses tumbled down amidst the debris. Just as he was about to escape the area where the bloodbats feasted, Liu Mo's footing suddenly gave way. As he plummeted, the surrounding bloodbats abruptly took flight, as if their mission had been accomplished. Beneath Liu Mo lay a chasm filled with a deep crimson, searing liquid, into which the recently fallen bloodbats and shattered stones emitted hissing sounds before being consumed by the dark red fluid. It was evident that Liu Mo's descent into this abyss would result in his utter obliteration. However, just as the rocks beneath him crumbled and his body plunged downwards, he found himself suspended in midair after a mere 2 meters of descent. This miraculous feat was due to the 10 Emperor's spikes behind him, which had embedded themselves deeply into the rocks on one side of the narrow passage. At that moment, other spikes began to thrust toward the base of the narrow path. With each thrust and retraction, he ingeniously utilized the 10 Emperor's spikes to traverse the lower end of the narrow passage as if walking, advancing several meters. The 10 tails resembled legs, gripping the passageway, and with a swift flip, they propelled Liu Mo from below the narrow path to the surface above. Meanwhile, hundreds of golden bats surged from above, converging upon Liu Mo. As they charged towards him, they began to merge. A flash of golden light erupted, and golden mist billowed forth. The hundreds of golden bats vanished, only for a colossal dark gold 3-headed bat to materialize once more, lunging at Liu Mo. With 3 heads and 6 piercing eyes, it fixated on him with evident fury. Eerie cries resonated from the 3 heads of the dark gold 3-headed bat, growing increasingly louder, while the radiance emanating from its body became ever more blinding. At this moment, Liu Mo realized that the dark golden 3-headed bat was casting a skill to enhance itself. Through the course of the battle, he had discerned that the 3 heads were its Achilles heel. Should the creature successfully complete its skill, he feared he would truly meet his demise on this infernal path. If he could obliterate all 3 heads simultaneously, how could it possibly regenerate? Liu Mo furrowed his brows and spoke. As he had observed just moments ago, the head that had recently sprouted had grown precisely because the dark golden 3-headed bat had consumed 2 of the remaining bloodbats. Thus, he deduced that its ability to regenerate was contingent upon devouring the surrounding bloodbats. Although there were still several hundred present, without a head, it should no longer be capable of further growth. Contemplating this, Liu Mo positioned all 10 of his royal thorns flat upon the ground. With synchronized force, the 10 tails propelled his body forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards the dark golden 3-headed bat that was currently casting its skills. It was the same maneuver as before, but this time, he directed his assault towards the left head. With a resounding thud, the left head erupted in a shower of fragments. At that moment, the body of the dark golden 3-headed bat began to shift to the right, propelled by the force of the impact. Behind Liu Mo, the 10 royal needles merged, gently fluttering like a dark golden ribbon or a swaying tail, guiding the trajectory of his body through the air. At that moment, his form became rigid, aligning with the heads of the dark golden 3-headed bat on the same plane. With the spirit staff drawn behind him, he traced a magnificent dark golden fan in the air. A series of dull thuds resonated as the remaining 2 heads were obliterated in a single strike. In an instant, golden light surged forth, and with a resounding bang, a deluge of golden liquid erupted and scattered in all directions. The surrounding bloodbats that were splashed by the golden liquid perished instantly, their cries echoing in the air. Liu Mo deftly maneuvered his body along the narrow path, skillfully controlling his direction with the converging 10 Emperor stabs. As he had anticipated, the dark golden 3-headed bat failed to regenerate this time, upon its demise. The remaining bloodbats became a headless swarm, frenziedly surging towards him in a vengeful onslaught. Yet, when a battalion loses its leader, it not only suffers a blow to its morale but also loses its guiding intellect. Although the remaining bloodbats remained numerous, they posed little threat to Liu Mo. As the bloodbats charged, Liu Mo wielded his spirit staff with precision. Each swing sent the vile creatures exploding into a crimson downpour. Finally, after sending the last bloodbat soaring into the air, where it burst apart, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. He wiped the sweat from his brow, a faint smile gracing his lips. The battle with the bats had brought him to the brink of peril on several occasions, yet he had ultimately emerged unscathed. At that moment, Liu Mo recognized that the road to hell was not meant for the faint of heart. It was merely the beginning. Had he not possessed the 10 Emperor stabs as an external soul bone, he might well have met his end right there. It was understood that the road to hell consisted of 3 formidable trials, each more daunting than the last. Liu Mo pondered how he would confront the challenges that lay ahead. After an hour's rest, he rose once more, resuming his journey. The air grew increasingly stifling, and soon the deep red currents flowing in the abyss on either side of him became vividly apparent. The scorching air made each breath increasingly uncomfortable, as if his lungs were ablaze. The path spiraled downward, albeit with a gentle curvature that made it difficult to discern. However, the oppressive heat accelerated his fatigue, causing sweat to cascade down his forehead. Just then, a sudden chill coursed through his body, bringing with it an eerie sense of coldness. The rustling sound accompanied the chilling sensation, heightening his senses. Liu Mo came to an abrupt halt, an ominous sensation surging through his mind. In this eerily silent road, akin to a hellish void, even the faintest sound seemed to herald impending doom. Despite the dim light surrounding him, Liu Mo discerned a figure in the distance. A pair of fiery red eyes appeared along the narrow path, accompanied by a dark crimson body lying in wait, while the enormity of the creature remained obscured. It was unmistakably a serpent, coiled menacingly upon the narrow way. Its chilling, crimson gaze instilled a deeper terror within Liu Mo than the previously encountered dark golden 3-headed bat. As the serpent began to slither forward, its movement accompanied by a soft rustling, it drew ever closer to Liu Mo. On its head and along its back, 9 prominent humps rose, each resembling a vivid red mushroom, seemingly pulsating with life. The serpent's abdomen was particularly voluminous, bulging along the narrow path, stretching over 10 meters in length. Liu Mo observed as the serpent lay upon the path, its forked tongue rising slowly, and its fiery eyes glowing like lanterns. With the approach of this colossal serpent, an invisible pressure descended upon him, without the aid of soul skills. Facing such a monstrous and peculiar serpent in this environment was daunting. The absence of skills implied a necessity for close combat. Yet engaging a giant serpent in melee was undoubtedly its forte. The mere thought of being ensnared by its massive form was suffocating, compounded by the threat of its gaping maw, which seemed eager for a taste. Though the dark golden 3-headed bats had posed considerable challenges, their attacks were primarily aerial. In contrast, this giant serpent coiled along the narrow path, ensuring that any combat would transpire in this confined space. The narrowness of the ground would complicate his assaults, as he would also need to navigate the precarious terrain to avoid self-destruction, a risk too great to bear. The serpent emitted croaking sounds reminiscent of an infant's wail. The 9 protrusions along its back began to radiate a golden red glow. As it closed the distance to Liu Mo, now merely 20 meters away, the creature launched its first strike. A fiery red beam erupted from its mouth, exuding a pungent scent as it rushed toward Liu Mo with alarming speed. The serpent advanced low to the ground, while flames erupted in its wake. The crimson light undulated violently along the narrow path, igniting the rocks with explosive crackles. Even more terrifying was the faint red mist enveloping the fiery beam, hinting at the presence of potent toxins. For Liu Mo, toxins were not a source of fear. After all, no poison could rival the toxicity found in the lakes of Poison Mist City. Thus, Liu Mo's focus shifted to evading the fiery onslaught. In such a constricted space, avoiding the flames would prove to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 110. Domain of the God of Death, confronted by the flames rushing towards him. Liu Mo took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing slightly. He swiftly advanced half a step with his right leg, crouching low on his left leg, gripping the spiritual staff tightly as he glided along the ground. This time, he did not evade the crimson radiance. In an instant, his form was engulfed by the light. In such circumstances, he understood that evasion was futile. As Liu Mo's body was consumed by the fiery glow, he immediately felt an intense heat, far more ferocious than the sweltering air outside. Yet, this sensation, despite its intensity, caused him no harm. Suddenly, from the trailing edge of the crimson light, a dark golden gleam burst forth, and a spiritual staff adorned with an ethereal blue luminescence soared from the center, with Liu Mo at its end. Within the gaze of the monstrous serpent, one could sense a flicker of astonishment. Liu Mo effortlessly traversed the flames he had unleashed, for he possessed an innate immunity to fire, rendering these flames utterly harmless to him. The formidable spirit staff surged forth, aimed directly at the head of the monstrous serpent. Just as contact seemed imminent, the creature appeared to abandon its resistance, its body swiftly slumping beneath the narrow pathway. Almost immediately, it utilized its entwined form to coil upward once more, thus evading the powerful strike of the staff. Liu Mo was well aware of the serpent's vulnerable spot. Yet the sheer size of this behemoth left him uncertain as to how to reach it. Moreover, even if he managed to ascend its massive frame, he feared being flung into the abyss below. For the sake of caution, Liu Mo opted to launch his attacks from a distance. The creature, having seemingly exhausted its toxins and flames, posed no threat to Liu Mo whatsoever. It began to sluggishly writhe, retreating backward. Suddenly, with a hissing sound, it seized an opportunity. As Liu Mo focused intently on his advance, its several-meter-long forked tongue lashed out, ensnaring the spirit staff. At that moment, Liu Mo found himself engaged in a contest of sheer strength with the serpent, which was devoid of any soul techniques. Yet, he was taken aback by the formidable power of the serpent's tongue as it continued to writhe backward. Liu Mo remained motionless in his place. After a moment, the vibrant red tongue of the snake was drawn in slightly. Observing this, a peculiar smile crept upon Liu Mo's lips. Subsequently, he exerted force through his legs, propelling himself into the air with a spring-like agility, while the serpent retracted its tongue abruptly. With the aid of the serpent's forked tongue, Liu Mo soared above the monstrous snake's head. At that moment, a peculiar sound emanated from his body, akin to a series of harsh clacks. While the Tin Emperor's stab materialized behind him, he descended towards the creature's vulnerable point. As he fell, the serpent's body arched upward, emitting a croaking sound, and its fiery red eyes betrayed a flicker of terror. The 9 golden red protrusions along its back began to glow ever more brilliantly. Suddenly, all 9 protrusions ruptured simultaneously, releasing jets of golden red liquid. Rather than shooting directly, the streams coalesced in mid-air, momentarily suspending before contracting into a fist-sized golden red orb, which then surged towards Liu Mo. Upon impact, the orb repelled Liu Mo, who had intended to land precisely at the serpent's weak spot, causing him to skid backward for several meters before finally touching down. To both Liu Mo and the serpent's astonishment, the golden red orb vanished into Liu Mo's body. A sudden wave of heat enveloped him, turning his form crimson, as if his very organs were igniting. At that juncture, he found himself at the serpent's tail, which, measuring around 3 meters in length, lashed toward him. Liu Mo endured the searing agony as he wielded the spirit rod. With a thunderous crash, he seemed to have struck back the tail he had previously drawn in. At this moment, he sensed that the grotesque serpent had expelled 9 protrusions, its strength visibly diminished. However, its speed remained undeterred. The creature coiled itself along the narrow path, swiftly twisting around and turning its head. It rapidly advanced toward Liu Mo, who, already suffering from the unbearable heat within, had exerted all his energy in that last strike, and now could hardly pay heed to the astonishing speed with which the serpent approached. Whoosh! The serpent's body enveloped Liu Mo entirely, yet it did not cease its assault. As it ensnared him from below, its upper body became unrestrained. At that moment, the serpent reared up, towering over 2 meters, and Liu Mo vanished beneath it. The creature's body began to constrict at an alarming rate, and Liu Mo was instantly engulfed by a sensation of suffocation. Yet, this was not the most unbearable feeling in comparison to the burning agony coursing through him. This suffocating sensation was far more tolerable. At this moment, Liu Mo's body radiated a resplendent golden red glow, emanating from the crevices that entwined around him. This intense heat began to transmit to the monstrous serpent coiling around him. As time progressed, the section of the serpent that encircled Liu Mo transformed, as though the golden red light had penetrated its very being. The serpent's gaze suggested it was experiencing profound agony, yet it displayed no sign of relent, instead tightening its grip around Liu Mo even further. A series of crisp sounds echoed from its massive body. It was astonishing that the 10 sovereign stabs behind Liu Mo shattered under the immense strength of the serpent. It was the 10 sovereign stabs that had afforded Liu Mo a breath of space. However, with their destruction, the bones within him creaked ominously. Just as Liu Mo was on the brink of asphyxiation, a surge of golden red light erupted from his body, cleaving through the serpent that coiled around him, reducing it to fine particles of dust. A mere 2 meters of its form remained, unable to maintain balance, teetering as it plunged into the abyss, disintegrating into a mist of blood. At this moment, Liu Mo's entire being glowed crimson. Even the corners of his eyes were suffused with golden red, as if he had just emerged from a furnace. His garments had turned to ashes, although remnants of the serpent had already fallen into the depths. Liu Mo paid them no heed. A powerful energy surged within him, compelling him to sit cross-legged and enter a meditative state. Beads of sweat formed, veins bulging, as he felt as if he were absorbing a soul ring of great age. Suddenly, a crisp sound emerged from behind him once more. 10 dark golden tails sprouted anew from his back, appearing even more vibrant and robust, a testament to their reinvention post-fracture. At this moment, the 10 sovereign stabs had seamlessly fused with Liu Mo. As the tails reformed, the tumultuous force within him began to subside. His flushed visage gradually returned to normal. The potent energy had completely assimilated with his body. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a smile curling the corners of his lips. To his astonishment, it turned out to be an inner elixir. At this moment, Liu Mo spoke with a smile. Initially, he believed he had fallen prey to the cunning serpent, only to discover that it had attacked him with its inner core, remarkably penetrating into his own body for his absorption. The inner core is not something an ordinary soul beast can cultivate. Moreover, this peculiar serpent, dwelling within the path of hell, is undoubtedly not a mere species. Unlike typical soul beasts, this serpent resembles an extraordinary being from primordial times, and once its inner core is formed, its destructive power is formidable. Given the uniqueness of Liu Mo's own physique, he was astonished that this inner core had integrated into his body. Had it unleashed its immense energy upon him, he would likely have been obliterated. By severing the connection between itself and the inner core, it entered Liu Mo's body. And in the fleeting moment of the inner core's eruption, he was able to slay it. Liu Mo, upon contemplating this, could not help but draw a sharp breath, feeling a surge of gratitude for his fortune. However, the assimilation of this inner elixir significantly enhanced his spiritual power. After absorbing the six-eyed wind demon tiger, he had already attained the rank of 40. With the successful integration of this inner elixir, he now found himself at the impressive rank of 49. Liu Mo rose from the scale soul guide and donned a fresh set of garments. He had navigated through 2 perilous checkpoints with surprising ease. His demeanor had lightened considerably. Maintaining a steady pace forward, he mused that if this hellish path truly consisted of only 3 trials, they merely needed to conquer the final test to escape this wretched place. The temperature continued to rise, and the dark red liquid flowing in the abyss on either side became increasingly discernible. The terrain seemed to descend perpetually, leaving them in the dark about the true nature of the city of slaughter. Only Liu Mo harbored a vague suspicion that a mountain loomed behind that small tavern. Perhaps the city of slaughter was not subterranean but nestled within the mountains. This notion flitted through his mind. Yet what mattered more at this moment was to vacate this place swiftly. Everything else could be pondered later. The external heat persisted in its ascent, but Liu Mo's naturally fire-resistant physique rendered him impervious to harm. Nonetheless, the oppressive warmth still induced discomfort. As he descended further, the air seemed to harbor a peculiar essence, the oppressive sensation in his heart growing increasingly palpable, while his own murderous intent surged unabashedly. The searing atmosphere appeared to beckon the latent bloodlust within him. Yet the spiritual rod possessed a purifying quality, sufficient to keep Liu Mo's mind clear. Although the murderous aura would not impair his intellect, it did not hinder its release. To suppress it would invite the terrifying malevolence of this hellish path to engulf him. Once consumed by such darkness, chaos would ensue within, rendering escape from this infernal route virtually impossible. As he pressed onward, the air grew hotter still, and his vision blurred amidst the pervasive pale red mist. In the depths of the ravine flanking the narrow path, dark red liquid began to churn and flow, a veritable river of blood, its metallic scent reminiscent of a molten inferno. With the rising temperature and the blood's ascent, he understood that the exit lay just ahead. However, a charred aroma soon wafted around him. He discovered that the intense heat had begun to sear holes into his garments. Just as they were on the verge of igniting, he glimpsed the distant exit. The exit was unmistakably clear, a radiant white light coalescing into an oval-shaped luminescence. It marked the culmination of Liu Mo's journey. A single moment of insatiable curiosity had led him on this circuitous route through hell. Yet, when he was merely 1,000 meters from the exit, Liu Mo halted. Although the exit had come into view, his eyes were met with a sea of blood red. The blood had pooled here, forming a small lake that obstructed his path, its surface bubbling ominously. The distance of 1,000 meters stands before him like an insurmountable chasm, though no creature threatens him. The malevolent aura that permeates this vast expanse renders it an almost unbridgeable divide, while Liu Mo's 10 Emperor stabs enable him to leap nearly 100 meters. Traversing this gulf remains an impossibility. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of hope flickers within him. He gazes upward, though the ceiling is not exceedingly high. The force of a 100-meter launch is still insufficient. At this juncture, he summons forth the dark golden Titan Emperor, a martial soul endowed with a significant height advantage. Perhaps offering him a sliver of hope, he lays the 10 Emperor stabs flat beneath his feet, bending his legs in unison, preparing to exert his strength. Whoosh! Like a projectile released from a cannon, his form hurtles swiftly toward the ceiling. The distance to the top diminishes, and Liu Mo's hope burgeons. Clang! Just as his body nears the surface, the 10 Emperor stabs pierce into the rock above. At that moment, Liu Mo's body is oriented downward, and the 10 Emperor stabs anchor him firmly against the stone. As the 10 sharp prongs begin to intertwine and advance, Liu Mo's body gradually begins to surmount this daunting gulf. Liu Mo traversed the distance of 1,000 meters with the ease of walking on level ground, ultimately arriving at his destination. As he descended, the entrance lay before him. Suddenly, Liu Mo sensed that the murderous aura emanating from his body seemed to be drawn by an extraordinary force. In an instant, he was catapulted into a realm of white light. Upon entering the luminous veil, he immediately felt as if he had stepped into a peculiar world. The sounds of tumultuous waves assailed his eardrums, while gusts of sea breeze enveloped his form. In the distance stood a young girl, clutching scales, her innocent and sweet smile directed at Liu Mo. He intended to return her smile, but the biting cold wind made him shiver uncontrollably, rendering his smile painfully rigid. After the forced grin, an overwhelming chill swept through him. His lips turned pale, and his body began to tremble. This was not merely a change in temperature, but the frigid essence of his own murderous intent. The purest aura of slaughter swiftly invaded Liu Mo's being, each onslaught sending waves of shivers through him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he finally emerged from his torment, initially believing he was ensnared in a dream. At that moment, he noticed a new white pattern etched upon his spiritual staff, resembling the bloodstains on the ground when the path to hell had been unveiled, albeit in a shade of white. As Liu Mo endeavored to perceive the white texture, in an instant, a surging brilliance of white light quietly enveloped him. The radiance emanated from the spiritual staff, but soon transformed into a translucent hue. In that moment, Liu Mo's perception of the surrounding world shifted dramatically. He summoned the dark gold Titan Emperor, which yielded a similar effect. This is the realm of the god of death. Indeed, this is the realm of the god of death. At this moment, Liu Mo spoke with great excitement. This was his most significant gain after enduring the trials of the City of Carnage. The enhancement of the god of death domain lies in its formidable aura. The most rudimentary aspect of this domain can diminish the strength of opponents within its reach by 10%, while allowing oneself to unleash an impressive 110% of their power. As his martial spirit continues to evolve, this ratio will only improve. Chapter 111, The Heaven Do Auction House. After a considerable journey, Liu Mo arrived at Tendo City. Aware that the elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies was about to commence, as he wandered through the city, he suddenly found himself disoriented. Liu Mo, is that truly you? A sweet, melodious voice rang out from ahead. He lifted his gaze and was pleasantly surprised to see Tang San and Xiao Wu. The radiant smile illuminating Xiao Wu's face was utterly captivating. In a flurry of excitement, she rushed forward, enveloping him in an exuberant embrace, catching Liu Mo off guard. At that moment, Tang San's expression seemed tinged with a hint of jealousy. Liu Mo, how have you been lately? Tang San approached, his usual enthusiasm replaced by a demeanor of simple pleasantries. Liu Mo gently pushed aside Xiao Wu and cast a knowing smile at Tang San. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances, having just clawed his way back from the depths of despair. However, he chose not to share these thoughts with the two of them, merely nodding softly and offering a hum of acknowledgement. What of Yuing? Liu Mo suddenly recalled that it had been a long time since he last saw Wei, and he wondered how the matter he entrusted to her was progressing. Yuing? Tang San's gaze appeared somewhat hesitant, while Xiao Wu's eyes remained fixated on Liu Mo's cheek. What could be troubling Wei? Liu Mo observed the hesitant gaze of Tang San. Feeling a twinge of urgency, Yuing had departed from Shrek Academy 6 months prior, stating her intention to seek you out. At this moment, the playful visage of Xiao Wu turned towards Liu Mo. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo's body stiffened. 6 months ago, at that time, she was still immersed in the City of Carnage, grappling with life and death daily. How could she possibly be found then? How did you arrive in Heaven Do City? Liu Mo regained his focus and inquired of Tang San and Xiao Wu. It is difficult to encapsulate everything in a glance. In any case, Shrek Academy has now arrived in Heaven Do City. Tang San furrowed his brow slightly, as if the passage of time had bestowed upon them numerous trials. He did not elaborate, nor did Liu Mo press for details, for Shrek Academy held no connection to him. Upon learning that Yu Ying had long departed Shrek Academy in search of him, an involuntary worry welled up within his heart for her well-being. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he bid farewell to Xiao Wu and Tang San. Xiao Wu's gaze lingered with reluctance, while Tang San, observing her, pressed his lips together. His countenance clouded. Xiao Wu, come. I shall take you to a delightful place, Tang San suddenly proclaimed. This declaration roused Xiao Wu from her reverie, her curiosity piqued. Where to? She asked, her playful visage alight with intrigue. Just follow me, and you shall find out, Tang San replied, taking her hand and leading her away into the distance. This seemingly unintentional hand-holding alleviated the jealousy that had recently stirred within him. Xiao Wu did not inquire further. She simply allowed herself to be led by Tang San, her spirits high. After a while, a circular edifice came into view. The semicircular structure, embedded in the ground, boasted a diameter of at least 500 meters, with its apex soaring beyond 80 meters. This was the auction house of Heaven-Do City, the capital of the Heaven-Do Empire. In such a valuable locale, the expanse of the auction house was a testament to its significant stature and its profound background. The entrance to the auction house was also semicircular, mirroring the overall design of the building, and was adorned in a creamy hue. Standing before the entrance were 4 statuesque young women, evidently meticulously selected, each standing approximately 1.75 meters tall, with well-proportioned figures, appearing no older than 20. Young sirs, how may we assist you? One of the young women inquired as Tang San and Xiao Wu approached. We wish to explore the auction house, Tang San replied, still holding Xiao Wu's hand. Young man, this is not a public theater. Entry is not granted merely on a whim. Do you possess a bidding qualification certification? She asked. Bidding qualification certification? Tang San responded, his expression one of confusion. Only guests with such certification may enter the auction house to participate in bidding. The qualifications are categorized into various levels, with the entry threshold set at 10,000 gold soul coins. In other words, one must present proof of assets amounting to 10,000 gold soul coins to partake in the auction. The young woman smiled slightly as she explained this to them. 10,000 gold soul coins. Tang San exclaimed, taken aback. Such a figure seemed exorbitant to him, especially for the sake of winning a smile from a fair maiden. Yet, he did not wish to disappoint Xiao Wu by bringing her here without a means to enter. Forcing their way in appeared impossible. The young woman observed Tang San's reluctance to depart, yet his inability to produce the requisite 10,000 gold soul coins. With a gentle smile, she remarked, there is another way to gain entry. If one wishes to sell items, one may enter the auction house. However, the items for sale must be authenticated by our specialized appraisers at the Tiando auction house and must be valued at over 1,000 gold soul coins to qualify for auction participation. Should the auction be successful, we will retain a commission of 10%. Upon hearing the young lady's words, Tang San internally chuckled to himself. He feared no one in the realm of sales. The items he crafted were considered unique in this world, and thus he held the power to set their prices. He reached into his robe and produced an object, a black box, roughly the size of a palm. Let us auction this, Tang San declared, shaking the box in his hand. What is this? The young lady inquired, gazing at the box Tang San held, seemingly unfamiliar with its presence. Yet, she understood that the more peculiar an item, the more likely it was to fetch a handsome price. Do you not have appraisers? Let him authenticate it, Tang San replied coolly, his gaze fixed on the girl who had previously looked down on him. The young lady, having undergone rigorous training, displayed no sign of displeasure at Tang San's demeanor. Instead, her face illuminated with a professional smile as she gently said, please follow me. Brother San, what exactly does your box contain? At this moment, Xiao leaned close to Tang San's ear, curious about its secrets. This is a new weapon I have crafted, named Shadow of the Sand, Tang San whispered back. The more curious Xiao Wu grew about his creation, the more pride he felt swelling within him. After a series of evaluations by the appraiser, it was confirmed that the weapon was eligible for auction. Meanwhile, the young lady in charge of their reception assisted them in completing the necessary procedures. The process was straightforward. It merely required the establishment of an account linked to a gold soul coin savings card at the auction house. Through this account, Tang San would receive the proceeds from the auction, minus the commission. Additionally, the young lady briefly informed them of the auction house's regulations. The foremost rule was that no inquiries regarding the seller's identity were permitted, nor could any auction details be disclosed outside the premises. The auction was conducted in a continuous cycle, operating 24 hours a day without rest. Subsequently, the young lady escorted them to the auction hall, located on the second floor. Before entering, she distributed masks to each of them, instructing that they must wear these masks to ensure the utmost safety of the clientele. The auction center resembled a grand auditorium, featuring a circular podium at its center, surrounded by concentric rows of seats radiating outward. The seating was divided into 5 sections, with red closest to the podium, followed by black, purple, yellow, and white. The red section was accessed through a special passage and was guarded by dedicated personnel. It is a VIP area of million-level exclusivity, signifying a status of prestige. Surrounding it are black seats, representing the ordinary million-level VIP section, accessible to anyone with wealth. Beyond that, the purple section is designated for those with 50,000, while the yellow marks the area for 10,000. The outermost section, the largest ordinary VIP area, is where Tang San and Xiao Wu currently find themselves. After escorting the two to this location, the service staff departed with an air of indifference. Xiao Wu expressed her dissatisfaction with their attire, particularly irritated by Tang San's unabashed gaze upon them, and was even more displeased with their service demeanor. She began to mutter softly to herself, "All the attendants here are like this. It's not directed at you." A gentle voice emerged from beside them, causing Xiao Wu to feel somewhat surprised that her hushed words had been overheard, especially since even Tang San seemed unaware of her murmurs. Both turned their heads to find a middle-aged man in white attire, exuding a refined demeanor, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Notably, he wore no mask, and no one seemed to mind his presence. While in the VIP area ahead, the staff mingled seamlessly with the guests, indicating that his previous statement was likely a facade. The auction center had few bidders, with only a sparse fraction participating, underscoring that such wealth belonged to an absolute minority. As the three conversed, the auction item on the podium had just been successfully sold for 43,000 gold soul coins. The host, holding a microphone, smiled broadly at the bidders and announced, "Next, we present an exceptionally rare treasure. I urge interested parties to pay close attention, especially our male guests." As he spoke, he gestured to the audience, signaling 3 burly men to push a cart forward. The cart was draped in red cloth, concealing its contents, but its shape suggested a square box. The eyes of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and even the middle-aged gentleman were drawn to this new item, halting their conversation. With an air of mystery, the host inquired, "Can anyone guess what this is? Allow me to reveal the starting price to all esteemed guests. The opening bid for this item is 100,000 gold soul coins." With this single proclamation, the atmosphere of anticipation surged. Tang San and Xiao Wu were taken aback, astonished that the starting price for an item could be 100,000 gold soul coins. "Now, esteemed guests, please observe carefully." As he spoke, he grasped the red cloth and dramatically yanked it away. A flash of red light revealed not a box, but a vast iron cage, within which a young girl was curled up. Her posture obscured her features, though her figure approached perfection. At that moment, the host prodded the cage with a stick, lifting her short hair to reveal her ears, which were pointed and slightly flushed. Additionally, a white tail was visible behind her. Liu Mo and Xiao Wu gazed at a figure that seemed somewhat familiar, yet her face remained obscured. Indeed, the esteemed guest had not erred. She was a rare cat girl. During her martial spirit awakening, her body had undergone a transformation, endowing her with feline features, rendering her a unique entity on the continent. How blissful it would be to possess such a captivating feline beauty as a pet, the host declared while brandishing his staff. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu's heart began to race with trepidation. Unique? At that moment, another girl with elongated ears was present in the VIP section. She attempted to cover her ears, fearing that her actions would draw even more attention. Simultaneously, her heart simmered with resentment at the notion of being regarded as a mere pet. "Esteemed guests, you may now place your bids," the host proclaimed, transferring the authority of the auction to the VIP area. "Yuing." As the girl in the cage lifted her head, Xiao Wu recognized her face. Indeed, it was Yuing, igniting a surge of excitement within her, compelling her to rush forward. However, Tang San restrained her, urging, "Let us observe the situation first." He understood the formidable power behind the Tiando auction house, a force they could not contend with. Even if they were to intervene, they needed a well-thought-out strategy and the right moment to act. 110,000. 120,000. "Do you know her?" A middle-aged man, sensing something amiss, turned to inquire of the two. At that moment, Xiao Wu, consumed by her emotions, remained oblivious to the man's question, her focus solely on Yu Ying in the cage. Tang San, however, inclined his head slightly and replied, "She is our friend." Oh, 160,000. The middle-aged man, intrigued, immediately raised his bidding paddle. 170,000. A red VIP had bid 170,000. Before the host could announce the middle-aged man's bid, another voice called out, 180,000. A white VIP has placed a bid of 180,000. The host was astonished that a bidder from the lower-tier white area would dare to bid so high. "I shall see who dares to contend with me." An elderly man seated in the foremost red area suddenly stood, casting a glance towards the white area. Although his face was concealed by a mask, Tang San instantly recognized him as Prince Xuesheng. To Tang San's surprise, the middle-aged man did not shy away from the prince's gaze. Rather, he stood slowly, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Many turned their heads alongside Prince Xuesheng, and the sight of the standing middle-aged man elicited gasps of astonishment not just from the prince but from those around him. Even the host's expression turned somewhat rigid. "There are rules in the auction house. May we proceed?" The middle-aged man said gently. 180,000 gold soul coins, going once. 180,000 gold soul coins, going twice. 180,000 gold soul coins, going thrice. Sold. Upon hearing the host's final words, Xiaowu's heart finally found solace. At that moment, she faced the caged moon shadow, fluttering her delicate ears in an attempt to communicate. It was then that she recognized the masked, powdery-skinned maiden as herself. Her previously agitated spirit began to calm. "Thank you, dear sir," Xiaowu said, a smile gracing her lips as she expressed her profound gratitude. "No need for thanks. Even if she were not your friend, I would still save her, for her soul remains intact," the middle-aged man replied gently, maintaining his air of refined elegance. Chapter 112, The Beast Academy. The auction continued, and Tang San's shadowy bid ultimately fell into the hands of the middle-aged gentleman. He departed the Tiando auction house with his spoils in tow, handing Moon Shadow over to the two of them before turning to leave. "Moon Shadow, the makeup they applied to you is quite exquisite. Just look at this dazzling golden diamond necklace," Xiaowu remarked, admiring the radiant glimmer nestled between Moon Shadow's collarbones, a tinge of envy flickering within her. Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Moon Shadow noticed her attire and promptly tugged her neckline upward to conceal the luminous glow. After all, her usual clothing featured a higher collar, rendering such a view of her collarbone unseen. It was something that rightfully belonged to her. "Moon Shadow, how did you end up here?" Tang San inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "I encountered 3 burly men while searching for Mo. One of them was a soul emperor, and the other 2 were soul saints. I had no chance to resist, so I was captured and brought here," Moon Shadow replied, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. In the past, her capture was due to her lack of strength. Yet now, as a soul master, she found herself ensnared once more. "By the way, we saw Mo today in Tiando City," Xiaowu exclaimed. Her spirits instantly revived at the mention of Liu Mo. Tang San observed her reaction, a pang of discomfort stirring within him. When Liu Mo had departed, Dai Mubai had once remarked that, in matters of the heart, Liu Mo was an adversary to both of them. At the time, Tang San was aware of the rift between Dai Mubai and Liu Mo. Perhaps it was said intentionally. He had previously overlooked these nuances, but upon seeing Liu Mo today, he truly noted Xiaowu's response, realizing that Dai Mubai's words held merit. To avert certain occurrences, one must eradicate them at the source. "Moon Shadow, this is for you," Tang San said, swiftly producing a piece of celestial herb and offering it to her before her excitement could lead her to speak. It was a pristine white flower, reminiscent of a pure blue lotus and a white lotus root, seemingly untouched by the world. "What is this?" Moon Shadow inquired, gazing at the celestial herb in Tang San's hand with curiosity. "This is a celestial herb I stumbled upon by chance. It is called water immortal jade skin bone. Its properties nourish tendons and bones, harmonizing the body's meridians and pathways. Everyone has received a mystical herb, and as fate would have it, I am fortunate enough to encounter you here. Thus, I shall gift you one as well. Once you find Liu Mo and are together with him, it is essential to remember that the disparity in strength is considerable. He cannot always be your protector, can he?" The implication in Tang San's words seemed to suggest a desire to help Yu Ying firmly secure Liu Mo's presence. Upon hearing Tang San's explanation, Yu Ying's excitement surged. and she could hardly contain her eagerness to see Liu Mo at once. Without hesitation, she consumed the narcissus jade bone, and a radiant white light enveloped her, illuminating her delicate skin. In an instant, a warm current flowed into her body, traversing through her meridians. As this warmth circulated, it was gradually absorbed by her body until, at last, the white radiance flickered and vanished, signifying a substantial enhancement in her cultivation. She had successfully broken through the 40th barrier. But only after absorbing the 4th soul ring would she ascertain the true extent of her elevation and levels. This herb is indeed extraordinary, Yuying remarked with a gentle smile directed at Tang San. Subsequently, they informed Yuying of the location where they had encountered Liu Mo earlier that day, and, eager to find him, she bid them farewell and departed. Observing Yuying's newfound confidence, a glimmer of joy flickered within Tang San's heart. 3 days later, Yuying found herself sitting alone by the roadside. Throughout these 3 days, she had scarcely rested, yet she had still not located Liu Mo. Although the Heaven Do city was the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, and despite the continent being sparsely populated, the city remained bustling with throngs of people. Seeking Liu Mo amidst such a crowd was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, the elite competition among high-ranking Soul Master Academies had commenced across the continent, and suddenly, a thought flashed in Yuying's mind. She knew Liu Mo. Surely he would attend such a grand event. With this realization, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. She promptly rose and hurried towards the arena. To ensure she did not miss Liu Mo, she stood vigil at the entrance for a full 3 days. Her weary eyes remained fixed on the ebb and flow of the crowd, determined not to overlook anyone passing by. Yuying. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from beside her. The sound resonated so intimately that it jolted Yuying, who was on the verge of succumbing to fatigue. She shook her body and immediately turned towards the source of the voice. Liu Mo. Struggling to open her eyes, she beheld the long-awaited visage she had yearned for. In a moment of exhilaration, she sprang to her feet, only to be met with darkness as her weakened body swayed unsteadily, teetering towards the ground. Liu Mo's expression, a blend of surprise and a gentle smile, instantly froze. With a swift motion, he leveraged his speed advantage to reach Yuying's side in an instant, enveloping her in his arms to prevent her from collapsing onto the ground. As he gazed upon her unconscious form, a serene smile graced her lips, evoking a bittersweet sensation within him, a mixture of heartache and affection. It was evident that she had been deprived of rest for quite some time. Thus, Liu Mo carried her to a nearby inn. 3 days later, Brother Mo, standing by the window, Liu Mo was lost in contemplation of the world outside when he heard that sweet voice. He turned promptly to find Yuying sitting up, her eyes still slightly dazed from slumber. At last, you have awakened. I was beginning to worry about you. Liu Mo promptly approached and seated himself at the bedside, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Yuying. How long have I been asleep? Yuying inquired, yawning and stretching languidly. You have been slumbering for 3 days and 3 nights. Liu Mo gazed into the somewhat hazy eyes of Yuying and spoke. What? Have I been asleep for so long? Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Yuying's body jolted slightly, nearly suppressing the yawn that had yet to be completed. And her once dreamy eyes instantly brightened with alertness. You have departed from Shrek Academy, and you have not even participated in the prestigious Elite Soul Master Tournament of the entire continent. Liu Mo seemed to address Yuying in a tone befitting an elder. I have no interest in that at all. I simply wish to accompany you, Yuying expressed, intending to be more forthright, yet her words were somewhat veiled, leaving much unsaid. Nevertheless, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. By the way, I have completed the task you entrusted to me, which is why I sought you out. To alleviate any awkwardness, Yuying swiftly continued. Task? Yes, Yuying indeed had a task from Liu Mo, which was to investigate the true relationship between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. Had it not been for Yuying's proactive mention, it seemed he might have forgotten about it entirely. Upon hearing her words, he appeared to have overlooked her previous statement. His eyes, filled with curiosity, were fixed on Yuying, eager for answers, yet he refrained from voicing his inquiries. Sensing his urgency through his gaze, Yuying continued. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing have been betrothed since childhood. Upon hearing these words, Liu Mo felt as though he had been struck a heavy blow. His body trembled and his countenance darkened. However, Zhu Zhuqing had already taken the initiative to propose the dissolution of their relationship, citing the influence of another individual. Yuying, observing Liu Mo's expression, seemed to be affected by him, as her previously playful demeanor also shifted to one of somberness. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo's mind began to race. Who could this person be? However, Arriving at an answer only deepened his perplexity, a conundrum that perhaps only Zhu Zhuqing could elucidate. With this news, Liu Mo's spirits seemed to lift somewhat. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed at Ying with a smile and said, "You have performed exceptionally well in this task. Come. I shall take you to witness the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent." Ying noticed the change in Liu Mo's expression and returned his smile. They promptly descended from the bed, following Liu Mo towards the arena. "Xiao Mo." As they reached the threshold, a weathered voice called out from behind them. Liu Mo turned around and found that it was Long Gong and Shi Pe, along with Meng Yiran. "Grandfather Meng, what a delightful coincidence it is to encounter you here. Truly, we are fated to meet." Liu Mo stepped forward to greet Meng Shu with courtesy. Although Ying had met the three of them once, she had not conversed with them and could only remain silent behind Liu Mo. "Xiao Mo, have you come to witness the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent as well?" Meng Shu's words carried a hint of hesitation. Liu Mo slightly nodded, her head tilting ever so gently. "I wonder, do you wish to participate in this grand competition?" Meng Shu hesitantly inquired. "Grandfather Meng, please do not jest. I am not a student of any academy. How could I possibly take part?" Liu Mo did not refuse, yet neither did he express excessive anticipation. "I can allow you to join as a member of one of the academies, should you be willing," Meng Shu stated, stepping closer and lowering his voice. Upon hearing Meng Shu's words, Liu Mo felt a surge of excitement within. He glanced back at Ying, who, though indifferent to the competition, could perceive the yearning in Liu Mo's eyes. Thus, when their gazes met, Ying gave a subtle nod. However, at this moment, Liu Mo harbored some reservations. As long as the young lady did not belong to any academy and was willing, the two of you could join forces. At this juncture, Meng Shu discerned Liu Mo's thoughts and offered a warm smile, gazing at Liu Mo as he spoke, his eyes briefly glancing at the moonlit shadow behind him. "Well then, I am grateful to you, Grandfather Meng." Liu Mo alleviated the lingering worries and turned to Meng Shu, who, upon hearing the news, began to shed her gloomy expression. The glimmer of hope emerged in her eyes, transforming her despair. Meng Shu nodded vigorously, leading Liu Mo, Ying, and the others towards the arena. The elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent was held within the arena of the Tiando Empire, specifically at the Grand Tiando Arena. As the primary venue for the Tiando division, the arena had ceased all soul battles a month prior to undergo extensive renovations. All the sub-arenas within were integrated with the main soul battle center, creating an immense competition space. However, Meng Shu did not proceed directly to the arena. Instead, he directed his steps towards the resting area. He approached one of the uniform doors and pushed it open. Inside was a middle-aged man with short, jet-black hair. Of average build, not too fat nor too thin, sporting a small patch of beard on his chin. His thick brows were slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of confusion in his gaze. "Ah, Lord Longgong, what brings you here?" The man, upon seeing the door open to reveal the familiar figure of Meng Shu, instantly transformed his hesitant expression into a warm smile and approached the entrance. Meng Shu, without hesitation, stepped into the room, followed closely by the others. "Director Shi, are you still troubled by those two students?" Meng Shu inquired, omitting the direct purpose of his visit. This middle-aged man, named Shi Tofu, was the director of the Exotic Beast Academy. "Alas, although our academy has never reached the finals in the elite competition, we have never been eliminated in the preliminaries. Yet, with two of our main players injured in just 2 matches, the upcoming opponents may prove formidable. I am uncertain if the substitutes can withstand the pressure, as you know. Our academy has few students with genuine strength," Shi Tofu lamented, his face etched with concern. "I can introduce you to 2 capable individuals. While there may be some initial coordination issues with the existing team, their strength will undoubtedly surpass that of our current elite," Meng Shu stated, his demeanor serious, underscoring the truth of his words. Upon hearing this, Shi Tofu's troubled expression swiftly relaxed, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he asked, "Really? Where are they? If possible, I shall arrange the necessary formalities immediately." At this moment, Shi Tofu was more anxious than anyone else, for although the Exotic Beast Academy lacked an impressive record, he did not wish to set a new low during his tenure as director. Observing his eagerness, Meng Shu casually gestured behind him, and Liu Mo and Ying stepped forward. He pointed towards them, saying, "It is these two." Shi Tofu scrutinized the pair. The male was handsome and imposing, emanating a powerful aura. A mutation of martial spirit? He pondered. As he gazed at Wei Ying, he discerned her extraordinary qualities through the lens of foreign trade. Although the mutation of martial souls is typically bidirectional, most tend to evolve towards a more favorable outcome. Moreover, considering Ming Shu's earlier remarks, his eyes were now imbued with a deeper sense of anticipation. Startled by his sudden exclamation, Wei Ying shivered slightly and responded with a soft, affirmative sound. Wonderful. What are your names? I shall promptly take care of the necessary formalities, Staff exclaimed with palpable excitement. I am Liu Mo, and she is Wei Ying. Liu Mo smiled faintly and remarked, the Moon Shadow's martial soul must be that of a cat, categorizing her as an agile assault-type soul master. Pray tell, what is your martial soul? Staff pondered while stroking his chin, gazing at Liu Mo and inquired, as for myself, what do we require at this moment? Liu Mo hesitated for a moment, refraining from speaking directly. This opportunity was rare for him, yet he felt reluctant to reveal his second martial soul, fearing the potential loss of this chance. Ideally, he sought a combination of healing and agility in attack. Meanwhile, Staff, caught in his own indecision, remarked that their substitutes were not lacking in strength when it came to healing. He then continued with his thoughts. Hearing these words, Liu Mo felt a sense of relief wash over him, and with a gentle smile, he remarked, my martial soul is the Dark Golden Titan Emperor, a level 49 assault-type battle spirit master. Her martial soul is the Moonshadow Spirit Cat. At this point, Liu Mo was uncertain of the current level of Moonshadow, but the surrounding individuals were so astonished by Liu Mo's level that the terrifying nature of his martial soul was completely overshadowed. You have already reached level 49? Splendid. Truly splendid. Staff exclaimed, his body trembling with disbelief. Ming Shu and the others also cast incredulous glances toward Liu Mo. I will only know my level after obtaining the fourth spirit ring, Moonshadow said, somewhat hesitantly. Chapter 113. The fourth spirit ring of Moonshadow. When Moonshadow mentioned her need for a fourth spirit ring, Liu Mo was taken aback, astonished that she had progressed so rapidly during their year in the City of Slaughter. Even Long Gong and Shipu were surprised to discover that this seemingly refined young lady had already attained the level of Spirit Master. You two have broken through the 40th level? Wonderful. I will register both of you immediately. The level registration is of little consequence, and we can rectify it later. Staff, brimming with excitement, could hardly contain himself and quickly exited the room to handle their paperwork. The Exotic Beast Academy could potentially alter its previous rankings with the inclusion of these two, and he would become the most illustrious dean in the Academy's history. Moonshadow, since you have also surpassed the 40th level threshold, why not embark on a hunt for soul beasts? The Sunset Forest is not far from here. Once Staff hurriedly departed, Liu Mo turned to Moonshadow and suggested. Moonshadow remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Moonshadow, would you care to join us? Ming Shu stepped forward, addressing her. Upon hearing Ming Shu's words, Moonshadow fixed her gaze on Liu Mo, seemingly seeking his consent. It would be too much trouble for you all. Liu Mo's gaze swept over the Snake Lady and Meng Iran, who stood behind Ming Shu, and he hesitated slightly before speaking. It would be safer if I accompany you alone. Meng Shu, observing the uncertainty in Liu Mo's eyes, discerned his thoughts and understood that he wished to avoid burdening too many people. Very well, I appreciate your willingness, Grandfather Meng. Thank you, Grandfather Meng. At this moment, Ewing spoke for the first time, offering a gentle smile to Meng Shu, who responded with a warm and amiable grin. I must also express my gratitude to you. Otherwise, my granddaughter's aspirations for the competition would falter. After Ming Shu finished speaking, he chuckled and glanced at Ming Iran behind him. Grandfather, you are mentioning others in public again. Ming Iran's voice was soft, tinged with shyness, as she spoke for the first time. Amidst the laughter, Ming Shu led Liu Mo and Ewing out of the lounge. The Sunset Forest lay in close proximity to Heavendo City. Upon exiting the city and following the narrow winding path, they soon arrived at the enchanting Sunset Forest. Liu Mo and Ming Shu were no strangers to the Sunset Forest. While Ewing ventured into this woodland for the first time, closely trailing behind Liu Mo suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the distant underbrush. Lu Mogwang discerned from the sound that the spirit beast was undoubtedly serpentine in nature. It would be prudent for me to depart from this place swiftly. These spirit beasts are ill-suited for Yueying. Should they choose to attack us, it would lead to unnecessary complications. Liu Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the swaying weeds in the distance, and spoke. Meng Shu nodded faintly in response, while Ewing followed closely behind, and the trio hastily ventured deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, Liu Mo suddenly sensed a sharp, icy gaze fixated upon them. At that moment, a sound akin to a cat's meow echoed from nearby. A cat? In this part of the Sunset Forest, how could a cat possibly exist? If it were indeed a cat, it must belong to a particularly fearsome breed, as ordinary felines typically inhabit the forest's periphery, coexisting with flowers, birds, and insects. As the cat-like cry resonated, the trio's gazes instinctively shifted to one side. They beheld a towering mass of grass beginning to undulate, sending waves toward them. Suddenly, a creature leapt forth from the overgrown weeds, emerging onto the shorter grass. It was a pitch-black soul beast, not excessively large, measuring approximately 2 meters in length and 1 meter in height, with a perfectly streamlined form, a leopard. However, it bore an extraordinary distinction from the ordinary leopard, for it possessed 2 heads. The heads were not arranged side by side, but rather stacked vertically, perhaps to preserve its flawless silhouette. Its 2 pairs of blood-red eyes glowed like 4 fiery lanterns, their vertical pupils fixated on Liu Mo and his companions. The long tail arched nearly horizontally, only slightly curling at the tip, adorned with a tuft of fiery red fur. The leopard's mouth was slightly ajar, revealing sharp fangs tinged with a yellowish hue. Its robust front limbs extended claws 3 inches long, already embedded in the earth. The creature crouched low, its lower head nearly grazing the tall grass. This was a 5,000-year-old, 2-headed black leopard, an exceptionally fitting 4th soul ring for Yuang. Liu Mo smiled lightly and declared, "This one will do." No sooner had the words left his lips than the 2-headed black leopard sprang into action, lunging toward them. It seemed to have been assessing the trio's strength moments prior. Now, its target was Yuang. The speed of its assault was so swift that they scarcely had time to react, as its bare claws gleamed with a blinding cold light. Boom! Just as the sharp claws were about to seize Yuang, Meng Shu swiftly positioned his dragon-headed staff before her, yanking it forcefully. The 2-headed black leopard was hurled back several meters, crashing to the ground. This time, Meng Shu did not consult with the others, for the next battle loomed imminent. They needed to resolve matters swiftly. The lifelike dragon head atop the staff emitted a brilliant blue glow, radiating light that coalesced in the air. Then, a resounding dragon's roar filled the atmosphere. A spectral giant dragon coiled in the air before darting rapidly toward the 2-headed black leopard. Boom! As the dragon collided with the 2-headed black panther, a resounding boom echoed, accompanied by a flash of light and a cry of anguish. When the brilliance faded, it became evident that the panther's body stood a short distance away from the point of impact, but the head beneath it had vanished. At that crucial moment, it had cleverly utilized one of its heads to divert the dragon's onslaught, while its main body had deftly evaded the attack. Just then, a dark, luminous glow enveloped its form, and as the radiance dissipated, the lost head reappeared. This transformation astonished even Meng Shu. However, amidst the astonishment of the 3, the 2-headed black panther realized its inferiority and swiftly turned to flee. "You wretched beast, where do you think you're going?" Meng Shu exclaimed as he summoned his strength, leaping several dozen meters in pursuit. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the panther had darted into a thicket of grass that reached his height, causing a ripple of foliage. Meng Shu was soon engulfed by the waves of grass. As he entered the towering thicket, his vision was obscured, compelling him to leap periodically to ascertain the fleeing direction of the panther. Liu Mo and Moon Shadow gazed at the gradually receding waves of grass, with little to occupy their time aside from waiting. After a while, the vanished waves of grass reappeared, this time with ripples approaching Liu Mo and his companions, though they were not as tumultuous as before. As the waves crashed against the grass, a figure emerged, an elderly man named Meng Shu. In his left hand, he clutched a thick, furry object topped with a fiery red mass. As he advanced, a 2-headed black panther appeared behind him, its tail firmly grasped in his hand. "Moonshadow, this 2-headed black panther is now yours." Upon reaching her side, Meng Shu released the panther's tail, which fell to the ground with a thud. Had it not been for the slight quiver of the panther's abdomen, one might have assumed it was lifeless. Yet, the strength exerted had been perfectly calibrated, allowing Moonshadow to effortlessly acquire this soul ring. She drew the last breath from the 2-headed black panther and seated herself in meditation, guiding its soul energy. A purple glow emanated from the panther's body, coalescing in the air and drifting towards Moonshadow. As the purple orb hovered above her head, it cascaded over her form, enveloping her in a radiant light. There was no sign of pain on her face, only a sheen of fragrant sweat graced her forehead, accentuating her fair complexion. Moments later, the purple aura began to shimmer and contract, ultimately forming a ring that encircled her waist. This ethereal ring, barely visible, started to rotate slowly. Witnessing this spectacle, Both Liu Mo and Mingshu smiled, for the nascent soul ring had manifested, and Moon Shadow would soon complete its absorption. Suddenly, a muffled sound startled them. The ring erupted in a burst of luminescence, and a brilliant purple soul ring began to pulsate around Moon Shadow's body. She slowly opened her glistening eyes and smiled gently, exuding a charming aura. "Ha ha, Moon Shadow has successfully absorbed her fourth soul ring. We can return now," Mingshu remarked with a warm smile. The trio then set forth on their journey out of the setting sun forest. "Allow me to introduce two new members who have joined us, whose abilities have reached heights unprecedented in our academy," said Staff, gathering all participants from the Beast Academy. Upon hearing this, a brother who bore a striking resemblance to another displayed a look of defiance, though it was merely a fleeting expression. "Liu Mo, Wuhuan Dark Golden Titan Emperor, a level 49 Assault-type Soul Master." Staff deliberately slowed his tone and raised his voice, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. At such a tender age, achieving the remarkable level of 49 had already surpassed the record established since the school's inception. Could he truly have reached level 49? It seemed likely that Dean Sure had been deceived. The brothers, who bore striking resemblance to one another, exchanged glances filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, the other students wore expressions of astonishment, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Liu Mo stepped forward, casting a warm smile that swept across each individual present. Despite the unfriendly demeanor of the twin brothers, he remained unfazed. Yue Ying, a soul master of the Moon Shadow lineage, stood at level 44 with an emphasis on agility. Staff merely glanced at the defiant siblings before continuing with a cheerful demeanor. "Is it really just her? She appears so delicate, yet she has reached level 44? It must be a fade." The two brothers remained skeptical. "Is this the reinforcement summoned by the dean? It seems our ranking will surely improve this year." The other students speculated. Yue Ying positioned herself at the center, her gentle smile illuminating the atmosphere as she nodded slightly to the crowd. This singular smile appeared to soften the hearts of the two brothers. Though their confusion lingered, a change flickered in their eyes. "This girl is even more beautiful than our Academy's flower," one remarked. "Indeed, having her around will surely make our studies more invigorating," the brothers mused. Their gazes now fixed on Wei Ying with newfound admiration. The twins, Zhang Qin and Zhang Yi, both wielded the Iron Armored Bull as their martial spirits, classifying them as strong attack-type soul masters at level 38. Yet, rather than being merely offensive, they were more akin to defensive warriors, for their armored bodies rendered them nearly impervious to harm. Staff introduced Liu Mo and Yue Ying to the twins, who, at that moment, stood side by side, their arms crossed, exuding an air of formidable strength. In truth, rather than excelling in both offense and defense, they possessed a blend of characteristics that rendered them mediocre in all aspects. Liu Mo contemplated this as she cast a disdainful glance at the two brothers. She was known as Tao Hua, a control-type soul master with a white fox martial spirit. At level 37, and the captain of the Exotic Beasts Academy. Her companion, Ying Hua, wielded the magical sound dolphin martial spirit and was a support-type soul master at level 36. Staff continued to introduce Liu Mo and Yu Ying to the students of the Exotic Beasts Academy. "This individual should be familiar to you both," Mengaran, a formidable attack-type soul master with a snake staff martial spirit at level 38. "She is also the only student in our academy whose martial spirit is not an animal spirit," Staff remarked, glancing at Mengaran. The three individuals behind her are substitutes, all below level 35 and lacking in experience. "Thus you two have reignited hope for our Exotic Beasts Academy." Staff patted Liu Mo on the shoulder with a serious expression. "Liu Mo, we must collaborate effectively moving forward." As soon as Staff finished speaking, a soft, enticing voice resonated from across the room, belonging to none other than Tao Hua. When Liu Mo turned to look, she caught a glimpse of Tao Hua's alluring eyes, sending a jolt of electricity through her. "Ah, that sin is back again," she mused. "Indeed, it is rather unpleasant," the twin brothers remarked, their faces reflecting a hint of distaste. "What are you two discussing?" Tao Hua's countenance darkened as she glared at the brothers. "Oh, we were merely complimenting Sister Hua on her alluring fragrance," they replied, their expressions transforming into nervous smiles. Seemingly intimidated by her shift in demeanor, Tao Hua huffed lightly, then turned her smile back toward Liu Mo. However, this gesture left Yu Ying feeling quite uncomfortable. She furrowed her brows, scrutinizing the petite yet captivating Tao Hua. At that moment, she questioned whether joining the Exotic Beasts Academy to participate in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent was the right choice. Enough of the frivolity. In today's match, we must not exert ourselves too fiercely. We need to conserve our strength. We cannot win this round, but even in defeat, there lies a chance for advancement. Is that understood? Staff addressed everyone as he outlined the strategy for the upcoming competition. Director Staff, what if our next opponents are even stronger than them? Should we still hold back and conserve our strength? Upon hearing this, Liu Mo furrowed his brow and inquired, fully aware that if they were to lose this match, the Beast Academy would be left with no further opportunities for defeat. In such a scenario, should they encounter a formidable opponent, the dream of attaining a soul bone would likely shatter. This time, our adversaries are indeed exceedingly powerful. Staff found himself at a loss for how to respond to Liu Mo's words. Chapter 114, Beast Academy versus Elephant Armor Academy. Liu Mo took a deep breath, stepping forward, his gaze sweeping over each individual present. The teams participating in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent, even if perceived as less formidable, would not be lacking in strength. Thus, we must exert our utmost effort in every contest to have a chance at claiming the championship. Liu Mo spoke with a hint of excitement. Champion? He must be out of his mind. The twin brothers, upon hearing Liu Mo's words, responded with disdain. In their minds, such a dream had never existed. Their sole objective was to advance smoothly, only to be eliminated and return home. Do you not aspire to become champions? Is your only dream merely to progress? Liu Mo gazed at his twin brothers and inquired, do we possess any self-awareness, champion? Simply making an appearance in the qualifying round signifies that we have attained our rightful standard. Zhang Chun replied, furrowing his brow. And what about you? Liu Mo fixed his gaze intently on the enchanting Tao Hua and inquired. At that moment, she appeared somewhat flustered. After a brief pause, she responded, I yearn for it. However, I believe that deep down, everyone harbors the desire to challenge for the championship. Yet, constrained by our current abilities, we find it difficult to genuinely articulate our true thoughts. Since we possess such aspirations, we must strive to realize them. We have dreamed, we have toiled. And even in the face of failure, we shall not regret our efforts. Liu Mo did not allow Tao Hua to finish speaking, swiftly interjecting to continue his discourse. At this moment, even Stofu felt a twinge of inadequacy, as this was an achievement that had eluded them for an extended period, extinguishing their fervor to pursue their dreams. Upon hearing this, the twin brothers chose not to counter any further. If we had previously enjoyed a string of victories, we could have conserved our strength against formidable adversaries. However, it is abundantly clear to everyone the predicament we currently face. At this moment, Liu Mo felt a surge of excitement. He yearned to awaken within these individuals the fervent desire for victory while simultaneously wishing to prevent them from becoming obstacles in his quest for the championship. Very well. Since our previous endeavors have all ended in failure, let us all strive diligently moving forward. Our opportunities are dwindling, sighed Director Staff. In truth, our adversaries are not as formidable as they seem. I heard that in their last match, they were defeated by an underdog team known as, Shrek Academy. Sakura began to speak, inspired by Liu Mo's encouragement. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her voice brought a sweet melody that resonated with Liu Mo. What do you understand? You just referred to them as an underdog, Staff remarked, his expression darkening as he harbored reservations, yet refrained from directly opposing Liu Mo. If Shrek Academy can triumph over them, then surely we can as well. After listening, Liu Mo turned to Staff and said, very well, I will reiterate my point. If there is a significant disparity in strength, rest assured, Director Sure, we are all aware of our capabilities. Our objective is to secure the championship. Liu Mo, unwilling to dampen morale before the battle, interrupted Staff's words. Very well, let us depart, Staff replied helplessly, then exited the lounge, leading everyone towards the arena. In the face of Liu Mo and Yuing, he harbored a glimmer of hope, thus refraining from imposing his strategy too rigidly. He eagerly anticipated this match. Today, the Imperial Emperor, the Snowy Night Sovereign, was seated centrally in the front row of the VIP section, while the usual dignitaries flanking him were notably absent. After all, this match held little suspense, and the Snowy Night Sovereign, as the highest authority of the host, was compelled to be present to honor each team and every contestant. The two competing teams today were the Elephant Armor Academy against the Exotic Beast Academy. The Elephant Armor Academy is affiliated with the Elephant Armor sect, one of the lower four sects among the 7 great sections. The lower 4 sects maintain a close relationship with the Spirit Hall. Although not subordinate, they are undoubtedly intertwined. Among the 7 great sects, the upper 3, 7 Treasures Glaze sect, which consistently supports the imperial family of the Tiando Empire, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, which remains neutral, and the Haoyan sect, which subtly favors the imperial family of the Xingluo Empire, render the Spirit Hall's power the strongest in the continent, rivaling that of the two empires. The Elephant Armor sect, despite not being as formidable as the upper three sects, has been steadily growing due to the support of the Spirit Hall. The Exotic Beast Academy, on the other hand, is not particularly distinguished. Facing such a formidable opponent, the match seemed devoid of suspense. Consequently, the arena lacked any fervor. As the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy ascended the central competition platform, the entire structure trembled with their footsteps. They resembled not merely 7 individuals, but rather 7 towering mountains. Clad entirely in black, the shortest among them stood over 2 meters tall, while the tallest exceeded 2.5 meters. In comparison to the diminutive Tao Hua, who barely reached their waists, the disparity in stature rendered the prospect of victory for the Exotic Beast Academy nearly insurmountable. However, more daunting than their height was their weight. A mere visual assessment suggested that even the smallest among them weighed over 300 pounds, while the tallest likely surpassed 500. With similarly dark hair, shaved on the sides and styled into an unusual ponytail on top, their skin tone matched closely with their garments. Standing in a row, they resembled a formidable wall, obstructing the view of the Exotic Beast Academy's competing members entirely. As the Elephant Armor Academy took their positions, their captain, Li, a level 43 defensive battle spirit master, boomed his voice, resonating with a depth that seemed to cause the fat on his frame to tremble. His small eyes glared down at Tao Hua, glinting with a fierce light. "Is this truly how you gaze at young ladies?" Tao Hua exuded an eccentric fragrance, tinged with allure, as she looked up at Hu Yanli and spoke. The moment her seductive voice echoed, Hu Yanli seemed to undergo a transformation. In the ranks of the Exotic Beast Academy, the captain, Tao Hua, a 37th level control system soul master, seemingly concluded her polite response and returned to her team. Eager to avoid further conversation with the hulking figure, the participants from both sides exchanged formal greetings, and the referee's voice boomed. Leading the charge, Tao Hua and Hu Yanli, alongside a total of 14 competitors, simultaneously bowed in respect to one another. The atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically, becoming tense in an instant. With the manifestation of their martial spirits and the summoning of their weapon souls, radiant soul rings illuminated the space. The 7 direct descendants of the Elephant Armor sect, standing opposite the Exotic Beast Academy, simultaneously shed their outer garments, revealing their corpulent physiques. They swiftly demonstrated to the audience the reason behind their unusual display. Their already formidable bodies swelled further under the roar of their martial spirits, and the once loose flesh rapidly morphed into exaggerated and terrifying muscles, with a yellowish keratin layer emerging upon their skin, glistening like metal. What rendered them even more monstrous were their noses, which elongated, while their upper lips curled outward, revealing tusks that extended a full foot. The 7 of them lifted their right feet in unison and stomped heavily onto the arena, producing a thunderous sound that captivated the spectators and raised concerns about the platform's ability to withstand their ferocious power. Among them, the 3 central figures boasted 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, while the 4 flanking them possessed 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. All eyes were drawn to the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy, with no one noticing the changes occurring within the 7 competitors from the Exotic Beast Academy. At that moment, they too experienced significant transformations. Yu Ying was enveloped in a brilliant white light, her form becoming more graceful, with claws extending 5 inches from her hands. A dazzling array of colors shimmering coldly. Her body pulsated with 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. A white light emerged from beneath Tao Hua, swirling around her like mist, as if she were riding on clouds. With a graceful turn, she became even more enchanting, her eyes transforming into a soft pink as a white fox possessed her. 3 soul rings appeared around her, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Simultaneously, the bodies of the Zhang brothers gleamed with a metallic luster. After a blinding flash, they began to swell. As they reached their limits, their skin gradually changed, a faint black glow emerging, deepening until it resembled hard black iron, clinging to their surface. Like Tao Hua, they too bore 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Beneath Sakura's feet, azure ripples spread out like waves on water, resonating outward. A blue light materialized above her head, descending along her form, transforming into a blue dolphin as she settled upon its back. 3 soul rings encircled them, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Meng Yiran extended her right hand, and a gleam of metallic light flashed forth, manifesting a serpent staff. As she leaned the staff against the ground, 3 soul rings emerged around her body. 2 yellow and 1 purple. Liu Mo dual heads emitted a soft azure glow, which surged from his brow to the crown of his head. In an explosive moment, a flash of dark golden light appeared, causing his form to swell rapidly, his hands expanding with great speed. The dark golden Titan Emperor manifested, with 4 soul rings pulsating around him, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. As the audience's gaze swept across the Beast Academy, that dark light instantly captured their attention. A chorus of astonishment erupted, not solely due to his 4th soul ring being of a 10,000-year grade, but also because his 2nd soul ring was of a 1,000-year grade. Upon hearing the audience's exclamations of surprise, the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy shifted their focus to the opposite side, and they all shivered almost in unison. Their movements mirrored each other, their expressions identical. Yet, their enormous physiques, standing before the dark golden Titan Emperor, resembled those of mere children. Is my vision impaired? Emperor Shueye rubbed his eyes and glanced at Liu Mo on the field, inquiring. Your Majesty, that is Liu Mo from the Beast Academy, a newly admitted student, replied a guard promptly. As one of the Emperor's attendants, he had thoroughly researched everyone present, even those in the audience. For if the Emperor posed a question and he could not provide an answer, it would be deemed a failure, one with dire consequences in the Empire. The reason this arena captivated Emperor Xia further was that 5 members from both teams had already attained the Soul Ancestor level. Possessing such prowess signified considerable strength. The Elephant Armor Academy boasted 3, while the Beast Academy had 2, suggesting that the competition might not be as lopsided as rumored. A slight smile graced Emperor Shueye's lips as he nodded gently, realizing he would not be dozing off today. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Standing on the viewing platform, Staff remarked upon Liu Mo's progress. Observing the soul rings, it was evident that the Beast Academy had clearly ascended to a higher echelon. How has he accomplished this? Hu Yanli pondered, gazing at the soul rings adorning Liu Mo's form, filled with astonishment, though they had not been tasked by the Spirit Hall for this match. Their previous defeat by Shrek Academy had left their standings less favorable than anticipated, and they were soon to face the formidable Elemental Academy, truly their real adversary. Thus, winning the earlier matches was crucial. The 7 towering figures before Liu Mo did not launch a fierce assault. Instead, they maintained their stance as their first soul rings ignited simultaneously, stepping forward with measured grace. Under the influence of the first soul ring, the originally dark yellow hide of these 7 behemoths shimmered with a lustrous sheen, as though each was cloaked in a layer of glaze. Their immense bodies advanced from the center, nearly occupying half of the circular arena. Though their pace was slow, with each step they took, their momentum grew, exerting considerable pressure on the 7 members of the Beast Academy, both physically and spiritually. Disperse. A voice rang out from behind Liu Mo. Taohua, typically seen as charming and carefree, exhibited remarkable composure in the face of formidable opponents, embodying her role as captain. Her decisive commands were met with high compliance from her team. Despite the usual playful banter between the twins and her, at this moment, her words bore the weight of authority, compelling immediate action from her teammates as if they were a singular entity. This unwavering obedience was the reason why, in every elite competition among the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies, the Beast Academy could consistently rise above even without standout members. Swish, swish, swish. Yu Ying deftly maneuvered behind the 7 standing in formation, with Meng Iran and Liu Mo flanking them. The enchanting magic sound pig danced into a corner. Zhang Chun and Zhang Yi took positions on either side of Taohua. The Beast Academy's formation encircled the 7 entirely, yet none made a move. Faced with such formidable strength, they refrained from acting impulsively, particularly since they were aware that Hui Yanli had merged with a head soul bone in plain sight, enhancing his already formidable power. Suddenly, Taohua's first soul ring illuminated. Chapter 115. Fusion Technique. Ice-Scale Arrow Rain. Taohua approached the 7 towering figures without a hint of fear, her lips curling into a captivating smile. As the members of the Beast Academy dispersed, the individuals on either side of the 7 began to glance at Liu Mo and Meng Iran. Meanwhile, Yu Ying's presence behind them prompted them to periodically check their rear. Thus, the oppressive aura emanating from Taohua was significantly diminished. At that moment, Taohua's first yellow soul ring gleamed, and a white light surged beneath her feet. Like ethereal clouds, it began to expand toward the 7. The white light transformed into mist, proliferating rapidly. In an instant, the 7 were enveloped by this dense fog. Within the mist, they could only see their immediate companions, and the sudden loss of visibility did not incite panic. They were acutely aware that their opponent could not breach their defenses. If caution was warranted, it was regarding Liu Mo, who bore the 4 peculiar rings. As the mist enveloped them, they halted their advance, only to be met by an overwhelming, repugnant odor. The stench assaulted their senses, evoking immediate disgust. However, with the remarkable adaptability of their olfactory senses, they soon acclimatized to the foul aroma. However, the white mist released by Tao Hua was not intended to evoke feelings of nausea. The 7 individuals standing in formation immediately experienced a disorienting sensation, swaying unsteadily and struggling to maintain their ranks. "Hold your breath," Huyanli exclaimed, having discerned that the odor was problematic. The 3 in the center, being relatively lighter, only felt a mild dizziness, whereas the 4 on the sides were severely unsteady. "Close ranks," a voice called out from within the mist. Despite their swaying, the 7 hastily regrouped, this time positioning themselves back-to-back to prevent ambush from their adversaries. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of an elephant-esque trumpet resonated from the white mist, followed by a sinister wind that dispersed the fog. As the mist dissipated, the dizziness of the 7 subsided immediately. Once the white mist faded, Zhang Chun and Zhang Yi, positioned behind Tao Hua, had their first soul rings illuminate simultaneously. As their soul rings shone, their skin glimmered with an iron-like sheen. They surged forward, charging toward the 7 who were back-to-back, their elbows drawn in and their pace accelerating. Clang! When their elbows collided with the others' bodies, sparks flew, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Despite repeated impacts from the twin brothers, they could not breach the defenses. At that moment, Meng Yiran's serpent staff gleamed, its sharp tip aimed at the individual facing her. Clang! She exerted nearly all her strength, but all that resulted was that singular sound. Swish, swish, swish. Yu Ying's form flickered, appearing beside them in an instant, her sharp claws slashing, yet producing nothing more than a flurry of sparks without inflicting any damage. The Elephant Armor sect primarily relied on defense as their martial spirit, and their strategy often involved exhausting the opponent's soul power. Liu Mo was lost in thought. Yet he remained unfamiliar with his teammates' soul skills, thus he continued to observe. Tao Hua cast a discreet glance at the group, extending a single finger to signal them to attack one by one. However, wary of revealing her intentions to the opponents, her finger danced gracefully in the air, eventually converging with her thumb in a delicate gesture. As the movement of her hand unfolded, it was accompanied by a gentle turn of her body, and at that moment, the ethereal 1,000-year soul ring illuminated. The soft pink hue of her eyes deepened, as if gathering energy. Upon reaching a certain intensity, she swiftly released a beam of pink light that enveloped the 7 individuals before her. Simultaneously, the beam penetrated their eyes, causing them to sparkle with a pink starlight. In that instant, as the starlight flickered, the 7 appeared entranced, their gazes vacant, adorned with foolish smiles. Liu Mo was taken aback by the scene before him. He had not anticipated that Tao Hua, despite her petite stature and playful demeanor, possessed such exquisite control skills. In the VIP section, I observed that the renowned students from the Elephant Chess Academy did not seem particularly formidable. From the very outset, they appeared to be on the defensive. The Snowy Knight Emperor had been intently watching the competition between Liu Mo and his opponents. "Your Majesty, you may not be aware that the Elephant Chess Academy has always prioritized defense over offense. In all their matches, they have never initiated an attack," a guard explained to the Emperor in a calm and measured tone. Thus, their participation in the competition is akin to inviting blows, waiting for their adversaries to exhaust themselves before they seize the opportunity to benefit. The Snowy Knight Emperor turned his head with a smile, addressing the guard. "Your explanation is remarkably astute." The guard flattered the Emperor in response. "It seems we might consider enlisting their assistance during our military drills in the future." The Snowy Knight Emperor continued with a smile. The guard refrained from commenting further, wary of the implications. After all, the Elephant Chess sect was one of the 7 great clans and maintained close ties with the martial Soul Palace. He could not discern whether the Snowy Knight Emperor was jesting or implying discontent with the Elephant Chess sect, and thus chose not to speculate further, lest the Emperor genuinely sought to eradicate the sect. On the battlefield, attack him. At this moment, the 7 were completely entranced by Tao Hua, who pointed at Huyanli and shouted loudly. She understood that the captain must be dealt with first, for he was the strongest and commanded the team. If he faltered, the others would be left directionless. As soon as Tao Hua's words fell, the Zhang brothers seized Huyanli. Simultaneously, their third ring shimmered, transforming their arms into sharp, bull-like horns, thrusting towards Li's body from both the front and rear. Clang! Aside from a few white spots on his body, Li sustained no damage. Just as the brothers launched their sharp horns at him, Meng Iran's third soul ring also began to glow. From the tip of her serpentine staff, a blue light emanated, spreading upward while dispersing into slender arcs resembling electric snakes. These converged at the very tip of the staff, directing their lethal strike toward Li. Clang! Once again, the sound of metal colliding resonated, leaving behind a white mark. However, as the blue electric snake struck his body, though they did not inflict fatal harm. The surge of electricity caused Li to tremble slightly. After enduring the attacks from both assailants, Li regained his senses. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Meng Iran, who had bestowed upon him the sensation of tingling numbness. At that moment, a white figure darted past him, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, igniting brilliant sparks across its chest. This was the attack initiated by Yuang, who left several long white marks across Li's chest, each more than a foot in length. There was no fundamental harm inflicted upon him. Suddenly, the atmosphere around grew chillingly tense. Several individuals shivered almost in unison. Boom! In the next moment, a tremendous noise erupted from behind. Liu Mo realized that one of the Soul Sect-level team members had awakened. He unleashed the mountain hammer, subsequently encasing it in ice. Unlike Tao Hua's alluring enchantment, freezing was a straightforward endeavor for power-type competitors. However, the forceful strike of the mountain hammer required some time for him to break free. This skill astonished even his teammates. While not particularly flashy, it proved remarkably effective. Yet, Liu Mo had just witnessed electricity surging through his formidable defenses and coursing into his body. At that moment, his arms were enveloped in purple arcs of electricity, crackling and darting in every direction, emitting a resounding symphony. Channeling his strength, he dashed forward with remarkable speed, traversing the arena in just a few strides. With hands clasped, he leaped into the air, just as Li was captivated by the mountain hammer. He caught a glimpse of the purple radiance from the corner of his eye, only to find Liu Mo's fist descending upon him. Boom! A deafening crash ensued, and a vast web of electricity engulfed Li. Crack! The impact of the heavy blow resonated through his body, producing a sharp sound of cracking bones. Liu Mo's strike appeared to have breached his defenses. However, just as Li felt the sting of pain, an ensuing wave of numbness washed over him. The current generated by Liu Maji's electric roar is far more formidable than the blue electricity produced by Meng Iran. At this moment, Li trembles uncontrollably, his eyes turning pale. As his upright form shivers, Yueying observes cracks appearing on his skin, which is enveloped in a protective glaze. This presents her with a fleeting opportunity. With a powerful push of her legs, she activates her second soul ring, her lithe body twisting gracefully in the air. Following an elegant turn, her sharp claws dart towards the fissure. Whoosh! The claws slice through the crack, embedding themselves just a fraction. At this instant, Li, enveloped in currents of electricity, feels no pain, not merely due to the minor injury, but because his body remains numb. Just as the numbness begins to fade, he lets out a tremendous roar. The audience in the stands is taken aback. Is that lad truly this formidable? With a single strike, he has reduced the heir of the elephant armor sect to such a state? His expression of agony seems genuine. Who is this person? The spectators begin to murmur among themselves. Even Staff is astonished, unable to believe they could breach the renowned defenses of the elephant armor sect. A smile creeps upon his lips. It seems this time there may indeed be a breakthrough. This is due to the vibrant stings triggered by Wing's iridescent attack, which inflicts toxins upon the wounds. In a moment, vibrant spines will begin to grow within the injuries. Liu Mo gazes at the still crouching Yueying, a faint smile gracing his lips. At this moment, he alone understands that Li's suffering is a result of her actions. Just as Li's pain begins to subside, he bellows. With his voice, several individuals emerge from their confusion and paralysis, rushing forth to disrupt the assailants surrounding Li. After all, the Elephant Armor Sect does not select soul rings of a singular attribute like the Strength Clan. While they excel in defense, they also possess their own offensive capabilities. Li's third soul ring shines brightly, activating his third soul skill, the Crushing Strike. His corpulent form unexpectedly leaps into the air, enveloped in a dazzling purple radiance. Once locked by this soul skill, his opponents will find their feet momentarily immobilized, left with no choice but to brace for impact. This, too, is the most prominent feature of his Millennium Soul technique. a skill meticulously refined by generations of soul masters from the Qinjia sect to best suit their innate abilities. At this moment, he has locked onto Yue, acutely aware that she is the source of his recent agony. However, there exists another purpose behind targeting Yue. Attacking a fixed target is particularly effective against agile attackers, who, though inherently fragile and swift, are presently compelled to endure as they descend with their colossal forms. Coupled with the amplification of their soul power, the potential for devastation is palpable. Should the opponent be rendered immobile and forced into a confrontation, even agile soul masters would struggle, let alone those of the strength type. At this juncture, nearly everyone is preoccupied, leaving Yue unattended. Her legs have become immobile, while Huyanli approaches with fierce intent. Yet, Huyanli overlooks a crucial detail. Although the locked target's legs cannot move, she is not confined to that singular point. Utilizing her hands to maneuver her body, albeit at a slower pace, she is still capable of evading this impending blow. Boom. Crash. Just as Huyanli's body collides with the ground, Yue emits a muffled sound. In an instant, she appears to split into three. This is her third soul technique, the illusory form. Huyanli is left bewildered, unable to discern the true form among the illusions. At that moment, another soul master arrives. The two of them conspire to eliminate Yue first. However, she remains unable to move her legs. The illusion will dissipate with a mere blink, revealing her true self. The two formidable figures approach Yue relentlessly. Even with the aid of her hands, escape proves to be a daunting challenge. Liu Mo's peripheral vision had already discerned that Yue was in peril. His eyes shimmered with a gray luminescence, coalescing into a tempest that, in an instant, swept his adversary into the air. Ice Mountain's heavy blow. The frigid air surged toward the soul sect opponent accompanying Huyanli. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as he was once again encased in ice. At that moment, Huyanli had shattered one of the doppelgangers. Liu Mo quickened his pace, seemingly unable to reach the side of the moon shadow. At that moment, a golden light emanated from the collarbone of the moon shadow. Liu Mo's right wrist simultaneously emitted a beam of icy blue light. Whoosh. The two vanished in unison, and an aura of chill enveloped the arena. A veil of cold light obscured the air, and as the onlookers stood in astonishment, icy blue scales began to cascade from above, resembling a rain of arrows. Another fusion technique? Huyanli exclaimed in surprise, recalling how the Elephant Armor Academy had previously succumbed to the Shrek Academy due to the fusion of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirits. Immediately, his fourth spirit ring gleamed, causing his skin to transform once more, adding a layer of crystalline armor. These scales in the air selectively targeted foes, sparing his teammates from harm. However, the icy armor on Huyanli's body began to shatter slowly, as if being peeled away layer by layer. To his astonishment, the two possessed a fusion skill. It was truly magnificent. Aha! At that moment, Staff in the stands was nearly leaping for joy. Perhaps Liu Mo and Yue could lead him and the Beast Academy to greatness. The students of the Elephant Armor Academy, renowned for their defenses, were now battered and bruised as the rapidly descending scales, akin to Liu Mo's own, were razor-sharp and utterly indomitable. What is this? Could it be a martial spirit fusion technique? Yet, it seemed unrelated to martial spirits. The spectators in the stands were utterly bewildered. After a brief moment, the icy blue radiance dissipated, and Liu Mo and Yue gently descended from the air. At that instant, Liu Mo gazed tenderly at Yue, exclaiming in astonishment, "I never imagined you were that young lady." Deep within, Yue harbored some apprehension, for she was indeed the little sister Liu Mo had long awaited. This fusion skill, named Ice Scale Arrow Rain, was spearheaded by Liu Mo. While not a true martial spirit fusion, it was a unique skill that required their union to manifest a complete array of 36 scales. At this moment, the 7 towering figures from the Elephant Armor Academy were rendered incapable of rising. Chapter 116. The little sister has been found in this match. The Beast Academy not only triumphed, but Liu Mo also rediscovered his long-lost little sister. As night fell upon their return to the camp, Liu Mo and Yue sat beside a grand tree, gazing up at the star-studded sky. Yue, why did you suddenly leave back then? I waited for you by the coast for 2 whole years. Liu Mo gently turned his head, his gaze fixed on the pale silhouette of the moon under the luminous night sky. After my martial soul awakened, my body underwent such a profound transformation that I lacked the courage to face you again. Subsequently, the children around me labeled me a monster, and my family bore the brunt of this burden. Under such pressure, I was compelled to leave. The moon shadow slightly tilted her head. her eyes narrowing as she gazed at the resplendent moonlight. In a soft voice, she spoke, "It feels as though the moments of discrimination I endured occurred just yesterday." Moonshadow, he continued, "you have suffered so much over the years. However, from this moment forth, I shall no longer allow anyone to look down upon you or bully you. I vow to protect you steadfastly." Liu Mo slightly elevated his tone, seemingly to express the emotions stirring within him. He could not help but ponder the indelible scars that the piercing gazes of adults and peers alike would inflict upon a mere 6-year-old girl. It was astonishing that such a series of events had transpired in the life of the seemingly gentle Wei Ying before him. Even more surprising was the realization that these burdens had been suppressed within her for so long. "Brother Mo," Wei Ying said, deeply moved by Liu Mo's words. Upon their first encounter, she had sensed a resemblance between him and the young boy who resided in her heart. At that time, engulfed in the throes of pursuit and with her appearance having changed, she had not dared to inquire further. Subsequently, the matter had been left unresolved. Had it not been for today's battle against the Elephant Armor Academy, during which she found herself in peril, it is likely that the scales on her wrist would not have resonated with Liu Mo's, thus leading to her rescue. As she reflected on this, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Wei Ying, if you feel the urge to cry, then let it all out," Liu Mo encouraged gently. "So many emotions have been bottled up inside you for far too long. There is no one else here. You are free to release them without reservation." Liu Mo observed the subtle quiver of Wei Ying's lips and the slight flare of her nostrils, recognizing that she was still suppressing her innermost feelings. As he finished speaking, Wei Ying's eyelids, akin to a dam bursting, released a cascade of tears that streamed down her cheeks. Desperate to conceal her current state from Liu Mo, she immediately leaned her face against his shoulder. Liu Mo gently comforted her, feeling warm currents soaking his shoulder, while her body continued to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, the surroundings were so quiet that one could hear the rustling of falling leaves. He understood that at this moment, Wei Ying was still suppressing her emotions. But her current display marked a significant breakthrough. After a while, Wei Ying seemed to have found her release. She lifted her head to gaze at Liu Mo, offering a faint smile. Although her smile remained enchanting, her once sparkling eyes were now swollen and red. "Mo, thank you. I'm all right now. However, I must also thank the scale for our reunion." Wei Ying slightly lowered her collar, revealing the glimmering golden scales nestled between her collarbones. Despite the darkness of the night, a dazzling golden light still radiated from that spot. As the golden glow emerged, it seemed to elicit a response from Liu Mo's right wrist as well. An icy blue light emanated from his wrist, piercing through the thin fabric. Moments later, the two beams of light began to flicker in synchrony, as if they were communicating in some profound manner. "Wei Ying, how could the scale I gifted you be here?" Liu Mo gazed at the diamond-shaped scale nestled between the collarbones of Moonshadow, now seamlessly merged with her fair skin, filled with a sense of perplexity. "Initially, I intended to craft it into a pendant for a necklace. However, this scale proved too rigid to be pierced. It was by mere happenstance that I placed it here, and it emitted a brilliant light, causing my skin to feel as if it were ablaze. After the radiance faded, it became one with me." Moonshadow tilted her head slightly, reminiscing about past events. Suddenly, her body jolted, and she exclaimed, "Mo, how did your right wrist come to look like this? Shouldn't your scale be identical to mine?" I explained that when I fused with the first soul beast, the frigid energy within it was overwhelming. Upon absorption, my scale underwent a transformation, ultimately resulting in its current appearance. Liu Mo smiled faintly and spoke. Although the scales on his right wrist had undergone a transformation, they were fundamentally the same substance as the scales between the collarbones of Ying, differing only in color. The hour was late, and Liu Mo escorted Ying back to her residence before returning to rest himself. With their affiliation to the Zhanxiang Academy, Liu Mo and Ying were no longer ostracized by the Zhang brothers, as the prowess they displayed was beyond comparison. In these past 2 days without competitions, everyone had been training, becoming familiar with each other's skills. As another day of toil came to a close, the setting sun painted the sky in hues of crimson. A striking young man strolled through the camp, accompanied by a retinue of over a dozen golden-armored guards. The attire of the guards revealed that only those of noble lineage could command such an entourage. As he passed by Liu Mo, a subtle, refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. For the royals, regardless of gender, their affluent lifestyles typically imbued them with a delicate scent, which was quite ordinary. However, this particular aroma was unlike any mundane fragrance. It carried a uniqueness so profound that it seemed not merely a scent for young women, but rather one that was singularly exquisite. This captivating fragrance immediately drew Liu Mo's attention. The combination of its distinctiveness and familiarity sent his mind racing, searching for memories of the past. Qianrenshui. The realization struck him, and he exclaimed in surprise, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet it was still heard by the young man ahead. He halted abruptly, a jolt coursing through his body. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Mo hastened his steps, eager to discern the features of the youth ahead. However, his actions roused the guards stationed behind the boy. The sentinels, their faces obscured save for their piercing eyes, immediately leveled their halberds, the gleaming tips menacingly directed at Liu Mo, far more intimidating than their fierce gazes. Halt! Commanded the youth at the forefront of the procession. The guards retracted their halberds, yet their expressions betrayed no hint of relaxation. Who are you to disrespect the crown prince? Intoned the captain of the guards in a deep, resonant voice. The crown prince. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo immediately halted his steps, standing still. The young man before him was none other than He, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. At that moment, He slowly turned his head, and their eyes met. Is it him? He seemed to recognize Liu Mo. Upon seeing his face, a mixture of excitement and concern flickered across his expression, revealing the complexity of his emotions. You all may proceed. I shall join you shortly. He commanded coldly to the retinue behind him. The captain of the guards felt a twinge of anxiety. It was their duty to protect the prince. And should any misfortune befall him, not only would the guards face repercussions, but also the competitors within the camp would likely be implicated. Do you not understand my words? His tone carried a hint of reprimand. Yes, your highness, the captain of the guards replied, unable to contest the prince's command. Before departing, his sharp gaze swept once more over Liu Mo. At that moment, only Liu Mo and He remained. Are you the crown prince? Liu Mo could not possibly mistake this peculiar fragrance. However, confronted with the words of the guard and the visage of He, he felt a sense of astonishment. I am the crown prince, He, he said, his voice tinged with a hint of nervousness, yet he managed a slight smile thereafter. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo scrutinized His physique, yet he discerned no semblance of Qianrenshui. Could it be that I have erred in my recollection? That seems implausible. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, if my memory serves me right, you are indeed the Qianrenshui with whom I had a fleeting encounter in the sunset forest. For your being emanates her essence. Liu Mo expressed her doubts once more. You have mistaken the wrong person, she asserted. His confidence appeared to wane increasingly. While one's appearance may change, that distinctive aura remains unaltered. Liu Mo's conviction grew ever more resolute. You, remember that I am He. I may choose not to hold it against you, but should others hear, you might find yourself without the means to participate in the competition. His emotions were somewhat intricate. He furrowed his brow slightly, then gazed at Liu Mo as he spoke. Having said this, he turned and departed, hastening to catch up with the retreating group. Liu Mo, upon observing his expression, became increasingly resolute in his feelings. Who was that young man? Just as He was pursuing the escort team, a figure clad in white appeared by his side. He was Saruth, the platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall. Although he called out to He, his narrowed gaze was fixed on Liu Mo's retreating silhouette. Meanwhile, His eyes reflected a growing concern. Uncertain whether Saruth had overheard their conversation. If he were to discover Liu Mo's suspicion regarding His true identity, it would likely spell disaster. Nevertheless, the current competitors merely engaged him in discussion about the event, while casually assessing his acclimatization to the surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, He responded, Really? At that moment, Saruth's piercing gaze remained locked onto He. Platinum Bishop, you must refrain from addressing me in such a tone. Be cautious not to expose our connection. He retorted with newfound assertiveness. He then promptly bowed to He, concealing his identity while speaking in a hushed tone. Miss, do not forget the Pope's instructions. I have my own plans. He coldly replied before turning to leave. Saruth, still bowed, cast another glance at Liu Mo. Given that he was aware of the prince's true identity, this matter was of great significance. It seemed prudent to report to His Holiness the Pope. Once He had departed, Saruth spoke coldly. In the competition venue, within the lounge. Today, although our opponents may not be formidable, we must not let our guard down. Historically, they have always been beneath us. Yet this time they have achieved a record of 10 matches with 8 victories and 2 defeats. Their current standing mirrors ours, indicating a significant adjustment in their team. They are no longer the squad we once easily dominated. Staff stood before the group, imparting his counsel. Of course, our Beast Academy is no longer the institution it once was. We have lofty aspirations now. Therefore, this time, we must secure victory while preserving our strength. Staff surveyed the group, perhaps buoyed by a recent surge of confidence, before addressing them again. In the past, I would remind everyone to avoid mistakes when facing such a powerful team, but the circumstances now are different. The competition is about to commence. Previously, our academy miraculously triumphed over the Elephant Armor Academy. Let us not dwell on the extent of fortune involved. This time, their opponent is Songhue Academy, which has also achieved a record of 8 victories and 2 defeats, placing them on par with our academy. Thus, both teams have a chance to shine. The commentary suggested that the victory of the Beast Academy over the Elephant Armor Academy was merely a stroke of luck. However, despite the formidable strength of the competing academies, the audience remained rather indifferent, with only the Snow Knight Emperor occupying the central front row of the VIP area. The Beast Academy fielded its 7 main players, as the substitutes brought by staff were merely there to fill the ranks. Among the 7 from the Songhue Academy, only their captain possessed a soul master level above 40. He appeared somewhat mature, resembling someone in their 30s. And had it not been for the trust in the fairness and justice of the elite tournament organized for high-level soul master academies across the continent, one might have questioned his age. The others were only in their 30s. Furthermore, one individual even had a suboptimal soul ring configuration, with all 3 rings being yellow. Nevertheless, this level of strength provided a significant advantage over the previous iteration of the Beast Academy. However, with the addition of Liu Mo and Yuing, the balance of power began to shift. The 7 members of Songhue Academy appeared cautious. As the referee announced the release of their martial souls, they swiftly gathered together, with their captain at the forefront, forming an unusual formation. Excluding the captain, the other 6 players formed a hexagon, vigilantly watching the 7 from the Beast Academy. Of the 4 players who had not participated in previous matches, the sudden change could indicate 2 possibilities. Either Songhue Academy had conceded the match, or they had significantly concealed their strength in previous competitions. However, facing their longtime rivals, the Beast Academy, Songhue Academy would undoubtedly not choose the former option. Having long been suppressed by the Beast Academy, they were now prepared to utilize the unique strengths of this generation to break free from the oppression, hence deploying a more powerful lineup. This was not only to redeem their honor, but also to ensure a foolproof strategy. The Zhang brothers from the Beast Academy stood at the forefront, with Liu Mo behind them and Yu Ying and Meng Iran flanking their sides. Behind Liu Mo was Tao Hua, and lastly, Sakura completed the formation. As the 5 matches commenced simultaneously, the surrounding 4 arenas erupted into fierce battles. While the central stage remained in a stalemate, both sides glaring at each other without making a move. Both teams, please begin the match, the referee's voice rang out, marking an unprecedented situation. Chapter 117, 1 against 7 seated in the VIP area. The Snow Knight Emperor seemed on the verge of dozing off when the referee's voice brought him back to attention. Had they finished? He looked at the central arena, still motionless, assuming the match had concluded. Your Majesty, they have yet to make a move. Oh, I thought so. I was just dozing off and thought I had missed the entire match. The Snow Knight Emperor smiled slightly, almost allowing their unmoving formation to steal away his time. Your Majesty, you jest. Even if you were to close your eyes to enjoy the match, you would still be fully aware. The guard's words were somewhat exaggerated. Haha. So do not attempt any mischief while I am asleep. I see everything clearly. The Emperor of the Snowy Night cast a glance at the guard and spoke with a smile. Meanwhile, the guard, drenched in sweat, immediately knelt on the ground and exclaimed, Your Majesty, I assure you I have never engaged in any wrongdoing. Haha, that is good. Now let us watch the match, the Emperor replied, instantly redirecting his gaze to the arena, though his eyelids soon began to droop once more. The guard wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a soft sigh of relief. Amidst the referee's warnings and the audience's jeers, the competitors on the central stage finally made their move. It was the Songhue Academy that acted first. The captain of Kanghun Academy, having abandoned all pretense, suddenly stretched his waist, his feet shifting slightly as he retreated a meter, seamlessly joining the hexagonal formation formed by the other 6. As he stepped back, the remaining 6 simultaneously retreated a step, causing the previously compact hexagon to expand outward. Strangely, despite this expansion, the formation remained perfectly intact. The 6 individuals moved in unison. their steps and distances perfectly synchronized, while the position vacated by the Zhonghui Academy's captain became the very center of the formation. The members of the Exotic Beast Academy clearly observed the 7 members of Zhonghui Academy simultaneously raise their right hands. Previously, when they released their martial spirits, there had been no discernible changes to their bodies, making it impossible to identify their martial spirits. However, at this moment, the martial spirits of the 7 members of Zhonghui Academy finally manifested before the eyes of all. As their martial spirits revealed themselves, anyone with even a modicum of knowledge regarding martial spirits could not help but have their pupils constrict. In the hands of the 7 Zhonghui Academy members lay a gem. Each gem varied in color and shape. Some were round, others diamond-shaped, triangular, or teardrop-shaped, all displaying the 7 colors of the rainbow. Yet, at the instant these 7 gems appeared, a layer of ethereal radiant light enveloped their bodies entirely. Gem-based martial spirits are extraordinarily rare. Their rarity does not stem from sheer power, but rather from their multifaceted nature. It can be said that such martial spirits are the most dependent on soul rings. In the realm of soul masters, stronger martial spirits are generally preferable. Yet most martial spirits take on a definitive form upon awakening, aligning with their most suitable developmental paths. In contrast, gem-based martial spirits exhibit the greatest uncertainty among all. Naturally, such martial spirits are exceedingly rare, and the sudden emergence of 7 soul masters possessing gem-based martial spirits on the arena is nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, these 7 individuals hail from the same team. The shimmering aura of radiant light flickered as the captain of Zhonghui Academy suddenly smiled, his expression appearing rather enigmatic. Amidst that peculiar smile, he slowly raised his right hand, lifting the gem in his palm high. His gem is a round stone, which has also become their core. As he raised his gem high, the 4th soul ring on his body shimmered, marking him as the only individual in the Zhonghui Academy to possess such a ring. In synchrony with his movements, the other 6 simultaneously lifted their own gems, illuminating their 3rd soul rings. 7 beams of colorful light soared into the sky, instantly coalescing into a colossal column of radiant hues centered around the martial spirit of the captain of Zhonghui Academy. The light column pierced through the air, expanding to a remarkable 30 meters, enveloping the 7 individuals in formation entirely. In an instant, the dazzling and immense brilliance consumed the arena, causing the 7 members of Zhonghui Academy to vanish from sight. At that moment, it became evident to any discerning observer the cultivation path of these 7 individuals from Zhonghui Academy. Remarkably, all 7 were control-type soul masters. A team of 7 control specialists had never before appeared in the elite competitions of the continent's advanced soul master academies. Furthermore, they were now employing a fusion technique that required all 7 to unite as one. The vibrant beams of light coalesced into a column, rapidly diffusing throughout the arena, casting a spellbinding glow that emanated various hues of brilliance. Although this dazzling light appeared to possess no offensive capability, the audience was nonetheless captivated, entranced by its mesmerizing aura, leaving many ordinary spectators in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, the formation of the Beast Academy team shifted. Except for Liu Mo, the other 6 had closed their eyes, their formation mimicking that of their opponents, with Liu Mo positioned at the center. As the 7-colored radiance spread towards the Beast Academy, it magnified instantaneously, enveloping the entire arena. The arena was circular, and so was the column of colorful light, which at that moment illuminated the entire competition venue. The enchanting glow filled the atmosphere with a sense of wonder. It has been said that the capability of a 7-person fusion technique pales in comparison to that of a 7-person martial spirit fusion. However, the 7-person fusion technique is not as ineffectual as it is often portrayed, at least when facing opponents of equal caliber. It is exceedingly difficult for most to escape the grasp of their fusion technique. What is transpiring in the arena? Has someone ascended to divinity? The Snow Knight Emperor, straining to open his eyes, was momentarily entranced by the 7-colored light column erupting from the center of the arena. His body momentarily stiffened as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Your Majesty, this resembles a 7-person fusion technique. I never anticipated such a miraculous occurrence in your reign over the Heaven Do Empire. Truly, it is a blessing for our nation." Although the attendant was somewhat unclear about the situation, his eloquence was undeniable. Otherwise, he would not be able to accompany the Snow Knight Emperor. Indeed, the Heaven Do Empire is truly a land of extraordinary talents. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded slightly, fixating his gaze upon the soaring brilliance. Whether it was the enchanting light or perhaps the Emperor's indulgence the previous night, He slowly closed his eyes once more. You are the first to experience our 7 Shuro illusion. Let you perish in agony. This voice emanated from the vibrant pillar of light, unmistakably belonging to the captain of the Zhonghui Academy. From the words spoken, it was evident that they intended to unleash their wrath upon the Beast Academy. Aside from Liu Mo, the others enveloped by the resplendent light began to feel a creeping dread, their innermost vulnerabilities laid bare. In the viewing platform, an elderly figure pondered. Is the old man truly safe? The serpent lady, unable to discern the happenings within the colorful pillar, felt a twinge of concern. Rest assured, the elite tournament for advanced soul master academies across the continent is governed by stringent regulations. They cannot take the lives of their opponents. Though Meng Shu spoke with an air of confidence, unease gnawed at him. Such incidents of injury had not been uncommon in past competitions. Furthermore, they now faced a formidable 7-in-1 fusion technique. Meng Shu was unaware of the distinction between the 7-in-1 fusion technique and the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Oblivious to whether this differentiation was a self-comforting fabrication or a more insidious ploy. All he comprehended was the immense power contained within that radiant light, a power that instilled fear even in him. No wonder they had achieved such remarkable results. It turned out they possessed the 7-in-1 fusion technique. Staff, unable to see his teammates or the events within the luminous glow, held steadfast belief in Liu Mo's ability to lead them out of this haze of light. As the vibrant multicolored radiance enveloped Liu Mo, his eyes immediately transformed into 6 orbs. In that moment, the dazzling light held no sway over him, particularly as it posed no threat. However, he soon noticed his teammates trembling uncontrollably. With a sharp intake of breath, he realized they were being assailed by their innermost fears. Promptly, he roused those around him, urging them to withdraw from the arena. One by one, they left, awakening to Liu Mo's will. Yu Ying, Meng Iran, Tao Hua, Sakura, and the Zhang brothers exited the stage shrouded in the colorful beams. When Meng Iran came into the view of the Dragon King and the Serpent Matron, both elders beamed with smiles. In their hearts, her safety was far more significant than a mere victory in the competition. As the others gradually departed, Meng Shu felt a twinge of anxiety upon realizing Liu Mo had not yet emerged. Although he had witnessed Liu Mo's uniqueness, the current circumstances aroused his concern. After all, he was facing a fusion technique of 7 entities, a sight unseen by the world. Alas, it seemed they had conceded. Staff's earlier confidence, quickly extinguished as the participants began to exit, left him disheartened. Yet, as he noticed Liu Mo lingering, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Though faint, it was not extinguished. With 6 members of the Beast Academy already departed, the situation within the arena remained uncertain, yet the contest was not over, signifying a daunting 1 against 7. Would the Beast Academy provide a shocking outcome? The host, having regained his composure, broke the long-standing silence with his amplified voice. The captain of Zhonghui Academy observed his opponents vacating the stage, astonished that they could extricate themselves amidst such overwhelming fear. Liu Mo, in stark contrast, exhibited no sign of being affected. Are you even human? The captain of Zhonghui Academy gasped, his body trembling as he beheld Liu Mo's 6-eyed gaze and the grayish-white pupils, which sent a shiver down his spine. No sooner had the words left his lips than it appeared they were preparing to unleash their full might. To the outside observer, the multicolored beam intensified, while within, Liu Mo sensed a surge of soul energy. This was the true power of the 7 Azura illusion, a realm not only steeped in layers of illusion, but also one that enveloped opponents in radiant hues, inducing tumultuous fluctuations in their soul energy. Although the illusions bore no impact on Liu Mo, the swirling energy left him feeling somewhat unwell. I advise you to conserve your strength and reserve your full prowess for your next opponent. You cannot defeat me. Liu Mo furrowed his brows slightly, gazing at the formation ahead as he spoke. Now that you are left with only 1, how could you possibly defeat us 7? Dream on. The captain of the Zhonghui Academy said coldly. Although Liu Mo's martial soul exuded an aura of intimidation, and the rhythmic soul rings on his body displayed his prowess, the captain of Zhonghui Academy remained unfazed in the face of their 7. Upon hearing the captain's chilling words, Liu Mo's expression deepened in concern. The 4th soul ring on his body began to glow. The grayish-white pupils emanated a misty gray light, which appeared rather dim amidst the brilliant 7-colored pillars. The mist coalesced ahead, forming a whirlwind. As the whirlwind began to expand, it surged towards the members of Zhonghui Academy. With a swift gale unleashed, the whirlwind struck the captain at the center, resulting in a shriek as he was engulfed by the tempest. The formation they had created caused the whirlwind to ensnare the surrounding 6 members as well, distorting the vibrant pillars of light in the air. The whirlwind resembled a meat grinder, with the fierce winds slicing through their bodies like sharp blades. In an instant, a blood mist enveloped the area. Within the twisted multicolored glow, cries of agony echoed. As bodies fell to the ground, the distorted 7-colored pillars vanished, leaving the 7 members of Tsanghui Academy battered and bruised. Liu Mo stood at the center of the arena, his commanding gaze sweeping over the audience. The spectators, as if painted by Liu Mo's gaze, erupted into fervent cheers. It was simply unbelievable. In a moment of dire straits, a single member of the Exotic Beast Academy had managed to topple all 7 members of Tsanghui Academy, miraculously reversing the tide of battle. With 11 matches resulting in 9 victories and 2 defeats, the Exotic Beast Academy had proven its might. The host, caught up in the audience's excitement, also began to ignite with fervor. It was this final match, a 1-against-7, that etched Liu Mo's name into the memories of all present. Is it over? As the audience erupted in cheers, the slumbering Snow Knight Emperor was roused, his bleary eyes opening to survey the arena. "Your Majesty, the match has concluded. Perhaps you should return to rest," suggested a loyal attendant. Though the audience was exuberant, the Snow Knight Emperor, unaware of the circumstances, did not inquire further. The attendant, understanding the nature of the event, remained silent. After all, this was merely a contest between 2 ordinary teams, insignificant compared to the formidable ones to follow. "He will be our brother Mo from now on." It's truly hard to believe he could accomplish this against 7. Zhang Chun gazed at Liu Mo on the field with admiration, a smile of envy adorning his face. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, remained silent, tears replacing words. Through this confrontation, Liu Mo not only inspired him, but also instilled a genuine sense of hope. "Liu Mo, well done." Filled with excitement, Stolf simply uttered a brief remark before he began to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Chapter 118, The Mysterious Assassination. Having secured yet another victory, Liu Mo took a significant step closer to his dream of becoming a champion. Although the Beast Academy had not sustained any fundamental harm from the match, the 7 hellish illusions had awakened deep-seated fears within them. Consequently, during this brief respite from competition, they focused on adjusting their mental state at the camp. In contrast, Liu Mo, unaffected by these events, stepped out of the camp seeking to unwind. The camp was a designated living area established by the royalty of the Tiando Empire for all participants, facilitating management and security. It was situated in a rather remote location. As Tiando City, the most prosperous city in the Tiando Empire, is characterized by its scarcity of available space. As Liu Mo left the camp and walked along the path, he noticed an unsettling absence of people, a stark deviation from the usual bustling atmosphere. Despite its seclusion, it was indeed rare for any part of Tiando City to be devoid of human presence. Liu Mo paid little heed to the peculiarities surrounding him, merely forging ahead alone. Suddenly, he was seized by an eerie sensation as a chilling light bore down upon him. Turning his head, he beheld a mass of dark energy hurtling towards him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a person ensconced within a colossal whirlwind, with only their head visible, shrouded by black cloth, leaving only a pair of piercing eyes exposed. The sharp, cold glimmer emanating from those eyes sent a shiver down Liu Mo's spine. It seemed as though these events had been meticulously orchestrated. There were no guards patrolling, no citizens bustling about. The interminable street was deserted save for Liu Mo and this enigmatic figure in black. As the black-clad individual approached within a meter of Liu Mo, they extended their arms, unfurling the whirlwind. From within the open vortex emerged a glint of metal, an approximately 1-foot-long dagger. The cold light menaced Liu Mo's throat, the blade poised to strike. Yet, Liu Mo remained unperturbed, his eyes narrowed as he fixated on the dagger in the black figure's grasp, channeling his spiritual energy into his hands. Just as the dagger was about to pierce him, he grasped the outstretched arm of the dark figure, pivoted swiftly, and hurled the assailant forward. The immense force of the whirlwind provided substantial momentum, propelling the figure several meters before they arched gracefully through the air and landed softly. "Foolish resistance is merely a waste of energy," the masked figure uttered, their voice slightly muffled. "Amusing, isn't it? Do you not wish to resist further? Or shall you await your demise?" Liu Mo gazed unwaveringly at the figure clad in black across from him, though he projected an air of defiance. The recent exchange had revealed that the individual's cultivation far surpassed his own. Yet, he remained oblivious to the identity of this assailant or the motive behind the attempt on his life. Suddenly, the black-clad figure began to undergo a remarkable transformation. A sinister black light emanated from beneath his feet, swirling like mist as it enveloped his form. His small, piercing eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, the radiance gradually extending to his cheeks. As the inky fog crept up to his neck, the crimson light had already shrouded his head. A piercing screech erupted as a pair of black wings, devoid of feathers and resembling darkened skin, emerged from his back. With a few powerful flaps, he ascended into the air, reaching a height of 3 meters before halting his ascent. With a dull thud, the light dissipated. At that moment, his hands and feet morphed into claws, each extending 3 inches into sharp talons. Beneath him, a series of soul rings flickered into existence, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. His martial spirit was that of a bat, and he was a soul emperor. I am a stranger to you. Why seek my demise? Liu Mo, upon witnessing the formidable strength of his adversary, initiated a conversation. Although he had previously vanquished foes of greater prowess, those encounters had occurred under the constraints of limited soul techniques or lacked the foundation of high-intensity martial spirits. Now, confronted by this soul emperor, who possessed the ability to fly, the prospect of triumph seemed almost insurmountable for Liu Mo. However, resignation was not in Liu Mo's nature. As he observed his opponent manifesting their martial spirit and soul rings, he too had already unleashed the dark golden Titan Emperor, and the soul rings adorning his body pulsated with energy. You have learned what you should not have known. Only the dead can speak without uttering falsehoods. Though his voice was low, it resonated with undeniable strength. One could surmise that the muscles in the masked figure's cheeks were taut, were it not for the obscuring veil. The angularity of his facial muscles would have been distinctly visible as he uttered those words. Liu Mo found himself perplexed by this statement. What secrets could he possibly know? From beginning to end, he had never engaged with core technologies nor mingled with high-ranking individuals. How could he be privy to their secrets? Suddenly, an image of Xue Qinghe flashed through his mind. Indeed, he harbored numerous suspicions regarding this individual, though he had not admitted it. Liu Mo had already deduced his true identity. After much contemplation, it seemed that this was the only plausible explanation. To his astonishment, it appeared that Xianren Xue was also a person of duplicity. Initially denying it, she now appeared to have turned her back, intent on silencing him. This thought ignited a spark of indignation within Liu Mo, especially as he recalled her distinctive scent. At that moment, the second and fourth soul rings on the figure clad in black began to shimmer simultaneously. Waves of imperceptible sound emanated from his body, the frequencies beyond human hearing. Yet the intense vibrations left Liu Mo feeling lightheaded. As the sound waves were unleashed, the nails on his hands extended sharply, transforming his fingers into daggers. With a few powerful beats of wings, they lunged directly toward Liu Mo's chest. In a state of extreme discomfort, it is exceedingly challenging to evade with precision, let alone mount a counterattack. Liu Mo became acutely aware of this fact. He no longer concealed his true strength. Ha ha ha. The 10 sovereign stabs erupted from behind him, partially bridging the gap between him and the Soul Emperor. A pained expression spread across Liu Mo's cheeks, while the cloaked figure behind him appeared somewhat smug. As he closed in on Liu Mo, merely 2 meters apart, Liu Mo's demeanor abruptly shifted. The agony etched on his face vanished, replaced by a sinister smile that curled at the corners of his lips. Almost simultaneously, he spun around, and the elongated 10 sovereign stabs lashed out like a whip towards the arrogant figure in black. Taken completely by surprise, the man had no time to evade. By the moment he registered the danger, it was far too late. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the formidable tail struck his body. A streak of black light sliced through the air, sending him crashing over 10 meters away to the ground. Although Liu Mo had felt a moment of discomfort, it was nowhere near as exaggerated as his display suggested. Faced with an opponent of such overwhelming power, coupled with Liu Mo's theatrical performance, the enemy had let down their guard completely. However, regrettably, he could not deliver a fatal blow. Without a death blow, the adversary would not fall for the same trick again. Rising to his feet, the cloaked figure's deeply furrowed brow and seething gaze betrayed his simmering fury. This strike not only failed to grant him a chance to escape, but also thoroughly enraged his opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, as he stood, the 5th and 6th spirit rings on his body gleamed simultaneously. In an instant, his form appeared to be devoured by countless bats, which ultimately coalesced into hundreds of them. The swarm of bats did not scatter. Instead, they surged together, flying menacingly towards Liu Mo, their outlines shimmering with a blood-red glow. The darkened sky was blotted out by the onslaught of bats, rendering Liu Mo's vision pitch black. In an instant, he found himself encircled by this horde. Yet these bats were not genuine weapons of attack. Their silhouettes did not emit light. The blood-red radiance emanated from a razor-sharp, crimson sword concealed within the mass of bats. The sword exuded an aura of malevolence, its vivid glow obscured by the swarm. However, as the bats surrounded him, the sword had already reached his chest, leaving no time for evasion. Boom! Just as the blood-red blade pierced Liu Mo's body, the darkness of the bats erupted into a brilliant golden light. A golden dragon coiled around him, gliding slowly. The golden radiance completely overshadowed the crimson glow, transforming even the dazzling sword into a hue of gold. With a thunderous explosion akin to that of a bomb detonation, flames erupted, and the bats surrounding Liu Mo instantly dissipated into clouds of black smoke. At this moment, the figure cloaked in black stood right beside him. He did not relent, his clawed hands swiftly slicing towards Liu Mo's body. In an instant, Liu Mo's back was torn open, the golden dragon's entwinement seemingly capable of withstanding only the assault of sharp weapons or those that would harm the very bones. Just as the flesh on his back began to ripple, a crimson halo emerged beneath his feet. The glow slowly expanded outward, while Liu Mo's eyes transformed into a deep scarlet. With a swift turn of his body, the cloaked figure was once again hurled into the distance. As the blood-red halo gradually encroached upon him, he finally discerned its nature. This was strikingly similar to that of the Pope's. A gasp escaped his lips. Though it was scarcely audible, yet it betrayed his origins. Following Sarath's notification to Pope Bibion, she promptly dispatched assassins to eliminate any potential threats. However, Sarath refrained from disclosing the identity of those aware of Xue Qinghe's true nature, for he himself was uncertain of this young man's true identity, a mere sketch of description. At this moment, the cloaked figure gazed at Liu Mo's domain of slaughter, rendered momentarily dazed. Opportunities such as this are fleeting and should never be squandered. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Mo immediately launched his assault. Aware that his opponent's strength surpassed his own, he unleashed 3 skills almost simultaneously. A piercing chill enveloped the figure in black, while fissures in the ground surged forth, and a tempest gathered in the air, hurtling toward its target. Boom! The 3 skills struck the dark-clad adversary in unison. At that moment, beams of blue, red, and gray converged, and a chilling scream echoed from within. Liu Mo did not remain stagnant. His fists crackled with violet electricity, and purple electric serpents danced around him. With a surge of energy in his legs, he dashed towards the luminous convergence ahead. Upon his arrival, he leaped just as 3 skills dissipated. The figure in black, with eyes gleaming in violet light, unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! Accompanied by the force of his descending fist, a violet electric net enveloped the dark-clad man. Beneath the weight of the blow, a tingling sensation coursed through him, his body trembling uncontrollably. Liu Mo stood beside him, surrounded by 10 dark golden scorpion tails, each poised to strike. "Spare me," the man in black implored, his gaze reflecting despair as he began to beseech his adversary, whom he had just sought to annihilate. Although he recognized the absurdity of his words, the specter of death compelled him to attempt a plea. After all, they were in Heaven-Do City, and he believed a young man, likely inexperienced in the harsh realities of life, would hesitate to take a life so readily. Though the tingling sensation had faded, the black-clad man seemed devoid of the will to resist. Upon witnessing the domain of the god of death, he felt half of his resolve crumble. Initially, he had heard that this mission involved merely a child competitor. Eager to prove himself, he had volunteered for the task, unaware that he faced an opponent of such formidable strength. Regret seeped into his heart, but it was too late to turn back. "Do you recall what you just said?" "Only the dead speak carelessly. You know the multitude of secrets I possess. Do you truly believe I would let you go?" At this moment, Liu Mo's expression and demeanor were incongruous with his age, and there was a hint of malevolence etched upon his face. The cloaked figure heard Liu Mo echoing his own earlier words back to him, prompting him to slowly close his eyes and exhale a deep sigh. 10 sharp stingers pierced deeply into his body. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes widened in horror. Instantly, the whites of his eyes were suffused with blood, and the soul energy within him began to be relentlessly siphoned from the wounds, leaving him with an overwhelming sensation of being hollowed out. The soul energy surged into Liu Mo's body through the 10 royal thorns, creating waves of warmth that jolted through his meridians. In a fleeting moment, the cloaked figure's body began to wither away. Liu Mo retracted the 10 Emperor's dagger and seated himself beside the withered figure clad in black. Commencing the circulation of his soul power, he began to transmute and integrate the recently absorbed soul energy. In but a short span of time, his soul power had metamorphosed into the duration of his second soul ring, which had now transformed into one exceeding 5,000 years. Liu Mo offered a faint smile as he glanced at the withered body beside him, enveloped entirely by the immense whirlwind. Not a drop of blood nor a trace of scent remained. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Liu Mo swiftly rose, momentarily disregarding the withered corpse, and concealed himself to observe the surroundings. "Captain, what is that ahead?" One of the attendants pointed toward a dark mass in the distance. "That is the patrol unit established by Tiendo City for the camp. Though clad in armor, can they truly safeguard the people here?" The recent incident served as a stark reminder. Had Liu Mo not outmatched his adversary, it would have been his demise. "Ah, Captain, look." The attendant lifted the dark cloak, revealing a desiccated corpse, its gaze hauntingly eerie. "I opposed Bishop Salus's suggestion from the outset." "See, trouble has arisen, hasn't it?" remarked an attendant, his voice laced with emotion. "Silence. This matter must remain confidential. Let us bury him," the captain instructed, all the while scanning the area to ensure no one was watching, before carrying the figure away into the shadows. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Liu Mo was filled with a sense of unease, uncertain whether these guards were loyal to the crown or to Salus. Chapter 119. Shui Binger is bewitched. Liu Mo did not publicize the incident of his ambush, nor did the guards who discovered the situation report it. As for Salus, he was oblivious to the matter, especially since Bibidong personally dispatched individuals to carry it out, leaving him with no concerns. The preliminary rounds were in full swing. Although the Beast Academy had enjoyed a string of victories, their lack of renown, coupled with the fact that their opponents were not regarded as seed teams, meant they were seldom taken seriously. At this juncture, Shrek Academy had already secured their advancement, and should the Beast Academy triumph in their next match, they too could qualify early. However, they were poised to face a formidable opponent, the Heavenly Water Academy, one of the 5 elements. Historically, the top 5 positions in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition have consistently been dominated by the 5 element academies, rendering matches against any of these institutions unremarkable and diminishing the excitement of the audience. This year, the underdog Shrek Academy continued to outshine teams from the 5 elements. And with members affiliated with the Glazed Sect and attention from the Spirit Hall, their visibility had risen to a level akin to that of the 5 elements. In contrast, the Beast Academy maintained a low-key presence, steadfastly persevering despite their unremarkable status. Today, the arena lacked any matchups between academies of comparable strength, or rather, any clashes between less recognized teams, leaving the VIP area occupied solely by the Emperor of the Snowy Night. As the students of the Beast Academy pondered the strength of their adversaries, a group of youthful maidens strolled by not far from them. "Sister, look, that tall one from the Beast Academy seems to be named Liu Mo. With such striking looks, I can hardly bear to face him," chuckled a girl with an oval face. Appearing to be in her early 20s, she was petite with vibrant dark green hair that lent her an energetic appearance. This group of maidens, clad in blue uniforms, represented the Heavenly Water Academy, the very opponents the Beast Academy was set to confront. Each of the 5 element academies has its own unique admission criteria. For instance, the requirements for the Armor Academy stipulate that applicants must weigh over 300 pounds, followed by specific demands pertaining to their martial souls. The other 4 element academies primarily focus on the traits of the martial souls. For example, the Blazing Fire Academy requires that applicants possess a fire attribute martial soul, while the Heavenly Water Academy naturally emphasizes water attributes. Among the 5 element academies, the admission standards of the Heavenly Water Academy are the most stringent, as they impose additional criteria beyond merely possessing a water attribute martial soul. First, they only accept female students. Second, they only admit those deemed beautiful. Nevertheless, they exhibit a humane aspect, being the only institution among the 5 elements that is open to commoners. Consequently, all participants from the Heavenly Water Academy in this competition are not only female, but also exceptionally attractive. As for whether she is a civilian, that is difficult to ascertain. The girl with short, dark green hair who just spoke appears to be the youngest among the formal team members, her face still bearing traces of youth. "When did you become such a love-struck fool, 7? You mustn't hold back," teased a red-haired girl with an oval face. "All right, enough of your antics. The competition is about to commence. Have you not heard of how effortlessly they triumphed over the Xiangjia Academy? Even the exceptionally rare 7-in-1 fusion technique was effortlessly neutralized by them. We must give our utmost effort today and not underestimate our opponents. Compared to the previous two girls, this girl's voice exudes a much steadier tone. Among the 7 competitors from the Tianshui Academy, she is not the oldest, and she may even be the youngest, as she appears to be under 20. Yet, when she speaks, the expressions of the other 6 girls noticeably become more subdued, their gazes reflecting a hint of respect. This girl stands approximately 165 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure that is neither overly exaggerated nor diminutive. Her flowing azure hair cascades down her back, and her fair complexion is adorned with delicate features. At first glance, she may not seem extraordinarily stunning, but upon closer inspection, her beauty reveals itself progressively. She is the captain of Tianshui Academy, known as Shui Binger. In the battle team of Tianshui Academy, the members' ranks are not determined by age, but rather by strength. Thus, although Shui Bingo is the youngest, her sisters in the team affectionately call her big sister with genuine admiration. As Tianshui Academy and the Beast Academy enter the arena, the atmosphere is not particularly enthusiastic. After all, the outcome is already apparent to everyone. Meanwhile, the Snow Knight Emperor remains dozing off. Some individuals relentlessly pursue the throne, oblivious to the hardships of such a life. At this moment, the Snow Knight Emperor serves as a prime example, without delving into the complexities of court life. One night's rest seems nearly impossible, as his harem does not permit him such indulgence. The Beast Academy and Tianshui Academy enter from opposite sides of the central stage. Zhang Chen and Zhang Yi cast their greedy gazes upon their opponents. Brother Mo, looking at those enchanting girls across the way, I can hardly bring myself to strike. Zhang Chen admitted, swallowing hard. Yet, his eyes remained fixed ahead, for they faced one of the 5 elemental academies, and it was likely that even with all his strength, he could not harm them in the slightest. Liu Mo's gaze remained fixed ahead, and as he spoke, he did not glance at Zhang Chen's expression. Undoubtedly, his words were grounded in truth, had it been in the past, upon encountering such formidable adversaries. Stoth would have likely advised them to conserve their strength, or perhaps even consider surrender. The reason they consistently appeared in every competition was not due to their dominance over the entire continent, but rather because only a select few powerful teams existed. When fortune favored them, they might avoid these titans. Conversely, when misfortune struck, they would retreat from the limelight and strive with all their might against other teams. The numerous prestigious Soul Master Academies across the continent ensured that, for the sake of the competition spectacle, some ordinary institutions would also qualify. This not only reflected the continent's overarching ethos but also encouraged the less established academies to continuously improve and progress. The referee signaled for both teams to exchange formalities. They lined up, with Shui Binger and Tao Hua facing each other. The captain of the Exotic Beast Academy team, Tao Hua, was a level 37 control-type Soul Master. He announced his title and rank, signifying respect towards his opponent. The captain of the Heavenly Water Academy team, Shui Binger, was a level 43 control-type Soul Master. She too politely stated her title and rank. However, although both captains belonged to the control category, their levels were vastly different. As the teams prepared, the referee hastened them to unleash their soul abilities. This time, the formation of the Exotic Beast Academy featured Liu Mo and the Zhang brothers positioned at the forefront, with Yu Ying and Meng Yiran flanking them, while Tao Hua stood centrally, with Ying Hua behind. The formation of the Heavenly Water Academy mirrored theirs. 3 girls stood at the front, with Shui Binger in the center and 2 agile attackers at her sides. One of the girls winked at Liu Mo. Her name was Shui Yuer, Shui Bingo's half-sister. Behind Shui Binger stood another girl with black hair, her complexion somewhat pale, as both teams simultaneously released their soul abilities. Their overall strength became evident. Upon the emergence of their soul rings, the prowess of the Heavenly Water Academy was immediately apparent. In addition to the level 43 Shui Binger, there were 2 Soul Masters above level 40, one of whom was among the 3 formidable attack-type Soul Masters at the forefront, while the other was the black-haired girl at the back. Although the colors of the soul rings varied, the soul abilities of the 7 members of the Heavenly Water Academy all radiated a water blue hue. Shui Binger was enveloped in a veil of hazy blue light, a dazzling aura shimmering behind her, exuding an enchanting blur. Even Liu Mo, positioned at the front, could not discern the exact nature of her soul ability, but he could certainly feel an overwhelming presence. The soul abilities of the 3 formidable attack-type Soul Masters were equally intriguing. Certain areas of their bodies were adorned with fine scales, resembling fish scales rather than the legendary dragon scales. Among the 2 agile attack-type Soul Masters, Shui Wei possessed a martial soul that bestowed upon her skin a lustrous glaze, while the other agile attack-type soul master's skin had entirely transformed into a shade of blue. Although Shui Binger was a member of an academy representing one of the 5 elements, she did not underestimate her opponents. Prior to the commencement of the competition, she meticulously analyzed the matches involving the Beast Academy and the Elephant Armor Academy, as well as the Zhanghui Academy. She understood that the victors of these 2 matches were Liu Mo and Yu Ying. If she could subdue them, the Beast Academy would pose no threat to her team. With this thought in mind, Shui Binger activated her first soul ring. A flash of icy blue light enveloped the arena, instantly sending a chill through Liu Mo's body. The same sensation was experienced by Yu Ying, Tao Hua, and Ying Hua. In that moment, the trio found their advance halted, as if they had been encased in a block of solid ice. Although it was merely her first soul skill, its instantaneous activation and ability to target 4 individuals attested to Shui Binger's remarkable control over her martial soul. Despite having immobilized her 3 opponents, her gaze remained fixed, wide-eyed and glistening, upon Liu Mo. For at that moment, while he felt the biting cold, the encasing ice vanished without leaving a trace, having no effect on him whatsoever. It became clear to Shui Binger that the Beast Academy's victories over the Elephant Armor Academy were not merely a stroke of luck. Liu Mo, standing before her, possessed not only an astonishingly high age for his soul rings but also other unique attributes that set him apart. At this moment, Liu Mo realized that his teammates had been subdued, while the Zhang brothers had already collided with the 2 opposing team members. If he did not confront the formidable soul master of the assault system from the Soul Association, the Zhang brothers would likely fall victim as well. In a state of urgency, his eyes shimmered with a blue light, and a chill once again surged through the air, directly targeting his opponent. With a thunderous boom, the soul master from the Tianshui Academy was not only attacked but also frozen, reminiscent of Shui Binger's first soul skill, though it could only immobilize 1 individual. After unleashing the Ice Mountain Hammer, Liu Mo had no time to spare in front of him. He immediately turned to shatter the thick ice encasing his teammate. Although the icy layer was robust, Liu Mo's concentrated strike shattered it completely, much to Shui Binger's astonishment. In an instant, the 3 of them broke free. And at that moment, Tao Hua's 3rd spirit ring illuminated. His eyes radiated a pink glow, enveloping the area above Tianshui Academy. Just then, Shui Binger noticed the enemy's control-type soul master launching an attack, and she knew that her initial advantage must not be overturned. A blue light emanated from her body as her 2nd spirit ring ignited, releasing a total of 5 ice rings that enveloped the 3 assault system soul masters and the 2 agile system soul masters of the Tianshui Academy. A miraculous scene unfolded as these 5 soul masters found themselves adorned with a layer of crystalline blue armor. The light cast upon them began to reflect outward. With a resounding thud, the recently frozen assault system soul master broke free, empowered by Shui Binger's enhanced ice armor. Meanwhile, the black-haired girl and Shui Binger became enveloped in the pink glow. In an instant, both lost consciousness, while the other 5 members of Tianshui Academy began to fiercely resist their opponents. Zhang Chen faced his adversary, a tall female soul master, and charged directly at her. However, the female soul master did not evade. Her body radiated blue light as her 1st spirit ring activated. The scales that had initially appeared on one side of her cheek rapidly spread across her entire body, and her 2nd spirit ring also illuminated. A massive blue light surged from her chest, heading straight for Zhang Chen's torso. Before Zhang Chen could reach her, the blue light erupted before him with overwhelming force, sending him hurtling away. At that very moment, Meng Yiran swiftly leapt into position. While still in midair, her 1st spirit ring ignited, and the serpent staff in her hand gleamed brightly. As the serpent blade pierced the body of the female spirit master, a sound reverberated through the air. Accompanied by this sound, the serpent staff withdrew from her side. Clad in scales, reinforced by the armor bestowed upon her by Shui Binger, Meng Yiran was utterly impervious to harm. At that moment, the female spirit master's scales not only offered formidable defense but were also remarkably slick, making it nearly impossible to pin her down at any specific point. Although Meng Yiran had retreated, Yu Ying seemed to handle 2 agile attackers with relative ease, given the considerable disparity in their strengths. The instant Meng Yiran departed, her 3rd spirit ring illuminated. A flash of white light enveloped her form, splitting her into 3. 2 phantoms mirrored her every movement, rendering it nearly impossible for her opponents to discern her true self. While Yu Ying engaged her adversaries, she remained vigilant of her doppelgangers, ensuring they were not targeted. The impression was akin to a 3 versus 2 scenario. Swish. As Yu Ying's first spirit ring glowed and she attacked one of her foes, 2 of her phantoms were struck and dissipated. The opponent who had been targeted found their armor shredded by sharp claws, even in the face of Yu Ying's powerful strike. The armor gifted by Shui Bingou proved capable of absorbing the impact without sustaining damage. However, the 2 assailants soon revealed their vengeful gazes and simultaneously surged toward Yu Ying. Confronted by their dual assault, Yu Ying's pupils narrowed, her body crouching low as her 4th spirit ring ignited. With this transformation, her claws emanated an ominous black aura, enveloped in a shroud of darkness. As her pupils constricted, she propelled herself into the air and lunged towards her 2 opponents. Swish. 10 streaks of light sliced through the air, each imbued with immense power, distorting the surrounding atmosphere. One opponent's armor was torn to shreds, while the other began to bleed from the trails of lacerations inflicted upon her body. This was Yu Ying's 4th spirit ability, Rapid Tear. In that fleeting moment, her 2nd spirit ring shone brightly, unleashing a flurry of swift attacks. As a fellow young woman, she regrettably resorted to such ruthless measures. At this juncture, the garments of the 2 young ladies from the Tianshui Academy had been torn apart, revealing skin rolling outward through the seams of their clothing. Thud. The 3 combatants landed almost simultaneously, with the 2 members of Tianshui Academy sprawled on the ground, expressions contorted in agony. Yet, what awaited them was the even greater torment brought forth by the vibrant parasitic entity. Liu Mo was not idle, as Meng Yiran took her position, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd soul rings simultaneously illuminated. The heavy hammer's freezing grip, coupled with the searing flames, had already inflicted immense torment upon this formidable assault-type soul master at the soul sect level. Yet, the subsequent tingling sensation rendered her utterly incapable of continuing the battle. Meanwhile, Shui Bing'er and the black-haired girl behind her had also regained consciousness. Shui Wu commenced. At that moment, the unfolding scene did not evoke panic in Shui Bing'er. Instead, she was issuing commands to the black-haired maiden. Upon hearing Shui Bing'er's directive, the black-haired girl sprang into action. Her hair billowed as she danced gracefully, her 4 soul rings flashing in an alternating rhythm. Circles of azure light radiated outward with her movements. However, her actions went unnoticed by any adversary on the battlefield. As the fight progressed, the 1st soul ring of Yinghua shone brightly. A beam of blue light emerged from beneath her feet, expanding outward like waves, accompanied by a peculiar sound that lifted the spirits of her allies. With the undulating blue light enveloping the arena, the teammates began to gradually regain their soul power. At that instant, Tao Hua's 2nd soul ring also lit up, releasing a brilliant white light, from which thousands of white foxes erupted, scattering throughout the arena. These white foxes bore no offensive capability but created a dazzling spectacle that disoriented their foes. Speed was the defining trait of Yu Ying, and sensing the continuous restoration of her strength, she swiftly dashed to Meng Yiran's side. With her body soaring into the air, she coiled into a compact form. The female soul master caught a glimpse of a white silhouette out of the corner of her eye. As she turned her head to ascertain the sight, Yu Ying had already unfolded in midair. Swift as a flash, several icy beams sliced through her form, inflicting excruciating pain. At that moment, Meng Yiran's 3rd soul ring ignited, and countless electric serpents surged into her body, rendering her combat ineffective. Concurrently, Zhang Yu relentlessly swung her arms, now sharp as bullhorns. Whether due to the passage of time or the impact of her assaults, her opponent's armor shattered and disappeared. Deep gashes soon marred her body. As Shui Wu continued her dance, a dark cloud unexpectedly gathered directly above the central arena, completely shrouding the area. Soon after, droplets the size of beans began to fall from the sky, cascading down in torrents. Dazzled, Shui Bingou appeared oblivious to everyone around her. Yet, she remained composed, coldly stating, "Withdraw." Upon hearing her words, the injured quintet promptly rose, supporting one another as they exited the battlefield. The raindrops did not fall upon the girls from the Tianshui Academy. As they approached, they gracefully slid away. However, the situation was far from simple for the members of the Beast Academy. In just a short while, all 7 of them had become drenched. The raindrops cascading from the dark clouds had grown increasingly frigid. Shivering, the Zhang brothers remarked, "What on earth is this dreadful weather?" This was, in fact, their skill, a technique capable of conjuring clouds and summoning rain. Liu Mo glanced at the other venues, where the sky remained clear, and surmised that such a coincidence could not be true. Only his own venue was beset by rain. In a swift motion, Yue Ying intended to utilize her speed to reach Shu Wu's side, attempting to halt her dance in hopes of dispelling this strange weather. Meanwhile, Shui Binger smirked, and her first soul ring immediately illuminated. Yue Ying, along with Zhang Yi, Liu Mo, and Meng Iran, found themselves once more ensnared by Shui Binger's assault. At that moment, all but Liu Mo were once again frozen. However, Liu Mo had escaped her control for the second time, causing the smile on her face to vanish instantly. Could it be? A look of sudden realization crossed Liu Mo's features as he exclaimed in astonishment, "It's too late." Despite Shui Binger's surprise, she remained composed. Even though Liu Mo was no longer under her influence, she no longer regarded him with fear. At that instant, Shui Binger made her move, not advancing, but retreating, turning to dash towards Shui Wu behind her. This is bad. It truly is a martial soul fusion technique. Liu Mo observed the actions of Shui Binger and confirmed his earlier suspicions. However, as Shui Binger had just stated, it was too late. The blue and black hair merged instantaneously into a brilliant blue-white beam, ascending into the turbulent clouds above. Both Shui Binger and Shui Wu vanished simultaneously, unleashing the long-awaited fusion technique of their martial souls. As the radiant beam pierced the cloudy sky, even should they defeat Shui Binger and Shui Wu, the release of the martial soul fusion technique could not be thwarted. The rain transformed in the heavens, icy droplets metamorphosing into dancing snowflakes, each flake sharp as a blade. Spiraling gracefully downward, they coalesced into a vortex of ice and snow, sweeping towards the assembled members of the Beast Academy. If you cannot endure, concede, and we shall cease. Shui Binger's voice echoed from above. This martial soul fusion technique was named Falling Snow, a name imbued with beauty, yet fraught with lethal intent. The might of a fusion technique executed by two soul masters of rank 40 and above is unfathomable, surpassing even the might of a soul skill wielded by a 60th level soul master. This particular fusion technique, a collaboration between Shui Binger and Shui Wu, was employed for the first time since the commencement of the competition. It was their concealed skill, withheld against opponents from the Five-Element Academy. They were determined not to succumb to an obscure team like the Beast Academy. It appeared that their chance for an early advancement had been dashed. Stoff furrowed his brow, observing the situation on the central arena, realizing that the Beast Academy had lost all semblance of hope. Yet, the momentum that had previously pressed upon the Tianshui Academy had shifted dramatically, causing the principal's spirits to plummet from a pinnacle to a nadir. This unrelenting sensation seemed poised to drain the soul power from every member of the Beast Academy. Liu Mo's fourth soul ring suddenly illuminated. On the spectators' platform, Shi Tofu beheld a glimmer of hope, for although he was not the captain of the Beast Academy, he had repeatedly led the academy to turn the tide. As he observed Liu Mo's body shift, he was convinced that the young man possessed the prowess to emerge victorious in the end. The gray light emanating from Liu Mo's eyes converged, and a fierce whirlwind materialized ahead. The whirlwind began to spin rapidly on the central platform, increasing in speed and expanding in range. In mere moments, the height of the whirlwind suggested a reach towards the clouds. Meanwhile, the snowflakes drifting from the dark clouds did not head towards the Monster Academy. Instead, they were drawn into the vortex. The sharp snowflakes, swept up by the whirlwind, began to collide with one another, producing a tinkling sound. This was Liu Mo's Millennium Soul Skill, a remarkable technique born from his Millennium Soul Ring. Before the spirit fusion abilities of the two soul masters, it showed no signs of yielding. The audience seemed to witness a turning point in the battle, their eyes widening in astonishment as they absorbed every fleeting moment. A blink could mean missing many captivating details. The spirit fusion technique had been invoked. If they could not win this match, Tianshui Academy might find it difficult to establish itself within the Five Elements Academy henceforth. Suddenly, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed from the soaring blue-white beam of light. The Ice Phoenix, the Zhang brothers exclaimed in unison. Indeed, it was Shui Binger's martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, a top-tier spirit. No wonder her control over her martial soul was so formidable. It explained her possession of such a dominant spirit fusion technique. In mid-air, the snowflakes coalesced, gradually taking form. A colossal blue phoenix, measuring 7 meters in length, manifested from thin air. This ice phoenix appeared remarkably vivid, as though it were a tangible entity. Its bright eyes and elongated tail feathers were enchanting. The resplendent blue phoenix descended from the heavens, devoid of any earthly essence, transforming into a dazzling ice-blue radiance as it floated downwards. Its movements were not swift. Yet with each advance, the falling snowflakes solidified its form further. Everyone, Leave the platform. Liu Mo shouted, sensing the overwhelming aura before the Ice Phoenix's arrival. He believed that remaining there could pose a grave danger to their lives. Everyone hastily vacated the area, trusting in Liu Mo's strength and judgment. At this moment, only Liu Mo remained on the platform. Compared to the towering Ice Phoenix, Liu Mo appeared diminutive, as the brilliant blue light illuminated the entire stage. The Ice Phoenix, gliding gracefully, paused momentarily, and Shui Bing'er's somewhat irate voice resonated from the blue light. Are you seeking death? Step back. I can no longer contain it. She had exerted herself to the utmost, and the energy coalescing around the Ice Phoenix had become beyond her control. In this critical moment, she still cautioned Liu Mo suddenly. He felt that this girl was not only beautiful in appearance, but also possessed a truly kind heart. At that instant, he seemed to reconsider his previous decision, choosing not to unleash his full power in opposition, as even if he succeeded, he might inadvertently harm this benevolent girl. Liu Mo fixed his gaze upon Shui Bing'er, a subtle smile gracing his lips, yet he exhibited no inclination to retreat. The Ice Phoenix, unable to restrain itself, descended from the heavens, unleashing a torrent of immense energy. A chilling current surged forth, having already completely ensnared Liu Mo's form. The martial soul fusion technique, Snowfall, was exceptionally formidable. Once unleashed, it immediately locked onto its adversary. A cerulean radiance enveloped Liu Mo in an instant. At that very moment, the Ten Emperor's spike, emerging from behind, thrust downward beneath him, poised to launch him into the air at the last possible second. For added assurance, a golden dragon coiled around his body. Yet, amidst the dense blue light, the spectators outside remained oblivious to the events unfolding within. However, Shui Bing'er observed everything with crystal clarity. Though she was unaware of the precise nature of the transformations occurring within Liu Mo, she sensed their significance. Her previous concerns for him had diminished somewhat. This lad, surely he would not come to harm? Staff could no longer see Liu Mo, and a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. The audience's anxiety escalated, each person bracing themselves for the unforeseen developments that lay ahead, their palms slick with cold sweat, uncertain of the outcome. With a powerful thrust, the Ten Emperor's spike propelled Liu Mo into the air like a cannonball. Remarkably, he disregarded the surging chill, breaking through the binding energy just before the Ice Phoenix made its descent, soaring upwards to a height of several dozen meters. The arena was entirely encased in ice, instantaneously cloaked in a layer of blue luminescence. In the next moment, accompanied by a thunderous crash, the entire platform collapsed. This could undoubtedly be deemed the most destructive and dazzling spectacle since the commencement of the preliminaries. A wave of frigid air rendered the expressions of the spectators rigid. Following the azure glow, a young lad began to glide gently downwards, cradling in his arms none other than the enchanting Shui Bing'er. As Liu Mo soared into the sky, he swept past Shui Bing'er's form and promptly took her away from the Icy Phoenix. This action was also intended to prevent the Icy Phoenix from losing its locked target and causing harm to her upon impact with the ground. Liu Mo gently descended. At that moment, both the soul bone and the external soul bone had been retracted. Put me down. Shui Bing'er's voice had diminished to a whisper, perhaps only audible to the two of them. Perhaps it was due to the embrace they shared, or perhaps it was the exhaustion that had overtaken her. As her feet touched the ground, her thoughts immediately turned to Shui Wu. She swayed her body over to Shui Wu, and the two of them supported one another, directing their gaze towards the other figure on the crumbling stage. Liu Mo Shui Bing'er was bewildered by the scene unfolding before her. Could it be attributed to those peculiar manifestations on his body moments ago? The chilling aura of falling snow was enough to hinder anyone's movements. Just moments prior, the temperature on the stage had plummeted to a terrifying degree, and coupled with the control of the icy currents, she firmly believed that no soul master below level 60 could break free from the lethal grasp of the onslaught. Yet, this man before her had achieved the impossible, and only Shui Bing'er understood the immense difficulty of escaping the full force of the snowstorm. At that moment, both young women appeared pale, their depleting soul power rendering them barely able to stand. You need not be so astonished, for I am immune to ice attributes. Nor should you blame yourself. You have not lost to the Beast Academy. You have lost to me. Liu Mo approached them, seemingly aware of Shui Bing'er's thoughts. He offered a gentle smile and spoke to her. The two young women were taken aback upon hearing Liu Mo's explanation, realizing why all their skills and damage had no discernible effect on him. The Beast Academy had surprisingly triumphed over the Heavenly Water Academy. At that moment, the referee called out loudly, While Shui Binger was still reflecting on her defeat at Liu Mo's hands, a voice nearby struck her like a heavy slap. Chapter 121. The Fire Without Duality. The news of the Beast Academy's victory over the Heavenly Water Academy spread like wildfire. Even as the former was just beginning to gain recognition, the Beast Academy had already advanced to the next round ahead of schedule. In the final match, Liu Mo, Yu Ying, and Meng Yiran did not take the field. Instead, under Liu Mo's suggestion, 3 substitutes stepped in for them. This decision served to preserve their strength while also providing the substitutes with an opportunity for experience, as the outcome of this match was no longer of significance to them. With only 1 day remaining before the advancement matches commenced, it was clear that although the Beasts Academy did not win the last preliminary match, it did not impede their progression. The elite tournament for senior Soul Master Academies across the continent was far less boisterous than the preliminary rounds. To ensure the safety of the Soul Masters, no spectators were permitted to attend the advancement matches. The matches remained divided between the 2 great empires, with the 30 teams that had progressed through the preliminaries competing within their respective empires. In the Dou Empire, a total of 15 teams had completed their registration and were gathered at the venue for the advancement matches, the Royal Hunting Grounds, located 50 kilometers southwest of Heaven Dou City. The terrain within the hunting grounds was diverse and expansive, serving as a training and hunting ground for the royal family. Under normal circumstances, commoners were strictly prohibited from approaching, as the area was guarded by a contingent of 10,000 royal knights. The 15 advancing teams were assigned to different areas within the royal hunting grounds for their rest. The advancement matches also followed a round-robin format. Although the number of teams had significantly decreased, shortening the competition duration from 1 month to half a month. After a brief respite of half a month, the final championship match was held at the border of the 2 great empires, Heaven Dou and Star Luo. At this moment, Shui Qinghe returned to the camp, and upon seeing him, Liu Mo felt not a shred of goodwill. The previous encounter had nearly cost him his life. Both Shui Qinghe and Qian Rinxue appeared to be amiable individuals, yet they had resorted to covert assassination. Unbeknownst to Shui Qinghe, Liu Mo had endured harrowing experiences. His anxiety upon seeing Liu Mo was palpable, though it was difficult to discern whether it stemmed from admiration or an awareness of Liu Mo's true identity. Sighing, Shui Qinghe seemed inclined to greet Liu Mo, as his current status as the crown prince necessitated expressing concern for the competitors present. However, before he could utter a word, Liu Mo had already disregarded him and turned to leave. Observing Liu Mo's demeanor, Shui Qinghe felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he concealed it well. For now, he was being overlooked by Liu Mo, but he was certain that once he reclaimed his true self, Liu Mo would accept him. After such a long time, Liu Mo still remembered the unique scent that lingered on his body. This was proof enough. He began to muse internally, then pursed his lips and departed. The advancement matches differed from the preliminary rounds, featuring only a single venue, the grand training ground of the Royal Knights. A total of 15 teams would engage in 14 rounds of round-robin competition, with 1 team resting each day, all occurring in this expansive arena. The training ground had been refurbished, delineating a competition area with a diameter of 100 meters. Compared to the preliminary rounds, this space was far more vast, allowing participants to demonstrate their true capabilities. To the north of the training ground, a temporary grandstand was erected, serving both as the VIP area and the judges' platform. Team battles could often be chaotic, making it difficult to observe everything clearly. In contrast, the advancement matches would allow each student to showcase their individual prowess before the watchful eyes of the audience, presenting an excellent opportunity to evaluate the strength of each Soul Master. The draw was completed the previous evening, and on the first day of competition, the Exotic Beasts Academy would face the Blazing Fire Academy, a seed team among the 5 elemental academies. During the previous match against the Water Academy, Liu Mo's performance likely instilled confidence in Stav, though it was improbable to dispel all his concerns entirely. On the following day, Emperor Shui Yi rose from the VIP seating and proclaimed through a loudspeaker, "The advancement matches officially commence today. Over the next 14 days, I hope each academy's teams will fully unleash their strength and exhibit the dignity befitting a Soul Master." As his words echoed, a resounding cheer erupted like a tidal wave. Long life, long life, long live. The Royal Knights brandished their long spears. The clattering of their armor and their resounding cries startled the participating Soul Masters. The inaugural match commenced, with the first to take the stage being the Blaze Academy, who were set to compete against the Beast Academy. Representing Blaze Academy, their captain, Huo Wushuang, made his entrance. It was evident that the instructors of Blaze Academy aimed not only to secure victory in this initial contest, but also to achieve a resounding score. In the rankings of the advancement competition, not only the total points, but also the number of match victories held significant importance. In the event of a tie in total scores, the ranking would be determined by these smaller points. As Hua Wushuang stepped onto the stage, he was met with the sight of a youth of average build and unremarkable appearance approaching from the opposite side. Yet, his eyes sparkled with fervent intensity, and his broad shoulders, clad in a golden-red uniform, lent an imposing presence to his otherwise unassuming face. This individual was none other than Hua Wushuang, the captain of Blaze Academy. Renowned for his prowess, he was deemed the second most formidable among the elite Soul Master Academies of the Tiando Empire. Facing the Beast Academy, whose caliber was markedly inferior, even the prospect of single-handedly overcoming 7 opponents would not seem overly astonishing. Thus, as he took to the stage, his fervent gaze bore a hint of pride. After all, the Beast Academy had never been regarded as a contender in their minds. The Beast Academy was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength compared to Blaze Academy. Yet this was a contest of individual prowess. And with Liu Mo on their side, they still felt they had a fighting chance. Liu Mo inherently possesses the attribute of fire immunity. Thus he harbors no excessive apprehension towards the Flame Academy, which is grounded in fire-based attacks. However, he is acutely aware that should he falter, the ensuing battle would fall upon Yuing. Should she succumb, the Beast Academy would likely have no choice but to forfeit this round of competition. Liu Mo advanced with an effortless grace, his steps firm and steady, akin to a mountain as he approached the arena. This aura of confidence instilled a sense of pressure upon both his adversaries and the distinguished guests in attendance. However, Hua Wushuang, confronted with the unfamiliar Liu Mo, remained unyielding. For the innate pride within him could not be subdued. As both combatants summoned their martial spirits, the referee, observing their readiness, promptly signaled the commencement of the match. In this moment, Liu Mo's striking handsomeness shone brilliantly against the backdrop of Hua Wushuang's otherwise ordinary appearance, capturing the attention of the female students from the 2 teams outside the arena, including the haughty Hua Wu from the Fire Academy. A dazzling inferno erupted from behind Hua Wushuang, enveloping him in a blaze that resembled a furious conflagration, consuming him in an instant. From within this fiery embrace, a more radiant crimson light burst forth. As the flames receded, scales emerged from beneath his skin. The searing heat vaporized momentarily before extinguishing, leaving Hua Wushuang's entire form cloaked in a deep crimson hue. A short horn, approximately 3 inches long, protruded from his head. This was the manifestation of his martial spirit, the one-horned fire-violent dragon. Those in the VIP section, including Liu Mo, were taken aback by the transformation, recognizing the dragon-like attributes of his martial spirit. It bore a striking resemblance to the form he had adopted during his earlier battle with Yu Tianheng, and although their attributes differed, the fierce aura exuded by Hua Wushuang was undeniably formidable. The revelation that he possessed a top-tier dragon attribute martial spirit was astonishing. The Snow Knight Emperor, witnessing this transformation up close, marveled, "Your Majesty, should Hua Wushuang ever solidify his dragon martial spirit, he would undoubtedly become a soul master with fire attributes, potentially surpassing even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan." The attendant, bending slightly with a smile, spoke to the Snow Knight Emperor. His words more a grand vision than a mere explanation, aiming to bolster the Emperor's perception of the formidable strength of his empire's descendants. Indeed, if Hua Wushuang continues to thrive and procreate, he may well ascend to the ranks of the top 3 sects, the Snow Knight Emperor mused, a hint of melancholy in his smile. With the backing of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, if Hua Wushuang were to reach his full potential, 2 of the top 3 sects would support him, rendering him nearly invincible. Is that a mutated star? Or perhaps a great ape? The Snow Knight Emperor, amidst his elation, glanced toward the other side of the arena. "I beg your pardon for my ignorance. Could this be a titan-like martial spirit?" This query momentarily left him speechless, his heart racing with trepidation at the thought of the Emperor's displeasure. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of resentment. Had it not been for this peculiar martial spirit, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Well, regardless of whether it is a titan, a star, or a great ape, let us focus on the match. The Emperor of the Snowy Night did not reproach his guards. Instead, he wore a smile and hummed a cheerful tune. In the absence of spectators and surrounded by the familiar training grounds, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Observing the nearly unparalleled martial spirit of Hua Wushuang, he found it increasingly difficult to contain his inner joy. This was the first time the emperor truly comprehended Liu Mo's martial spirit. Previously, he had either overlooked it or perceived it in a hazy manner. However, as both competitors unleashed their martial spirits and soul rings, Huo Wushuang's eyes widened in astonishment, and his body froze momentarily. Although both possessed 4 soul rings, Liu Mo's configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black stood out prominently, rendering Huo Wushuang's 2 yellow and 2 purple rings seemingly dim in comparison. It was the sight of the second contestant's 4th soul ring being of the 10,000-year grade that astonished him. He had previously encountered Tang San from Shrek Academy, who also bore a 10,000-year soul ring. Yet he had not anticipated that Liu Mo's 2nd soul ring would already be of the 1,000-year variety. Moreover, the fluctuations emanating from the rhythm of Liu Mo's soul rings suggested that this was not merely a single 1,000-year soul ring. Its resonance seemed even more potent than that of Huo Wushuang's 4th ring. Suddenly, a sense of tension began to creep into Huo Wushuang's heart. He had not expected to encounter such formidable strength from an institution as seemingly ordinary as the Beast Academy. The battle had yet to commence. Yet his mind was already in disarray, a foreboding sign indeed. Huo Wushuang took action. As his 3rd soul ring illuminated, sharp claws manifested between his hands, his physique expanded, and his scales erupted in a brilliant golden-red radiance, with flames enveloping him in a fervent blaze. Suddenly, a dazzling array of fireballs filled the air. Akin to a mesmerizing meteor shower, the searing flames encasing Liu Mo in a tight embrace. It had been ages since the Emperor of the Snowy Night had witnessed such splendid fireworks. He gazed upwards at the radiant display and mused aloud. The guards, taken aback, wondered if the Emperor was hinting at something profound. "Your Majesty, I shall arrange a grand fireworks display for you immediately," one guard exclaimed, but then reconsidered. Perhaps it would be more fitting to host a magnificent feast to honor the warriors of the Tiando Empire after their competition concludes. The Emperor's words slowed, reflecting on the matter. "Indeed, Your Majesty, your foresight is commendable," the guard promptly complimented. The two then turned their attention back to the arena. Liu Mo tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the brilliance of fireballs, then crouched down, gathering strength in his legs. Shadows flickered across the arena as these phantoms surged towards Huo Wushuang. Liu Mo's expression and form were obscured, leaving only the sound of rapid strikes echoing in the air. Suddenly, a figure appeared above Huo Wushuang. At that moment, the 1st soul ring on Huo Wushuang's body illuminated, causing the dark red scales on his surface to glisten like a layer of armor enveloping him. Yet his body remained motionless, fixated on the airborne Liu Mo boom. Clenched fists descended upon him. Due to the overwhelming speed, Huo Wushuang could only raise his arms in a desperate attempt to counter the attack. However, Liu Mo's onslaught was immensely powerful. At the moment their hands collided, Huo Wushuang found himself kneeling on one knee. The ensuing web-like arcs of electricity coursed throughout his body, accompanied by the unsettling sound of his grinding teeth and the bulging veins in his neck as he struggled against the tingling sensation. Despite his efforts, his body began to convulse. Yet, just before Huo Wushuang's body could fully react, the 1st soul ring emitted a radiant glow, transforming into a fireball that hurtled towards Liu Mo. With a thunderous crash and a shower of sparks, the impact resonated, but in the aftermath, Liu Mo merely took a step back. After enduring an assault, Liu Mo's subsequent behavior left Huo Wushuang, who had just recovered from a numbing sensation, utterly astonished. In that moment, he concentrated his fire attribute soul power as much as possible and unleashed it instantaneously, resulting in an explosive force. Despite the intensity of Huo Wushuang's condensed fire attribute soul power, Liu Mo was forced back only 2 steps, a mere consequence of the soul power at play. A soul master of level 42, facing Liu Mo, who was nearly at level 50 and wielding the advantages of soul rings and fire immunity, could not inflict any harm upon Liu Mo, who remained unresponsive. Huo Wushuang's eyes reflected sheer disbelief. He could hardly trust his own vision. The lack of reaction from Liu Mo made him question his own perceptions. At that moment, a chilling aura permeated the air, even encroaching upon the VIP seats. The guards trembled as they crossed their arms, while the Snow Knight Emperor sneezed. Boom! Just as Huo Wushuang began to feel the cold, a hammer-shaped iceberg descended from above. The fierce attack rendered him frozen before he could even retaliate, although Huo Wu was captivated by Liu Mo's appearance. Witnessing her brother's predicament compelled her to clench her fists tightly, her gaze towards Liu Mo more ferocious than that directed at Huo Wushuang moments prior. Chapter 122. Huo Wu. The foolish girl being the sister of Huo Wuxuang, Huo Wu's heart surged with mounting fury upon seeing her brother being mercilessly defeated. Had it not been for the one-on-one match, she would have certainly intervened. As the freezing effect dissipated, Huo Wuxuang's body slowly collapsed to the ground. The team from the Beast Academy emerged victorious, and the next competitor from the Blazing Fire Academy was summoned. The referee's voice boomed through the arena. How could Huo Wuxuang, with his fire attribute dragon martial soul, be defeated so easily? The Snow Knight Emperor, in disbelief, voiced his concerns. His eyes filled with astonishment and disappointment. The dreams he had cherished moments ago were abruptly shattered, and even as the emperor of the Tiando Empire, he found it difficult to come to terms with this sudden turn of events. My lord, perhaps Huo Wuxuang was not in his optimal state today, the guard speculated, racing to identify potential reasons for the outcome. Or perhaps, upon hearing the guard's words, the Snow Knight Emperor turned sharply to fixate on him, demanding clarification. Or perhaps he did not eat or rest well these past few days. The guard himself was incredulous at his own conjecture. Yet the relentless inquiries from the emperor compelled him to provide an explanation. However, the Snow Knight Emperor perceived the situation differently. Having spent 2 days away from the palace, he now felt invigorated and suddenly realized that a disciplined and regulated lifestyle was essential for facing the challenges of tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, improvements would be made to the meals of all competitors. Male and female students would be prohibited from meeting after nightfall, and fixed schedules for waking and sleeping would be implemented, all under strict military management. On a snowy night, the Emperor of Snowy Nights suddenly comprehended something. His expression darkened as he spoke. Huo Wuxuang seemed to have not yet shown his true potential, yet he was already deemed defeated, as evident from the reluctant glimmer in his eyes when he exited the arena. At that moment, Huo Wu was eager to charge onto the battlefield. But her teammates swiftly restrained her, for they were to follow the sequence predetermined by their teacher. Huo Wu possessed formidable strength, second only to Huo Wuxuang within the Ember Academy. However, with Huo Wuxuang already vanquished, should Huo Wu enter the fray and subsequently falter, the chance of Ember Academy securing victory would be significantly diminished. It seems that fellow possesses fire immunity, Huo Wuxuang murmured as he brushed past the next team member. Why are there so many fire immunities this year? How are we to survive at Ember Academy? Grumbled the preparing members of Ember Academy. Indeed, a team reliant on pure fire attribute assaults found themselves at a disadvantage when confronted with opponents who were immune to fire. Unless their adversaries were exceedingly weak, they would likely be rendered powerless. While Liu Mo, endowed with fire immunity, faced his subsequent opponents with minimal depletion of his soul power, the once revered Ember Academy was overwhelmed. Having been single-handedly bested by Liu Mo, both their instructors and teammates felt a deep sense of humiliation, especially since they were defeated by a member of an obscure Beast Academy. Are the members of Ember Academy unwell today? The Emperor of Snowy Nights pondered, perplexed by the current outcome, especially as Liu Mo had not exhibited extraordinary prowess, seemingly relying on sheer resilience due to his fire immunity. Your Majesty, I suspect Liu Mo possesses the ability of fire immunity, a guard analyzed for the Emperor. Oh dear, this truly puts the young lad in a difficult position. The Emperor reflected, his expectations for Huo Wuxuang undiminished. Yet, his gaze began to linger on Liu Mo, intrigued by him. You know, this big monkey isn't too shabby. Even with fire immunity, he seems quite resilient, the Emperor remarked, a smirk forming as he gazed at Liu Mo. The guard promptly concurred. The final contender to enter the arena from Ember Academy was Huo Wu. She was strikingly beautiful, though not as pronounced as Yu Ying or Zhu Zhuqing. Yet she certainly outshone Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Her dark red cascading waves of hair fell gracefully to her waist, framing her fair visage, exquisite features, and a pair of large eyes shimmering with a faint silver light. This girl is quite impressive, the Emperor of Snowy Nights exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of Huo Wu. This is Huo Wu from Ember Academy, the younger sister of Huo Wuxuang, a somewhat resigned guard relayed, obliged to respond to every statement made by the Emperor. Wow, she surpasses her brother in several aspects. By the way, from a genetic perspective, is it possible that female descendants might also inherit the fire attribute dragon martial spirit? The Emperor of the Snowy Night was lost in contemplation, perhaps pondering the idea of taking a consort. Such a notion was, by all accounts, plausible. The guards seemed to have discerned the Emperor's thoughts, lifting their gaze in the direction of his own. The Emperor remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement towards the fiery dancer. Liu Mo's eyes were fixated on her as she ascended the stage with a solemn expression. Observers, whether warriors from the royal knights or onlookers from neighboring academies, yearned to witness one singular event. Could Liu Mo single-handedly vanquish the Blaze Academy and achieve the extraordinary feat of overcoming 7 adversaries? However, it seemed that the Emperor in the VIP section held no such aspirations. In contrast, the fiery dancer gradually attained a state of calm. She understood that the honor of the Blaze Academy rested squarely upon her shoulders, and thus, she could not afford to falter this time. Should an unknown youth triumph over her and represent an ordinary academy in defeating the Blaze Academy 7 times, it would forever tarnish their reputation within the 5 Elements Academy. This was the sentiment shared by every student of the 5 Elements Academy, yet they ultimately succumbed to Liu Mo, did they not? Regaining her composure, the fiery dancer, not yet 20 years of age, was a prodigy in the annals of the Blaze Academy. Her rigorous training had advanced her soul power, now reaching the formidable level of 44. She was confident that both her martial spirit and soul power surpassed those of the young man before her. At this moment, Liu Mo stood 30 meters away from Huo Wu, and although they exchanged no words, each glance at her revealed an aura of fiery intensity emanating from her being. She was a woman of explosive temperament. It appeared that the Snow Knight Emperor had also sensed this, shivering involuntarily. Suddenly, Huo Wu's body swayed, and a faint orange-red shadow gradually materialized behind her, perfectly mirroring her form. This ethereal silhouette, a manifestation of her martial spirit, was the fire shadow, a shadow of the fire element. It was a uniquely exceptional martial spirit capable of maximizing the potential of fire attributes. Was this an angel? No, she bore no wings. The Snow Knight Emperor, gazing at the phantasmal shadow behind Huo Wu, exclaimed in astonishment, "Your Majesty, judging by the degree of his martial spirit's ethereality, it has yet to take shape. In the future, it may coalesce into a fire attribute angelic martial spirit." The guard's imaginative insight prompted the Snow Knight Emperor to nod repeatedly, his interest in Huo Wu intensifying. "I must meet their parents someday and discern what manner of individuals they are, having produced 2 children, one a fire dragon and the other a fire angel." The Snow Knight Emperor seemed to indulge in reverie, yet the guard's assertion remained a mere hypothesis for the future. Nevertheless, it appeared to have successfully captured the Emperor's imagination. "Your Majesty, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." "No haste. Let us first observe the competition," replied the Snow Knight Emperor, his gaze once again fixed upon the arena. The match commenced with the referee's command. Huo Wu's long, powerful legs swiftly sprang into action, charging directly at Liu Mo. Her advance was astonishingly rapid, swiftly closing the distance between them from 30 meters to just over 10. At that moment, Huo Wu's eyes sparkled brightly, and as her luminous gaze flickered, her third soul ring also illuminated. A purple halo enveloped her, enhancing her allure. The dazzling orange-red ring was released instantaneously. This skill, devoid of any offensive power, caused a tremor to resonate through Liu Mo's body. The entire coverage of her soul skill had become terrifying, extending to a diameter of 60 meters, while she was merely 10 meters away from Liu Mo. The entire competition arena measured only 100 meters in diameter, and the repelling halo quickly reached the edges of the field. Yet, Liu Mo had only taken a few steps back, retreating a mere 5 meters. In that instant, Huo Wu realized that his remarkable ability to penetrate her defenses was not solely due to his fire immunity. The terrifying aspect of Huo Wu's third soul skill, the repelling halo, was its ability to disregard all forms of defense and skills. Within the range of attack, all skills shall be expelled. The intention was to utilize the banishing ability of the resistance aura to cast Liu Mo out of the arena, thereby securing his defeat. At that moment, however, Liu Mo discerned the thoughts of Huo Wu. Had it not been for the disappointment reflected in her gaze and the nature of this skill, he would not have conceived such a strategy. A smirk graced Liu Mo's lips as he began to sprint toward the edge of the arena. Huo Wu, taken aback by his actions, pondered his motives. What could he possibly be doing? Is it that Brother Mo cannot resist the allure of beauty and is preparing to concede? Zhang Chen remarked, observing Liu Mo's behavior. Meanwhile, Huo Wu, momentarily dazed, immediately sprang into action, charging toward Liu Mo. Liu Mo reached a position merely 1 meter from the edge and commenced his sprint along the precipice. Meanwhile, Huo Wu gradually closed the distance. Though the reason for her pursuit of Liu Mo eluded her, all she comprehended was that her adversary sought to flee, and thus, she felt compelled to chase. Liu Mo did not exert his full strength. Had he done so, with his remarkable speed, Fire Dance would have been unable to keep up. At this moment, Fire Dance was trailing just 3 meters behind Liu Mo. Liu Mo's peripheral vision caught sight of Huo Wu behind him. At this moment, regardless of whether she accelerated or decelerated, she maintained a distance of 3 meters from Liu Mo. It created an illusion that she was on the verge of catching him, yet she could never quite reach him. This sensation only fueled Huo Wu's anger further. What game were they playing? The Snowy Night Emperor spoke once more. The guards must have felt that the Snowy Night Emperor, who was not spending the night within the palace, had quite a lot to say. However, when he posed a question, one was obliged to respond. Your Majesty, I believe they are engaged in a game of circles. The guard felt a bead of sweat form as he awaited the reaction to his answer. Oh. The Snowy Night Emperor let out a light exclamation, causing the guard's brows to unfurl in relief, as such an answer had sufficed. The Snowy Night Emperor did not press further, and he too breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he began to ponder whether he should request leave from future competitions involving Liu Mo. If not, he feared that he would be overwhelmed by these unanswerable questions. Liu Mo, accompanied by Huo Wu, was unaware of how many laps he had completed around the circle with a diameter of 98 meters. This was undoubtedly the most physically demanding of his 7 matches. Perhaps Liu Mo was being chivalrous, reluctant to strike, or perhaps he intended to return the favor in kind. Suddenly, he pivoted and launched into a sprint, his speed astonishing. With only a mere 3 meters separating them, coupled with Liu Mo's tremendous velocity, he appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow, swiftly arriving at Huo Wu's side. This time, he did not employ a fist, but rather his palm, and he did not exert his full strength. As his palm connected, it was unclear where it struck Huo Wu, but it felt soft and yielding. Utilizing this external force, Huo Wu's trajectory altered, and even though she sought to regain control over her body, it seemed to move against her will. In an instant, her form zipped towards the edge of the arena. The Beast Academy emerged victorious. The referee, witnessing Huo Wu's departure from the field, promptly announced the result. In her desperate attempt to halt, Huo Wu found herself sitting abruptly on the ground. Upon hearing the referee's declaration, her delicate brows knitted tightly together, and her small fist clenched fiercely, striking the earth with a resounding thud. Her tender hands, upon colliding with the ground, had turned a vivid red. Perhaps this was the best outcome. Liu Mo approached and extended his hand to Huo Wu, attempting to help her up. In that moment, the furious Huo Wu cast a sharp glance at Liu Mo before rising from the ground on her own. Despicable, she spat through clenched teeth, then turned and walked away. Those 2 words lingered in Liu Mo's mind for a long time. After all, it was she who had first employed such tactics against him. How could she deem him despicable? Was it the position of the strike just delivered? Imoge, you are truly our idol. At that moment, Zhang Chun and Zhang Yi rushed toward Liu Mo, nearly toppling him with their combined weight of nearly 400 pounds. You did not disappoint me. I thought you would show mercy and forfeit the match. A sultry voice emerged from beside him. It was Tao Hua, who had come to Liu Mo's side. Her alluring expression accompanied by a graceful sway of her body. Little Mo, you are remarkable. To triumph so astonishingly against a prestigious opponent like the Blaze Academy, achieving such a feat of 1 against 7. At that moment, Shichuoff was equally exhilarated. He had not held out much hope, but was taken aback by the incredible victory. Ah, this child is commendable in every way, yet he is still a bit of a fool. The Snow Knight Emperor displayed some dissatisfaction with Huo Wu. Noting that Liu Mo's performance in the 1 against 7 was not particularly stellar, he was always on the defensive, yet ultimately defeated his opponents with a decisive blow. This lack of excitement resembled a powerful team overpowering a weak one. Had it not been for the guards presenting him with a Fire Dragon Martial Soul and a Fire Angel Martial Soul, the Snow Knight Emperor might have felt even more disheartened. However, as he rose to leave, he cast a lingering gaze at Huo Wu, not out of greed for her beauty, but rather a yearning for the martial souls of his offspring. Chapter 123. Are you afraid of the effeminate one's arrival? With all 14 matches of the qualifying rounds concluded, the Beast Academy chose to forfeit against the Shrek Academy, ultimately securing 2nd place, while Shrek Academy claimed the top position. Even with this 2nd place finish, they garnered little attention. Perhaps the brilliance of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament was entirely overshadowed by Shrek Academy, leaving institutions like the Beast Academy, despite their commendable achievements, unnoticed by the public eye. Liu Mo chose to forego his ambitions at this moment, as he preferred not to prematurely elevate the Beast Academy to its peak. The lack of attention from others aligned perfectly with Liu Mo's intentions. As the saying goes, the first bird gets shot. At this juncture, the Beast Academy remained under the radar, thus circumventing unnecessary troubles. The Shrek Academy had long since set its sights on the venerable institutions, scarcely paying heed to the Beast Academy. Consequently, the Master's understanding of the Beast Academy was largely based on hearsay, and the more outrageous the tales, the less credence he gave them. In his heart, he believed that even if the Beast Academy triumphed, it would be a formidable challenge, for he did not wish for Shrek Academy to monopolize the limelight. As the competition concluded, the Snow Knight Emperor discerned a glimmer of hope for the future of the Tiando Empire during this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition's preliminary and advancement rounds. His speech was undoubtedly impassioned and fervent, and soon, the grand finals would commence, determining the strongest academy on the continent. As an emperor, the Snow Knight Emperor could not leave Tiando City at will. Following his address, he announced that Crown Prince Xueqinghe would represent him as the Tiando Empire's envoy for the judging of this competition. The 15 teams from the Tiando Empire would be personally accompanied by the Crown Prince to a city on the border of the two great empires for the final showdown, which would be presided over by the Spirit Hall. Tiando City was approximately 20 days' journey from Spirit City, and the time frame for the finals was not excessively lengthy, as it would be a straightforward elimination format. With 33 teams in total, the victor would be decided in less than 10 days. The Spirit Hall placed great importance on this final event during the advancement rounds. A specific venue had already been designated in Spirit City for the finals of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Simultaneously, the Spirit Hall issued a decree stating that non-soul masters were strictly prohibited from entering to witness the competition during its duration. Even nobles were not exempt. The common folk were not discontent with such a decree from the Spirit Hall, for soul masters held an exalted status in their eyes, and the Spirit Hall was regarded as a sanctum. With the Pope himself issuing the decree, who would dare to voice dissent? A procession of over 1,000 individuals set forth in grand style. After traveling for over 10 days, the entourage largely traversed official roads, only diverting to lesser-known paths when shortcuts were available. Between two modest hills, the road narrowed but remained relatively level, allowing carriages to pass without issue. The detour through this area would save them several miles, and at this moment, the large contingent had already entered the narrow paths of the mountains. Liu Mo suddenly sensed the faint emergence of a bottleneck at level 50. A breakthrough to level 50 before the finals would undoubtedly be a boon for the realization of his dreams. The atmosphere was thick with vigilance. Something was amiss. At that moment, the commanding voice of the Royal Knights echoed from outside the carriage. Yet, just a moment prior, Liu Mo had also felt an eerie chill in the air. Members of the Royal Knights, stationed beside the Soul Masters, promptly raised their long spears. Meanwhile, some participating contestants exhibited a demeanor of ease and comfort. With so many prodigious Soul Masters present, what was there to fear? Not to mention the Royal Knights. The instructors leading various academies included numerous formidable figures, with at least a dozen Soul Masters at levels 60 or 70. Suddenly, a multitude of falling rocks cascaded like rain. These stones were not only unexpected but also remarkably orderly, hurtling swiftly downward. The overall caliber of the Royal Knights was commendable, although some were not Soul Masters. None faltered in the face of the descending debris. They raised their long spears, countering the falling stones, ensuring that not a single rock landed upon the contestants' carriage. As the number of falling stones increased, instructors from various academies began leading their students to disembark, preparing to confront the assailants hurling stones. The Royal Knights gradually found themselves overwhelmed. A massive boulder plummeted into their ranks, resulting in several casualties. At that moment, an unexpected whistle pierced the air, and suddenly, thousands of figures clad in black emerged from the hillsides, charging down with astonishing speed. A dazzling array of lights began to emanate from the bodies of the Soul Masters, as they unleashed their martial spirits and activated their soul rings, fully prepared for battle. Chaos erupted in an instant. "Brother Mo, what should we do?" Yue whispered, entwining her arm with Liu Mo's. Liu Mo fixed his gaze upon the chaotic scene ahead, and after a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "It appears that these individuals are targeting one or perhaps several people here. Let us observe the unfolding events." As Liu Mo had just finished speaking, a masked soul sank clad in black sword towards them. In that moment of chaos, only Yue and Liu Mo remained together. At this moment, Liu Mo cast a furtive glance around, oblivious to their presence. Suddenly, the 10 Emperor's stingers unleashed their power. The cloaked soul sage had yet to rise. Yet he was already ensnared by the 10 sharp needles. Instantly, The soul power within him began to surge outward, and as the tingling sensation subsided, he realized that a significant portion of his soul energy had vanished. Coupled with the recent battle, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. After Liu Mo reformed the 10 Emperor's stab, he gained complete mastery over its ability to absorb soul power, allowing him to control both the absorption and its speed at will. Aware that he faced an enemy of soul saint caliber, he understood that if he did not restrain his abilities before the foe could rise, both he and Yu Ying could meet their demise. Hence, he maximized the 10 Emperor's stab's absorbing effect. Yu Ying watched in horror as the soul Douluo's body gradually withered. Her mouth agape in fear, yet she stifled any sound with her delicate hand covering her parted crimson lips. At that moment, another Soul King charged toward Liu Mo. As the 10 Emperor's stab pierced the Soul King's body, the recently weakened soul Douluo's immense energy concealed Liu Mo's 10 Emperor's stab. Unbeknownst to him, his second soul ring had already reached an impressive age of over 9,000 years. Meanwhile, the number of black-clad figures surrounding them seemed to dwindle. At that moment, a man clad in white appeared atop a hill, his long, slender nails and effeminate voice creating an unsettling presence. Liu Mo recognized him. He was none other than the esteemed Jiu Douluo, Zhu Huaguan. How could he possibly be here? Could it be that? Liu Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Do you know him? Yu Ying, noticing Liu Mo's gaze directed towards the valley, inquired with a hint of confusion. Yes, we have met once, Liu Mo replied, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was aware that this Jiu Douluo posed no threat to him, alleviating his concerns. As the clash commenced, Liu Mo was perplexed by the sudden release of the martial spirit by Zhu Huaguan. The magnificent celestial chrysanthemum appeared particularly resplendent. Simultaneously, a colossal dragon emerged in the air, with a dragon's head and a serpent's body. This was the fusion technique of Long Gong and Shipa. Although they had not attained the rank of title Douluo, their combined martial arts could certainly contend with those of such esteemed rank. The massive dragon danced in the sky, its gaping maw seemingly poised to engulf Zhu Huaguan. Yet, Zhu Huaguan appeared unfazed, as if he were relishing the spectacle. The chrysanthemum blooms, the dragon soars. The serpent coils, the dragon's tail sways. Suddenly, a voice, laden with age and gravitas, emanated from the ground. You audacious knave, do you dare to wreak havoc here? Liu Mo recognized the voice all too well, sending a shiver down his spine. Indeed, it was the voice of Duality. As the words hung in the air, the emerald-lined snake emperor ascended, perched upon Duality foot. Old poison, this matter does not concern you. Do you wish to oppose the forces behind me? Zhu Huaguan questioned, his confidence wavering upon the arrival of Duality forces behind you. You are merely a traitor, he retorted. Yet Duality seemed unfazed by the accusation. You dare label me a traitor? You are but a lapdog of the Tiando Empire. Zhu Huaguan's anger flared. And while the nature of their past was shrouded in mystery, it was evident from their words that they had once been idealistic youths whose paths diverged due to their allegiances. Despite Zhu Huaguan's fury, he refrained from attacking, recognizing that Duality was a formidable opponent, especially with the presence of Long Gong and Shi Pe, rendering his chances of victory slim. As he pondered, a shadow darted past him silently, landing beside Zhu Huaguan. You startled me, Zhu Huaguan exclaimed, recognizing Gue Mei, who grumbled, seeing you struggle for so long. I have come to assist. Old poison, your adversary is me, Gue Mei declared, pointing at Duality faced with two title Douluo. Duality appeared to lose his former bravado. Although Long Gong and Shi Pe's fusion technique could withstand a title Douluo, it merely offered resistance. Meanwhile, on the narrow path below the hill, all present were astonished. Title Douluo were a rarity across the continent, and now three had manifested before them. Perish, Zhu Huaguan commanded, as the celestial chrysanthemum in his hand unfurled, sending 10 fluffy petals soaring towards Tang San. The seemingly languid petals of flight suffocated Tang San's breath and all barriers. As anticipated by Liu Mo, they surged toward Tang San. At that moment, everyone present recognized their intent, though confusion lingered, as none could fathom the reason Tang San had provoked a title Douluo as formidable as this. Yet, it was not entirely surprising, for had not Liu Mo also drawn the ire of Duality? As the delicate petals floated toward Tang San, 10 petals of the extraordinary sky-soaring chrysanthemum suddenly disintegrated into powder, scattering into the air. A tall figure, clad in white, quietly obstructed Tang San's line of sight. It was the swordmaster, Chen Xin. The expression of Jiu Hua Pass was grave. Even when Duality had appeared, he had not displayed such solemnity. The elder standing before Tang San, immaculate in his white attire, had silver hair meticulously arranged. In his hand, he held a sword, approximately 3 feet in length, devoid of embellishments, forged entirely of pure silver. His demeanor was impassive, his eyes seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, simply standing in silence. Yet, his mere presence exuded an air of supremacy over all creation. Shin Xin, are you also willing to wade into this murky water? Duality spoke with a voice laced with trepidation. You coward, Tang San is a friend of my 7 treasure glazed tile school. How dare you, a titled Douluo, bully a child? Do you not feel any shame? Shun Xin's voice was low, yet it resonated, causing all the cloaked figures present to halt. Shun Xin was one of the 2 ultimate guardians of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the sword Douluo Xin. Few could rival his prowess in terms of offensive capability. The 3 upper sects are interconnected. Duality, do you not understand this? A refined voice floated through the air. And in simple attire, Ningfengji appeared atop a hill, seemingly out of nowhere, accompanied by He. Interconnected? One supports the Dualoo Empire's royalty, another maintains neutrality. While the last backs the Tiando Empire's royalty, how can they be considered intertwined? The 7 treasure glazed tower shimmered with radiant light as 7 soul rings floated above. Despite the limited number, Duality had already made his decision. Today, we concede. However, we shall remember this debt, old ghost. We shall take our leave. With that, Duality and the 2 titled Dualuos, ghostly charm, silently vanished, while the cloaked figures retreated like a receding tide. As they departed, they made sure to carry away the bodies of their companions, leaving not a single weapon behind. They gazed in astonishment at the several withered corpses. But time was of the essence, and they hurriedly left. Their fear was not directed at Ningfengji, but rather at the formidable Xin, whose prowess was already difficult to contend with, further amplified by the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed tower. Additionally, there were the formidable figures of Dualoo and the Dragon King and Snake Matriarch. Ningfengji descended the mountain, while Ning Rongrong approached him. Liu Mo cast a glance at He, and a surge of anger welled up within him. In an instant, he lowered his head to conceal his face, as the chaotic scene allowed no familiar faces to recognize him. The Shrek Academy remained unaware that Liu Mo and Yu Ying were present in the Beast Academy, and it seemed that Dualoo seldom attended matches, save for those of Dualoo. Having repelled their adversaries, a wave of relief washed over everyone. Initially, when the bandits first appeared, the Soul Master Academy had paid them little mind. However, when the 2 titled Dualuos made their entrance, their hearts raced with trepidation. Before the might of the titled Dualuos, they felt utterly insignificant. At this moment, He fully displayed his capabilities. As the enemy retreated, he efficiently began directing the royal knights, pulling the undamaged carriages forward, tending to the war horses, and restoring formation. Once he had fulfilled his responsibilities, he returned to Ningfengji's side and respectfully inquired, Master, what shall we do next? Indeed, at this juncture, Ningfengji was He's mentor, tasked with assisting the crown prince. Proceed according to our original plan, Ningfengji replied with a faint smile. Yes, let us advance, He responded, adhering closely to Ningfengji's words. At that moment, only Liu Mo was privy to his true identity, yet he had no intention of revealing it. As he belonged to neither faction, and whether he spoke or remained silent would bear no advantages for him, the entire group resumed their journey. Yet the atmosphere had undeniably grown tense. The Soul Master team from the Tiando Empire continued onward, and fortunately, no further mishaps occurred during their travels. To better safeguard the Soul Masters, Crown Prince Shui Qinghe temporarily summoned 3,000 iron-armored troops from the nearby cities for protection, while also calling upon some skilled Soul Masters from the imperial capital to hasten their arrival. At last, the entire party reached the Soul Master City. Due to the city's special regulations, Shui Qinghe commanded the iron-armored troops and the royal knights to remain stationed outside the city, while he led 15 Soul Master teams into the heart of the Soul Master City. Chapter 124, the weakest team of the Dualoo Empire? In stark contrast to the vastness of cities like Tiando City and Songhua City, the Soul Master City was considerably smaller, even lacking a tenth of Tiando City's area. Nevertheless, it still left a profound impression on the Soul Masters. Though the Soul Master City was not extensive, its walls were constructed to the standards of a capital city. The towering walls, standing at a height of 80 meters, appeared majestic from the outside, and their thickness exceeded 30 meters, constructed entirely of granite. The city of Wuhuan evokes admiration even from the financially robust Ningfengji. Remarkably, Wuhuan City does not conform to the conventional quadrilateral form, but rather boasts a hexagonal shape, featuring 6 formidable walls. Each wall is patrolled by soul masters clad in the distinctive garb of the Wuhuan Temple. Adorning each of the 6 walls is a magnificent bas-relief, identical to the emblem of the Wuhuan Temple, symbolizing 6 powerful soul spirits. Upon entering Wuhuan City, one is struck by its vastness. The streets are sparsely populated, and shops are few and far between. These establishments primarily cater to the needs of soul masters. A cardinal clad in red greets the visitors, and under his guidance, a party of over 200 is swiftly accommodated at an inn located on the western side of Wuhuan City. According to intelligence relayed by the Wuhuan Temple, the competition is set to commence in 3 days. After a taxing journey, this 3-day respite will allow the various academies ample time for preparation. The academies representing the Star Luo Empire have been assigned to rest on the opposite side of Wuhuan City, subtly dividing the competing teams of the 2 great empires into distinct factions. The grand finals will feature a total of 33 teams, including 3 seed teams selected by the 2 empires and the Wuhuan Temple itself. Undoubtedly, the most formidable threat lies within the team dispatched by the Wuhuan Temple Academy. The final showdown consists of 5 rounds, each shorter than the preliminary and qualifying matches. However, due to the fierce competition, there will be a 1-day rest period between each round and a substantial 3-day adjustment period prior to the final 5th round. In the first round, the 3 seed teams will have byes, while the remaining 30 teams vie for 15 advancement spots, with losers facing immediate elimination. This ruthless knockout format will undoubtedly compel each Soul Master team to exert their utmost effort. In the second round, the top academy from each of the 2 empires will receive a bye. The third round will see the second-place team from the qualifying matches gain a bye. For Liu Mo, surviving the first 2 rounds guarantees a direct passage to the 4th round. The 4th round will not feature any byes, and the 3 victorious teams will advance to the 5th round's qualifiers. The second and third place teams from the qualifiers will engage in a group battle to determine who will face the top qualifier for the championship title. At dawn, all participating academies are escorted by representatives of the Wuhuan Temple to the competition venue. Each academy is provided with a dedicated resting area encircling the competition grounds. Opposite the Papal Hall lies the esteemed judges' stand, where representatives from the 2 great empires and members of the Wuhuan Temple observe the proceedings. Upon arrival, before settling in, staff is summoned to draw lots. The outcome of the first round's draw is undeniably crucial. Securing a relatively weaker opponent would prove advantageous for any team. The door to the lounge of the Beast Academy swung open, and staff entered with a beaming smile. "Director, it seems fortune has favored you," Ming Shu remarked with a slight smile, leaning on his dragon-headed staff. All the members of the Beast Academy turned their gazes toward him. "Lord Longgong, I can only say my luck is decent." Although much of the fortune in this year's elite competition among advanced Soul Master Academies has been claimed by Shrek Academy, such an occurrence is beyond imagination. Staff seemed to deliberately leave a suspenseful pause, his eyes glimmering with a hint of envy. At that moment, all present, including the team members and the couple Longgong and Shipo, cast puzzled glances at staff, as if something extraordinary had transpired. "Director, do share with us. We are on the edge of our seats." Tao Hua expressed his curiosity. Shrek faced the Blaze Academy in the first round, a formidable opponent, yet unexpectedly. "Director, please refrain from prolonging the suspense," someone interjected. To our astonishment, Blaze Academy withdrew from the finals. "During the draw, I secretly hoped for a weaker team. Had I known, I would have fervently wished for Blaze Academy instead. Moreover, with Xiao Mo on our side, capable of single-handedly overcoming 7 opponents, their strength in a team battle would not be as formidable." Staff appeared somewhat regretful, then sighed softly and remarked, "How is it that Shrek Academy's luck can be so extraordinary?" "Director, who was our opponent in the first round?" Liu Mo harbored little hope regarding luck. Rather, he believed that strength was the cornerstone for a team's enduring success. "Our first match would be against Qingzhou Academy." The envious expression on Statha's face vanished instantly, replaced by an air of unwavering confidence. "Qingzhou Academy? I have never heard of it." Ming's brow furrowed as she tilted her head in inquiry. "This is an academy from the Star Luo Empire, arguably one of the weakest teams competing from that realm," Staff replied, a surge of elation swelling within him. At that moment, he seemed to have forgotten that without the presence of Liu Mo and Yu Ying, the Exotic Beasts Academy would stand little chance against what he had just described as one of the weakest teams from the Star Luo Empire. Liu Mo observed Shi Tofu's expression, seemingly confirming the perceived weakness of the Qingzhou Academy. However, given that the finals were being conducted in an elimination format, he knew that complacency was not an option. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of guilt over the initiative taken by the Qihua Academy to forfeit. He believed this could be attributed to his failure to extend them any courtesy previously, leaving them with no dignity to face the competition. Yet, had they not achieved the remarkable feat of defeating 7 opponents in one match, it was likely that the second qualification spot for the Tiando Empire would not have been theirs. If that had been the case, they would not have had the luxury of a bye in the 3rd round. With this thought, his self-reproach dissipated. After all, this was a continent where strength spoke for itself, and he could hardly be blamed. He simply felt a sense of regret for Qihua Academy. The first round of the competition was about to commence. The first 2 matches had concluded, and in the 3rd match, the exotic Beast Academy faced off against the Qingzhou Academy for the grand finals of the elite competition among advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. The Wuhuan city had specially constructed a dedicated arena. This venue was situated at the very heart of Wuhuan city, featuring a colossal arena with a diameter of 100 meters, entirely fashioned from granite. To fortify this immense competition platform, a substantial number of soul-guided devices had been employed to prevent damage. According to information provided by the Wuhuan Hall, this arena was robust enough to withstand any attacks from soul masters below the Soul Emperor rank without sustaining harm. Only an affluent organization like the Wuhuan Hall would undertake such an expense. After all, even the 2 major empires would hesitate to expend such vast resources. Directly in front of this competition stage lay the Pope's Hall, less than a kilometer from the hill where the hall was located. The Wuhuan Hall had already announced that the final 3 competitors would battle in front of the Pope's Hall, where the Pope himself would make an appearance to crown the ultimate champion. For any soul master, this represented an unparalleled honor. On the 100-meter diameter arena, the teams from Qingzhou Academy and Exotic Beast Academy stood on opposite sides. However, the members of the Qingzhou Academy did not embody the elegance suggested by their name. They were instead a striking assembly of tall, robust youths. The age difference between the oldest and youngest members was merely 2 years, and their heights were nearly uniform, each approaching 2 meters. Standing opposite the members of the Exotic Beast Academy, they resembled a range of imposing mountains, even towering over the 7 members of the Xiangjia Academy. Conversely, the Exotic Beast Academy did not appear as fearsome as anticipated, with their female members possessing delicate beauty and the male members presenting a more slender and handsome visage. Indeed, in comparison to their robust counterparts, describing them as petite and frail would not be an exaggeration. The disparity between preconceived notions based on the academy names and the reality was stark. WOC. I would say they resemble a doorstop academy more than anything else, Zhang Chen complained. He had expected to confront a lineup of captivating maidens, but the arrival of the 7 seemingly diminutive figures left him sorely disappointed. What are these exotic beasts? Merely miniature monsters? Chuckled a member from Qingzhou Academy. Everyone, do not underestimate them. They are the 2nd-ranked team from the Tiando Empire's qualifying round. At that moment, a seemingly composed and tranquil youth spoke up, revealing himself to be their captain. Both sides unleashed their martial spirits. This time, the referee was a man clad in the attire of the martial Soul Hall. Upon hearing the referee's voice, the entire arena radiated a resplendent emerald glow, completely overshadowing the vibrant hues of the Beast Academy. Even the members of the Beast Academy team sensed the stark contrast. The martial spirits of the opposing 7 appeared uniformly emerald, devoid of any other color's brilliance. The combined radiance emitted by the 7 was even more dazzling and blinding. As the emerald light faded, astonishment enveloped everyone. The martial spirits of the 7 were all related to bamboo. Some had bamboo sprouting from their palms. Others were possessed by bamboo, and some wielded bamboo staffs. The bamboo varied in size, with some having 7 nodes and others 9. Some adorned with leaves while others were bare. If one's martial spirit were a panda, it was certain they would have been swiftly defeated. Liu Mo gazed across, reminiscing about the pandas he had once observed at the zoo. Yet, it seemed that such creatures did not exist in this world. Not only did their martial souls belong to the same species, but their soul rings were uniformly composed of 3 rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, without exception. There was no formidable leader among them. Each individual's strength was remarkably similar, presenting an image of perfect equilibrium. However, the Exotic Beast Academy boasted 2 soul masters, Liu Mo and Yu Ying, particularly Liu Mo's purple second soul ring and black fourth soul ring, which astonished all who beheld them. Nevertheless, the members of the Cherished Academy team experienced only a fleeting moment of astonishment, yet their morale remained unshaken. The match commenced with the referee's commanding voice. The 7 members of the Cherished Academy team dispersed. The constant amidst the chaos was the control-type Battle Soul Master positioned in the center. In his hands, the segments of bamboo shimmered with a verdant glow, which erupted and dissipated in the air, transforming into emerald specks that scattered across the arena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was as if a row of bamboo sprouted before the members of the Exotic Beast Academy team, so densely packed that it obstructed their vision. This process transpired with such swiftness that their opponents were caught entirely off guard. Yet, this was not the end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, layers of bamboo emerged around the 7 members of the Exotic Beast Academy team, as dense as a bamboo grove, ensnaring them in place and severing their connection with one another. Liu Mo had not anticipated that his opponent's control abilities would be so formidable, nearly instantaneous, not only limiting his movements but also making it exceedingly difficult for teammates to communicate through mere glances. Moonshadow, with its vibrant claws extending half a foot, relentlessly slashed through the bamboo growth. Each stalk of bamboo required 5 or 6 strikes to shatter, yet the surrounding expanse of the bamboo forest seemed boundless. At this moment, the arena was already strewn with bamboo, while the members of the Exotic Beast Academy team had vanished within it. Does this not suggest their weakness? Mingshu observed the situation before him, which appeared far from advantageous. His brows furrowed slightly as he turned to Stofo, questioning the unfolding circumstances that seemed to astonish him as well. At this moment, Liu Mo's eyes shimmered with a gray luminescence, and the emergence of his 6 pupils pierced through the dense encirclement of the bamboo forest. He discerned 7 figures across from him, huddled closely together, each emanating a vibrant turquoise glow that danced rhythmically in tandem with their formidable physiques. The 3 soul rings adorning each of their bodies flickered in alternating brilliance. This was perilous. As Liu Mo traversed the bamboo grove, he observed the performance of the 7 individuals and was struck by a profound premonition. This was the soul fusion technique. Yet, it was not merely a fusion of 2, but a 7-in-1 soul fusion technique. Once unleashed, they would likely stand no chance of countering it. This was the hidden strength that Cherished Academy had preserved all along, never once utilized until now, as they faced the elimination rounds of the finals. They would not hold back their power any longer. Is this truly the 7-in-1 soul fusion technique? Stoth exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, he cursed himself for having believed the rumors from the Xinglua Empire that labeled this team as the weakest. Liu Mo had no time for contemplation or hesitation. The 3rd soul ring on his body illuminated, and his hands radiated a fiery glow as he forcefully struck the ground. The earth cracked, fissures rapidly spreading forth, successfully traversing the bamboo grove that obstructed his path. Neither the spectators inside nor outside the arena understood the nature of Liu Mo's actions. The 7 members of Cherished Academy remained focused on executing their 7-in-1 soul fusion technique. As the control-type soul master had expended all their soul power to conjure the dense bamboo forest, even if their opponents possessed soul ancestor-level members, it would require time to dismantle the barrier. Unbeknownst to them, the fissures beneath had swiftly extended to their feet. As the 7 coalesced, the crack ceased beneath them. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, they were engulfed by the surging flames, only to be propelled skyward by the erupting magma. The arena echoed with their anguished screams emanating from the searing lava. Even the 7 from Cherished Academy were oblivious to the calamity that had befallen them. Boom. The 7 landed simultaneously, producing a resonant sound. Yet, this was not the conclusion. They soon began to suffer from searing injuries. At this moment, one half of the arena was shrouded in dense bamboo, while the other half bore witness to the 7 rolling helplessly on the ground. After the burn, they were rendered incapable of further combat, and the bamboo grove had vanished. The members of the Exotic Beast Academy observed their opponents sprawled on the ground. Perplexed as to why, Exotic Beast Academy emerged victorious. The referee had already announced the outcome. Chapter 125, Words Too Grand. Shining with deceit, Exotic Beast Academy claimed victory in the first round. Though it was a narrow escape, Liu Mo understood that this triumph was merely a stroke of luck. Had the 7-in-1 soul fusion technique been executed, defeat would have been inevitable. Returning to the camp, he said, Yueying, would you accompany me for a stroll? Liu Mo gazed at the moonlit shadow, his eyes seemingly brimming with unspoken words meant for her, yet the moment was hardly conducive for such discourse. Oh. A lone man and woman venturing out together? Tao Hua remarked with a mischievous glint in her eyes, her playful tone laced with mischief. The Zhang brothers, standing nearby, also wore smirks that hinted at their ulterior motives. Let us not forget the Emperor Xueye's admonition. Tao Hua's words carried a subtle reminder. Yet they were tinged with a hint of envy. Sister, it is still light out, thus not contravening His Majesty's decree, Zhang Chen replied, his smile unwavering as he addressed Tao Hua. As they departed from Tuando City, the Emperor Xueye had entrusted them with a directive: no interactions between male and female students after nightfall, emphasizing the importance of rest before the competition. This ruling was a conclusion drawn by Emperor Xueye during his observation of the advancement matches between the Qihua Academy and the Beast Academy, aimed at ensuring that the Tiando Empire's team achieved commendable results. Although he could not attend the event in person, he nonetheless issued this command before his departure. Liu Mo regarded the sinister smile on his teammate's face with indifference, merely offering a faint smile in return. Yu Ying, upon hearing their words, furrowed her brow slightly. Yet she felt an indescribable thrill within her. This marked the first occasion Liu Mo had invited Yu Ying to meet privately since they had come to understand each other's identities. The pair had not strayed far from the Beast Academy's camp, merely seeking a secluded spot. Their leisurely pace had led them here as darkness enveloped the surroundings. A towering ancient tree stood before them, obscuring the myriad stars above, while the silvery moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating Yu Ying's fair skin, rendering her even more exquisite. Mo Go, is it appropriate for us to be alone together like this? Yu Ying spoke with a hint of shyness, her cheeks gradually flushing a rosy hue as she uttered the words. Perhaps at this moment, she found herself dreaming of thoughts that were best left unbidden. Yu Ying, there is something I wish to present to you. I had intended to wait until after the competition to give it to you. But today I learned that the Qingzhou Academy, often regarded as one of the weakest teams in the Star Luo Empire, has managed to retain such formidable strength with their 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Thus, we remain unaware of the true capabilities of our future opponents. Liu Mo furrowed her brows slightly, gazing intently at the moonlit shadow as she spoke. Upon hearing the mention of a gift, Moon Shadow felt an exhilarating surge within her. Although the nature of the gift remained a mystery, the fact that Liu Mo had taken the initiative to invite her out signified that it must hold profound significance, and it was clear that she wished to keep it concealed from prying eyes. Indeed, due to the recent decree from the Snow Knight Emperor, openly presenting gifts had become a delicate matter. Yet, despite the darkness of the night, which seemed to contradict the Emperor's admonition, the two remained entirely unfazed. Liu Mo concluded his words and retrieved an object from the scale's soul guiding device, from which emanated a dazzling spectrum of 7 colors, measuring approximately 7 inches in length. The front end exhibited a subtle curve, adorned with a 3-inch protrusion resembling a phalanx. What is this? Yu Ying gazed at the object in Liu Mo's hand, her mouth agape in astonishment. Liu Mo did not respond to Yu Ying's inquiry. Instead, he slowly extended his hand, presenting the object he held to her. As Yu Ying received this item, which radiated a spectrum of colors, an extraordinary sensation immediately coursed through her. It felt as though it were an intrinsic part of her own being, particularly when her left hand made contact with the object. The unique energy it contained seemed eager to penetrate her left arm. She attempted to guide it using her soul power. Liu Mo gazed at the slightly fearful expression on Yu Ying's face and spoke softly. Upon hearing Liu Mo's suggestion, Yu Ying immediately harnessed the soul energy within her body to guide the object. In an instant, the item seemed to come alive, moving towards her interior, while an invigorating force began to surge into her being. The 7-colored radiance followed the object into Yu Ying, and the brilliance faded. Her cheeks, which had just shown comfort, now revealed a look of astonishment as she exclaimed, This is a soul bone. Brother Mo, this gift is far too precious. I know you yearn to become powerful. It should rightfully belong to you." The dreams that had just filled her thoughts evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of regret. She understood that soul bones were exceedingly rare treasures, and now that it had entered her body, it signified that only her death or the self-destruction of her limb at a certain level could allow for its extraction. Yu Ying. This soul bone enhances the attribute of attack speed. It can only reach its full potential when bestowed upon you. In the future, I will seek out a soul bone that complements my own attributes. Liu Mo offered a faint smile, then turned to Yu Ying and said, "There is someone." Liu Mo had just finished speaking when he faintly heard the sound of footsteps. Who could it be? Suddenly, a figure halted not far away. Moon Shadow. Having already been somewhat dazed by Liu Mo's deep call, immediately drew closer to him, intertwining her arm with his and retreating to his diagonal rear. In the Spirit Soul City, it was no easy feat to find a secluded spot such as this, devoid of light. It seemed that as the deep night approached, many couples in love sought out such places to share their hearts. Are you here for a romantic rendezvous? Although the night was dark, Liu Mo's 6 eyes had long since discerned the identity of the approaching figure, and he smiled as he spoke. What business is it of yours? Came the response from the figure, yet it remained motionless. Could it be someone here to sell sausages? At that moment, Liu Mo offered a faint smile and inquired. Who exactly are you? The shadowy figure, somewhat apprehensive, replied, He is Oscar. The mere mention of selling sausages beneath the tree sent beads of cold sweat down his brow. Could it be that they recognized him? Yet, at this time, if they were aware of his presence, the repercussions upon his return would surely be severe. Although Oscar felt a twinge of anxiety within, he gradually approached, intent on uncovering the truth. As he drew nearer to Liu Mo, he exclaimed in surprise, Mo. Yuing, what brings you to Spirit Soul City? His eyes glinted with realization. I see. You've come to witness the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent. Haven to you? With a flicker of insight, Oscar continued, hearing your words. Liu Mo and Yuing exchanged glances, and Liu Mo replied, If you can come, why can't we? He refrained from directly addressing Oscar's question, however. He was certain of one thing. Shrek Academy had indeed overlooked the Beast Academy, unaware of its team members. I am quite different. I am a renowned mainstay of the illustrious Shrek Academy battle team, Oscar proudly asserted, filled with a sense of honor. By the way, Mo, was it truly you who orchestrated the incident when old Zhao was beaten? Without waiting for Liu Mo's response, Oscar pressed on with his inquiries. Liu Mo fell silent for a moment. I knew that Brother Mo would not simply swallow his indignation. My admiration for him only deepened. Such matters, even if I wished to address them, were beyond my reach, as no one would extend a hand to someone as powerless and inconsequential as I. Oscar seemed to harbor a hint of resentment as well. I, too, lack wealth and influence, merely extending assistance to an elder brother in need. I had not anticipated this outcome. Liu Mo, caught off guard by Oscar's words, momentarily found himself at a loss for a response. All right, no need for further explanation. I understand, I truly do, Oscar remarked with a mischievous grin, then shifted his gaze towards Yuing, continuing, Yuing, what brings you two here? Oscar, we're merely taking a stroll, Yuing replied, sensing the unsettling glimmer in Oscar's eyes and unsure of how to clarify their presence. Fortunately, he remained unaware that both of them were competitors in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Suddenly, an idea struck him. By the way, Oscar, when you all hastened to our aid in the Stardow Forest, you were flying. What transpired? Liu Mo, for reasons unbeknownst to him, shifted his gaze and recalled events from long ago. That is due to my third soul skill, Oscar declared, a proud smile gracing his face. Your sausage possesses the ability to fly? Upon hearing this, Liu Mo inquired in astonishment. Indeed, although it lasted merely a minute, the ascent was remarkably swift. Oscar raised an eyebrow and subsequently remarked, Could you create some for me? Liu Mo immediately fixed his gaze upon Oscar and inquired. Although Oscar was uncertain of Liu Mo's intentions, as a friend and admirer, he readily acquiesced. He provided Liu Mo with 2, yet Liu Mo remained unsatisfied. Is 1 minute of soaring together not enough? Although Oscar was perplexed, the lewd grin on his face persisted. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Yuing slightly furrowed her brow and shot him a glare. Despite the disdain evident on her face, a subtle smile at the corner of her lips betrayed her true feelings. I require 20, she declared. What? You need that many? Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. My flying mushroom sausages have a rather short shelf life. Liu Mo nodded gently, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she spoke. I understand. Please create it swiftly so we may depart from this place. Otherwise, we shall interrupt your rendezvous, and moreover, it would contravene the directives of the Snowy Night Emperor. How do you know everything? Oscar was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had come here to rendezvous with Ning Rongrong. Yet how could they be aware of the Snowy Night Emperor's instructions? Could it be that they had already encountered other Shrek Academy students? As Oscar pondered these questions, he busied himself crafting the flying mushroom sausages. It is your face that betrays you, he remarked with a chuckle. Remember, do not speak of having met me to others. Liu Mo took the flying mushroom sausage and, before departing, informed Oscar, Brother Mo, do be cautious. Daimobai frequently speaks ill of you in Tang San's presence. Oscar gazed at Liu Mo's retreating figure, hesitating momentarily before voicing his concern. Yet, he understood that it was imperative to share this matter with Liu Mo. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo paused momentarily before continuing on his way. Oscar, what are you looking at? After a brief moment, a sweet voice emerged from behind him. It was Ning Rongrong. I've been watching you for quite some time, and you still haven't come over. I'm starting to feel a bit anxious. Oscar turned around, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Ning Rongrong. You're quite the smooth talker. It's all because of what the Snowy Night Emperor said. We have to meet in secrecy, and during the day, we dare not draw too close. Ning Rongrong complained. Meanwhile, Liu Mo and Yu Ying had already walked far away. Brother Mo, why do you need so many of Oscar's sausages? Yu Ying inquired, curious about Liu Mo's recent actions. These sausages will soon come in handy, Liu Mo replied. Liu Mo smiled faintly and continued on his path. As the moonlight merged with the soul bone, the vibrant waves of seven-colored light coursed through him, awakening the soul power within. At that moment, he shattered the 50-level threshold. Upon encountering Oscar, memories of the past flooded his mind, prompting him to inquire further, only to discover that it was indeed the effect of Oscar's famed sausage. With tomorrow being a rest day and the second round commencing the day after, followed by a 3-day intermission before the third round, Liu Mo would have ample time to acquire his 5th soul ring, and the sausage's 1-week shelf life would suffice. Half an hour before the second round commenced, Ming Shu, as the advisor of the Exotic Beast Academy, was resolutely accompanying Liu Mo on his quest to hunt soul beasts. Xiao Mo, once this match concludes, I shall accompany you to hunt soul beasts. The Stardo Forest lies at the border of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, not too far from here. With your special sausage, if all goes smoothly, we should manage to return in time for the 4th round, provided you secure victory in this match. This time, they faced the formidable Wind God Academy, home to the team widely regarded as the strongest among advanced Soul Master Academies, surpassing even the Blaze Academy. Their prior victory over Blaze Academy was largely due to Liu Mo's fire immunity, and without that advantage, this upcoming match would prove exceedingly arduous. Shidov's expression reflected his trepidation, as their opponents were indeed overwhelmingly powerful. The other team members also exhibited signs of trepidation, having never encountered the Wind God Academy before. Their reputation for strength was well known. The morning air was cool and pleasant, but by afternoon, as the sun reached its zenith, the refreshing chill was replaced by a gentle warmth. Although it was not yet midsummer, the temperature still felt quite elevated. Both teams made their way toward the arena. How can it be them? Zhang Chun exclaimed, taken aback upon recognizing the faces across from him. His astonishment drew the attention of his teammates, who looked up in surprise. To their bewilderment, Hua Wushuang and Hua Wu were among the ranks of the Wind God Academy. Aren't they from Blaze Academy? What is going on? Tao Hua echoed their confusion. At that moment, Liu Mo realized that Blaze Academy had not genuinely forfeited the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. Instead, they had amalgamated with the Wind God Academy. Mo Gu. Zhu Zhuqing called softly upon spotting the young man standing at the forefront of the Exotic Beast Academy. He is participating in the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament? Dai Mubai remarked in astonishment. Shrek Academy had earned a bye in the second round. Thus they had come to observe and gauge the prowess of the newly formed Wind God Academy. Do you know him? The master inquired, having overheard Dai Mubai's surprise. He is Liu Mo, the one who betrayed Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai cast a glance at Zhu Ziqing, and then, with a glint of malice in his eyes, spoke, Teacher. In fact, you have encountered Mo Gu as well. He saved us when we crossed paths in the soul-hunting forest. Tang San, gazing at the arena, murmured, Is it truly him? Could it be that his martial spirit has undergone a mutation? The master pondered for a moment, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed. At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze remained fixed upon Liu Mo. Director Sure. In light of this situation, do you not wish to lodge a protest? Meng Shu leaned on his dragon-headed cane, conversing with Sure Toof. Protest? Since this newly formed team has appeared here, it signifies their acceptance by the competition committee. My presence would merely yield a placid and hollow explanation. Sure Toof replied coolly, his narrowed eyes betraying a profound understanding of the circumstances. Meng Shu nodded at his words, falling silent. Indeed, he comprehended the implications of Sure Toof's statements, though a sense of reluctance lingered within him. The students of the Blaze Academy posed no threat to Liu Mo, thereby diminishing the strength of the Divine Wind Academy in comparison. However, for the rest of our team, it would be an immense challenge. Should any injuries occur that prevent participation, the subsequent matches would undoubtedly become even more arduous, Shurtuf remarked softly. Ha ha ha, Director Sure. You think far ahead. Let us first secure victory in this round before contemplating future challenges, Ming Shu replied with a cold chuckle. At this moment, during the elimination rounds, what value is there in discussing future confrontations after a defeat? Leading the charge for the Divine Wind Academy were Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, and Huo Wushuang. The trio serving as the core of their team, locking eyes with Liu Mo and Tao Hua. Our intentions are not solely directed at you. Yet since our paths have crossed once more, allow us to demonstrate the might of our reformed alliance, Huo Wu declared, her eyes ablaze with fury, seemingly intent on avenging past grievances. Liu Mo, upon hearing Huo Wu's words, felt the remnants of his previous guilt dissipate entirely. At that moment, a youth with short, light blue hair and a mask obscuring his face fixed an enraged stare upon Liu Mo. He was Feng Xiaotian, the captain of the Divine Wind Academy team. Renowned as the foremost student within the esteemed Soul Master Academy of the Tiando Empire. You are the one who has insulted my sister, Huo Wu? Today, I shall take this opportunity to teach you a lesson, Feng Xiaotian stated, his brow furrowing in a grim expression. Very well, I await your challenge, Liu Mo retorted. Hearing the unfriendly remarks from Feng Xiaotian, Liu Mo scoffed disdainfully and coldly declared, let the competition begin, though the other participants remained silent. The tension in the air grew palpable. The cardinal, serving as the referee, exhibited his adeptness at maintaining balance and promptly announced the commencement of the match. In an instant, Feng Xiaotian darted in front of Huo Wu, shielding her behind him, as her fiery aura erupted, serving as a striking backdrop. Meanwhile, the other team members, under the leadership of Huo Wushuang, unleashed their martial spirits. Liu Mo stood resolutely at the forefront, flanked by the Zhang brothers on either side, with Meng Yiran and Yu Ying extending the line, while Tao Hua and Ying Hua positioned themselves behind. As Tao Hua steadied herself, her first yellow soul ring shimmered, and a radiant white light erupted beneath her feet. Like mist, it began to expand towards the 7 participants. The white light transformed into a thick fog, enveloping them completely. Within this shroud, the 7 members could no longer see their teammates, yet they remained composed despite the sudden loss of vision. As the mist enveloped them, a pungent odor assailed their senses, inducing an immediate wave of nausea. Feng Xiaotian, ascend, Huo Wu commanded sharply. The formation of the 7 from Shinkong Academy shifted instantly, as enormous azure wings unfurled from Feng Xiaotian's back, coalescing into the formidable image of the Gale two-headed wolf. Bathed in the magnificent light of this projection, Feng Xiaotian soared into the air, propelled by a single flap of those wings. Harnessing the winds aloft, he ascended rapidly, employing his second soul skill, Twin Wolves Manifestation, and his third soul skill, Gale Wings. The synergy of these powerful abilities catapulted Feng Xiaotian's combat prowess to unprecedented heights. With each flap of his azure wings, he generated a fierce gust, dispersing the fog that shrouded Shinkong Academy. At that moment, Huo Wushuang had taken Feng Xiaotian's place, standing protectively before Huo Wu, flanked by 2 formidable assault-type soul masters from Shinkong Academy. Together, they formed a barrier, concealing Huo Wu from view. Behind her stood 2 auxiliary soul masters, both below level 40, who rapidly concentrated countless fiery red light points towards Huo Wu's form. Huo Wu's expression grew grave as her hands, as if burdened by immense weight, slowly raised toward the sky. The searing flames coalesced into a white light in her palms, and at that moment, all 4 of her soul rings ignited. The pained expression on her face revealed the immense pressure she was enduring. It was evident to any keen observer that Shinkong Academy's strategy was one of 5 defenders and 2 supporters. The 2 auxiliary soul masters provided assistance, while the 3 assault-type soul masters offered protection. The pivotal figures were the spiraling Feng Xiaotian above and Huo Wu, who was channeling her entire soul power with her fusion technique. Today, you shall pay a heavy price. In the air, Feng Xiaotian cast a disdainful glance at Liu Mo and spoke. Even though Liu Mo's vibrant soul rings astonished the onlookers, they seemed insignificant in Feng Xiaotian's eyes, as if he were fervently eager to avenge his beloved Huo Wu. Tao Hua, undeterred by her recent setback, gracefully extended her fingers, which danced elegantly in the air, slowly coming together with her thumb. As her hand moved, she executed a delicate turn, and at that moment, her Millennium Soul Ring illuminated. The hue of her soft pink eyes deepened, seemingly gathering energy. Once it reached a certain intensity, she swiftly released a beam of pink light that enveloped the 7 individuals before her. Simultaneously, the beam penetrated their eyes, causing them to shimmer with a pink starlight. At that instant, Feng Xiaotian sprang into action, his body descending like a shooting star. His massive form, with wings spread wide, fell silently, the surrounding azure light retracting entirely. In this moment, his body and wings aligned at a perfect angle, initiating his self-created skill, the Gale Demon Wolf 36 slashes. As Feng Xiaotian plummeted, a searing white light burst forth from the side, swiftly catching up to him and enveloping him entirely. This radiant light, emitted by Huowu, formed a bridge connecting the two. With the aid of this white light, Feng Xiaotian exuded an explosive aura of power. The dazzling white light seemed to overshadow the pink radiance released by Tao Hua, causing the pink glow surrounding the 7 members of the Wind God Academy to vanish instantly. This unexpected phenomenon left the students of the Beast Academy astounded, as the 2 control skills had no effect on the members of the Wind God Academy. The captain, Tao Hua, felt a tinge of disappointment, a sentiment she had rarely encountered. Frenzied energy erupted from her, and the scorching airflow seemed ready to sear the earth itself. Even more astonishing was the gradual formation of the white light around Feng Xiaotian, coalescing into a peculiar set of incandescent white armor that enveloped his body and his sharp gale wings. This was not a martial soul fusion skill, but rather a duo fusion technique devised by Huowu and Feng Xiaotian after her arrival at the Wind God Academy. Although their fusion could not match the immense power of a martial soul fusion, it was not solely theirs. It also incorporated the abilities of Huowu's 2 supporting soul masters. The combined strength of the 4 individuals concentrated on Feng Xiaotian significantly enhanced both his offensive and defensive capabilities. With an explosive surge in speed, Feng Xiaotian's target as he descended was not Liu Mo at the forefront of the Beast Academy, but rather Tao Hua and Sakura at the rear. This was perilous. At this moment, Liu Mo was prepared to confront Feng Xiaotian, yet he found himself taken aback. Yue, noticing the dazzling white light streaking towards her, immediately crouched and leaped forth, nearly reaching Tao Hua's side simultaneously with Feng Xiaotian. In the air, the cerulean wings enveloped in white light emitted sharp glimmers. But the combined force of the 4 was beyond Yueying's capacity to breach. Feng Xiaotian disregarded Yueying entirely. However, as she and Tao Hua found themselves within the span of his unfurled wings, he spun rapidly. His razor-sharp wings inflicted multiple lacerations upon Tao Hua's body. Upon realizing the threat, Yueying curled her body and propelled herself in the opposite direction but still sustained a wound from the keen edges of the wings. At this moment, Tao Hua had already collapsed, while Feng Xiaotian continued unimpeded, merely passing by them, with the cherry blossoms at the end of his journey. A thunderous crash resounded as the white light collided with the cherry blossoms. Accompanied by a scream, Feng Xiaotian soared into the sky once more. Observing this, the master furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Feng Xiaotian could unleash such formidable power following the fusion of their soul powers. The ensuing confrontation with the Shinkei's Academy promised to be a formidable challenge. Suddenly, as all eyes were fixed upon Feng Xiaotian, the 2 support members of the Wind God Academy fell. Yueying had utilized her remarkable speed to swiftly appear beside them, launching a powerful assault. With the aid of her left arm's soul bone, her claws moved with the ferocity of a meat grinder, leaving the 2 in a state of disarray. The activation of the colorful parasitic effect prompted their agonized cries. This scene unfolded behind Huowu, who remained oblivious until her companion's screams pierced the air. Zhu Zhiqin was astonished by Yueying's prowess. She had not anticipated such rapid advancement during her time away from Shrek Academy. In a contest of speed, she feared she would be outmatched by Yueying. Yueying is now this swift? Dai Mubai marveled once more, astonished by her astonishing velocity. Incredible. Tang Xin stood in disbelief. Even his use of the purple gold demon eye merely revealed fleeting afterimages of Yueying's attacks, her speed utterly unfathomable. Do you know her as well? The master inquired, perplexed. Her name is Yueying. She was a student at Shrek Academy but left due to Liu Mo, Dai Mubai promptly clarified. The master, upon hearing this, pursed his lips and nodded, choosing not to speak further. Just then, a tempest arose within the arena, not conjured by Feng Xiaotian, but rather the result of Liu Mo's 4th soul skill. With the emergence of 6 eyes, Feng Xiaotian's speed appeared greatly diminished. The gale storm expanded, enveloping Feng Xiaotian and rendering him invisible to the onlookers. You dare to use wind to attack me? How laughable! Came a voice of derision from within the whirlwind. Liu Mo bent his legs and, with a simultaneous exertion of strength, propelled himself into the tempest, as if his feet were equipped with springs. The alliance between the Shinkong Academy and the Chiwa Academy undoubtedly formed an exceptional synergy. The wind aided the flames, and the fire harnessed the wind's force, allowing the collective power of the four individuals to converge. With the explosive potential of Feng Xiaoyan's self-created skill, their offensive capabilities would undoubtedly reach an alarming zenith. Yet, Liu Mo faced such adversaries with unwavering courage. He had already discerned that Feng Xiaoyan's wings, enveloped in a radiant white light through the fusion of their soul powers, had transformed into formidable weapons. However, upon observing the technique he had just executed, which mirrored his own 72 sticks of staff, it became evident that this was not a soul skill. Rather, it was a skill of his own invention. In an unspoken manner, it prompted Liu Mo to counter with his 72 sticks of staff. Liu Mo was not unaware that using wind attribute skills to attack Feng Xiaoyan would be futile. Rather, his intention was to employ the hurricane as a guise, concealing his true prowess. The 72 paths of staff technique bore both similarities and differences to the 36 consecutive slashes of the wind demon wolf. The similarity lay in their reliance on sustained execution, continuously amplifying their power, which rendered these skills particularly formidable. Conversely, the 36 consecutive slashes of the wind demon wolf could not unleash their full potential once struck, while the 72 paths of staff technique delivered a powerful blow with each strike, thanks to the weight of the spirit staff. Amidst the tempest, Feng Xiaoyan found his vision obscured. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from within the hurricane, followed by flashes of dark golden light. He was uncertain whether the wind would augment the potency of Feng Xiaoyan's attacks. At that moment, the master wore a mocking expression. Hearing the master's words, Dai Mubai joined in the laughter. Tang Xin could only gaze at the hurricane on the arena, faintly perceiving the dark golden flashes that emerged through the swirling winds. They appeared merely as shadows of dark gold, eluding his comprehension. However, he was aware that it was Liu Mo who struck within the hurricane. While Feng Xiaoyan bore the brunt of the assault, Zhu Zhuqing, with clenched fists and silent resolve, felt beads of sweat accumulating in her palms. As Feng Xiaoyan unleashed the 36 consecutive slashes of the wind demon wolf, he initially managed to contend with Liu Mo's 72 paths of staff technique. Yet, as the battle progressed, his slashes could no longer exert their might and were completely subdued by the 72 paths of staff technique. At the moment the third staff strike was delivered, the wings behind Feng Xiaoyan began to emit a sound of shattering. Liu Mo, having wielded his staff a mere 42 times, found himself on the verge of collapse. A deep, resounding thud emanated from the whirlwind, capturing the attention of both teams in the arena, while the audience's gaze converged upon the tempest. Would Liu Mo prevail this time? Meng Shu's eyes narrowed slightly as he exhaled deeply and remarked, I am uncertain. Confronting the top-ranked student from the Heaven Do Imperial Soul Master Academy, I cannot fathom Liu Mo's predicament. In truth, Shichuofu had long since lost his confidence, yet a flicker of hope continued to tug at his heart's yearning. Throughout the entirety of the competition thus far, he had silently prayed for victory, longing for his name to be eternally etched in the illustrious history of the Exotic Beast Academy. At this juncture, Huowu had managed to conjure a faint smile. Though the two support members behind her had already fallen, she was acutely aware that should Liu Mo succumb, the remaining members of the Exotic Beast Academy would be insufficient to contend with their adversaries. Meanwhile, Yu Ying, having returned to her original position, felt a twinge of unease upon hearing the dull thud. Tao Hua had already escorted Ying Hua to the sidelines. Although she still possessed the ability to move, her combat prowess had diminished, and she assisted Ying Hua off the stage. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the center of the whirlwind, uncertain if Liu Mo could yet offer them a glimmer of hope. As the whirlwind dissipated, Liu Mo had already retracted his spiritual staff, enveloped in the aura of the dark golden Titan Emperor, standing beside Feng Xiaoyan, who lay on the ground, utterly incapable of rising. How is this possible? Huowu gasped in astonishment at the scene before her. The objective of the team's reorganization had originally been to face Shrek Academy. Yet they had not even encountered their anticipated opponent before their plans unraveled, igniting Huowu's ire. Upon witnessing Liu Mo unscathed, Yu Ying's enchanting smile reemerged. Though she now felt a dull ache in her right arm, realizing that blood had begun to trickle down to her wrist, a wound inflicted by Feng Xiaoyan's earlier effortless spin. Liu Mo's performance incited a chorus of cheers from the crowd. How did he accomplish this? The master exclaimed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Could he have, like Tang San, secretly employed hidden weapons while no one was watching? Though Dai Mubai had witnessed the scene, he still found it hard to believe that Liu Mo had transformed into such a formidable force. Meanwhile, Zhu Juqing, upon seeing Liu Mo unharmed, gradually relaxed her tightly clenched fists, allowing a smile to grace her previously stoic face. What brought her even greater joy was the sight of Liu Mo once more. Tang Xin sensed the terrifying power emanating from Liu Mo. In the past, he had barely managed to defeat Feng Xiaotian by utilizing the Haoyan hammer. Yet observing Liu Mo's demeanor now suggested an air of ease. On the opposite side of the audience, the realization dawned. He has done it. He has truly succeeded. Staff leaped with exhilaration upon witnessing Liu Mo's triumph over Feng Xiaotian. With a swift turn, he bounded over to Meng Shu. Dean Shi, you mustn't behave like a child. Observing Staff's treatment of Meng Shu, Shi Pe, who stood nearby, furrowed her brow and remarked, "We concede." Huo Wushuang gazed at Feng Xiaotian, who lay incapacitated for an extended period, and finally sighed. "Brother, the fire dance team appeared rather reluctant. Yet considering that both siblings could not inflict harm upon Liu Mo and that their support behind them had already fallen, they found themselves utterly powerless against the remaining members. The Beast Academy emerges victorious," proclaimed the judge clad in the attire of the martial soul hall, his voice resonating throughout the arena. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. At that moment, Staff was undoubtedly the most elated, having taken yet another step closer to his dream. "Should we go over and greet Brother Mo?" Tang Xin inquired, wishing to catch up with Liu Mo in the absence of Xiao Wu. During such a grand competition, it is best to refrain from excessive interaction with other teams to avoid unnecessary complications, Dai Mubai promptly countered. Although Xiao was not present, Zhu Xing was. And Tang San's suggestion would inadvertently lead Zhu Xing to encounter Liu Mo, which Dai Mubai could not permit. He had painstakingly created an opportunity for himself during this period and would not allow Liu Mo to capitalize on it. Mubai is correct. We are here merely to observe the strength of the Fengshan Academy, and yet we unexpectedly encountered them. I will take this time to study the students of the Beast Academy. They will have a bye in the next round, advancing directly to the 4th round. And they are likely to become our adversaries, Master stated coolly before turning away. For Master, excessive interaction between teams prior to the competition, even in victory, could lead some to suspect foul play. Just as Master was about to depart, Zhu Juqing cast a cold, disdainful glance at Dai Mubai, her eyes narrowing at him. Perhaps she truly wished to exchange a few words with Liu Mo, even if just one, to learn about his experiences during this time. However, with Master having heeded Dai Mubai's words, she could not defy his authority and was left with no choice but to follow him off the arena. "Xiao Mo, you are the most remarkable student of our Beast Academy, and I shall become the most illustrious principal of the Beast Academy," Staff declared, embracing Liu Mo with excitement. "Xiao Mo, how is your health?" Meng Shu, beaming with a broad smile after the announcement of the Beast Academy's victory, inquired. "Grandpa Meng, I am well and in good health." Liu Mo replied to Meng Shu with a smile, saying, "Very well. I shall hasten to assist you in hunting for the 5th soul ring." At this moment, Meng Shu appeared to be even more anxious than Liu Mo. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo let out a soft hum, then turned to Shitoff and said, "Principal, I entrust the injured here to your care. We shall return as swiftly as possible." "Little Mo, worry not. I shall take good care of things here," Shitoff replied, patting Liu Mo on the shoulder, his excitement evident as he spoke with uncontainable enthusiasm. Liu Mo glanced at Meng Shu. An unspoken understanding passed between them as they simultaneously nodded and departed from the Soul Master City. Liu Mo and Meng Shu indulged in Oscar's flying mushroom sausages, soaring through the skies. "Haha, at last, I have discovered the sensation of flight." Meng Shu had never experienced anything like this before, which filled him with immense excitement. Liu Mo turned his head slightly in the air to glance at Meng Shu, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was astonished to discover that Oscar possessed the remarkable ability to create such enchanting sausages. Indeed, the so-called food-type soul masters should not be underestimated. Even someone as formidable as Meng Shu, a soul Douluo, felt a sense of surprise. The two of them consumed 4 sausages each and arrived at the periphery of the Star Do Great Forest. Since they would need to return, they prepared to traverse the forest for their onward journey. After a day of searching within the Star Do Great Forest, Liu Mo had yet to encounter a suitable soul beast. At this moment, both Liu Mo and Meng Shu had ventured deep into the heart of the forest. Following a night of rest, their spirits were considerably revitalized. Gentle sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a warm glow upon their bodies. Suddenly, a low growl resonated through the forest. Ming Shu furrowed his brow, assessing the surroundings, while Liu Mo halted his steps, seeking the source of the sound. In the distance, the grass stirred, moving at a leisurely pace yet heading in their direction. Their eyes focused intently on the swaying grass, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the soul beast. Abruptly, a soul beast adorned with dark stripes emerged from the tall grass, standing at the height of a person. It opened its mouth slightly, its tail swaying gently, and its sharp gaze fixated on Liu Mo and Ming Shu. This was a 12,000-year-old black-striped tiger. Liu Mo, what do you think of it? Ming Shu inquired, a subtle smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth as he recognized the soul beast, his eyes narrowing slightly. Liu Mo fixed his gaze upon the immobile black-striped tiger, remaining silent. For an ordinary person, capturing this soul beast as a fifth spirit ring would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. However, Liu Mo's fourth spirit ring had already been in existence for quite some time, and he yearned for a more significant breakthrough. Judging by his expression, it was evident that he was not satisfied with this soul beast. Grandfather Ming, I believe it is not suited for me. An exceptional assault-type battle spirit master without any defensive abilities always feels somewhat incomplete. Furthermore, I believe the age of the spirit ring could be enhanced to a certain extent. Liu Mo did not cast a glance at Ming Shu, but instead fixated on the black-patterned tiger, murmuring softly. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Ming Shu pressed his lips together, his gaze revealing a hint of understanding. The youth before him was no ordinary individual. This black-patterned tiger, aged 12,000 years, might indeed be somewhat lacking in its prime for him. Very well, let us venture deeper into the forest and see if we can find something more suitable. Ming Shu promptly replied. The two began to move slowly, gradually distancing themselves from the black-patterned tiger, which seemed to sense that these humans were far mightier than itself, thus refraining from launching an attack. Unbeknownst to them, the light filtering through the foliage began to take on a rather scorching quality, indicating that noon had arrived. This humid forest had acquired an added sense of stifling heat. They continued their journey, yet they encountered no soul beasts that would satisfy Liu Mo's requirements. However, for the two of them, the absence of formidable and aggressive soul beast was, in fact, a stroke of good fortune. Just as they leaned against a tree trunk to rest, a series of roars echoed through the air. Judging by the sound, it resembled the growl of a bear. The roar had a piercing quality, causing the surrounding soul beasts to flee in all directions. Liu Mo gazed at the surrounding grass, which swayed chaotically, radiating in an erratic direction, evoking a sense of dread within him. Liu Mo, it appears that we have encountered a rather formidable spirit beast this time, Ming Shu remarked slowly, leaning on his dragon-headed cane as he rose. However, just as the violently thrashing grass momentarily ceased its motion, a powerful force surged towards them, creating waves of grass akin to the tumultuous tides of the sea. A ferocious beast erupted from the thicket, mere meters away from Liu Mo and Ming Shu. Upon witnessing the creature's appearance, Liu Mo was taken aback. The beast measured approximately 5 meters in length, devoid of fur. Its head was large and rounded, reminiscent of a bear, yet its elongated snout and protruding jaws bore a striking resemblance to both a pig and a dragon. Muscular forelimbs extended, brandishing curved claws that glimmered ominously with a chilling light. The 5 claws appeared akin to those of a dragon. Its hairless body was adorned with cracked patterns, which, though formed upon its skin, resembled a tortoise shell. From the fissures of these patterns emanated an eerie blue luminescence, exuding an intimidating coldness. Liu Mo, this spirit beast is exceedingly rare. It seems our wait has not been in vain, Ming Shu stated with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Liu Mo, seemingly struck by the sight of the spirit beast, was filled with astonishment, his pupils constricting as his gaze remained fixated on this formidable creature. Is this a tortoise-shell dragon bear that is over 26,000 years old? He exclaimed after a moment of realization. Indeed, this is an exceptionally rare tortoise-shell dragon bear. Although it is currently only over 26,000 years old, its power rivals that of a spirit beast aged between 80 to 90,000 years. Once it reaches the age of 100,000 years, it shall undoubtedly claim dominance over this forest, Ming Shu noted, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if sensing an impending threat. Fortunately, they had only encountered a tortoise-shell dragon bear aged over 26,000 years. That will do. Liu Mo smiled faintly, his gaze glimmering with avarice as he addressed the tortoise-shell dragon bear. Little Mo, while I concur with your prior assertion regarding the absorption of the soul rings, do consider whether the age of this soul beast exceeds the theoretical limits by an excessive margin. You must deliberate carefully. Although Ming Shu recognized the formidable nature of this soul beast, its sheer power aside, The risks associated with Liu Mo's absorption, given its age, were considerable. "Grandfather Meng, I have made up my mind. This will be my 5th soul ring." With a deep and resonant voice, Liu Mo spoke, simultaneously extending his right finger towards the armored bear, which was situated a dozen meters away. However, this gesture incited immediate fury in the creature. Its small, beady eyes gleamed with malevolence. Accompanied by a low growl, its powerful hind limbs pushed off the ground, while its forelimbs, resembling dragon claws, crouched low. In an instant, the massive body, weighing over 1,000 pounds, launched itself into the air, landing soundlessly, thanks to its remarkable coordination. The colossal figure darted forward, covering 5 or 6 meters with grace, before swiftly charging towards Liu Mo. Liu Mo had just retracted his finger when the armored dragon bear was merely a meter away from him. "Be careful." At that moment, Meng Shu shouted urgently at Liu Mo. As he shouted, he swiftly stepped forward 2 paces and positioned his dragon-headed staff to push Liu Mo back. Accompanied by the sudden force, Liu Mo staggered 2 steps backward. Chapter 127. The powerful crack patterns as Meng Shu's dragon-headed staff pushed Liu Mo back. A series of clattering sounds erupted. The claws of the armored dragon bear struck the staff, producing a crisp sound. Along with the clash of the protruding claws and the dragon-headed staff, an explosion of sparks erupted. Even Meng Shu found himself nearly overwhelmed as the bear pressed down on the staff. In that moment, 8 soul rings shimmered around Meng Shu, radiating brilliantly as they hovered above and below him. The lifelike dragon head emitted a ghostly blue light, drawing upon his soul power. He managed to push the armored dragon bear back several meters. The ferocious bear, however, did not relent. It exerted force through all 4 limbs, launching its massive body into the air, hurtling toward Meng Shu. As a soul Douluo, even though the armored dragon bear possessed considerable strength, subduing it was an attainable feat for Meng Shu. Just as the bear was still airborne, the dragon eyes atop Meng Shu's staff glimmered with a chilling light. A colossal azure dragon surged forth from the staff, aiming directly at the airborne armored dragon bear. Upon noticing the azure dragon's emergence, the bear's cracked patterns began to emit a ghostly blue glow. When the dragon collided with the armored bear, the radiant light from the patterns shot forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar, illuminating the surroundings. The blinding light compelled both Liu Mo and Meng Shu to instinctively raise their arms in defense. As the sound faded and the light dispersed, all that remained was emptiness. "Not good. It's trying to escape." When Meng Shu caught sight of the armored dragon bear again, he realized it had vanished into the underbrush. The bear, recognizing the futility of resisting against the formidable Meng Shu, resolved to flee. What neither Meng Shu nor Liu Mo anticipated was that Meng Shu's previous strike had inflicted no harm upon the creature, and they were astonished by its astonishing speed of escape. Even Meng Shu, exerting his full strength, found himself left behind, while Liu Mo, trailing closely behind him, was still a good 10 meters away. Amidst the towering grass, they could only navigate by sound. At that moment, as Liu Mo realized the armored dragon bear was attempting to evade capture, he shouted, "Grandpa Meng, catch this." Just as he called out, Liu Mo produced 2 flying mushroom sausages and hurled them toward Meng Shu. Hearing Liu Mo's shout, Meng Shu glanced back, just in time to see the 2 airborne sausages hurtling toward him. He could perceive Liu Mo's eagerness for this soul beast. Without hesitation, he caught one sausage and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a pair of magnificent wings sprouted from his back. With his wings flapping vigorously, Meng Shu soared back into the sky once more. Rushing directly towards the armored dragon bear, Meng Shu, upon nearing its vicinity, hurled the dragon-headed staff with great force. The sharp tip of the staff soared swiftly towards the creature's body, generating an immense pressure that distorted the surrounding air. The rapid velocity caused friction with the atmosphere, producing a dazzling light akin to a shooting star, resplendent in its brilliance. Just as the dragon-headed staff was about to pierce the armored dragon bear, the creature twisted its form and deftly evaded the attack. Meng Shu was astonished that, despite the incredible speed, the creature maintained such agility. Time and again, he retrieved the staff and launched it anew, yet the armored dragon bear continued to elude him with remarkable finesse. Before long, the duration of the flight effect had elapsed. This creature had evidently understood that within the time granted by a flying mushroom sausage, he could not subdue it. As Meng Shu descended, he recalled the 2 flying mushroom sausages that Liu Mo had tossed to him. Without hesitation, he produced another, crumpling it into his mouth. Just as he made contact with a patch of grass towering above him, a pair of wings burst forth from his back. flapping vigorously and lifting him once more into the air. This time, Meng Shu resolved to afford no opportunity for the armored dragon bear to escape. He accelerated his flight, clutching the dragon-headed staff, and dove towards the beast. With a clang, as he descended, beams of piercing azure light erupted from the gaps in the creature's textured hide. When the lower end of the staff struck its body, it emitted a sharp, resonant sound, yet the armored dragon bear remained unscathed, continuing its rapid dash. At this moment, Meng Shu's brow furrowed in frustration, tinged with anger. If he exhausted both flying mushroom sausages without capturing this spirit beast, how could he possibly face Liu Mo? With this thought, the 8 soul rings around his body flickered simultaneously. The vividly carved eyes of the dragon-headed staff glimmered with a ghostly blue light. And before the radiance could fade, a resonant dragon's roar echoed through the air. A colossal azure dragon spiraled downwards, while the staff in Meng Shu's grasp began to emit a luminous glow, enveloped in a delicate layer of blue light. With the relentless flapping of his wings, he surged forward alongside the dragon, hurtling towards the armored dragon bear. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as his dragon headstaff and the colossal azure dragon nearly arrived simultaneously. If one were to distinguish between the two, the staff's lower end surged ahead of the aerial dragon by a fraction of a moment. When the staff, propelled by that fleeting moment, struck the armored body of the tortoise-armored bear, its shell-like, ironclad texture erupted with beams of light. A cacophony of clattering sounds ensued, as irregular fissures began to emerge within the shell-encased skin, through which ethereal blue beams of light emanated, accompanied by the thunderous impact of the immense azure dragon. The tortoise-armored bear let out a heart-wrenching cry. After a shower of sparks, its body was enveloped in the radiance that burst forth. At that moment, Liu Mo also rushed over. However, like a massive orb of light, the tortoise-armored bear commenced its forward charge once more. Meng Shu gazed at the spirit beast before him with a look of bewilderment. Despite the breach in its armor, it continued to advance. The bear's skin, reminiscent of a tortoise shell, bore a textured armor that surpassed the defensive capabilities of mere shells. While the recent assault had indeed breached its defenses, most of the force had been expended in doing so, resulting in no substantial harm to the tortoise-armored bear. Meng Shu then noticed that the wings behind him had begun to fade, and time was running short. He exerted himself to rise, vigorously flapping his wings, racing towards the fleeing tortoise-armored bear. During his flight, the dragon head staff once again enveloped itself in light. Whoosh! A streak of meteoric brilliance pierced the air, hurtling towards the tortoise-armored bear, which had yet to recover from its earlier assault. The sharp tip of the staff plunged deep into its flesh. A mournful cry erupted from the creature as its massive form began to sway unsteadily. Even so, it managed to advance another 10 meters. Boom! The enormous body collapsed to the ground. Chapter 128, The Fifth Spirit Ring. As the tortoise-armored bear fell, the wings behind Meng Shu had vanished. Though aged, his lithe and agile form gently descended to the earth. Upon landing, he gasped for breath, and soon after, Liu Mo hurried to his side. Xiao Mo, the tortoise-armored bear is yours, Meng Shu remarked with a subtle smile, observing Liu Mo's approach. Liu Mo nodded slightly at Meng Shu and immediately approached the armored dragon bear. Observing its faint life force, he concluded its existence. Sitting cross-legged, he channeled his soul power. The armored dragon bear's body began to emit a dark radiance, which ascended and coalesced into a misty orb of light, drifting toward Liu Mo. In an instant, he was enveloped by this ominous mist. As the mist surrounded him, the soul power within Liu Mo surged. Confronting a soul beast that had existed for over 26,000 years, he felt no trepidation. The 10-sovereign spear emerged from his back while his body became entwined with the golden dragon. Despite this, he sensed his body rapidly expanding, and the overwhelming influx of soul power became somewhat burdensome. The black aura enveloping him began to pulse rhythmically, expanding and contracting in a synchronized manner. Each cycle of expansion and contraction exerted immense pressure on Liu Mo's physique. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, veins bulging prominently. Just as the droplets were about to fall from his chin, they vanished into thin air. This phenomenon occurred as the beads of sweat were shattered by the fluctuating soul power, transforming into minuscule droplets that dissipated in the light. As time elapsed, mist began to pervade the black aura, formed from Liu Mo's perspiration. At that moment, as the aura contracted, the moisture in the air coalesced into tiny droplets, akin to rain, falling to the ground. The dark shield isolated Liu Mo from the outside world, creating two entirely distinct climates. Within, there existed a self-sustaining ecological cycle. Liu Mo's sweat flowed continuously, serving as the source of the mist, while as the aura shrank, the mist condensed into droplets that fell. In a short span, a layer of frost appeared on Liu Mo's face, a result of the fine water vapor rising into the air, combined with the saline content of his sweat. Meng Shu stood vigilantly by Liu Mo's side, yet he could not perceive what transpired within the black aura. At that moment, all he could do was silently offer his prayers. After an hour and a half, although the armored dragon bear's soul power was formidable, it had succumbed to Liu Mo's indomitable will. The golden dragon dissipated, and the 10 sovereign spear was sheathed, indicating that Liu Mo no longer required their assistance to withstand the overwhelming soul power. At this moment, Liu Mo had lost a significant amount of water from his body. Yet he still wore a smile in the face of victory. A thud resonated, startling Meng Shu. The black light shield shattered like glass, transforming into myriad tiny luminous fragments that scattered through the air. However, these fragments did not vanish. It appeared that an invisible force connected each piece together. They gradually coalesced into larger clusters of light, which began to drift around Liu Mo's body, merging once more. Ultimately, they formed a lustrous black ring that pulsated rhythmically around Liu Mo. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Meng Shu's earlier tension evaporated, replaced by a satisfied smile. He once again bore witness to Liu Mo's indomitable will, and the theoretical duration for absorbing the soul ring began to seem insignificant in his mind. The black ring began to emanate radiant halos that spread outward, slowly dissipating as they expanded, yet they continued unabated for an extended period. Liu Mo remained seated on the ground, his eyes still closed. As the halos surged outward, they flattened the surrounding grass, transforming the area within a 10-meter radius into a smooth plain. Even Meng Shu found himself struggling to keep his eyes open against the fierce winds generated by the explosion of light. Doubts crept into Meng Shu's mind. Half a day had passed, and Liu Mo's soul ring was nearly formed, yet he seemed to be grappling with the excess soul power within. Suddenly, as Meng Shu pondered, Liu Mo's body emitted another muffled sound, and with it, a bluish light radiated outward from his form, illuminating the dim surroundings with a brilliance akin to ripened wheat. The explosion of light marked the cessation of the halos emanating from Liu Mo's body. At that moment, 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, stably manifested around him. Just then, he collapsed. Seeing this, Meng Shu rushed to assist Liu Mo. After a thorough examination, he realized that Liu Mo was suffering from severe dehydration. Meng Shu provided Liu Mo with water from their supplies. As dusk fell and Liu Mo was utterly fatigued, Meng Shu decided to wait for Liu Mo to recover before setting off the next morning. Although the 4th round of the competition was imminent, Liu Mo was indeed unable to move, and with Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, they should be prepared to brave the 4th round as soon as dawn broke. The following day, at the competition venue, Director Sure, Brother Mo has yet to return. What shall we do if he misses this match? Moreover, Sakura is already injured. Although she can still compete, her strength has significantly diminished. With a face etched in anxiety, Tao Hua gazed at Sure Tofu. At that moment, Sure Tofu too was engulfed in inner turmoil. However, as the focal point of the group, he could not betray any signs of distress. He remarked, "There remains an hour until the competition begins. Let us wait a little longer. If, by chance, they do not return in time, we must still muster our strength and fight valiantly, for that is the least we can do to honor Xiao Mo's previous sacrifices." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, peering into the distance. It was unprecedented for the Beast Academy to have reached this stage, yet under Liu Mo's leadership, the team remained resolutely confident about advancing to the finals. Thus, should Liu Mo fail to arrive for this crucial match, it would indeed be a lamentable turn of events. For their next opponent was the second-ranked contender from the Xinglua Empire's qualifying rounds. Both teams had advanced through the 3rd round without contest. The overall prowess of their adversaries was significantly superior, as the Beast Academy relied heavily on Liu Mo and Yu Ying. Without them, the team would be an unremarkable assembly. In contrast, the strength of their opponents was formidable, and even with the main players sidelined, the substitutes did not exhibit any diminishment in capability. The disparity in strength among the members of their academy was minimal, and their cohesive teamwork further enhanced their overall potency, which was their most formidable aspect. Chapter 129. The 7 members are soul masters at this juncture. Yu Ying remained silent, yet her eyes betrayed her concern for Liu Mo. She understood that Meng Shu's assistance would mitigate the dangers involved in hunting soul beasts. However, she knew Liu Mo all too well. He would undoubtedly choose to push beyond his limits. For Liu Mo, each occasion of absorbing a soul ring was akin to a life and death trial, albeit fortune seemed to favor him more often than not. The fourth round of the competition is about to commence. May both teams please enter the arena. Just as anxiety permeated the air, the voice echoed from the central platform. Upon hearing these words, the hearts of nearly all the members of the Beast Academy began to race with trepidation. The match was imminent, and still, Liu Mo had not returned. Due to Shirtofu's unwavering stance on the competition roster prior to the match, it was now too late for any alterations. For the Beast Academy, substituting a backup for Liu Mo would inevitably lead to defeat. It was better to gamble on the hope that Liu Mo would return. Please. Academy of Roaring Eagles and Beast Academy, expedite your entrance. The match is about to begin, the referee called out, seemingly anxious. Moments later, the side of the Roaring Eagles Academy was filled with 7 members. 4 men and 3 women, the men were robustly built and strikingly handsome, while the women were tall, voluptuous, and exuded a youthful charm laced with allure. Beast Academy, will you forfeit the match? The referee shouted. The 6 members of the Beast Academy, dejected, trudged toward the arena. With languid steps and an air of exhaustion, the referee ambled towards the distant Beast Academy, his demeanor tinged with irritation. Could it be that they are already mentally defeated, aware of our prowess? Remarked a girl of slightly ample stature, casting a scornful glance towards the players of the Beast Academy. It seems we shall progress smoothly into the 5th round, chuckled another girl of similar physique but taller stature. Why are you all so slow? The referee expressed his dissatisfaction as they approached the arena. We have a team member who is still recovering from an injury, which has hindered our mobility, Tao Hua replied politely to the referee's inquiry. Upon hearing Tao Hua's explanation and observing Sakura's demeanor, the referee refrained from further comment. Is that an excuse for being unable to compete? Questioned a tall boy at the front. Are you planning to go 6 against 7? The referee, unsure of his count, extended his hand to tally the players once more. Hearing the referee's question, Tao Hua stammered in response, just as he struggled to articulate an answer. A voice echoed from above. Everyone on the platform looked up towards the sky. Moonshadow's face finally illuminated with a smile, and the other members of the Beast Academy appeared rejuvenated. It was Liu Mo, descending gracefully from the air, wings flapping gently as he landed beside the referee. My apologies. Referee, I was delayed due to a bout of stomach upset. Liu Mo politely explained to the referee. This individual possesses the ability to fly. Everyone must exercise caution. The previously arrogant demeanor of the tall youth instantly subdued as he signaled to his teammates. In the stands, Old Ming expressed his concern, exclaiming, You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you wouldn't make it back. Although store for a smile, his words carried a hint of reproach. Surely, I am aware of my own capabilities. Do you still doubt me? Mingshu replied with a smile, while the snake lady beside him also chuckled. Her eyes nearly closed in amusement. How could he possibly possess flying skills? In another corner of the stands, the master attentively observed the match. Ever since witnessing the exotic Beast Academy triumph over the new Godwind Academy, he had resolved to study the former closely, as they might become formidable opponents in the future. On the competition stage, the match commenced. The impatient referee finally announced the start. The team members immediately took their positions. In the front line of the Roaring Eagle Academy stood 2 males and 1 female, flanked by the remaining 2 youths, with girls positioned behind them. The Exotic Beast Academy had made adjustments to their formation. Liu Mo stood alone at the forefront, with Tao Hua behind him, flanked by Yuing and Ming Ran. The Zhang brothers occupied the diagonal rear, while Sakura positioned herself directly behind them. This arrangement was intended to protect Sakura from further harm, and Liu Mo believed himself capable of fending off the opposing team. Both sides summoned their martial spirits, and the vibrant hues emanating from the 7 opponents' spirits astonished the entire audience when their soul rings appeared. The entire team of 7 boasted 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, all at the Soul Master level. Such power had likely never been witnessed before. In the stands, Storf gasped, 7 Soul Masters. He was taken aback, recognizing the balance and strength of his adversaries, astonished that all 7 were of Soul Master caliber. Mingshu and the Snake Lady remained silent, their gazes fixed on the arena, their eyes slightly narrowed. It seems the formidable opponents ahead may indeed be Roaring Eagle Academy, the master remarked, startled by the soul rings released by Roaring Eagle Academy. As the audience buzzed with discussion, the Exotic Beast Academy revealed its own brilliance. How is he achieving this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 soul rings. He is a soul king. The crowd marveled at the rhythm of the soul rings dancing around Liu Mo's body. He had only 4 last time. Who would have thought he would ascend to Soul King in this match? The master gazed in astonishment at Liu Mo's soul rings adorning his body. Even the members of the opposing team from the Luoying Academy felt a tremor upon witnessing the soul rings on Liu Mo. Their strength relied on collective prowess, while the Beast Academy showcased individual abilities. In the entirety of the competition, few participants had reached level 50, and Liu Mo was among the youngest of them. Although the Luoying Academy team was taken aback by Liu Mo's soul rings, they did not falter in the face of the Beast Academy. After all, aside from one Soul King and one Soul Ancestor, the remaining 5 members of the Beast Academy were all at the Soul Master level. The Luoying Academy initiated their attack. The first to move were the 2 boys positioned on the flanks, both wielding the soul of the mammoth. Their second soul rings gleamed brightly as they charged swiftly toward Liu Mo. Meanwhile, the girl in the center remained stationary, her 4 soul rings simultaneously shining with a soft luminescence. At this moment, Liu Mo's second soul ring shimmered into brilliance, his arms enveloped in a crackling purple current, radiating electric serpents in every direction. Faced with the fierce onslaught of 2 charging mammoths on either side, Liu Mo exhibited no trace of trepidation. With only a meter separating him from his adversaries, he bent his legs, exerting force to propel his body into the air, his large hands converging and crossing above him before crashing downwards. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the 3 figures converged at a singular point, erupting in a dazzling luminescence. Chapter 130. 5th Soul Skill. Radiant luminescence at the moment of convergence. As the blinding light enveloped them, the surroundings became imbued with swirling purple electric serpents. As the brilliance faded, the 2 members of the Luoying Academy battle team began to tremble uncontrollably, their bodies succumbing to paralysis. This presented an opportune moment. With his opponents rendered immobile, Liu Mo prepared to launch a decisive strike, aiming to incapacitate them completely and thereby manifest his undeniable advantage. However, as he readied his assault, he noticed that the girl directly opposite him, who had remained still until now, was emanating a brilliant purple light from her hands. This is not good. In a moment of astonishment, Liu Mo exclaimed. It turned out that the 2 youths were eager to act in order to grant the girl in the middle some precious time to gather her strength. At this juncture, her hands had already coalesced with the power of 4 soul rings. Simultaneously, she unleashed the energy of those 4 soul rings, her prowess rivaling that of a soul king. A radiant purple beam shot forth towards Liu Mo, leaving him no time to launch another attack against his 2 adversaries. Indeed, the dilemma he faced had manifested. Should he evade this strike, it was likely that Tao Hua and Sakura behind him would not escape unscathed. Conversely, if he chose not to dodge, he was uncertain whether he could withstand the amalgamated force. In the midst of his hesitation, the purple beam was now less than 2 meters away from him. The brilliance was blinding. At that moment, Liu Mo's 5th spirit ring gleamed, activating his 5th spirit skill. A 1-meter-long azure beam radiated from his body, its tip resembling a wheat ear, rendering Liu Mo akin to a hedgehog. At half a meter's distance from the ethereal blue light, intricate patterns akin to a turtle shell began to converge. These patterns were seamlessly interconnected by azure light, their gaps pulsating rhythmically with luminescence. Is this Brother Mo's new skill? It certainly seems so. It appears he has made significant gains this time, remarked the Zhang brothers in astonishment as they observed Liu Mo in the stands. Is this the 5th spirit skill of little Mo? Staff mused, scrutinizing Liu Mo's form. It appears to be a defensive skill, fulfilling little Mo's aspirations, Meng Shu commented, his gaze unwavering from the arena. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the stands, the master, witnessing Liu Mo's new ability, began to murmur. Can his 5th spirit skill withstand the opponent's fusion ring attack? Suddenly, the gravity in the arena intensified dramatically. The members of the Exotic Beast Academy found it arduous to even lift their feet. This was the gravitational amplification effect initiated by the girl from the Roaring Eagle Academy, rendering their adversaries as if ensnared in a formidable gravitational field, causing their movements to slow significantly, thus facilitating an offensive against them. This was also intended to ensure that Liu Mo would not be flung away upon receiving the fusion ring attack, thereby exacerbating the damage he would endure. Meanwhile, the other participants were not idle. Above the Roaring Eagle Academy's team, a pink glow had already materialized, while Yu Ying had swiftly infiltrated the opposing team. Seizing the moment of surprise, her vibrant claws distorted the air. However, the sudden increase in gravity considerably hampered her speed. Even so, Yu Ying's pace remained significantly swifter than that of ordinary individuals. Recognizing the precarious situation, she had no intention of prolonging the confrontation, promptly twisting her body and dashing towards the girl at the center to halt the continuation of the state. Yet, Yu Ying's endeavor was not without challenge. A boy on the opposite side had already discerned her movements. As a fellow agile spirit master, he was no less swift. As he charged towards her, Yu Ying once more contorted her body, propelling herself into the air, curling into a ball, and then unfurling to evade her opponent, returning safely to her side. Boom! Just as Yu Ying touched down, a resounding explosion emanated from Liu Mo's body. The fusion of two beams unleashed a dazzling brilliance. The spectators instinctively shielded their eyes, and as the radiance dissipated, a fissure appeared beneath the feet of the girl who had just unleashed the fusion ring skill. Boom! Following this, it was as though magma erupted forth. As Liu Mo resisted the radiant beam of light, he simultaneously unleashed his third soul skill, Magma of the Earth. Utilizing the cover provided by the intense light, he seized the opportunity. Under the powerful assault of the luminous pillar, Liu Mo's fifth soul skill successfully deflected the attack. The gravitational pressure in the arena dissipated, and at that moment, the two young men beside Liu Mo had also regained their strength. Just then, the Zhang brothers charged towards one of the young men. With a dull thud, a collision echoed through the air. Although the three opponents shared the same attributes, the lower levels of the Exotic Beast Academy meant that the duo managed to achieve a stalemate against their adversary. At this juncture, a pink glow enveloped the members of the Luo Ying Academy's team, while a white fog rushed toward them. Suddenly, sharp cries of eagles pierced the air. These were the two agile attack-type soul masters from the opposing side. They deftly evaded Tao Hua's control and made a beeline for him. Seizing this moment, Meng Iran and the Zhang brothers entered the white mist to reap the rewards. Liu Mo's first soul ring gleamed brightly as he locked onto a target. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as one of the flying attack-type soul masters plummeted from the sky, frozen in place. Subsequently, Liu Mo exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Ying, who immediately understood his intent. With a swift motion, Yu Ying leaped onto Liu Mo's shoulder and propelled himself into the air like a bird in flight. Just as he was about to strike Tao Hua, icy flashes coursed across his body. Despite sustaining injuries, he continued to soar through the air. However, just as he neared his team's formation, a piercing scream echoed from above. The airborne youth wobbled and fell, a consequence of Yu Ying's iridescent parasitic effect. Due to the opponent's overall superior strength, Tao Hua's control duration had significantly diminished. Even so, at this moment, Luo Ying Academy had nearly exhausted all combatants. Only the support-type soul master at the rear remained untouched by the onslaught. It seemed the battle might conclude thus. Yet, at that moment, the support soul master sprouted fiery red wings from her back. The wings spread wide, extending a full 8 meters. Suddenly, a shrill cry resonated through the air. The wings began to flap slowly, lifting her body into the sky. Four resplendent soul rings danced around her, each illuminating in succession, until they all shone almost simultaneously. In that instant, the gusts generated by her flapping wings transformed into blazing flames, engulfing the entire arena. To Yu Ying's astonishment, these flames posed no harm to them. A phoenix? Liu Mo had been fixated on the girl in the sky, and at this moment, he finally discerned her martial spirit. Chapter 131, Phoenix Nirvana. As a top-tier martial spirit, the phoenix, which developed into a support type, left Liu Mo curious about the effects it could yield. However, he was certain it would be astonishing. The raging flames on the ground intensified, while the girl above continued to flap her wings. Yet, judging by her expression, it was evident that her soul power was nearly depleted. Exhausted, she gradually descended to the ground, and the instant her feet touched the earth, the massive wings behind her vanished. With the disappearance of her wings, the flames on the ground also dissipated. The 6 members of the Luo Ying Academy battle team not only returned to their original state, but also exhibited a faint crimson glow in their eyes, their strength having increased by 20%. The spectators in the stands were left in stunned silence by the unfolding scene. Was this not a single team battling against 2? Such an extraordinary skill was indeed beyond comprehension. Whispers began to circulate among the audience. Elder Meng, what is your perspective on this situation? Asked Staff, his narrowed eyes fixed calmly on the arena. Meng Shu sighed deeply and replied, I never anticipated their support would possess such capabilities. Even in defeat, we have no words left to say. Upon hearing Meng Shu's words, Staff pressed his lips together, choosing to remain silent. Phoenix Nirvana. As expected, it is instantaneous, he remarked. Sharing the Phoenix martial spirit, Shui Bingo had achieved mastery and control, while this support was already astonishing. Liu Mo wondered when Ma Hongjun, the powerful attack-type soul master, would reveal his remarkable prowess. The master, observing the shift in the battle's dynamics, remarked contemplatively, "Mo Gu, what shall we do now?" Tao Hua approached Liu Mo, her position as captain leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. As for the second match, we shall continue the fight. Liu Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke softly. While this statement may seem effortless, the Beast Academy, already lacking in strength, had expended a considerable amount of soul power in the recent battle. Meanwhile, their adversaries not only revived with full soul power but also gained a 20% enhancement, making it exceedingly challenging for the Beast Academy to contend. Just as Liu Mo finished his words, a ripple emerged beneath the feet of the team members of the Beast Academy. This was Sakura, utilizing her scant soul power to heal and restore her comrades. Though the recovery was limited, at this moment, Yue, standing beside Liu Mo, observed the despondency enveloping the Beast Academy and glanced at Liu Mo, hesitating to speak. Yet, with just a fleeting glance, Liu Mo comprehended Yue's unspoken thoughts. Having advanced to the fourth round of the competition, they could not afford to lose this match. A defeat would shatter not only his dreams, but also the aspirations of the entire team for victory. Contemplating this, Liu Mo pressed his lips together and nodded slightly, saying, "Yue, it's your turn." As his words fell, a golden radiance flickered between Yue's collarbone. Liu Mo's right wrist simultaneously emitted a beam of icy blue light. Whoosh! Both figures vanished at once, and the arena was instantly enveloped by an aura of coldness. A chilling luminescence filled the air, and as the spectators looked on in astonishment, icy blue scales began to descend like a rain of arrows. Another fusion technique? It was unexpected that the Beast Academy possessed such a hidden trump card. The audience began to murmur again, astonished by this newfound skill. The master, too, felt a sense of surprise, though he could not discern the nature of this fusion technique. The scales in the air selectively attacked, sparing their own teammates from harm. As the icy blue scales continued to fall, the members of the Rock Eagle Academy found themselves increasingly unprepared. With the passage of time, the scales became denser, and in an instant, the members of the Rock Eagle Academy were left battered and bruised. Yet, they were utterly incapable of retaliating against Liu Mo and Yue. The icy blue scales grazed their wounds, causing them to widen and bleed anew. The arena echoed with pained cries. "We concede." At that moment, a voice emerged from the Rock Eagle Academy team. Faced with such a dire situation, this was indeed their best choice. If they persisted, the damage to their team would only escalate, proving detrimental. Upon hearing their declaration, the icy blue scales in the air immediately ceased their descent. After a brief moment, the radiant blue light dissipated, and Liu Mo and Yue gently descended from the sky. The Beast Academy triumphed. The referee announced the result loudly. The spectators were still reeling from the spectacle, having previously reveled in a rebirth of sorts, only to find themselves now battered. "Ha ha, old Meng, we won again," Staff exclaimed, jumping with excitement upon hearing the referee's words. Meanwhile, Meng Shu, who had maintained a stoic expression, finally broke into a smile. This skill was used against the Elephant Armor Academy. "You all are simply too naive," remarked a spectator to his companion. "Oh, it seems this is not a hidden technique after all." Evidently, the opponents were overly complacent. "After all, they are from the Star Luo Empire," replied another, noting their lack of familiarity with the academies of the Tiando Empire. The audience resumed their discussions, but these words reached the master's ears, filling him with a sense of shame. He had entirely overlooked the Beast Academy and was unaware of their prior performances. Now that they had progressed to the fifth round of the tournament, he resolved to thoroughly study this unassuming academy. Just then, as Liu Mo and the others celebrated, Sakura, already frail, collapsed on the arena after exhausting her spirit power during the battle. "Sakura! Sakura!" Zhang Yi gently lifted Sakura, calling out in desperation. However, Sakura was already unconscious at that moment. "Quickly, take her down for treatment," Tao Hua exclaimed, snapping back to reality from his earlier elation. Upon witnessing the situation in the arena, Staff and Ming Shu hastened their steps to assist. After a series of examinations, it was revealed that Sakura had not yet recovered from her previous injuries and was now suffering from exhaustion. She required a period of rest and adjustment. This news struck the Beast Academy like a thunderbolt. Already lacking in overall strength, They now faced the challenge of continuing the competition without Sakura's support in the treatment department. Should she show no signs of improvement or insufficient recovery before the next match, the Academy would be compelled to field substitutes. To their surprise, those who had seldom participated in the preliminaries were now expected to play a crucial role in the final showdown. This thought filled Staff with unease, as he knew their capabilities paled in comparison to the main team of the Beast Academy, which had already struggled against formidable opponents. Dean Sure, I propose that we forfeit the 5th round of the qualifying matches and directly enter the subsequent group battle. This would not only preserve our strength but also grant us an additional day of rest. Liu Mo approached Staff and spoke. Chapter 132, Reserving Strength. In the 5th round of the advancement competition, the 2nd and 3rd place teams would compete in a group battle to determine a victor, who would then face the 1st place team in the grand finals. Staff understood Liu Mo's intention. If they triumphed in the group battle, it would be akin to having participated in one less match, a feasible strategy indeed. At this juncture, the elite competition of the advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent had entered its final throes. The combat prowess of the 3 formidable teams remained largely intact. The grand finals loomed on the horizon, with each team merely a step away from claiming the ultimate championship. The radiant sunlight bathed the earth, and under its glow, the Pope's palace shimmered with resplendence, reminiscent of a celestial abode. Before the palace, 2 rows of guardian knights stood sentinel, extending from the palace gates down the mountainside, their bright silver armor and hefty swords lending an air of solemnity to the entire Pope Mountain. The eliminated teams had already departed, not even permitted to witness the climactic battles of this final day. Only the true young titans were deemed worthy to tread upon the hallowed grounds before the Pope's palace. At the break of dawn, the 3 teams entering the ultimate finals had already gathered before the palace, awaiting the momentous occasion. The instructors from the 3 academies were not granted the privilege to stand upon the square and could only await from the periphery. A total of 21 competitors stood silently in the square, biding their time for the arrival of this final moment. The Shrek's 7 monsters were not surprised to see Liu Mo and Ying standing among the Beast's Academy competitors. Surely, they had all realized that the 2 were among their adversaries. Leading the Spirit Hall Academy team, the expression of the evil moon was the most relaxed. Yet their eyes sparkled with unwavering faith, the faith in the Spirit Hall, the faith in the Pope. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy maintained a low profile. The 7 members arranged in a line, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Among the Beasts Academy, a newcomer appeared. The cherry blossoms had yet to fully bloom, and although the 7 lined up, a hint of trepidation lingered in their hearts regarding the impending competition. Except for Liu Mo and Ying, each of them displayed a glimmer of apprehension, an unprecedented sight for them. The square before the Pope's palace was no smaller than the arenas used in previous matches. The square was paved with special stones, which, upon closer inspection, revealed a faint, lustrous glow. Though not actual jade, they were certainly far superior to ordinary rock, showcasing the formidable wealth of the Spirit Hall. A procession emerged from the side entrance of the Pope's palace, comprising 12 cardinals of rank just below the Platinum Bishop, who approached slowly. They reached the front of the palace and divided into 2 groups, 6 on each side. The foremost among them proclaimed loudly, "His Holiness the Pope has arrived. Long live! Long live! Long live!" A resounding cheer erupted throughout the entire Spirit City, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche or a roaring tsunami. This was not merely the voice of the meticulously arranged palace knights atop the Pope's mountain. It was also the fervent outcry of all soul masters within the city, who were prohibited from approaching the sacred heights. For them, the Pope epitomized the highest faith. The grand doors of the cathedral began to slowly part, the once-aligned emblems upon them gradually deviating from their course. All gazes instinctively converged upon the opening entrance. Even the 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy battle team felt their heartbeats quicken in this moment. Despite being part of the illustrious golden generation of the Spirit Hall, they had only encountered the Pope once when they were bestowed the purple record medal. The illustrious figure of Bibi Dong emerged from the Pope's chamber, adorned in a resplendent golden gown that cascaded from head to toe. She wore a regal purple-gold crown and grasped a scepter, her expression exuding an air of solemnity. In that instant, she seemed to possess an ethereal quality, towering with an almost otherworldly presence. No one paid heed to her breathtaking beauty. At this moment, she embodied only the awe-inspiring majesty of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The golden gown fit her form impeccably, its dazzling fabric shimmering with the light of over 100 gemstones in red, blue, and gold. The purple gold crown atop her head radiated brilliance in myriad hues. In this singular moment, all the radiance coalesced upon her alone. Liu Mo beheld Bibidong's attire, which appeared even more dignified and beautiful than during their previous encounter. As Bibidong raised her head to survey the participants, her gaze momentarily intertwined with Liu Mo's. At that moment, everyone else had bowed their heads in reverence, leaving Liu Mo as the sole figure standing tall. It was he. Had he come to partake in the elite competition of the advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent? Bibidong noticed a hint of anxiety in Liu Mo's expression, as if he had momentarily forgotten his own identity. She scanned her surroundings, emitting a faint sigh tinged with disappointment, seemingly in search of someone, but finding no one. Behind Bibidong trailed 4 individuals. 3 of them donned resplendent crimson garments, distinct from the cardinal robes of a cardinal. Their attire was adorned with intricate golden and silver patterns, and prominently featured a gem the size of an infant's fist, radiating a golden brilliance, exuding an air of opulence. For ordinary folk, such garments might merely symbolize wealth, but for soul masters, they represented the utmost honor. As this scarlet robe could only be worn by those who had attained the rank of titled Douluo. Clearly, these 3 individuals belonged to such esteemed ranks. Among them, Liu Mo recognized one, a 96th level titled Douluo from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, known as Chun Xian, famously regarded as the most formidable sword Douluo. Of the remaining 2, one on the left emanated an ethereal aura, known as the ghost Douluo, Gui Mei. The other possessed skin as delicate as an infant's and a bewitching appearance that evoked an unusual impression, had it not been for the prominent Adam's apple. None would suspect him to be a man. He was the flower Douluo, Juhuaguan. Only 3 types of individuals are permitted to emerge from the main gate of the Hall of the Pope. The first type, naturally, is the Pope herself. The second consists of titled Douluos who have proven their worth through strength. The third comprises the elders of the Spirit Hall. Beyond these 3, even the Platinum Cardinals and the emperors of the 2 great empires lack the privilege to pass through this grand entrance. The 4th individual accompanying the 3 titled Douluos evidently did not possess their formidable strength, yet his passage through the gate signified another esteemed identity, an elder of the Spirit Hall, more accurately described as an honorary elder. This was Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, who served as the mentor to Prince Xueqinghe of the Tiando Empire. Liu Mo had already discerned his identity. Yet Ning Fengji's status as an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall rendered the complexities of his relationships and loyalties rather opaque. Originally, Dugu Bo held a similar status, yet he chose to remain by the side of the Golden Iron Triangle, quietly observing. This was due to the elimination of his granddaughter, Dugu Yen, from the 3 teams standing before him, which had diminished his interest considerably. However, as his gaze swept forward, a familiar figure and an eerily similar visage jolted him, prompting an astonished exclamation, "Liu Mo?" Flander remained silent, aware of the rift that had once existed between Dugu Bo and Liu Mo. Although he had now become an advisor to Shrek Academy, he was uncertain whether their discord had been resolved. After all, Liu Mo was someone Flander had once held in high regard. Indeed, he was Liu Mo. The master cast a glance in the direction of Dugu Bo, who was among the team he had been researching during his time at the Exotic Beast Academy. Upon hearing the master's words, a flicker of joy sparkled in Dugu Bo's eyes. He had not anticipated that Liu Mo had emerged alive from the Poison Fog City, and he was deeply curious about the nature of that place and the extent to which one could refine their skills in toxic cultivation. Were it not for the presence of Pope Bibidong, he would have likely rushed forward to seek out Liu Mo. Stepping into the center, Bibidong addressed the assembly. A faint smile gracing her features as her gaze swept from left to right over the 21 young soul masters participating in the final 3-way competition. From each of you, I perceive hope. Before the Pope, I yearn to witness the full extent of your talents and prowess. The ultimate victor shall receive the most generous reward from the Spirit Hall. As she spoke, she waved her scepter lightly. No one could discern how she accomplished it. In an instant, 3 beams of light expanded before Bibidong, floating mid-air. They took the form of 3 distinct objects, resembling bones, a right arm bone, a skull, and a left leg bone, each radiating vibrant hues of crimson, pale blue, and deep green. These were soul bones, 3 pieces in total. Even at the foot of the Pope's Mountain, the brilliance of these soul bones was unmistakable. The entirety of Spirit City erupted in a fervor. Aside from those already privy to this final reward, who could have anticipated that it would be 3 soul bones? The radiance alone indicated that these were of extraordinary quality. Even among the denizens of the Spirit Hall, glimmers of avarice danced in their eyes. Had this not been the Pope's Hall, and had there not been several titled Douluos present to instill fear, many would have succumbed to their greed and rushed to seize them. While the 3 soul bones presented by Pope Bibidon did not include the most precious torso bone, one was indeed a skull. The rarity of the right arm bone was second only to that of the skull and torso bone. And even the least valuable left leg bone was not the lowest in worth among the 6 great soul bones. All 3 were evidently sourced from soul beasts over 10,000 years old, representing the pinnacle of existence for soul masters. Standing behind the Pope, the ghost Douluo Continent spoke in a deep voice. These 3 soul bones are the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the flame right arm of explosive incineration, and the wind-chasing left leg of swift advancement. Each of these soul bones originates from a soul beast of 10,000 years. Notably, the wisdom skull of mental concentration is derived from a soul beast exceeding 50,000 years in age, personally slain by the previous pope. It stands as a treasure among soul bones, second only to external soul bones and the finest soul bones produced by 100,000-year soul beasts. The pope remarked coolly, "There can only ever be one victor. Such is the nature of the champion. Thus, these 3 soul bones shall belong to the ultimate champion team. It is hoped that the 3 esteemed academies entering the top 3 will exert their utmost efforts to attain this honor, regardless of the rank of soul masters." The sight of soul bones ignites fervor within them. This is especially true given the presence of 3 such remarkable artifacts. A palpable surge of combat spirit emanated from the 21 participating soul masters. The Pope continued, stating that this morning would witness a personal elimination round featuring 7 members from each of your 3 teams. The last remaining squad will gain a significant advantage, directly entering the championship contention tomorrow. The losing 2 teams will vie for another final spot in the afternoon. You may now send forth your first competitor. As Liu Mo gazed upon the 3 soul bones, he was entranced. His clandestine sources had hinted at the significance of this moment, and now, standing here, he was concretely reassured of the true reward, which invigorated his fighting spirit. However, Liu Mo had also observed the members of the Spirit Hall Academy, who boasted 3 formidable individuals above the 50th level. If there were only one, there might be a glimmer of hope, but with 3 present, their power was evidently formidable, as demonstrated in their victory over the Tiendo Royal Academy team. Moreover, aside from the Beast Academy, the other 2 teams surpassed the 40th level, indicating a considerable overall strength that placed them far above the Beast Academy. In comparison to Shrek Academy, the Spirit Hall Academy also displayed exceptional prowess. Thus, the presentation of 3 soul bones by the Spirit Hall undeniably heightens the intensity of the competition. While it may outwardly appear that the Spirit Hall is being magnanimous, any discerning observer can easily discern that these 3 soul bones were specifically intended for the Spirit Hall Academy team. A row of gilded chairs was arranged before the Pope's hall. At Pope Bibidong's gesture, she took her seat in the center. Flanked on the left by Ning Fingji of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and Sword Douluo Xin, and on the right by Ghost Douluo Continent and Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan. At this moment, each team sent forth a representative to engage in the draw for their matchups. Liu Mo represented the Beast Academy. Approaching the organizing committee, Liu Mo pressed his lips together, casting a sidelong glance at Bibidong, who sat regally in the center. As their eyes met, Liu Mo felt a moment of hesitation. The Beast Academy opted to forfeit in the 5th round of the advancement matches, thereby entering the group battle phase. Liu Mo whispered to the organizing committee, "What?" A man clad in resplendent attire, upon hearing Liu Mo's words, was momentarily taken aback. Such a situation had never occurred before. Faced with the final competition and the tantalizing rewards recently displayed by Bibidong, it was astonishing that someone would forego an opportunity. To relinquish this chance meant losing the prospect of entering the finals. In the past, an individual might withdraw due to their own lack of strength or proficiency in combat. However, for an entire team to forfeit was an exceedingly rare occurrence. "Please hold the competition for a moment." The cardinal, acting as the referee, was about to reprimand the master for interrupting the match, but was halted by a gesture from the Pope. Bibidong's gaze towards the master was tranquil, yet only she knew the turmoil within her heart. "Please state your reasoning," the Pope Bibidong said with an air of detachment. The master replied with a cold smile. "My reasoning is that Shrek Academy chooses to forfeit the first half of the finals and willingly enter the afternoon's loser bracket. Jingling, return. This decision, requiring considerable soul power, was made in light of the fact that the exotic Beast Academy had already withdrawn. Facing them in the afternoon would be far less taxing than contending with the Martial Soul Hall at this moment. Moreover, the master did not hold their overall strength in high regard. Despite Liu Mo's prominent presence, he believed Tang San was capable of holding his ground. And with the entire team above level 40, they were significantly stronger than the majority of the exotic Beast Academy, most of whom were still in their 30s, even their substitutes falling short. Yet, the master seemed to have forgotten the ordeal against the Roaring Eagle Academy. Chapter 133. Xiao Mo, can you bear to act? Sitting beside the Pope, Ning Fengji's eyes reflected a dawning realization, coupled with a flicker of anger. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the Pope beside him. Bibi Dong remained composed. Her demeanor calm as she inquired, why? The master, with his hands clasped behind him, gazed up at the Douluo palace behind the Pope. For no particular reason. I believe that conceding should be our right. His words, tranquil yet potent, resonated before the Pope, carrying an implication that challenged her authority. The once profound bond had turned to ashes. Elder Yu, indeed, these are your rights, Bibi Dong said slowly, rising and fixing her eyes upon the master, her tone measured. Elder? Bibi Dong had acknowledged the master's status as an elder of the Martial Soul Hall. Though the bonds of affection have waned, she, recalling their shared past, harbors no desire to bring the master to ruin. Her defiance against the Pope merely reflects the disdain for the Spirit Hall, rendering it difficult to establish a foothold within the realm of Soul Masters. Even the once celebrated Haotian Douluo is now relegated to a secluded existence, shrouded in anonymity. However, by acknowledging the master's status as an elder, Bibi Dong conferred upon him a measure of authority sufficient to ensure his protection. Thus, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall effortlessly secured their place in the finals. The next contest would determine the second finalist, to be contested directly between Shrek Academy and the Beast Academy. This matchup presented a paradox of the unfamiliar and the familiar, unfamiliar. As the two academies had never before intersected, yet familiar, for the principal members were well acquainted with one another. The members of the Beast Academy did not linger, swiftly departing under the guidance of Staff. In the afternoon, they would vie for the final spot in the championship against Shrek Academy. Upon returning to their lodgings, Staff summoned Liu Mo and the others to his chamber. His gaze swept across the seven, and he remarked, we did not anticipate the master's cunning. Had they chosen to forfeit, we would have faced a formidable opponent still weary from battle, which would have been far easier. Yet, he has indeed chosen to direct his full force against us. Xiao Mo, Yueying, what are your chances against Shrek Academy? After speaking, Staff turned his attention toward Liu Mo and Weiing. Rest assured, Dean, we have Mo Go. We have emerged as dark horses thus far, this time. Let everyone witness who the true dark horse is and who the mere donkey is. Zhang Chun interjected with a cold smile, stepping forward. Zhang Chun, mind your language. Staff admonished, though he could not suppress a smile at Zhang Chun's words, sensing they resonated with his own sentiments. While each student of Shrek Academy progresses swiftly, I am confident that I can handle them individually without issue. Liu Mo gazed at Staff and then cast his eyes over all the team members present, continuing, however, in terms of overall strength, we may indeed have a considerable gap compared to them. Moreover, I have heard that they possess the existence of spirit fusion techniques. Mo Go, don't you and Yuing also have a fusion technique? Zhang Yi immediately countered. My fusion technique with Yuing cannot be classified as a true spirit fusion technique. As for whether our abilities can stand up to theirs, that remains uncertain. Liu Mo furrowed her brow slightly and spoke in a low voice. Brother Mo, their martial soul fusion technique involves Juqing and Daimu Bai. I sense that she is somewhat hesitant when speaking to you, Moon Shadow remarked, her inner turmoil evident. Juqing, the one with the most alluring figure? Upon hearing Moon Shadow's words, Zhang Chen immediately became animated, yet his words were abruptly silenced by Liu Mo's piercing gaze. Furthermore, Tao Hua is still unable to take the stage, which means that our chances of victory may be significantly diminished this time. Dean Shi observed Tao Hua at the back. Her complexion remained pale. Rest assured, Dean Shi, even if I am the last one standing on the battlefield, I will fight until I can no longer rise. As Liu Mo uttered these words, it seemed as though an overwhelming resentment began to swell within him. A fervent conviction that Shrek Academy must not advance to the finals. Xiao Mo, I am uncertain whether I should speak. But the young ladies of Shrek Academy are indeed commendable, and you share a long-standing acquaintance with them. I fear, Staff remarked, his gaze shifting, expressing his concerns for Liu Mo. As someone who has experienced such situations, he understood the difficulty of taking decisive action in the face of such circumstances. This matter had indeed caused turmoil within Liu Mo's heart. However, they were all professional competitors, and none would let sentimentality sway their performance. Moreover, each of them represented Shrek Academy at this moment, a name that had once evoked his disdain. The source of their aversion towards Shrek Academy was well understood. It stemmed from Zhao Wujie. Rest assured, Director, he continued, if we speak of allure, who could rival Tao Hua? If purity is the measure, who could match Tao Hua? And if beauty is the standard, who could compare to Yuing? Liu Mo gazed at the three girls present, his eyes radiating genuine admiration as he remarked, indeed, it's just that she is a tad shorter. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Tao Hua promptly stepped forward, playfully interjecting. Although Sakura still appeared frail at that moment, the warmth of Liu Mo's compliment brought a faint smile to her lips, and she slowly lowered her head. Meanwhile, the genuine joy that enveloped Yu Ying was unmistakable. Being praised by someone she had long admired was a feeling beyond description. Well, since you have said that, losing doesn't matter to us anymore, Staff replied with a subtle smile. Director, sure, we will not lose. We are destined to win. Liu Mo fixed his gaze upon Stuff and proclaimed with resolute conviction, indeed, we shall not be defeated. Aha! Liu Mo articulated the words that Stav most cherished. Time swiftly slipped away, and before long, it was afternoon, the moment to vie for the second spot in the finals. The morning air had been refreshingly cool, but by afternoon, as the sun hung high in the sky, that briskness was supplanted by a gentle warmth. Though it was not yet midsummer, the temperature remained somewhat elevated. The 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy team stood quietly to one side, in the square before the Pope's Hall. As the two teams entering the semifinals locked eyes with one another, Zhu Zhuqing regarded Liu Mo with a look that suggested this man should have appeared before her long ago. At this moment, she yearned to privately convey to him that she had helped Dai Mu Bai triumph over his brother, and her mission was now accomplished. All she desired was to be with the one who captured her heart. Chapter 134. Encountering an old friend on the arena, standing at the forefront. Dai Mu Bai gazed at Liu Mo with an icy glimmer in his eyes. Although they had once transformed their enmity into amity, Zhu Zhuqing's presence rekindled his animosity toward Liu Mo. Moreover, his own strength had significantly increased since their last encounter, and he was eager to make a good impression in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Mo Gu, Yuing, do be cautious. A sweet voice from behind shattered the tense standoff. It was Xiaowu, who winked at Liu Mo as she spoke. Indeed, Mo Gu, our newfound strength is beyond your imagination, Ning Rongrong chimed in confidently. They were unaware of Liu Mo's current prowess. Within Shrek Academy, only Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, and a few others were privy to his true capabilities. Dai Mu Bai and Tang San refrained from boasting about Liu Mo's strength within their team, as they did not wish to amplify their rivals' might in front of those they admired. Meanwhile, the master, brimming with confidence in the Shrek 7, merely hinted at their potential, trusting that Tang San would devise a meticulous strategy. Oscar, observing Liu Mo from across the arena, felt a twinge of anxiety. For his opponent was someone he had once held in great esteem. Mo Gu, we can finally engage in a true contest, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, giving a thumb up while smirking. In this moment, Ma Hongjun had transformed remarkably. The rapid growth of his strength was something he himself could scarcely believe. Encountering an old friend on the arena brings both joy and concern. All present were seasoned competitors, and I trust everyone will showcase their true abilities. Though our overall strength may not match yours, we shall give our utmost effort. Do not hold back. Liu Mo stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tao Hua. Brother Mo, rest assured, we shall exert our utmost effort, Tang San murmured, tightening his lips. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Liu Mo, her thoughts an enigma. The cardinal, acting as the referee, adeptly sensed the moment and declared the commencement of the match. Contrary to expectations, the Shrek 7 monsters did not align in their traditional formation. Instead, as soon as the referee announced the start, they swiftly retreated, forming a circle. At the center of this circle stood 2 individuals, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, while the remaining 5 encircled them, moving with remarkable agility. None of the 7 had yet unleashed their martial spirits, yet a palpable surge of soul power radiated from them, intensifying towards the center. What is this? The expressions of Pope Bibi Dong, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and the 3 title Doa present were filled with astonishment. Even they, as paragons of the Soul Master realm, could not decipher the Shrek 7 monster's intentions. Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing moved in perfect unison, as if following a unique rhythm. The fluctuations of their soul power formed a distinct trajectory, enveloping their bodies in a swirling pattern. In the center of this formation, Ning Rongrong and Oscar clasped hands, closing their eyes simultaneously. A radiant nine-colored light emanated from Ning Rongrong, while a gentle red glow enveloped Oscar. The two lights spiraling upwards in a magnificent ascent, despite the fact that the Shrek 7 monsters had yet to unleash their martial spirits. Their innovative combat strategy exerted an unexpectedly immense pressure on their opponents. Everyone, be cautious. Liu Mo observed the peculiar combat movements of Shrek Academy, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke. Due to her injuries, Yinghua was unable to participate, leaving the exotic Beast Academy team with 4 powerful attack-type Spirit Masters, 1 control-type Spirit Master, and 2 substitute agile attack-type Spirit Masters. This configuration placed them at a disadvantage, as their overall strength was inferior to that of Shrek Academy. It seemed that our opponents in the finals would indeed be the Shrek Academy team. At that moment, a voice emerged from the Wuhuan Temple Academy. It was Xie Yu. "Oh, I would love to duel with that handsome lad from the Exotic Beast Academy," he remarked. Huoli Na cast her gaze towards Liu Mo's figure, a faint smile playing on her lips as she said, "You're not developing feelings for him, are you?" Upon hearing Huoli Na's words, Xie Yu immediately turned to her, a teasing grin adorning his face. As Huoli Na's brother, it was natural for him to express concern over her romantic inclinations, yet his expression was laced with mischief. In response to Xie Yu's inquiry, Huoli Na merely glanced at him from the corner of her eye before returning her focus to Liu Mo, her smile broadening as if she were daydreaming about a battle with him, or perhaps the proximity that such a duel would entail. "Elder Ning, it appears that your 7 Treasures Glazed sect may need to consider a name change," Bibi Dong remarked coldly, her gaze fixed on Ning Rongrong. However, upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Ning Fengji's body stiffened in shock. Even the sword Douluo Chen Xin beside him appeared momentarily dazed. Bibi Dong's statement suggested a potential assimilation of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Had they somehow offended the Wuhuan Temple? Ning Fengji's mind raced with these thoughts. Despite the protection of 2 titled Douluo, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect was insignificant in the face of the Wuhuan Temple and Bibi Dong. He remained silent, unable to respond. At that moment, Bibi Dong tilted her head, her alluring yet regal eyes sweeping over Ning Fengji's worried face as she continued, "What troubles you, Sect Leader Ning?" The title Sect Leader was rarely used by Bibi Dong within the confines of the Wuhuan Temple. This designation seemed to elevate his status, while simultaneously distancing him from the Wuhuan Temple. Hearing her address him in such a manner only heightened Ning Fengji's unease. "Sect Leader Ning, your beloved daughter has successfully cultivated the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. Perhaps you should consider renaming your sect to the 9 Treasures Glazed sect," Bibi Dong remarked with a smile, observing Ning Fengji's dazed expression. Only then did Ning Fengji feel a slight alleviation of his anxiety, realizing that her words stemmed from the achievement of Ning Rongrong's 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. "Thank you for your praise, Your Holiness. However, even the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower is merely an auxiliary spirit master. It lacks substantial offensive capabilities. In the future, we will still need individuals like Uncle Jian to serve as guardians." Ning Fengji responded slowly, casting a glance at the dust-laden heart. At this moment, a new wave of concerns surged within him. Would the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, belonging to Ning Rongrong, provoke trepidation within the Spirit Hall towards the 7 Treasures Glazed sect? If so, would the 7 Treasures Glazed sect ever find peace again? Even though the 7 Treasures Glazed sect had established a connection with the royal family of the Heavendo Empire, the looming threat of the Spirit Hall cast a shadow over any potential alliance. Would the royal family of the Heavendo Empire extend their hand when the time came? He was haunted by such uncertainties. Chapter 135. The initial surge of power. The atmosphere in the arena was palpably tense. Liu Mo finds himself in a remarkably intricate situation, as he is not entirely acquainted with the current strength of the Shrek 7 monsters. Furthermore, the overall prowess of the Alien Beast Academy significantly pales in comparison to that of adversaries who have all attained the Soul Master rank. Liu Mo cast a glance behind him. Although the team had not been formed long, a certain degree of understanding had developed through their time together. The moon's shadow vanished in an instant, its movements leaving behind ethereal afterimages as it advanced toward the formation of the Shrek 7 monsters. Following closely behind Moon Shadow was the substitute, though his speed paled in comparison to that of Moon Shadow, as an agile attack-type Battle Soul Master. He too moved with commendable swiftness, Liu Mo understood that the Shrek Academy, having reached its current stature, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Moreover, their formation exhibited remarkable synergy. Confronted with such an adversary, the only course of action was to launch an aggressive preemptive strike. Failure to do so would render subsequent efforts exceedingly arduous. At that moment, a radiant white light emanated from beneath Tao Hua's feet, while Ming Yiran charged resolutely forward. Yu Ying, well acquainted with the Shrek 7 monsters, recognized that Tang Xin served as their linchpin, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar were the weakest links of the team. However, Ning Rongrong and Oscar found themselves ensnared within the encirclement of the remaining 5, making it challenging to execute a surprise attack. Consequently, she opted to target Tang San. Just then, tendrils erupted from beneath Tang San's feet, swiftly climbing like serpents, racing towards the substitutes, Yu Ying and Meng Yiran. "Be cautious." Liu Mo observed the unfolding situation and shouted loudly. In that moment, Meng Yiran was unable to react in time, becoming ensnared by a creeping vine. Just as the vine was about to make contact with her body, Yu Ying swiftly curled into a ball in midair, subsequently expanding to evade the vine's grasp. Unfortunately, the substitute was not as fortunate. Suspended in the air, he was immediately ensnared by the vine. With a resounding thud, he was yanked downward, crashing violently to the ground. It was at this opportune moment that Dai Mubai seized his chance, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming with a sinister light. With a burst of energy, he leapt from the formation, his fists, imbued with soul power, striking the substitute's body. The echoes of impact were accompanied by anguished cries as the substitute struggled to rise. Yet Dai Mubai showed no signs of halting his assault. His movements became increasingly agile as he advanced toward the still-bound Meng Yiran. In a moment of desperation, Meng Yiran brandished her snake staff, determined to free herself from the vine's clutches, but the disparity in strength between her and Tang San rendered her efforts futile. Dai Mubai continued to close in rapidly. Suddenly, in the face of danger, the vine emitted a brilliant light. In an instant, it shattered, and a force pulled Meng Yiran backward, retreating to her side of the battlefield. Dai Mubai lunged forward, but soon realized that it was Yu Ying who had just rescued Meng Yiran. At that moment, Dai Mubai cast a malevolent gaze at Liu Mo, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "White Tiger Meteor." Before his voice had fully dissipated, the Shrek's 7 devils found themselves enveloped in a thick white mist, a nauseating stench overwhelming their senses, causing them to feel unwell in an instant. They held their breaths. Just then, a voice rang out from the Shrek Academy team. It was Tang San's commanding shout. To their surprise, they discovered that the Beast Academy's strategy involved releasing an unpleasant odor. "Oscar the sausage," Dai Mubai exclaimed, somewhat disoriented but resolute in his commands. Due to their formation, the members of the Shrek's 7 devils were in close proximity, and one by one, they accepted and consumed Oscar's sausages. Liu Mo beheld the unfolding scene, recognizing it as a remarkable opportunity for the Beast Academy. With a mere glance, the Academy surged forth, leaving only Tao Hua, who continued to raise his hands in fervent gestures. Dai Mubai stood as their closest target, shrouded in mist. Yet only Tang San's purple gold demon eye could perceive the formidable approach of several adversaries. Before Dai could finish his words, the Zhang brothers had already charged at him. After 2 vigorous assaults, they had managed to break through the crowd. At this juncture, only Tang San could discern the situation clearly, accompanying the brothers' onslaught. Meng Yiran's serpent staff had become enveloped in blue electric snakes. Dai Mubai's body was encased in a radiant white light. And as the tip of the serpent staff made contact with the luminous barrier, a resounding impact echoed. Meng Yiran's staff halted just outside the shield, unable to advance further. At that moment, a brilliant white orb emerged from the barrier, hurtling towards Meng Yiran. With a thunderous roar, it erupted in a blinding flash. And as Meng Yiran vanished within the brilliance, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth upon her reappearance. Suddenly, a flurry of cold light burst forth from the barrier, akin to a meat grinder launching an assault against Dai Mubai's protective shield. A muffled thud resonated as the barrier shattered. This was the result of Yu Ying wielding her sharp claws to pierce through Dai Mubai's white tiger protection. Although it took several attempts to breach the defenses, this moment created a crucial opportunity for her teammates. Liu Mo narrowed his eyes as he approached Dai Mubai step by step, while the others prepared to launch an assault on him. In the face of the others, he harbored no reservations, even though Wei Ying was not significantly lower in rank. She was nonetheless a sensitive attack spirit master. In a confrontation with a powerful assault spirit master, she would find herself at a disadvantage. However, When confronted by the formidable Liu Mo, a flicker of trepidation stirred within him. After all, he had previously been humiliated on both sides, leaving lingering shadows in his heart. At that moment, vines sprouted beneath Liu Mo, Yue, and the Zhang brothers. These vines entwined themselves, forming cages that enveloped each of them. This was the spiderweb prison unleashed by Tang San. At this juncture, only Tang San could perceive the adversaries, rendering him the sole savior for Dai Mubai. The other three continued to struggle against the prison, striving to break free from their confines. Meanwhile, a vine, as thick as a wrist, was swiftly advancing towards Dai Mubai's waist. Tang San understood that, under such circumstances, if Liu Mo were absent, he could single-handedly defeat the opposition. Yet, the strength of Liu Mo instilled a certain dread within him, compounded by the fact that the other team members could not engage effectively within the mist. Therefore, he resolved to rescue Dai Mubai first, to establish a defense, recognizing that the overall strength of the Shrek Academy team surpassed that of the Beast Academy. And there was no need for undue haste in this match. Although Liu Mo was confined within a cage, he appeared to perceive Tang San's intentions with remarkable clarity. Fiery crimson light emanated from his hands as he struck the ground with his fists. The fissures in the earth traversed the web-like prison, advancing directly towards Dai Mubai's form. Even under the circumstances where Dai Mubai could discern the impending danger, evasion proved exceedingly difficult, especially with the dense white mist enveloping the area. Just as the cracks in the ground reached beneath Dai Mubai's feet, thick vines ensnared his waist. With a resounding roar, magma erupted forth, reducing the vines binding him to ashes, while simultaneously propelling Dai Mubai skyward. Chapter 136. Surrender. Despite Dai Mubai's rapid progress and strength, Liu Mo's prowess remained significantly superior. The eruption of magma was accompanied by a harrowing scream. A dull thud resonated through the air, echoing the cry of despair. At this moment, Liu Mo's arms were enveloped in a shimmering purple arc, resembling electric serpents radiating outward. With a single strike, he shattered the web-like prison, narrowing his eyes as he advanced toward Dai Mubai. This display of strength astonished Tang San, for it typically required multiple attempts from opponents of the same caliber in the assault category to break such a confinement. Yet Liu Mo had effortlessly freed himself with just one blow. The molten lava that surged forth instantaneously incinerated the vines, further underscoring the terrifying power Liu Mo possessed. As Liu Mo closed the distance to Dai Mubai, the white mist gradually began to dissipate, allowing the other members of the Shrek Academy battle team, who had been holding their breath, to greedily inhale the refreshing air. Liu Mo slowly raised his arms, preparing to launch an attack on Dai Mubai, who was descending towards the ground. No. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar, and before the sound had settled, a shadow had already appeared before Dai Mubai. Imogu, Zhu Shiqing stepped forward, positioning herself between Liu Mo and Dai Mubai, gazing intently at Liu Mo, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Zhuqing, we are adversaries now. If you choose to strike at me, I shall not hold it against you. Liu Mo gazed at Zhu Shiqing, his face adorned with a stiff smile. Yet his heart was engulfed by an indescribable sentiment. Imogu, has he truly ascended to the rank of Soul King? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment as she finally discerned the soul rings pulsating around Liu Mo's body. Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar also exhibited expressions of surprise. It appears that the Beast Academy's journey to this point was not solely attributed to fortune, Xiao Wu remarked nonchalantly. No sooner had she spoken than she set off, making a beeline for Liu Mo. Her waist-length scorpion braid swayed rhythmically as she sprinted. Imogu, we shall not hold back, she declared, her graceful form swiftly approaching Liu Mo. At that moment, another figure emerged, encircling Xiao Wu, shrouded in obscurity. Only Tang San, with his purple gold demon eye, could perceive that it was Yue Ying, though she maintained her rapid pace. Xiao Wu, your speed has not improved significantly. A voice emerged from the lingering shadows, and upon hearing it, Xiao Wu instantly recognized it to be Yue Ying. With a slight smile, she turned to the bewildered Zhu Shiqing and urged, Zhuqing, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you making your move? This exclamation roused Zhu Shiqing and Liu Mo from their silent exchange. Observing Xiao Wu's actions, Tang San's lips curled into a subtle smile as he too sprang into action. Dai Mubai lay on the ground, seemingly just recovering from the intense heat. He had not anticipated that his strength compared to Liu Mo's would remain so starkly unequal. Had it not been for Zhu Shiqing's timely intervention, he might have once again fallen victim to Liu Mo's overwhelming prowess. Gradually regaining his composure, Dai Mubai joined the fray alongside Zhu Shiqing. Xiao Wu, and Tang San in their collective effort against Liu Mo and Wang. As the Beast Academy found itself lacking in healing support, their substitute having lost the ability to fight, their already precarious situation worsened. Under the direction of Tao Hua, the Zhang brothers refrained from engaging in the group battle and instead charged toward Ma Hongjun. The duo barreled forward, aiming for Ma Hongjun. With a confident smirk, Ma Hongjun sprouted a pair of enormous wings from his back, flapping vigorously to ascend into the air. Simultaneously, searing flames erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward the Zhang brothers with fierce intensity. At that moment, Meng Yiran spotted an opportunity, bounding forward with agility. In the blink of an eye, she reached Oscar and Ning Rongrong. The others were fiercely battling Liu Mo and Yue Ying, seemingly oblivious to the vulnerability of their two weakest teammates behind them. In a moment of urgency, Oscar retrieved a flying mushroom sausage. But he found himself with only one in hand, far too late to craft another. Rongrong, this is for you. Having spoken, he thrust the sausage into Ning Rongrong's hand and made a beeline for Meng Yiran. Ning Rongrong, unable to refuse, found herself already in motion as Oscar had rushed forth. She consumed the flying mushroom sausage and was instantly propelled into the air. Meanwhile, Oscar stood resolutely, buying precious time for Ning Rongrong. Were it not for her, Oscar possessed the means to ensure his own safety. However, the chaos ahead had left them somewhat disoriented. As Ma Hongjun soared above, he felt a pang of regret upon witnessing the unfolding scene. "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap," he exclaimed, frowning. It dawned on him that their actual targets were Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Yet, at this moment, Oscar had lost the capacity to continue the competition. Enraged, Ma Hongjun's eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on the Zhang brothers. Suddenly, a crimson circle appeared beneath the Zhang brothers, encircling them entirely. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted, engulfing the brothers in a torrent of fire. Given the disparity in their abilities, coupled with Ma Hongjun's mutated martial spirit, the Zhang brothers were nearly scorched. At that instant, a shadow materialized beside Meng Yiran, accompanied by flashes of cold light slicing through the air, eliciting a series of sharp cries from her. This was Zhu Shiqing, emerging from the fray to launch a counterattack. However, she did not return to the melee. Instead, the shadow darted towards Tao Hua, who was still elegantly swaying, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. As her pink eyes shot beams of light into the sky, she suddenly found herself marked by several wounds. The scant soul power she possessed was solely devoted to maintaining her skill. As the air filled with pink luminescence, she gradually succumbed. Go. Only you two remain from the Exotic Beast Academy. It's time to concede, Xiaowu teased playfully, grinning at Liu Mo. Upon hearing her words, Liu Mo finally cast a glance at his teammates, who had all succumbed to exhaustion. What should we do now, Go? Moon Shadow inquired softly as she and Liu Mo stood back to back, their breaths labored from the fierce battle they had just endured. After all, she lacked the strength of a soul king like Liu Mo, yet they had gained only a meager advantage. Moon Shadow, we have come this far through our unwavering perseverance. We are but a step away from our dreams. We must not give up. Liu Mo cast a cold glance over the few individuals surrounding him, his voice laced with iciness. At that moment, another figure, Ma Hongjun, had joined their ranks. Yearning for an opportunity to engage in a genuine contest with Liu Mo in a formal setting, a desire he had long awaited, now finally materializing. Among the five, Zhu Zhuqing's expression was somewhat difficult to articulate. At this juncture, she felt an overwhelming envy towards Yue Ying, wishing that it were she who stood behind Liu Mo, longing to fight alongside him in the face of adversity, a cherished aspiration of hers. Chapter 137. Is this where our journey ends? Staff observed the situation on the arena with a hint of anxiety. Old Meng, is this truly the end of our path? He murmured. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the competition. Mingshu remained silent, his countenance grave as he fixated on the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Master and Flander had begun to display triumphant smiles, particularly Master, whose strategy had succeeded. The formidable opponents they were to face next were the Spirit Hall Academy team, the strongest contenders of this tournament. Liu Mo and Yue Ying found themselves besieged by 5 adversaries, their chances of victory seemingly non-existent. Despite Liu Mo's remarkable prowess, he struggled to withstand the onslaught from the familiar Shrek Academy team. Suddenly, a radiant burst of 9-colored light illuminated the sky, casting a dazzling spectacle as it descended gracefully toward the 5 members of Shrek Academy. This was the auxiliary skill unleashed by Ning Rongrong from above. The strength of the encircling Shrek Academy members surged dramatically, further compounding Liu Mo's predicament. As the brilliance enveloped Dai Mu Bai, his malevolent gaze instantly radiated a chilling intensity, accompanied by a hint of wicked amusement. In that moment, his demeanor mirrored that of when the competition initially commenced. Liu Mo had once experienced the astonishing enhancement provided by the 7-treasure glazed tile, a sensation that left one in awe. However, at this moment, Ning Rongrong had ascended to the 9-treasure glazed tile, and with her growing prowess, her auxiliary capabilities had reached remarkable heights. The 5 members of Shrek Academy had, at this point, attained the strength of a Soul King. Even in the face of imminent victory, Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained unchanged. Meanwhile, under the influence of Ning Rongrong's bolstering effects, Xiao Wu cast a playful smile at Liu Mo and said, "Brother Mo, do you still intend to resist?" Her words exuded confidence, yet they stirred a deep discomfort within Liu Mo. Resist? The outcome is still uncertain. Who will ultimately prevail remains to be seen. Liu Mo, solitary and resolute, bravely contended against a multitude, a scenario not entirely unprecedented. Though the adversaries before him possessed a slight edge in strength, he remained undeterred and prepared to engage in battle, especially with the ethereal moon shadow by his side to lend assistance. Suddenly, a radiant pink luminescence enveloped the entire arena, casting its glow upon the bodies of every member of the Shrek Academy team. This unforeseen occurrence took them all by surprise. Even Tang Xin found himself unable to activate his purple gold magic eye in time. In an instant, the 6 members of the Shrek Academy team appeared as though their very souls had been ensnared. This was the final act of Tao Hua, executed at the moment of his incapacitation on behalf of the Beast Academy. Moon Shadow seized the opportunity. Upon witnessing the situation, Liu Mo promptly set off, simultaneously signaling to his companion, Yuing. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Yuing instantly vanished from her position, leaving only an afterimage that surged towards the crowd. Her first target was none other than Xiao Wu. Like a flash, she materialized before Xiao Wu, causing the surrounding air to warp dramatically. Vibrant streaks of cold light sliced through Xiao Wu's form. At that moment, she resembled a lithe and agile cat, gracefully climbing onto Xiao Wu's slender frame. Her toes lightly tapping Xiao Wu's shoulder, propelling her into the air. Her delicate form unfurled entirely, soaring skyward. As she reached her zenith, her body curled tightly before unfurling with astonishing speed, utilizing this propulsion to pivot midair, extending her claws, and lunging towards Ning Rongrong above. In an instant, akin to a cat pouncing on a bird, Ning Rongrong's body was left battered and bruised. Although Liu Mo's speed did not match that of Yueying, he had chosen to target the nearest Ma Hongjun. With a powerful strike, he encased Ma Hongjun in ice. However, as the thunderous purple lightning struck Ma Hongjun's body, he succumbed to incapacitation. "This is quite troubling," Xiao Gang, Flinder remarked with a look of concern directed at the master. The master remained silent. His profound gaze narrowed as he intently observed the unfolding events on the arena. On the other side, Old Ming, "Look, we have hope again. Xiao Mo is indeed fortunate. This child is a harbinger of good fortune," Shichuoff exclaimed, excitement evident as he witnessed the tide of battle beginning to turn. "Xiao Mo is not merely a fortunate individual. He relies on his own strength," Meng Shu retorted coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Shichuoff before refocusing on the competition. Due to Tao Hua's relatively lower rank, the control time over the Shrek Academy team members was significantly diminished. Just as Yueying prepared to strike Zhu Zhuqing, the remaining 3 teammates swiftly regained consciousness. "Zhuqing, be careful." Dai Mu Bai, who had just awakened, sensed Zhu Zhuqing's peril. His eyes suddenly gleamed with fierce determination as he rushed towards her. Gathering his soul power into his right fist, he aimed a forceful blow at Yueying. With a resounding crash, Yueying was struck and propelled backward. Liu Mo, who had intended to attack Tang San, witnessed this turn of events and immediately surged forward with remarkable speed, gliding towards the airborne Yueying. In a graceful maneuver, he caught Yueying's body, but the already weary Yueying, struck by Dai Mu Bai's nearly full-force attack, began to bleed from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Liu Mo's eyes darkened with malevolence as he placed Yueying on the ground. His gaze fixed intently on the distant Dai Mu Bai, his furious eyes seemed to blaze with fire. Suddenly, he unleashed his legs, charging directly at Dai Mu Bai. However, just a few steps into his advance, his feet became ensnared by rapidly spreading vines. Liu Mo disregarded the creeping vines beneath his feet and continued onward, the tendrils entwining him seemingly ethereal, presenting no hindrance whatsoever. With a surge of his soul power, he shattered the vines in an instant. Dai Bai watched in trepidation as the furious Liu Mo charged towards him. His expression betrayed a hint of fear, for he had just witnessed Liu Mo's formidable strength, which was beyond his capacity to confront. However, Dai Bai did not falter. A brilliant radiance emanated from his body, forming a protective sphere of white light. He recognized Liu Mo's intent to strike and knew this was his best means of defense. Suddenly, a chill enveloped the arena, causing Zhu Zhuqing nearby to tremble. Dai Bai's piercing gaze, visible through the luminous barrier, gleamed with terror. Boom! A colossal, hammer-shaped iceberg hurtled down towards him. The white shield shattered upon impact with the iceberg, and Liu Mo, employing the same tactics he had used against Dai Bai before, unleashed a cacophony of crackling arcs of electricity, his arms resembling serpents of purple lightning, soaring into the air. He clasped his hands together as if wielding a massive electric net, descending upon Dai Bai with tremendous force. No! Zhu Zhuqing cried out in desperation as Liu Mo's fist neared Dai Bai. This time, Liu Mo, hearing her plea, did not relent. On the arena, they were indeed adversaries, and his recent strike against Ying had shown no mercy. Thus, he would not hold back now. Chapter 138, Must Not Spare Dai Bai. At the moment, the vast, spiderweb-like electric net made contact with Dai Bai. A colossal net woven from vines materialized between them, simultaneously ensnaring Liu Mo's body. This dual-layered confinement was prepared to thwart Liu Mo's assault on Dai Bai. At this moment, Liu Mo's brow was furrowed deeply, as if nothing could impede his relentless assault on Dai Bai. He understood that such an opportunity must not be squandered, for eliminating Dai Bai would significantly enhance his chances of victory for the Beast Academy. After all, he was already fighting alone, and his stamina had been considerably depleted. With a crackling sound, the current surged through the vine-constructed cage, instantly shattering it to pieces. As his fists descended towards the web of vines between the two, they obliterated it, propelling his body downward towards Dai Bai, his fists crackling with electricity, aimed directly at him. A resounding boom echoed, illuminating the sky with violet light. Although he had just broken through Tang San's 2 layers of vines, diminishing the ferocity of his electric assault, it still posed a substantial threat to Dai Bai. Nevertheless, Liu Mo offered no respite. Having just regained his footing, Liu Mo seized Dai Bai's right arm with a deft motion. With a step back of his left leg, he began to spin, pulling Dai Bai's body along. They appeared as if engaged in a dance, Liu Mo twirling Dai Bai faster and faster, lifting him off the ground. Were it not for Liu Mo's grasp, Dai Bai would have plummeted to the earth, just as the tingling sensation in Dai Bai's body faded. Liu Mo abruptly released his hold. In the air, Dai Bai soared like a brilliant white meteor, hurtling towards the edge of the arena. A loud thud resonated moments later as Dai Bai collided with the ground, a sound signifying his fall. Though he still had the capacity to fight, he had been flung out of the ring. The audience was left in utter astonishment, witnessing Dai Bai's apparent inability to resist Liu Mo's overwhelming power. Thus, he was effortlessly ejected from the stage. Yet, the match was far from over. At this juncture, only Liu Mo remained from the Beast Academy team, while Shrek Academy still had Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San in the fray. Liu Mo took a deep breath and cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who showed no intention of attacking him. Since the competition has reached such a critical juncture, why not have a duel between the two of us? Liu Mo stepped forward and, observing Tang San's slightly labored breathing, spoke with a hint of concern. He was acutely aware that confronting Zhu Zhuqing was an unpredictable endeavor, just as she too must feel when facing him. At this moment, proposing such a request seemed to be the most prudent resolution for both of them. He noted that Tang San possessed a 4th soul ring of a 10,000-year caliber, indicating that his strength was not to be underestimated. Yet, upon witnessing that dark soul ring, an involuntary sneer crept into his heart. The theoretical master who guides the world in cultivation found that his own disciple had not adhered to his teachings in pursuit of refinement. Liu Mo's declaration was met with no response from Zhu Zhuqing, who merely gazed at him with a mixture of softness and concern. Very well. Let me face Mo Gu in a one-on-one duel, Tang San said quietly, his brow furrowed. Typically, he would never seize an opportunity to take advantage of his opponent's weariness. But having witnessed Liu Mo's formidable strength, he realized that without any depletion of soul power, victory would likely elude him. At this moment, during the semi-finals of the elite competition among advanced soul master academies across the continent, winning was paramount, rendering considerations of fairness irrelevant. What is happening? Why is Zhu Zhuqing leaving the stage? Flender remarked in astonishment as he observed her reluctantly stepping down. It seems that they have both decided to resolve this match with a one-on-one confrontation, the master noted with a slight nod. One-on-one? Is Xiao San out of his mind? Their disparity in strength is far too great, Flender exclaimed, agitated by the master's explanation. Flender, you are overlooking Ning Rongrong's supportive abilities and underestimating Xiao San's strength. With the enhancement of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, their strengths are not as mismatched as you think. Furthermore, Xiao San's soul power remains largely intact. While his opponent is nearly depleted, Xiao San is remarkably composed. He would not make an impulsive decision, the master explained with a faint smile directed at Flender. Heh, you two are indeed cunning. Flender nodded repeatedly, a genuine grin deepening the lines on his face. On the other side, Old Ming. Now that our 2 academies are in a one-on-one duel, with Xiao Mo's strength, we are surely destined for the finals, Stove declared, his conviction already solidified. Seeking Meng Shu's agreement. A triumphant smile illuminated Stove's face, as if victory were within grasp. I have encountered Tang San. He is also an exceptional talent. Just look at his 4th soul ring, which is of 10,000 years, and you will understand that his strength is far from ordinary, Meng Shu replied. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the arena. Yet, our Xiao Mo possesses an additional 10,000-year soul ring, and his rings consist of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Not only in this tournament, but since the inception of the elite competition among advanced Soul Master Academies, who else has reached Xiao Mo's level? Stove countered. Clearly dissatisfied with Meng Shu's words. A mere hound can slay a weary tiger. Meng Shu retorted coldly. What do you mean by that? Stuff. Unable to comprehend Meng Shu's words, immediately inquired further. In this match, Xiao Mo had already expended a significant amount of soul power while fending off the onslaught from the Shrek Academy team. In contrast, Tang San had hardly depleted his soul power at all, bolstered by the enhancement effects of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Renowned as the foremost support in existence, a reputation well-deserved. Meng Shu took a deep breath, turned to Staff, and spoke. Upon hearing Meng Shu's words, Staff gasped, asking, "What are our chances of victory?" It's hard to say. Who can truly predict probabilities? Meng Shu replied coldly, then resumed his gaze fixed on the arena. Staff fell silent, understanding through Meng Shu's side that this match would be exceedingly challenging. As for securing victory, all he could do was pray. Nevertheless, regardless of which side emerged victorious, both teams had already exhausted a considerable amount of soul power. Faced with the Spirit Hall Academy team in the subsequent match, it seemed unlikely that either side could enter with full vigor. Chapter 139, Liu Mo vs. Tang San. The confrontation between Liu Mo and Tang San has commenced. The first to act is Tang San, whose legs propel him forward with the grace of a swimming dragon, swiftly advancing towards Liu Mo. Although Liu Mo was physically and mentally exhausted, his agility remained undiminished. With a graceful turn, he evaded Tang San's attack. Tang San, however, did not relent. He simultaneously unleashed Ghost Shadow Perplexing and Control the Crane to catch the dragon against Liu Mo. At this moment, Liu Mo had already unleashed the Six-Eyed Gaze. Even though Tang San's ghostly shadow displacement was exceptionally swift, to Liu Mo, it appeared akin to the leisurely pace of an elderly man. The technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon became increasingly difficult to wield against Liu Mo. The control system, inherently at a disadvantage compared to the offensive system, found itself in a precarious position. Had it not been for Liu Mo's considerable depletion of soul power at this moment, he would have undoubtedly made his move long ago. Liu Mo made his move, enveloping the arena once more in an aura of chilling cold. Tang San, being an astute observer, had already discerned the freezing effect of Liu Mo's Ice Mountain Hammer at the moment it was unleashed. He recognized that if he were to be immobilized without the support of his teammates, the match would likely be lost. As the icy breath approached him, he hesitated not a moment, summoning his web prison around himself, an experience gleaned from his previous battle against the Tianshui Academy. With a thunderous crash, the hammer-shaped ice struck Tang San's body. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. While Shui Binger's abilities were purely for control, Liu Mo's Ice Mountain Hammer was not intended for such a purpose. The instant the Ice Mountain made contact with the prison, it shattered. Yet, the prison was not without merit. It mitigated some of the damage inflicted upon Tang San. Nevertheless, the impending freeze arrived as anticipated. Disaster struck. In a one-on-one scenario, as a control system soul master, failing to restrain his opponent and instead being subjected to control himself was a disgrace for Tang San. Though he retained his senses, his body remained paralyzed. At that moment, Liu Mo's hands radiated a fiery crimson light. A resounding boom echoed in the distance, fracturing the earth. With the fissures racing towards Tang San, as he beheld the fiery cracks advancing towards him, anxiety welled within. Indeed, it was this very strike that had initially incapacitated Dai Mu Bai, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. The fissures reached Tang San's feet just as the freezing effect began to wane. In that critical instant, Tang San unleashed a multitude of vines, propelling his body away. As he glided backward through the air, a roar erupted as magma burst forth. The searing flames, even from several meters away, radiated an unbearable heat. The vines that had once shielded him were now reduced to ashes. Though the molten earth missed Tang San, Liu Mo seized the opportunity to launch an immediate counterattack. In that fleeting moment, he found himself once again ensnared in the web prison. Undeterred, Liu Mo struck forcefully. However, this time, he merely created a tiny fissure rather than shattering it completely. Previously, Tang San had distributed his soul power across several prisons, but now, with only one prison absorbing all his energy, it had become significantly more resilient. At this moment, Liu Mo furrowed his brows slightly, observing Tang San's actions through the gaps of the cage. For Tang San, this represented an opportunity. However, it was challenging for his Tang sect's unique skills to inflict damage upon Liu Mo. As a control-type martial soul manifesting as blue-silver grass, he was unable to deliver a significant offensive, just as he was contemplating how to launch an attack on Liu Mo. Liu Mo has already struck a breach in the web cage, and escaping from it is now merely a formality. Suddenly, the sky is lit with flashes of lightning, and a terrifying, malevolent aura envelopes the entire arena. What is happening? Staff, witnessing the changes on the stage, exclaims in astonishment. At the same time, he feels a sense of oppression and fear deep within. Meng Shu's brows furrow even deeper as he gazes intently at the unfolding scene, then murmurs. This boy is likely about to use that move. That move. Can little Mo withstand it? Staff, observing Meng Shu's expression and tone, feels a growing unease. The Haotian hammer. Meng Shu sighs and speaks in a subdued voice. The Haotian hammer? How could he possibly possess such a martial soul? Could it be? Staff, upon hearing Meng Shu's words, stiffens and exclaims in disbelief. Indeed, Tang San is a descendant of the Haotian clan. He possesses dual martial souls. Meng Shu's gaze remains fixed on the arena, while Staff, upon absorbing this thunderous news, takes 2 steps back, his dreams of victory shattered. The Haotian hammer, a top-tier martial soul, instills fear in all. Even the spirit hall treads cautiously around it, let alone the headmaster of an obscure academy. Will he harm little Mo? We should concede. Staff, now in a state of panic, mutters to himself, uncertain of what to do. Concede? Given little Mo's character, he would never concede. Since it has come to this, let us witness the power of the Haotian hammer in Tang San's hands. Meng Shu understands Liu Mo well. Perhaps he harbors a measure of confidence in him. Oh, is little Mo about to wield the Haotian hammer? Flinder observes Tang San as a dark hammer materializes in the palm of his left hand, gradually expanding. To his surprise, little Sen finds himself at a loss against this adversary, ultimately resorting to the Haotian hammer. The master, with his profound gaze, watches Tang San's left hand on the arena, equally astonished. Crash! The web cage shatters, and Liu Mo breaks free from his restraints. Yet, the overwhelming aura makes it difficult for him to catch his breath. Meanwhile, the Haotian hammer in Tang San's hand continues to grow, and blue electric serpents begin to crackle around him. Dual martial souls? Liu Mo remarked with astonishment. He had once harbored doubts regarding Tang San's origins, much like his own, for the hidden weapons he crafted did not belong to this world. However, he never anticipated that Tang San was endowed with a twin martial soul. At that moment, a thought flickered in Liu Mo's mind. Perhaps, within the realm of Douluo Continent, there existed others like him and Tang San, and those who traversed here might all possess twin martial souls. Just as Liu Mo was engulfed in surprise, Tang San sprang into action. With his left hand gripping the formidable Haotian hammer, he advanced with unwavering determination, charging towards Liu Mo. Be cautious of Tang San's Haotian hammer. Zhu Zhuqing silently urged from outside the arena, her voice unspoken, yet her concern intensifying within her heart. The tempestuous storm in the sky intensified, with lightning and thunder raging ever more violently. The obsidian brilliance reflected in Liu Mo's eyes grew ever larger, as Tang Sen quickened his pace, exerting more strength in his grip on the Haotian hammer. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, clutching the hammer's handle with both hands, drawing it back behind him as he soared toward Liu Mo. At that moment, Liu Mo's fifth soul ring shimmered, enveloping his body in an ethereal blue light that radiated like sharp blades, extending over 1/2 meter in all directions. The blinding radiance made it difficult for Tang San, poised to strike, to keep his eyes open. Yet, this did not impede the oncoming assault of the Haotian hammer. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the arena, startling even the powerful figures seated in the VIP section, who were awestruck by the might of Tang San's strike. A massive shockwave surged outward from the impact zone. The first to feel this force was Zhu Zhuqing, her attire billowing and hair dancing in the wind as she raised her arm to shield herself. Leaning into the onslaught of air, she wished to witness Liu Mo's condition immediately, unwilling to retreat. However, the spectators in the distance observed a luminous blue orb rapidly retreating as the Haotian hammer collided with Liu Mo's form, sliding back for over 10 meters before coming to a halt. At this moment, the attention was not solely on Tang San, whose prowess had already been displayed. Rather, curiosity swirled around Liu Mo and how he would respond to such overwhelming force. Now the center of attention, Liu Mo knelt on one knee, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The referee stood, poised to declare the outcome of the match upon Liu Mo's fall or concession. The Haotian hammer was indeed formidable, and it seemed that the next round would require extended engagement. Xiaoyu from the Wuhuan Hall Academy observed the might of Tang San's strike, resting his chin on his hand and nodding thoughtfully. Who knows who our next opponent will be? Hu Laina remarked with a sweet smile, her voice soft. Xiaoyu, hearing her words, cast a puzzled glance her way. Her gaze shifted to Liu Mo, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she inclined her head, prompting Xiaoyu to look. Upon doing so, he was astonished to see Liu Mo slowly rising to his feet, a smile adorning his face. This, Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. Even he, with his own soul power depleted to such an extent, would likely struggle to endure a blow of that magnitude. Yet Liu Mo defied all expectations. Suddenly, he sensed that Liu Mo's tenacity was even more formidable than Tang San's might. Unbeknownst to them, Liu Mo's second martial soul possessed a passive ability that allowed for restoration after disengagement from combat. Mo Gu, are you all right? Tang San gazed at Liu Mo, who was rising to his feet, with a sense of concern. Although Xiao's affection for Liu Mo stirred feelings of discomfort within him, he could not overlook the fact that Liu Mo was his savior. It was Liu Mo who had assisted him in vanquishing the first spirit ring, a deed that Tang San had not forgotten. Yet, it seemed that the master had long since disregarded the contributions of this lifesaver. Haha, Xiao San, quite impressive. You have truly surprised me. Come, let us continue. Liu Mo replied with a smile. At that moment, he noticed that Tang San's second soul did not possess a soul ring, which likely aligned with his own thoughts. Moreover, to wield such formidable power without a soul ring was astonishing. If he were to endow the Haotian hammer with a soul ring, the resulting strength would be unimaginable. While Liu Mo was lost in contemplation, Tang San once again launched an attack against him. In the minds of both Tang San and Master, no soul master at this stage had ever withstood the might of the Haotian hammer. Thus Tang San felt no sense of danger and relentlessly pressed on with his assault. The dark Haotian hammer once again loomed before Liu Mo. Despite having just endured a heavy blow, Liu Mo exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he greeted Tang San's strike with a smile. What a fool. Why doesn't he evade? Staff observed Liu Mo's demeanor, his frustration causing him to stomp his feet. Meng Shu dared not blink, fearful of missing any detail. On the other side, Flender remarked that if all went as expected, this strike would conclude the match. This boy isn't too bad. Others would have likely succumbed after that initial blow. Master wore a broad smile as he addressed Flender. You Xiaojing, are you overly confident? I have witnessed Liu Mo's prowess, and judging by his smiling countenance, I am certain he still holds a chance of victory. Flender, slightly dissatisfied by Master's unwavering confidence, retorted. Upon hearing Flender's words, Master remained silent, merely casting a glance at him, seemingly urging him to await the outcome of the impending strike. Clang! At that moment, a resounding clash of metal reverberated from the center of the arena, a sharp and jarring sound that captured everyone's attention. Tang San, gripping the hammer, was propelled backward, finally stabilizing after flying over 10 meters. Could he also possess dual soul abilities? This astonished exclamation came from Bibi Dong, seated at the center of the VIP section. She had not anticipated that Liu Mo, disciple of Qin Zhe, was also a wielder of dual souls. The other guests in the VIP area were equally taken aback by Liu Mo's second soul. "Liu Mo, you have truly astonished me," Staff exclaimed, leaping with joy upon seeing Liu Mo brandishing the dark golden spirit stick. Meanwhile, Meng Shu wore a look of surprise, realizing Liu Mo had been concealing his second soul all along. He felt a sense of relief upon discovering that the spirit stick's power was not inferior to that of the Haotian hammer. "What kind of soul is this? It seems even more formidable than the Haotian hammer," Xie remarked, watching Liu Mo's performance with astonishment. "What kind of staff is that?" Hulaina, witnessing Liu Mo turn the tide of battle, felt her heart race with excitement, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the arena. The dark golden spirit stick, adorned with magical patterns, radiated an ethereal blue light, further accentuating its might. "What did I tell you?" Flander furrowed his brows, turning to observe the master's expression. At that moment, the master seemed oblivious to Flander's words, his profound gaze fixated on the unfolding events. Internally, he felt a surge of unease. He had anticipated victory, only to be taken aback by his opponent Liu Mo unleashing a stick-like martial soul, which not only countered the Haotian hammer but also sent both the hammer and Tang Sen flying. Most troubling was the fact that he did not recognize this martial soul, a fact that left the master, renowned for his theoretical research in the realm of martial souls, feeling quite ashamed. The pride he typically exuded dissipated entirely. Not only were there many aspects of Liu Mo he did not comprehend, but the prospect of losing the championship in the elite tournament of advanced soul master academies across the continent loomed ominously. At that moment, Liu Mo made his move. He swung the spirit stick behind him, a vibrant purple soul ring pulsating around him as he propelled himself forward, charging directly at Tang San. Such speed was rare among assault-type soul masters. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Tang San. With both hands raised high, he brought the spirit stick crashing down upon him. Tang San swiftly lifted the Haotian hammer to defend. A sharp, jarring sound resonated through the air. Chapter 141. 10 Imperial Stabs versus 8 Spider Spears. A resonant boom echoed in the surroundings. Under the immense pressure of the spirit stick, Tang San found himself kneeling on one knee, struggling to rise. The Haotian hammer in his grasp continued its slow descent. What on earth is the martial soul in that boy's hands? It can actually suppress the Haotian hammer. Though Bibi Dong maintained her composure outwardly, a sense of doubt began to brew within her. Considering the enmity between the Spirit Hall and Tang Hao, if Liu Mo were to join the Spirit Hall, he could easily eliminate this looming threat in the future. However, his mentor is Qin Zhe. Would he be willing to join the Spirit Hall? An unspoken question lingered in Bibi Dong's mind. Crack, 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 just as Tang San struggled to withstand the pressure from the spirit stick. The 8 spider spears erupted from his back. An external soul bone. Liu Mo was astonished to see the 8 spider lances behind Tang San. In that moment of surprise, the sharp lance sliced through his arm. Instantly, blood gushed forth, prompting Liu Mo to retract the spirit rod he had pressed against the Haotian hammer. This boy is truly extraordinary. He possesses, indeed, an external spirit bone. Staff, witnessing the emergence of Tang San's 8 spider lances, spoke in a disjointed manner. Meanwhile, Meng Shu, equally taken aback, had not anticipated that Tang San possessed such an abundance of treasures. However, Meng Shu was not as agitated as Staff, for he had a deeper understanding of Liu Mo. "Brother Mo, my 8 spider lances are laced with potent venom. If you concede now, I can offer you an antidote." Tang San, rising slowly, seemed to use this as leverage to compel Liu Mo to surrender. Liu Mo merely smiled faintly. To emerge from the city of poison, what could these toxins possibly signify? He bent his legs and exerted force simultaneously. It was as if springs were affixed to his feet, propelling his body into the air as he soared directly towards Tang San. The resonant sounds echoed once more as the spirit connecting staff clashed with the Haotian hammer and the 8 spider lances. "Little San, unleash your true prowess." At this moment, Liu Mo launched an assault on Tang San while exclaiming with fervor. "Good." Tang San, his eyes narrowed, responded in a lowered voice. The 8 spider lances extended forth like 8 sharp blades, poised before him. The spirit-calling staff engaged in a fierce confrontation with the 8 spider lances, while the Haotian hammer was firmly gripped in Tang San's hand. He advanced slowly, compelling Liu Mo to retreat step by step. The collision of the unyielding 8 spider lances and the spirit-calling staff sparked a burst of fiery brilliance. Suddenly, the 8 spider lances retracted, and Tang San, resembling a spider, crouched low to the ground. With a simultaneous exertion of force from all 8 spider legs, he soared into the air, wielding the Haotian hammer. The extended 8 spider lances aimed directly at Liu Mo, while the Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp was poised for action. Just as the dark hammer descended upon Liu Mo's head, he immediately exerted force through his legs and retreated swiftly. Boom! The Haotian hammer struck the ground, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that shattered the surrounding earth and sent debris flying. In that instant, the powerful gust of wind lifted Liu Mo into the air. At that moment, a sly smile crept across the corner of Tang San's mouth, a manifestation of his meticulous plan. The Haotian hammer in his hand began to spin, racing towards Liu Mo suspended in midair. The chaotic wind hammer, a formidable offensive technique of the Haotian hammer, was what Liu Mo was about to confront. The whirling Haotian hammer surged like a tempest, relentlessly targeting Liu Mo in the sky, relying on its continuity. The chaotic wind hammer was an opportunity Tang San would not forsake. He believed Liu Mo would find it challenging to withstand the might of his hammer technique, leaving him to await the impending onslaught of the chaotic wind hammer. Clang! The continuous cacophony emanated from the chaotic wind hammer. To Tang San's astonishment, not a single strike had yet landed on Liu Mo's body, yet his hammer technique remained uninterrupted, persistently unleashed. Is this truly the legendary chaotic wind hammer technique? Staff observed the airborne Tang San, somewhat dazzled. Meng Shu merely nodded in casual acknowledgement. At that moment, none present wished to miss the exhibition of the chaotic wind hammer technique. A dark beam of light clashed with a dark golden radiance, generating a plethora of sparks. Old Meng, Xiao Mo, what kind of staff technique is this? It is remarkably intricate, rivaling even the chaotic wind hammer technique, Staff remarked, noticing Liu Mo's remarkable agility. While the chaotic wind hammer technique had been passed down through generations and was long coveted for its true form, Liu Mo's execution of the 72 staff techniques seemed to gain the upper hand as the battle progressed. I am at a loss. This is beyond anything I have ever seen or heard, Meng Shu replied, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. The onlookers, after marveling at the chaotic wind hammer, grew curious about the 72 staff techniques that appeared to be prevailing against it. Boom! With a resounding crash, Liu Mo and Tang San were propelled to opposite sides, gradually descending to the ground. Due to the excessive consumption of his soul power, Liu Mo was now somewhat breathless. Meanwhile, Tang San was also panting heavily. Mo, although your strength surpasses mine, you have exhausted your energy. Tang San unleashed the 8 spider lances and slowly approached Liu Mo. At this moment, Liu Mo could no longer afford to consider anything else. He merely rested his hands on his knees, gasping for air. Xiao San, I have promised to exert my utmost effort. As long as I am still standing, I will not concede defeat. Liu Mo, having regained a semblance of composure, responded breathlessly to Tang San. Very well, do not blame me for being ruthless. As Tang San approached Liu Mo with increasing proximity, he seemed to grit his teeth, declaring that he must secure victory against the champion of the elite competition among the continent's advanced soul master academies. He would not yield for anyone. Yet, how could Liu Mo's thoughts be any different? Just as Tang San aimed the blade of his 8 spider lances at Liu Mo, a crisp sound emerged from behind him. Accompanied by a series of clicking noises, 10 golden, glistening scorpion tails appeared, swaying left and right as they surged towards the 8 spider lances. Clang! A deep resonance echoed as the 8 spikes of the 10 Emperor's stinger collided with the blade of the 8 spider lances. A miraculous event unfolded. The resilient blade of the 8 spider lances was unexpectedly pierced by the sharp, sturdy spikes of the 10 Emperor's stinger, subsequently immobilizing the 8 lances midair. The audience was left in astonishment. Liu Mo possesses an external soul bone. At this moment, Staff's expression was a perplexing blend of laughter and tears. Meng Shu merely offered a faint smile, acknowledging with a hum. Ah, old Meng, it seems you were aware all along. Though Staff's tone carried a hint of grievance, his face wore a smile. Ah, he actually, Master exclaimed in surprise. I told you so, sighed Flander deeply. However, just as the 10 Emperor's stinger pierced the 8 spider lances, the remaining 2 tails approached Tang San's eyes, wavering above and below. Brother Mo, I concede. At this juncture, Tang San found himself in a predicament. Had Liu Mo not shown mercy, he would have surely been left battered and bruised. Victory for the Exotic Beast Academy. The referee proclaimed loudly, announcing the outcome of the match. This result seemed to astonish everyone present. Chapter 142, An Unexpected Visitor at Night. With the conclusion of the match, The ultimate champion would be determined between the Exotic Beast Academy and the Martial Soul Hall Academy. Incredible. Truly spectacular. At this moment, Juhua rose and spoke in her soft, gentle voice. Meanwhile, Ning Fingji's expression was somewhat difficult to describe. He had intended to showcase the prowess of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, yet he had not anticipated that Shrek Academy would suffer defeat. Although the match had concluded, Bibi Dong remained steadfast, her gaze fixed intently upon the two young competitors. Both of these youths possessed extraordinary talents. However, Tang San, being not only the disciple of the master but also the son of Tang Hao, was an impossible recruit for the Spirit Hall and would inevitably become an adversary in the future. As for Liu Mo, being the disciple of Qin Zhe, it was uncertain whether he would be inclined to join the Spirit Hall. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong furrowed her delicate brows even deeper. Although the Beast Academy had emerged victorious, it remained uncertain how many of their members would be able to participate in the upcoming battle tomorrow. The members of the Spirit Hall Academy's team, having witnessed Liu Mo's recent performance, felt a sense of trepidation towards him. However, given that the finals would also be a team battle, the overall strength of the Spirit Hall Academy far surpassed that of the Beast Academy, making their fleeting fear merely a passing thought. When Liu Mo stepped down, he was utterly exhausted, and the first to greet him was Zhu Zhuqing. "Brother Mo, how are you?" This was Zhu Zhuqing's first words to Liu Mo upon their reunion. "I'm fine, just a bit tired," he replied. Liu Mo smiled gently, observing Zhu Zhuqing's anxious expression, and spoke in a feeble voice. Zhu Zhuqing understood that Liu Mo was also putting on a brave front at that moment. She immediately stepped forward, supporting Liu Mo. In an instant, Liu Mo's arm was enveloped by a warm and comforting embrace, seemingly revitalizing him significantly. "Zhuqing, you are a member of Shrek Academy. This may not be appropriate for us." At this moment, although Liu Mo was somewhat enraptured, he remained mindful of Zhu Zhuqing's status. "I presume you are already aware of my relationship with Dai Mubai? From the moment we triumphed over the royal team of the Star Luo Empire, I considered my mission regarding him accomplished. As for Shrek Academy, it has reached its conclusion in this tournament, and we are now on the brink of graduation." Zhu Zhuqing, with her eyes shimmering like water, yet exuding an icy demeanor, fixed her gaze upon Liu Mo. As she uttered these words, the weight that had pressed upon her chest immediately lifted. She then continued, "Brother Mo, once the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent concludes, I wish to walk alongside you. Walk with me." Liu Mo was taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's words. At this moment, he himself was uncertain about where to go after the competition, and what future could Zhu Zhuqing possibly have by following him. "Zhuqing, the competition has concluded, and I may wander the world aimlessly. I fear." At this moment, Liu Mo spoke with some hesitation. Although he felt immense joy in the company of Zhu Zhuqing, he found himself lacking a significant ambition. "Brother Mo, what I seek is not merely that. Sister Wei Ying can accompany you. Why can't I? She fears no hardship, and neither do I." Zhu Zhuqing interrupted before Liu Mo could finish, her expression deepening with concern, and her icy demeanor seemed to reproach him. "Very well, once the competition concludes, the three of us shall depart together." Liu Mo hesitated for a moment before resolutely speaking. Upon hearing his words, the typically icy Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly broke into a smile. After a long day of toil, everyone returned to their respective resting quarters. This night held great significance for the Beast Academy, as it was crucial to fully utilize the hours of darkness to recuperate their strength after a grueling competition. Liu Mo was alone in his room, preparing to succumb to slumber. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling, sinister aura enveloping the entire space. In the pitch-black room, a pair of emerald-green eyes suddenly flickered to life, reminiscent of a serpent's gaze, emanating a bone-chilling light that bore down upon Liu Mo Dugubo. Liu Mo's instinctive reaction caused his 6 pupils to expand, revealing Dong Wobo appearing beside him like a sudden gust of wind. "Xiao Mo, do not be anxious. I have come to seek your wisdom," Dong Wobo said in a voice tinged with the weight of experience, his tone soft yet profound. "Seek wisdom?" Upon hearing the first words of Dugubo, Liu Mo instantly discerned his purpose for being here. Though his countenance appeared amiable at this moment, the insatiable greed and venomous intent lurking within him had long been perceived by Liu Mo. "Old poison. You seek to uncover the secrets of Poison Mist City, do you not?" Liu Mo slowly rose to his feet, facing the earnest plea of the enigmatic Dugubo. Despite Dugubo's status as a titled Douluo, Liu Mo felt a sense of ease, knowing he was not in peril. "Haha, you truly are clever, my boy. I have come here formally regarding this matter," Dugubo remarked with a smile, his gaze fixed upon Liu Mo, awaiting a response concerning the mysterious domain of Poison Mist City. Even if Liu Mo were to speak the truth, Duality would harbor doubts. Yet, in this moment, Duality found himself with little choice. His current abilities were insufficient for him to venture into such a realm alone. Poison Mist City is not the training ground you described. It resembles a prison, surrounded by unimaginable and lethal toxins. Liu Mo rose and slowly spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. This was the very subject that captured the keen interest of Duality, who widened his emerald green eyes, fixating on Liu Mo, ears perked to listen intently. The soul masters within the Poison Fog City were predominantly endowed with toxins far more potent than your own. Yet, even so, they found themselves unable to escape that realm. Liu Mo brushed past Duality, turning his back to pose a question. How did you manage to escape? At that moment, Duality felt a flicker of confusion within. It was also due to a fortunate turn of events. When my life hung by a thread, I succumbed to darkness. Yet ultimately, it was an ancient tree, nearly 1,000,000 years old, that purified my being. At this moment, Liu Mo reminisced about the ancient spirit tree and felt a twinge of sadness regarding the sacrifices made to it. Just as he uttered these words, a vivid emerald light flickered behind him. Upon turning, he discovered that Duality stood atop the head of the Emerald Lizard Snake King, enveloped in a rich green glow that accentuated the sinister allure of his emerald eyes. Suddenly, Duality slowly opened his palm, revealing emerald-tipped fingers. As a misty green light emanated from his palm, the brilliance quivered, shooting forth like an arrow aimed directly at Liu Mo. Upon striking Liu Mo's body, the misty green light swiftly expanded, gradually dissipating and merging into Liu Mo's being. Liu Mo, this is the poison of the Emerald Lizard Snake King. Although you possess detoxifying abilities, I fear it may take you some time to neutralize this venom, Duality remarked with a sinister grin. Moments later, Liu Mo exclaimed, how can this be? Duality observed Liu Mo's body, which exhibited no signs of change, his green eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 143, What of Duality? After some time, Liu Mo felt no trace of the toxin. Having emerged from the Poison Fog City, his detoxifying prowess had far surpassed that of the past. A notion that bewildered Duality. Watching Liu Mo's response, Duality furrowed his brow. He had previously claimed that it was not a place for cultivation. Yet, after a single journey through the Poison Fog City, the most potent poison had been instantaneously neutralized by this young man. It seemed he was no longer inclined to assist Duality in entering the Poison Fog City. As Duality observed Liu Mo, he pondered inwardly. Liu Mo, I believe you are of an age where you should seek a partner in life. What are your thoughts on Yenner? Duality retracted the Emerald Lizard Snake King's martial spirit and, with a gentle smile, approached Liu Mo. Duality. That young lady is indeed quite lovely, Liu Mo thought. Realizing that this old man appeared willing to sacrifice his granddaughter to gain his favor, Liu Mo contemplated deeply. Like you, Duality is filled with venom that I cannot possibly endure. Moreover, are you not aware of her relationship with Yu Tianheng? Liu Mo offered a faint smile as he responded to Duality. Yu Tianheng? Which member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is not excessively proud? Yenner is simply not suited for him. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, Duality's expression transformed into one of indignation, only to be quickly replaced by a grin as he remarked. She is filled with venom. Are you not afraid of poison? In the future, your children will possess both the ability to detoxify and the capacity to wield poison. What a true prodigy that would be. Haha. You have even contemplated the future of your offspring. Duality's foresight was indeed remarkable. However, Liu Mo found himself in agreement with Duality's assessment of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. In the Douluo Continent, these families had seemingly maintained their positions for an extended period, instilling a sense of arrogance in their lineage. With no other families rising to challenge them, each individual bore an air of superiority. As time progressed, the prospects of displacing these families appeared increasingly dim, allowing them to rest in complacency. Is Yenna not worthy of you? Duality observed Liu Mo's indifferent demeanor, his expression shifting dramatically. In Duality's heart, Duality was akin to a cherished treasure, the one he held dearest. Were it not for Liu Mo's striking appearance, Duality might have had reservations. Liu Mo's display of strength earlier had astonished him. Not only could Duality find a commendable match, but he could also keep Liu Mo in check, truly a twofold advantage. Yet, Liu Mo seemed reluctant at this moment. Nevertheless, the sight of Duality's wrathful visage stirred a sense of concern within him. Duality was indeed a remarkable young lady, possessing both exceptional beauty and figure. Old Poison, Allow me some time to ponder this matter further. Liu Mo languidly rotated his gaze, realizing that this was the only way to buy himself some time. At this moment, the most pressing matter was the impending finals set for tomorrow. Although Dualbo's poison could not harm him directly, he was nonetheless a titled Douluo, and his soul power alone could obliterate him. Contemplation? Dualbo, upon hearing Liu Mo's response, was far from satisfied. His brow furrowed deeper, and his emerald eyes flickered with a sinister light as he spoke in a low voice. Very well, then. After the conclusion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, I expect your answer. Despite his dissatisfaction, Dualbo did not wish to escalate matters with Liu Mo. After all, Liu Mo was the sole individual to have ever ventured into the Poison Mist City, making him Dualbo's only glimmer of hope. Furthermore, with the elite competition currently underway, any harm befalling Liu Mo would undoubtedly provoke the interference of the Spirit Hall. To avoid unnecessary complications, Dualbo had no choice but to concede. As soon as his words fell, a greenish silhouette vanished from Liu Mo's sight, taking with it the chilling aura that had pervaded the air. Liu Mo stood alone in the pitch-black room, feeling an unsettling anxiety within. Uncertain of what events might unfold after the conclusion of the elite competition among the senior Soul Master Academies across the continent, it seemed he could no longer leisurely wander the Douluo Continent with Yueying and Zhu Zhuqing. This weighed heavily on his mind, causing him to lie in bed for an extended period before finally drifting into slumber. The following morning dawned bright and clear, the gentle weather appearing to be tailor-made for the day of the finals. In the Papal Hall, within the council chamber, Pope Bibi Dong occupied the central seat, flanked by the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. Before them stood the 7 representatives from the Wuhuan Temple Academy who were competing. Xie Yuyan and Hulaina occupied the foremost position. Did you all comprehend what I just conveyed? Bibi Dong inquired coolly. Understood, Your Holiness, they replied respectfully. Despite being part of the illustrious golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple, the deep, resonant voice of Ghost Douluo Gue Mei interjected from beside the Pope. You should be aware of what this competition signifies. It is not merely an opportunity for your fame, it also symbolizes the ownership of 3 soul bones. As the host, the Wuhuan Temple cannot reclaim these soul bones should you truly fail. With the 7 treasure, glazed tile school, and numerous senior soul master academies observing, this serves as both your reward and your pressure. Should you lose, I will cast each of you into the mysterious Mist Canyon for 3 years of training. Upon hearing the mention of the mysterious Mist Canyon, the 7, including Xieyu, shuddered in unison, their gazes becoming resolutely determined. That cursed place, surely only the ghosts could survive there. 3 years, if they were to endure that, they would likely become specters themselves. Very well, you may retire to rest. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. The 7 swiftly exited through the side door of the council chamber. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the hall. Such occurrences were rare within the Wuhuan Temple, as everyone understood the sanctity of the Pope's authority under normal circumstances. No one would dare create such a disturbance unless it was a matter of utmost urgency. What is happening outside? Let him enter. Bibi Dong's brow furrowed as she gazed at the imposing golden doors, her voice booming with authority. Even the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo displayed signs of irritation. With a creak, the doors swung open to reveal the Platinum Bishop Salus of the Wuhuan Temple. Given his rank, he was not permitted to enter without the Pope's consent. Yet, Salus rushed forward with a panicked expression, addressing Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, the youth I previously informed you about, the one who knows Xue Qinghe's true identity, is still alive. Upon hearing this news, the Chrysanthemum Douluo's body stiffened. This task had been entrusted to him by Bibi Dong and through Salus's words. It was evident that he had failed to fulfill it. Impossible. Chapter 144. The impending action of Zhu Huaguan immediately countered. Hearing the words of Salus, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow and turned to scrutinize Zhu Huaguan. Your Holiness, this is an impossible matter, she stated. Zhu Huaguan, feeling the intensity of Bibi Dong's gaze, stepped forward to elucidate. Upon hearing Zhu Huaguan's resolute declaration, Bibi Dong shifted her attention back to Salus. Although Salus did not hold a position as esteemed as Zhu Huaguan, he recognized that if the rumors regarding his audacious entry into the conference hall proved unfounded, he would likely face severe repercussions. Thus, he did not hesitate to respond, bending slightly as he spoke. Your Holiness, I saw him yesterday. He is Liu Mo from the Beast Academy. Though I did not see his face at the time, I would never mistake his silhouette. Is it him? Bibi Dong's expression faltered upon Salus's revelation. After a moment, her demeanor softened, now tinged with uncertainty as she fixed her gaze on Zhu Huaguan, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Your Holiness, I have dispatched a formidable individual to handle the situation. Typically, resolving an issue involving a student from a high-level Soul Master Academy should pose no difficulty. Zhu Huaguan replied, deep in thought. Typically, Bibi Dong's brow knitted tighter as she raised her voice. At this moment, her concern lay with Zhu Huaguan's approach to the task at hand. In the Spirit Hall, the edicts of the Pope were always absolute. One either succeeded or failed. There was never room for ambiguous justifications. I had my own doubts as well. Ever since he embarked on the mission, I have not laid eyes on him again. Given his penchant for beauty, I initially presumed he had merely sought pleasure elsewhere. Your Holiness, I regret my oversight and my misplaced trust in my subordinates' capabilities. I shall personally ensure the resolution of Liu Mo, Zhu Huaguan declared, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he processed Bibi Dong's inquiries. What kind of subordinates do you have? Bibi Dong's fury erupted suddenly, her eyes widening as she glared at the individuals below. The two men beneath her trembled at her words. Let us defer this matter until after the final competition. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before speaking in a subdued tone. Rising, she made her way towards the exit, as time was running short before the impending finals. Yet, in her heart lingered some reservations regarding the elimination of Liu Mo. The Beast Academy had already made an energetic appearance at their residence. After breakfast, the group stood before Staff, rejuvenated. Aside from Liu Mo, the others had rested adequately, and today, Sakura could continue to participate. However, some members still bore injuries from the previous day's battle. Staff's gaze swept over the group as he stated, the competition will proceed as planned. Do your utmost. But if circumstances become insurmountable, prioritize your safety. Understood. In unison, the crowd responded. Staff's gaze shifted to one side of his body as he inquired, Lord Ming, do you have any further instructions? Today, Ming Shu wore a warm smile, perhaps because the achievements of the moment had far surpassed his expectations, leading him to harbor no excessive hopes. The safety of everyone was paramount. Having reached this point, both we and the Beast Academy were immensely satisfied with you all. Ming Shu spoke with a voice marked by the weight of experience. As he concluded his statement, Staff pressed his lips together and slowly approached them. He first adjusted the collar of Tao Hua, who stood at the forefront, mindful of the distinction between genders. He merely performed this gesture as a formality, without any undue familiarity. Then he addressed the assembly, saying, Children, this will be your final battle before graduation. To be frank, I feel honored and immensely proud to have nurtured such talented individuals as you. All gatherings must eventually disperse. The Beast Academy cannot perpetually aid your growth. The path ahead must be forged by your own efforts. I have previously stated that as long as you can advance past the first round of the finals, our goal will be deemed fulfilled. Now, having arrived at the final match, each of your names will be inscribed in the annals of the Beast Academy, including my own. As Staff uttered these words, he could not suppress a smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. What I wish to convey to you is this. Regardless of victory or defeat, you are all my pride, my children. I shall not permit any harm to befall you in this final contest. The championship is of little consequence. What truly matters is your well-being. I seek not the triumph of victory, but rather your safe return. That is all I wish to express. Upon hearing Staff's heartfelt speech, Tao Hua was moved to tears and remarked, Director, why are your eyes red? This light just immediately pulled Staff from his emotional reverie. It must be the sand. He quickly turned away. Liu Mo furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing the words of Dean Staff, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, Dean Staff. While others are rallying the competing students, you seem intent on deflating our spirits. Rest assured, we are not so easily discouraged. Moreover, we are still yearning for those 3 coveted soul bones. Listening to Staff, Liu Mo felt a twinge of emotion, yet he remained steadfast in his pursuit of victory. Fixated on the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition and the 3 soul bones. At the mere mention of the soul bones, the eyes of all the team members sparkled with renewed vigor. Very well, let us depart, Staff declared, gesturing for everyone to follow. With heads held high, the members of the Exotic Beast Academy stepped out from their lodgings. On the streets, numerous soul masters silently observed them from either side. Although these youngsters' soul power may not have seemed formidable to the onlookers, their youth and the audacity to challenge the Wuhuan Temple Academy team garnered quiet admiration from those awaiting the spectacle. The Pope's palace loomed ahead, and as Liu Mo ascended each stone step, he felt an unwavering determination beneath his feet. Never before had he desired victory with such fervor. He understood that should he falter in today's match, regret would haunt him for a lifetime. The sunlight bathed the Pope's palace in a golden glow, and the atmosphere grew solemn as the members of the exotic Beast Academy climbed the steps, the air thickening with tension. The Pope, along with Ning Fengji and 3 titled Douluos who had observed the previous day's events, were already seated, while the 3 soul bones, as rewards, lay quietly in a crimson brocade tray, emanating a soft luminescence. The Wuhuan Temple Academy team stood silently, an overwhelming and frigid aura of menace emanating from them, pressing against the members of the exotic Beast Academy. Under such immense pressure, their ascent noticeably slowed, though the match had yet to commence. A clash of wills had already begun. The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition were on the verge of unfolding, with both teams preparing for battle. After a quarter of an hour, the match was set to begin. As both sides took their positions, the 7 members of the Exotic Beast Academy exchanged knowing glances and inhaled deeply. Chapter 145. Unexpected developments. A quarter of an hour is not a lengthy span. Soon, at the referee's signal, both teams entered the arena. Today, the Wuhuan Temple Academy team donned vibrant red uniforms, intricately embroidered with gold thread, the fabric of exceptional quality. With preparations complete, both teams were now permitted to unleash their martial spirits. As the Cardinal, serving as the referee, signaled the commencement after both sides had taken their positions, an immediate declaration echoed through the arena. The 14 combatants exchanged glances, each wordless, yet the palpable tension surged, igniting an atmosphere thick with anticipation. In this moment, even the esteemed Pope Bibidon found his attention wholly captivated by the unfolding contest. The 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy team moved almost in unison, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupting from within them. At the forefront, the trio led by Xiaoyu radiated with the optimal configuration of soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The 4 comrades behind them boasted a similar arrangement of 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. Each participant's gaze sharpened with unwavering determination. Among them, a male student at the rear took a swift step back, revealing a resplendent golden scepter in his grasp, unmistakably a manifestation of a support-type spirit. Even Liu Mo, adorned with a configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black rings, felt the weight of pressure when confronted by the 3 soul kings ahead. The 5 soul masters behind him, with their 2 yellow and 1 purple rings, seemed remarkably insignificant in comparison. For those unfamiliar with the prowess of the Exotic Beast Academy, it would be hard to believe that such strength could propel them to the finals, likely attributing their success to favoritism. However, they had already recognized Liu Mo's formidable abilities. This team was guided by a leader of exceptional strength, steering them to this pivotal moment. Yet, facing the overall might of the Spirit Hall Academy, achieving victory by sheer individual prowess would prove to be an insurmountable challenge. As the match commenced, the Cardinals swiftly retreated, clearing the arena. Surprisingly, it was not the Captain Xiaoyu who made the first move, but his sister, Hulaina. With graceful steps, she seemed to glide forward effortlessly, a faint smile gracing her lips as her spirit was unleashed, enhancing her beauty and revealing a plush, furry tail sprouting from her back. A soft pink glow emanated from her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze upon Liu Mo, mimicking her earlier encounter with the Royal Academy of Heaven Douluo Tianheng. Her distinctive allure was irresistible, drawing the eyes of all towards her. Under the influence of her gentle pink radiance, Liu Mo's 6-eyed celestial vision began to expand. Unlike the purple gold demon eye, which required Tang San's deliberate invocation, the 6-eyed celestial vision was a constant presence, adjusting its scope in response to environmental shifts and the will of its possessor. The soft pink light emanating from Hulaina was all too familiar to Tao Hua. With her elegant form, she executed a swift turn, instantly positioning herself at the forefront as her second soul ring shimmered. Her eyes transformed into a mesmerizing pink, signaling the activation of her enchanting technique. As fellow fox-type spirits, they both wielded captivating powers, and their confrontation now hinged entirely on their mental fortitude. The one with the stronger spirit will undoubtedly gain the upper hand. However, the Zhang brothers had long set their sights on the enchanting Hulaina, captivating not only themselves but also Yinghua, Yueying, and Mengyiran with her exquisite beauty. At that moment, both Tao Hua and Hulaina let out muffled sounds almost simultaneously. Hulaina merely swayed, yet Tao Hua staggered back 3 steps, her complexion turning ashen, with 2 streams of blood flowing from her nose like serpents winding down. It was evident that she had suffered a significant setback. In terms of soul power and mental strength, there remained a considerable gap between her and Hulayina. Furthermore, pitting a soul sovereign against a soul king, especially with the allure of charm, could only yield unfavorable consequences. Tao Hua's mental struggle had already rendered her incapable of continuing the fight. Just as she was about to collapse, Liu Mo swiftly supported her. In that moment of softness, he scarcely had the presence of mind to consider anything else. The members of the Spirit Hall Academy's battle team gazed at Liu Mo's actions in astonishment. Even Bibi Dong seemed momentarily taken aback, as if she had not anticipated that Liu Mo would remain unaffected by the enchantment. At that juncture, the Beast Academy had lost its control-type Soul Master, and the situation they faced was destined to become increasingly dire. Although Hulayina had severely injured Tao Hua, she had also interrupted Hulayina's initial advantage. However, the Zhang brothers, Yinghua, Yueying, and Mingyuan had already fallen under Hulayina's spell. Once Liu Mo ensured Tao Hua's safety, he became acutely aware that his teammates had succumbed to the enchantment. If the Spirit Hall Academy's team chose to attack at that moment, facing 3 Soul Kings, he would be unable to address everyone's needs. Just as Liu Mo was engulfed in worry, the Spirit Hall Academy team did not launch a strike against them. Instead, Hulayina coldly regarded Liu Mo across the battlefield, her 5 soul rings flashing in a rhythmic pattern, beginning with the black 5th ring, followed by the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and finally the yellow 1st ring. With each pulsation of the rings, the crimson glow surrounding her intensified. At that very instant, the sinister Yu moved as well. The blades of the sinister moon were not singular but dual, both a deep crimson, resembling crescent moons, with his hands grasping their centers. As his body moved, his hands unfurled, propelling him toward his sister. In that fleeting moment, 2 beams of golden light shot forth simultaneously from the staff of the auxiliary soul master in the Spirit Hall Academy team, the brilliance merging swiftly into the bodies of Yu and Hulayina. A sudden red aura materialized, expanding as their bodies collided, enveloping them both. Simultaneously, the red light erupted, resembling a radiant sphere that spread outward, encompassing nearly half of the arena. Everyone from the Beast Academy found themselves ensnared within its embrace. This was the fusion technique of the spirits. Liu Mo finally understood the situation. They had refrained from attacking because they were executing a soul fusion technique. The combined abilities of the 2 Soul Kings unleashed an attack of terrifying magnitude, rivaling that of a Soul Sage at level 70 within a brief span. This was beyond what they could withstand, and even Liu Mo was not spared. Unlike their previous battle against the Tiando Royal Academy team, where time was required for the enhancement, the Crimson Barrier surged to its optimal state in an instant, aided by their companions. The Soul Fusion technique, named Enchantment, was set into motion by Xieyu and Hulayina. As the red light flickered, the 2 individuals merged into one, a figure with flowing hair that was indistinguishable in gender. Their hair transformed to a striking red, and the silhouette, composed of Xieyu and Hulayina, began to dance gracefully. 2 enlarged moon blades, shimmering with a rainbow-like brilliance, sparkled at the tips of their outstretched arms. Accompanied by the intense surge of red light, the merged figure vanished instantaneously into the dense crimson mist, enveloping the members of the Exotic Beasts Academy team completely. Though the team members had awakened from their confusion, the thick red fog disoriented them. Uncertain of what had transpired, a sense of anxiety and trepidation filled their hearts. Chapter 146. Offense as Defense. The Spirit Hall Academy team lacked a genuine control-type Soul Master. Yet their control capabilities were unprecedentedly formidable, primarily due to the enchantment technique. The most notable characteristic of the Soul Fusion technique was its control within the realm of enchantment. All sensory perceptions were diminished by 50%, and soul power was suppressed by the same margin. Every action was delayed by half. In an instant, it thrust their opponents into a dire predicament. The dense red mist was infused with a blend of hostility and illusionary energy, imposing 3 negative states upon its victims. Most alarmingly, within this red fog, only Xieyu and Hulayina, the practitioners of the soul fusion technique, could see clearly. The sudden loss of sight would undoubtedly disorient anyone, especially under conditions of overall debilitation. Even opponents of the same caliber as Xieyu had succumbed to this soul fusion technique countless times. Its effect was rivaling that of a typical 7th soul skill of ordinary soul masters. A smirk crept onto the faces of the other members of the Spirit Hall Academy team, and even the expression of Pope Bibi Dong softened slightly. Why hadn't Liu Mo intervened just now? Staff felt a twinge of urgency, though he had mentioned earlier that winning the championship was not of utmost importance. The recent scene had clearly presented Liu Mo with an opportunity. Did you realize that was a soul fusion technique just now? Meng Shu coldly remarked, rendering Staff speechless. However, given the current circumstances, even though Liu Mo discerned that it was a soul fusion technique, he had no opportunity to interrupt it. Furthermore, the prowess of the opposing team members was formidable, preventing any disruption of the soul fusion technique. Suddenly, piercing cries echoed through the dense crimson mist. This was the combined assault of Xiaoyu and Hulaina upon the team members of the Beast Academy. In an instant, the Zhang brothers had already fallen. Faced with such a formidable opponent, even without employing a soul fusion technique, their strength as soul elders was insufficient to withstand the onslaught. At this juncture, the Spirit Hall Academy team sought to secure victory through the fusion technique of the Xiaoyu siblings, although they recognized that Liu Mo's strength surpassed theirs. Once the soul fusion was activated, Xiaoyu, as the conductor of the technique, wielded a combined soul power exceeding level 60, alongside Hulaina. Thus, he did not regard Liu Mo as a significant threat. The amplified crescent blades surged towards the shadow of the moon with tremendous speed. Liu Mo observed everything with clarity. He dove towards the moonlit shadow, yet within the shroud of crimson mist, his speed had already halved. Despite this reduction, Liu Mo's pace remained commendably swift. His determined sprint startled Hulaina, who was taken aback by his resolute intent. The sharp clangs echoed twice through the red haze, accompanied by a voice that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, exclaiming in astonishment, "How could you possibly discern the direction of my attack?" This incredulous question emanated from the amalgamation of Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Liu Mo unleashed his second martial soul, the Spirit Staff, perfectly intercepting the silent advance of the Moonblade. The crimson mist would not obstruct the gaze of Xiaoyu and Hulaina. They could distinctly see a hint of a smile on Liu Mo's face, a reflection of his satisfaction in parrying the Moonblade aimed at the moon shadow. However, a sense of panic surged within him as another Moonblade hurtled toward Meng Iran, leaving Liu Mo no time to consider her safety. In close proximity to the moon shadow, Liu Mo exchanged a meaningful glance with her. Suddenly, amidst the dense crimson fog, a flash of white light erupted, soaring towards the heavens, while a chilling air enveloped the surroundings. Dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky, obscuring any trace of Liu Mo and the moon shadow from Xiaoyu and Hulaina, who, despite their astonishment, continued to wield their moon blades without falter. In an instant, all at the Beast Academy, save for Liu Mo and the moon shadow, had collapsed. As the clouds thickened, the temperature plummeted, and the very air seemed to freeze. Could this be a martial soul fusion technique? An androgynous voice called out again, this time laced with surprise. It was evident that neither team truly understood their opponents. Thus, they were unaware of the skills each possessed. This was also the reason Liu Mo had been unable to interrupt Xiaoyu and Hulaina's fusion technique earlier. The dense crimson fog began to dissipate, signaling the conclusion of Xiaoyu and Hulaina's martial soul fusion. However, the disappearance of Liu Mo and the moon shadow thwarted their initial plan to conclude the match. Yet, the energy of Xiaoyu and Hulaina, having invoked their fusion technique, had been completely depleted. The Spirit Hall Academy team had effectively traded 2 Soul Kings for 5 Soul Emperors from their opponents, a seemingly unprofitable exchange. Just then, raindrops began to fall from the sky, freezing midair into scale-like solids, cascading down with layers of frost. Exhausted, Hulaina and Xiaoyu found themselves too drained to return to their team. The scales grazed Hulaina's body, tearing her clothing and drawing blood from the taut seams. At that moment, a fiery figure appeared beside them, Yin, another Soul King from the Spirit Hall Academy team. He grasped the hands of the Xiaoyu siblings, guiding them back to their team. The scales continued to rain down, each one leaving its mark upon their skin. Suddenly, a radiant light erupted from the rear of the team, released by their auxiliary member. The light arched over the concentrated team, exploding with a resounding crack. Akin to a fireworks display, the halo gradually expanded and descended, ultimately forming a golden barrier that enveloped the 7 members of the Spirit Hall team. With a series of resounding clangs, the scales struck the barrier, echoing throughout the battlefield. As Liu Mo and Yuing unleashed their ice-scale arrow rain, their soul power continued to diminish, resulting in lesser damage than before. Consequently, the protective barrier deployed by the auxiliary at the soul zone level completely thwarted the assault of the scales. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's heart began to race with anxiety. Though her expression remained stoic, an internal turmoil of apprehension steadily grew. Their core members, Xiaoyu and Hulaina, had succumbed to incapacitation, while Liu Mo remained unscathed. They had meticulously orchestrated this battle, specifically targeting the Shrek Academy team, for she perceived the master as an extraordinary talent, based on their prior interactions. She had intended to witness Shrek Academy suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of the Spirit Hall. However, she was taken aback by Shrek Academy's defeat against the Beast Academy the previous day. Furthermore, during the climactic battle, she had come to a clear understanding of Liu Mo's prowess. As long as Liu Mo remained in the arena, the Spirit Hall team's victory was far from assured. Most critically, the ownership of the 3 soul bones remained uncertain. Chapter 147. Remarkable defense. With the descent of the ice scales, the male auxiliary from the Spirit Hall team seemed to have exerted all his strength. Just as his soul power was nearing depletion, the rain of scales in the air intensified dramatically. The sound of impact resonated in rapid succession. His hand, which gripped the staff, began to tremble slightly, and beads of sweat streamed down his cheeks. Moments later, the ominous clouds in the sky erupted, releasing a chilling aura. With a resounding crash, the light barrier detonated, and the auxiliary man collapsed to the ground as the barrier shattered. At this juncture, Liu Mo and Yu Ying had also materialized onto the ground. Liu Mo, despite his weakened state, executed a fusion technique primarily to evade the martial soul fusion skills of Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Otherwise, the Beast Academy might have faced total annihilation. However, as the master articulated, there exists a profound distinction between martial soul fusion skills and fusion techniques. The former, upon conclusion, incurs a tremendous drain on soul power, while the latter does not involve martial souls and consequently exerts far less strain. Thus, at this juncture, both Liu Mo and Yu Ying retain their combat capabilities. 2 against 4. Given Xiaomo's prowess, the likelihood of our securing the championship is quite promising. Haha. Staff observed the evolving scenario on the battlefield and found himself invigorated once more. It is likely that each member of the Martial Soul Palace Academy possesses formidable strength. Mengshu remarked with a furrowed brow. As a member of the illustrious golden generation of the Martial Soul Palace, Yan's combat abilities were exceptionally remarkable. Though the martial soul fusion skills of Xiaoyu and Hulaina did not inflict harm upon them, he remained unfazed. Suddenly, searing dark red flames erupted from his form, and simultaneously his physique dramatically expanded under the influence of his first 2 soul rings. His upper garments were instantaneously torn apart, revealing muscles that bulged like granite. In an instant, he had grown to over 3 meters in height, rivaling Liu Mo's manifestation of the dark gold Titan Emperor. As his fists clashed together, a resounding reverberation echoed, contrasting sharply with the intense flames enveloping him, while his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Among the other 3 members of the Martial Soul Palace team, 3 Battle Soul Masters stepped forward, positioning themselves behind Yan. Although Liu Mo was the strongest on the field, he could not afford to be complacent in the face of such formidable adversaries. At this moment, seizing the initiative was the most prudent strategy. For should all 4 opponents strike simultaneously, the ensuing chaos would be insurmountable. Yu Ying abruptly vanished, reappearing beside the outermost of the 3 Battle Soul Masters positioned behind Yan. The instant she materialized, the surrounding air warped dramatically. With precision, she targeted the freshly inflicted wound, plunging her half-foot-long claws deep into the laceration. The Battle Soul Master grimaced in agony as his skin split open. Just as those nearby prepared to retaliate, only Yu Ying's lingering shadow remained in her place. Her choice of position at the edge facilitated her retreat, for the numerical advantage of her opponents was glaring, and she could not afford to be ensnared further. Just as everyone began to comprehend the situation, the Battle Soul Master let out a harrowing scream. This was the result of Yu Ying's prismatic parasite. Although this attack did not incapacitate her opponent, the excruciating pain it inflicted rendered him momentarily unable to counterattack. At that precise moment, Liu Mo's fists were clenched tightly. Ready for action, after gathering his soul power, he lunged toward Yan. Yan, with fists raised, charged forward like a whirlwind, showing no signs of retreat. With a thunderous clash, Liu Mo felt the immense pressure of their direct confrontation. Realizing the weight of battling Yan head-on, he executed a flawless pivot, alleviating the impact, and found himself at Yan's side. Meanwhile, the 2 soul masters behind Yan swiftly moved to fill the gap, charging ahead. As Liu Mo bent backward and turned to evade the attacks of the 2 assailants, his hand brushed against something warm and soft. Upon turning his head, he discovered it was the somewhat frail Hulaina. At the moment their eyes met, Hulaina's face flushed a deep crimson. Liu Mo had no time to examine the place he had touched when 2 more battle spirit masters attacked from behind. However, The previous scene was clearly observed by Yin. Enveloped in flames, Yin was now ablaze with fury. Upon realizing Liu Mo was in peril, Ying immediately sprang into action. This time, she attempted to execute her earlier tactic of stealthily attacking. Yet, Yin was resolute in preventing her from succeeding. With a thunderous crash, as her swift figure darted past him, Yan's keen senses detected Yu Ying's position. She was sent flying several meters away by Yan's forceful strike. Liu Mo witnessed the severe injury inflicted upon Yu Ying, his eyes narrowing in fury. In an instant, his arms crackled with violet electricity, and purple electric serpents surged outward with a resounding clap. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and the two battle spirit masters nearby, severely wounded, began to twitch slightly. Yet, Liu Mo's assault was far from over. His hands emanated a fiery crimson glow. And with a powerful strike, magma erupted forth, launching both adversaries into the air. Moments later, they crashed to the ground, the searing heat still palpable, rendering them incapable of further combat. At that moment, the battle spirit master afflicted by the vivid parasite had regained his strength, but Liu Mo could not afford to hesitate. He immediately rushed towards Yu Ying. Meanwhile, Xie Yu was assisting Hu Laina in leaving the arena, ensuring she would not be harmed again. While Hu Laina savored the lingering sensation of her recent encounter with Liu Mo. Just as Liu Mo darted past Yin, he was intercepted once more. In his rage, Liu Mo unleashed a powerful punch imbued with soul force upon Yan's body. Amidst the roar of the impact, a crisp sound echoed, yet to Liu Mo's astonishment, Yin, despite taking such a formidable blow, bore only a white mark, with no visible damage. Instead, the intensity of the heat he radiated intensified. Such formidable defense. Yin, embodying the spirit of the Flame Lord, epitomized extreme heat, powerful offense, and robust defense. From a certain perspective, his spirit could be classified as a beast spirit, as it manifested in a possession form during use. Achieving level 50, Yin had hardened his body to this extent through just his first two soul skills, demonstrating his immense prowess. His Flame Lord was not merely of the fire attribute, but possessed dual attributes of fire and earth. How could one of the Golden Generation be anything but extraordinary? Although he remained uninjured, Yin was still forced to retreat several meters under Liu Mo's heavy strike. At this moment, Liu Mo was not inclined to linger in battle. Instead, he seized the opportunity to swiftly approach Wei Ying. 1-2. It appeared that the formidable fire wielder opposite him was indeed a challenging adversary. Shi Tofu observed the current state of the battlefield with a sense of urgency swelling within him. His martial soul was that of an ancient flame lord, likely surpassing even the finest of martial souls. Meng Shu appeared remarkably composed, yet his palms were clammy with sweat. A remarkably potent martial soul could compensate for many shortcomings. Chapter 148. The most powerful healer in the entire continent. Liu Mo assisted Yu Ying to her feet, who was now visibly suffering, with blood beginning to trickle from the corner of her mouth. He was perplexed as to what could have provoked Yin to such an extreme. Yet he recognized that if Yu Ying withdrew from the competition, he would face considerable difficulty battling both Yin and that formidable soul master alone. At that moment, Liu Mo summoned his second martial soul, the spirit staff. The resplendent purple first soul ring, the only one he possessed, shone brilliantly. The staff, emanating a dark golden light, stood upright against the ground, its magical patterns radiating an ethereal blue glow that pierced the surroundings like 1,000 needles. The earth trembled violently, and where the spirit staff met the ground, a halo of bluish light emerged, expanding outward in an instant, bursting forth beyond the arena. The remaining two members of the Spirit Hall Academy found themselves enveloped in this mystical aura, their eyes clouded with bewilderment. Even Bibi Dong felt a tinge of unease in the face of this unfamiliar bluish glow. What skill was this from Xiao Mo? Could it be a domain skill? That seemed improbable. Weren't domain skills typically exclusive to title Douluo? Staff observed the scene with astonishment. Meng Shu, though somewhat familiar with Liu Mo, had never witnessed such a skill and thus remained silent, continuing to watch intently. Suddenly, within the bounds of the bluish halo, droplets of dew began to rise from the ground, crystalline and translucent, filling the entire area with their shimmering presence. This was an occurrence that defied the natural order. While everyone had witnessed raindrops falling, none had ever seen them ascend. Everyone was well aware of Liu Mo's uniqueness, often revealing astonishing abilities in moments of crisis. And this display left his adversaries in a state of panic, uncertain of what he was conjuring. However, Yu Ying experienced something entirely different. The rising droplets penetrated her body, serving as sources of energy that not only replenished her soul power, but also visibly accelerated the healing of her injuries. In a matter of moments, she had fully recovered. Meanwhile, her opponents were still grappling with their own discomfort. As Yuing sprang to her feet, the floating dew vanished, and the bluish halo dissipated into thin air. Was her second martial soul of the healing type? How then had she managed to contend against the Haotian hammer just yesterday? In the moment when the remaining two teammates from the Spirit Hall Academy were left in perplexity, Bibi Dong discerned the true attribute of Liu Mo's second martial spirit. To her astonishment, the spirit staff, capable of rivaling the Haotian hammer, possessed healing properties. The spectators surrounding them were equally astonished, for such an occurrence had never transpired on the Douluo Continent. If the Seven Treasure Glaze tile is regarded as the most formidable support on the entire continent, then the Spirit Staff's spiritual spring ability stands as the pinnacle of healing. Just as the two from the Spirit Hall Academy were still in disbelief, the figure of Yuing vanished once more. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, Yan's body stiffened, and he quickly regained his composure. Aware that Yuing was preparing to launch another ambush. In this dire situation, they could not afford to lose any more teammates. Boom. Although Yu Ying's speed was extraordinarily swift, it was ultimately no match for the Soul King level Yan. This strike left the recently recovered Yuing severely wounded once again. Before Liu Mo could make a move, he was confronted once more by the manifestation of the spirit source. A ghostly blue halo reappeared, and the entire area was drenched in ethereal dew. The moon shadow was restored to its former state. Yan, observing this spectacle, furrowed his brow in concern. If Liu Mo was not interrupted, this cycle would continue endlessly until his soul power was entirely depleted. Suddenly, the battle spirit master stepped forward, and a brilliant light accompanied the emergence of the third soul ring. The radiance swiftly expanded, transforming into an enlarged white halo that surged toward Moon Shadow. This was akin to a skill similar to the Fire Dance's Fire Ring, yet its attribute was not fire, but rather something reminiscent of a divine essence. Concurrently, Yan's fourth soul ring erupted with power. The air seemed to thicken abruptly. Distorted waves and searing currents rendered everyone as if they were wading through a quagmire, while bubbling magma surged from beneath the ground, threatening to engulf Liu Mo. However, Yan's fourth soul skill was primarily directed at him, and the brief moment of inertia in his body often proved to be the decisive factor in determining the outcome of battle. The white halo collided with Moon Shadow's form, pushing her back several meters. Yet, at the moment of her injury, the dew upon the ground swiftly healed her. The sensation of near death elicited a faint smile from the corner of Moon Shadow's lips. Conversely, when the bubbling magma struck Liu Mo, he paid it little mind, maintaining his previous stance. As the bubbles passed through his form, Liu Mo swayed slightly, but sustained no harm. This action left all onlookers astounded, including Bibi Dong. Although Liu Mo's strength surpassed Yan's, the fourth soul skill he wielded could not have yielded such an outcome without some form of defense. Unbeknownst to them, Liu Mo possessed an innate immunity to both ice and fire. For Yan, aside from his pure soul power attacks, he could inflict no damage upon Liu Mo. Despite wielding dual attributes, the earth attribute conferred not offense, but rather a defensive capability, rendering any skill aimed at Liu Mo less effective than the raw physical confrontation of pure soul power. Swish, swish, swish. The moon shadow surged towards the soul master with unwavering determination. As her silhouette materialized, she had already affixed herself behind him. Her adversary, unable to perceive her presence, could only feel the distortion of the surrounding air. In the instant of turning, a searing heat surged from behind, followed by an overwhelming wave of pain. This was an opportune moment, and Moon Shadow would not relinquish it so easily. She exerted herself to the utmost, utilizing the power of her left arm's soul bone, her arms moving in such a blur that they were scarcely visible. Instead, only a fleeting figure could be discerned as she circled the soul master of the martial soul hall, who was enveloped in a dazzling cold light. The brilliance of that icy glow provoked Yin, who, with a furrowed brow, felt the emergence of his fifth soul ring. The distorted waves and scorching air rushed toward Moon Shadow. As Moon Shadow retreated, she encountered this wave of searing heat. The blistering intensity elicited a cry of anguish from her. This time, her injuries were severe. Thanks to the effects of the spirit source, her recovery was ongoing. However, just as Liu Mo sensed that her life was no longer in peril, he immediately ceased the use of the spirit source. Yin observed the dew on the ground dissipate and the halo fade, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems your soul power has nearly been exhausted, he remarked coldly, preparing to confront Liu Mo to the bitter end. Even though Yin was immensely powerful, after repeatedly rescuing Moon Shadow, his own soul power was now nearly depleted, rendering him no match for Liu Mo. Liu Mo sensed this as well, which was why he refrained from further aiding Moonshadow. Chapter 149. What is the relationship with the Pope? Through his recent attack on Liu Mo, Yin had surmised Liu Mo's abilities with considerable accuracy. He understood that Liu Mo possessed an innate immunity to fire, which meant that to defeat him, he would need to engage in close combat. With Liu Mo's soul power waning, Yan's previous apprehensions dissipated. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, as if reliving the events of the previous day. Uncertain whether Yan could conquer Liu Mo and secure victory for the Martial Soul Hall in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition. Seizing the moment when Liu Mo was gasping for breath, Yan propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his legs. In an instant, he closed the 3-meter gap, diving towards Liu Mo. At that moment, the air was thick with tension. Every breath was held as countless gazes fixated on Yan, awaiting the outcome of this decisive strike. Suddenly, the sound of a primal roar echoed, and a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, as if time itself had frozen in anticipation. Liu Mo swiftly transitioned into the form of the dark golden Titan Emperor spirit, the first soul ring gleaming as it locked onto Yan. Boom. Just as Yin was a mere 3 meters away from Liu Mo, he was encased in ice. However, Liu Mo did not seize this opportunity to launch an attack. Instead, he was fervently gasping for breath, his soul power severely depleted. It appeared as though he sought to draw in the surrounding air entirely. Crack, crack, crack. The freezing effect dissipated, and it seemed that the earlier strike had inflicted little harm upon Yin. Liu Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had regained a modicum of strength. He swiftly activated the purple lightning roar and charged towards Yin. Boom. The electric net enveloped the area, producing a deafening roar. Yet, Yin appeared to suffer no substantial harm, save for a slight tremor in his body. Taking advantage of this moment, Liu Mo did not relent. The Earth's magma erupted beneath Yan's feet, engulfing him entirely in its searing embrace. Moments later, Yin emerged unscathed from the molten flow. One must concede that Yan's strength was indeed formidable. Even after enduring Liu Mo's initial onslaught, he remained standing. The sight of Yin astonished Liu Mo greatly. Crack, crack, crack. Observing Yan's skin, as solid as stone, Liu Mo found himself with no alternative but to unleash the 10 Emperor's Piercer, a weapon of remarkable resilience. Uncertain if it could penetrate Yan's defenses. In yesterday's match, Yin had witnessed the 10 Emperor's Piercer behind Liu Mo, thus it did not evoke surprise in him, yet. At this moment, Yin appeared as though he had lost his senses. With furrowed brows, he advanced step by step towards Liu Mo. Regardless of how resolute Pope Bibidong's spirit may be, witnessing the 10 Emperor's Piercer oscillating behind Liu Mo caused her complexion to change dramatically. She vividly recalled that it was indeed the 10 Emperor's Piercer that had pierced Tang San's 8 spider lances just yesterday. While she had faith in Yan's earth attribute defenses, she understood that the improbable occurrences surrounding Liu Mo were far too numerous to dismiss. Clang, clang, clang. Indeed, the invulnerable 10 Emperor's Piercer was unable to breach Yan's skin. Truly, he was a paragon of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall Academy. Boom. As Yin advanced, he continuously amassed soul power in his hands. Just as Liu Mo entered striking range, Yin delivered a powerful punch to Liu Mo's chest. With that blow, Liu Mo was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground. At that moment, the soul power surged within Liu Mo, as if the very bones within him were being shattered by the tumultuous force of his own energy. Liu Mo lay upon the ground, seemingly struggling to rise. The referee had already regained his footing, silently counting the seconds for Liu Mo in his mind. The icy visage of Bibi Dong finally softened into a hint of a smile. Get up, little Mo, urged Shirtua, his fists clenched and teeth gritted. In that moment, he appeared to have completely forgotten the fervent and impassioned words he had shared with everyone before they set out. Ming Shu, visibly anxious, felt cold sweat bead in his palms. Brother Mo, you must endure, murmured the students from the Exotic Beasts Academy gathered outside the arena, their gazes fixed on Liu Mo. Meanwhile, Hulaina, who had just begun to recover, wore an inscrutable expression, betraying a flicker of concern for Liu Mo's injuries. Suddenly, a thin layer of golden light emanated from Liu Mo's body. Following this, a dragoness roar echoed through the air. A golden dragon, measuring over 2 meters in length, coiled around him. This spectacle left his opponent, Yin, momentarily stunned. Even Bibi Dong, Zhu Huaguan, Gui Mei, Ning Fengji, and Chen Xian were taken aback. Is that the soul bone of a golden dragon? Exclaimed Zhu Huaguan, excitement propelling him to his feet. Beside him, Gui Mei swallowed hard, a hint of envy glimmering in his eyes. while Bibi Dong too cast a gaze filled with admiration. At that moment, Liu Mo stood upright. As he steadied himself, a crimson glow radiated from beneath his feet, expanding outward to form a blood-red halo. This halo swiftly enveloped Yan. How is he able to unleash this halo? Bibi Dong exclaimed, rising in excitement. Could it be a domain skill? Ning Fengji questioned, equally astonished. Indeed, this must be a domain skill. I never expected this young man to possess such a capability, Chen Xian replied, observing Ning Fengji's reaction. Yet among all present, Bibi Dong was most familiar with this skill, recognizing it as the domain of slaughter. At that moment, every soul master in attendance, save for her, should not have possessed this domain skill. Yet, to their astonishment, Liu Mo, this youth, had already acquired the domain of slaughter. Impossible. How could he have passed the trials of the city of slaughter? Despite witnessing the phenomenon with her own eyes, Bibi Dong still found it hard to believe. Yan, gazing at the blood-red halo, cast a sidelong glance at Bibi Dong. Their team from the Spirit Hall Academy's Golden Generation had encountered this domain skill before, emanating from Bibi Dong herself. If this was indeed a martial soul domain skill, what then was the relationship between him and the Pope? Conflicted, Yan found himself uncertain of his next move. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's full attention was riveted upon Liu Mo, completely oblivious to Yan's gaze. At the moment when Yan was utterly perplexed, 10 dark golden spikes pierced his body. Within the realm of slaughter, Yan's attributes diminished, subsequently breached by the resilient 10 Emperor spikes. However, Liu Mo would not absorb Yan's soul power in public. After all, it was merely a competition, and he would not resort to such tactics. At this juncture, Yan could only utter cries, his body trembling as if electrified. As Liu Mo withdrew the 10 Emperor spikes, his body quivered and gradually collapsed to the ground. The Beast Academy emerged victorious. After a while, Yan remained unmoving, prompting the referee to rise and announce loudly. Yet, when this news reached Bibi Dong's ears, her entourage was left almost dumbfounded. Soul bones are exceedingly precious. They were originally intended for her disciple, Hulaina, to be bestowed in a manner that showcased the generosity of the Spirit Hall while ultimately remaining in her possession. Unexpectedly, the plan had backfired. Chapter 150. A moment that stunned Bibi Dong as the audience erupted in cheers for the Beast Academy. Liu Mo slumped on the arena, having nearly exhausted his strength. At the moment the referee declared the Beast Academy victorious, the willpower that had sustained him waned. Staff and the Dragon Lady rushed onto the stage together. This moment marked the pinnacle of the Beast Academy's ascent in the elite tournament of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, rewriting the narrative that had seen the Spirit Hall monopolize the championship title. Having regained some strength, Liu Mo's gaze swept across the VIP seats, where he caught sight of Zhu Hua's eyes fixed upon him, revealing a hint of malice. What was the meaning of this? At that moment, none of the members of the Beast Academy on the stage noticed this detail. They were all engrossed in the joy of victory, unaware that dire crises lurked closely behind. After a brief recovery, the 7 members of the Spirit Hall's team were assisted away by members of the Papal Hall, leaving only the Beast Academy in the square. Each of them wore expressions of pride. They were champions. Indeed, they were the ultimate champions. This was a source of immense pride for staff, and Meng Shu felt a surge of excitement for the achievements of the Beast Academy under Liu Mo's leadership. The Pope and the titled Duality stood, and Bibi Dong calmly announced, the final champion of this year's elite tournament of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is the Beast Academy. Congratulations to you, young genius Soul Masters. At this moment, the 7 participants from the Beast Academy had arrived at the front of the square, standing in a row, with staff, Meng Shu, and the Dragon Lady behind them. This was a scene they had never envisioned, yet it had transformed into a dreamlike reality. Old Meng. The name of the Beast Academy will reverberate in every corner of the continent, and my name will be inscribed in history. This is inseparable from the 2 exceptional team members you introduced to the Beast Academy. As Bibi Dong concluded her speech, the hall erupted in waves of applause. Yet, amidst the lingering echoes, she awaited something more. At that moment, Stav gazed at Meng Shu with palpable excitement. Meng Shu, observing Stav's slightly reddened eyes, merely smiled gently. This smile affirmed his discerning eye, which had led Liu Mo and Yuing to the Beast Academy. At this juncture, the gaze of the 7 members of the Beast Academy fell upon the brocade tray containing 3 soul bones. The Pope exhibited the composure befitting her station as she accepted the tray from the hands of the Spirit Hall personnel, her eyes lingering wistfully over the 3 soul bones. The Cardinal, acting as the referee, proclaimed in a resounding voice, May the representative of the Beast Academy step forward to receive the champion's reward. The members of the Beast Academy exchanged glances, several of them directing their gaze towards Tao Hua, urging her to approach the podium. However, Tao Hua shook her head, her crescent-shaped eyes curving into a charming smile as she said, "Mo girl, this honor rightfully belongs to you. Although I am the captain, it is evident to all that you have made the greatest sacrifices for this final victory. You have always been the soul of our team. Go on, Mo girl. Do not shy away from this." Zhang Chen concurred, affirming her words. Once doubtful of their own abilities, the Zhang brothers had witnessed Liu Mo's prowess, which had led them to realize dreams they had scarcely dared to envision. Inspiring a heartfelt admiration for Liu Mo turned his head to glance at Shirtofu, then at the eager expressions of his companions beside him. Taking a deep breath, he strode forward with determination, step by step, towards Pope Bibidong. Today, Bibidong's attire was particularly resplendent, and coupled with her innate grace, she appeared to be a woman in her 30s. The blend of dignity and allure showcased her as an object of desire for many. However, due to her esteemed position, everyone buried their thoughts deep within, none daring to voice them. As Liu Mo approached Bibidong, he was struck by her astonishing beauty, noble, elegant, serene. A myriad of exquisite adjectives could aptly describe her. Though she was no longer in her youth, the marks of time seemed to have left no trace upon her. The Pope regarded Liu Mo with a glimmer of peculiar brilliance in her eyes. "You are remarkable, even surpassing my expectations. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Would you consider joining the Spirit Hall?" Looking into the Pope's eyes, Liu Mo understood that this was not a mere test. Perhaps it was an opportunity she extended to him. If his displayed talents could not be harnessed by the Spirit Hall, they would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. But would he yield? Liu Mo smiled calmly and shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, your holiness. However, I must adhere to my master's wishes. As for the grievances between my teacher and the Spirit Hall, I am unaware. Until my master consents, I shall not join." Bibidong's expression shifted slightly but quickly returned to normal, a hint of regret in her voice as she said, "In that case, I wish you greater achievements in the future. And may you one day enter the Douluo Palace. However, you must remember that based on your performance over the past 2 days, it is likely that you will find it difficult to lead a peaceful life moving forward." With that, she extended the brocade tray in her hand towards him. Liu Mo understood the underlying implications of Bibidong's words. The soul bones he had revealed over the past few days were indeed coveted treasures, and he had just secured the champion's prize in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Without a formidable backing, it seemed that his forthcoming days would be spent in a relentless struggle for survival. Initially, the Spirit Hall was his most reliable ally. However, he was unaware of the grievances between Qin Zhe and the Spirit Hall that had led to the latter's insistence that he refrain from joining. At this moment, Liu Mo found himself with no alternatives, especially as Bibidong presented him with a brocade tray. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the 3 soul bones, Liu Mo accepted the tray, his heart quivering uncontrollably. 3 soul bones, especially the one radiating a gentle blue glow, the spirit-condensed wisdom skull, seemed to possess an immense allure that irresistibly drew Liu Mo's heart. Around him, avaricious gazes converged. Any soul master would inevitably feel a yearning upon encountering soul bones. Liu Mo navigated through the sea of greedy eyes, returning to his companions. "We concede. None of these 3 soul bones suit me." The Zhang brothers were the first to speak, their voices subdued as they lowered their heads. Not everyone could demonstrate such restraint in the face of such a precious treasure. "I too relinquish my claim. They are not compatible with me." Meng Yiran nodded in agreement. Casting a glance at Meng Shu behind her, Meng Shu smiled faintly at his granddaughter, acknowledging her commendable decision at such a crucial moment. It suddenly struck them that Meng Yiran had truly matured, shedding her previous caprices and selfishness. This edition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition had bestowed upon them not only honors, but also personal growth. "I also forfeit. I contributed little to this competition, and these soul bones are not particularly suited for me," Sakura remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. Those who could voice their relinquishment in the presence of soul bones possessed immense inner strength. Sakura felt deeply satisfied with her victory in this prestigious competition. With the 4 from the exotic Beast Academy having withdrawn, only 3 remained, yet the soul bones were not suitable for everyone. The Gale left leg, designed for swift attack-type soul masters, undoubtedly belongs to Yue Ying. As for the explosive flame right arm, It is best suited for powerful fire-type soul masters. It appears none of you three are particularly compatible. The only one who might have a slight connection is Liu Mo with his earth magma ability. But relying solely on one skill seems rather wasteful. Regarding the wisdom skull of mental concentration, at this juncture, Staff paused, directing his gaze towards Liu Mo and Taohua. At that moment, it was evident that both of their eyes were fixated upon the skull. The essence of mental concentration held significance for both Liu Mo and Taohua. Although Liu Mo was not primarily a spirit master of mental prowess, he possessed an innate ability to command the broader landscape, coupled with skills that endowed him with control. The advantages of the wisdom skull for his future were indeed palpable. Among the 3 spirit bones, this particular one was undeniably the most precious. Of the 6 spirit bones, aside from the torso bone, the head bone stood out, making the wisdom skull exceedingly vital for Liu Mo. It should belong to Mo Go. Everyone is well aware of his contributions to the Beast Academy. Without him, we would not have reached this point, Taohua remarked, her enchanting and agile eyes glancing at Liu Mo before addressing Staff. Upon hearing this, Staff pressed his lips together and nodded slightly. Within the ranks of the Beast Academy, all understood Liu Mo's esteemed position in this tournament and recognized the purpose behind his relentless efforts. Thus, even if others could merely experience a fraction of such honor, they were genuinely delighted. Xiao Mo, the wisdom skull is yours, Staff said, a gentle smile gracing his features as he looked at Liu Mo. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo felt a surge of joy within. However, confronted by his comrades, who had fought tirelessly yet chose to abandon their efforts, a sense of guilt began to creep into his heart. Sure, since no suitable candidate exists for this explosive and blazing right arm, let it be stored in the Beast Academy. In the future, when the Academy nurtures a student capable of mastering this soul bone, it shall be bestowed upon them. At this moment, Liu Mo gazed intently at Staff, speaking earnestly from the depths of his heart. Upon hearing this, Staff felt a surge of excitement within him. His eyes roamed over every individual present from the Beast Academy, and one by one, they nodded in agreement with Liu Mo's proposal. This was a soul bone that the Spirit Hall had treasured for many years. One can only imagine its immense value. If this soul bone were to be housed within the Beast Academy, the once unremarkable institution would surely be transformed into something extraordinary. However, it remained uncertain whether the Dragon King and Serpent Empress could adequately safeguard this precious artifact. Have you made the necessary arrangements? The Pope did not depart following the simple awards ceremony. Both the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo remained present. The crowd's attention was irresistibly drawn to the Pope. Staff felt a rush of excitement as he observed Bibi Dong, noticing her slight tension. This was the first time he had been so close to a titled Douluo, and the exalted Pope stood right before him. He had anticipated encountering a woman with a face full of wrinkles, and from a distance, he had assumed her youthful visage was merely concealed beneath layers of makeup. Yet, upon closer inspection of Bibi Dong, he was astonished to find her skin exquisitely delicate and surprisingly genuine. He had not expected that the esteemed Bibi Dong would appear so young, so regal, and so breathtakingly beautiful. The Pope did not meet his gaze. Instead, she spoke with an air of indifference. Since the rewards have been distributed, this competition has officially concluded. We have another matter to address. As she spoke, Bibi Dong raised her hand and pointed directly at Liu Mo. In an instant, the crowd gasped in shock. Ying instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Liu Mo, while the other academies from the Beast Academy stood frozen in disbelief. Staff, who had just been captivated by Bibi Dong's beauty, now wore an expression of astonishment as he inquired, "Your Holiness, what do you mean by this?" The Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were not deterred by Staff's words. They were about to take action when a voice called out from a distance, "Your Holiness, shouldn't we clarify matters before proceeding? Do you wish to court danger? Do you dare to meddle in the affairs of the Spirit Hall?" The Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo turned their gazes toward the source of the voice along with Bibi Dong. Douluo, with her soft and gentle tone, exclaimed. Upon seeing this figure, Bibi Dong's body momentarily stiffened, revealing her astonishment at the individual. Observing Bibi Dong's reaction, the two Douluos tempered their demeanor. After all, few could elicit such a response from her. Nonetheless, the sharpness in their eyes remained unchanged. "Teacher, what brings you here?" At this moment, Liu Mo gazed ahead and discovered that the approaching figure was none other than Qin, his long-lost mentor. How could this esteemed teacher possibly miss witnessing the grand finale of the elite competition for soul masters across the continent, in which his disciple was participating? Qin reached Liu Mo's side, patted him on the shoulder, and with a smile, engaged in warm conversation, seemingly unfazed by the presence of Bai Bai Dong nearby. Meanwhile, Yu Ying's eyes flickered with a hint of avoidance. For reasons unknown, she gradually moved to the rear of the group. Both Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo cast their gaze upon Bai Bai Dong, whose noble, yet somewhat enchanting eyes were fixed intently on Qin Zhe, refusing to blink. Her facial expression transitioned from a rigid demeanor to one that softened gradually. Who are you? After a moment's pause, it was Bai Bai Dong who spoke first, her tone imbued with both curiosity and a hint of certainty, as if seeking an answer from Qin Zhe. Your beauty remains as youthful and captivating as ever, your holiness, while time has left its marks upon my visage, Qin Zhe remarked, gazing at Bai Bai Dong. Chapter 151. The encounter of Sister Dong and Brother Zhe in their youth. Bai Bai Dong and Qin Zhe experienced a cataclysm that engulfed the entire continent, plunging its inhabitants into turmoil. One day, a whimsical young girl encountered Qin Zhe and his family while they were fleeing from disaster. Instantly, Qin Zhe felt a kinship with Bai Bai Dong, who, at the time, was a blossoming maiden captivated by his handsome features. They spent their days in each other's company, and the Qin family had already begun to consider Bai Bai Dong as their future daughter-in-law. Even Qin Zhe held that belief. Brother Zhe, I am 3 years your senior. If we were to marry, I fear that whispers might circulate behind our backs, Bai Bai Dong said bashfully, casting a shy glance at Qin Zhe. In her heart, this statement felt like a test, awaiting a reassuring response from him. Sister Dong, you need not worry. If anyone dares to speak ill of us, I shall not hesitate to set them straight, Qin Zhe replied, pulling Bai Bai Dong into his embrace and smiling down at her. At that time, both Qin Zhe and Bai Bai Dong had already attained the rank of Great Soul Master. Given the circumstances, a lack of academies and optimal training conditions, coupled with their relentless struggle for survival at such a tender age, achieving such a level was indeed a testament to their extraordinary talents. Thus, they lived and trained together, forging a bond that would endure. Unbeknownst to them, they had already ascended to the rank of Soul Master. As they journeyed onward, they encountered another group of refugees seeking shelter. All were united by the instinct for survival, merging their fates together. Among this assembly of displaced souls was a youth whose appearance belied his impoverished status. In times of calamity, only affluent families could afford sufficient sustenance, thus avoiding the harsh realities of hunger and homelessness. The boy's attire suggested a lineage far from ordinary. Perhaps out of a desperate need to endure, he chose to dwell among the refugees, yet his proud demeanor remained intact, seldom engaging in conversation with those around him, opting instead to sit in solitary silence. Why do you shun interaction with others? Asked Bibi Dong, youthful and seemingly warm-hearted towards her peers. There is nothing to discuss. What they say does not interest me, and what I say, they cannot comprehend. The boy's gaze lingered on Bibi Dong's face for a moment before he spoke. To his astonishment, he found within this group of refugees a girl of remarkable beauty. Despite her soiled and tattered garments, her radiant visage shone through the grot. Then speak with me. What if I can understand? Bibi Dong smoothed her dress and settled beside the boy. You? Are you interested in the realm of soul masters? The boy's expression was one of disdain, yet the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her stirred a sense of excitement within him. Of course I am interested. I am a soul master myself, Bibi Dong proudly declared, her eyes sparkling with a sense of accomplishment. Upon hearing her words, the boy's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He had not anticipated the presence of a soul master among the refugees. Thus, during the quiet hours of the night, Bibi Dong sought out the boy to share her insights on the theories of soul mastery. Observing her fervor, he felt a surge of joy within, in his own family. Not even the most rugged of men would sit down to listen to his musings on such matters. At that moment, he discovered a newfound sense of belonging in Bibi Dong's company. This youth was Yu Xiaojiang of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Their frequent exchanges did not concern Qin Zhe, as Bibi Dong informed him that Yu Xiaojiang was offering guidance on her cultivation, thus he paid it no mind. Yu Xiaojiang, in turn, divulged his background to Bibi Dong, eliminating any secrets between them. However, one fateful day, Yu Xiaojiang's path would diverge from theirs. Bibi Dong, I am heading towards the Spirit Hall. Perhaps tonight will be our final opportunity to meet, he said, gazing at her with deep emotion. The Spirit Hall. What is your purpose there? Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Bai Bai Dong's body stiffened momentarily. Although the Spirit Hall at that time was not as formidable as it is now, it remained the most powerful force across the continent, a place every soul master yearned to be. I intend to join the Spirit Hall to craft my own theories there. However, I find it difficult to part with you. Yu Xiaojiang's profound gaze slightly furrowed as he fixed his eyes on Bai Bai Dong and spoke with deep affection. In her youthful prime, Bai Bai Dong felt her cheeks flush as she lowered her head upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, just as she found herself at a loss. A pair of strong hands firmly grasped her arms, and in her astonishment, she was drawn into his embrace. Xiaojiang, please let me go, she murmured softly, resisting only slightly. Bai Dong, would you walk with me? After holding her for a brief moment, Yu Xiaojiang released her and gazed intently, posing the question, go with you? How could the spirit hall possibly accept me? Bai Bai Dong replied, momentarily dazed, before adding a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. With my presence, the Pope will surely take you as a disciple. Trust me, Yu Xiaojiang declared. Sensing Bai Bai Dong's wavering resolve, he presented her with an enticing proposition. The spirit hall was already the aspiration of all soul masters, and having the Pope as a mentor was no trivial matter. Yet, the young man before Bai Bai Dong was none other than the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, a lineage of extraordinary status. Perhaps his words held the promise of truth. Bai Bai Dong's heart began to waver. Can I bring someone with me? Despite having just shared an embrace, she did not forget her beloved, Qinze. Who? Is he as handsome as you? Yu Xiaojiang's expression deepened as he furrowed his brows in inquiry upon hearing her words. He is my good friend, equally charming, haha. Bai Bai Dong spoke hesitantly, her gaze revealing a hint of shyness as she looked at Yu Xiaojiang. What kind of person was Yu Xiaojiang? He could already discern the nature of her relationship with this individual from her expression, now that he saw a glimmer of hope. How could he allow Qinze any opportunity? No. You are also a soul master. You must understand how challenging it is to enter the spirit hall, let alone to be accepted as the Pope's disciple. Bai Dong, I am sorry, but I cannot do it. If you are willing, leave with me tomorrow. If you are not, alas, it would be such a pity. Yu Xiaojiang immediately rose, turning his broad back to Bai Bai Dong, his hands clasped behind him. Chapter 152, Bai Bai Dong's Choice. Standing with his back to Bai Bai Dong, Yu Xiaojiang's earlier words filled her with a sense of urgency. The allure he presented was overwhelming, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Of course, Yu Xiaojiang had long since seen through a woman's heart, especially within the heart of a woman filled with aspirations for the future. Just as Bibi Dong was lost in contemplation, a brilliant azure light burst forth from the sky. A blue orb of light gracefully floated towards Yu Xiaojiang. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the blue orb detonated, releasing a blinding radiance akin to an energy sphere enveloped in dazzling blue brilliance. As the light faded, Bibi Dong found herself nestled in Yu Xiaojiang's embrace. In that moment of hesitation, she had employed her soul power to shield herself from the orb's assault. Ziji, what are you doing? Bibi Dong withdrew from Yu Xiaojiang's chest, her delicate brows furrowing as she fixed her gaze upon Qinze. What am I doing? What has he done to you? Qinze, consumed by fury, confronted the situation. Faced with the prospect of his beloved being lured away by an unfamiliar man, any man would find it intolerable. Yu Xiaojiang, sensing Qinze's formidable presence, a soul master of considerable rank, felt a surge of astonishment. Had it not been for Bibi Dong's protection, he doubted he would be standing here unscathed, especially in light of Qinze's current wrath, which could very well spell his doom. At that moment, a sense of unease began to stir within Yu Xiaojiang. He was uncertain whether Bibi Dong would truly align herself with him, yet he found himself bereft of alternative options. Bibi Dong, her lips pressed tightly together, approached Qinze, taking his arm and leading him aside. Reluctantly, Qinze cast a backward glance at Yu Xiaojiang. Ziji, he can take me into the spirit hall and introduce me to the Pope as a mentor. Please, do not act impulsively. Once I establish my footing, I promise to ensure you gain entry as well. Despite their distance from Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong lowered her voice to convey her thoughts. Just him? He can facilitate your entrance into the spirit hall and have you kneel before the Pope? Qinze's face was etched with skepticism. He was also cautioning Bibi Dong against being deceived by Yu Xiaojiang. Elder sister Dong, you are too naive. Men like him likely covet nothing but your beauty. Qinze felt utterly at a loss. Yet upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Silence. Xiaojiang is not that kind of person. He is the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Just because you cannot achieve something does not mean he cannot. Bibi Dong's words grew increasingly forceful. Caught in a web of indecision, Bibi Dong noted the stark contrast between Qinze's agitation and Yu Xiaojiang's calm demeanor. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? The Spirit Hall? Elder sister Dong, I never imagined you to be no different from those women, valuing status and power above all. Qinze's anger intensified, threatening to overwhelm his rationality. Is it wrong for us to pursue higher authority and greater advancement? The quarrel between Bibi Dong and Qin Zhe gradually escalated into a fervent confrontation, during which everyone lost their composure, revealing hidden facets of their personalities under the influence of anger. The remarks made by Bibi Dong, which she would typically disavow, sparked an array of defenses during the heated debate. Well, you have made your choice between Yu Xiaojing and me. At this moment, Qin Zhe appeared to have discerned the trajectory of the unfolding situation. Zhe, I merely accompanied Xiaojing to the spirit hall. I will bring you there in due time. Bibi Dong seemed to regain her composure, steadfastly maintaining her stance in the face of Qin Zhe's agitation. There is no need. While the spirit hall is the dream destination for every soul master, it is also a den of wolves and tigers. If you accompany him there, he may not be able to protect you, even as the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He is but a blade of grass before the spirit hall. I wish you both boundless prospects. After an extensive debate with Qin Zhe, Bibi Dong ultimately calmed herself and reiterated her point, leaving Qin Zhe in a state of utter despair. His gaze grew distant as he sighed deeply, whispering, "He has left." He then turned away without a backward glance, while Bibi Dong gazed longingly at his fading silhouette, yearning to call out to him but at a loss for words. A moment later, Yu Xiaojing approached Bibi Dong, aligning his gaze with hers as they both looked into the distance, where only the faint outline of green grass remained. Startled by the sound beside her, Bibi Dong quickly dried her tears and turned to Yu Xiaojing, softly stating, "He is gone and will never return." Just after wiping her face, tears streamed down once more. Observing her distress, Yu Xiaojing immediately enveloped her in his arms. Bibi Dong buried her head in his embrace and wept bitterly. While he comforted her with gentle strokes on her back, a sly smile crept onto his lips. Regardless of his intentions, he had successfully achieved his goal. Henceforth, Bibi Dong would have no choice but to follow him away from this place. Rest assured, Adong, I will take good care of you. When we reach the spirit hall, we shall strive together to enhance our cultivation swiftly and steadily. When our power reaches its zenith, all who stand beneath us will look up in admiration, including that man. After speaking, Yu Xiaojing's gaze drifted once more to the elusive shadows of the trees. Xiaojing, I am willing to journey to the spirit hall with you, but I will ensure my own well-being. I will become strong. At this moment, Bibi Dong harbored a trace of resentment, her gaze resolute as she spoke. Yu Xiaojing, observing the intensity in her eyes, felt a chill at the realization of her formidable nature. The delicate demeanor she once possessed had vanished, replaced by an insatiable thirst for power and authority. He was uncertain whether this woman could truly master her ambitions. Yet he was certain that the Pope would accept her as a disciple. Having reached this juncture, he found himself with no alternative but to proceed, the future remaining an unpredictable enigma. Rest assured, Adong, once you arrive at the spirit hall, no one shall dare to bully you. With your talents and demeanor, you shall undoubtedly achieve great success swiftly, Yu Xiaojing reassured her, his voice tender as he gazed into her tear-filled eyes. Later, Bibi Dong ascended to become the supreme pope of the spirit hall, a revelation that spread across the continent. Qin Zhe, having settled into a semblance of peace, became aware of this news. Upon receiving it, he found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions, torn between joy for Bibi Dong and lingering animosity due to her departure. The promise she once made to bring him into the spirit hall had remained unfulfilled, and he had not received any further word from her. In truth, Qin Zhe had no intention of accepting an invitation, even if it were extended by Bibi Dong. He sensed that as she rose in power, she likely forgot him altogether. Little did he know the trials Bibi Dong endured within the spirit hall, nor that Yu Xiaojing had failed to uphold his promise to her. Subjected to the unwanted advances of his master due to her beauty, Bibi Dong faced humiliation, yet Yu Xiaojing found himself powerless to intervene. Bibi Dong's disappointment in Yu Xiaojing had reached an unbearable peak, accompanied by a profound sense of guilt towards Qin Zhe. Ashamed, she could not bring herself to meet him again, which is why she refrained from inviting him to the spirit hall. Nearly 2 decades had passed since their last encounter, and now, as they stood face to face once more, the echoes of her past humiliation resurfaced, igniting an inner turmoil that was almost intolerable. The anticipation of reuniting with someone longed for yet difficult to confront brought tears to her eyes, her heart racing. Zedadai, have you been well all these years? Bibi Dong inquired. Stepping forward, her once regal composure transformed into that of a youthful maiden as she gazed at Qin Zhe. The utterance of Zedadai astonished everyone present. The title Douluos, Duality and Duality exchanged incredulous glances, their disbelief palpable at the sight of such a seemingly ordinary man evoking such tender concern from the exalted Pope. Meanwhile, Qinze radiated an aura that left those around him both envious and resentful. Liu Mo, upon hearing those words, found himself engulfed in confusion. He could not fathom the intricate past shared between his master and Bibi Dong, a history profound enough to reveal a feminine side of her, while simultaneously his master forbade him from joining the spirit hall. Undoubtedly, a tale lay buried between them. It seemed that they were all, in essence, kin, truly. A deluge had swept through the Dragon King's temple. At that moment, Staff observed the unfolding scene and immediately donned a smile, addressing Bibi Dong. Earlier, her remarks had hinted at Liu Mo's disadvantage, yet with the arrival of Qinze, Staff discerned an intriguing dynamic between the two, igniting a flicker of hope within him. However, as he uttered a single phrase, Bibi Dong and Zhu Huaguan, both with piercing gazes emanating an icy chill, directed their fierce stares towards him, sending a shiver coursing through his body, compelling him into silence. This scene was beyond his control or intervention, a realization that settled heavily upon him. While Meng Shu nearby extended a hand, pulling him back a step. Your Holiness, for individuals like us, a stable life is already a considerable blessing. What more can we desire? Though Qinze offered his respects to Bibi Dong, his words betrayed a lingering dissatisfaction. Bibi Dong, upon hearing Qinze's sentiments, felt a pang of sorrow. She could not discern whether he spoke intentionally for her benefit or genuinely sought a tranquil existence. Dear Zhe, with your talents, you must have reached the pinnacle of cultivation. How could you yearn for such modest aspirations? Wiping away the tears from her cheeks, she longed to learn more about Qinze, but hesitated to inquire directly, aware that he would likely remain reticent. Pinnacle? The Pope is the true paragon within the ranks of spirit masters. Individuals like myself could scarcely aspire to such heights. Qinze replied coldly. Bibi Dong felt an unsettling discomfort at his words, yet she bore no resentment towards him. After all, it had been many years since they last met, and his demeanor remained unchanged. Since the Pope's departure, I ceased my cultivation. What talk is there of a pinnacle? After the Pope left, I have led a stable life. Were it not for Mo, I would have held no interest in the elite competition of high-level spirit master academies across the continent, Qinze stated, stepping forward with a somber tone. What? You have not cultivated at all? Upon hearing Qinze's words, Bibi Dong halted, her heart swelling with guilt. Here was a person with potential even greater than her own, yet he had forsaken his training. She recognized that his abandonment was intertwined with her departure. I shall do my utmost to fulfill any request you may have, Bibi Dong said, her brow furrowing, managing to hold back her tears this time. In that moment, all she wished was to compensate Qinze to the best of her abilities. Material wealth and power are as dust to me. I harbor no extravagant desires. The Pope. If you have any requests, please speak. Qinze raised his gaze to the heavens, then furrowed his brow in contemplation. Brother Zhe, feel free to express your wishes. I shall exert my utmost efforts to assist you, Bibi Dong said, stepping forward upon noticing Qinze's hesitation. For her, the mere prospect of Qinze articulating a request before her suggested that the chasm of their past might finally begin to bridge. Yet, Qinze found it challenging to voice his needs, as he had never sought anything from Bibi Dong throughout the years, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Though I am unaware of the misunderstandings between the Spirit Hall and Mo, earnestly hoped that the Pope might release Mo. Qinze said after a brief moment of hesitation, turning to glance at Liu Mo before fixing his gaze upon Bibi Dong. That familiar look in his eyes sent a shiver through Bibi Dong, and the request for Mo's release struck her profoundly. Even the Douluo behind her, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, furrowed their brows, silently expressing their reluctance for Bibi Dong to acquiesce to Qinze's plea. Yet, was Bibi Dong's heart not equally conflicted? Liu Mo possesses not only a golden skeletal structure within his body, but also harbors a monumental secret regarding the Spirit Hall, rendering him a perilous individual in their eyes. Bibi Dong remained silent for an extended period, her indecisive gaze fixed upon Qinze's eyes. Could it be that the Pope finds it equally challenging to release a mere child? Qinze discerned Bibi Dong's hesitation, seemingly intent on provoking her. Had he dared to call her sister Dong at that moment, perhaps he would have swiftly captivated her. Yet, being a rather obstinate individual, he refrained from uttering that title. His current demeanor represents a significant breakthrough for him. Synopsis: Liu Mo traverses to the Douluo Continent, encountering an enchanting cat girl beloved by all. He inadvertently unravels the mysteries surrounding the ice and fire yin-yang eye and becomes a cherished companion to various elders. However, he also uncovers the hidden truths of the Douluo Continent. Will he be able to forge a lasting bond with the cat girl? Can he reunite with his promised little sister? Will he ascend to become a formidable force in the Douluo Continent?